I encountered a widow's grave in the wild, and clear water kept bubbling out of it. Out of curiosity, I reached out to block the water outlet, and to my surprise, a woman's voice came from inside the grave. "Young sir, don't block that spot of mine. If you let me go, I can be your wife." Hearing this, I was so frightened that I panicked and quickly urinated at the water outlet, saying, "I'll give you this, just please don't come after me." As a result, that night she transformed into 9 snakes and crawled into my bed. The 9 snakes wrapped tighter and tighter around me, squeezing me so hard that I felt like I was going to burst. Just before I was about to faint, my grandfather came in sitting in a wheelchair. For some reason, those 9 snakes were so frightened by Grandpa, who was sitting in a wheelchair and had no strength to bind a chicken, that they fled in a panic. I thought this matter would end here, but Grandpa actually jumped up from his wheelchair and chased after them, laughing and saying, "Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for you all in this wheelchair for 10 years, and now none of you can escape." Out of curiosity, I opened the door and peeked outside, and at that moment, an injured blue python slithered in through the crack of the door. Unlike the other snakes I had just seen, it looked at me pitifully as soon as it entered, showing no intention of harming me. Seeing this, I squatted down and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Just as I finished asking, my grandfather and a few others came to knock on my room's door. My grandfather asked, "Mosey, have you seen a large blue snake?" As soon as the snake heard my grandfather's voice, it immediately slithered into the bed made of my coffin, looking quite scared. "That's right, my bed is a coffin. Grandpa made me sleep in this coffin since I was little, and he never told me why. Because of this, my peers excluded me, so I always played alone." At that moment, I looked at the snake, then opened the door and said to Grandpa, "Grandpa, there's nothing here. Don't worry." Grandpa nodded, turned around, and closed the door, saying, "Let's go look for other places. You must stay inside and not come out." After Grandpa left, I lifted the bedding and said to the snake, "It's okay, they're gone. Once your injury is healed, I'll secretly take you out." The snake seemed to have a spirit, poked its head out, and nodded at me, as if expressing gratitude. After that, my grandfather and the villagers searched for the snake for 3 whole days, and no one knew it was with me. Listening to the adults discuss, that snake had bitten to death the dog of the area family and also killed the cow of the fatty family. It was highly venomous and considered an ominous creature that must be killed. Some even said that the snake would become a spirit after 7 years and then harm everyone in the village. Hearing the words ominous creature, I became even more determined to protect that snake well, because I was also labeled as an ominous creature by them. 3 days later, the snake's wound was completely healed. When I told it that I would send it away, it burrowed into the bedding, seemingly unwilling to leave. During these 3 days, I had also gotten used to its presence. It was very beautiful and had no smell at all. To prevent my grandfather from finding out, I made a small hole at the bottom of the coffin with a saw, and usually hid the blue snake inside. Its body was very comfortable, and every night I would sleep with my head resting on it, feeling very at ease. That year I was 12. My grandfather came in and asked me to offer incense, but this time, he not only had 3 sticks of incense in his hand, but also carried a large bag of paper money. I didn't know why my grandfather was acting so strangely tonight. After he came in, he said nothing. After lighting the paper money, he said, "Mosey, you burn the paper here. The next 7 nights are crucial. If you get through safely, you can live. If not, then that's fate." "Grandpa, what do you mean?" I asked in confusion. My grandfather sighed and said, "You've grown up. There are some things I can tell you now. Do you know why I let you keep sleeping in the coffin? Your Bazi destiny is an extremely in destiny, which is 1 in 10,000. After 12 o'clock, you will be 12 years old, and your extreme fate will gradually manifest. 7 days later, it will reach a peak, and at that time, the lonely souls and wild ghosts within 100 miles will come to compete for your body." I said with a bit of a shiver. "Grandpa, is that true? Don't scare me." At that moment, Grandpa suddenly lifted the bedding covering the coffin, revealing many yellow talismans, and said with a heavy expression, "I have always told you to sleep in the coffin because your yang energy decreases while you sleep, and the yin energy will be released. The 4 sides of this coffin are covered with talismans, which can lock in the negative energy and prevent it from being detected by the wandering spirits and ghosts nearby. But you have already reached the age of prominence, and this symbol cannot be suppressed. Now we can only pray that there aren't too many wandering souls within 100 miles. Grandpa said as he had already filled the area around the coffin with incense, and he added, "Don't be afraid. Sleep as usual tonight. Your fate is beginning to show, so there shouldn't be any problems." That night I didn't sleep at all, tightly holding that snake. Indeed, as my grandfather said, nothing happened, but 6 people in the village died for no reason overnight. These 6 people were all middle-aged or strong young men, and after they died, Their limbs grew blue snake scales. This incident caused a huge uproar, and the entire village was engulfed in great panic, because people remembered the blue snake from 6 years ago. Hearing these rumors, I disregarded everyone's disgust and went to see the bodies. The color of the snake scales was almost the same as the one at my home. Only the scales on the fat family's bodies were a bit brighter. Everyone in the village came to my house, asking my grandfather to find a way, because he was the one who said that if the snake wasn't killed, it would bring disaster 7 years later. I was also filled with immense fear, listening to the adults talk more and more fearfully, and I almost concluded that the death of the fat man's family was related to the blue snake in my coffin. I hurried into the room, locked the door, and climbed into the coffin. The snake was still there, and at the first sight of it, I panicked, because its color had become even brighter, almost identical to the color of the snake scales that had grown from the limbs of the 6 dead people. I trembled my lips and couldn't speak in fear. At first, I didn't suspect it because it had been with me all night, but after seeing the color changes of the snake scales on it, I wavered. The snake seemed to be in the dark, as always crawling onto me, then resting its head on my chest, looking at me with those eyes that were like sapphires. I trembled and asked, "Was it you who killed him?" The snake looked at me, shook its head, and its eyes were full of innocence, then rested its head on my shoulder, very docile. Indeed, I also didn't sleep all night last night. It simply didn't have time to harm the 6 people in the village. It was very noisy outside, and the villagers were urging Grandpa to come up with a solution, leaving only at noon. Grandpa sat at the dining table with a worried expression. After just one morning, he seemed to have aged a lot. I didn't dare to talk to Grandpa about this, so I quietly went to the kitchen to make lunch. After lunch was ready, Grandpa took a glance inside, saying, "How can I eat now? Your troubles have just begun, and now such a big incident has happened in the village. To strike a snake, you must aim for it 7 inches. Even a snake needs 7 souls to assist it to become a spirit. 6 people have already died, and 1 more will die. If that snake really becomes a spirit, the whole village will be finished." After hearing my grandfather's words, I was stunned as if my soul had been pulled out, and I asked in surprise, "1 more person will die?" My grandfather nodded and said, "Yes, and it will be tonight." The 6 people who died were all those who had injured the snake back then. The remaining 1 didn't even know who the snake would harm. I remembered that when the snake crawled into my coffin, it indeed had 6 wounds on its body. Thinking of this, I quickly asked, "Grandpa, were those 6 people bitten to death by snakes?" Grandpa shook his head and said, "No. In fact, when a snake is about to become a spirit, it doesn't even need to bite people itself. Even if it is hiding in a cave, it can still find a way to harm people." I suddenly stood up. I had no doubt about that snake, as it had been with me all night, but according to my grandfather's words, it could harm people without showing itself. I could even be sure that those 6 people were killed by that snake. "What's wrong with you?" Grandpa frowned. I was raised by him, and he immediately noticed something was off. I looked at my grandfather, his hair white, his face full of sorrow and fatigue. Gritting my teeth, I revealed the matter about the snake. "Grandpa, actually that blue snake has been inside my coffin." Grandpa slammed his hand on the table, his face full of anger, and said, "What did you say?" I was young at the time, and I was stunned by my grandfather's slap, immediately starting to wail and cry. My grandfather didn't care about my crying and dragged me to my room. When we reached the side of the coffin, he lifted the blanket off the coffin, but the snake was already gone. "Where is it?" my grandfather asked coldly. I pointed to the little hole in the corner of the coffin and said, "It might have gone inside." Grandpa brought a hoe and cocked the coffin, and after patting it with bricks, he looked inside and mouthed, "It's not there." "No way." I hurriedly got down on the ground and looked inside, and indeed, no, the snake, it was gone. Grandpa looked at me with a cold face and said, "Ghost disaster can be avoided, but I have no way at all to deal with demonic disaster. There is no need to look for it. Tonight, you wait for death." "Grandpa, it won't hurt me," I said stubbornly. Grandpa did not speak again, hurried out, then picked up a thumb-thick willow branch, walked in, stripped me of all my clothes, chased me all over the room and smoked, and apologized while he was smoking, saying, "The child does not know how to do anything, offended the great immortal. The great immortal is not to blame, not to blame ah." This pumping, full of more than an hour, Grandpa also has been repeating the words, "At that time I have forgotten what is pain, all over the body is full of willow branch pumped out of the blood marks, to the end, I really do not have the strength to hide, directly fainted from the pain." Grandpa also did not care about me, directly threw me on the bed, and then went out the door. In the middle of the night, I woke up again in pain. My whole body could hardly move. If I moved a little, I would pull the wound, and I also realized that my hands and feet were tied up with willow branches by my grandfather, as if he was afraid that I would run away. That night the moonlight was very bright, although there was no light turned on inside the room, but I could see the inside of the room clearly, because I had been singing and crying before going to bed, and my throat was very dry, but at this time I couldn't get up at all, and I could only open my throat and shout it a few times to my grandfather, and the result was that I didn't get any response. After a grunt, I was once again in a daze. Just at that moment, a slim figure pushed the door and walked in, her silhouette in the moonlight nearly perfect. "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" I asked, staring at the figure. The figure didn't say anything, just flicked on the switch that lit the lamp. The visitor was a stunningly beautiful woman, a tight blue dress outlined a devilish figure, setting off her originally fair skin even whiter. And then look at the face, waist-length hair draped over the back, clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows, long eyelashes fluttering slightly, white and flawless skin through the light red powder, the watery red lips sexy and bewitching, nose small and high. I swear, this is the most perfect woman I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen a more beautiful woman, in reality, or on TV. It was breathtakingly beautiful. She has a beautiful face, and she's a surprise to the South Flying Geese. In my heart, she is a fairy. I stayed and admired her beauty, and she looked at me with a smile on her face. Although my hands and feet were tied with willow branches, I still gulped and mouthed, "Fairy sister, who are you? Here to find my grandfather?" "No, I came to find you." The woman's voice was like water, like a song, like a dream, like a picture, and it was especially comfortable to hear inside the ears. I was a bit overwhelmed when I said, "But I don't know you." "No, you know me." The woman walked slowly to the bedside, reached out and touched those wounds on my body that had been drawn out by the willow branches, and asked painfully, "Child, are you in pain?" "It doesn't hurt," I said stubbornly through gritted teeth. The woman smiled slightly and mouthed, "I know you're in pain, let me help you with the pain, okay?" Her soft voice carried an undertone that couldn't be denied, and I nodded my head and said, "Yes, thank you, fairy sister." "Fairy sister, can you help me untie the willow branch?" I couldn't feel the pain at this point. She laughed and shook her head. "No, I can't solve it. I'll just help you with the pain." Chapter 3, Two Demons and Ghosts Do Not Exist. The day I met her was like a dream, yet so real. "Little brother, we'll meet again, and you can pretend that today never happened, and you're not allowed to tell anyone about it, including your grandfather, okay? Will we meet again? When you grow up, your sister will marry you." I was suddenly incoherent with excitement. Fairy sister, are you telling the truth? You marry me? Well, really, but you're not to tell anyone about the two of us, and that includes your grandfather, do you hear me? I nodded and said, "I hear you, I'll do anything I want as long as I get to see my fairy sister again." The next day, I was woken up by a basin of cold water. After I woke up I still felt a sharp pain all over my body. Grandpa stood in front of me grasping the ocean basin. His mouth said coldly, "Oh no, the wound really scabbed over in one night." I looked down at the wounds on my body, which seemed to have healed to a certain extent, and turned my mind to remember the fairy sister who appeared in my room last night, and stubbornly believed in my heart that this fairy sister was really a fairy, and that she had come to save me, and thinking that she said that I could see her again filled me with anticipation. I didn't dare to tell my grandfather about it, because my fairy sister had instructed me when she left that it was a little secret between the two of us and not to be told to a third person. Seeing that I was a bit disoriented, Grandpa said coldly, "Follow me." "Grandpa, where to?" A few words squeezed out from inside my mouth as my consciousness blurred once again, and in my blurred consciousness, I could only feel my grandfather carrying me on his back before walking out of the house and towards a mountain outside the village. The shaking brought on by every step Grandpa took sent tingles through my body, and I didn't get far before I passed out again. When I opened my eyes it was already dark. I was lying on the bed. My grandfather and another old man were sitting in front of the bed. That old man was kind-looking, with white hair, looked very spiritual, at this moment was staring at me seriously. His hand had broken my jaw. Eyes going off the yin-tang yellow. "This is the sign of an accidental horizontal death. Tongue black and lips purple. Within 7 days will die horribly. Joe, old brother, this little child is dying." That old man said directly. Grandpa's face was green. At this time, I guess he was still angry. He glanced at me and said, "Old brother who? This grandson of mine has a hard life. He has no father and no mother, and he didn't have a good life after me. If possible, please give old brother who a clear path." That old man, who was called old brother who by his grandfather, sighed and looked at the wounds on my body for a long time before slowly saying, "The wounds are scabbed over and the pain is still there. This is a sign of non-acceptance. Old brother Zhao, you're close to killing this little waif, and that snake immortal refuses to stop, which means that snake immortal is determined to take his life." Grandpa nodded and said, "Yes, I know that too. I know a little bit about ghosts, but about demons, old brother who was better at it than I am." Grandpa who said, "And now 6 people have died. 7 is the number of reincarnation of the snake demon. Want to avoid this calamity? I can only find a backer for the little waifu. He has a backer. That snake fairy will be afraid." "But where are we going to find a backer?" Grandpa asked offhandedly. "Give her a daughter-in-law." Grandpa who shook his head and said, "There is no way to solve the snake demon's demand for life. The extreme fate of the ghost to break. If the right underworld marriage is made, it may be able to save a life. That snake demon has been with him for nearly 7 years. If he takes his life to become a demon, the snake demon's Taoism will helicopter for 70 years. I'm afraid that no one will be able to subdue it at that time." Grandpa mused for a moment and nodded slowly. As soon as I heard the 2 old men talk about it, I sat up with a rub of the severe pain and said stubbornly, "No, I don't want a female ghost daughter-in-law. And I have a favorite, the fairy sister from last night. You have to do it even if you can't. Do you still want to live? Grandpa glared at me fiercely, raising his hand and preparing to slap me again. I also do not know where to get the courage, do not flash and do not hide. And Grandpa's slap, after all, did not come down, his face red with anger, his mouth said, if you do not cooperate, you only have one way to die, do you know? I know, but if I marry a ghost daughter-in-law, I won't be able to get a daughter-in-law in the future. My mind is full of my fairy sister. If I marry a ghost daughter-in-law, then how will I explain to her? Grandpa who smiled and said, Where, you've got it wrong, this ghost daughter-in-law married to help you block the calamity, does not affect you to get a daughter-in-law in the future. My eyes lit up when I heard that, and I looked at my grandfather and asked, Grandpa, is it true? Grandpa nodded and said, Of course it's true. Do you really think that people's female ghosts can stay with you for the rest of your life? They also have to reincarnate. I was particularly stifled in my heart, because of my young age. I just had to pout and say, Then Grandpa, find me a good-looking one, I want to choose my own. How can a female ghost be good-looking, and choose for yourself? It's good luck if a female ghost is willing to want you. You stop. You should bear the consequences of the trouble you have caused. Grandpa is not afraid to hit me at all. I was jolted. Ghosts I have not seen, but I have a concept in my mind. I have seen it in the TV, long hair covering the face, white face, even bleeding from 7 orifices. If the ghosts are really in such a style, then even if I survived, I would be scared to death alive. My thoughts, however, would not affect their decision in any way. After all, I was still young and had to listen to the adults. Well, souls follow Buddha's path. Ghosts love theater. Old brother Zhao, go contact a troupe that sings ghost theater as soon as possible. Grandpa who picked up the conversation. Grandpa nodded, I'll get in touch. After the 2 old men had discussed the matter, Grandpa handed Grandpa who a jade ring, saying it was a family heirloom. Then he started to contact the troupe on the phone and explained to them that this one was a ghost show. The so-called ghost play, that is, the troupe. Despite the singing, the following is no audience, only the person concerned a person to see. The countryside troupe often receive this kind of play, sounds quite scary, but for them to sing the opera, in fact, there is no effect, and the pay is several times higher than the usual singing. They are naturally happy to take such a job. After contacting the troupe, Grandpa went back to prepare to build the stage, while Grandpa who, after I had rested for half a day, brought along some tributes and dragged me to invite ghosts to Cemetery Hill, 5 miles outside the village. Cemetery Hill is a mountain dedicated to earth burials. Cemetery Hill is surrounded by 2 other villages in addition to our Eagle Volcano village. This mountain is the junction of the 3 villages, and I've heard that the feng shui of this mountain is very good, and that people who die and are buried here can shelter their families, so Cemetery Hill is full of graves and low companion grave pine trees. I was all bruised and sore, grimacing in pain, and by late afternoon, Grandpa who dragged me even on his back to the bottom of Cemetery Hill. As soon as we arrived at the foot of Tomb Head Mountain, the sun had already begun to set, and Grandpa who looked at the sky before handing me a steamed bun and saying, Let's take a break and eat something first. Grandpa who, it's better not to rest, it's going to be dark soon, we'd better hurry up and finish looking for the ghost daughter-in-law then go back. I said weakly. Grandpa who smiled, the lifted lines on his forehead clearly showing, and said with his mouth, It's just to wait for darkness. Things like finding a ghost daughter-in-law can't be done during the day. I winced. It was nighttime, in a mountain that was all graves, and just the thought of it was terrifying. Are you afraid? Grandpa who asked. I subconsciously shook my head and stubbornly said, Not afraid, manly man, what's there to be afraid of? In fact, the mouth said so, the heart is already shivering, only to face, simply do not want to admit that I am afraid of myself, and I am also clear, afraid of no use. They will not be because I said I am afraid to allow me to go back. I waited until it was dark. I never felt that time pass so fast. Maybe because I didn't want to go up the mountain. I always hoped that time would pass a little slower, but the more I hoped so, the faster time passed. Let's go up the mountain and invite the ghosts. Don't talk nonsense when you get up there. I'll do the talking. If you feel cold, or if someone pats you on the back, don't turn around. Grandpa who stood up and patted his butt, lit up a kerosene lamp, lifted his feet and walked up the path. Grandpa who said that he couldn't use a flashlight. The light from the flashlight was too strong and would easily attract the attention of those things. I followed with extreme reluctance, and soon came to an area where the graves were denser. The headstones here were all carved by the same stonemason, so they all look basically the same. The only difference being the black and white surviving photographs on top of the headstones that look like they have a slight smile on them. Grandpa who led me to start a tombstone to see, look at the grave buried inside the male or female. If it is a woman, take a close look at how many years old died, more than 25 years old, basically ignored, because the rural areas more than 25 years old basically have been married to someone else, married before death, cannot be married in the underworld. I followed behind Grandpa who, the wind gusted in the mountains, and I always felt panicky in my heart. Grandpa who reminded me before going up the mountain, maybe because of the effect of my heart, I really felt a little bit cold, and I also felt something patting me on the back. After searching over a dozen graves in a row, I finally found the grave of a woman who had died at the age of 22. Chapter 4, Goodbye Pretty Woman. Kneel down and kowtow. Grandpa who said with a serious face. I looked at Grandpa who and hesitantly knelt on the ground. China preaches that the dead are the greatest, and no matter what one did in life, as long as one is dead, one is entitled to receive kneeling. Grandpa who took out an apple, lit an incense burner, and said out of his mouth, "Tomorrow night at midnight, there will be a divine opera at Old Zhao's house at the entrance to Eagle Volcano Village, and there will be firecrackers as a guide, so if the girl is interested, she should go and see it. A divine play is a ghost play, only it is said in such a way as to honor the ghosts more." I kowtowed 3 times in a row, and when Grandpa whose words were finished, we stood up and went on to find the next eligible grave. A night down, we worshipped more than 10 female main graves under 25 years of age. At dawn, are tired and exhausted. During the period did not happen anything strange. The village people say that this grave mountain is very scary. The night to go up will be dead, but there is no. I am even in doubt that Grandpa who and Grandpa did this in the end. There is no use. But one thing was strange. I didn't feel much sleepy after a night of no sleep, and the injuries on my body were quite a bit better, and I walked the 10 miles or so of mountain road back by myself. Back home when it is already ringing noon, Grandpa who and I came back together. Singing ghost opera troupe has also come over. Grandpa called the village of some of the young and strong in the construction of the stage, busy and happy. I sat quietly on a small bench and watched as my grandfather explained to the village that he was using my life to attract the snake demon to get rid of it, and the village was very supportive. The afternoon passed in a muddle. Grandpa did not give me anything to eat. I have no appetite. In the theater stage is almost finished building. A dozen of 800 tables also moved over from the families. These 800 tables are placed in front of the theater stage. Each table is only a bench, facing the theater stage. The table is placed on top of the incense burner and some tributes. When it was nearing completion, Grandpa went to cook, and he killed the only 2 large hens in the house. And as I helped pluck the feathers, I asked Grandpa, "Grandpa, does this work?" Grandpa sighed and said, "There's no guarantee that it will keep you alive. But if you don't do it, you'll definitely die." "Boss, you've asked us to sing a ghost opera? You're not looking for a ghost woman for this little waif, are you?" A dry and thin old man walked into the kitchen and asked suspiciously. "Yes, class master, you all understand, and I won't hide it from you, it's just to find the ghost woman for this grandson of mine," Grandpa replied. The old man who felt it frowned and said, "This baby is too small, and I guess no female ghosts will look at it, and it will even anger those female ghosts who come to see the ghost show, and this job is also dangerous for us. How much does the troop master think is appropriate to add?" Grandpa sighed, naturally knowing that the troop master wanted more pay. "Add 3,000, we also need to do the dojo to get rid of bad luck when we go back. $3,000 is the money for doing the dojo," that dry and thin old man said with a smile. I was also speechless in my heart. $3,000 was not a small amount of money at that time. The family's financial situation I know. Grandpa went to officiate a funeral where only paid $288. $3,000, at least a year to save. Grandpa gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, we'll settle it all together for you after the song." The dry, skinny old man smiled and turned to leave the kitchen, and I opened my mouth to ask, "Grandpa, how much does this one ghost show cost in total?" Grandpa stood up and said, "Wash and chop the chicken after you pluck the feathers, and I'll go borrow some money." By this time I realized that my grandfather had spent all of the family's savings in order to help me prepare for this ghost show. Looking at the back of my grandfather's mountain peak, I couldn't help but sigh, and secretly vowed that if I escaped this disaster, I would listen to my grandfather, and when I grew up, I would earn more money and do my best to honor my grandfather. Grandpa borrowed money soon came back, his face is very bad, with a kitchen knife shoveled up the chicken on the board began to stir fry. I do not dare to ask, just silently play the hand. The people who helped to build the stage were busy, and after having dinner at my house, they went back to their own homes, and those who originally watched the scene in the village also went back, because everyone knew that this theater was for ghosts to see. Inside the courtyard there are 8 people left, in addition to Grandpa who, and I. The remaining 5 people are theater troupe people. These 5 people in addition to that dry and thin old man, there are 4 young people, 2 women and 2 men, one of the women with masks. Look at the figure is actually a little familiar, very much like last night came to my room of the fairy sister. I even feel that it is her, just we have an agreement, see each other again cannot recognize. It turns out that she is the people inside the troupe, but last night Grandpa has not intended to sing ghost opera. Could it be that their troupe is singing inside the nearby villages? Singing the rules of the ghost opera troupe. No. First of all, give me to change into a set of reddish groom suit. This groom suit is adults wear, wherein my body looks very wide, but there is no way, the troupe does not have a groom suit specially prepared for children. Here a total of 15 8 immortals table, the most center one is for me, around the 14 chapters of the table to surround me. The table are covered with a white cloth on top of the incense burner. Each incense burner is inserted with 3 incense burner in front of the raw meat and fruits and other tributes. Next to the table above the bench, there is a stack of yellow paper money, pressed with a stone. Adults are still busy, they get a lot of white cloth, the stage around the perimeter, 2 sides are lit with kerosene lamps. Grandpa and Grandpa who stand one side, at their feet, put a lot of yellow paper money. The other 4 responsible for singing the role in the backstage makeup. Only I sat in the very center of the bench, and in front of me on the table, there are only 2 things. One is the grandfather took out the jade ring under the pressure of a long strip of white paper written above my birth date in 8 characters. Child, still remember me? The person from the theater troupe who looked very much like a fairy sister came over and naturally sat down next to me. her gaze falling on the white paper on the table with the birth date above it, not moving away for a long time. As soon as she said that, I knew she was the fairy sister, all sounding exactly the same. You really are a fairy sister. I didn't tell Grandpa about us, but he said the only way to save my life is to get me a female ghost daughter-in-law. I feel sorry for you, I said carefully. The fairy sister smiled and said, Grandpa is right, you are very good. I won't blame you for looking for a ghost daughter-in-law. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid at all, are you, fairy sister? I said firmly. I'm not afraid either. I often follow Grandpa out, and Grandpa says you have to bring me along when you sing a ghost opera so you'll be safe. Sister Fairy said with a smile. Why? Are all those ghosts afraid of you? I asked suspiciously. The fairy sister shook her head and said, I don't know, but I can secretly tell you that I can actually see ghosts, only they don't know it. Ghosts aren't scary at all. By the way, do you have any requirements for a ghost daughter-in-law? Nope. I don't ask for much, just don't scare me, and I want her to be pretty if possible. The fairy sister gave an oh-so-subtle cry and suddenly looked at me seriously and asked, What's your name, kid? I replied, My name is Jiao, the silent one. The fairy sister suddenly smiled wryly and said, That's your old name now. You won't be called that after the ghost opera. Why? I asked suspiciously. Because after singing the ghost opera, you need to change your name. I don't know why I need to change my name. By the way, we're from the same family. My surname is also Zhao. My name is Zhaoixin. E as in E, fairy as in fairy. The fairy sister said and stood up, looking at the dry and thin old man who was waving at him on the theater stage. Very nice name, I said with a smile, thanking her quite a bit inside. Grandpa called me. The ghost play will start soon. Kid, you don't need to be afraid. It's okay. Ghosts really aren't scary. Oh. Fairy sister blinked at me after she finished speaking, turned around and walked towards the stage. That slim back was especially charming. After the fairy sister left, I was left alone again under the stage. The adults were still getting ready, and when the time was almost up, Grandpa who came over and said, What? No matter what happens later, you don't need to be afraid. Those female ghosts we invited will come to your side to observe you, and if any one of them picks up this jade ring in front of you, that means that she agrees to marry you, and you can simply just go to the bedroom. Grandpa who? What are you doing in the bedroom? Of course it's a cave-in. Grandpa who said naturally. Cave? Cave? I shivered and said, This marrying a female ghost daughter-in-law has already almost made me run out of breath. But cave this kind of thing, where can I accept it? Grandpa who said, Yes, you don't have to be afraid. What she says, you do. There is no other way now. If you are too unlucky to run into a severe ghost that is going to take your life, it can only be counted as your bad luck. There's still this danger? I asked in horror. Grandpa who nodded his head and said, Yes, but the chances are slim, and female ghosts, in general, won't victimize the man they chose to marry. I breathed a sigh of relief, then tensed up and mouthed, So what am I supposed to do in case a stern ghost shows up? In case this happens, I can only say that you deserve it. Grandpa who also turned towards the entrance of the courtyard after he finished speaking, picking up the paper money on the ground and starting to burn it. I was so nervous that my palms began to sweat as the ZZ hour drew nearer and nearer, and I had no concept in my mind of what was going to happen next. After Grandpa who finished burning the paper, the time just came to Z hour. He took a tribute incense and lit the firecrackers at the door. The crackling sound suddenly resounded throughout the village, and after the firecrackers were set off, the dogs in the village began to bark furiously, but it was only less than 10 seconds before those dogs all quieted down. Grandpa who quickly returned to one side of the stage, and two people also came out from the backstage of the theater troupe, a man and a woman, their faces as white as lime, and their eyes painted black, dressed in their birthday suits. As soon as they came out, the woman said loudly in a shrill voice, Midnight Gods Opera, I respectfully invite all the gods to take their seats, and today's play is Widow Goes to the Grave. Chapter 5, Setting the Stage for a Ghost Show. The female playwright had just finished her curtain call when the male playwright took out a dagger and plunged it straight into his chest, blood sprayed out, and then collapsed on the ground. My heart shivered violently. This can't be playing for real, right? However, seeing that the female playwright wasn't out of character, I thought that I should be acting as well, but his movements were a bit too realistic. A gust of cloudy wind blew in through the doorway of the courtyard, and goosebumps rose on my back as a chill ran down my spine. I stared at the stage, the rest of my eyes looked around the 8 immortal table, soon found a bench-pressed yellow paper money stone fell to the ground. Those yellow paper money was also an invisible force to pick up. Yellow paper money did not scatter. Just like that, a whole stack of from the top of the bench flew to the top of the table. As time passed, the yellow paper on top of all the surrounding stools automatically flew to the top of the table, and I realized that those female ghosts, who had been invited last night, had all taken their seats. The surrounding temperature began to decrease. My body cannot help but shiver, a kind of cold sense of suffocation pressure on my heart. The stage that the female playwright at this time has flopped on the body of the male playwright, with extremely thin voice constantly crying, sounds very horrible. And the other old man and woman a hold arrow, a blowing swona, with the stage of the female opera singer wailing. My scalp was tingling. It always felt like someone was touching me, but the surroundings were empty, except for those empty tables and chairs. I couldn't see those female ghosts at all, and I didn't want to see them, so I could only keep my head down and hope that the time could pass quickly. Snapped. I do not know how long. Around the inexplicable suddenly came a burst of applause. I looked up to see. At this time the ghost play has been sung. The female opera singer once again said in a shrill voice, "Widow on the grave play has been sung. The next is the second play, Im Wifyan Lang. The groom has been in the middle of all the gods. The 8 characters of the birthdate have also been presented. If you look at it, then please accept the bride price and marry him as a yin yang couple. If you don't see it, thank you all for coming." The female opera singer retreated to the backstage after she finished speaking, and the others, including Grandpa and Grandpa Hu, all retreated in, and after they went in, they extinguished all the light bulbs and oil lamps by hand. The inside of the courtyard was instantly plunged into darkness, with only the dim moonlight falling. My teeth chattered as I cautiously looked around the empty area, and could clearly feel more than a dozen nearly transparent figures surrounding me, and with a faint gasp, that oppressive feeling of being worse than death. At this time around the ringing of a whisper, the voice is very small and slow, but very sharp, and with the impact of the heart and soul of the cold, talking about a lot of female ghosts. But I did not hear a sentence clearly, just listen to this voice. I shivered. Where is the sound of people listening to this than the horror movie inside, the female ghost screaming even more horrors? There is no more movement on the stage. I have been scared nearly to collapse at this time, cold sweat on my body, staring tightly at the table above the jade ring. In my heart I hope that it will soon be taken away. Rather than being surrounded by a dozen female ghosts, I would rather face a female ghost. Boom 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 boom. In the silence, the table suddenly issued a banging sound, scared me directly from the bench above, jumped up, and in the jade pendant of the surrounding, suddenly appeared a dozen bleak white hands. Those hands of the fingers are slender, but the nails are all black. In the moonlight irradiation flooded with a chilling light, it is very discreet. And as I jumped up, 2 palms rested on my shoulders, pinning me to the bench once again. Sisters, what does this mean? I said, shivering, already scared to the point of collapse, as the hands, all broken off at the elbow in unison, had slowly left the tabletop by now, and all of them were slowly clawing towards me. Extreme 8 fate. I'll take it. I want it. It's been decades since I've had anyone to pay my respects. No, this little waif is mine. Go away, all of you. I died young and he's mine. In that case, let's rip and split. A sound of incomparable horror resounded around me. Listening to these voices, I almost didn't faint from fear, especially the last sentence. I think no matter who it is, whoever encounters this kind of situation will be scared into a little cutie. While I still maintained this trace of sanity, mouth shivering asked, You guys too. What the hell do you mean? This sanity, but also thanks to the last night in the grave hill, was scared enough, and just now Zhao Xian words, let me heart stabilized a lot. If it is not so, I have now already fainted in fear. Kid, it means they all have their eyes on you. Zhao Xian's playful voice suddenly rang out from above the theater stage, and seeing Zhao Xian, I gasped loudly, my heart calming down a bit. Without waiting for me to speak, Zhao Xian suddenly said in a cold voice, there's only one groom, you can't have them all, the prettiest one stays, the rest get the hell out of my lady's way. I looked at Zhao Xian incredulously, wondering how she could be so bold, and what made me even more strange was that as soon as Zhao Xian said this, only one of the dozen or so hands was immediately left behind, while the others retracted and disappeared into the air. Cluck cluck cluck. You're mine. Another terrifying voice reached inside my ears. This voice was that of the most beautiful female ghost that Zhao Xian said. Do you have the strength to deal with that 500-year-old snake demon? Zhao Xian's voice rang out once again, and the words were clearly directed at the female ghost. The female ghost froze, and before she could say anything, Zhao Xian directly said, get lost if you don't have it, don't be an eyesore here. I'm sorry. That female ghost actually broke the ground and said sorry, and then directly left the place. When I left, I finally got a clear look at the female ghost's appearance. The eyes are big, but there is no eyebrow, the mouth is wide open, a scarlet tongue stretched out. More disgusting to me is that this female ghost is really bleeding from the 7 orifices. More disgusting to me is that when I saw that female ghost, I also smelled an extremely unpleasant corpse stench. An extremely unpleasant corpse stench. Vom, I threw up straight away. This is actually the prettiest ing one? If the prettiest one is this scary, what's the not so pretty one like? Upon hearing my vomiting, the light bulb above the theater stage lit up, and Grandpa rushed over from backstage at the first opportunity, looked at the table, and then said with relief, Yuan is gone, and it seems that the ghost daughter-in-law has been found. Well, when the Z hour passes and the ugly hour comes, we'll send little Eva to the bedroom. Grandpa who picked up the conversation and said. I also looked at the table. That jade ring there was already gone, but those female ghosts were obviously scolded away by Zhao Xian just now. I wiped the residual vomit from the corner of my mouth, having no idea what had happened, and my eyes began to search for Zhao Xian's whereabouts, but something strange happened once again. Where was Zhao Xian's figure inside this courtyard? The other 4 men of the troupe came over and looked at the table, and the one who was the master of the troupe said, well, it's a success, a female ghost has accepted your bride price. Class master, where is your granddaughter? I asked hurriedly. Granddaughter? What granddaughter? The class master asked suspiciously. Zhao Xian ah. I was a bit anxious. If it wasn't for her, I would have probably been torn apart by those female ghosts just now, but she had unexpectedly disappeared. The class master frowned and mouthed, who is Zhao Xian? It's that fairy sister that came with you guys. I said in a rush, looking at the reaction of this class master. I was even more run down inside. Came with us? There were only 4 of us when we came, the squad leader said directly. I looked at Grandpa incredulously, and Grandpa nodded and said, this troop, there are really only 4 of them. But before the singing started, Zhao Xian was chatting with me, and I clearly saw you waving at her to go over. I said to the class master. The troop master frowned and thought about it, and said with his mouth, I just waved because it was too hot and fanned my face, and in the meantime, I looked at your state. No, if you say that, could it be that our theater troupe has gotten into trouble with something unclean? Boss, you settle the payment for us, we're leaving. Grandpa froze and was just about to speak when Grandpa who pulled Grandpa back and said under his breath, Elder brother Zhao, you should let them go first. After this kind of thing happened, they need to go back and deal with it as soon as possible. Grandpa nodded and went inside the house to get the money, and the troop of 4 quickly left my house, cursing bad luck as they went. As soon as the troop left, Grandpa who hurriedly asked, tell me everything that just happened, and what happened to that Zhao Xian. I hurriedly told the story. Grandpa who fell into deep thought after hearing it, and suddenly stood up fiercely and said, it's finished, that troop is going to be planted. Zhao Laodi, quickly call that troop to come back. Grandpa also seemed to understand, panicked, and picked up the phone and started to call. I asked Grandpa who what was going on. Grandpa who said, the Zhao Xian you were talking about, maybe the snake demon transformed, she came in advance, and she is even more Taoist than those female ghosts, and scared those female ghosts away. Those female ghosts will naturally be unwilling to think that the Zhao Xian was brought by the theater troupe, and they will take their lives if they find out that the people the theater troupe went back to didn't have a snake demon in them, they'll take their lives. I was shocked and subconsciously said, impossible, how could Zhao Xian be a snake demon? She just saved me and took my jade ring. Didn't you say, Grandpa, that taking my jade ring meant agreeing to marry me? Chapter 6. A little Prime Minister. Grandpa who was stunned, and obviously hadn't thought of this either, but as he looked at my expression, he said with some suspicion, your kid wouldn't be into that snake demon, would he? She's not a snake demon. I argued loudly. The favor I felt for Zhao Xian in my heart was not at all something that could be swayed by a few words from Grandpa who, just now if it wasn't for her, I would have been torn apart by those female ghosts. I personally heard those female ghosts say that they wanted to tear me apart. Finished, the phone did not answer. I guess it is. Grandpa put down the phone, somewhat chagrined. Grandpa who said, I'll go and take a look. Old brother Zhao, what War said makes some sense. That snake demon took the jade ring. Maybe she really wants to marry him, so we might as well give it a try. Grandpa also nodded and said, well, that's the only way it can be done. Be careful old brother who, right now I can only watch over War. If that snake demon wants to claim her life, I'll give this old bone of mine to her. I listened to the clouds. What he means I naturally understand, but I still believe that Zhao Xian she is not a snake demon, much less want to claim her life. Grandpa, I'll go wait in the bedroom. If she really is a snake demon, I'll admit it. After Grandpa who left, I looked at Grandpa and said. Grandpa gave me a frosty look and mouthed, okay, you go in, I'll stand guard outside, and you yell if anything happens. I nodded, although I was still scared, but in my heart I was even more determined that Zhao Xian was helping me. If she really was a snake demon who wanted to kill me, then I'd give her this life. She saved me anyway, so I consider it a return to her. Returning to the bedroom in my white groom suit, I sat down directly on the bed, still thinking about Zhao Xian in my heart. Every single one of her looks is so beautiful, even in my heart. As long as I see her again, even if it means death, I feel it's worth it. The fear in my heart was swept away. I waited quietly. No light was turned on inside the room. A pair of white candles were lit on the table, which had already burned a small amount. I waited from Z hour to ugly hour. There was still no movement inside the room. I was a little anxious, because I didn't know if the person who took my jade ring was Zhao Xian. If it was really her who took it, why didn't she come over to find me yet? Could it be that she doesn't like me anymore? Waiting and waiting, I was a bit sleepy and just about ready to close my eyes. Grandpa suddenly broke in. He looked at me who was still sitting alone on the bed, sighed and said, it seems that this snake demon is really pestering you. After collecting the bride price but not coming to you, she is trying to slowly torture you to death. Grandpa, if Zhao Xian is really a snake demon, then she's also a good person. If she wants my life, I'll willingly give it to her. I stood up and said firmly, asshole, what a ghost. Have you forgotten how those 6 people in the village died? If she was a good person, she would have gotten them killed? Grandpa cursed loudly, raising his hand and preparing to beat me again. Grandpa's reminder made me lose my breath. Yes, if Zhao Xian was a good person, why did she kill those people? This thought, however, was dispelled by me in just an instant. In my heart, Zhao Xian wasn't a bad person at all. She was so gentle. Grandpa's hand didn't fall in the end, not because he didn't want to beat me up, but his cell phone rang. He turned on that old man's machine. The sound was especially loud. It was Grandpa who calling. Elder brother Zhao, you should quickly take the waifs away from the house. The theater troupe's car has crashed down the cliff. It's obviously done by those female ghosts on Tomb Head Mountain. They will soon go back for you. Grandpa whose urgent voice came out from inside the phone, and after saying this, Grandpa whose phone hung up. Do you hear me? Hurry up and take off your clothes and come with me. Grandpa said anxiously as well. I panicked and stood up, then stubbornly said, Grandpa, Zhao Xian will come to save me. She's a fairy in the sky. He won't let those female ghosts hurt me. Grandpa was furious with me. He rushed over in 2 steps and raised his hand, ready to grab my groom's clothes, and at this time, Zhao Yixian's voice once again sounded, yes, the kid is right, I won't let those female ghosts hurt him. Zhao Yixian's graceful figure appeared in the doorway, looking even more moving in the yellowish light. Zhao Yixian. I bent down violently to avoid my grandfather and ran straight towards her, jumping into her arms in a flash. Grandfather also saw her, just sighed and said, Great Immortal, what happened in the first place? It's my incompetent grandson who was wrong, but 6 people have already died, so Great Immortal's retaliation should be enough. This grandson of mine told me everything. He didn't lay his hands on him. I don't know why Great Immortal is so bitterly pestering him to stay away. Zhao Yixian smiled wanly and reached out to hold me tightly in her arms. Her mouth said, Old Wang is afraid that he misunderstood my daughter. Zhao Mo saved my daughter. How would my daughter harm him? Saved you? Grandpa and I asked at the same time. Zhao Yixian said, people die and become ghosts, animals become demons. Since ancient times animal cultivation are against the way of heaven. Even to obtain the qualification of taking human form, it needs 500 years of Taoism, and to really cultivate into the right fruit, it is even more necessary to 3 to go to 2, only 1. That day I and the other 2 spirit snakes are fighting for the right fruit cannot be resisted at the same time. Bumped into the village of the 6 people. Thought that the 3 of us will be all dead. All of us would die in this calamity, not knowing that my luck was favorable. I was only greatly injured in my vitality, escaped with my life, and eventually stayed inside Zhao Mo's coffin to recover my vitality. Hearing Zhao Yixian's words, I realized what was going on. She really was a snake demon, but it didn't matter to me. I hurriedly asked, Sister Fairy, tell Grandpa that you didn't have anything to do with the deaths of those 6 people, right? Zhao Yixian sighed and said regretfully, yes, the 2 of them were not killed by me. It's just that they killed the other 2 spirit snakes, and their bodies were possessed by the spirit snake's divine consciousness, which was latent for 7 years, and after 7 years, they will surely die, and I wanted to save them, but my heart was more than enough. I see, then this ghost theater of mine has instead attracted bad luck. Grandpa said, not knowing why, he believed Zhao Yixian's words. Zhao Yixian shook her head and said, Old Wang, that's not the case. As you know, Zhao Mo's destiny is extremely mean. There will be a ghostly disaster. I already sensed it when he approached me, and just now, after looking at his 8 characteristics, I'm even more certain that this destiny can't avoid a ghostly disaster. Zhao Yixian's tone was sincere, and there was no pretense between her words. What the girl said is extremely true. I also found out that this kid's destiny is special, but I didn't comprehend the meaning of this layer. Now that a great disaster is coming, I don't know how we should circumvent it, Grandpa said with some worry. I looked at Zhao Yixian and said, Grandpa, you don't have to worry, Sister Fairy is awesome. Just a few words and she scared those female ghosts away. Grandpa shook his head and said, Z-time is good for fairies, and ugly time is good for ghosts. Besides, there are still us on the stage, and the troupe that sings the ghost opera even has some small tricks to confuse the ghosts, and in the current situation, I'm afraid that Miss Zhao won't be able to cope with it as easily as she could. I turned my head to look at Zhao Yixian and asked with some concern, Sister Fairy, is what Grandpa said true? Zhao Yixian nodded silently, then looked at me and said with a gentle smile, Little Prime Minister, don't worry, as long as you obediently listen to me, I promise to keep you safe. A little Prime Minister called me all over the body. At that time I just feel, I am the happiest person in this world. Okay, I hear you, I asked hurriedly, then added, so you'll be okay? You call him Little Prime Minister? Is the girl going to be with this boy? Grandpa asked in surprise. Zhao Yixian also said unapologetically, since my daughter received the bride price, she also deserves to be with him. Moreover, old man, you also know that I don't have the certainty to deal with those female ghosts right now. The only way to suppress his machine extreme destiny is to stop it from manifesting, and now that the hour has passed, you should understand that this is the only way to save him. I naturally understand, but this will deplete your Dao, Miss Zhao, and those female ghosts will definitely not let you go, Grandpa said. Zhao Yixian shook her head and said, I can't care about that now. Thank you then, Miss Zhao. Grandpa bowed respectfully, his face helpless. After Grandpa went out, Zhao Yixian just slightly raised her hand, and a gust of wind that came out of nowhere closed the door to the room. Zhao Yixian said with a light smile, if heaven and earth can't last forever, it's enough to have had it once. There is a gentleman in this life, and there is nothing else to ask for. Chapter 7, Immortals and Mortals are forever separated. Perhaps because of Zhao Yixian's gentleness, this time it was very short, Little Prime Minister, be good, just stay inside the room and don't go anywhere. Zhao Yixian turned around and walked out of the room after she finished speaking. That slender and perfect back figure was deeply imprinted in my mind. After Zhao Yixian went out, I seemed to have my ears covered, as if I were deaf, and could no longer hear any sound, while the old wooden door of that room was clearly shaking. I hurriedly climbed up and ran to the door of my room. Zhao Yixian's words made me restless. I always felt that something would happen. Through the doorway, I saw the scene inside the courtyard. At this time, Grandpa who had already returned, he and Grandpa were lying on the ground, and on their backs, I actually saw 2 female ghosts in black life clothes lying on top of them, so that they couldn't move at all, and only their limbs were constantly struggling. In the middle of the small courtyard, I saw a scene that made me even more disturbed. Zhao Yixian was surrounded by a dozen female ghosts, and there were constantly female ghosts pouncing towards her with their teeth and claws open. and their sharp nails scratched at Zhao Yixian's body, leaving behind one blood mark after another. Zhao Yixian's face was calm as she dealt with the female ghosts that kept pouncing on her, always protecting her white and absolutely beautiful face. The corners of her eyes were a little twitchy, between her arm swings and scatters. She could always repel a female ghost, but she couldn't seriously injure them, and those ugly and ferocious female ghosts didn't have any intention to be merciful. In just less than 3 minutes, Zhao Yixian's blue tight-fitting dress had already been stained with blood and turned into a purple color. "Stop! You female ghosts have what it takes to come at me." I fiercely grabbed the door, ready to go out. I don't know what the reason is, this door is obviously not hidden, but no matter how hard I try, I just can't get this door open. I made a commotion that made all those female ghosts look at me. At this time Zhao Yixian was already a little exhausted, staggering in the center of the courtyard. Her mouth seemed to be saying something, but I couldn't hear anything. Those female ghosts didn't continue to attack Zhao Yixian after seeing me, and a few of them had already drifted to the front of the door, their ugly, twisted, and ghastly white faces plastered in the middle of the doorway, looking exceptionally terrifying. "Come on, come and bite me. Ugly." Instead of being afraid, I roared loudly. They did that to Zhao Yixian. I hated them to the bone. Anger and hatred had long since dispelled the fear in my heart. Sap! A ghastly white palm suddenly slapped on top of my shoulder from behind. The huge force pulled me towards the back. I instantly felt a cool chill that penetrated my heart, and before I could react, I saw an even uglier female ghost's face appearing less than 10 centimeters away from me. The female ghost was staring at me so closely that I couldn't move at all, as if I was tied up by air. The female ghost looked at me for a while, her black lips moved a few times, and she didn't know what she said. Just at this time, Zhao Yixian, who was covered in blood, suddenly came to my side, and with a lift of her hand and a slap, she slapped the female ghost back several meters. Zhao Yixian reached out and pulled me into her arms, escorting me to a corner, saying something angrily, and those female ghosts rushed in, each with open teeth and claws, their grim eyes all looking at Zhao Yixian. There was no longer anyone interested in me. I couldn't hear anything. It was as if I had gone deaf. The inside of the room was a mess and I couldn't hear a single movement. Zhao Yixian talked to them for nearly a minute. Those female ghosts eventually pounced, and at that moment, Zhao Yixian stretched out a handful of blood and flicked it on my face. I felt dizzy and weak, and sat down against the corner of the wall, and my eyelids became incredibly heavy, and in the moment before I closed my eyes, I could only see more than a dozen female ghosts rushing over, and the only one who was in front of me to protect me was Zhao Yixian's small, weak, and blood-covered body. When I woke up it was already sunrise. Beside the bed sat Grandpa and Grandpa who, both of them were in poor mental condition. Grandpa saw me wake up and was completely relieved. His mouth said, "Finally woke up. It seems to have dodged the bullet safely." Grandpa who picked up the conversation and said, "Yeah, just pity that Miss Zhao." I sat up violently and asked anxiously with my mouth full, "Grandpa, where is Zhao Yixian?" Grandpa shook his head and sighed without saying anything. I hurriedly grabbed Grandpa who's sleeve. "Grandpa who, I beg you to tell me where Zhao Yixian went. I'm going to look for her. She's fine, right?" Grandpa who also sighed. Looking at the expression of the two old men, my tears were suddenly like broken pearls. The feeling is hard to describe. Even when my grandfather beat me the most, I have not shed so many tears. I vaguely feel that my fairy sister, the woman who called me Little Prime Minister, the woman who was guarding me with her life, has already left. But I don't want to admit it. I don't want to accept it either. I'd rather live in a dream and let her live forever in my mind. I hurriedly grabbed the groom's clothes beside the bed and haphazardly put them on, and said with my mouth, "Grandpa, I'm going to marry Zhao Yixian." Grandpa didn't object to me this time, but nodded heavily and said, "Okay, I'll take you to see her." Yes. I jumped up and down with excitement. Grandpa said he'd take me to see her, so did that mean she was still around? Grandpa and Grandpa who led me to the inside of the courtyard, the west corner of the courtyard. There is an extra earth bag. This earth bag is newly dug. The soil on it is not yet dry. In front of the earth bag, erected a wooden board in pen and ink. Nothing is written on the top of the board. In front of the wooden board, there is an incense burner and a few plates of tribute. She went away. We have set up a grave for her here. You should pay your respects more often in the future. It will be good for her reincarnation. Grandpa who said. Looking at my grandfather's sad and serious expression, I kneeled down in front of the grave, once again sobbing, this cry, enough to cry for nearly an hour, and finally the tears dried up. I said breathlessly, Grandpa who, I want to marry her, bye-bye, can I? It should be, such an affectionate and righteous woman deserves it. Grandpa who picked up the conversation. I didn't ask my grandfather what exactly happened last night, and I don't know how those female ghosts left, and I don't know what happened to Zhao Yixian's death. These things, my grandfather will tell me. At this time, I just kneeled down in front of her grave and cried. Grandpa brought a pair of candles, this time they were red, and by the way, he also brought a wine pot and 2 cups, poured 2 cups of wine, and then took out the jade ring, and seriously said to that jade ring, Miss Zhao, thank you for helping Zhao Mo. Without you, he would be lying inside the coffin right now, and he owes his life to you, and today, he is going to pay his last respects to you, and I'm going to be the master of the house and fulfill you guys. Grandpa said and poured one of the glasses of wine on top of that jade ring. The wine touched the ring and a faint white mist rose up, then seeped into the dirt below. Quickly drink your wine. Grandpa who reminded. I picked up that glass and drank the soju inside in one go. The spice stung my throat and made my eyes water. It was my first time drinking. The sunlight shot from the front, very harsh, but in the back of the grandfather's small courtyard, but suddenly coalesced a dark cloud, soon pattering rain. Grandpa who sighed and said, the east side of the sunrise and the west side of the rain, the road is no sunshine, but there is love, this snake fairy love is strong. The ghost play after the name to be changed, attachment but not allowed, immortal and mortal forever separated. You will be called Zhao Lianfan later. Zhao Xian, Zhao Lianfan, the names match, you'll change your name to Zhao Lianfan from now on. Grandpa also chimed in. I nodded. Although the name was a bit feminine, I liked it. I picked up the quill on the ground, tapped the ink, and wrote 2 rows of curved and twisted characters directly on the blank wooden plaque. Wife Zhao Xian's tomb, husband Zhao Lianfan erected. Worship is very simple. That piece of jade ring was grandfather with a red rope tied around my neck. I put it close to my chest. To say is also very strange. Daytime is very hot, the jade ring is very cold, exceptionally comfortable, and at night when it is cold, the temperature of the jade ring is higher than my body temperature. It is more feel the whole body warm and baked. That night, I kept dreaming about Zhao Yixin, especially the scene where Zhao Yixin was surrounded by those female ghosts. When I got up in the morning, I found that the whole pillow was soaked with my tears, and I knew that in my dream, I cried the whole night, and I missed Zhao Yixin even more, and I hated those female ghosts with a passion. Early the next morning, I climbed out of bed, while my grandfather was not yet up. I clenched my teeth, shouldered a hoe and a shovel in the yard and went out the door. I'm going to go digging graves, digging up all the graves of those female ghosts, and taking their bones out to be exposed to the sun. They are the ones who killed Zhao Yixin, and I won't let them go. June day, dollface, said Change, just out of the courtyard door. Outside began to pour rain. I did not pay attention to these. Do not dig the graves of those female ghosts. My heart, this resentment is always not out. I even thought, simply let those female ghosts get me dead. Maybe I can still see Zhao Yixin after death. There's nothing a man can fear when he doesn't even want his life. Carrying a hoe and a shovel all the way, he ran wildly, shedding tears as he did so, and the taste of the rain and the tears mingling together was a little sour. I don't know where I got the strength to run for 2 hours without breakfast, and by the time I got to the back, that shovel could only be dragged along. God also seems to support my behavior in general. When I walked to the cemetery hill, the dark clouds dispersed, the rain also stopped. The morning sun shines on my body is very warm. I took off the clothes on the body, wringing out the water on it, and haphazardly put it on my shoulders, carrying a hoe and shovel and walked toward the cemetery hill. After the rain, the graveyard mountain was covered by a thick layer of fog. It looked a bit indistinct. After walking for nearly 100 meters, I began to recall the route that Grandpa who brought me up that night, wanting to find the graves of those female ghosts who were invited by Grandpa who to watch the ghost show. Past a familiar grave. This grave is one of my classmates' mother. Her mother was hanged. When the funeral, I sent the funeral together. Passing by the classmate her mother's grave, I pay 2 obeisance to that grave, and then continue to walk forward. But walking, I found that I went back to her grave, and I want to look for those female ghosts of the graves. None of them saw. I was a little anxious, holding a vicious anger in my heart. I would never be satisfied until I plowed away the graves of those dozen female ghosts. Chapter 8: Digging a grave and hitting a wall. I continued to climb up the hill, and after climbing a distance of nearly 50 meters, I turned my head and once again saw the grave of my classmate's mother, and the smiling black and white photo on the tombstone was staring at me, as if it had something to say to me. Auntie, there's nothing wrong with me coming to dig a grave, but my target is not you, so don't fool me, okay? I said helplessly to that tombstone. At this time, I didn't know what to do. After I said that, I continued to climb up, but for the third time, I once again saw the grave of my classmate's her mother, and this time, the black and white photo on the tombstone was no longer smiling. It looked serious, and seemed to be staring at me with hatred. It was a strange thing. I put down my hoe and shovel and rubbed my eyes hard. The expression on that picture changed again to a very weird smile. I was in a panic, suddenly remembered that when my classmate's mom died, I also went to see it. Her tongue was sticking out, because of suffocation, her face was full of redness, her eyes almost wanted to explode as if she was in shock. I was scared to tears at that time. I winced and didn't look at the grave again, once again skirting it and continuing up the hill. This is not a very high hill of graves. I actually climbed for almost an hour, and when I thought I was about to reach the top, I once again saw my classmate's mother's grave, and the photo above the tombstone actually turned out to be the horrible look she had when she was still hanging. Looking at the picture on top of that tombstone, I had a chill from the inside out. My whole body was getting goosebumps, but remembering the scene of Zhao Yixin being hurt by those female ghosts, I forced myself to swallow, and said, Auntie, don't play with me, will you? I still have a serious matter to attend to. After saying this, I felt I was a little dizzy and looked up, which made me realize with shock that I was still at the foot of the mountain and had not gone up at all. Ghost hit the wall? This word popped up in my mind. Ghosts hit the wall I have not encountered, but in the countryside, about ghosts hit the wall of too many things. I heard that the next door family's lead Debo is because of the ghosts hit the wall to the death. He encountered the ghosts hit the wall when he has been in the mountains to run for a night, the speed of a very fast and rabbit-like. The next day when other people woke him up, he fell headlong. The solar plexus is just hit on a piece of pointy stone, and died. I heard my grandfather say that if you run into a ghostly wall, you can't go any further, and don't be afraid, at this time, you'll be fine if you only stay where you are. I was anxious to sit in place for a long time, after about an hour, because of too tired. I actually fell asleep lying on the ground. In my dream, I kept hearing Zhao Xian saying sorry. I asked her why she was sorry, but she did not answer me, but just said sorry one after another, and I asked her where she was and other questions, and she likewise did not say. Pa! I don't know how long I slept, but a slap from my grandfather woke me up and said angrily, "Little brat, what are you doing here? And you brought a hoe and shovel, are you digging a grave for yourself?" I reached out and rubbed my rolling face, and said firmly with my mouth, "Grandpa, I'm going to dig the graves of those female ghosts, I'm going to get all their bones out and expose them to the sun, and I'm going to kill them." Seeing my firmness, Grandpa said with his mouth, "Are you tired of living? It's so hard to get things over with. Why do you still come looking for trouble?" For Zhao Xian. I stubbornly climbed up, grabbed the hoe and shovel and ran up the hill. Now that Grandpa had come over, that ghostly wall should be gone. Ever since Zhao Xian called me little prime minister, I saw her as my wife. My wife was killed by those female ghosts. As a prime minister, if I didn't help her take revenge, I would be too sorry for her. "Get back here, did digging up their graves help? Come back to me quickly," Grandpa shouted anxiously from behind. I don't care, from the beginning of my life I was afraid that I was particularly stubborn, and what I had decided in my heart, even if it was a 9-headed ox, could not be pulled back. Grandpa was old and moved very slowly, plus he was already a bit tired from coming from home. He couldn't catch up with me at all, and could only shout loudly from behind, "You little brat, if you dare to dig a grave today, go back and I'll break your legs. Even if you beat me to death, I will still dig." I responded loudly. Finally I found a grave. I remembered the picture on top of that tombstone, the incense Grandpa who had lit here before, the incense stick and that apple were still there. Without saying a word, I flung the shovel on the ground and argued that the hoe was ready to smash towards the black and white photo on top of that tombstone. "You stop, Zhao Xian is not dead. You can't smash," Grandpa yelled loudly. The hoe that was swinging in the air stopped, and I turned my head to look at Grandpa, knowing that 9 times out of 10 he was cajoling me. Grandpa sat down on the ground and panted heavily. Looking at my grandfather's old look, I immediately sobered up a lot. There are times when I am overwhelmed by hatred. I simply can't care so much. I also know that I dug up the grave. Those female ghosts will definitely come to find me in trouble. I dug up the grave. In addition to taking out my anger for Zhao Xian, I also have one more idea, that is, to be killed by these female ghosts. Maybe I can still meet with Zhao Xian after my death. Zhao Xian. But this kind of thinking is too selfish of me. Grandpa is alone and so old, not to mention whether or not he will be dragged into it, but if I die, how will he live in the future? Who will take care of him? I dropped my hoe and quickly ran to my grandpa's side, lifted him up and sat on top of a rock, saying with my mouth, "I'm sorry Grandpa, I really miss her too much. If I don't do something for her, I'll have trouble sleeping and eating. Well, I know that you value love, but if you do this, it won't help at all. Instead, you'll invite trouble again, do you understand?" Grandpa unprecedentedly didn't scold me. With this attitude, I pretty much understood that Grandpa was really coaxing me when he said that Zhao Xian didn't die just now. Even after guessing that it was coaxing, I still asked undeterred, "Grandpa, is Zhao Xian really not dead?" Grandpa saw me calm down. His mouth said, "Grandpa just lied to you. I hope you don't blame Grandpa. You have to know, your life is given by Miss Xiao. She paid the price of her life. Your life is not only your own, she also is half. She wants you to live well. If you die, how sad would Miss Xiao be?" I nodded silently and mouthed, "I know, Grandpa. I know, I don't want to break her heart. I want to live for her and live well." Grandpa reached out and patted my shoulder and said, "Well, living well is the best consolation for Miss Xiao. Let's go home." I turned my head to retrieve my hoe and shovel, and smiled and said thank you to my classmate as I passed by her mom's grave, while the picture above her tombstone changed back to what it had been. After returning home, I first worshipped Zhao Xian, and then made a meal. During the meal, Grandpa and I talked about that night. That night, I couldn't hear anything because Zhao Xian covered my ears. As for what reason, Grandpa didn't say. Zhao Xian fought to preserve me, and also knew that she couldn't beat those dozen female ghosts, so she didn't lay a death hand on them either, and only hoped that they would let go. That night, Zhao Xian transmitted her immortal energy into my body, sealing my extreme destiny, which made those female ghosts not turn on me anymore, but instead spread all their grievances on Zhao Xian, and finally tore her alive into pieces. Grandpa sighed deeply after he finished speaking, and said under his breath, "Alas, 500 years of Taoism, and it was not easy to take human form, but it ended up like this. It's a pity, it's a pity." I hadn't said anything since the beginning of the meal, and Grandpa let me know that Zhao Xian was really there. A flash of 3 years passed. In these 3 years, I lived a very smooth life, no more disasters. Not only that, my physical quality has become very good, even the cold has never been. Perhaps because Zhao Xian has given me the reason of immortal qi, my memory is super strong, almost to the point that I cannot forget. Because of good grades, I became the teacher's favorite and the object of envy of my classmates, coupled with my looks are not bad. Some female classmates have leaned over, many of them are beautiful and rich family and good academic performance. But I do not have any heart. In my heart, only Zhao Xian. This 3 words. In addition, I can always see something that others cannot see. Grandpa, who said it was Zhao Xian's immortal chi, sealed my extreme fate, opened my yin and yang eyes. But these things, no one will believe it, and after that ghost disaster, I will not be afraid of those things. Pretend not to see, there will not be anything. Grandpa suddenly fell seriously ill during the summer vacation the year of graduation, without any signs, and the day he fell seriously ill happened to be the day after the singing of the ghost opera, that is, the early morning of the day when Zhao Xian and I simply paid our respects to each other. That day, I was awakened by the heavy and weak coughing of my grandfather, who seemed to have known that this was the day he would leave, and from the night before, he had said that he would ask me to sleep in the same bed with him, something that had never happened before. I don't know what caused his illness, but he was in a lot of pain, and his limbs also started to slowly grow some snake scales, which made me panic, and Grandpa wouldn't let me call a doctor. He just said, 3 years have passed, and heaven's destiny has come to an end, and it's time for me to go, and before I leave, I need to tell you one thing, and it's about Miss Zhao. Cough, cough, cough. After Grandpa finished talking, he started coughing again, and this time, it lasted for more than 3 minutes. I didn't say a word during these 3 minutes. The Miss Zhao and Grandpa's words appeared in my dreams almost every night during these 3 years. I never stopped thinking about her. It's just that some profound experiences will make people grow up fast. It's like this time when Grandpa said he was going to leave the world. I just silently shed tears, didn't argue, didn't make a scene. All the sadness was suppressed in my heart, the same as Zhao Xian. I equally don't want to let Grandpa feel sad for me. I want to become very strong. Grandpa, you say. I wiped a tear from my eye and still couldn't stop sobbing. Chapter 9, Grandfather's Dying Words. Grandpa, forced to smile, suddenly stopped coughing, became a bit glowing. His mouth said fluently, seeing you so strong, Grandpa is relieved. Renfana, in fact, Grandpa had lied to you in the beginning. Miss Zhao did not die. She was about to be killed by those female ghosts at that time. I reached an agreement with those female ghosts, at the cost of my young life, to save her Yuanshan. Grandpa, so you're leaving this world now because of saving Zhao Xian? I asked sadly. Grandpa laughed and said, healers don't heal themselves. I tell people's fortunes and read their 8 characters, but I don't know how my own destiny is. I've looked for your third uncle to calculate it. In fact, by next year, I'll also be at the end of my days. It doesn't have any effect on me. Miss Zhao's love and righteousness is unparalleled. I can use 1 year of my young life to save Miss Zhao's Yuanshan, which is already considered to be very worthwhile. Metamorphosis? I asked, a little puzzled. Grandpa nodded his head and said, yes, people die and leave their souls and spirits, demons perish and save their Yuanshan. Miss Zhao's Yuanshan, at this time, is still in the jade ring in front of your chest. In fact, these 3 years, she has always been accompanying you. It's just that her Yuanshan was poisoned by the fury of those female ghosts, resulting in it only being able to parasitize in the jade ring. Then how come she never talks to me? I asked, a little puzzled. Grandpa shook his head and said, although she didn't talk to you, but she saved you once. 3 years ago you went to dig a grave, that ghost beat the wall. It was she who asked Bamboo, her mother, to make it. If you really went to dig a grave at that time, then both of our masters wouldn't be able to live today. She didn't talk to you. One is that she didn't want to make you worry, and another one, it might be because she was too weak. I panicked and yanked out the jade ring from my chest, holding it tightly in my hand as I said to the ring, Zhao Xian, are you really there? As soon as I finished my question, the originally cold jade once again emitted a burst of warmth, literally responding to me. Grandpa, she really is. I forced a smile. I was actually quite happy at this point in time. I just couldn't be happy at my soon-to-be departed grandfather. Grandpa smiled, nodded and said, although you are only 18 years old, your mind is already very mature. Miss Zhao is kind to our family. You have to find a way to help her. Grandpa, what should I do? I asked, opening my mouth. Grandpa replied, go to the city and find your third uncle. He should have an idea. I have a third uncle? How come I've never heard you talk about it before? For as long as I can remember, I have no mom or dad, no uncles or brothers, and my grandfather is my only relative. Grandpa sighed and said, your grandmother helped me to give birth to a total of 3 sons. The oldest and the oldest 2 both died accidentally when they were 9 years old. I thought it was an accident, and only later did I realize that it was my problem, and that I was destined to be orphaned and widowed. So I divorced your grandmother and drove her away, and your grandmother was uneducated. And I didn't want to let your third uncle to drag your grandmother down, and so I sneakily sent your third uncle to a close friend's Taoist temple inside. Your third uncle learned some metaphysical skills and went to the city. He wanted to come back a few times, but I scolded him away. I was afraid that he would be killexed again. I listened silently without interrupting, and Grandpa continued, the one thing I'm most sorry for in my life is your grandmother. If you can see her in the future, say, I'm sorry for me. I let out couldn't stop the tears from flowing, and forced myself to be genuine. Grandpa, I'm sorry for being naughty in the past and causing you so much trouble. Grandpa trembled his hands, lifted them up with difficulty, touched my head and said, you already understand things very well. I'm very relieved. There's one more thing. It's about your birth. In fact, you're not my real grandson. Grandpa, I am your Zhao Xian's grandson for life. I said firmly. Grandpa smiled with difficulty and said, your surname Zhao is not wrong, but you or I picked up picked up when you were less than half a year old. There is only a birth date and surname on you, as well as that jade ring on your body. I carefully combined our 8 characters. Know that my destiny does not grams you. I dared to adopt you. The jade ring on your body is very uncomplicated. As for who your real parents are, I also searched for a long time, without any results. This matter, perhaps also can only rely on your own efforts. Well, Grandpa, I know, you rest for a while, don't talk so much. I choked as I wiped my tears, looking at my grandpa's weakened appearance. My heart ached in my heart. Oh, the hour is up, Renfan. Remember to take good care of yourself. The things in the drawer, I left them for you. There is still a long way to go. You have to be strong. Keep a good heart. The old genius will favor you. These were the last words Grandpa said, and after he finished, he slowly closed his eyes and his hands naturally hung down, his face still maintaining a faint smile. Grandpa. I finally couldn't bear the immense grief and the tears broke the bank in heartbreaking cries. Less than an hour after my grandfather left, my voice was hoarse from crying, and all that apparent strength disappeared in an instant. Grandpa, who walked in with a life jacket, he looked at the remains of his grandfather on the bed, sighed deeply, wiped his wet eyes with his sleeve, and said with his mouth, Renfan, I'll take care of Zhao's aftermath. I looked at Grandpa Vu, my eyes red, and my mouth asked, Grandpa Vu, what's with the snake scales above my grandfather's hands and feet? Grandpa Vu sighed and said, those female ghosts wanted your grandfather's lifespan and didn't want to leave behind the crime of murder, so they used Miss Zhao's snake chi to control your grandfather's death, creating the illusion that your grandfather was killed by Miss Zhao. But in fact you know in your heart that this has nothing to do with Miss Zhao, right? Aha! I nodded silently and took the birthday suit from Grandpa Vu's hand, helping Grandpa change into it. Grandpa's funeral was held with great pomp and ceremony, also buried in the hill of the grave. The funeral lasted 3 whole days, 10 miles, and 8 villages came a lot of people. These people have been helped by Grandpa in the past. No one forgets their roots. The 5th day after my grandfather left, I only slept for a few hours in these 5 days. I finally couldn't bear to fall asleep in the evening of the day before, and in my dream I was accompanied by Zhaoixin, who seemed to know something, so she was consoling me one by one, except that her appearance was so blurred I couldn't see it at all. Only after I woke up did I gradually accept this reality. These days I have been living in Grandpa's bedroom, the drawer that Grandpa said. I never went to open it. Today, I know I should go. Grandpa is right, there is still a long way to go in the future, and inside the jade ring on my chest, there is still my wife Zhaoixin. No matter what, I have to save her, because she's all I have now. I opened that drawer. There were only 3 things inside the drawer, a letter, a wad of money, and a very old photograph. The photo is so blurry that you can't tell what it is, or even if it's a photo of a person or a landscape, but it's been through the plastic and won't get any blurrier. I slowly picked up that envelope and carefully opened it. The letter was long, written by my grandfather in penmanship. It was 3 pages long. After carefully reading that letter, I sighed deeply. Grandpa first told me the address of my 3rd uncle, and then wrote some speculations about my birth. Grandpa said that every year he would receive money from a stranger, and the money was placed on the doorstep. He suspected that the people who gave the money were my real parents, but he couldn't find them, and the money in the drawer was more than $50,000, which was given by the stranger. Grandpa, he kept it all the time, even on the day of the ghost opera. He would rather go out and borrow money than use the money. Folded the envelope and put it away. For my real parents, I don't have any feelings, and even some rejection. If they lost me and never showed up again, I don't blame them. If it is really as Grandpa said, every year still send money here, but refuse to come to recognize each other, which makes me bottom of my heart completely have no thoughts about them. After packing my things a little bit, then cleaning the house, all the doors and windows were closed. I dragged a small box and left the house. I didn't take my grandfather's tablet with me. I didn't have time to make offerings, and it was brought to the house by Grandpa who to make offerings. In ancient times, when parents die, they need to observe filial piety for 3 years. I also want to observe filial piety for my grandfather for 3 years, but this is not what my grandfather wants to see, and I'm anxious to save Zhaoixin, so I can only pray in my heart every day that my grandfather can go all the way to happiness, and reach the ultimate bliss as early as possible. Uncle 3 lives in the city, far from home. I took the bus most of the day, came to the bus station when it was already dark. I am not familiar with the city, and do not know how to take the bus, and because there is still some money on the body, so I am ready to take a taxi to the place where Uncle 3 is. Where to, lad? The driver asked solicitously. I said directly, Master, I'm going to know. 44, Chihan Road. Do you know if it's far from here? 44 Chihan Road? Young man, what are you doing there at night? The driver asked in surprise, his expression even slightly horrified. Looking at the expression on the driver's face, I asked with some confusion, Master, is there something wrong there? The driver sighed and said, Young man, you don't know, Xianhan Road is also called Thousand Souls Road. It used to be just a small independent town, during the anti-Japanese war, where it was turned into a mass grave, and then the whole town was abandoned. After the founding of the country, the government rebuilt it, and several dozens of families moved into it, but the place is very evil, and the people who live there have basically all become psychotic, and then the whole road is abandoned, and no one can see a person there during the day, let alone at night. Young man, you'd better get off. Basically all turned into a psychopath, and then the whole road of the house is abandoned, there is no one to live, there cannot see a person during the day, not to mention the night. Young man, you better get off, this kind of harmful things I do not do. Chapter 10, Breaking into the Thousand Souls Road at Night. There was something strange in my mind. The address of Uncle Sam that my grandfather gave me was obviously there, but why did this driver say that no one lived there? What was going on? Even so, I still begged and said, Master Driver, please help, or you can just drop me off at the intersection of Chinhan Road. No need to go in, I can just go in by myself. Young man, it's not that I don't send you, there are cameras everywhere. If I send you in and you die inside, I can't get out of it, especially the one you went to. No. 44, that's the most evil mansion. I advise you not to go there, and wait until daytime if you wanna go. Driver's division. Alright, I'm about to turn in my shift too, so get out of the car. That driver said with some impatience. I looked at the expression on the driver's face and sighed, pulling the door open and getting out of the car. Just getting off the bus, a young man with a duck-tongued hat came over, estimated to be around 20 years old. Little brother, do you want a taxi? I nodded and said, yes. Does big brother have a car? Yes. Where to? Thousand Muddy Road, number 44, can I go? I said directly. I was mentally prepared for this person to reject me as well. But the man agreed straight away. Yes, come with me, my car is over there. How much? I was also stunned. I didn't expect him to agree so quickly, thinking that maybe he was young and didn't know about the Thousand Muddy Road. 500. That expensive? I asked in surprise. That place is evil, there are ghosts, ordinary people do not dare to go. My car went to the temple inside the light, so I dare to go. Charge you 500 is definitely the price of conscience. That young man said without any scruples. I was anxious to see Uncle Sam earlier, and did not think much about it, and said, okay, just 500, let's go. Little brother is quick, come on, pay first, pay and leave immediately. The man said happily. Pay when you arrive, you're not afraid that I, a little kid, will renege, are you? I said faintly. In my heart I vaguely feel that this person who is full of is a liar, and the car has been opened to the light. Cheat a child? To my surprise again, the man hemmed and hawed and mouthed, yes, I'll accommodate you once, and later you'll accommodate me. Accommodate what? I asked, puzzled. Come on, get in the car and talk. The man said mysteriously. 5 minutes later, I pointed to a broken motorcycle and said to the guy who had already ridden on it, is this your bike? Not only was the broken trailer dilapidated, but it had no license plate. Yeah, just now I accommodated you once, now you also accommodate me once, we're even, little brother, I'm telling you, apart from me, no one really dares to go to that place. The man said firmly. I realized that I was being set up this time, but never mind, I could just get to the place. Motorcycles and minivans were all the same to me. Without a word, I climbed onto the motorcycle with an ironic grimace, placed the case between the two of us holding it, and mouthed, let's go. Okay, customer, you sit firmly. The man shouted and stepped down with a hard foot, no different from a psychopath. Dong deaf. Dang deaf. He stepped on it a dozen times and froze the engine. I just wanted to get angry. He said directly, don't worry, my motorcycle that has been opened needs to be sacrificed to the gods. It's hard to start, but it's absolutely fine. I sighed and stopped paying attention to him. It was imperative at this time to see Uncle Sam quickly and know how to help Xiaoyi Xian. A full 5 minutes had passed, and the broken motorcycle was about to fall apart when he stepped on it, and the engine finally started, the ear-splitting noise giving me a bit of a headache. See, I told you it would start. He twisted the gas after he finished speaking and went straight out, the huge inertia barely throwing me off the car. Can you slow down, big brother? I said somewhat breathlessly. I can't, I've already lost a lot of time, anymore, and I won't make it to the live broadcast. The man said loudly as the motorcycle weaved through the traffic on the road. He was riding fast, like he was in a hurry to cast off, and there were places where the road was uneven, so if I hadn't clamped my legs to the seat in a death grip, I would have been thrown out many times over. After the motorcycle had been riding for almost half an hour, there weren't many vehicles to be seen around. It was so desolate that even the density of streetlights was small. Little brother, don't be in a hurry, there are still a few minutes to go. The man said while riding his bike. The harsh sound of the motorcycle was like a lion roaring on the quiet road. Soon, the vehicle turned into a road with some broken pavement. He stopped the car. Both sides of the road are bungalows, there are street lamps around, but none of them are turned on. It is clear that it is only after 8 o'clock in the evening. None of the houses are turned on the lights, the dead air. It's true what that cab driver said, this place is really uninhabited. This is the 1000 Pistachio Road. I now take you to the 44th, you try not to say anything. When you arrive directly give me the money on the line. By the way, my name is Zhuge Wu, you call me Brother Wu on the line, this is my phone number. If you are being haunted by ghosts or hit the evil and so on, you can call to tell me. Exorcism and ghost catching and whatnot, I know a little bit about it. Zhuge Wu continued to brag about being awesome, and handed me a card. I took the card, nodded and said, thank you, I'll give you the money up front. I took out my wallet and pulled out $500 bills and handed them directly to him. He took the money and stuffed it into his pocket, and said with a hefty smile, little brother is quick, number 44 is not far away, and will be there soon. After he finished speaking, the motorcycle suddenly started. This time I was not prepared. My hand was still collecting my wallet and cards, even with the box directly thrown down. Nima, can you ride a bike or not? I can no longer resist cursing. What makes me even more speechless is that because the sound of the motorcycle was too loud, this Jugawu didn't seem to realize that I was thrown off the car, and he himself rode that broken motorcycle and had already rushed into Thousand Muddy Road. However, having arrived at the place, I didn't complain that much anymore. Anyway, this Thousand Pistachio Road has arrived, number 44, it shouldn't be hard to find. I dragged my suitcase into the Thousand Hun Road. It was really desolate. There was a lot of garbage on the street. It looked like it hadn't been cleaned for decades. The landscape trees next to it were all withered and yellowed. The stores around it were very dilapidated, and some of the light boxes had fallen down. The bunks and room doors here were basically open, and it was even darker inside, and under the moonlight, it looked like an open pitch-black maw, and the atmosphere was frightening. I breathed heavily, took out a flashlight, and shone it at the sign numbers on the door. All the ones on the left were singles, and all the ones on the right were doubles, so by that reckoning, number 44 should be on the right. I walked to the right sidewalk, 2, 4, 6, 8. Looking room by room, the further in I went, the more my heart grew fuzzy. There was no more sound around me except my footsteps and the sound of dragging the box. It was a bad feeling. Walking, in front of the store at number 14, the rest of my eyes glanced at a black shadow, which seemed to have no feet, and floated like that about 10 meters directly in front of me, and actually had no shadow under the moonlight. Since Zhao Xian broke my extreme numerology, my yin and yang eyes have been opened. From time to time I can see some things that others cannot see. At first I was very uncomfortable, but now I have become accustomed to it. Grandpa told me that after seeing it as if I did not see it will be fine, so I did not panic, as if nothing happened, continue to walk forward. Since I had to pretend I didn't see it, I had to walk hard. I'd been walking along the sidewalk before, and if I suddenly changed direction, it would surely know I'd seen him. If he knew I could see him, he'd probably come after me. As I walked up to him, I felt a coolness around me, a coolness that stung a little. I couldn't help but shiver, and even though I had been continuing on, I couldn't help but glance at him, a glance that almost didn't drop my soul. Ghosts I have seen, and have seen a dozen or so very scary female ghosts, and this black shadow, not only horrible to an extreme, but also let me have a kind of nausea impulse. He is not, his feet did not land, but he did not have the paws of the foot. The ankle seems to be bitten off by the beasts as if it is dripping with blood. He was wearing a tattered black tunic, revealing large areas of miserable white skin, which was festering to such an extent that there were actually many maggots crawling on it. What made me tremble even more was that a small half of his head was chopped off diagonally. The top part of his head behind the earlobes from his eyebrows down to the back of his head was cut off, and the ghastly white half of his face was dripping with disgusting deep yellow pus mixed with crimson blood and water. Two empty eye sockets just stared straight at me, their eyes all white. I don't know what it is. When I don't look closely at the ghost, it's just a shadow. When I concentrate on looking closely at the ghost, I see it clearly. Even at night when there is only moonlight, I see it incredibly clearly, as if the ghost is being illuminated by spotlights from all sides. Ho 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 ho. You can actually see me? That cracked head ghost look suddenly opened his mouth and said, this opening. Inside the mouth actually climbed out of several rats. Those rats once dropped, squeak for scattered crawling away. Holy! I cursed in my mind. This time I was really disgusted and almost didn't throw up. I hurriedly averted my gaze and pretended not to see him, dragging my suitcase quickly towards the front. But just after a few steps, I realized that my suitcase had suddenly become very heavy, at least more than twice as heavy. I turned my head to look and the man crackhead ghost had disappeared. I didn't think much about this situation. My grandfather told me that if the ghost knew that I saw him and then disappeared, there are two possibilities. The first one is that he didn't want to trouble me anymore and went away by himself. And there is another possibility, that is, it hid itself to haunt me. My yin and yang eyes are still only in an enlightened state. I can't see the ghosts that are purposely trying to hide themselves. Associated with the box in my hand is much heavier. I guess that the crackhead ghost has sat on top of my towing box, just I cannot see it. Thinking of this, I felt a chill behind my back. Perhaps it is a psychological effect. I actually also vaguely smelled a disgusting corpse stench. Chapter 11. A rescue ghost helps the rescuer. I forced down my inner fear and continued to walk forward. My grandfather and I said that general ghosts have their own fixed territory. The range will not exceed 100 meters. That is to say, if I walked out of the 100-meter range, this ghost should automatically leave. However, Grandpa also said that some ghosts are life-solvers or wandering spirits, and such ghosts will keep following passers-by, looking for a better place to settle down. I'm an extremely inbatsi, and although I was previously neutralized somewhat by Zhao Xian's immortal qi, 3 years have passed, and Zhao Xian's immortal qi has slowly faded. The jade ring against my chest emitted a burst of warmth. Zhao Xian was reminding me that I had messed with something bad, but there was nothing I could do about it right now. I just hoped that it wasn't a life-supporting grudge or a wandering ghost. I was also very regretful in my heart. Why did I look at him just now? If I didn't look at him, I guess nothing happened. Dragging the heavy box walked through 5 deserted storefronts, and when I came to the door of store number 24, the box suddenly became much lighter. I turned my head to look around, and there didn't seem to be any abnormality, and at the door of store number 24, there was a pile of paper money that hadn't been completely burned out yet, and that pile of fire was very conspicuous under this dark environment. I took a closer look at the pile of fire and instantly realized that this was someone burning paper money, and beside it, there was a stack of tributes and an apple with 3 sticks of incense sticking out of it. I didn't care why anyone was worshipping here, at least the ghost sitting on top of my suitcase was gone, perhaps drawn away by the tribute and paper money. Just as I was about to raise my foot to go forward, I suddenly heard a cry for help from inside, followed by a whimpering sound, as if someone had covered my mouth. Finally, I heard the sound of a wooden shelf collapsing. Someone's on the loose. My heart shook as I let go of the case, and I didn't think twice about leaping right in. After leaping inside, he realized that this was a very large coffin store, and although the store was already deserted, there were still many coffins lying around inside this store. I've been sleeping inside the coffin since I was a kid, so I'm not afraid of it. In addition to this, there are a lot of paper dolls erected in a corner here, and because the light is particularly dim, you can only see one black shadow of about 1 meter. I frowned. It was quiet in here, nothing unusual at all except a little scary. Did I just hear it wrong? I didn't have a flashlight with me, but one's eyes adapt after being in the dark for a long time, and in the presence of moonlight, even if this was inside the house, one could make out a general idea. As I was just about to leave the place, a low male voice came from inside this coffin store. The ing gentle, you won't have any fun if you kill this chick. Big brother, she was yelling just now, and I was afraid that people would hear her. It's 1,000 ing jerks of a road, no one would hear her even if she screamed her ass off. But isn't it rumored that there are ghosts in here? What if it attracts ghosts? Look at you girl, this broken guts. We burned the paper money and placed the tribute outside. If there are ghosts, they will surely take it. Take the man's hand is short, the ghosts are the same. Even if there are ghosts, they won't come to trouble us. Dependable? Big brother. Of course it's reliable, all the brothers on the road do it. It works 100 times. It's just that you've ing knocked this chick out now. How am I supposed to play? Big brother, it's just getting dizzy, not dead. It's the same. Same, playing with dead fish? It's not easy to get such a superb girl over here, but you still ing fainted. The male voice was a bit angry. Don't worry big brother, I'll pour water on her to wake her up. Hurry up, the male voice said with some impatience. I followed the sound and looked over, and in the corner of this coffin store, there was actually a door, but it was closed. I instantly realized what was going on, and after bypassing a few coffins, I walked over to the door in the corner, which was so well sealed that I could only see a faint glimmer of light from inside the cracks near the lock, and if I didn't walk over to this position, I wouldn't even be able to see this light. I looked in through the doorway and saw that there was a bed inside, a pretty girl of only 17 or 18 laying on the bed. The girl's eyes were closed and she was obviously knocked out. Her blouse was torn open and her short skirt was lifted up. Sitting around the bed were 2 men, a bald, burly man with a large tattoo showing. The other was relatively much thinner, about the same height as me, about 1 meter 7, with a flat head and a pair of glasses. On the bedside table next to them, 2 red candles were lit, their flames imprinted on the bodies of these 2 men, whose expressions looked hideous. I deeply breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally know what these 2 people want to do. These are really bold, actually in this 1,000 souls road to do such a thing, also not afraid of being killed by ghosts. At the same time, I knew that I was no match for these 2, and that going in wouldn't be enough for them to throw a punch. What to do? I was a little anxious to look inside. The man wearing glasses has drunk a large mouthful of mineral water, a mouthful of sprayed on the girl's face. The girl's body trembled, her eyes slowly opened after seeing the hideous 2 men, hurriedly sat up, hands protected in front of his body, said loudly, what do you want to do? Ha. Look at the clothes on you, isn't it obvious? We are civilized people, if you obediently cooperate, we will rob a sex, if not, whether you can still see tomorrow's sun, that's hard to say. The bald man said with a lewd smile, drawing out a bright dagger from behind. Seeing the dagger made me even more worried. If I didn't do something, this girl was most likely done for. The mind was spinning rapidly. Now that I was single-handed, rushing in was undoubtedly a way to send death, and it would be strange if they could let me go after spoiling their good deed. Go away, you guys go away. The girl's desperate screams came through, followed by the sound of clothes being torn apart. Where do I dare to hesitate? A foot on the door, and then turned around and ran to another corner of the pile of paper dolls inside hiding. I clearly know that I cannot show up. Not only I am in danger, the girl is also the same, cannot be saved. Boom! The door, which wasn't very sturdy in the first place, was kicked open by me, and it was quiet inside for 2 seconds, and then came the roar of the bald man. Who the is disturbing me? I squatted in a pile of paper dolls inside a move do not dare to move, was found in the completely finished. Immediately after that I saw bald and glasses rush out. They shone around with their flashlights and didn't spot me. Big brother. There's no one. Could it be that there really are ghosts here? Glasses shivered. When the bald head heard this glasses, he winced and said, don't be a ing crow. So what do you think just happened? Glasses looked around warily, his face terrified. The bald man's breathing became ragged as well, and the corners of his eyes twitched a few times as if he was thinking of something, and he hadn't made a decision yet when suddenly he heard the sound of a suitcase roller rubbing against the floor. The sound was familiar to me. It was the same sound when I was dragging the box. I had left the box outside. Did someone drag it in? I turned my head slightly and suddenly saw something that alarmed me. The black box I had, without anyone holding it, was actually moving on its own. Ma'am, big brother, look, what's going on with that box? Glasses the first time with a flashlight shone over. Along with the light of the flashlight, I see clearly, that box is really moving on the ground, and still oblique, only the front of the two rollers on the ground. But the front of this box does not have anything. Moreover, the direction of that box moving is towards my side. Asterisk. Seeing this supernatural phenomenon, the bald head could no longer calm down and ran towards the door of the coffin store with his legs spread out, and the glasses were even more scared, stumbling and rushing out while screaming. I remained crouched in place and didn't move, watching the box slowly move to the side of the pair of papier-mâché figures, and then stopped, righting itself and then never moving again. After waiting for a little while, I calmed down a bit. No matter what, this ghost dragging the box kind of helped me, otherwise those two would have found me sooner or later. Thinking this way, I was grateful and not so scared, and even pretended to hug my fist at the box and said, "Thanks a lot, strong man." I didn't rush for the box, but quickly went into the room in the corner over there, where the girl was still on the bed, shivering and leaning over it, her hands clasped around her knees and her clothes not having had a chance to straighten out. Relieved, I walked over and said, "Missy, are you okay?" The girl shivered violently and slowly looked up at me, her face wet, not sure if it was tears or mineral water sprayed out by the guy with the glasses. You. Are you a ghost?" The girl shrank back while looking at me in horror. I smiled and said easily, "I'm not a ghost. Have you ever seen such a handsome ghost?" The girl froze, her expression eased a little, and her mouth said, "Then just now, they said there really is a ghost. What is this place?" Chapter 12 Uncle San is unreliable. The Path of 1,000 Souls, have you heard of it? I asked suspiciously. The girl's body shuddered again. It was obvious that she had heard of it and was still scornful of the place. "You say this is the Road of 1,000 Souls? After the girl calmed down, she suddenly frowned at me. I nodded and said, "Yes, this is the Path of 1,000 Souls. My name is Yu Mengxian. What is your name?" The girl's face calmed down completely, and was even a bit ugly. I replied, "My name is Zhao Renfan. You should have been kidnapped, but I can't send you home right now. I have things to do." Yu Mengxian said indifferently, "Shouldn't you say that I'm your savior? I'm sending you back now?" I looked at her a little puzzled and said, "I give you a ride back, but I really don't have the time right now. And then ask my dad for favors after sending me back. Isn't that how the script is supposed to work?" Yu Mengxian directly interrupted me. "What script?" Yu Mengxian sneered and said, "Don't think I don't know. You just want to approach me on purpose. If I'm not wrong, those two people just now are your accomplices, right? Using ghosts to fool people. Your tactics are too low. Do you think that if you heroically save me, I will be grateful to you? Or even stay with you?" When she said that, I completely understood. No wonder her attitude changed so quickly. So that's what happened. I shook my head helplessly and said, "I can't do anything if you want to think so. It's a coffin store outside, and those two might not have gone far. You'd better wait until it's light before you go out. I'll go first." "Hey!" Yu Mengxian saw me turn around and leave, and hurriedly stood up, haphazardly organized her clothes, and quickly came to my side, reaching out and grabbing my arm. "What for?" I asked suspiciously. "What will I do if you leave?" Yu Mengxian said. I said breathlessly, "You're not saying I'm in league with them, are you? I'll take you to the den of thieves and see what you do then. Don't you just want favors? As long as you send me home, I'll ask my dad to give you 100,000. Yu Mengxian said directly, obviously not because she believed me, but because she was afraid to stay here. "I'm not going to send you home. I still have to go find my third uncle. I don't have time." I shrugged off Yu Mengxian's hands and walked straight out. Yu Mengxian also quickly followed me out, and when she saw those coffins lying around outside and those paper zippers, she directly let out an ah and once again tightly hugged me from behind. "What are you doing?" I simply stopped there, very helpless in my heart. I have a wife, and Zhao Xian is inside my jade pendant. This hugging and cuddling is unseemly. I want to go out with you," Yu Mengxian said in a small voice, her head buried directly above my back, not daring to look around at all. I broke her hands and said, "Just follow me. How am I supposed to walk with you holding me like that?" "No, I'm scared." Yu Mengxian spoke these words almost with a roar. I said in a low voice, "If you scream again, those two will be back. Pull on my coat and follow with your eyes closed." Yu Mengxian finally ran out of steam and said in a small voice, "Okay, don't go too fast." I nodded and looked at the box by the other corner, which had a ghost sitting on top of it, which I knew very well, and thought to myself that I should simply leave it here for now, and come over to get it after I found Uncle Sam. But just a few steps out, the box suddenly tilted up and moved towards me. I was helpless. It seems that this ghost is determined to make me take him away. With this situation, how dare I not take this box? Anyway, Grandpa said that Uncle San had learned real Shinmen magic, so he should be able to help me out. Seeing me walk back, the box didn't move again, so I walked over and pulled it up and headed for the door, the weight of the box, still the weight of a ghost sitting on top of it. What sound? Yu Mengxian asked. At this time she didn't dare to open her eyes at all. I replied, my suitcase, I just came from out of town. Wow, then I might have misunderstood you. After Yu Mengxian responded, she stopped saying anything. When I came to the street, Yu Mengxian still didn't open her eyes, just timidly walking behind me. I didn't care so much, it would have scared her to death if she knew I had a crackhead ghost that disgusting and scary sitting on top of my suitcase. After walking all the way to the 40th store, which was quite safe along the way, and I was slightly relieved, Yu Mengxian suddenly asked, how long has it been since you took a bath, anyway? What? I smell a strange odor, it stinks. Yu Mengxian whispered. All I could do was say helplessly, well, I haven't showered in many days. Have you gotten out of the 1000 muddy path yet? Walk out for what? I told you I was going to my Uncle Sam. Your third uncle lives on 1000 Hun Road? Yu Mengxian asked in surprise. 44 Chi Hun Road, coming up. No, I want to go out, you have to send me out. Yu Mengxian suddenly stopped, tear sound. My originally bad quality clothes were instantly ripped open by her, my back immediately felt cold. I turned around and looked at Yu Mengxian somewhat angrily, and said coldly, two ways, either you go to my third uncle's house with me first, and then go out when it gets light, or you go out by yourself now. Yu Mengxian also said seriously, if you send me out, I'll really ask my dad to give you $100,000. Boring. I gave her a blank look and continued on my way. Yu Mengxian hurriedly followed up, her mouth said, 200,000. Seeing that I continued to ignore her, she gritted her teeth and said, $500,000 is always okay, right? Like I said, you only have two ways out. I said as I walked. Yu Mengxian finally gave in and said with her mouth, okay, I'll go with you to your third uncle's house, you have to guarantee my safety. I didn't say anything, it was considered as a default, although this Yu Mengxian was a bit annoying, but really leaving her alone here, I couldn't do it. Soon, it came to number 44, which was not a facade, but a three-story villa. The architectural style was still from the Republican period, but the outside was already very shabby, and like the rest of the place, there were no lights in the place when you looked in through the iron gate outside. I pushed open the iron door and walked in. The iron door let out a sharp scraping sound, scaring Yu Mengxian behind me into another shiver. I was also wondering in my heart, how come there is no one in here? Or is Uncle Sam already asleep? Couldn't it be that Grandpa got the address wrong? I don't think so, I consoled myself, and quickly crossed the outside yard to the first floor gate of the villa. The gate was hidden and opened with a gentle push, so I walked right in, took out my cell phone, turned on the flashlight, and yelled at the top of my lungs with an open voice, Uncle Sam. This villa on the first floor of the hall is very large. I shouted. This stirred up a few echoes, waiting for a long time. There is still no response. I opened the flashlight of the cell phone, shown inside, which is really occupied, because the furniture and other things are very neat, and also wiped. Do not want to be so dilapidated in other places. We'd better go out, your third uncle isn't home. Yu Mengxian said. Probably out, let's just wait here. I said as I set the suitcase down by the door and went straight to sit on top of the combination couch in the middle of the living room. Yu Mengxian also sat down right next to me, her two hands gripping my arm tightly, her nails almost embedded into my flesh. It was very painful. Take it easy, my hands are breaking, I said breathlessly, falling back and leaning on top of the couch. To be honest, I'd barely gotten any rest in the past few days, and as soon as I sat down on the couch, a wave of tiredness hit me. Yu Mengxian obviously knew that she had pushed too hard and whispered an apology before letting go. I first sleep for a while. I dropped a sentence, directly lying on top of the sofa. Also, no matter how Yu Mengxian again, soon a little confused, Yu Mengxian finally helpless, can only tightly lean against me, actually also slowly fell asleep. Early morning sunlight shot through the window and shone on my face. The sensuality of the light woke me up from my dream, and just as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a familiar face. Isn't this the motorcycle driver who drives a black car? What's his name? Zhuge Wu. Zhuge Wu's eyes are now staring at Yu Mengxian beside me, his tongue constantly licking his lips. Yu Mengxian has not yet woken up, not much to wear, and the clothes are torn. After falling asleep, even less care. A large part of the body is exposed outside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Black car driver. How dare you show up in front of my eyes? I sat up violently, and Yu Mengxian also woke up. Zhuge Wu froze and said with a hefty smile, I was going to ask you, why did you guys show up at my house? Your house? Yu Mengxian and I asked at the same time. Yu Mengxian rubbed her eyes and looked at me with some confusion and said, didn't you say this is your third uncle's house? I turned my head to look at Zhuge Wu and said, isn't this no 44, Qianhan Road, my third uncle's house? Zhuge Wu pondered a little, looked at me and asked seriously, third uncle? Where did you come from? What's your grandfather's name? I'm from the village of Eagle Volt, and my grandfather's name is Zhao Xin. I answered directly. Zhuge Wu's face changed, and his mouth continued to ask, are you the child that the old man adopted? You're my third uncle? I was even more surprised at this point, because this Zhuge Wu looked not much older than me. Well, yes, I am your third uncle. Is the old man dead? Zhuge Wu asked directly. My face darkened again. It had only been a few days since my grandfather's death, and it was good that I didn't bring it up, but when I did, it was very unpleasant in my heart. Zhuge Wu hemmed and hawed and said, life and death have life and wealth in heaven. I knew that the old man could not avoid this robbery. Say, what did you come to find me? Uncle Sam, I'm looking for a favor. Here's the thing, I have. Wait a minute, helping is fine. You first have to tell me how much money you brought over? Zhuge Wu directly interrupted me. Chapter 13, The Law of Zhuge Wu. Money? I looked at Zhuge Wu with some suspicion. This guy was a money-minded master. Zhuge Wu said, yeah, it's natural to ask for money for help. But you're my third uncle? Come up and mention money. Can you first listen to me to finish the matter? I said, somewhat speechless. We have recognized our relatives here. This bastard is actually the same as before, seeing money. What third uncle? You're picked up. I'm pro-life. Strictly speaking, we don't have a blood relationship. Besides, pro-brothers are still clear about their accounts. Zhuge Wu said. So you were picked up. How tragic. Yu Mengxian interjected. I glanced at Yu Mengxian and said, it's already dawn. You go home first. I'll talk to Zhuge Wu about something. I don't have any money. My bag was snatched, so you give me road money. Yu Mengxian said nonchalantly. How much for the road? I said helplessly. 800. 800? I don't have any money. I took my cell phone out and looked at it. There was a signal here. I just gave it to her. Call your dad to come pick you up. After Zhuge Wu, who was on the side, heard me say that I didn't have any money, his face was a bit disappointed, and then he looked at Yu Mengxian and said, what's the relationship between you and this kid? Yu Mengxian slanted a glance at Zhuge Wu, didn't bother with him, took over my phone, directly dialed a number, and then said in an icy tone to the inside of the phone, Yushin, I'm at no. 44,000 Han Road, come pick me up right away. Shen, thank God, it's good that you're okay. Why did you run there? How worried Dad was. A thick male voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, why did I come here? That's for you to ask. Who knows which fairy you've offended again? Yushin instantly became angry and yelled, Shen, which one dared to make a move on you? You tell me what he looks like. A bald guy with tattoos and one with glasses. Yu Mengxian hung up the phone after she finished speaking. I put away the phone and looked at the somewhat dazed Zhuge Wu with some doubt in my heart. Yushin, you are that precious daughter of Master Jin? Zhuge Wu became incredibly respectful at this moment, as if he had met the emperor. Yu Mengxian glanced at Zhuge Wu and nodded slightly. Zhuge Wu saw Yu Mengxian admit it and hurriedly said, Missy, when Master Jin comes, please help to put in a good word. Don't let Brother Jin take it out on us. I know, Zhao Lianfan saved me. I won't let my dad mess around. Yu Mengxian said faintly. Since your father has come to pick you up, you can wait here. Zhuge Wu and I have something to talk about. I said as I forcefully pulled Zhuge Wu towards the second floor. Zhuge Wu didn't resist and followed me up to the second floor. Casually opened the door of a room. This room actually has a light inside. The area is not large. There are two tables, a table above the yellow cloth, above the incense burner tribute mahogany sword and some rune paper, while the other table above the computer. In addition to the computer, there is a DV and some equipment to do the live webcast. I just swept the inside and closed the door, and said with my mouth, Zhuge Wu, I have a snake wife who was injured by a female ghost and was poisoned by the female ghost Scene Fury, and is now inside my jade ring. I want to save her, and Grandpa said that you should have a way to do so. Zhuge Wu froze, thought a little, and said, 50,000? Okay, 50,000 is 50,000, you tell me how to save her. I said directly, I happen to still have a little more than 50,000 on me. This Zhuge Wu is 50,000 as soon as he opens his mouth. I even suspect that he has gone through my bag. Zhuge Wu said, pay first. Looking at Zhuge Wu's money-minded look, I kind of doubt that he's really unreliable. I won't give you the money if you don't say anything. Zhuge Wu said with a straight face, good, then I'll tell you. The poison of the Yin Fury is the extreme Yin gas. The snake demon is also Yin. Can't use the Yang method to overcome it, otherwise the snake demon will also die undoubtedly. It can only use the poison to fight against the poison, and use the Yin to turn the Yin into a Yin. How do you transform Yin with Yin? As I listened to Zhuge Wu's set of words, a glimmer of hope flared up in my heart again. Zhuge Wu said, the extreme Yin poison is the Yin Fury poison, and the extreme Yin object is the Yin Fury bead, so as long as you find the Yin Fury bead, you can suck out the Yin Fury poison. What kind of reasoning is this? I asked with some confusion. According to common sense, these two things are both extremely Yin, they should contain each other. Zhuge Wu explained, it's very simple. For example, if your hand is soaked in water for a long time, your fingers will wrinkle. Why? It's because the water molecules inside the water are so dense that the water molecules inside the cells of your fingers will be lost to the water, thus causing the cells to become dehydrated, and that's why they will wrinkle. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk, that's because the epidermis is mainly made up of the stratum corneum, which expands when it absorbs water, while the dermis underneath the stratum corneum is connective tissue, which doesn't expand due to the large amount of absorbed water, which creates a difference in volume between the inner and outer layers, which leads to the phenomenon of creasing, which is a bit unprofessional of you to fool people. I'm very good at physics, some physical phenomena I can basically explain. Zhuge Wu smiled awkwardly and said, I am most annoyed with you people who want scientific basis. I will use the knowledge of Shen Men to explain it to you. The Yin Fury bead gathers all the Yin Qi and Yin poison. As long as you find the Yin Fury bead, you will be able to suck out the Yin Fury poison, and the Yin Fury bead won't harm the snake demon's Yuanshin. In fact, the reasoning is so simple. I could only nod helplessly and say, well, since you said that the Yin Fury pearls can save my wife, where are the Yin Fury pearls for sale? Sell? Zhuge Wu froze for a moment, then said somewhat breathlessly, the Yin Fiend bead is so precious that it usually exists in corpse-raising grounds. What's a body farm? I asked, puzzled. The so-called corpse-raising place is the kind of place where the corpses buried there do not decay naturally and become walking shadows after a long time. Zhuge Wu explained. What's walking shadow again? In layman's terms, it's a zombie. Zhuge Wu said. I nodded silently. I had heard a lot of rumors about zombies, and it turned out that the place where zombies could be formed was the place where they were raised. So, did you find the body farm? I continued to ask. Zhuge Wu smiled and said, well, tell you this much, you have to give me the money first. 3 days later, I'll take you to a corpse-raising place to take a look, but not all corpse-raising places can form the Yin Fiend bead. This depends on your luck. Good. Here's the money, or don't wait 3 days later, go tonight. I balked and took $50,000 out of my carry-on bag. Zhuge Wu took the money and put it into a drawer, then took out a piece of talisman paper from inside the drawer and stuffed it into his pocket, shook his head and said, hey, there's no rush, you brought me a big deal, I'm going to do this business first. I brought you a big deal? Just wait, don't spoil my good deed or I won't help. Zhuge Wu said as he turned around and walked down the hall on the first floor. I followed. Yu Mengxian was still sitting on the sofa below, but my suitcase had already been opened by her, and she took out one of my clothes from inside the suitcase and wore it on her body, not treating herself as an outsider at all. Looking at that box, I suddenly remembered that crackhead Ghost and wondered if he was still around. Miss Yu has been waiting for a long time, how is it, Master Shin hasn't come yet? Zhuge Wu said with a smile. Yu Mengxian shook her head, she seemed to be very reluctant to talk to Zhuge Wu. Zhuge Wu sat down next to Yu Mengxian, his eyes swept the sofa, and then sneakily put his hand behind Yu Mengxian's back, and suddenly pulled off one of Yu Mengxian's hairs, and when Yu Mengxian had just reacted to it, Zhuge Wu directly said, Miss Yu, you're being haunted by a ghost. Yu Mengxian had a hair pulled out and was just about to get angry when she heard Zhuge Wu say this. She froze and asked in confusion, what did you say? Zhuge Wu once again took out a business card and said with his mouth, I'm sure you've heard of what this 1,000 Han road is. You'll have a high chance of being haunted by ghosts if you walk here at night. Here's my business card. If there's any discomfort when you go back, feel free to give me a call. Yu Mengxian sneered. Her mouth said, I'm not afraid of the slant of the shadow, but it's jolly infan that your phone should be given to me. Give you what for? I asked suspiciously, although I didn't know what Zhuge Wu was doing. I wasn't going to dismantle him. After all, he was the only one who could save Zhaoxian right now. Yu Mengxian said, you're very special. There's never been a person who would be so cold to me. I'll find out about you. If you're in cahoots with those two people, I'll make you regret coming to this world. If not, I've decided to date you. Boring. I blanked Yu Mengxian and stopped talking. You can die if you don't pretend. Quickly give the phone number to others. Zhuge Wu said, reached out and snatched the cell phone from my hand, then found the number and read it to Yu Mengxian. I looked at Zhuge Wu and knew it must have its own agenda. After waiting for less than half an hour, a black high-grade business car stopped outside the 44th door, from which two middle-aged men walked down. The one in front of the country face, a domineering face, it seems that in his eyes, there is nothing in the world that he can't solve. The one in the back was wearing a suit with sunglasses, with a stout body and a cold face, and he looked like a high-grade bodyguard. The two got out of the car and walked right in. After that domineering man saw Yu Mengxian, his eyes became much gentler, and his mouth asked with concern, Xian, are you alright? But I was worried to death about Dad. I'm fine, Yuzhin, these two people are my saviors, don't make things difficult for them, I want to go home now. Yu Mengxian didn't even look squarely at Yuzhin as she spoke. Yuzhin swept us with cold eyes and said coldly with his mouth, those who dare to live in 1,000 Han Road are either outlaws or have some means, whether the two of them are your rescuers or mongrels who set up a trap to try to get close to my Yu family, I'll find out later if I ask. Kaipeng, you send Missy back first, where are those two things who don't know any good or bad? Master Jin, bring it in 3 minutes. The bodyguard behind him said respectfully. Yu Mengxian didn't leave, instead she sat down, looking at me with complicated eyes, but her mouth said, I also want to know about this matter, so I'll leave when you've investigated it clearly. Chapter 14 Ghost Hunters Union. Less than 3 minutes, outside again came a van. After the door opened, those two people who had grabbed Yu Mengxian were dragged out. At this time, these two people had been beaten up, their legs were broken, they couldn't even stand, they looked miserable. Soon, these two were stripped in by a few burly men and thrown directly at Yuzhin's feet, who pointed at Zhuge Wu and I and said, these two, you know them? As soon as these two people came in, I saw Zhuge Wu's face change. Glasses at this time has been terrified, simply do not dare to gnaw the sound, but that bald slightly more bold, he looked at me shook his head, and then looked at Zhuge Wu, mouth, said, Wu brother? Zhuge Wu knew that things were bad and hurriedly explained, Master Jin, I do know this person, a small punk, only I have nothing to do with this matter at all. Is that so? Yuzhin glanced at Zhuge Wu, then asked, Baldhead, daring to kidnap my Yuzhin's daughter, you should have someone to back you up, right? Say it and I might spare your life? Zhuge Wu was even more shocked to hear this, and said with his mouth, Master Jin, you're not being fair, who doesn't know your Master Jin's character, he'll surely frame me in order to stay alive. Just based on the fact that you guys know each other, it's your own bad luck that he framed you. Yujin said coldly. As expected, the bald guy directly said, Master Jin, it was Brother Wu who told us that as long as we light incense and burn paper outside, we can buy off the ghosts, and the bad things we've done will go unnoticed by God, and our brothers are just desperate and want to get some money. As soon as this bald man finished speaking, I knew that he was framing. If he just wanted to get some money, where would he dare to get it into Yujin's hands? Besides, they weren't trying to get money, they were robbing people of their sex, and it seemed that they didn't even know that Yu Mengxian was Yujin's daughter. Zhuge Wu directly said, Master Jin, I only said that to them, I didn't instruct them to be kidnapping your daughter. This matter really has nothing to do with me. Yu Mengxian stood up with a cold snort and said, you two really aren't any good. Yu Mengxian said after the huffing and puffing away. Yujin did not say anything, wait until Yu Mengxian gone, then suddenly looked at me and said, I understand my daughter. She seems to have a kind of unspecified feeling towards you. This kind of feeling should not appear in her age, but Yujin is not an unreasonable person. In fact, this matter I have long since investigated clearly. Indeed, with you guys have no direct relationship, so I won't make things difficult for you. Zhuge Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief and mouthed, thank you, Master Jin, thank you, Master Jin. Yujin nodded, then said with a cold tone, drag these two things that don't know how to die out, cut off all their hands and feet, and deal with them cleanly. The bald man's face immediately changed, and his mouth said, Master Jin, didn't you say you could spare us? Yes, did not kill you guys. After your hands and feet are cut off, you can go to the doctor. After Yujin finished speaking, the person had already walked out. Zhuge Wu and I watched these two people being dragged out, both of us shivered coldly, with our hands and feet cut off. What's the difference between that and being dead? Only after a long time did I say to Zhuge Wu, what is this Yujin? Zhuge Wu said, Yujin is the city's largest big brother, belongs to stomp a foot the city are going to tremble. Three quivering characters, before the violation of lawlessness, what things to do to make money, since there is a daughter, it washed his hands of the surface to do legitimate business, in fact, secretly still doing cultural relic smuggling. Even if this is the case, the city's black and white, no one dares to not give the face of the Yujin. Oh, except for you, isn't it? You just pulled Yu Mingxuan's hair, so I'm afraid you're going to pick Yujin, right? I said indifferently. Zhuge Wu nodded and said with a heavy face, that's right, I'm just going to knock Yujin. Why? Yujin is so powerful and you dare to touch him? I have no choice, within 10 days, I must get $1 million as soon as possible, you go and close the door. Zhuge Wu said and took out the piece of talisman paper and the hair of Yu Mengxian, wrapped the hair in talisman paper and folded it into a diamond shape. I sighed and said, for Yujin to be able to get to this point, are you sure he doesn't have anyone high up around him? Zhuge Wu smiled and said, if there really is a high-level person then fight. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boom! I slammed the door shut and Zhuge Wu said, follow me up. I nodded my head and followed, my mouth puzzled as I asked, Zhuge Wu, why do you want to get $1 million as soon as possible? Also, why isn't your last name Zhao? You'll understand later. Zhuge Wu said as he opened the door to the room that had a dharma table and a computer, and said with his mouth, when I do the dharma, just watch and keep quiet. I stood on the side. Zhuge Wu turned on the lights in the room, and then turned on the computer, clicked on the desktop of a software called Ghost Hunters Alliance. I took a closer look. This is actually a live broadcast software. Zhuge Wu, what is this? I asked suspiciously. Zhuge Wu looked at his watch and said, you stand here, this is the dead center of the camera, remember, don't appear inside the camera or you'll die for sure. Why? I asked suspiciously. I was standing just out of the camera's reach, and in this position, I could just about see the screen. After the screen went black for a few seconds, images appeared, 2 images, one of which contained a person wearing a devil mask, while the other image was the scene inside this room, Zhuge Wu's dharma table, which happened to be in the very center of the image. Zhuge Wu, you are the laziest one in my Ghost Hunter Alliance. If this continues, you won't need to exist. The masked man said in an unusually hoarse voice. Zhuge Wu respectfully said, Vice Alliance Master, there are some personal matters lately, so I will ensure that I complete the live broadcasts once a week in the future. Don't think that you can muddle through. Last time you called for the death of the woman you stole, this time, I hope you won't let me down again. The masked man said indifferently. Zhuge Wu froze and said with his mouth full, Vice Alliance Master, the person to be harmed this time is Yujin's daughter. It might not be that simple to get her killed. Yujin? That masked man slightly froze, then said with an evil smile, you actually have the guts to move Yujin? Yes, I'll let you do it this time. Maybe you'll be able to put together enough for $1 million soon. Let's begin. After that masked man finished speaking, the screen he was on went dark, and then he saw a system prompt that a lot of people had joined the live broadcast. I stood still and didn't move, watching Zhuge Wu walk to the front of the dharma platform, picking up a peachwood sword with his right hand, grabbing a handful of rice grains with his left hand and scattering them, his mouth reciting, Rice fu de, zaikom, yu qing tai, jin xian. Be subject to my ambush and show yourself. Urgent as the law. After the incantation was recited, the rice grains landed less than a meter in front of me, the peachwood sword in Jugawoo's hand scratched a few talismanic lines in the air, his left hand pushed, and his mouth shouted, "Edict." The action was clean and sharp, not dragging his feet in the slightest. In the place where the grains of rice were scattered, a shadowy spirit suddenly solidified out. This shadowy spirit has no footplate, the head was cut off a small half, is not exactly the cracked head ghost I saw last night, but this kind of thing actually can be live broadcast for others to see? I frowned and looked at Jugawoo. This bastard did have real skills, but he was shamelessly using me. I turned my head to look at the screen of my computer. By now there were already more than 30 people watching, and the comments were swiping the screen, but those people weren't scared after seeing the crackhead ghosts, they were just constantly uproarious, saying anything and everything. Holy, this is exciting. So scary, but I like it. Haha, Master Juga Hunter, can you make him turn his head around? There's a reward for that. Newbie joining, please ask all the old timers if this is true. Master Juga Hunter, I like your live broadcasts the most. When you start a live broadcast, I don't want to watch anyone else's. Of course it's true. Why do you come here if you don't believe it? This time this ghost, it's really powerful. I looked at the comments on the screen, completely confused about what is going on, and Jugawoo at this time did not respond to those comments, but picked up the talismanic paper that wrapped one of Yu Mingxuan's hairs, put 2 grains of rice into it, and walked over to the side of that split-head ghost, and his mouth recited, "Eat my food, return to me, and my order, die stalking the hairmaster, urgent as a law." Jugawoo bit through the middle finger of his left hand after reading, and clicked on the body of that cracked head ghost. The body of that cracked head ghost slowly faded, and in less than 2 breaths of time, it disappeared completely into the air. Jugawoo wiped the beads of sweat on his face and said with a smile on his lips, "Thank you all for your support. Today's live broadcast ends here." Master Juga Hunter, wait, can I worship you as my master from now on? A person whose net name was SpongeBob asked. Jugawoo smiled and said, "It's not up to me, folks, I'll see you next week." Jugawoo turned off the live streaming software after he finished speaking, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. "You actually used me," I said loudly, clenching my fist and slamming it into Jugawoo's head. Chapter 15, Killing 1 person per week. Jugawoo's movements were extremely fast, raising his hand and grabbing my fist, his mouth said faintly, "How did I use you?" I don't know how Jugawoo was so strong. My fist was grabbed by Jugawoo and I actually couldn't even draw it back. Yu Mengxian and that crackhead ghost, both of them were brought by me, and you actually used a crackhead ghost to harm Yu Mengxian? I simply gave up on drawing back my hand and kicked out. But Jugawoo seemed to know that I was going to kick out as if I had just raised my foot. He kicked over and directly kicked me to the ground. His mouth said faintly, "You are being haunted by the crackhead ghost. I helped you to solve the crackhead ghost, and Yu Mengxian won't die, and I can get a sum of money, a triple whammy of things. How is it taking advantage of you?" I was a bit speechless. This Jugawoo must be a practiced fighter, otherwise he definitely didn't have this kind of stance. "But you just said pester the hairmaster. Don't think I didn't hear you," I said as I climbed up and looked coldly at Jugawoo. "It's deadly stalking hair lord. Yu Mengxian definitely won't die, don't worry, hee. I can't imagine that your kid is still a bit hot-blooded," Jugawoo said and walked out. I hurriedly chased after him, asking with my mouth full, "Tell me, what's up with that Ghost Hunters Union?" "A murderous organization," Jugawoo said as if nothing had happened. "A murderous organization? You've been killing people?" I asked in shock. "This is a legal society? How can such an organization exist?" Jugawoo nodded his head and said, "Yes, killing 1 person every week is our mission, right? Are you hungry? I'll take you to breakfast." I stood on the stairs, did not move, staring blankly at Jugawoo. How can not understand this Jugawoo's world is what kind of, actually can kill a person every week so simple. "Devil," I said as I looked at Jugawoo in a daze. Jugawoo sneered and said, "Don't tell me you don't know. If it wasn't for you, the old man would still be able to live for at least a year, and maybe in this 1 year's time, I'd be able to go through the process of breaking open his destiny to change his fate for him. But now that the man's dead and the lamps are withered, I don't have any more options. I can no longer speak, just so look at Jugawoo. Jugawoo also did not treat me as a child in the slightest, the same refused to give in half a point to look at me. In the eyes, seems to be some hatred, as if I killed my grandfather. The two stared at each other for a long time. The staircase was very quiet, Jugawoo on the death of his grandfather although some understatement, but from his eyes, I still saw a very heavy sadness. Goo goo. His stomach growled, he waved his hand and said, "Alright, since you were brought up by the old man, and the old man willingly used his young life to save you, I won't disobey the old man. But the viciousness of this world, you should understand, I've seen your 8 characters, this kind of 8 characters, and married a snake demon as a wife. In this life you should correct your own attitude, go, eat breakfast." I silently followed Jugawoo's back, heart heavy. I know, and I have experienced very few people, is considered an alternative. Jugawoo is actually right, the face, I need to be brave to face. Jugawoo grabbed a cloth bag on the table, out of the broken villa, once again on his broken motorcycle, took me to a small noodle shop outside of Qianhan Road. The whole process of eating noodles is incredibly depressing. I don't want to talk. Jugawoo is also lazy to talk to me. Juga Wu ate very slowly, seemed to be thinking about something. Sometimes it took several minutes to dawdle after taking a bite, and in the end it took more than 2 hours to eat the morning meal. In the end, I couldn't stand it any longer and asked with my mouth full, "And you're not afraid that the owner of this noodle store will kick you out?" Juga Wu smiled mysteriously and said with his mouth, "Wait, within a minute, Yu Mengxian will definitely call you." I looked at him quizzically and just punched out my cell phone, which did ring with an unfamiliar number. I pressed the answer button and blurted out, "Hello? Hello? Zhao Lianfan? I'm Yu Mengxian." Yu Mengxian's tone was still cold. I hooned and said, "What's the matter with you? Your third uncle was right, I'm being haunted by a ghost. Doesn't your third uncle know how to catch ghosts? Come over here, I've already sent a car to pick you up." Yu Mengxian's voice was calm and emotionless. I let out a whoop and looked at Juga Wu, and before I could say anything, the other side had already hung up. "Juga Wu, you're right, Yu Mengxian is being haunted by a ghost. I hope you'll go and help her. The car is already on its way to pick us up," I said. Juga Wu nodded and said, let's go back and get ready." Back to the 44th, Juga Wu walked upstairs. Not long after, the goods have changed to lying down, wearing a printed bagua pattern of Taoist robes, wearing a black Taoist scarf on the head, but also sat on a grey cloth bag, looks bright and energetic. "Juga Wu, aren't you at all worried that this is a pit?" Looking at Juga Wu, I asked, still worried. Yushin is not more than ordinary people, can do this position of people, not just can let people fooled. He did not have a few insiders around me really do not believe. And Yu Mengxian to me on the phone, that tone seems to be a little bad. Juga Wu smiled and said, "It's a blessing not a curse, it's a curse that can't be avoided. I don't have any other path now." "What? Are you afraid?" "If you're afraid, stay home. If I don't come back safely, you'll hurry and run for your life. But I can tell you clearly, as long as Yushin wants to find you, it's useless for you to run away to the ends of the earth." "Am I being punked by you?" I said, somewhat breathlessly. Juga Wu hemmed and hawed and said, "I'm your third uncle, and you're my nephew, so it's a bit too outgoing to say pit. You didn't admit to being my third uncle when you collected the money." I cursed, not wanting to say anything else. Juga Wu, still thick-skinned, walked up to me and said, "By the way, your yin tang is vague and your yin yang eyes are very unstable. You seem to have been open to the spirit, but it's not like that. What's going on here?" I didn't want to talk about it and just looked at Juga Wu, who continued, "I won't take you to the corpse raising place if you don't tell me. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you took my money," I said as I jerked to my feet. Juga Wu explained, "What I mean is, if you don't get rid of this problem, even if you find the yin fiend pearl, you won't be able to resist it." "Really? Really, you're a puppy for lying." "Well, Grandpa said that my extreme yin destiny was broken by my snake wife, and that my yin-yang eyes were affected, but not fully opened, and that I would occasionally see some things, but not everything, and was still in a state of ignorance," I said. Juga Wu's face changed, and his mouth asked, "What breaking? That's just a seal, eh?" "Yeah." I blushed and answered directly. Juga Wu's body trembled and suddenly looked at me with a very strange look. "What for?" I asked suspiciously. Juga Wu hemmed and hawed and said, "That snake demon is really good to you. I have something I don't know when to ask or not to ask." "What? When you and the snake demon had that, did it feel good? Did it feel as fast as a god?" Juga Wu licked his lips and said, asterisk 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 off. I cursed, never bothering to look at this again. Juga Wu said enviously, "Renfan, let's discuss. If I can heal that snake demon, can I make that snake demon in me?" Asterisk 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 off. I didn't keep my mouth shut any longer, grabbing one of the cups on the coffee table and slamming it with all my might. Juga Wu's figure flashed, raised his hand and grabbed the cup. His mouth said, "Young people are grumpy. I'm just kidding. With your current quality in all aspects, as long as a little cultivation, the future must have a great future. How do you cultivate it?" I looked at Juga Wu's stance in surprise and felt some envy in my heart. Juga Wu said seriously, "Give me 100,000, I'll take you as my disciple. Not only will I teach you the art of ghosts and gods, but also the art of martial arts, and most importantly, I can teach you to be a human being, and turn into an all-around talent with a quality character like me." And Juga Wu chat, simply can make me angry, but helplessly I now cannot beat him, and also have to beg him. Everything can only endure. After Juga Wu and my side chatter for nearly half an hour, I did not say another word. Half a child later, a van came outside the door. Juga Wu's face changed when he saw the van. I laughed and said, "It seems that people didn't take you very seriously and sent a broken van to pick us up." Juga Wu's face returned to normal, took out a black talisman seal, pinched a sword finger, clamped the seal, drew a few strokes on my face, mouthed something garbled, and then stuffed the seal into my pocket, saying under his breath, "This is for saving your life, don't take it out." I let out an oh-so-subtle cry and followed Juga Wu inside that van. The car drove for more than an hour, before stopping in the city outside a luxurious villa. This villa, whether it is the appearance or area, especially the entrance of the glorious Yufu 2 hollow gold characters, at a glance is worth a lot of money, compared to Juga Wu's broken villa, is simply a world of difference. Under the guidance of the steward of the Yu mansion, we walked into the hall, which was nearly 500 square feet, but the windows were covered by thick curtains, no light penetrated in, and lights were turned on the inside of the room. Seeing the scene inside the hall, my heart was instantly cold, because the crackhead ghost that Zhuge Wu had used to haunt Yu Mengxian was now shivering beside a middle-aged man who was also wearing a Taoist uniform, and in front of the crackhead ghost's chest, a yellow talisman paper was pasted on. Chapter 16, Fighting for Legal Life and Death. Yuzhen sat on a single sofa with an iron face. Yu Mengxian by his side also looked at us with a cold face. Behind him were two bodyguards in suits. Even with the lights on inside the room, one of them was still wearing sunglasses. Hee, Master Zhen really is good at this, Zhuge Wu said with a smile, his tone calm, as if things had long been expected of him. Yuzhen snorted coldly and said, "You dare to pit my Yu family, do you know what will happen to you?" Zhuge Wu still had a smile on his face and said confidently, "Master Zhen is wise. I, Zhuge Wu, even if I had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts, would not dare to do things that would victimize the Yu family, only that I also have my ambitions. I have always wanted to follow Master Zhen, but there is no opportunity to perform, so I have no choice but to use this trick. Please forgive me, Master Zhen." Zhuge Wu's meaning was clear, but the way it was done was a bit simple and rough. I turned my head to look at the middle-aged man wearing a Taoist priest's uniform beside Yuzhen, and his face had definitely become a bit ugly. Yuzhen stood up and slowly walked to Zhuge Wu's side. No emotion could be seen on his face. He walked to Zhuge Wu's side and suddenly raised his hand and slapped towards Zhuge Wu's face. Yuzhen's movements were so fast that it was impossible to see him striking out. His huge slap cut through the air with a whistling sound, which showed how strong the force was. Zhuge Wu did not flash or dodge. His left hand suddenly raised, faster than Yuzhen, and when Yuzhen's hand was about to fall on Zhuge Wu's face, his wrist was clasped by Zhuge Wu's death grip. Somewhat capable. Yuzhen's face was shocked. This action was enough for Yuzhen to re-examine Zhuge Wu. He knew that slap of his very well. The person who could dodge it was bound to have excellent hands. Yuzhen's two bodyguards still didn't make any movements, and Zhuge Wu hurriedly loosened his grip, saying with his mouth, "Master Zhen, I'm offended. With this skill of yours, if you weren't pitting my daughter, you would be qualified enough to follow me, but right now, the skill isn't enough," Yuzhen said as he turned around and sat back on the sofa. His mouth continued to say, "His name is Sima Jing, he is the #1 foreigner under me, he is proficient in numerology, prediction, feng shui, and has some research on grave exploration, the art of ghosts and gods is just skin deep for him. Do you think you are more powerful than Sima Jing?" Sima Jing also did not say anything, just contemptuously looked at Zhuge Wu. Zhuge Wu laughed and said, "If fellow Daiwa Sima is proficient in numerology prediction, Miss Yu would not have that kind of thing happen, wouldn't she?" Sima Honor sneered and said, "I am Zhen's henchman, and I'm not a close protector of Missy. Besides, Missy has turned a danger into a disaster. This is not a robbery. How can this kind of thing be accurately surmised?" Zhuge Wu laughed and said, "It's just incompetence, so why make excuses?" Yuzhen smiled sophisticatedly and said, "Put it this way, you guys fight, Zhuge Wu. If you can win against Situ Jing, I'll forget about it. If you lose, you two will leave your lives here. If all you can do is to be clever, then you don't even have the qualifications to speak to me." Sima honored after listening to the spirit of a shock, pinched a sword finger, mouth recited the words, clamped the yellow talisman on the split-head ghost. In the split-head ghost a few points, the split-head ghost no longer shivering, suddenly pounced towards Zhuge Wu, followed by disappeared without a trace. Even if my yin and yang eyes have been in the state of enlightenment, similarly cannot capture the whereabouts of the split-head ghost. Zhuge Wu let out an evil laugh, his figure flashed, and rushed over to meet the crack-headed ghost, and on the way over, he bit through his middle finger, and recited the same words in his mouth, "Heaven and earth, Xianuan, 10,000 Chi's original root, finger blood billions of robberies, to prove my divine power." After the 4 incantations were recited, I only saw Zhuge Wu suddenly pointing in the air toward the front, quickly drawing a hand charm in the air, and shouting out of his mouth, "Within the 3 realms, there is nothing to hide, edict." Who? That originally disappeared split-head ghost once again appeared out. Zhuge Wu thumb pinched his middle finger, a drop of middle finger blood was squeezed out, he violently threw it out. That drop of middle finger blood flew out, accurately hitting the split-head ghost's eyebrow position. The split-head ghost hissed like a wild beast that had suddenly gone berserk, its empty eyes suddenly turning blood red as it turned around and lunged towards Situ Jing, who was originally controlling it. Sito honored a frown, once again pinched out a yellow talisman paper, dodging left and right, the talisman paper slapped on the back of the crackhead ghost, and then drew out a mahogany sword that was only 1 inch long, drew a sword symbol on the body of the crackhead ghost, and then pointed at Zhuge Wu. His mouth recited, evil ghosts, listen to my orders, force away the heart demon, return your justice. The point of the wooden sword, take away your life, not to be repaid. This vengeance, how can I transcend life? Situ Jing's incantation was comparatively much better understood than Zhuge Wu's. His incantation carried a compulsion and obfuscation, but it was very practical. The split-head ghost turned once again, the drop of blood on its brow quickly disappearing, and once again pounced on Zhuge Wu. It really is the evil way. Zhuge Wu let out a cold laugh and suddenly folded his hands together, his mouth rapidly reciting an incantation. This time, the incantation was many times faster than Jay Chou's recitation of the lyrics, so that no one was able to hear it clearly at all. Split-head ghost did not disappear this time, just a few steps out, began to tremble, and originally some illusory soul body slowly cohesion out of the physical body. Just a few breaths of time, the split-head ghost completely turned into a rotting corpse. the body than the soul body to be more disgusting. Villa in the hall, immediately filled with a nauseating stench. Vamu Mengxian, who had the worst tolerance, let out a dry retch and nearly vomited, and Yujin and the other two bodyguards were also frowning. I couldn't help but cover my nose too. The stench made my stomach turn. The art of borrowing souls to return corpses? Situ Honor looked at Zhuge Wu in surprise. The peachwood sword in his hand was shot out by him like a flying dagger, and it was directly inserted into the rotting corpse of the split-head ghost, and his mouth read aloud, "The great wish has been fulfilled, send you to reincarnation, and in the 9 springs, there is no place for you to return to, and the order of the urgent law explosion is issued by the imperial edicts." Boom! After the corpse of the split-head ghost was stabbed by the mahogany sword, as Situ Jing's incantation was finished, the corpse suddenly exploded like a bomb, and the decayed flesh and dead blood spewed out in all directions, splattering everywhere in the entire hall, and all of them were similarly stained. Vamu Mengxian finally couldn't help but vomit out. She stood up and violently rushed towards the stairs. The rest of the few people remained indifferent. I also have carrion on my body, and I would love to go upstairs to wash like you Mengxian, but I don't dare. Put. Zhuge Wu opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of internal blood, supposedly backfired by the corpse's self-detonation, and asked coldly from his mouth, "Do you know that if you do this, that ghost will already have its soul dispersed, and will have no chance of reincarnation?" Situ Jing laughed and said, "What does it matter? What matters is that being able to break your borrowed soul and return corpse technique shows that I am stronger than you. Yeah, in order to prove that one is better than the other, one can have no bottom line at all, right?" Zhuge Wu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, slowly walking towards Situ Jing. Situ said with a smile, "Since ancient times, the king has become the loser. If you are strong, farting makes sense. If you are defeated, any more sense is just farting." "Good, then taste my old man's fist," Zhuge Wu said as he cupped his fist and walked quickly to Situ Jing's side, raising his hand and slamming his fist towards Situ Jing's face. Boom! Although Situ Honor knows Taoism, but to say boxing and kicking kung fu, and Zhuge Wu can be completely incomparable, this punch, directly to the Situ Honor smashed over on the ground. Situ Honor said loudly, asterisk 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 asterisk, "We are in the fight, not in the scoundrels like a brawl and a brawl. You're the one who ing said that becoming a king is like losing a bandit." Zhuge Wu smoothly rode on top of Situ Yuan and swung his fist up to slam down towards Situ Yuan's head once again. I was somewhat speechless as I looked at Zhuge Wu, who was acting like a scoundrel, and thought to myself, is this okay? Turned his head to look at Yujin. Yujin did not seem to say anything more, just looked at Zhuge Wu with interest, did not seem to worry about Situ Honor's safety. In the next second, I realized why Yujin was indifferent even when he saw his number 1 foreigner being beaten, because before Zhuge Wu's second punch could land, he was grabbed by a black shadow. To be precise, it was just a humanoid black mist that looked a bit slim and couldn't see his facial features clearly. Zhuge Wu's wrist was clasped by the black shadow, unable to move in the slightest. Situ said coldly, "I overestimated you. You didn't know that I have a guardianing soul?" Boom! Situ just finished speaking. That black shadow suddenly a force, grabbed Zhuge Wu's wrist and threw it, directly threw Zhuge Wu out, and crashed heavily into the huge LCD TV which was only 3 or 4 meters away from me. The TV screen was crashed into pieces. Zhuge Wu fell to the ground, and his mouth once again spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood. I looked at the black shadow with some horror, thinking that this is dead. I would like to jump up to deal with that black shadow, but I know clearly that Zhuge Wu is not an opponent. I go up is not enough for others to blow their breath. Zhuge Wu struggled to climb up, his hand once again pinched a sword finger, and suddenly drew a hand charm in the air at me, his mouth reciting, "The black charm reveals the fate of 10,000 ghosts, urgent as a lawful order." I was puzzled to look at Zhuge Wu. Pocket suddenly appeared a burst of hot, instantly understand how it is. Zhuge Wu this actually in the pit me. Before coming here, he gave me a black talisman, said it is to save his life, but now he said black talisman show life 10,000 ghosts tend to, is not to take me as a bait meaning? I turned my head to look at the black shadow beside Situ Jing, and as expected, that black shadow had already lunged towards me. I shouted out, "Zhuge Wu, your grandfather." While backing up, I put my hand into my pocket and tried to pull out the black talisman, but what I pulled out was some burnt paper ash. The speed of that black shadow was simply not something I was able to avoid. I only took a few steps back, and that black shadow had already flown to my side, directly pouncing me to the ground, with my entire soul body pressed against mine. A strong sense of paralysis came from all over my body, and I even had the feeling that this black shadow was going to drill into my body. Chapter 17 Yin and Yang reunited. I couldn't move my body, only my consciousness was still awake. I remembered that when Grandpa and Grandpa who were pressed by those female ghosts before, they were still able to move their limbs, but now, I couldn't move at all, and it was difficult for me to even move my fingers. This shows how powerful this Situ Honor's guardianing spirit is. Zhuge Wu didn't care about me. After Situ Jing's guardianing spirit came to get me, he quickly rushed to Situ Jing as if he had chicken blood, flipped Situ Jing to the ground with a punch, and once again rode on top of Situ Jing, greeting him with punch after punch. Yujin waved his hand and mouthed, "Stop him." The 2 bodyguards behind him quickly ran over, but by the time they did, Situ Zhuwu had already been knocked out on the ground by Zhuge Wu. The 2 bodyguards were equally skilled, but Zhuge Wu didn't resist before being dragged away by the 2 bodyguards. Zhuge Wu hemmed and hawed and said, "Little bastard, what kind of powerful person are you pretending to be?" Throat. At this time, I have already been crushed by that black shadow, and I can't even make a sound when I speak. It seems that my throat is being pinched, and I can only make some very strange noises. Zhuge Wu turned his head to look at me and mouthed, "I almost forgot." The two bodyguards saw that Zhuge Wu still wanted to act, and one of them clasped one of Zhuge Wu's hands, holding Zhuge Wu to death. Zhuge Wu said loudly, "Master Jin, I am helping you, tell them to let go of me." "Help me fight my men? Situju is of great use to me. If anything happens to Situju, both of you will have to die today." Yujin coldly looked at Zhuge Wu and then at me, but he couldn't seem to see the black shadow. "There is a female ghost on my nephew, a female ghost that you are bound to recognize," Zhuge Wu said directly. Yujin froze and looked at Zhuge Wu suspiciously and said, "Where is there any female ghost?" "Master Jin, you tell them to let go of me, I'll make her show herself and I'll definitely give you a satisfactory explanation," Zhuge Wu said somewhat anxiously as he saw that I had already started rolling my eyes. I really couldn't hold on any longer, my consciousness was starting to lax. It was only the warmth coming from that jade ring on my chest that kept things from continuing to deteriorate. I knew it was Zhao Xian helping me. Even so, I still felt a deathly suffocation, and couldn't hold on for long. Yujin pondered for a few seconds before he said, "Let go of him." Zhuge Wu quickly grabbed Sidu honored bag, poured out everything inside, rummaged on the ground a few times, picked up a token that was only 3 fingers wide, quickly ran to my side, once again squeezed out a few drops of middle finger blood and smeared it on the top of the token, and then took the token and drew it a few times against the black shadow on my body, and the female ghost let go of me and slowly stood up. Cough cough. I regained my mobility, but I was still weak and struggled to sit up, coughing continuously. In my heart I wanted to get Zhuge Wu the grandson killed. "Where are the ghosts?" Yujin asked coldly. Zhuge Wu did not say anything. To that only I can see the black shadow again drew a few times. A female ghost wearing a cheongsam suddenly appeared out. This female ghost looks in Yujin's age. Without the other female ghosts of the kind of bleak white, the face and the body's skin color is only slightly show white. "Mom!" Yu Mengxian, who was just about to go downstairs, stood frozen on the stairs, incredulously looking at the female ghost. I was stunned in my heart and looked at Yu Mengxian with some doubts. This female ghost was actually Yu Mengshuan's mother. "Xian, how come it's you?" Yujin also froze at this moment, and he looked at the female ghost with an incredulous expression of shock. Zhuge Wu helped me up and said with his mouth full, "Master Jin, I don't need to explain things more, do I? Situ Jing refined your wife into his guardian spirit, and you're still being kept in the dark." Mom Yu Mengxian quickly stepped down the stairs and ran towards her mother. Zhuge Wu suddenly pushed me away and ran towards Yu Mengxian, and said in her mouth, "You can't get close, the yin qi on her body is very heavy, and she doesn't recognize you guys." Bam! I felt a fiery pain when I was thrown to the ground again and hit my head hard on the wooden floor. Asterisk 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 your grandpas. I cursed in my heart, but when I saw the expressions of Yujin and Yu Mengshuan's father and daughter, I was a little too upset to disrupt the sad atmosphere. This matter, Yujin is definitely not no. It can be seen that Yujin loves his wife very much. There is no decorative painting inside this villa. Basically it is a group photo of their family of 3 and her wife's solo photo. "Xian, do you remember me? I'm Brother Jin, and our daughter, Xian." Yujin's voice trembled a little, while his wife, still expressionless, stood still, motionless as if she were a statue. Yu Mengxian even wanted to rush up to embrace the ghost, but unfortunately was Zhuge Wu held. Zhuge Wu, this grandson is not a good thing. Completely can grab Yu Mengshuan's arm is, but he did not, but tight from the back of the hold Yu Mengshuan's small waist, the hand there is a tendency to move up. But at this time no one will care about this. "Zhuge Wu, is there any way for us to have a few words with Xian?" Yujin asked, his gaze still not leaving his wife. Zhuge Wu panicked and put his hand back. Seeing that Yujin didn't look at him, he was relieved and nodded his head. Yes, but you guys have to be outside the 7-step range. I'm going to Kaiji, but there's only half an incense stick of time. After half an incense stick of time has passed, I'm going to send her to where she should be. By the way, Master Jin, don't kill Sidu-chun first, leave it for me to be useful." "Well, you two pull back on Missy," Yujin said. The 2 bodyguards walked over towards Yu Mengxian, who was already in tears, and stopped her. Zhuge Wu seemed to loosen his hold on Yu Mengxian with some reluctance, took out a strain of incense from inside the cloth bag, pinched off half of it, then lit it with a fire engine and inserted it inside a simple incense burner, then took out another talisman, clamped it in the palms of both hands, recited a few incantations to Yu Mengshuan's mother, and finally put the talisman onto her chest. "Yin and Yang are separated by 7 steps, Master Jin, you can't take more than 7 steps, otherwise your wife's soul will immediately fly away, and it won't do you any good either. Let's go out first, we'll come back in after half an incense burner. If there's anything you want to say, hurry up and say it." Zhuge Wu said and walked to my side, once again helped me up and walked towards the door. I looked at Yu Mengxian, and when Zhuge Wu said that the soul flew away, Yu Mengxian shook her body and calmed down a little. Yujin walked over to her and reached out to support her, saying to the 2 bodyguards, "You guys go out first as well." "Master Jin." One of the bodyguards was still a bit uneasy. Yujin said coldly, "Go out, can my wife still harm me?" The 2 bodyguards didn't say another word and followed us at a quick pace. "Open only one slit." Zhuge Wu reminded, and the door to the villa was opened a crack, and the four of us squeezed out. Zhuge Wu helped me to sit down on the steps of the doorway, and only then did I say hatefully, Zhuge Wu, you pit-old me again. Zhuge Wu hemmed and hawed, licking his lips, not bad, really good. Not bad? I almost lost my life. I clenched my fists, but I couldn't muster the strength. Zhuge Wu hurriedly said, no, I mean, the Yu family's eldest miss is really nice, that little savage waste, tsk, it's better than all the girls I've dated. I go to your grandfather, hurry up to help me find the Insure beads, then we go on our own side of the road, follow you, sooner or later, you will be pitched to death. I glared at this glance, if the aftershock just now hesitates for a few more seconds, I estimate that I will be suffocated to death, and Zhao Yixian inside the jade ring is still helping me with such a serious injury, it must have a great impact on her. Zhuge Wu hemmed and hawed and said, don't worry, there won't be this kind of thing in the future, Master Jin will definitely keep me around, as long as you follow Master Jin, eat, drink and play with young models, isn't it a pleasure? Bah, play your ass off. I stopped talking, and Zhuge Wu's expression stared. After a moment of silence, I couldn't help but ask, did you plan to use me as bait when you brought me here? Zhuge Wu looked around, then whispered, yes, I've investigated this Situoner, and I'm well aware of his affairs, I'm here today, firstly, to defect to Master Jin, and secondly, to kill Situoner. Asterisk, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I tell you this kind of thing, you won't cooperate, and if you don't cooperate, it won't go so smoothly. Zhuge Wu's face suddenly became serious. You have a grudge against Situoner? I asked suspiciously. Zhuge Wu smiled and looked around again. After seeing that no one was paying attention, he directly said, there is no enmity, but if I kill one Sita Jing and give another million, I can directly break away from the Ghost Hunter Alliance. Why not? You're breaking away from the Ghost Hunter Alliance? It's good to break away. It's better to stay away from such a murderous organization. I asked suspiciously. Zhuge Wu said, all the people I killed deserve to die, it's just that if this goes on, I won't be able to find that many more people who deserve to die, so I'm looking to quit in a hurry. I learned all my skills in the Ghost Hunter Alliance, and I can't quit until I complete my mission. What is that Situoner? How is killing him a condition for quitting the Alliance? I asked again. Zhuge Wu smiled and said, Situ Jing is also a member of the Ghost Hunter Alliance. What? All of you in the Ghost Hunters League are killing each other? I asked with wide eyes. Zhuge Wu shook his head and said, to be exact, it's a faction fight inside the Ghost Hunter Alliance. The Ghost Hunter Alliance is a very huge organization, there are many side branches inside, me and Situ Jing, although the same Ghost Hunter Alliance, but we belong to different factions, and we want to disengage. The condition is very simple, it's to kill one of the other opposing factions and a $1 million exit fee. Huh? Maybe I'm also being targeted by others right now, wanting to kill me to exit the Ghost Hunter Alliance, so this is something that I have to do as soon as possible. As long as I exit smoothly, there won't be any internal members who will come to kill me. Chapter 18, The Wizard of Metaphysics. I looked at Zhuge Wu in surprise. I did not think that the Ghost Hunters Union is actually such an organization. This organization has also become both mysterious and brutal in my heart, and the rules inside can only make the people inside the Ghost Hunters Union fewer and fewer people. Is it possible that this Ghost Hunters Union does not have someone who can control the whole situation? Zhuge Wu looked at me and smiled and said, what? Subverted your three views? I nodded silently. This kind of thing did overwhelm me a bit, and while I wasn't involved, even when I was exposed to it, it didn't feel like the world was what I thought it was. Thankfully, I'm not involved. I said calmly. Zhuge Wu smiled and said, do you know that the Extreme Yin life pattern has a very special place besides being the life of the Ghost Taker? What? I turned my head to look at Zhuge Wu. Extreme Yang Fate is the life of the Emperor, the dragon and phoenix among people, the son of heaven. And the Extreme Yin Fate in addition to the ghosts of life, or 1 in 10,000 metaphysical wizards. The old man did not lead you into the door, is worried about this, he only wants to save your life. He is actually very clear in his heart. Not only the ghosts will look for your trouble, even if it is the metaphysical, as long as you know the fate of you, will not let go of you. Zhuge Wu said. Genin? I felt something bad. Zhuge Wu explained, yes, have you ever heard of the Xianmen? I shook my head. Zhuge Wu continued, time's up, let's go in first, go back and talk to you about the Xianmen thing. Remember, you are the extreme Yin fate of this thing, absolutely can't disclose half of it to outsiders, or else you don't have any way to live. Followed Zhuge Wu into the Yuzhin's villa hall. I took a close look at the half-constructed incense, just burned to the bottom. There is still a little spark, and at this time, Yu Mengxian her mother's soul has been a bit of levitation, and the family of three, still full of tears in the conversation. Master Jin, Missy, the hour is up, I have to send the lady to the bottom. If the hour is delayed, the lady will never be born again. Zhuge Wu directly interrupted the trio's conversation. Yuzhin nodded and hugged Yu Mengxian, who once again couldn't control her desire to rush over, and looked at his wife fondly. His wife similarly looked at Yuzhin, her eyes full of reluctance. But they both understood that this life and death parting could not be avoided. Looking at this scene, I remembered when my grandfather left, how could he not be so sad and helpless? I especially understood Yu Mengxian, she was the most powerless one, and the way she looked, it made me feel like she wasn't so annoying anymore. Juga Wu sent away Yuzhan's wife. Yuzhan's sadness slowly calmed down. He turned his head to look angrily at the ground. Has been unconscious Situaner suddenly yelled out and said, "Come on people, this Situaner this chopped into mush taken out and fed to the dogs, and then kill his whole family." Two bodyguards immediately rushed in, and one of them said, "Brother Jin, Sito-chan's background is clear, he's alone and doesn't have any family or friends." Juga Wu hurriedly said, "Master Jin, I'll kill Situ Jing. I'm afraid you won't handle it cleanly and let his soul escape." Yuzhan looked at Juga Wu and said with his mouth, "Well, after killing him, you follow me." "Thank you Master Jin, but please Master Jin, you guys can evade for a while, I'm using a secret method, it's not good to reveal it." Juga Wu had a naive smile, took out his cell phone, pulled over a chair, placed the cell phone on top of the chair, right at the direction where Situ Jing was lying, swung it several times, but it was not fixed. Yuzhan nodded and did not say much as he let a few people out and closed the door. "Let me hold that for you," I said as I walked over. Juga Wu shook his head and said, "You'll be shaking if you hold it, and it will definitely let them know that there's someone else at the scene, and you shouldn't appear in the screen, and even more so, you shouldn't speak." I hummed and walked over to the couch and sat down, knowing that he was going to start live streaming the killings, and just like at his house, I couldn't show up. Juga Wu used several things to fix the phone, opened the Ghost Hunters Alliance live icon, and then picked up a fruit knife on the table and walked towards Situ Honor. His technique was very skillful. With just a slight muffled sound, he completely cut Situ Jing's neck. A column of blood sprayed out, staining Juga Wu's clothes red, an unusually bloody scene. He then took out a copper bell and shook it incessantly at the position of Situ Jing's head, chanting inaudible incantations as he did so, and with his left hand, he put down the fruit knife and drew out a mahogany sword. In less than a minute, a black shadow slowly coalesced around Situ Jing's head, and Juga Wu's mahogany sword slashed a few times before the black shadow disappeared into the air. To the end, Juga Wu did not say anything to the camera. I looked at the phone screen, there are more than a dozen viewers, all excitedly uproar and shouting, and the virtual gift also brushed non-stop. They seem to like to see this kind of real killing live. After doing this, Juga Wu clasped his fists at the screen, held the head in front of his cell phone to give a close-up, then turned off the live broadcast and said with a hefty smile, "Done. Do you have to cut the head off?" I froze, still very much turned off by this scene. Juga Wu said, "Do it for Yuzhan, otherwise he won't believe that Situjin is indeed dead." "You're underestimating Yuzhan, he wouldn't be able to tell if people are dead or not." "Oh, this you don't understand. Do you know why ancient executions were carried out by beheading at noon?" "Why?" "That's because the yang energy is heaviest at noon, and beheading can sever the connection between the three souls, so that the prisoner can't go beyond life after death, and his soul will be washed away by the yang energy." "Is this true?" "False, just a superstition, but Yuzhan believes," Juga Wu said as he walked towards the door and opened the door of the villa. Yuzhan's four stood outside the door. Juga Wu smiled and said, "Master Jin, it's done, the corpse will be exposed to the sun for an hour, there won't be any worries." Yuzhan nodded, waved his hand and two bodyguards rushed in, then said to Juga Wu, "From now on, you will take Situjin's place, follow me, and I will ensure that you will enjoy glory and wealth to the fullest." Juga Wu hemmed and hawed and said, "Thank you, Master Jin, for this time, $1 million, I want it right away." Chapter 19, the first time the jade ring left my body. Yuzhan gave a and said cheerfully, "No problem, within 3 days, move in with me, money you want cash or check?" Juga Wu said, "Can you transfer it to my card?" "Could be." Juga Wu took out a piece of paper, wrote down a series of numbers and handed it to Yuzhan. Yuzhan called the butler and told him to transfer the money, then looked at me and said, "You're not bad, come live with me, I won't treat you badly." I looked at Juga Wu, who nodded and said, "Thank you, Master Jin, for taking in my uncle and nephew, we'll move over the day after tomorrow." Yu Mengxuan's emotions were pacified, and she looked at me if she had a deep feeling and said, "Zhao Lianfan, I really didn't look at you wrong." I smiled slightly as a response, and did not nod or shake my head. I do not want to get involved with these forces. When Juga Wu brought me to find the Yinshi Zhu to save Zhao Yixian, I will wait for the school year to start, and study well, and these things are cut off. Yuzhan arranged a car to send us back. This time it is not a van, but a luxury car. Yuzhan also seems to have a high degree of trust in Juga Wu. I understand in my heart. This is not only related to Juga Wu helped him to unmask the disguise of Sito-chun, he must have had an investigation of Juga Wu, and just now their family of 3 conversations. I guess it is also not possible to get out of the connection. When the car passed a Taoist temple with a lot of incense, Juga Wu suddenly told the driver to stop and said to me, "You give me your jade ring." I subconsciously shielded the jade ring on my chest and mouthed, "What are you doing?" "Just now, she helped you block Master Jin his wife's upper body, and her vitality was greatly injured, so I'll go inside the Taoist temple to help her recover," Juga Wu explained. I hummed and said, "Okay, I'll go with you." Juga Wu waved his hand and said, "Don't go, you know your situation in your own heart, it's not suitable to enter the Taoist temple." I still want to speak. Juga Wu squeezed his eyes, meaning to tell me not to tell the matter of the extreme fate. After all, there is still a driver here. Looking at Juga Wu's sincere eyes, I hesitated for a moment, removed the jade ring hanging around my neck and handed it over to him and said, "Hurry up then. It's fine for you to go back first. It's not something that can be gotten done in a moment, it needs to be a dojo." Juga Wu took the jade ring and turned around to open the car door. "No, I'll wait for you here. After I said those words, Zhuge Wu had already gotten out of the car and ran towards the Taoist temple. I looked at Zhuge Wu's back. In my heart, I know that Zhuge Wu is well-intentioned, but still a little worried. But with Zhuge Wu's ability, if he wants to rob my jade ring, I simply do not have the opportunity to resist. Associated with this, I slightly put down my heart. I had a chat with the driver, who was also very chatty, and during that time, except for one phone call he took, he kept chatting with me about his glorious deeds and how awesome the aftershocks were. This wait, the time is really long, a full 5 or 6 hours, the sky is already almost dark, Zhuge Wu has not come out, I'm getting impatient, the driver of the car is also a little worried, said, either you make a phone call to ask, urge him, this Thousand Souls Road, the night, I do not dare to go in. I nodded and took out my cell phone, only to realize that I hadn't saved Zhuge Wu's number, but he had given me a business card when he was driving a black car, but I didn't even look at it and threw it in the trash. The driver saw my expression in the rearview mirror and thought for a moment, otherwise I'll take you back first, I've heard that it usually takes a day and a night to do the dojo. It's taking so long? I asked, somewhat breathlessly. The driver hummed and said, yes, I'll send you back now, I can still make it out of Thousand Souls Road before it gets dark, little brother, do me a favor, I really don't dare to hang around Thousand Souls Road after dark. Last time, there was a brother who took Thousand Souls Road in order to take a shortcut, and he mysteriously disappeared as a result. I thought about it and said, okay, then you go back first, big brother, this is only a dozen kilometers away from the Thousand Souls Road, I'll just wait here. That's fine. The driver said and took out a couple $100 and said, this will be the fare for the cab ride, which was supposed to be my mission, lol. No need big brother, I still have money on me. I waved my hand, opened the car door and got out of the car, walked to the entrance of the Taoist temple and sat down on top of one of the road curb, my eyes firmly staring at the door of the Taoist temple. That jade ring has been kept close to me for the past 3 years, and it's still a bit uncomfortable to suddenly not have it on me anymore, mainly because there's Zhao Xian in it. Thinking of Zhao Xian, my heart is again full of guilt. In the Yuzhan's wife pounced on me, she was helping me resist, she would have been already greatly injured, but still desperately trying to protect me. The back of the eye also implicitly hold the jade ring and she exchanged, but never again appeared that familiar warm and comfortable feeling. I know that she is not lightly injured, and now Zhuge Wu and the help of her to restore the vitality, how long I am willing to wait. I have been thinking about Zhao Xian, I wait up and do not feel tired, do not know how long, the day slowly darkened, during which I have been looking at the door of the Taoist temple, never saw Zhuge Wu out. The driver's words let me feel at ease a lot, thinking of Zhao Xian can restore vitality, I feel that no matter how long I wait, it is worth it. Unconsciously wait until midnight, the road pedestrians and vehicles gradually less, I am also a little tired, hugging legs, buried his head into his knees, but also dozed off in a daze, because of Zhao Xian's miss, my dreams will appear in her. According to theory, dreaming will make the quality of sleep deteriorate, but I'm the opposite, every time I dreamed of Zhao Xian, I slept especially well, as if I'm charging the body. When I woke up, the sky has been flooded with fish belly white, I rubbed my eyes, feel full of energy, there are actually a few coins and some bills around, should be the people passing by me as a beggar by hand to give some money. I smiled and shook my head, picking up the coins and bills, and looked at the Taoist temple whose doors were closed. It seemed that Zhuge Wu hadn't come out yet. After waiting for nearly 3 more hours for the door of the Taoist temple to open, I rushed over to the Taoist boy who opened the door and asked, dude, wait, does this fate master want to pray for blessings? The Taoist boy asked with a salute. I shook my head and said, no, I have a friend who came to your Taoist temple yesterday to do a dojo, and he hasn't come out yet, so help me ask him how long it will take. This karmic master, our Taoist temple never keeps outsiders to stay. Could it be that you are mistaken? The Taoist boy said. No way, I watched him go in, he told me to wait here for him, his name is Zhuge Wu, and he was wearing a yellow Taoist robe when he went in. I said directly. Chapter 20 The Xianshi and the Xianmen. The Taoist boy let out an "oh," and said with his mouth full, so you're talking about Taoist Zhuge, he did make a dojo here yesterday, but he left shortly after dark last night. Gone? Absolutely not, I've been here the whole time, why didn't I see it? I asked, puzzled. He went through the back door, it's a little closer. The Taoist boy said with a smile. I cursed Zhuge Wu in my heart. This pitched me again, said a thank you, pulled my leg and walked to the middle of the road, stopped a cab, and told the driver to send me to Thousand Souls Road. It was now dawn, and as the Thousand Souls Road was notorious for its ferocity, the driver was still afraid to go in, so I told the driver to drop me off at the intersection and quickly ran in myself. Pa! The door was kicked open by me. Zhuge Wu the grandson was actually eating breakfast, humming a song in his mouth, so proud of himself. When he saw me, he hemmed and hawed and said, yo, big nephew, what took you so long to get back? Have you had breakfast yet? I'll eat your ass. I casually grabbed a chair by the door and charged towards Zhuge Wu. Zhuge Wu hurriedly stood up and rushed towards me, nimbly dodged then snatched the chair in my hand, saying, calm down, calm down. Zhuge Wu quickly closed the door and said with a heated smile, all people have 7 emotions and 6 desires, great nephew, don't bother with me. Do you have any ing business left all day? Where's my jade ring? I snarled, something that I'm sure no one else would put up with. Zhuge Wu took out my jade ring from inside his pocket, but his eyes looked out through the doorway and made a motion to prohibit sound. I reached out and snatched the jade ring, holding it tightly in my hand as I said to it, Zhao Xian, are you still? Are you better? The jade ring did not have any reaction. I brought the jade ring around my neck, carefully put inside the clothes. Before I could say anything, Juga will walk to my side, said in his mouth, the dojo I did. It is not so fast to see the effect. There are 3 days of absorption period. I have something to go out for a trip right now. You stay at home. Tomorrow night you will take you to the place where the corpses race to find the Yin Fiend bead. Juga Wu's words made me hold back my anger. Tomorrow I'll go to the corpse raising place. Maybe I can find the Yin Fiend pearls, so Zhao Xian will be saved. Wait a minute, what is the deal with Xian Shi and Xian Men? I asked hurriedly. Juga Wu froze for a moment. This time he was not in a hurry, sat down on the sofa and began to fluently talk to me about Xian Shi and Xian Men. As early as in the Zhou dynasty, Buddhist culture was introduced to the Middle Kingdom one after another, and during the spring and autumn period, 770 to 476 B.C., by the impact of Buddhist culture, Confucianism and Taoism, represented by Confucius and Laozi, began to originate, and in the land of the great Chinese Xia, the formation of Buddha, Taoism and Confucianism, 3 kinds of ideas as the main body of traditional Chinese culture. Confucianism has had a profound influence on Chinese culture. Over the past several thousand years of feudal society, the 4 books and 5 classics, which have been passed down from generation to generation, the ideas of responsibility, loyalty and filial piety, forgiveness and ethics in the genes of the Chinese people are all the results of the combination of Confucianism and authoritarian rule. Therefore, the thinking of Confucianism is still the mainstream thinking of the Chinese people up to the present. And Buddhism and Taoism too soared to go sideways, which practicing cultivation of countless people, this too lawback of the normal way, drunk on repair, the pursuit of immortal, emerged countless strange and unusual people. These people in the body of the skills, very people can be, they are collectively referred to as Xianshi. Buddha and Tao development to date, derived from countless sects, the Xian has long been divided into Buddhism and Taoism, was collectively referred to as the Xianmen, the so-called Xianmen, Xian and Xian, the door of all the wonders. The so-called Xianmen is the gateway to all wonders, the ancestor of nature, and the great sect of the 10,000 differences. Juga Wu finished these seemingly difficult to understand things in one breath like memorizing a book, and I listened to it with a clouded mind, but I also roughly understood what was going on. After listening to Juga Wu's explanation, I asked suspiciously, you said that Xuanists don't distinguish between Buddhism and Taoism, so why are Taoist temples and Taoist monasteries still separate systems? Juga Wu laughed and said, do you know about the end times? End times? Forget it, this is a long story. I'm in a hurry now, I'll explain it to you when I come back. Juga Wu didn't wait for me to speak, grabbed the cloth bag on the table and headed out. Juga Wu's computer is not closed, hanging above a QQ, there are 3 dialog boxes, confirmed that the Ghost Hunters Alliance live software is not open. I moved the mouse, ready to close the dialog boxes. The avatar of the first dialog box was somewhat familiar, it was that enchanting woman's just now. The chat logs were nakedly presented in front of me, and I couldn't help but scan and read the contents clearly. Female, Taoist master, my luck has been low lately and I keep having nightmares. Have I run into something unclean? Yes, absolutely haunted by ghosts, big sister. At this rate within 7 days, you will die a miserable death. Can the Taoist master help me? Scared expression. Yes, I'm a Taoist priest, the nemesis of ghosts, and the most direct way is to share some of my yang with you. Blushing emoji, got it. Does that really work? Lonely expression, not only is it effective, it can also help you change your luck. You were introduced by an acquaintance, you should know that I won't lie, you know my address, right? Okay, Taoist master wait for me. Well, call me when you get to the intersection and I'll pick you up. The following is not, I cursed a beast, closed the dialog box, the second dialog box appeared in front of me. The dialog box avatar is also a woman with good looks and figure, but not very old. The net name is Jasmine Blossom. Before chatting a lot of nonsense, Juga Wu did not have a sentence of serious. This morning's conversation only a few sentences. This morning's conversation was only a few sentences. JU, is it a date or not? Mal, no date. ZHU, the hell, about it or not? Mal, about. I once again cursed and closed this dialog box, revealing a third dialog box, which I was going to close directly, but when I saw the screen name of that dialog box, I froze, because this person's screen name is called Zhao Xian. I hurriedly clicked on the avatar, my heart was shocked. This net name is called Zhao Xian. The photo on the avatar is also exactly the same as Zhao Xian herself, but the background of the photo is in the hotel room. Behind it is a double luxury king-size bed hanging with blue drapes. Zhao Xian is wearing a tight blue dress, like a chameleon. A glance blends into the background. I was shaking unconsciously. Zhao Xian has resurrected and transformed? Isn't she in my jade ring? If this isn't Zhao Xian, then who is it? Where in heaven can there be someone who looks so much alike, and with the same name? I looked at Juga Wu's friend request again, and the time just happened to coincide with 9 o'clock last night. Juga Wu's virtues I know too well. I breathed heavily, my mind a mess, my eyes moved down to Zhao Xian and Juga Wu's somewhat unpleasant chat records. Chapter 21 Blackmail and Framing. This dialogue box was added to Zhao Yixian on Zhuge Wu's own initiative, and the first sentence at the beginning was Zhuge Wu's inquiry, "How's it going, little goblin, still getting used to it?" Zhao Yixian's reply was skillful, "It's not bad, where's Zhao Renfan? He's here with me, I won't harm him if you agree to double cultivate with me once for both men and women." Zhuge Wu returned. See male and female dual cultivation. This word, I deliberately went to Baidu. Male and female dual cultivation refers to the Zhouyisan Tongqi dual cultivation school, by the Zhouyisan Tongqi and Wu Jingzhuan for the most canonical. In fact, it is the content of the room, men and women in the house, the female Hai Chao iterative, the door of the mystery mare is wide open. The universe of the energy of the door will be wide open. At this time, if the man can do it this time in the heart without the slightest desire, you can absorb the energy of the universe for their own energy, so that the power of the great rise. There is also a saying that when a person's power is practiced to a certain point, it is very difficult to grow, and the only way to increase power is to rely on dual cultivation between men and women. Of course, all these claims are nonsense in my opinion. Zhuge Wu has talked to me about this before. Zhao Yixian's reply was quick, "If you dare to harm him, I will never let you go. Hee, you know my ability well, I was able to get you out from inside the jade ring even when your Dao was severely damaged. Do you think you have the means to do anything to me? What do you want? I told you, double-crossing once is good for you and me. No way, I'm Zhao Lianfan's person, don't you dare. If I kill Zhao Lianfan, you'll have nothing to worry about, won't you? Zhuge Wu, you'll get nothing if you kill him. Ha ha ha. If I don't kill him, as usual, I won't get anything. What do you think will happen to him once I tell you about his extreme destiny? Vile. Think it over, you have one day." The next words were all Zhuge Wu threatening Zhao Yixian, and in the end, Zhao Yixian surprisingly agreed. The time was 4 minutes past 5 p.m., 6 p.m., because at this time of the day, the yin and yang were intertwined, and it was most conducive to dual cultivation for both men and women. Zhuge Wu concluded by saying that he would first go and collect yin, and then he would go directly to her, and there would be no afterthought. I clenched my fists tightly, and I can't wait to kill Zhuge Wu, this person right now, actually using me to threaten Zhao Yixian to do this kind of thing. I tried sending a message to Zhao Yixian, "Fairy sister, this is Zhao Lianfan, are you there? I miss you so much." After waiting for a few seconds, the other side quickly returned the message, "Renfan, is it really you? Well, it's me, listen to me, Zhuge Wu is worse than a beast, you can never do that kind of thing with him. Where are you now? I'll go to take you away, let's get out of here." Zhuge Wu said that I'm a metaphysical wizard. When I learn the skills, I must personally kill Zhuge Wu this. I quickly knocked on the keyboard, my heart was in turmoil, and I seemed to have lost my mind a little. "Renfan, listen to me, don't come over, I'm trapped by Zhuge Wu, I can't get away, I'm going to die with him, you leave, go as far away as you can, our destiny is over, we can only meet again in the next life." Zhao Yixian said back. I hurriedly knocked out a few words, "No. You tell me where you are and we'll face it together." "Forget it, Renfan, we can't fight him, he's a Xian, his background is the Xian sect. The Xian sect not only has the Ghost Hunter Alliance, the Demon Beheader Alliance, once I'm hunted down and killed by the Demon Beheader Alliance, the sky is the limit, there's nowhere to survive, and it'll also drag you down with it." Zhao Yixian sent this paragraph, the avatar darkened, no matter I send more messages, it is like a stone sinking into the sea, and then there is no half a response. I shook my hand, closed Zhao Yixian's dialogue box, reopened the dialogue box called Jasmine Blossom, began to look for their previous chat records. The most urgent thing is to find Zhuge Wu. Even if I cannot beat him, I have to fight with him, even if it is to die. I cannot let this to hurt Zhao Yixian. Soon, I found the address that Jasmine Blossom had sent to Zhuge Wu, and even the phone number. I wrote down the address and phone number, checked the location. The Jasmine Blossoms live not far away, just in the street next to the Thousand Souls Road. The distance is only 5 kilometers. I picked up a fruit knife in my arms, quickly out of the door, found Zhuge Wu this time out actually did not ride a motorcycle, also, 5 kilometers is not far, and this broken motorcycle has a flat tire. All the way running, half an hour time, I ran to the Jasmine Blossom lived in the place. This is a small alley in a one-door courtyard building, 2-story, looks a little shabby. The first floor of the front door is not sturdy old wooden door. I was so enraged that I just kicked the wooden door open. "Zhuge Wu, you bastard." I did not finish my words, people have been frozen, this room inside a mess, like being robbed by robbers in general, the furniture is scattered, can smash things have been smashed. Surprised, I looked at the mess all over the room and took a few steps inside, calling out, "Zhuge Wu? Zhuge Wu?" Not far inside, in the foyer by the door of the inner room, I saw a girl covered in blood lying on the ground. This girl is the girl called Jasmine Blossom. I quickly walked over, put my index finger in front of the girl's nose, actually did not breathe, or came a step too late. Zhuge Wu should have gone, he actually killed the girl? Why would he do that? Dead people, this is a big deal, no matter how anxious, I have to call the police, and then go to find a way to find Zhao Yixian's location. Zhao Yixian's headshot photo behind the bed of the blue drapery is very special, the General Hotel should not have this kind of arrangement. I just took out my cell phone, the rest of my eyes saw a gray cloth bag, this cloth bag is not Zhuge Wu's? Zhuge Wu, this cloth bag is carried with him, how could it be left here? While dialing the police, he picked up Zhuge Wu's cloth bag and grabbed it in his hand. The number was just pressed, and the sound of sirens came from the doorway. I frowned and quickly reacted. This time, Juga Woo is not punking me, but is setting me up with a hit. This is a murder scene, only I was present, the girl is dead, and the time of death was not long ago. Now I can't wash away even if I jump into the Yellow River. Although I wanted to escape because I still had to save Zhao Yixian, I didn't because there was no escape from a place like this. 3 policemen in police uniform rushed in, headed by a square-faced policeman with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a stout and strong body, with a kind of heroic spirit between his eyebrows, and among the 3, he was the only one who did not wear a big cap. Put your hands up where we can see them. The 3 saw me as soon as they came in and immediately drew their snatches on me as the square-faced cop snapped. I dropped Juga Woo's cloth bag on the ground, raised my hands, and mouthed, "Officers, I just got here, I didn't kill anyone." Sure enough, there is a murder case. The square-faced policeman's face was icy cold, and his mouth said, "Hands on your head, crouch down, Xiaoli and Xiao Zhang, you guys go and take a look at the deceased, and pay attention to protecting the scene." The other 2 police officers, still pointing their guns at me, walked quickly towards the girl covered in blood. I held my head with both hands and honestly squatted down, explaining with my mouth, "Officer, the name of the person who killed is Juga Woo." "You've seen the killer?" The square-faced cop walked slowly toward me. I nodded and said, "Although I didn't see Juga Woo kill that girl with my own eyes, I know that Juga Woo came here, and it was by tracking Juga Woo that I came here, but when I came in, the girl was already dead." 44 Chihan Road? Really? The square-faced policeman asked with a frown. I said with a firm never in a million years. "What evidence do you have that the Juga Woo you say came here just now?" The square-faced policeman continued to ask. I said anxiously, "I saw it from the chat logs inside his computer and chased after him. If the officer doesn't believe me, I can show you." "Xiaoli, call the headquarters, send someone to protect the scene." The body is pulled back to the police station to be handed over to the forensic medical examiner, Xiao Zhang. "Retrieve the CCTV footage of this neighborhood. This is blatantly a malicious murder. Fong Lin and I will go to the Thousand Souls Road with this kid to see what's going on. If what he's saying is true, then we must arrest that Juga Woo person as soon as possible," the square-faced policeman said quickly. Chapter 22 Juga Woo. The other 2 nodded and started doing their work, and the square-faced cop said to me, "Sorry, I can only cuff you, after all, you're highly suspicious now." "Well, understand, officer, I'll take you to number 44, and if the evidence is conclusive, will you release me at once? I have urgent business to attend to," I said as I walked, my steps more hurried than the police officers. As we spoke, we had arrived in front of a police car, and on the driver's seat sat a competent-looking female police officer, which must be the Fong Lin the square-faced policeman was talking about. "Team Lu, what's the situation? This kid is the murderer?" As soon as she got into the car, the female police officer asked. The square-faced policeman said, "Oh, judging from my many years of experience, it shouldn't be, but he has a very important clue in his hands. Let's feel out this clue first, Fong Lin, go to no. 44,000 Hun Road. No. 44,000 Souls Road? Oh, that's a legendary forbidden place." Fong Lin stepped on the gas, the car rushed out as if it was an arrow off the string, her mouth said so, but her actions had a mocking meaning. "Zhao Lianfan, you've been living on Thousand Souls Road?" Officer Lu asked. I was silent for a while, then shook my head and said, "I've only been here for 2 days. I came to join my third uncle Zhuge Wu after my grandfather died." "What kind of person is Zhuge Wu? Is he not nice to you?" Officer Lu continued to ask. I said with a cold grunt, just one. "Team Lu, take a look." Fong Lin's speed was really fast. She arrived after just a few sentences of chatting, but the scene in front of me made me a bit dumbfounded, because the maid dilapidated villa at No. 44,000 Souls Road had collapsed into a pile of rubble. How did this happen? It was fine an hour ago. I stared blankly at the pile of rubble. Well, the raised dust hasn't completely dissipated, there is also a hint of gunpowder in the air. It should have just been blown up, and the Zhuge Wu, as you said, should have destroyed all the evidence. Officer Lu said. I nodded and after a little thought said, "Officer Lu, I have another clue that should lead me to Zhuge Wu." Officer Lu looked at me seriously and said, "Where?" I said directly, "Isn't there a hotel in our city that has a bed with blue drapes?" Fong Lin, ask someone to check it out, and by the way, call a few co-workers over to block off number 44, Zhao Lianfan, why are you asking? Officer Lu asked. I told all about those 3 chats, and didn't say any of those esoteric things, just replaced Zhao Yixian's identity with my good friend, and it was because of her that I came after Zhuge Wu. Officer Lu and Fong Lin nodded after hearing this. I don't know if they believe me or not, but with their style of behavior, even if they don't believe me, they will definitely go and take a look. As long as I can go, my purpose will be achieved. Just finished, Fong Lin's phone rang again. Fong Lin connected and said to Officer Lu with a playful smile, "Lu team, you really don't say, there really is a hotel senior suite is this arrangement?" "Which hotel? Hurry and rush over," Officer Lu said directly. Fong Lin once again stepped on the gas, the police car whistled and rushed out. Fong Lin heatedly smiled and said, "One of the best hotels in the city, Xianmeng Hotel." Xianmeng Hotel? Officer Lu frowned and said under his breath, "This matter wouldn't have anything to do with the aftershock, would it?" The Xian Meng Hotel is Yuzhen's property? I was shocked in my heart. Yuzhen's daughter is called Yu Meng Xian, and this hotel is called Xian Meng Hotel. If this matter Yuzhen is also involved, then it is a little difficult to deal with. Yuzhen is definitely on the side of Zhuge Wu, and Yuzhen's ability, I am very clear in my heart. I subconsciously grabbed the gray cloth bag in my hand and felt something square and hard. Zhuge Wu's cell phone? I froze. How could Zhuge Wu have pulled his cell phone in his bag as well? I didn't take out my cell phone. There are a lot of secrets inside this cell phone, and now Officer Lu is sitting right next to me. If I take my cell phone away, I won't be able to find anything. Hotel Kayaman is Yuzhen's property? I asked casually. You still know about Yuzhen? Oh, that's right. Yuzhen is famous. How can you, a person who lives on Thousand Han Road, not know about it? Officer Lu smiled and said. Fang Lin, who drove the car, explained. Yuzhen has a daughter called Yu Mengxian. This hotel's corporate lawmaker is Yu Mengxian himself. I heard that this hotel is Yu Mengshuan's dowry later, spent $100 million to create. That's rich. I casually chimed in, and in my heart I kept thinking about how Zhuge Wu didn't even take his cell phone with him. On the way, they asked me a lot more things, or some detailed things. During the period also someone called Lu, police officer, said the body pulled back to the police station. The nearby surveillance do not know for what reason, are no images, so not sure if this case is really not related to me. This makes my heart even more nervous, even more sure that this Zhuge Wu's things to do watertight. If even the surveillance cannot see us, then even if we determine the girl's exact time of death, there is no way to exclude my suspicions. At the same time, I was thinking, Zhuge Wu laid such a big game, and how would be so careless to let me see his computer QQ chat records? The more I think about it, the more apprehensive I feel. I even suspect that Zhuge Wu knows that I chased out, and now even if I go to the Xian Meng Hotel, it's basically hard to run into Zhuge Wu. Coming soon, Team Lu, has the search warrant application come down? Fang Lin's question interrupted my thoughts. Officer Lu shook his head and said, not so fast. How many senior suites like that are there in the Xian Meng Hotel? All 8 rooms on the top floor, Yuzhen, and you can never get along. They won't let us in without a warrant. Fang Lin said. Officer Lu hummed. Let's go there first. Without a search warrant, we have the right to access the surveillance. Zhao Lianfan, how tall is that Zhuge Wu? What kind of clothes are you wearing? Wearing a gray t-shirt and black pants today. He's about 175 inches tall, but I'm a little worried that he's already run off because I'm always a step behind. I replied, rather than walking over and pouncing. I took the initiative and voiced my concerns. It would win them some trust. Officer Lu expressed his approval. The car quickly came to the downstairs of the Xian Meng Hotel. Seeing the police car, the security guards of the hotel came over. As Fang Lin said, it was true. Not only Yuzhen and Officer Lu, they don't deal with each other. Even these security guards, it seems that they don't have too much respect for the police. Chapter 23, A Big Mess. Yo, so it's Officer Lu Guoqiang, what? Bringing a female subordinate to our hotel to open a room? A man with a gangly face among the security guards said loudly, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't hear him. Luli, don't be so gloomy here, we're here to investigate the case, take me to your surveillance room. Officer Lu pulled open the car door and walked straight out. I smiled and said, who is this Luli? How dare he even molest a cop? Yuzhen's horseman, now the security chief of Xian Meng Hotel, has always not put the police in his eyes. One day let my mom catch him in the act of committing a crime, my mom will fix him up. Fang Lin said faintly. I looked at Fang Lin, this policewoman didn't look too old to be so violent. Alright, cooperating with the police is a responsibility we should do as citizens. Officer Lu, come with me. Luli said and waved his hand to the people behind him. Fang Lin looked at me and said, how is this so cooperative today? By the way, Zhao Lianfan, do you want to bring a head cover? What am I wearing a hood for? I asked, puzzled. Fang Lin smiled and said, you're wearing handcuffs on your hands? Aren't you afraid of losing face? I'll help you open it, but don't move any thoughts of trying to run. After all, you're still under suspicion. Lu Guoqiang drilled into the car and took out the key to the handcuffs. I hemmed and followed Lu Guoqiang and the others into the surveillance room at the end of the first floor of the hotel. Lu Guoqiang clicked the mouse. Suddenly his eyes turned cold and his mouth asked, what's going on? Where are today's surveillance images? Oh, I'm sorry Officer Lu, it's unfortunate that the surveillance is broken today. You can look at the previous ones, maybe there's something you want to see? Fang Lin slapped on the table and mouthed, Luli, you're destroying evidence. Luli laughed and said, Beauty, what can I do if the surveillance is broken? Without evidence you don't want to spit blood. Lu Guoqiang saw that the surveillance was deleted, immediately stood up, took out the phone and dialed a number, and said under his breath, call the brothers over to check the room. Someone reported that someone in Xian Meng Hotel had organized a large-scale solicitation of prostitutes. Luli's face changed, said, Lu Guoqiang, you do not publicize personal revenge in this city. Who the hell dared to report my Mengxian Hotel? If this matter goes to your superiors, how do you want to explain? Lu turned his head to look at me and said directly, he reported it. I looked at Lu Guoqiang in surprise. Why is this guy like Zhuge Wu? Little Thai kid, do you know what soliciting is? Luli walked towards me, his eyes staring menacingly at me as he raised his hand and swung a fist towards me. I frowned at Luli. I couldn't believe he dared to hit someone in front of the police. In fact, Luli did not really hit towards me, but towards the air a few centimeters in front of me smashed down. But let me even more speechless is that this punch is not able to hit me. Standing behind me, Fong Lin and the Luli fist is about to fall, suddenly pushed me, which let Luli's punch directly smashed in my forehead. How dare you hit a whistleblower? Fong Lin behind me suddenly dodged to the side of me and kicked towards Luli with an unusually agile reach. When Luli froze, he was kicked out by Fong Lin and the other two security guards who followed him and directly swung their fists and rushed towards Fong Lin. Dared to attack the police. Lu Guoqiang took 2 steps over and smashed his fists on the other 2 men's faces with a bang bang bang. Those 2 security guards didn't even react before they crashed into the door behind them. I covered my forehead, looking at this Lu Guoqiang and Fong Lin. How come this police set is also so deep? The 3 men were quickly handcuffed and brought inside the lobby, but their faces were relaxed, and not long afterward, 24 more police officers walked into the hotel lobby, and they brought a search warrant with them. Check from the top floor, room by room. Lu Guoqiang gave the order, and all those police officers surged into the elevator. I naturally followed those police up, but the result was not out of my expectation. Zhuge Wu was really not there. And this Xian Meng hotel, there is no problem. When the police left, they took the 3 lullies with them, but I also knew that they'd be released soon and that I'd be in a bad way for the rest of my days. Clues to hear on the complete interruption. Zhuge Wu was like evaporation. I was brought back to the police station with them. Now there is no exclusion of my suspicion of murder. Before things are not clear, I have to stay in the police station. After taking a statement at the police station, it didn't help in the slightest to catch Zhuge Wu, who was a member of the Ghost Hunter Alliance and was involved with Yuzhen. It would be very difficult to catch him. Lu Guoqiang and Fong Lin also felt a bit sorry for using me just now, plus I acted cooperative again, so instead of being locked up in the place where prisoners were kept, I was placed in an abandoned office where there was a bed. Lu Guoqiang said, in fact, to exclude my suspicion is also very simple, only need to investigate the scene to confirm that the deceased body does not have my fingerprints can be, but this takes time. He told me not to worry, the time will not be too long, at most 24 hours after I can apply for parole. Lu Guoqiang took my fingerprints and left, locking the door from the outside. I sat on my ass on the bed and picked up Zhuge Wu's cloth bag. The first thing I did was to take out his phone and open it. This cell phone wasn't the one he had used before, but this one was dead and wouldn't turn on at all. Inside there are some other things. Before the dropout of the SM lettering of the whip is also inside. In addition, there are a dozen of cash and some yellow talisman. In the ground of the cloth bag, there is also a yellowed old book. The cover is written on the big 3 words, Golden Vase Plum. I took out my charger and started charging my phone. After a few minutes of charging, the screen of my phone lit up, and just as I was starting to get excited, the sound of the door unlocking came from the door. I hurriedly put my cell phone away in my cloth bag and calmly looked at the doorway. The ones who came in were Lu Guoqiang and Fong Lin. Zhao Lianfan, this time you're really in a big mess. Lu Guoqiang's face didn't look good. I looked at him quizzically and then at Fong Lin, who explained, a few strands of your hair were found inside the dead man's clothes. What? How is that possible? I didn't even touch her, I said as I jerked to my feet. Fong Lin said, moreover, underneath the dead man's back, there is also your hair, and you said you didn't touch him. According to common sense, this is all unexplainable. And did you find anything else? Like fingerprints that don't belong to me? I asked anxiously. Fong Lin and Lu Guoqiang shook their heads at the same time and said, there aren't any other people's fingerprints. Chapter 24, Breaking the Seal with Finger Blood. Officer Lu, Officer Fong, I was framed, I was really framed. At this time I was also anxious. This is a murder charge, although there is no evidence yet, but I definitely can't get out in a short period of time. If I can't get out, what about Zhao Yixian? Lu Guoqiang nodded and said, I know that you were wrongly accused, because your fingerprints were not found at the scene either, nor were the gloves, and your cloth bag we checked, and there were likewise no gloves in it, and with this, we can temporarily not hand you over to the court, but it won't be able to drag on for long. Officer Lu, can you let me out first? Maybe Zhuge Wu will take the initiative to find me, I said pleadingly. Lu Guoqiang shook his head and said, we only have 7 days to investigate. If we can't completely rule out the suspicion of you killing someone, we can only hand you over to the court. You can't leave the police station for half a step in these 7 days because there's evidence pointing to you. That's the rule. I nodded silently, knowing that trying to get out was out of the question. This was a police station and the room was completely sealed. There was no chance of trying to run. After Lu Guoqiang and Fong Lin left, I took out Zhuge Wu's cell phone again. The phone has been turned on, but there is a password. The screensaver is actually a paragraph of text. Snake Fairy lost Yuan, long time in the Jade Ring, due to resist ghost invasion, has become a sneaky filth, so this seal, extreme finger blood can be broken. I looked at this paragraph of text. I could only understand it with my cultural level. In my opinion, the general meaning was that Zhao Yixian's vitality was greatly damaged, and after staying inside the Jade Ring for a long time, because of helping me to fend off the ghosts, it had turned into a sneaky obscenity. That's why there was this seal, and the extreme finger blood could break the seal. I frowned. This was Zhuge Wu's cell phone. Was he trying to tell me? After thinking for a while, he took out the jade ring that was attached to his chest. Could it be that Zhao Yixian was still inside the ring? No, Zhuge Wu has repeatedly harmed me, how can his words be taken seriously? If Zhao Yixian is still in the Jade Ring, then who is the one chatting with Zhuge Wu in QQ? I looked at my surroundings, my heart became more anxious, whether it was a conspiracy or not, this was about Zhao Yixian's safety, I always had to try. Put the middle finger in the middle of the teeth, I learned from the TV inside the magician bite through the middle finger belly, fierce force, immediately pain I grimace, a piece of skin is big enough to have green beans was bitten down. After biting, I realized that the original TV inside is a lie, only this bite can bite open, but if you often bite the finger has long been bitten out. I forced myself to endure the pain and squeezed out a dozen drops of my middle finger blood on top of the jade ring. Something surprising happened to me. After the blood was dripped on top of the jade ring, it was actually absorbed by the jade ring, and the jade ring also gave out a burst of familiar warmth after absorbing the blood. This warmth made me sure that Zhao Yixian was in the jade ring. Zhao Yixian, you're in there, aren't you? I asked in a shaky voice. The jade ring erupted with 2 bursts of warmth once more, and then it was normal. I was overjoyed in my heart. This was a way for us to communicate. This phenomenon proved that Zhao Yixian was giving me a positive response. Ha ha, it's really there. I couldn't help but laugh out loud, and my heart was much more relieved. Zhuge Wu didn't harm Zhao Yixian. Zhao Yixian was still inside my jade ring. The depression in my heart was swept away. No matter if I was pitched by Zhuge Wu or utilized by Fong Lin, that policewoman, I didn't care anymore. As long as Zhao Yixian was there, I was much more settled in my heart. But why did Zhuge Wu do all this? What exactly does he mean? Also, what was the deal with Zhao Yixian on the internet? There must still be secrets inside the cell phone, but I don't know the password and can't open it. But it doesn't matter. Now that I know that Zhao Yixian is still inside the jade ring, I'm content. As for Zhuge Wu, why do these things? I temporarily put aside did not think, heart only think early out, and then go to look for corpse breeding ground, looking for Yin Shizhu. Zhuge Wu, I don't expect it for now. That night, I slept soundly, still accompanied by Zhao Yixian in my dreams, and I didn't even want to wake up. I just wanted to look at her quietly in my dreams, and I was already satisfied. As for whether I was locked up or free, I didn't care at all. In this way, in the police station spent 3 days. These 3 days Lu Guoqiang and Fong Lin never appeared again. In addition to eating, I try to find ways to put myself to sleep, because I can see Zhao Yixian in my dreams. I even think, in the future, if you really cannot find the Yingshi beads, just like this every day in her dream together, is also a beautiful thing. At noon on the 3rd day, the one who delivered the meal was no longer the aunt who cooked at the police station, but Fong Lin, who opened the door and handed me the lunchbox with an incredulous look on her face. What is it, Officer Fong? I asked suspiciously as I took the lunchbox. Fanon said, oh, it's okay, you can finish this meal, sign here, and then you can go. You guys caught Zhuge Wu? I asked in surprise. Zhuge Wu had the address of the corpse rearing place. If I found Zhuge Wu, I wouldn't need to find the corpse rearing place from other ways. Fong Lin shook her head and said, no, Zhuge Wu didn't get caught, but you were bailed out by Yuzhen. Bail? My suspicion is ruled out? I asked suspiciously, how could Yuzhen bail me out? Fong Lin said, yes, I don't know what's going on. Team Lu said your suspicion was ruled out. I asked him what the result was. He said it was confidential and told me to just release you. I let out an oh so subtle sigh. Being able to get out is naturally better than staying in here. After eating that one box lunch and signing the paper, Fong Lin took me out of the police station. She sent me all the way to the main entrance of the police station before she said, you have to take care of yourself. I think Yuzhen might be unfavorable to you. After all, you've reported his hotel as illegal. I cursed this false report in my heart, but my mouth still smiled and said, thank you for Officer Fong's concern. I'm a small child. Master Zhen isn't so serious with me. Fong Lin smiled and turned around to walk into the police station. I had just walked to the road outside the police station when a small sedan pulled up in front of me, a head poking out of the back seat. Zhao Lianfan, get in the car. The one who spoke was Yu Mengxian, and I looked at her and asked, you're the one who bailed me out? Yu Mengxian gave me a blank look and said, who else besides me would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to bail you out? You get in the car first. I shook my head helplessly. This is a big favor to owe. Pulling open the car door and sitting in, I directly asked, Yu Mengxian, do you know the whereabouts of Zhuge Wu? I know. Yu Mengxian looked at me triumphantly. Chapter 25, The League's Hunting Order. Where is he? I asked hurriedly. Gone. Gone? Gone where? I asked anxiously. Yu Mengxian shook her head and said, I don't know, my father should know. I'll take you to my house now. It seems that your relationship with your father has eased up quite a bit. I looked at Yu Mengxian and was sincerely happy for her. Yu Mengxian nodded and said, before, I always thought that my mom's death was caused by my dad's offense, so I hated him. Thanks to your third uncle and you, who restored the truth of the matter, it turned out that my dad loved my mom deeply, and my mom's death had nothing to do with him at all, and also my mom hoped that our father and daughter would have an amicable relationship. I didn't bother to ask what was going on, I just nodded silently, looking at the rapidly receding street scenery. My heart suddenly thought of my parents who abandoned me. In fact, comparatively speaking, Yu Mengxian is 100 times happier than me. I laughed breathlessly and turned my head to look out of the car. In the future, you can live in my house, there are maids and drivers in the house, and in the future, we can go to school together and come back together. Yu Mengxian said. I looked at her again and asked suspiciously, is this your idea or Master Jin's? He, it's both me and my dad. Yu Mengxian said with a playful smile. I asked seriously, why? To be honest, I don't think the Yu family is a charity organization, although Yujin asked me to move there before, but that was under the premise that Zhuge Wu was there. Now that Zhuge Wu is gone, will Yujin still take me in? Yu Mengxian grunted and said, where's all the why? Do you know how many people want to live in my Yu family? I'm kind of the exception to the rule. If you don't tell me, pardon the pun, then you can just ask my dad. Yu Mengxian pouted and stopped talking. The car drove to Yu's house. The first thing I did was to find Yujin and ask about Zhuge Wu's whereabouts. Yujin led me to a study and closed the door before saying, Zhuge Wu has offended a very mysterious organization. He doesn't want to implicate you and has already left. Ghost Hunters Union? I asked out loud. Yujin nodded and said, yes, this organization I have also heard of on the road. It is very mysterious and acts extremely extreme. Zhuge Wu entrusted me to take care of you before he left. Master Jin, what the hell is going on here? I asked directly. Yujin sighed and said, I'm not sure about the specifics, but Zhuge Wu is in a very dangerous situation right now. The Ghost Hunter Alliance has given him an alliance hunting order, and the 44th of Thousand Souls road that you guys lived on before was blown up by that gang. Master Jin, do you know what he's being hunted for? I opened my mouth and asked, logically speaking, Zhuge Wu killed that Sita Jing and gathered enough money to make 1 million. He should be able to break away from the Ghost Hunters Alliance without any problems. Yujin said, Zhuge Wu said it was because of you. Because of me? Well, he said something was wrong with the video. I'm not quite sure exactly. Yujin said. Then why did he get me to the police station? I asked suspiciously. Yujin still shook his head and said, I'm not sure about this. I think it's for safety. You'll be staying at my place from now on. I'll help you get a new identity so that the people from the Ghost Hunter Alliance won't be able to find you. Why did Master Jin help me? I asked seriously. It seemed that he knew very little about Zhuge Wu. Yujin smiled and said, there are 4 reasons. Firstly, Zhuge Wu is a talented person. I want to keep him by my side. Moreover, he helped me to unravel the gap between Xian and I. It's considered as repaying the favor. Second, I like the look in your eyes. If you can be used for me, you will definitely be a general in the future. Thirdly, many magicians said that the rest of my life will be ill-fated. And Zhuge Wu said that you have the ability to avoid disasters. As for the fourth, it's Xian's reason. She has a proud character and rarely looks up to others, so she has almost no friends, and you're considered the first. I laughed and said, Master Jin is quite outspoken. Yujin said cheerfully, if a Jianghu mixer is still twisting and turning like a pussy, then I, Yujin, wouldn't be here today. Isn't Master Jin afraid of offending the Ghost Hunter Alliance? I asked with a flat expression. Yujin said, I, Yujin, have been in the Jianghu for 30 to 40 years. If I am afraid of things, I might as well go back to my hometown and farm. Ghost Hunter Alliance, humph, if they want to find me in trouble, I won't let them have a good time. Don't worry about it. I have a way to make you new. Even if Ghost Hunter Alliance is searching for you, they won't be able to find you. Master Jin is full of vigor. Rinfan admires him. Oh, there's no need to talk horse. Before Zhuge Wu left, he asked me to relay 2 words to you, saying that it's a password. What's the word? Zhuge. I nodded and said, thank you Master Jin. Well, the maids have already packed up the room. It's on the far right of the 2nd floor. You go and take a shower first. Dinner will be served in an hour. Yujin said and walked out of the study. Many thanks to Master Jin for taking me in. I said as I followed out together. For today's sake, I really had no other choice. I followed Yujin out of the study and came to my room. The room wasn't big, but it looked comfortable. The decoration was quite good in all aspects. I just opened the door. The door of the next room also opened, and Yu Mingxuan's figure walked out. You live next door to me? I asked suspiciously. Yu Mingxian heatedly smiled and said, yes, so that when I'm bored at night, I can come and chat with you. Go in, I'll help you clean up. No need, I don't have many things, so I won't bother you. I said with a smile and walked into the room. The reason why I refused Yu Mengxian was because I knew the password of Zhuge Wu's cell phone and eagerly wanted to see what exactly was left inside Zhuge Wu's cell phone. Hello? Yu Mengxuan's disgruntled voice came over, and I had already closed the door behind me, taking out Zhuge Wu's cell phone at the first opportunity. Zhuge Wu left behind the 2 words Zhuge, said it was a password. It was definitely the right password for the cell phone, only, the 2 words Zhuge did not go with the numbers. The only thing that went with it was the strokes. The character for Zhu has 10 drawings, and the character for Go has 12 drawings, so the password is exactly 4 digits, that is, 1012. Enter these 4 numbers in the password page. The phone really opened. The interface of this phone is very simple. There are only 4 icons. One is a phone, one is a text message, one is QQ, and one is a notepad. I didn't think much of it and just clicked on the notepad icon. Chapter 26, Zhuge's Secret Method. Hey! Yu Mengxian was still knocking on the door outside, and I didn't know what she was up to. I ignored her and looked at the contents inside the notepad, which only had a few short lines. If you can safely see these words, then it proves that you are fine. I have something temporarily cannot get away, cannot take you to the corpse rearing place. Without me, you go by yourself alone only to die. Your jade ring inside the snake demon I carefully diagnosed, too weak, in the corpse rearing place. She cannot protect you. I do not know if I can still come back. there is a book of writings in my cloth bag, which is left to you by me. I don't know if I'll be back. I have a book in my bag that I left for you, so when you've studied it thoroughly, you can go to the place to raise the corpses. The place to raise the corpses is 50 kilometers west of the city, in a place called Qinglong Mountain. Remember, this is goodbye, and I will see you again when I have the chance. I read these words several times. This Shugawu was quite a bit of conscience, left me the address of the place where the body was raised. He said that book should be the cloth bag inside the book Golden Lotus Plum. But what does finding a body farm have to do with the Golden Lotus? Could it be that this is just a cover? I took out the book, opened the cover. This book does not have a catalogue. Directly into the main topic. Said Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty during the reign of Emperor Jinghe, Shandong Province, Dongping Province, Xinghe County, there is a sleazy son of a man, was born in the shape of the appearance of the stout, dashing temperament, raking a few Guan family money, the age of 2677. This person compound surname Shiman, single taboo a Qing word. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't this the Golden Lotus? I was a bit speechless as I flipped back, and when I flipped to the 7th page, that's when I realized that the contents of the 7th page had turned into a table of contents, and when I saw this table of contents, I was finally relieved. The 4 words at the beginning were written with a brush, Zhuge secret method. Runes. 1. The secret method of labeling talismans. 2. The secret method of burning runes. 3. The secret method of wearing a talisman. 4. The secret method of swallowing talismans. I quickly skimmed through the table of contents. This book is just the upper part. There are talismans, incantations, compulsion, witchcraft, and other spells. In addition to that, there are also some feng shui, geomancy and numerology explanations, a variety of things, encompassing a lot of. Unfortunately, these things are basically in ancient languages. It looks very laborious, and it requires some foundation of the arts to be able to do so. Hello? Zhao Renfan, you open the door. I'll tell you a secret. Yu Mengxian was still knocking on the door. I put the book away. I couldn't read it for a while. I knew it wasn't going to work overnight. I wouldn't want to be quiet until I got rid of this ant. What secret? I asked as I opened the door. Yu Mengxian hummed and said, are you doing something bad in there? I shook my head and said, Missy, are you up to something or not? I haven't had a good night's sleep in a long time. Can you give me a break? Wow. Yu Mengxian agreed and turned around to walk downstairs. I looked downstairs and my eyes landed on top of a vase in the corner. The vase's position just happened to be the same corner where Zhuge Wu killed Situ Jinju in the first place. I hurriedly closed the door and ran down, put the phone on the place where Zhuge Wu had put it before, opened the camera, and then let Yu Mengxian stand where I had stood before, and as expected, through the reflection of the vase, I could see a blurry silhouette, and if I didn't look at it carefully, I definitely couldn't see it. No wonder Zhuge Wu said that the video problem, his video, if placed on a large projection above to see, it is easy to see through the vase. There are other people present. Zhuge Wu did not ask me to help take the cell phone video, is afraid that the camera moves so that others know that there are other people here. I sighed languidly. It seems that I still dragged Zhuge Wu into this, and that's why he's being hunted by the Ghost Hunter Alliance. What's wrong with you? Yu Mengxian asked. I shook my head and forced a smile. It's okay, let's eat. There are 4 servants in Yuzhin's house, and a butler, in addition to 7 or 8 bodyguards. But these people don't come to the table to eat, and the only ones who come to the table are Yuzhin, Yu Mengxian, and the 3 of us. During the meal, Yuzhin took out a red book and an ID card and said, this is your new account book. The ID card is also newly made. The name is the same, only the home address has changed, and my relationship is that of a distant nephew. I put away my account book and ID card and said, thank you, Master Jin. Just call uncle from now on, so that outsiders won't be suspicious. Yuzhin said. I nodded my head and called out uncle, and Yu Mengxian said, quick, call sister. Sister Mengxian. I called out, then asked, uncle, do you know where Green Dragon Mountain is? I know, 50 kilometers to the west. You have relatives buried there? Yuzhin asked as he ate. Green Dragon Mountain is a graveyard? Yes and no. Green Dragon Mountain is huge, and there is a cemetery up there called the Dragon's Rest Garden. Listening to your tone, you are not going to pay your respects, so why are you asking? Yuzhin said. I hemmed and hawed and said, nothing, just asking. By the way, I just got a call that the girl you were involved with woke up. Yuzhin said. Awake? Isn't she dead? Yu Mengxian asked in surprise. Yuzhin shook his head and said, if really dead, Zhao Lianfan, we will not be able to bail out. It is strange, forensic doctors have identified no vital signs. In the morgue laid out for 2 days, the result is that the heartbeat appeared again. Because of this, I have a way to Lianfan bailed out, just now, has been completely woke up, and there is no discomfort in the body. I suspect that Zhuge Wu is intentionally using a scheme to get you into the bureau, and let those police officers protect you for 3 days. I nodded my head and thought the same thing in my heart. The only thing I didn't know was how Zhuge Wu could have a photo of Zhao Xian. If the Zhao Xian inside that photo wasn't the Zhao Xian inside my jade ring, then who was it and how could it be so similar? Thinking here, I left Zhuge Wu's cell phone open again, clicked on the QQ, as expected. QQ is Zhao Xian's account. Dare this Zhuge Wu was in their own conversation. That chat record, but also deliberately show me. Chapter 27, Enlightenment in Geomancy. I see that you don't want to do it. Yuzhen said coldly, scaring that called Principal Wang even more. Shin. Master Jin, it's true that we can't change it, even if you kill me I can't do anything about it. There are only 15 people in the 4th class of this term, not a single one of them can be missing unless there is someone who is willing to replace your daughter and nephew into the 4th class. Principal Wang said with trepidation. I looked at my cell phone and frowned. A class with only 15 people, this would have been a very bizarre thing. Generally speaking, a class has at least 50 people or more, and this is one of the top provincial key schools. How could there be only 15 people? Yuzhen asked, so, these 15 people were chosen by someone on purpose? Principal Wang said, it's the 15 people with the highest language scores. Tell me who is manipulating this matter. Yuzhen's tone is getting colder and colder, although it's the usual words, but I can feel that he's very upset when I hear it. When this kind of character is upset, something big is definitely going to happen. Principal Wang replied, I'm not sure who it is, but it's a regulation from the top, and there's nothing I can do about it. Master Jin, please don't make things difficult for me. Fine, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll find your superior. If you have half a word of falsehood, go home and plant sweet potatoes. Yuzhen said and hung up the phone, dialing a number again. And this time, the answer was the same, or the instructions from the higher-ups. Yuzhen made another phone call and found a hand of the city, and the hand said that he could not make a decision on this matter. An even more crucial point is that even Zhugewu may not be aware that these 15 people, who cannot yet drop out of school, must go. There's definitely something wrong with this 4th ING class. Yuzhen said faintly. Yu Mengxian and I looked at each other. No one said anything. If it was really like what Zhugewu said, everyone in class 4 was the target of the Ghost Hunter Alliance, then how could these 15 people still live? What kind of organization is the Ghost Hunter Alliance? Even someone like Zhugewu was forced to die. As students, how can we have the ability to resist? Dad, what to do? Yu Mengxian asked with some worry. Yuzhen looked at Yu Mengxian, then turned his gaze to me and mouthed, Renfan, what do you think about this matter? I smiled helplessly and said, there's nothing to do but go to school and see what's going on. Alas, I should have known that I would have gotten a few less points in the language in the first place. Yuzhen said, well, you guys go and check out the situation first. If there's really any danger, just don't go. I don't believe that the Ghost Hunter Alliance would still dare to come and actively look for trouble from Lousy. Why do you think they pick people according to their language scores? Yu Mengxian asked. I joked, I don't know, maybe the Ghost Hunters League is full of illiterates. Yuzhen put down his chopsticks and said with his mouth full, looking for good language grades, I do think that the Ghost Hunter Alliance might be grooming their descendants. It's a blessing not a curse, it's a curse that can't be avoided. There's still a month to start school. We can only wait until after school starts to check out the specifics before saying anything. I'm full, Uncle Jin, Sister Mengxian, you guys chat. I said as I stood up and walked towards the 2nd floor. As soon as I returned to my room, I picked up the book Juga's Secret Method and began to study it. I did not read those spells and charms first, but directly turned to the chapter of geomancy. For me, first of all, to find the specific location of the corpse rearing place is the most important thing. I know the art of geomancy, that is, geomancy, commonly known as feng shui, which is a metaphysical art with a long history. It is a long-established art of geomancy, which is the art of occupying the topography, environment, structure, and direction of the yang residence, the residence of a living person, and the yin residence, the grave of the deceased, to determine the fortune, misfortune, or blame. Geomancy is a collective term for the veins of a residence or a cemetery, the shape of a mountain, the flow of water, and the direction of the cemetery. However, when I saw the first sentence of the text, I felt a little headache. The kanji to the wall, the tip of the kiwi who and talk about the madness. I don't recognize many of the words, let alone know what it means. Boom! The door was directly pushed open, and I realized that I had forgotten to lock the door, and the one who came in was Yu Mengxian, and the first thing she saw was the book in my hand. You're actually watching the Golden Lotus, stinking rascal. Yu Mengxian blushed and cursed loudly. I did not move to put away the book, he said with a smile, read a lot of books, the Golden Lotus is at least a masterpiece. Mengxian sister, lend me a new Chinese dictionary can be good? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Yu Mengxian walked out with a red face. Not long after, a dictionary was thrown in through the door. Yu Mengxian chose not to come in at this time. I picked up the Xinhua dictionary and locked the door. I don't care how Yu Mengxian looks at it, being able to find the place to raise the corpse earlier is the top priority. Soon enough, I fell into it. I spent the afternoon memorizing everything in the art of geomancy inside my head, although it was only the shape and not the meaning, but it was much more convenient this way. Remembering everything, I took out my Xinhua dictionary and started translating. 5 days flashed by. These 5 days, I will go out in addition to meals, the other time basically nestled in the room inside the study of geomancy, those remote and difficult to understand words and phrases of ancient texts, hard to be translated into the vernacular by me. Chinese culture is profound. The whole geomancy is only 5,000 words, but translated, there are 40,000 to 50,000 words. This is not the main thing is that, even if the translation into the vernacular language, each sentence needs to go to the depth of scrutiny. And after doing this, I realized how precious the book left by Zhugewu was. After reading these things, I understood what is the search for dragons and points, the Shenkong flying stars, the 7 stars of the robbery, and also had a minimal understanding of the basic means of geomancy such as Wenchang and Shui Fa. Understanding is just an introduction. To be proficient, that is definitely not an overnight time can do. Even if I cannot forget, comprehension is superb, but also Zhuge Wu's mouth said the metaphysical wizards, but to suddenly learn these, feel also very strenuous. Another 5 days passed. These 5 days, I basically spent my time on how to find a place to raise corpses. Thankfully, I have learned how to find a place to raise corpses, and I also understand how to protect myself in a place to raise corpses. Raise the body is a vicious place. The formation of the body, there are 5 main geographical features, respectively, called dead cow belly hole, dog brain shell hole, wood hard gun head, broken face. When soil is not soil. The identification of these 5 geographic features is not only related to the terrain, but also with the weather, the season, the wind direction, the time of day has a lot to do. For example, the dead cow's belly point is only in the midday noon, through the wind reverberation of the formation of an unstable magnetic field, and to capture this magnetic field, you need to use a professional feng shui compass. On the 11th day, I walked out of my room early, ready to go out and do some shopping. Yo, you're out before breakfast, rare. Yu Mengxian was watching TV in the first floor lobby and said with interest after seeing me come down. I smiled and said, I'm going out to do some shopping. Yeah, I'll accompany you. I'm suffocating these days. Wait for me to change a set of clothes. Let's go outside for breakfast. Yu Mengxian turned off the TV and quickly rushed to her room. I sighed, looking at the smiling Yuzhen. It's not good to refuse, Yuzhen said. Renfan, I have something to go out of the country. I'll leave tomorrow. I estimate that I'll be back in about half a month's time. During this period of time, it'll be a trouble for you to take care of Xin for me. Okay, Uncle Zhen. I casually replied. My eyes landed on Yuzhen's brow. My heart was startled, and my mouth asked, Uncle Zhen, where did you go last night? Chapter 28 and Kokoku bald. Yuzhen looked at me suspiciously and asked, what's wrong? Uncle Zhen, did you go to a place with a very heavy een and demonic aura last night? Like a morgue, crematorium, or a cemetery or something like that? I opened my mouth and asked. Well, I went to the morgue yesterday. A brother was killed by someone's revenge. I went to identify the body to come, the back of the nighttime and follow to the funeral parlor. The funeral parlor after 3 o'clock in the afternoon does not burn the body. My brother is not in the city. Friends and relatives are rushing to take the ashes back to their hometown to be buried. I used some of the relationship. So that crematorium night to start, burned my brother's body. Yuzhen replied. I sighed and said, Uncle Zhen, you're not doing a solid job. The crematorium chickens don't burn corpses after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's because 3 o'clock is the Shen hour. The yang energy decreases and the yin energy grows, so that the souls of the dead can't go back to their rightful path. So, is there anything unusual about me? Yuzhen asked, looking at me. I nodded and said, yes, there is some hidden black mist at your brow, although it doesn't affect you much, but you're going on a trip tomorrow, and this may bring you bad luck or even calamity. You mean my brother's spirit is haunting me? I told you, how come I'm still groggy once I fall asleep? Yuzhen asked in surprise. I shook my head and said, it's not necessarily your brother, it could also be a disgruntled spirit that's been trapped in the crematorium. Let's do it this way. Anyway, there's still time today. Uncle Zhen, you should hire a Taoist priest to come and do a supererogatory ceremony, so that it's safer to travel tomorrow. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yuzhen said and called for a bodyguard. These things are also mentioned within the art of geomancy, but this is thanks to my yin and yang eyes that are already in a state of enlightenment, or else I wouldn't have been able to discover the black mist at the center of Yuzhen's eyebrows. Let's go, Renfan. Yu Mengxian changed a white and flawless dress group out, her feet also stomped a pair of high heels, her face made up a light makeup, looking more mature and sexy. I whispered, we're going shopping, not to a party. Why are you dressed like that? What girl doesn't want to look beautiful when she goes out? But you're too casual to go out in shorts and slippers. Yu Mengxian said and walked out. I looked at Yuzhen, who smiled sardonically and said, the driver is ready for you. I smiled and nodded and walked all the way to the garage to get into my car. Where to, Missy? The driver asked respectfully. To the department store. Yu Mengxian replied casually. I hurriedly said, no, to find a feng shui fortune-telling store. To what department store? You'll accompany me to go shopping first, and then I'll accompany you to buy something. Yu Mengxian said. I directly refused. I don't have time to accompany you shopping, big brother. Let's send Missy to the department store first, then drop me off at the feng shui fortune-teller store, and come back after I've bought something, then you can pick up Missy. No, what's the point of shopping alone? Yu Mengxian said. That's your own business. I don't have time to accompany you shopping anyway, otherwise drop me off at a convenient place for a taxi and I'll go to the feng shui store by myself. I leaned back in my seat and started to close my eyes. In the past few days in order to study the art of geomancy, I almost only slept 3 hours a day. Where would I have the energy to go shopping with her? The driver smiled and said, no, you have to pass a feng shui fortune teller's store to get to the department store. Zhao Lianfan, you're such a selfish person. Yu Mengxian also leaned towards the backrest and huffed. Less than half an hour, the car came to the door of a feng shui store. On the way Yu Mengxian did not say a word to me again, I instead fell quiet. Quickly getting out of the car, I walked inside. This store is called Gwangangu. The facade is not big, and it also looks a bit suspicious of selling dog meat with a sheep's head. Little brother, what do you need? The boss had a shaved head, with the imprint of a ring scar when he was on top of his head, and looked no more than 18 or 19 years old, a bit fat-looking and naive, a bit like a monk. I smiled and said, I want a professional feng shui compass. Okay, does the brace need it? The bald guy asked casually. I shook my head. By the way, do you sell yellow paper and vermilion sand for drawing charms here? And cotton red ropes? Of course there is, as long as it involves metaphysical stuff. Sit down first, brother, I'll go get it for you. The bald man said proudly and began to look for things, and in a short while, a bunch of things were placed on top of the table. Sure enough, there was everything. In addition to the ones I mentioned, this bald man also brought me a brush and ink stone, and even a book of talismans. I picked up the ones I was talking about and asked with my mouth full, I'll take these, how much? The bald man picked up the calculator and pressed a few times. His mouth said, little brother, a total of 8,308, give you a discount, give 8,000 on it. So expensive? I asked with some surprise. A compass, a roll of yellow paper and a small bundle of red rope and 2 tails of vermilion sand, actually cost 4,000? The bald head said, cheap is no good, little brother, you have amazing bones and a deep gaze, you are definitely shin material, this kind of investment, it's not a loss at all. Come on, you're a little too expensive for that, I'll look elsewhere. I said, putting my stuff down, and then stood up. The bald man hurriedly said, no, we'll discuss the price. 1,000. I opened my mouth and said, I had already checked the price before I came here, and I also knew how to recognize the authenticity of these things. They were indeed all real. The price of $1,000 was already enough. You're chopping the price all the way to my neck, little brother. I'll give you another discount, 2,000. I'm all about the real thing. The profit margin is really not much. The bald man said. Just after the bald man finished his words, 3 figures rushed in aggressively. I looked at those 3 people. The leader was none other than Luli, the security chief of Shin Meng Hotel. After coming in, Luli, without saying a word, grabbed the door side of a small basin of toadstools on the side towards me, smashed over. The mouth viciously said, small brat, you were letting me look for dare to report Shin Dream Hotel, but also harmed the old man squatted a few days number. The old man today do not abolish you, I do not surnamed Lu. I dodged, and the bald guy yelled, reaching out with great speed to grab the toad, and mouthed, *******, the ing gentle, I've got expensive stuff in this store. Expensive? Brothers, smash this tie store for me. Luli said viciously. A few steps over, a fist swung towards me. Here now there is no police, this Luli will not be merciful. Boom! Before Luli's fist could fall, it was grabbed by the bald man's outstretched hand. His hands were also excellent. I even suspected that this bald man was really a martial arts monk who came out from the Shaolin temple. The bald man said coldly, if you want to fight, go out and fight, don't ruin my store. Rub. A jade sculpture ornament was smashed by one of Luli's men, and the bald man roared, rub your ass. With a single kick, he kicked at Luli's face. Luli reached out and blocked, stepping back several steps, hitting heavily on top of a shelf. The top of the shelf once again fell down several pieces, watching the bald head a heartache. How ing dare you fight back? Tiger, call some more brothers over, let's smash this tie store to smithereens today. Luli has always been arrogant, he has Yushin as his backing, not many people dare to fight back in front of him. Luli manipulated a metal pendulum after he finished speaking and smashed it towards the bald head once again. If I don't beat you mother scares down today, I'll have wasted more than 10 years in Shaolin Temple. Baldy also roared loudly and rushed forward to meet Luli. Chapter 29, Who is your senior? Luli can become Yushin's henchman fighter. The body hand is naturally good, but in front of this bald, simply not enough to look at. His hands of the pendulum has not yet smashed down. The bald has already dodged to avoid. The figure fell behind Luli. A move of the capture hand, Luli's hand flipped over, only to hear a clattering sound. Luli's arm was twisted off. Come and help. Luli shouted. Last time he was kicked away by Fong Lin, but this time he ran into a bald monk who was even more powerful than Fong Lin, and it was bad luck. The other 2 ponies couldn't care less about smashing things, and rushed over with an arrow step, only that they were raging, but in the next second, they were kicked back directly by the bald head flying up with 2 kicks, and couldn't climb back up anymore. Dead bald, do you know who I am? How dare you make a move? Luli forcefully endured the severe pain and said loudly, I don't care who you are, it's the King of Heaven who smashed my store, you have to pay the price. The bald man said and exerted force once again, hurting that Luli cried out in pain. The bald guy looked at me and said, come on, little brother, isn't he your enemy? Come over and slap him a few times to get over it. I laughed. This monk is obviously trying to pull me down. If I do it, the police too I have to be taken away. If I don't do it, although it will not let Luli stop, but the police will not take me, this store, but there is a surveillance. Little pussy brat, try hitting me? Look at your wimpy face, sooner or later, one day, I will remove all your arms and legs. Luli looked at me and said viciously, he couldn't beat the bald head, so he can only take his anger out on me. But I don't care, this kind of person is unreasonable. Yushin doesn't have time to teach him a lesson, I've come to make him remember a little. I smiled and walked over, raised my hand and slapped Luli's face without any mercy. and said with my mouth, I really dare to fight. Little pussy brat. Slap. Luli didn't finish his sentence, I slapped him again, although I didn't learn martial arts, but after I had a conjugal relationship with Zhao Yixian, my physical quality was exceptional. These 2 slaps went down, leaving 5 fingerprints on Luli's face, and blood spilled out from the corners of his mouth. Little. Pa. Another slap was delivered, and Luli opened his mouth to spew out 2 teeth when he didn't speak again. Little brother, good explosive power, just no martial arts routine, worship me, I'll teach you to fight. The bald head still grabbed Luli's hands and said with a smile on his face. I gave the bald guy a somewhat breathless look and mouthed, you don't care about your stuff anymore? Things naturally have someone to compensate, I would like to see who this backstage is. The bald head of the yard is bold, and there is an air of a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. He's backstage with Aftershock. I replied. The bald man froze and hurriedly let go of his hand, his mouth said, why didn't you say so earlier? Agu, this big brother, are you alright? Quickly get up, misunderstanding, everything is a misunderstanding. Looking at this back and forth attitude of the bald head, I want to laugh a little, and even more surprised is the prestige of Yuzhen, such a capable young man. Hearing the word Jin Master also softened a little. Luli has suffered a big loss, although in his heart he wants to get the 2 of us killed, he doesn't dare to show it, even if his backstage is Yuzhen, he doesn't have the initiative right now. Just talking, outside again rushed in 7 or 8 people, these people hands are still holding a guy, rushed in the first time after the first time to help up Luli, viciously said, give me this store smashed, those 2 people hands and feet broken. Wait, you guys be reasonable, okay? The bald head at this time there is no way back, even if he is afraid of Aftershock again, he will not be good enough not to resist and let his arms and legs be broken, right? Luli was once again hardened at this time, and said with his mouth, speak your mother's reason, when you beat me, why don't you speak reason? Brothers, do it! As soon as Luli's words fell, before I could stop them, several shelves were overturned, and the sound of uttering and clanging resounded throughout the feng shui store. Ugh, you got me killed this time. The bald man pulled out a nunchaku from behind his chair, ready to continue. What are you guys doing? Yu Mingxuan's voice suddenly came over, everyone stopped their hands, also including Baldhead. The baldhead lowered his hand and said with a hee-hee smile, holy, this chick is good, this body, this face, I'm going to beat 10 of them to show her, so that she'll fall in love with me. Yuzhen's daughter. I whispered into his ear, and the bald man's body shook, his eyes whiter than brass bells. Eldest miss. The 10 or so people said in unison and bowed to Yu Mengxian. Seeing Yu Mengxian, I was relieved. I wanted to call Yuzhen directly, only now Yuzhen should be doing the practice and can't be disturbed, but now it's also exempted. What's going on? Why are you guys smashing other people's stores? Yu Mengxian swept a glance at Luli's crowd. Luli pointed at me and said, Missy, I've found the little brat who reported Xin Meng Hotel last time. Yu Mengxian turned her head to look at me, and then looked at the bald head, and said with an evil smile, catch this little brat for me, this young lady is going to teach him a good lesson, and she refuses to accompany me for a shopping trip. Okay, brothers, do it. Luli said excitedly, completely not hearing Yu Mingxuan's remark that she refused to accompany her even when shopping. Nima. I hurriedly took out my phone and mouthed, Baldhead, block them, I'll call Yuzhen. Good. The bald man swung the nunchaku in his hand and yelled, I'll see who dares to come over. I quickly dialed Yuzhen's phone, it rang for a while before it was picked up. I hurriedly said, Uncle Zhen, Luli is going to beat me up, talk to him. I threw my cell phone directly at Luli after I finished speaking and mouthed, Uncle Zhen's phone. Luli took the cell phone and put it to his ear in a skeptical manner, then his attitude turned respectful as he mouthed, yes, Master Zhen, I'm sorry, okay. See you later, Master Zhen. Luli hung up his cell phone and sent it to me, his mouth said, I'm sorry, little brother, it turns out that you're the distant nephew who has recently come to join Master Zhen, a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. How meaningless. Yu Mengxian pouted and sat on top of a chair in boredom. I put away my cell phone and said, it's fine, just pay for all the damaged things inside people's bald stores. Luli hurriedly said, compensation, must accompany, this little brother, do not fight, you account for your store, we broke things worth how much money, we compensate you according to the price. Don't forget it, at least more than 100,000, I sell Master Zhen a face, charge you 100,000 well. The bald man opened his mouth wide, he did have a few real things inside this store, but most of them were some resin products, they were not worth so much money at all. 100,000 huh? Luli asked with some surprise. Yu Mengxian glared at him and said, what? You smashed someone's store like this, shouldn't you pay $100,000? Luli looked at Yu Mengxian and said, should, I'll go back and get the money. Clean up other people's store before you go, you call people a little bald how to clean up this room full of mess? Yu Mengxian said and stood up, looked at me and said, Zhao Lianfan, you finished buying things or not? I finished to accompany me to go shopping. Are you Zhao Run fan? The bald head suddenly turned his head to look at me and asked. I nodded and said, yeah, you know me? Elder brother said that you will definitely give me a surprise when you come to find me, this is a big surprise. The bald head said somewhat breathlessly. Elder brother? Who's your senior brother? I asked, puzzled. The bald man looked at the others and turned toward a room inside the facade, saying as he did so, "Let's come in and talk." Chapter 30, Martial Arts Genius. Followed the bald man walked into a bedroom inside, which also has some ornaments. These ornaments can be much better than the things outside, are some real things. The bald man directly closed the door behind him and said with his mouth, "My senior brother is Juga-woo. He said you would come to me, but you came a week earlier than expected." Juga-woo? I was shocked, as if everything that happened was expected by Juga-woo. He knew that I would first learn the art of geomancy and then come to buy a compass and other related things. He told his senior brother to wait for me here. No, Juga-woo said that he learned his skills inside the Ghost Hunter Alliance. Could it be that this bald guy is also from the Ghost Hunter Alliance? You're from the Ghost Hunters League too? I reflexively took a step back, staring cautiously at the bald man. He shook his head and said, "I'm not from the Ghost Hunter Alliance. My senior brother and I used to grow up in a Taoist temple. Behind that, the Taoist temple was transformed into a place to collect money, which wasn't conducive to purification. 7 years ago, the Ghost Hunter Alliance saw my natural talent and wanted us to join. At first we didn't know what kind of organization the Ghost Hunter Alliance was, and my senior brother was worried that it would harm me, so he went in place of me and hid me in the inside a temple. Someone replaced it, and the Ghost Hunter Alliance didn't look for me again." I nodded my head and said, "Juga-woo is still quite righteous. Did you learn your kung fu in the Taoist temple or in the temple?" "None of it. It was all secretly taught by senior brother. Now that senior brother is being hunted by the Ghost Hunter Alliance and has traveled far away, it is estimated that he won't be coming back in a short period of time." "Then why did he ask you to wait here for me?" I asked suspiciously. "Elder brother and I talked about your situation, and elder brother told me to stay by your side to protect you," Bald said seriously. I looked at the bald guy. He was really good, but it was a weird feeling that I was still safe and didn't need someone to protect me. The bald head continued, "My name is Joe Pine. Don't worry, 7 years have passed. The Ghost Hunter Alliance would not have recognized me long ago." I hummed and said, "I'm not worried about the Ghost Hunters League. It's just that I'm pretty safe now that I've changed my identity. That's just for the time being. I don't really care. I'm just doing my senior brother a favor. If you want to be willing to do so, we'll be partners. If not, I won't force it," Joe Pang said. I shook my head and said, "There's nothing I'm not willing to do. I'm currently living in the Yu family. I don't know if it's convenient on Master Jin's side." "So you live in the Yu family? Yu Jin's daughter is your girlfriend?" Joe Pang asked with glowing eyes. "No, I'm just borrowing it temporarily." I smiled and said, after a little bit of thinking, I directly said, "How about this? I'll go and talk to Master Jin. He knows Juga-woo. He should agree, but he'll investigate all of your details." "Okay, try it," Joe Pang said, and then asked, "What do you want to do when you buy those things from the compass? Didn't Juga-woo tell you?" I asked suspiciously. Joe Pling shook his head and said, "He only told me your name and wanted me to protect you for a period of time, but nothing else." I nodded my head and said, "I'm going to go to the corpse raising place. Do you know any metaphysical spells?" Joe Pling shook his head and said, "I don't understand. I spend all my time practicing martial arts." "Well, let's go out then. You pack up your things," I said and pulled open the door, and the first thing I saw was Yu Mengxian. "You actually eavesdropped?" I said in surprise. Yu Mengxian tilted her head and said, "I'm listening brightly. What, this monk wants to live in my house?" "Yeah, I don't know if Uncle Jin would agree," I said. Yu Mengxian hemmed and hawed and said, "If you accompany me to go shopping, I'll make sure my dad will agree." I turned my head to look at Joe Pang, gritted my teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you. Brother is righteous." Joe Pang clasped his fist at me and said with a laugh, "Accompanying a girl to go shopping should be the most painful thing for all men. Yu Mengxian made me a full day. When I was going back, I almost turned into a moving shelf. I even suspect that this is deliberately trying to straighten me out." When we returned to the Yu mansion, Joe Pang happened to pack up his things and came to the Yu mansion, so he followed us in. The black mist at Yujin's brow also disappeared. The Taoist priest who did the deed has also gone. Yujin looked at me and laughed out loud and said, "Renfan, you're great. That Qinghe Taoist priest said that I'm being haunted by the soul of the grievances. If I really go to the foreign country tomorrow, maybe I will die miserably outside. And Qinghe Taoist priest said that you're not simple. It's hard to be seen this kind of haunting. And you just looked at me and you just know. Sure enough, you're a blessing." I smiled and said, "Uncle Jin is too kind. Let me introduce. This is my friend Joe Pang, also Juga-woo's senior brother, who wants to live together in the Yu family. I don't know if it's convenient for Uncle Jin. If not, I'll move out with him." Yujin turned his head to look at Joe Pang, laughed and said, "I heard Luli say that you are very capable of fighting. Show your hand?" Master Jin's reputation has spread far and wide. "I'm just a flowery fighter who can't make it to the stage," Joe Pang said. "Hee, if you want to stay in my Yu family, you have to have some real skills. Gu Chang, you are the most capable fighter under me, the elite among the special forces. Go outside and practice with this little brother. Make sure you do your best." Yujin turned his head and said to a bodyguard. The bodyguard called Gu Chang laughed, clasped his fist at Joe Pang and said, "Little brother, fists and feet have no eyes, please be more careful." Joe Pang also smiled and said, "The one who should be careful should be your old brother Gu. Ha, good. At a young age, you have an extraordinary vigor. I like it. You guys go." Yujin waved his hand and said, After Gu Chang and Zhou Peng went out, Yu Mengxian said, Dad, if the little monk didn't beat Gu Chang, you'll have to keep him as well, I promised Zhao Lianfan. Yushin smiled and said, martial character depends on human character, of course I won't reject him, it's just a test. By the way Renfan, you went out to buy something today, is there any action? I nodded and said, yes Uncle Jin, I'm going to make a trip to the Green Dragon Mountain and make some accommodation preparations before I leave. Before Yushin could say anything, Yu Mengxian hurriedly said, I'm going too. What are you going for? Yushin and I said at the same time. Yu Mengxian froze and looked at both of us. Yushin ignored her and looked at me and asked, when are you going to go over? Tomorrow night, I still need to get a few things ready today. I replied directly. Yushin did not ask me why I want to go, just said that tomorrow night to arrange a car for me, and then chatted for a while. Zhou Peng and Gu Chang, which walked in, both were beaten up like a pig's head, almost did not recognize, but from the momentum, Zhou Peng seems to have the upper hand. Brother Jin, this little brother is simply a genius in the martial arts world. I've been practicing martial arts for more than 30 years and I can't actually win against him. Gu Chang said. Zhou Peng also said, apart from those senior uncles of my division and my senior brothers, I really haven't seen anyone with such good hands as elder brother Gu, worthy of being an elite among the special forces. Ha, a match made in chess, Zhou Peng. From now on you'll stay and live in my mansion. My mansion doesn't have much else, it just has a lot of rooms. Butler, prepare to start dinner. Gu Chang, you eat with us tonight, let's give little brother Zhou Peng a reception. Yushin said cheerfully. Thank you brother Jin. Gu Chang turned his head to Zhou Peng and said, little brother, I wonder if you are also a good hand at the drinking table? Just try it and see. Zhou Peng smiled wickedly. Yu Mengxian picked up the conversation and said, so it's a drunken monk. Everyone was laughing, but I withdrew my smile. I still have to prepare some things to go to the place where the corpses are raised, and I also have to draw some talismans. The talismans of Zhuge's secret method said inside that within 12 hours before drawing the talismans, it is not allowed to drink alcohol or eat meat. Chapter 31, The Book of Symbols if one knows the truth. Meals have long been ready, Yushin said shortly after all on the table. I symbolically eat some vegetarian dishes, and then excused something to leave the banquet. Zhou Peng and I got up after handing me a cloth bag. The cloth bag inside seems to be a wooden lump, he said as Zhuge Wu left me. Back in my room, I opened the cloth bag with a talismanic seal in it. It was exactly what I needed. I took those out and began to prepare to draw a few talismans. The talismanic method I'd probably skimmed over as well. The talismans in the Zhuge clan's secret methods were roughly divided into 4 categories. A sticker, in simple terms, is used to suppress, are generally affixed to the coffin or ghosts and evil spirits. This sticker, and we can see the sticker on the door and the wall of the charm is different, that is to ward off evil spirits with. Second, burning talisman. Burning talisman is used to burn, where the gods will be called, burning incense and silent wishes. Burning talisman reciting incantations, 3 edicts and descending, non-serious god also. The talisman seals that are burned during the practice belong to the category of burning talismans. Third, swallowing talisman. In short, swallowing talisman is used to swallow. For example, we commonly burn the talisman paper into ashes, and then put in tea to drink, can drive away evil spirits, dispel cure diseases. There is another way to swallow the talisman, that is, with non-toxic vermilion sand to draw the runes on top of the clean food, so that the patient to stop thinking, swallowed in one gulp, can also achieve the same effect. Fourth, wear a talisman can avoid ominous, far from the evil chone. This book of prayers for the avoidance of such things belong to, simply put, is to wear on the body, common amulets, talismans to avoid disaster. There is also a kind of finger-empty book rune secret method, is to use the sword finger in the air to draw runes. This kind of rune belongs to a higher level of rune law, is not now I can touch. Zhuge Wu and Situan are fighting time, the two have used the finger-empty book rune secret method. I don't have a lot of time, the main thing I need to do when I enter the corpse raising place is to avoid the yin qi invading my body, so I don't need to understand the other talismans for the time being. The important thing is to draw a yin avoidance talisman out. Drawing charms isn't as easy as it seems, especially for a beginner like me, and there are a lot of tricks involved. As the saying goes, if you know how to draw a talisman, you will scare the ghosts and gods. If you don't know how to draw a talisman, you will make the ghosts and gods laugh. When a talisman is drawn, whether it has spiritual power or not, and the strength of the spiritual power depends entirely on the state of mind and skill of the person who draws the talisman. In terms of Taoism, I originally didn't have it, but after Zhao Yixian saved me with the Taoism she practiced, I was equivalent to inheriting part of her Taoism, and as long as the order and procedure of drawing the talisman was correct, and the state of mind was undisturbed, it was possible to make the talisman derive spiritual power. The tools for drawing the talisman, no more than calling out the vermilion sand, pen, ink, paper, inkstone. When drawing the talisman, you need to have a response to the incantation to assist. Thankfully, avoiding the yin talisman is not considered to be a very high-level talisman, it is not very difficult. I spent an hour imitating the shape and stroke order of the yin avoidance talisman, and then memorized the relevant incantations of the yin avoidance talisman, and when I transformed it into the first yin avoidance talisman with spiritual power, it was already more than 3 o'clock in the late night, and my eyes were able to see the evil spirits and whether the talisman had any effect or not. and the talisman with spiritual power would have a faint flicker of golden light, which, although it was very faint, could be seen upon close examination. After drawing the talisman, a contract is needed. Originally, if Zhou Peng didn't give me the talisman seal, I was going to use my own blood as the talisman seal. Now there is no need for it, just stamp the talisman seal. An avoidance talisman is completed. I didn't go to sleep right away, but drew another one. I'm going to go to the place where the corpses are raised. Zhou Peng is definitely going to go with me, so I'll give him one then as well. When I went to bed, it was already 5 in the morning, and when I woke up, it was already more than 11 in the morning. Yuzhen had already gone abroad, and when I went downstairs, the maids were preparing lunch in the kitchen, and Zhou Peng and Yu Mengxian were watching the TV inside the living room with great interest. Yo, it's rare to see you get up at this hour, Yu Mengxian said with a smile. I gave a hum and said to Zhou Peng, Monk, I'm going to Qinglong Mountain after dinner, do you want to come along? Of course I do, or else what am I here for? Zhou Peng said. I smiled and looked at Yu Mengxian, who was about to speak, and said, you don't want to go, we're not traveling. If you don't go, you don't go, what's the big deal? Yu Mengxian huffed and puffed. After eating and getting things ready, Zhou Peng and I left the Yu mansion, got into the car arranged by Yuzhen, and drove directly toward the direction of Qinglong Mountain. Half an hour out of the city, on the highway, and an hour later, we had arrived at the foot of Qinglong Mountain. Qinglong Mountain was an independent mountain with a 10-mile radius of flat land nearby, shaped like the back of a tortoise. It was like a huge lone tomb pestled on the ground. If you looked at it from the air, it looked even more like a tomb. However, Qinglong Mountain is very large, 20 kilometers in circumference, and from the foot of the mountain, it is not that much of a violation. On the east side of Qinglong Mountain, there is a very large cemetery called the Dragon's Rest Garden, where thousands of the deceased are buried, and it is the largest cemetery around the city. The place where the corpses are kept is usually on the west side of the mountain, so that after the Shen hour, the yang energy declines by and by, and the yin energy grows, and the sun doesn't have any effect when it hits it, so we directly bypassed the east side and came to the foot of the mountain on the west side. The driver didn't leave, saying he'd wait for us down there, and the two of us, Monk and I, went up the hill. Zhuge Gujiamancy records that the place to raise corpses generally exists inside a cave, and this cave generally does not exceed a height of 70 meters, which narrows the range a lot. I looked for a few places where there might be a place to raise a body, took my compass and started looking one by one. After nearly 4 hours of searching, there was no gain. The compass had not been responding in any particular way, and the sun had almost set at this time. And in front of us, there appeared a piece of cliff that was 2 or 3 kilometers long, which was nearly 30 meters high. Renfan, can the corpse-raising ground be found or not? The monk said with some impatience. I looked down at the compass and said as I walked, I should be able to. Zhuge Wu said that the place where the corpses are raised is on Qinglong Mountain. But it's been half a day of searching. What kind of ing hell is this place? And there's a cliff. Do we have to climb up? Bored, the monk grabbed a stone on the ground and threw it towards the cliff face. Dang! The stone hit the cliff wall a dozen meters off the ground with a muffled thud. With a gleam in my eye, I grabbed a rock as well and threw it towards the rest of the cliff. Thunk! The sound of the collision was a bit crisper this time. What are you doing? You want to smash this cliff open too? The monk looked at me suspiciously. I don't think he heard the difference between the two voices. I hemmed and hawed and said, maybe we found it. I took the compass to the bottom of the cliff after I finished and stared at it intently. After the compass was completely fixed, the pointer still didn't stop coming, but was swinging from side to side. The amplitude of the swing was more than 15 degrees and less than 30 degrees. This phenomenon proved that the place where the corpses were raised was within a distance of 30 meters. Sure enough, it's here. I was so happy in my heart that I turned my head and started looking for the entrance to the corpse-raising ground. Chapter 32 Broken Face Wensu Cave. Inside the cliff? Zhou Peng asked suspiciously. I nodded and mouthed, where you just smashed it would have been hollow and sounded a little different than where I threw it. Oh, ha, it's still me, right? If it wasn't for that throw I made just now, wouldn't you have been able to find out that this is the place where the corpses were raised? Zhou Peng said smugly. You're good. I said casually, backing up a few dozen meters. There was no entrance to be found around. That entrance should be in the middle of this cliff. Zhou Peng said really not wrong. Who would have thought that this corpse will be in the cliff inside it? If you do not go to the bottom of the cliff, the compass will not react. The end result is that I missed the address of the corpse. Haha, where is the entrance? Zhou Peng asked. Instead of answering, I looked at it for a while before saying, Monk, if you put aside the surrounding mountain scenery and just look at this cliff, what does it look like? Zhou Peng took a serious look and said, like a cone face, eh? You don't say. The overall shape of this cliff really does look like a face. I nodded and said, yes, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, with the center protruding and both sides perfectly symmetrical. This is called the Wenkuxing face in geomancy. Wensu Xingmian? That name sounds like a good place. Zhou Peng said. I said while comparing with my hand, well, the Wensu star face is a feng shui treasure. It can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, sun and moon, and form a beneficial magnetic circuit. Unfortunately this Wensu star face is not, because he broke, it becomes broken face Wensu, and broken face Wensu would not be a feng shui treasure, but a murderous point that can form a place to raise corpses. Broken? Where is it broken? How come I don't see it? Zhou Peng asked in confusion. It must be broken, otherwise the compass wouldn't be reacting this way. The broken face of the broken face Winsu should be in the concave position of the two cheeks of the face of the Winsu star. The broken face Winsu, the left side of life and the right side of death. Life on the left and death on the right? That's on the left? I shook my head and said, the corpse raising place is a dead place, the entrance should be on the right. Do you see that little alcove on the right? That should be the entrance. Let's go up and take a look. There. I'm afraid it's nearly 10 meters again. I have no problem going up, but you can't go up, Zhou Peng said. I removed the backpack from my back and pulled out a bundle of rope and said, any higher is no problem. There is a barb at the end of the rope, but this cliff is not completely vertical, I cannot climb up, but Zhou Peng's body up without difficulty. Zhou Peng hemmed and hawed, took the rope and slung it over his body, and rushed towards that small alcove. Zhou Peng's stance was light, and after borrowing a few strengths, he ascended to the alcove on the cliff, which was small and only big enough to hold one person. Sure enough, there's a hole, it's cool, come on up, Zhou Peng said and threw the rope down. I grabbed the rope and slowly climbed up. As soon as I climbed up, I felt the cold wind piercing my bones. Now it is early fall. The weather is hot. This cold wind should be the cloudy wind. This cave entrance is facing down. There is no ladder or road to go down, or have to use a rope. I took out an avoidance talisman and said, take this with you, let's go in and take a look. The entrance to this corpse rearing place is so hidden, there shouldn't be anyone burying the dead here. What happens if someone is buried here? It turns into walking shadows, or zombies as they are often called. Zhou Peng took the avoidance talisman and put it in his pocket, grabbed the rope and threw it down, and said with his mouth, okay, let's go. So damn exciting. Wait. I suddenly reached out to stop Zhou Peng, who was ready to climb down, and my gaze landed on top of a mark on the left stone wall, which looked like a rope rubbing out and was very shallow. What? Zhou Peng followed my gaze and also saw a relatively fresh mark. I spoke up and said, this place has been visited. It was senior brother who came here, right? Wasn't he the one who told you about this place? Zhou Peng said in disbelief. I shook my head and said, it shouldn't be, this trace can't be rubbed out once or twice, Zhuge Wu wouldn't be idle enough to run into this often, the one who came here should be someone else. What do you care? There is no rope here, it proves that the person you said is not here, this is the middle of nowhere, it is not a private place, we are here to find the Fiend pearls, take it if you have it, forget it if you don't have it. Zhou Peng said and slowly loosened his hand and started to slide down. Fair enough. I also grabbed the rope and started to slide down. It wasn't particularly deep here, only about 7 or 8 meters, and soon, Zhou Peng and I landed on the ground. Zhou Peng shivered and cursed, it's so damn cold. I was fine, I myself was an extreme fate, I wasn't too sensitive to Qi, I just tightened my clothes, and used the flashlight to shine around. What appeared in front of our eyes was a long and narrow tunnel. There was no wind inside this tunnel, the ground was all greenstone, and from time to time, we could hear the sound of water dripping. I looked at the compass, and at this point the shaking of the compasses was even greater. Move inside, body farms aren't usually big. I started moving inside while looking at the compass. Where are the netherworld beads usually located? Zhou Peng asked. I shook my head and said, I'm not sure, if there's a fury bead within 3 meters, the compass needle will turn wildly. If it's embedded inside the stone wall, how can we reach it? Zhou Peng asked. No, the stone wall will isolate the fury chi, and the fury bead won't form inside the stone wall. I explained. As we spoke, Zhou Peng and I had already passed through the tunnel and arrived at a not very large cavern space. Asterisk 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 asterisk, there's someone there. Zhou Peng shone his flashlight towards the inside of the cavern and casually drew the nunchaku at his waist. I shone my flashlight over. Only then did I realize where there was a round stone platform. On top of the platform stood several figures, with their heads bowed close to each other in a circle, as if they were discussing something. They were not dressed in modern people's clothes, basically long shirts, some even had long braids, where they stood motionless, and even when the flashlight shone on them, they didn't have any reaction, and the few who had their backs turned to us, had their hearts on their backs were affixed, with a black talisman paper. There was also an altar on top of this stone platform, which was about 2 meters high, with stone steps going up to it, and on top of the altar, there was a wide eunuch's chair. 7, shouldn't be alive, I said with a frown. It's a zombie? Zhou Peng subconsciously took a step back, his voice shivering a little. I didn't rush to answer. The light of the flashlight fell on top of that rune paper. That rune, although I can't draw, but I'm in Zhuge's secret method of the rune method inside. This is a kind of extremely high-level sticker rune, specially used to suppress the walking shadow. Well, they should be, but they're being held down by runes. I replied, walking slowly towards them, occasionally glancing at the compass in my hand. So it was suppressed, scared me. Zhou Peng said with a hefty smile and quickly walked over. When I was only about 3 meters away from that stone platform, I saw the compass needle start to turn around, but slowly. What are they doing around a urinal? Zhou Peng had already jumped onto the stone platform by now, and had walked up to the altar, a position where he could just see what the 7 corpses were surrounding. I followed up and got a good look at the bodies. There was no expression on their faces, and from the nostrils of each corpse, 2 lines of black mist condensed into a line, which arced like a little boy peeing, and landed on top of a 1 meter or so stone pillar in the middle of them, and on top of that stone pillar, there was a basin-shaped stone container, with rune patterns carved all around it, filled with the black mist that spewed out from the nostrils of these corpses, and a black bead was suspended about 3 centimeters above the container. The bead was hidden, only the size of an abacus, and looked somewhat indistinct. My heart thumped. So lucky? Is there really a Yin Fury pearl? Chapter 33, The Artificial Yin Fury Bead. There's nothing inside this urinal. What are they doing? Zhou Peng asked suspiciously. When he asked this, I realized that he couldn't see those black fog lines clearly, which meant that he couldn't see the Yin Xian beads either, and he couldn't see the Yin Xian beads, which meant that the Yin Xian beads hadn't been formally formed yet, and the general public couldn't see them, couldn't touch them, and I couldn't touch them either, even if I could vaguely see them. This place is definitely made by someone on purpose. I opened my mouth and said, I remembered about the introduction of Yin Fiend beads. There are 2 types of Yin Fiend beads, one is naturally formed in the corpse raising place, and the other one is condensed through Shin Men spells. The effect of both types of Yin Fiend beads is the same, there is only a difference in the process of formation. About man-made cohesion out of the Yin break bead, this kind of law belongs to the very profound law. Even Zhu Ji's secret law inside also has no relevant records. These corpses are not recent corpses, looks like the Qing dynasty attire, from now, at least 100 years' time. I walked down the altar, trying to find clues on top of that stone pillar, walked behind one of the zombies, lifted his long shirt, and shone a flashlight on top of the stone pillar. Nothing. I rummaged through them one by one, and finally saw a line of small letters on top of the stone pillar. BC Year Shin Month Sisude, stand. The person who can set up such a large formation of cohesive Yin Fiend beads is definitely not a generalized person, at least the current me. I can't afford to be offended. Zhou Peng picked up the conversation and said, it's bound to be like this, see if there are any Yin Fury beads here, if not, we'd better go. The Yin Fury bead is inside the basin, it just hasn't formed yet, so you can't see it. I opened my mouth. Zhou Peng was shocked, his mouth said, then what are you waiting for? Whatever he formed or not formed, take away I shook my head and said, this is an artificially condensed Yin Fiend bead, and without a spell formation to maintain it, forcibly taking it away will disperse it. So what now? Wait here for it to form? No, the formation of a man-made netherworld bead, no more, no less, takes exactly 100 years, monk. Do you know what year is the year of BSI? I opened my mouth to ask, and my heart was helpless. Zhou Peng shook his head and said, where do I know to go? Go back and check to know. I nodded and said, let's go then, go back and check which year is the year of EC, then we can deduce the time of formation of this Yin bead. Alright, let's go, I can't stay in this damn place without feeling energized. Zhou Peng jumped off the altar and quickly walked towards the exit. Roar! Zhou Peng and I had just stepped off the stone platform when a dull hissing sound suddenly appeared, and immediately afterward, we saw a walking shadow with a face full of rotten sores and fangs rushing out from behind the stone platform at an extremely high speed. Where did it come out? Zhou Peng cursed, a flash and blocked in front of me. Mouth said, run Fan, you go first, I'll meet him. Naturally, I didn't walk away, but used the flashlight to shine on the walking shadow. If there was no light, Zhou Peng wouldn't be able to see it at all. Walking Shadow's speed was fast, almost as fast as Zhou Peng's, and I couldn't figure out why a corpse that had already stiffened up would be so fast. Zhou Peng didn't have any scruples at all. He bravely rushed to that walking shadow, the nunchaku in his hand played a few stick blossoms, and slammed his stick down towards that walking shadow's head. Boom! With a dull thud, the section of the stick that had smashed the walking shadow was directly bounced off, while the walking shadow was unharmed and reached out to grab towards Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng's body shook, a foot tucked into the chest of the walking shadow, his knees bent, and his entire body flipped over in the air, bouncing back with the force, landing firmly on the ground. Instead, the walking shadow only slightly retreated 2 steps and stopped where it was. Zhou Peng put away his nunchucks and pulled a dagger from his waist as he mouthed, I don't believe you're invulnerable to knives and guns. Almost at the moment when Zhou Peng rushed over, the walking shadow also moved, hissing and rushing towards Zhou Peng, his hands and palms curved into the shape of an eagle's claw, fiercely slapping down towards Zhou Peng. Comparatively speaking, Zhou Peng's figure was a bit more flexible. Before Walking Shadow's dry hand touched him, he dodged to Walking Shadow's side, followed by a vertical leap. His legs landed on top of Walking Shadow's shoulders, his hands gripped the hilt of his dagger and violently stabbed it down, and his mouth yelled out, ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** dropped the dagger, feet clamped in the walking shadow of the head, in the air to a 720 degrees of rotation, directly to the walking shadow thrown out. Zhou Peng's own body in the air once again turned a heel, firmly landed on the ground, the action of the line of clouds and water, a 1-2 punch. Handsome or not? Zhou Peng stood up and said proudly. I laughed and said, it's pretty cool, but it doesn't amount to much. Zhou Peng frowned, apparently also hearing the commotion behind him. That walking shadow had been pierced through the head, and was actually able to stand up as if nothing had happened. Phew! Walking Shadow's hand slapped over again, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Zhou Peng bent over and dodged the grab. He didn't even look behind him, He jumped up with both feet and kicked at the walking shadow's chest. His whole body flew horizontally towards me. He said while in the air, "No way, run fan, this thing can't be beaten at all, let's get out of here." Where do I need his reminder? And his whole person flew over. I have turned my head and rushed into the tunnel. Zhou Peng's stance is very fast, but also more than walking shadow can fight, but wait until he ran out of stamina, but also only waiting for the part of the death, for today's solution, only to go for the best plan. I quickly rushed out of the tunnel. Zhou Peng rushed out in the next second, and the walking shadow behind me, still following, was slightly slower. "Quick, climb up, I'll block him, I don't believe this thing knows how to use a rope," Zhou Peng said loudly, then cursed furiously, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, where's the rope?" That's right, the rope was gone. It was obviously there when we came down, and it had only been there for a short time, so someone had obviously gotten rid of our rope from the outside. Roar! The walking shadow rushed out and pounced on me at the first opportunity. I dodged violently, and the walking shadow hit the top of the stone wall with a dull sound, and in the next second, he had turned around and bit towards me with his mouth wide open. "I'm going to you." Before the walking shadow could get close to me, it was kicked back by Zhou Peng, who said anxiously out of the corner of his mouth, "Run fan, think of a way to do something, this thing's ordinary weapons are ineffective against him." I retreated more than 10 meters and said under my breath, "Your short knife is quite sharp, try to see if you can cut off his legs first." Right, why didn't I think of that? Zhou Peng's spirit was shaken. He quickly rushed over, the short blade in his hand waved a few times, and when he was close to the walking shadow, he suddenly bent down, and slashed his blade towards that walking shadow's knee. Ding! A despairing metallic clash rang out. This walking shadow's bones were actually so hard that even a knife couldn't cut through them. "No, this thing is almost invincible." "Ah," Zhou Peng said loudly. A flash came behind the walking shadow. That walking shadow turned around at the same time. I saw a half sheet of black talisman paper pasted on his back heart position. So it's the corpse-suppressing talisman that's been destroyed. Yes, the back of the heart, monk, stick him in the back of the heart position, I said loudly. Chapter 34, A Coincidental Encounter with the Centennial Period. I say inserted in the back center because I saw that all those talismans were pasted in the back center position of these walking shadows, and I'm not ignorant about talismans, knowing that the back center is one of the weak points of walking shadows. According to common sense, the talisman was most effective when it was affixed to the Hall of Seals, but Zhou Peng had plunged the dagger into the walking shadow's head, and the walking shadow did not do anything at all, so that could only mean that this walking shadow's weakness had shifted to the back of his heart. What back heart? Speak clearly, Zhou Peng shouted as he struggled to cope with the walking shadow. It's where the heart is in the back, dumbass, I said as I opened my backpack and took out a bundle of rope once again. It's a good thing I'm well prepared because I don't know how many places in the body form need to use rope. After a few times of entanglement, consuming more and more, Zhou Peng finally failed to avoid the walking shadow's grasp. Bang was directly slapped to the ground, arm above 3 scratches appeared. Zhou Peng hurriedly climbed up and said, "Can't insert you come to seduce him for a while." I just tied the barbs and said with my mouth, "Okay, you've got to stick it right, monk." "Don't worry." Zhou Peng dodged behind me, and the walking shadow's target switched and charged towards me. I quickly walked to the other side, grabbed a stone on the ground and hit the walking shadow, and yelled at the walking shadow, which directly abandoned the motionless Zhou Peng and rushed towards me. Die for the poor monk. When that walking shadow passed by Zhou Peng suddenly yelled, and the dagger was accurately plunged into the back of the walking shadow's heart position. PFF, the walking shadow suddenly stopped in place and smoke started to come out of his back. Zhou Peng pulled out his dagger and stabbed in again. Roar! Walking shadow yelled and suddenly turned and stormed into the tunnel, and the scene became silent. Run away? It's not even ing fatal? Zhou Peng asked in surprise. I said with a it did get away, let's get out of here. Well, you still have the rope, why didn't you take it out earlier? Zhou Peng grabbed the barb at the end of the rope and violently flung it out towards the hole. I asked, and how is the strength of the walking shadow? Powerful. If he yanks hard on the rope, will it break? That's true, hurry up and go up, I'm afraid that thing will run out again, Zhou Peng urged. I grabbed the rope and quickly climbed up the hole, and before long, I was up the hole. It was quiet outside the cave entrance, the sun had set by now and it was pitch black all around. I was relieved to see no one around. Zhou Peng quickly climbed up, and I tied a live knot in the rope, climbed down the cliff with Zhou Peng, and then collected the rope, which was a complete relief. Zhou Peng looked around and said, which in the end took away our rope, almost didn't he kill us both? I put my backpack on my back and mouthed, I think it's the regular one, let's go back first. Quickly down the hill, the driver was still waiting for us, dozing off at this point, and I looked at my watch, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. Back to the U mansion when it was close to 3 o'clock, Zhou Peng's arm was injured, black blood has been seeping out, good thing I gave him a avoidance talisman, Chi did not invade his body through the wound, although a little bit of necrotic venom, but there is still a way to save. The Chi inside the corpse rearing place is indeed very strong. If we don't bring the avoidance talisman, we can't enter at all. The avoidance talisman is also completely inked in this time, those runes have become fuzzy, and the talisman is also abolished. After going back I did not continue to sleep, but the first time to check the year BCA Shin month Sisu day in the end is which day? BC year is 1905, and 1965, 65 years basically ruled out, because it is now the year 2005, if there are only 40 years, the Insha beads will not have the current state of such a hidden invisible. And in 1905, the day of the month of Asian, Sihu, happened to be the 15th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar, which is also known as the Mid-Yuan Festival. Exactly 100 years. I muttered to myself excitedly, which means that this year's July 15th is the day that the man-made Enin Fury bead was formed. I looked at the calendar, it was now August 5th, the first day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar. There was only less than half a month left before the Einshur bead would be formed, and at that time, no matter what, I would have to seize the Einshur bead. Knowing this, I took out the jade ring and cupped it in my hand and said, Ishin, Ishin, we'll meet soon. The jade ring once again emitted a burst of warmth, as a response to me. I happily put the jade ring inside my clothes and prepared to continue studying the talisman method. Zhou Peng was scratched by the walking shadow and the corpse poison on his body needed to be removed as soon as possible, otherwise it would intensify. Until the cock crowing time, the sky is also gradually bright. I just took a Yin transformation talisman into Zhou Peng's room. Zhou Peng, this thing has fallen asleep, but the black circles in both eyes are getting more and more serious, although the wound has not bled, but a large green color appeared around it. I woke Zhou Peng up, and then used the Yin transformation talisman to turn a bowl of talismanic water for him to take, and only then did I return to my own room to prepare to catch up on my sleep. I was really a bit tired after an all-night toss and turn. When I woke up, it was already sunrise. It is very strange that Yu Mengxian actually did not come to knock on my door at lunch today. I walked downstairs and only saw Zhou Peng's dark circles under the eyes and some, but it is already getting better. The corpse poison has been suppressed, and it will slowly dissipate. That walking shadow should only be the most ordinary walking shadow. Juga's secret method recorded. Zombies according to the strength of the strength can be divided into 6 levels, in order: white stiff, green stiff, purple stiff, hair stiff, flying stiff and not turn bone. The walking shadow that hurt Zhou Peng's hair and nails are not long, and the fangs are white. This is only the lowest level of zombie inside a kind of. So that corpse poison I can solve, of course, if encountered green stiff or purple stiff. There is no such thing as zombie poison, because Zhou Peng and I will be directly bitten to death, not because of Zhou Peng's hands are poor, but because we don't have to deal with the walking shadow of the magic weapon and the seal of the charm. How about it? What year is the year of BSI? Zhou Peng was the first to ask. I hemmed and hawed, and said with my mouth, the year of ESI happens to be 1905, and in half a month's time after the Mid-Yuan Festival, that's the day when that In Shaiju was formed. Such a coincidence? Good, we'll go again in half a month, Rinfan. Find a way to help me get a magic weapon that can hurt zombies. When we go again, I'll make sure to kill that thing. Zhou Peng said angrily. I said, that thing is secondary to the master behind that walking shadow. Oh, you mean the guy who used to go in there and got our rope? That guy is the owner of the zombies? Zhou Peng asked suspiciously. I nodded my head and said, yes, the walking shadow that you fought with. The clothing on his body is on the modern side, different from the other 7 walking shadows that are coagulating the netherworld beads. That formation that coagulates the netherworld beads should have been constructed by someone during the Qing dynasty. It's not the same one as the one that often goes in and the one that took away our ropes. You mean, that person who goes in there often is also an occasional discovery just like us, and he also got a zombie there to protect that corpse raising place? Zhou Peng asked. Well, it should be. Good thing we still have half a month to prepare, right? Where's Yu Mengxian? And how come the ants and housekeepers at home are gone? I asked suspiciously. Chapter 35 Aftershocks Cause Murder. Zhou Peng said, I don't know, no one was home when I got up. Did you call and ask? I said and took out the phone. The Yu mansion was suddenly deserted. This was definitely not a normal thing. At least the servants in the house would be there. No, I don't know who's calling. Call and ask. Zhou Peng said. When I just opened it, Gu Chang ran in from outside out of breath, saying under his breath, Renfan, monk, pack up and get out of here, something happened to Jin. What? What's going on? Zhou Peng stood up violently. Yeah, isn't Master Jin out of the country? I also looked at Gu Chang, and was puzzled in my heart. Didn't Yu Jin leave the country for something? He's only been gone for a day and a half, and something happened? Gu Chang said, Jin was detained by the police yesterday at the Liuhai airport. Because of what? I know about the Liuhai airport. It's not in this city, it's in the next city, but Yu Jin is so smart and powerful, how could he be detained by the police? Gu Chang said, because Jin killed someone in the restroom at the airport, and the evidence points to him. How is that possible? Even if Master Jin is more, he won't kill someone in the restroom of the airport, right? Zhou Peng said with his mouth full. Gu Chang nodded and said, yes, this is indeed a frame-up. Jin really didn't do it, but strangely enough, the CCTV outside the restroom showed that during that time period, just Jin and the deceased went into the restroom, and when they came out there was only Jin, and the person was already dead, and even worse was that there was a dagger sticking out of the person's chest, and Jin's fingerprints were still on it, and there was also blood found on top of the deceased's clothes. Jin's clothes, the dead man's blood was also found. As soon as Brother Jin left the restroom, he was detained by the police, who acted as if they were specifically waiting for Brother Jin, and were in plain clothes. So the people at home have all withdrawn? I opened my mouth and asked, this kind of thing looks like it has been proven. In fact, there are a lot of doubts. Yujin would not do such a thing even if he was stupid. It's just that for this kind of thing, I have nowhere to make it happen now. Gu Chang said, Brother Jin thinks that this is definitely revenge from an enemy, planting evidence and telling us to move to a safer place and wait for him to come out. Master Jin can still come out after killing someone? Zhou Peng asked suspiciously. Well, these evidences can't completely prove that the person is killed by Jin. We can also say that the person committed suicide to plant the evidence on Master Jin. No more. We can also say that the person wanted to kill Jin. Jin defended himself. After all, they are all just speculations. No one saw Jin kill anyone. We have already looked for a good lawyer. By virtue of Jin's strength, the crime of murder shouldn't be. But in a short period of time, Jin can't come out. You guys pack up your things. Let's go to the new residence. Missy and the housekeeper maid and bodyguard have already gone over first. Gu Chang was saying. Zhou Peng and I nodded, walked up to the second floor to pack up things, thinking about this matter in my heart, feel very strange. Yujin went out the day before, there is indeed a resentful soul haunting, but the back has been invited by him to Taoist priests to drive away. It is reasonable to say that this time to go out there will not be any blood or prison. How to get on the plane before the accident? Packing up our things, we followed Gu Chang into a commercial vehicle, the original Yu family, leaving only the old man who watched the door. Gu Chang said that the new residence is in a private villa in the suburbs, where few people know, and there are many bodyguards secretly protected. The address of the villa cannot be disclosed to anyone, all waiting for Master Jin to come out. Then can we go out? If we can't, Brother Chang, just drop us both off and we'll find a hotel to stay in, and then we'll move back in when Master Jin returns. I opened my mouth. Gu Chang said with some difficulty, Rinfan, Master Jin means that you must be protected. We are very uneasy about you living outside. That's right, Renfan, can't you be more mature? Now that something has happened to the Yu family, we should also stay in the Yu family. In case the enemies really come to the door, we can also help out. Zhou Peng also spoke up. In fact, I know in my heart that Zhou Peng just wants to live with you Mengxian. I sighed and said, okay, but I have to go out on the midwinter festival. Yes, by then, Master Jin should have come out as well, and even if Master Jin didn't come out, I'll still arrange your schedule. Gu Chang said. The car had been driving for more than an hour, and this place was in the same direction as the Green Dragon Mountain, and only 10 miles apart. This villa was huge, it looked more like a manor, it was dozens of acres big, all around it was surrounded by a 3-meter-high fence, there were electrified iron thorns on top of the fence, there were 3 single villas inside, the biggest one was in the middle, and there was a slightly smaller one on each side, there were cameras installed everywhere on top of the fence, and there were quite a lot of cameras inside the yard. Inside Shobara there are fountains, rockeries, as well as flower and vegetable gardens, and even sports facilities such as basketball courts and swimming pools. What a high level of compulsion. This is equivalent to a small vacation resort. Zhou Peng said in surprise. Gu Chang smiled, pointed to the largest villa and said, the layout of that villa and the villa in the city is almost the same. You guys are still living in the original room. The left and right are the servants and bodyguards' dormitories. The surveillance room is next door to the kitchen in one bite. Someone is on duty 24 hours a day. There is only one highway leading to this place. And the intersections are also installed with surveillance, so as long as someone is close by, we will be the first to know. Okay, thank you Brother Chang, we'll go in first. I said as I walked towards the biggest villa. Yu Mengxian said joyfully after seeing us come over. I said to ask you guys to go together. But seeing as you guys didn't come back at all last night, I didn't disturb your sleep. Zhou Peng hemmed and hawed and said, it's nothing, it's just that I was weirdly worried about you and thought something had happened to you. Yu Mengxian looked at me and said, what can happen to me? Last night I waited for you until 1 o'clock and you didn't come back. I was worried that something had happened to you. I forced a smile and walked to the second floor with my bags, mouthing, thanks for the concern, call me at dinner. Yu Mengxian pouted and said with dissatisfaction, what kind of deepness are you pretending? Zhou Peng heatedly smiled and hurriedly said, he is a piece of wood, ignore him, go, I accompany you to swim. I'm not going, better watch TV. Yu Mengxian sat her butt on the sofa and picked up the remote control in her hand. I closed the door to my room and took out all my things. I was going to get the netherworld beat in half a month. I couldn't afford to be a little unprepared. The biggest threat inside that corpse-raising place is those walking shadows. In addition to that white stiff left behind by that mysterious person who took away our rope, there are also 7 zombies from the Qing dynasty. These zombies have been around for hundreds of years, although they can't be seen to be that type of zombie yet. That's because they are sealed by magic spells and can only assist in coagulating the Inshur bead. As long as the Inshur bead is taken away, the 7 walking shadows will turn into the biggest threat. Against zombies, the only thing I can do is to seize the time to learn the corpse suppressor talisman, which is the best thing to use against zombies. Jinjin talisman is much more complicated than the Yin avoidance talisman, and the Jinjin talisman is divided into levels. The first level of Jinjin talisman can only be used to deal with the white stiffs, the second level of Jinjin talisman can be used to deal with the green stiffs, the third level of dealing with the purple stiffs, and so on. Even the first level of the zombie suppression talisman, in order to have spiritual power, it is a complex process. It is not just to draw out the runes and put the seal on the talisman is finished, but but also need to specialize in the study of a Xianmen magic called zombie control, and then will be their own understanding of the control of the zombie and zombies in the talisman drawing with the intention of conveying it in, which is able to make their own drawing out of the control of zombie. Talisman can be a deterrent to the zombies. And learn the art of controlling corpses. The most effective way is to get a corpse to, preferably in the zombie formed inside the land of raising corpses. Just I can't even get a corpse now, not to mention the zombie. But the heavens will not stop. Zombies do not have. The zombie was injured by the zombie. There is a person. Chapter 36, The Harmful Bureau of Metaphysical Arts. That's right, it's Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng still has residual corpse poison in corpse chi. These things are not even found in freshly dead corpses. As long as Zhou Peng enters a state of slumber, I will be able to communicate the residual corpse poison and corpse chi in his body by utilizing the spells of the corpse control technique to familiarize myself with and deduce the corpse control technique. Thinking of this, I walked out of the room. Zhou Peng and Yu Mengxian were watching TV. I smiled evilly and walked over to Zhou Peng and sat down beside him, saying with my mouth, "Monk, from tonight onwards, how about you stay with me at night?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. You want to get laid? The monk gave me a disgusted look and subconsciously moved next door. Aya, Zhao Lianfan, can't see it. I said, why are you so unfavorable to Miss Ben? It turns out you are Yu Mengxian said in surprise. I somewhat breathlessly crossed their eyes and said with my mouth, what are you thinking about, monk? The corpse poison on your body hasn't been dissolved yet. It's extremely unstable in your body. I'm worried that you'll suddenly turn into a zombie at night with the corpse chi attacking your heart. So I'll have to keep an eye on you. But don't worry that you'll be fine after 7 days. Just looking at me? Zhou Peng clasped his hands to his chest, his face full of skepticism. Well, don't worry, I'm not interested in men, especially drunken monks like you. Zhou Peng thought for a moment and said, okay, but I'll tell you in advance, I'm a light sleeper and have a lot of waking breath, so don't blame me for my fists and feet if you're going to touch me. I nodded and said, okay. Then looked at Yu Mengxian and said, Sister Mengxian, is there any sleeping pills at home? Sleeping pills? What the hell are you doing? Zhou Peng stood up violently, his mouth continuing, are you a pervert? Speak up. I had to continue to make things up. Sleeping pills can make you go into a deep sleep. When a person is in a deep sleep, his body is the most relaxed, and the door of his heart will be closed tightly with it, so he won't even send out a dream, and it will be hard for the necrotic poison to attack his heart. So, okay. Just 7 days, in a word, I get up the next day. If there is any abnormality in my harem, I will definitely cut you. Zhou Peng said. There is. My dad has perennial insomnia, stocked with sleeping pills. I'll go fetch them for you. Yu Mengxian looked like a joke and stood up and ran up to the second floor. I also followed to the second floor. Taking the sleeping pills and returning to my room, I began to familiarize myself with the drawing and incantation of the corpse-quelling talisman. 7 days passed in a flash, these 7 days in addition to dinner, I almost rarely out of the room. The daytime research in Jinjin talisman and make-up sleep, the night use of Zhou Peng body of corpse poison and corpse gas. I also have a certain understanding of zombie control art. There is an understanding does not mean that I have mastered zombie control art. But these understandings and the drawing of the talisman into Jinjin talisman, so that Jinjin talisman have spiritual power but has been enough, during the period of the manner inside did not happen. What accidents? Zhou Peng's life is also relatively comfortable, watching TV and Yu Mengxian chatting during the day, and Zhuang Yuan inside the bodyguard practice boxing, but also as a coach. On the contrary, Yu Mengxian cannot go out to play, has been staying at home, some boredom, harassed me several times, or I righteously refused. On the night of the 8th day, Zhou Peng no longer came to sleep at my place, and I also drew the first level 1 corpse-suppressing talisman that possessed spiritual power, and on the 11th day, I had drawn 10 corpse-suppressing talismans, and with my current Taoist skill, it was almost impossible to draw level 2 corpse-suppressing talismans before the Mid-Yuan festival, and I didn't waste any more time on corpse-suppressing talismans, but instead, I learned some commonly used incantations, which were used to work with the corpse suppressor talisman. The day before the Mid-Yuan festival, Yujin returned to the manor on medical parole, and the first time after he came back, he called me to the study, and he said with a heavy face, Lianfan, my matter is not small, the evidence from all sides points to me, you have a living brain, help me analyze it. At the center of Yujin's brow, a faint trace of black mist once again appeared, and it was even clearer than before. Uncle Jin, you say? I calmly replied, Yujin is someone who has seen the world. This time, presenting such a state, he must have stumbled upon something he couldn't even control himself. Yujin said, Renfan, truth be told, the man in the restroom, I killed him. I looked at Yujin and frowned, then said, Uncle Jin, you mean that person was indeed killed by you, but it wasn't something you wanted to kill yourself, is that right? Yujin nodded his head and said, you are really smart. I wouldn't kill someone in an airport restroom even if I was stupid, and I couldn't bring that dagger in. That dagger was brought in by the man himself. When we were in the restroom, he came next door to me and took out the dagger and put it in my hand, then I involuntarily sent the dagger into his heart. I was conscious, but my behavior was completely out of my control. Uncle Jin, are you saying that your body is being controlled by an external force? I asked in surprise. Yujin nodded his head and said, yes, no one will believe this thing even if I tell it. At first I thought there was no conclusive evidence, but later the police actually got a video, that video completely recorded the whole process of me plunging the dagger into that person's heart, but it didn't record that person taking out the dagger and handing it over to me. This is now completely conclusive evidence. If I don't have other evidence to show my innocence, I will be sentenced to at least 50 years. To show my innocence, I will be sentenced to at least 50 years, and at my current age, sentencing me to 50 years is no different from sentencing me to life imprisonment, which is also equivalent to the death penalty. I sighed heavily and mouthed, "It's a setup that uses arcane magic to harm people, and it's done seamlessly." Yushin nodded his head and said, "Yes, my body is completely out of control, alas, perhaps it's retribution for my life of overkilling, but I consider myself deserving of death for all the people I've killed, and I never kill innocents indiscriminately." "Uncle Jin, don't worry, it's not any retribution, it's just someone trying to fix you. If we find the video of that person handing you the dagger, will things turn around?" I asked suspiciously. Yushin nodded his head and said, "This is something I've discussed with my lawyer. If I can find out that it was that person who gave me the dagger, or if I can find evidence related to that person bringing the dagger into the airport, I can completely use my connections to set this matter aside. But I've thought about it, since the other party wanted to get me killed, they wouldn't have kept that video." I nodded my head and said, "As a matter of fact, but I don't think it's likely, this thing could save your life, and if I were that guy, I'd keep the video, you won't be able to find me anyway, and I'd be able to blackmail you for a sum of money if I needed to." Yushin sneered and said, "If he dares to come and blackmail me into exposing himself, I will make his life worse than death. So, it's likely that the other party's video hasn't been deleted, and as long as he hasn't, you're still saved, Uncle Jin," I said faintly. Yushin nodded slightly, then shook his head again and said, "Even if it's not deleted, he wouldn't dare to come to me. Those people I offended are basically some masters who aren't bad with money, and in the eyes of my enemies, any amount of money in exchange for my life is worth it." "Then we'll find that one first," I said. Yushin looked at me and said, "How can I find him?" To be honest, in the past half a month, my brethren have been investigating this matter, but they have no clue. I have offended many people. As long as he doesn't reveal his footsteps, I have no trace at all. I laughed and said, "The horse's feet have already been revealed. It's just that you trusted him so much that you didn't suspect him, Master Jin." Yushin's eyes lit up and his mouth said coldly, "Someone I trust a lot? Who is it?" Chapter 37, It's the Same Person. "Uncle Jin, if you haven't come into contact with any other Shin sect members in the last 3 days, then the one who pitched you against the wall should be the same Qinghe Taoist master that you had hired to do the overcoming spells before," I said directly. This kind of magic that can control people's actions is not something that can be done by pulling out a hair or tying up a small person. It needs a big spell to support it. No matter who it is, it's impossible to do it within a period of time. Yushin just happened to do a transcendence spell before he left, and listening to Yushin, that Qinghe Taoist priest said that it wasn't simple for me to tell that he was being haunted by a spiteful ghost, so he must have done something even deeper to make my yin and yang eyes unable to see it. Yushin unbelievably looked at me, did not speak. I know what he was thinking in his heart. He lives very carefully. To be able to contact him and the Shinmen must be his incomparable trust in people, or else be harmed all do not know, but by their own trust in people to be betrayed, that kind of taste must not be good. I continued, "I also don't want to tell you that it was the Qinghe Taoist priest who harmed you, but 9 times out of 10, this matter has nothing to do with him." "Aha." Yushin immediately calmed down and said with his mouth, "If Taoist Qinghe harmed me, did he attach some kind of ghost to me?" "Yes, and it's still on you," I said with a sigh. Yushin stood up fiercely and asked with his mouth, "Renfan, can you help me pull the ghost off my body first?" I shook my head and said, "Uncle Jin, I don't have the ability to do this for the time being. This is still something that Tao Master Qinghe will have to do on his own, or can you find someone else to help?" Yushin hummed and called Gu Chang in, mouthing, "I'll give you half a child's time to go and invite Taoist Master Qinghe over." Gu Chang nodded and turned to walk out quickly. Puzzled, I asked, "Half an hour? Uncle Jin, Qinghe Taoist is close to here?" Yushin nodded his head and said, "Yes, he is the honorary director inside that cemetery Dragon's Rest Garden in Qinglong Mountain, and almost all of the feng shui spells inside the Dragon's Rest Garden are wrapped up by him." "Taoist Master Qinghe is in Qinglong Mountain?" My spirit was shaken. If Taoist Master Qinghe was in Qinglong Mountain, then with his skills, there was no way he couldn't find out about that corpse rearing place in Qinglong Mountain, and being able to find out about the corpse rearing place, he definitely wouldn't let go of the Infine pearls. Could it be that the one who took away our ropes the other night was that Taoist Master Qinghe? Yushin said, "Yes, he's very famous in this area and can be considered highly respected." I silently nodded my head. The more I thought about it, the more I thought it was possible. Even if it wasn't Taoist Master Qinghe himself, it was definitely related to him. Thinking of this, I hurriedly asked, "Uncle Jin, did Taoist Master Qinghe ask you about me that day?" Yushin said, "Yes, he asked where you had been and wanted to see you too." "You told him I went to the Green Dragon Mountain?" "Yes." "Uncle Jin, don't think about it. It's not some enemy seeking revenge. It's 100% Qinghe Taoist priest pitted you. I went to Qinglong Mountain. I went to look for a place to raise corpses. I found the place to raise corpses. It's impossible that he doesn't know that there's a place to raise corpses in Qinglong Mountain." "Uncle Jin, call Chang back. Don't spook the snake yet," I said with certainty. Puzzled, Yushin asked, "Why did he harm me when you went to the corpse raising place?" After asking, he took out his cell phone and directly called Gu Chang back. I explained, because there are Infine pearls inside the corpse raising place, and Infine pearls are the most precious treasure for people in the Shin sect, especially those who know the art of ghosts and gods. He knew that I wanted the Fury pearls, and my backing was you, so he moved to send you to prison first when he performed the ritual. Snap! Yushin slapped the top of his desk and said with a gloomy face, very well, Chingha. I, Yushin, usually treat you well, how dare you treat me like this? I sighed and said, Uncle Jin, the key now is to get that first half of the video back so you can avoid jail time. Yushin said, I know, Ren Fan, you told me not to scare the snakes, is there some plan? Uncle Jin, I'd like to know if you've told Daoist Chingha about your medical parole? The reason why I asked is because Yushin knows that he's being counted with Zuenjutsu, and since he's looking for Daoist Chingha to perform the puja, then Daoist Chingha must be the one he trusts the most, and if he tells Daoist Chingha, then things will be difficult to deal with. Yushin shook his head and said, other than the people here, there is no one who knows. In fact, I came back because I wanted to look for Daoist Chingha, but to be cautious, I'd better ask you first. Then is there anyone here who knows Master Seiwa who will ventilate the area? Absolutely not. However, do you think he will know my location through the resentful souls in my body? Yushin said. I breathed a sigh of relief and said with my mouth, Uncle Jin deserves to be an old man. But you don't have to worry about that. Daoist Master Chingha should have done the sealing treatment. If he can know your location through the possessed grudge soul in your body, then the other counterparts can also know his location through the grudge soul, and he will be exposed, so he's not that stupid. Tomorrow is the Midyuan festival. It's also the time when that Infine bead will be formed. At that time, Daoist Master Chingha will surely be there. He should know that I will be there as well, so he is bound to make preparations, so we'll just make a trick out of it. Good. Do you want me to go to Qinglong Mountain tomorrow to pester Chingha in the name of a visit, while you go and fetch that what's his name Infine pearl first? Yushin said directly. I was silent for a while, shook my head and said, Uncle Jin, the formation of the Infine bead needs 100 years, this kind of critical moment, I'm sure that even if you go there in person tomorrow, you won't be able to find anyone else. I'll go back to prepare for it, pick 10 bodyguards with good hands to go with me tomorrow, and we'll leave early. Alright, you go and get ready, my medical parole is only half a month away. Yushin waved his hand at me. I quickly left the study and went to my own room and started drawing charms and told them not to call me for dinner. Until 8 o'clock the next morning, I once again drew 10 avoidance talismans and a few level 1 corpse suppressor talismans, leaving me somewhat exhausted. At 9 o'clock the next morning, 10 strong bodyguards lined up inside Zhuang Yuan, which also included Gu Chang, the number 1 expert by Yushin's side, and Yushin opened his mouth and asked, Renfan, why don't I come along too? I shook my head and said, Uncle Jin, you should not go over there. If you get too close, Chingha Taoist may control the resentful soul in your body to break through his seal, then you can only be at his mercy. This talismanic seal you hold, if you feel a hint of abnormality in your body, you will tell the people around you to take it in to cover your heavenly soul cover. It can suppress the entangled resentful soul in your body. Yushin was very dry and said with his mouth, remember, brothers, Renfan is me, all actions are under his command. If he dies and some of you are still alive, then prepare yourselves for the aftermath. The 10 men said in unison, don't worry, Master Jin. The sound was loud and deafening. I turned my head to look at Gu Chang and said, Brother Chang, you'd better stay and protect Master Jin. Yushin waved his hand and said, don't worry, I'm solid as a rock here, there won't be any accidents. Gu Chang's hands are fine, I'll feel a bit more at ease with him by your side. I nodded and gave each of those 10 bodyguards an avoidance talisman, telling them to put it in their jacket pockets, and then gave Gu Chang and Zhou Peng 2 corpse suppressor talismans each before saying, alright, Master Jin, you be more careful, and give me the cell phone number of that Taoist Master Chingha for a moment. Got the cell phone number of Chingha Taoist, plus Zhou Peng and I, 12 people divided into 2 commercial vehicles, directly towards the west side of the Qinglong Mountain, almost to the Qinglong Mountain. I dialed the cell phone number of Chingha Taoist. Chapter 38, Fighting Corpses at the Bottom of a Cliff. As expected, the phone didn't get through. It was a busy signal, not off, which means that Chingha Taoist is in a place with no signal, that the magnetic field inside the corpse raising land is chaotic, there is no signal at all. That is to say, Chingha Taoist is very likely to have already entered the corpse raising land. Fortunately, the formation of the Infine bead was at the Z hour of the Midyuan festival, that is, 11 o'clock at night, and there is still a lot of time left now. The car came to the foot of the western side of Green Dragon Mountain. The cliffs were on the mountainside, but the terrain was so special that they could not be seen from where we parked. After everyone got off the car, I pointed to the approximate location of the cliff, and said with my mouth, the place we are going to is the place for raising corpses. There are zombies inside the place for raising corpses. All big brothers have to be psychologically prepared. This is the corpse suppressor talisman, one for each person. It is useful for zombies. Yo! Oh, there really are zombies in this world? Gu Chang raised his eyebrows and laughed, seemingly not worried about anything. The others' faces changed, and their expressions relaxed slightly when they heard Gu Chang say that. Zhou Peng said, Run Fan, the corpse suppressor talisman you gave me back there? Is it that when you slap it on the zombie can't move? I nodded and said, yes, a level 1 corpse suppressor talisman, slapped on the back heart position. It can only deal with the zombie that you fought with last time. The effect on the other 7 is very small. Sticking it on them will slow them down some at most. What if I post 2? Joe Peng asked. I sighed and said, even if you post 10, the effect will be the same. I called everyone to come, not to fight with those 7 zombies, but to deal with Qinghe Taoist Master. Qinghe Taoist Master can control the white stiffs, then he should have more than one. The corpse suppressor talisman in everyone's hand can suppress the white stiffs, and there is also the fact that after you have taken care of Qinghe Taoist Master, you all need to help me get the Yin Fiend bead, and the corpse nurturing ground. There are still 7 Qing Dynasty zombies inside. We absolutely cannot touch them. Alright, let's go up first. You can just command when the time comes. Gu Chang waved his hand and walked towards that cliff. In less than 10 minutes, the 12 of us arrived at the corner of a rock outside the cliff. This position was a dead end. I knew that Dao Master Qinghe had already arrived, but he couldn't see this position either. I raised my hand to stop everyone and said with my mouth, you guys wait for me here. Monk and I will go over first to check it out. There should be an ambush. Why don't I come along? Gu Chang said directly. I shook my head. You'll be exposed if you go. If there really is an ambush, it can only be in the clearing below this cliff. Wait for me to lure the ambush out, then you guys can come out to help. After saying that, Joe Peng and I flashed out of the corner dead center and quickly moved towards the bottom of the cliff. When I came to the bottom of the cliff, I took a good look around and there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. There's no ambush. Shall we go into the body farm? Joe Peng grabbed a dagger and a bundle of rope and asked. Wait, do you ever feel a little depressed around here? I asked. Joe Peng shook his head and said with his mouth, oh, you are overly concerned. Where is the feeling of depression? In my opinion, call the brothers over, go directly to the corpse raising land inside the corpse raising place to get that called Qinghe dead, take the Yin Fury beads and go away and it is finished. If it's that simple, then Qinghe Taoist chief's decades are considered a wasted life. I hadn't even finished speaking when suddenly a ghastly white hand reached out from inside the dirt behind my heel, and that hand grabbed directly at my ankle. I have been in a state of alert. Hearing the sound of breaking ground, I have begun to reflex as a big step forward, that a hand's speed although fast, but also grabbed an empty poo. Joe Peng's quick eyes and hands, a dagger separated the wrist of that one hand. The surrounding flat land began to be unquiet. Large swaths of land tumbled up. A corpse crawled out from inside the ground. It reminded me of the scene of a horror movie where corpses crawled out from inside the grave inside the graveyard. Holy, these are zombies? Joe Peng said as he pulled me back quickly. I looked at the corpses that crawled out from inside the ground. These corpses are wearing the life clothes worn by modern people. Their hairstyles are also modern hairstyles, and their faces are still wearing medieval makeup. These corpses, they should be the mortician to organize the ceremonial appearance to prepare for cremation. Their speed and strength, far less than the white stiffs. The number is not much, only 10 or so. These aren't zombies, they are just ordinary corpses that have been manipulated with the corpse control technique. I said with my mouth, casually grabbed out a corpse suppressor talisman, dodged to a female corpse, raised my hand and slapped the corpse suppressor talisman on the female corpse's chest. The female corpse stopped moving at once. This kind of corpse is not as good as the white stiffs. The first grade corpse suppressing talisman doesn't need to be pasted on their back heart. It can also easily fix them. So it's a bunch of trash. Joe Peng took out his nunchucks and rushed forward to meet the dozen or so corpses, his body constantly flashing, his nimble nunchucks hitting those corpses in the back of their hearts with each stroke. However, Joe Peng was not using a magic weapon, so hitting the back of the heart only managed to make the corpse pause for a few seconds. Joe Peng once again felt out his dagger, and with a jumping downward stab, he sent it into the head of a corpse, which shivered a few times and fell to the ground. Headshots work, Joe Peng said with a hefty smile. I shook my head and said, it's still better to use the corpse suppressor talisman. These corpses are some of the innocent dead. The dead are the most important. Don't hurt their remains. It's very honorable. Qinghe Dao Lord made these things with little to no combat power to block us, which would only be a short delay, and in my opinion, not substantial. Nope. I had a flash of light in my head. How shrewd was Taoist Master Qinghe? How could he do such a laborious and ineffective thing? I looked up at the entrance of the corpse raising place, and seemed to understand something in my heart, and shouted out loud with my mouth, come out and help. Get rid of all these corpses before the police come here. Police? Joe Peng asked in surprise. Gu Chang's 10 men rushed out, each holding a corpse-suppressing talisman. I said directly, Qinghe wants to slander us for stealing corpses. We won't be able to say anything when the police come. The crowd all understood and rushed towards those corpses. Roro 2 horse roars suddenly came from the entrance. 2 white stiffs jumped down directly from above, 10 or so meters high. Those 2 white stiffs asked to land steadily on the ground, not stopping for a moment, rushing towards the people on our side. Damn, it's you again. See if I don't kill you this time. Joe Peng looked at one of the white stiffs and directly rushed over. That white stiff was the same one that scratched him last time, but this time Joe Peng had the corpse suppressor talisman in his hand. His bottom line was much stronger. Gu Chang also turned his figure and rushed towards the other white stiff. Gu Chang's stance was almost the same as Joe Peng's, while the others were simply no match for the white stiff, so it could only be him to pester that white stiff. As for the other corpses, they were already being pestered by the other 9 bodyguards. I quickly went to the bottom of the cliff, took out a bundle of rope, grabbed that metal barb, and flung it directly toward the location of that hole. The first time it failed, the second time, the barb was smoothly dropped into the hole in the body farm. I reached out and pulled. The barb was securely hooked into the rock formation inside. Gu Chang was kicked away by that white stiff. He climbed up and said under his breath, "You guys carry the corpse down the mountain, block those cops first, tear off the talisman paper, let them also see how the corpse can move by itself." Gu Chang also knows very well that if the police come up, I won't be able to get the insure bead anymore, and I naturally won't divulge the matter of the insure bead to the police. If the police know about it, then the insure bead won't have any share for me. Jinghe also knows this, so he dares to use this kind of tactic to try to block us. 9 bodyguards carrying 9 bodies affixed with the corpse suppression talisman quickly ran toward the bottom of the mountain. Stealing a corpse is not a felony, the body back, spend some money can be dealt with, while the insure bead is a lot of money cannot buy things. More fierce, how did you wimp out? I turned my head to look. At this time, Zhou Peng had already successfully slapped the corpse suppressor talisman on that white stiff. The white stiff was suddenly mortared in place, not moving at all. Zhou Peng had experience fighting zombies and was naturally much faster, while Gu Chang was still at a disadvantage at this point. He said while waving, "Monk, don't brag about being awesome for a while, help me with this one." I didn't look at them again, they were already safe, grabbed the rope and climbed towards the cave entrance as fast as I could. Qinghe Daolord should be inside at this moment. In order to get the Infine pearls, I had to take care of Qinghe first. Chapter 39, There's a Third Man. With Zhou Peng's help, Gu Chang quickly utilized the corpse suppressor talisman in his hand to take care of the other white stalemate, and the two of them came near the cave entrance just as I climbed up. The hole was small enough to accommodate only one person, and would have been crowded with two. Zhou Peng said, "Renfan, wait a moment, I'll go down first." I stepped aside, took out another bundle of rope and secured it, threw the other end down, and Zhou Peng squeezed past me and took the lead, pulling the rope and jumping off. I followed and slid down, and Gu Chang put away the rope that came in from outside and slid down with the same great speed. The place lit up as soon as the 3 powerful flashlights were turned on. "There's no danger, I guess that's all that old thing called Qinghe is capable of," Zhou Peng said easily. I didn't say anything, but walked towards the tunnel. Although we made preparations in advance, brought people here, and prepared the corpse-suppressing talisman, I still felt that Taoist Qinghe wasn't that simple, and even if it was that simple, I couldn't underestimate my opponent. This was the principle, and it was the way of survival for the Shenmen. Quickly passing through the tunnel, the familiar cavern presented itself to us, which no longer required a flashlight, as it was lit with many candles, which illuminated the cavern brightly. An old man wearing grey robes sitting on the stone platform above the altar above the Taisher chair, eyes slightly closed, a full 3-foot-long mahogany sword nailed in front of the body, both hands palm very naturally placed on the hilt of the mahogany sword above, the demeanor of leisurely and comfortable. The 7 Qing dynasty zombies still surrounded the stone column, nostrils of black gas constantly injected into the stone column above the stone basin. "He's Dao Master Qinghe," Gu Chang reminded in a small voice. "Where is this old man pretending?" Zhou Peng's voice was not small, bringing up several echoes inside this empty cavern. Taoist Master Qinghe suddenly opened his eyes and mouthed, "Hee, you should be the teenager Yuzhen was talking about, right? Born with yin and yang eyes? I'm Zhao Lianfan, Qinghe Taoist, and Uncle Zhen knows about the matter of you victimizing him," I said faintly. Taoist Master Qinghe laughed and said with his mouth full, "So what if I know? After I get the Yin Fury Pearl, even if there are 10 Yuzhen, what can they do to me? You are somewhat capable. At a young age, you can actually draw a corpse suppressor talisman and a Yin avoidance talisman, but if you want to take my Yin Fiend Pearl, you're still a little too young." Taoist Qinghe, this big formation that condenses the Yin Fiend bead, you didn't set it up, right? In that case, this Yin Fiend bead isn't yours, we discovered it together, so let's each do our own thing and see who gets the Yin Fiend bead, I said indifferently. Taoist Qinghe laughed and said, "What a great phrase, each according to his own ability. Once the Yin Fury Pearl is taken away, the corpse suppressor talisman will also be annihilated. Do you know what level these 7 Qing dynasty zombies are? That is a purple stiff. The 3 of you together are not enough for one of them to fight. What qualifications do you have to say that you want to take away the Yin Fury Pearl?" It was actually a purple stiff. If that was the case, it was really as Qinghe had said, these 7 zombies could cause a havoc if they were released. If it's a purple stiff, you don't have the ability to take away the Yin Fiend bead, do you? I said with a calm expression. Taoist Master Qinghe raised an eyebrow, his eyes twitching a few times as he said with his mouth, "After resolving you guys, I naturally have a way to take away the Yin Fiend pearls, and I can trap these 7 purple stiffs in here forever. Just by you?" Zhou Peng let out a faint smile and pulled out a flying knife from his waist, directly flinging it towards Taoist Master Qinghe. The speed of the flying dagger was extremely fast, but it just came to the head of the Qinghe Taoist not less than 10 centimeters before it stopped in the air, and a shadowy spirit appeared, grabbed the flying dagger in its hand and directly threw it on the ground. "What kind of ghost is that?" Zhou Peng asked in surprise after seeing that shadowy spirit. I laughed and said, "It's just ghosts, guardian Yin souls. A lot of metaphysical magicians who are skilled in the art of ghosts and gods have them. You guys have Yin avoiding talismans on you, so you don't have to worry too much about that guardian Yin soul. Hee hee, what about this? Taoist Master Ching has suddenly grabbed the mahogany sword and stood up, his right foot slammed down, seemingly stepping on some kind of mechanism. The sound of a stone door moving came from behind the altar, and 8 white stiffs quickly leaped out, 4 of them coming to about 5 meters in front of us, and the remaining 4 circled around behind us, blocking the entrance to the tunnel and looking at us expressionlessly. Asterisk 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 and so many more. From what place did they leap out? Zhou Peng touched out a corpse suppressor talisman and whispered, I only have 1 left on me. Ku Chang also said, I only have 1 left too, Renfan. How many more do you have there? 1. I whispered. In fact, even if there are 8, we only have 3 people, the opposite side has 8 white stiffs. To really fight, we do not have a little chance to win. 1-on-1, Zhou Peng can find an opportunity to paste the talisman, but 3-on-1, Zhou Peng does not have a chance at all. Seeing that we fell at a disadvantage, Taoist Ching has said with his mouth, hee hee, let you guys die with an understanding. The reason why I am staying in the Dragon's Breath Garden is for the Infine Pearl. I have long ago opened a passageway that runs through the entire Qinglong Mountain. These white stalwarts, they are the workers that I have hired at a high price, but this secret can't be leaked, so I have refined them to become white stalwarts. When the Infine Pearl is formed, I will take away the Infine Pearl, and then blow up the tunnel and the entrance to my passageway to trap all these purple stiffs inside. It's as simple as that. How about it? Am I qualified to take away the Infine Pearl? There's actually a passageway here, which is something I didn't expect either, so it's no wonder that when we first came in, a white stiff leaped out for no reason. I stared blankly at Taoist Master Chingha and suddenly asked, so, you've been coming here through the passage all along? Naturally, do you think I would climb in from the top of the cliff like you guys? Taoist Master Chingha said, not rushing to make a move. I was once again in doubt. If Taoist Master Chingha came in from the passageway, what about the traces on the stone wall at the entrance of the corpse rearing place? There was no doubt that my previous guess was off, although I guessed correctly that Taoist Master Chingha also knew about the Infine pearls inside this corpse-raising ground. But the person who took away our ropes that night was someone else, and that person often came in, and Taoist Master Chingha was unaware of it. That person was naturally also here for the Infine pearls. There was no way he didn't know that the Infine pearls would be formed today, so he would definitely be here today as well. Thinking about it, I simply said, okay, we're not going to argue with you. Renfan, what are you afraid of? Let's have a fight first, don't be too much of a wimp. Zhou Peng said, then whispered, Brother Chang has a gun, so he can sneak attack and finish off that old piker during the fight. Ku Chang also came to my ear and whispered, Renfan, I used to be a sniper inside the special forces. At this distance, I can totally pop Chingha with 1 shot. I shook my head and said, don't worry, he won't let me go. Let's just wear it out and stall for a while. His guardianing spirit is close by, you can't really take him out with that shot. Stalling for what? Zhou Peng's voice was no longer a whisper this time, and Chingha on the opposite side heard it. Taoist Master Chingha laughed and said, since I've come in, I won't let you guys go. I'll fulfill you if you want to stall for time. I don't think you've seen the Infine bead, right? Before I die I'll let you take a look. It's also a way to help you fulfill a last wish. I laughed and said, Taoist Chingha, don't set up a house of cards for yourself. If you were sure that you could kill the 3 of us instantly, you would definitely not hesitate. You just don't dare to do it for fear that we would startle those 7 purple stiffs and destroy the cohesion of the Infine pearls. Isn't that right? Taoist Master Chingha didn't deny it, and said with a meaningful smile, you're quite smart, so the 3 of you can still live to see the dawn. Is that so? I have no intention of letting the person who robbed the Infine bead with me live until Ziji. A languid female voice came out from the tunnel, and a slender woman in a plain white dress slowly walked over. This woman had bright eyes and white teeth, her eyebrows were like a picture, her green silk was like a waterfall, her skin was like condensed fat, her large eyes were especially shining, and she could be described in 5 words, beautiful beyond words. Even more crucial was that it looked young, but in her 20s, the aura on her body was not at all worse than that Chingha. Chapter 40, The Demon Son-in-Law of the Demon Clan. This chick is beautiful. Zhou Peng lamented, in fact, I felt the same way. This woman was no less than Zhao Xian. But she gave me a somewhat familiar feeling, not because I've seen her before, but because the fresh and uncluttered aura emanating from her body made me feel familiar. That aura, the same as the one that Zhao Xian had given me in the first place. Zhao Xian was a demon, could it be that this woman was as well? When the woman heard Zhou Peng speak, she suddenly turned her heads to look at Zhou Peng and said with her mouth, if you speak out of turn again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Zhou Peng stuck his tongue out and stopped talking. And who are you? Are you also here for the Infine bead? Chingha, who was standing on the altar, couldn't help but ask. The woman laughed and said, of course, everything is about first come, first served, and I discovered this corpse-raising place first. Haha, ridiculous, I realized 30 years ago, you little girl looks no more than 22 years old at most, right? Chingha said disdainfully. The woman laughed and said with her mouth, I already discovered this place 50 years ago when I was in my human form. Into human form? You're a demon? Chingha suddenly had a cold look in his eyes, pointing the peachwood sword in his hand horizontally as he mouthed, bold demon, not hiding away in the deep forests and practicing properly, but actually daring to run into the secular world to cause trouble. The peachwood sword in Chingha's hand once again slashed and his mouth yelled, edict. The 4 white stiffs guarding the entrance to the tunnel seemed to have suddenly shot up as if they had been given chicken blood, and directly pounced towards the white-skirted woman. Only saw that white dress woman's mouth corner rose, from the sleeve of her coat. She drew out a white bone sword-shaped thing that was only more than a foot long, her figure flashed, and directly pierced through the head of one of the white stiffs, that white stiff's head in her hand after the bone sword stabbed a black smoke. Before she had time to fall down, she was kicked to fly 4 or 5 meters away by that woman, and just after falling on the ground, that white stiff was transformed into a pool of corpsing water. Loves. Run fan. Is this chick really a demon? Zhou Peng asked with some disbelief. This kind of outburst, Zhou Peng was also a little chilly, too direct and violent. I nodded silently and said, I guess so. I finished the sentence. Time has only passed a few seconds. The other 3 white stiffs and that white dress woman's bone sword have turned into a puddle of corpse water. The strength of the strength, never seen before. You actually have the immortalized bone sword? Who the hell are you? Qinghe no longer had the calmness he had before at this point, and a few drops of cold sweat even left his forehead. I also basically saw that the reason why this woman was strong was not because she had other exotic arts, but because of that bone sword in her hand. That bone sword seemed to be the nemesis of white stiffs. As long as it could touch those white stiffs, the white stiffs would turn into idiots. I remembered that the most powerful zombie is called immortalized bone. I don't know if this immortalized bone sword has anything to do with immortalized bone. It's not for you to care who I am. You just need to know that you're not qualified to grab the Infine Pearl with me. Get lost. The woman said coldly to Qinghe. Qinghe laughed and said, the immortalized bone sword is indeed a supreme artifact that restrains walking shadows. I wonder if there's any way for you to block this guardianing spirit of mine. As soon as Qinghe finished speaking, the guardianing spirit beside him suddenly screamed and flew towards the woman. The white-skirted woman frowned slightly and took a few steps back, as if she didn't have much of a way to deal with this guardianing soul, and I could tell that this Qinghe Daoist's guardianing soul was even more powerful than Situ Jing's guardianing soul from before, as his soul had almost solidified to the point where it was no different from that of a normal human being. I hurriedly fished out a avoiding talisman and threw it towards her, saying under my breath, avoiding talisman that can help you a little. The woman reached out to catch my avoiding talisman, smiled and said, thank you for your kindness, I don't actually need it. As soon as she finished speaking, a wooden sword suddenly appeared in her hand, and she didn't know where it came from. As soon as the guardianing soul flew to her side, the wooden sword in her hand slashed towards the guardianing soul, and the guardianing soul was split into 2 halves, and dissipated into the air. Offended. Where did Taoist Master Qinghe dare to stay at this point? He directly jumped off the altar, turned around and drilled into the passage behind the stone platform and disappeared. Holy? This old pimp is so wimpy? Zhou Peng said somewhat breathlessly as he looked at the empty altar, and as soon as he finished speaking, the 4 white stiffs standing across from us also turned and ran in. I suddenly yelled and mouthed, no good, he's going to blow up the passageway and trap us here. The woman laughed and said, don't worry, I've already disposed of the bombs inside the passageway. Boom! A rumble came from below the altar. Qinghe should have blown up the passageway he dug himself, but the tunnel we came through only rattled a little bit, though it didn't cause the tunnel to collapse. The woman spat out her tongue in embarrassment. So there's another one. Beauty. Beauty, can you give me this immortalized bone sword as a gift? Zhou Peng suddenly said such a sentence extremely shamelessly. Immediately put me sweating speechless. This kind of thing, how can people give him? The woman glanced at Zhou Peng and her eyes fell on me. She walked to my side and handed me the Yin avoidance talisman, saying with a smile on her face, born with Yin and Yang eyes, but what I can't understand is that you are not a member of the demon race, but why do you have a faint demonic aura on you? This is my personal matter, so it's not good to disclose it to the fairy. I replied lightly with my mouth, but in my heart, I was incredibly shocked. This woman was able to know that I was born with Yin and Yang eyes just by looking at me, and even more outrageously, she was able to see that there was a demonic aura on my body? The girl froze, smiled, and said, Fairy. Well, you're quite good at talking. My name is White Feather. Everyone in the tribe calls me Fairy White Feather. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the demon son-in-law of my demon tribe, right? I froze and stared at the woman. It was amazing that this was even visible. What the hell was she? I didn't hide it at this time. In fact, I didn't have the strength to hide it. I was sure that in front of him, the 3 of us had no chance of winning. In that case, we might as well be honest. Monk, don't interrupt. They're talking business. Gu Chang had seen many storms and waves. Naturally he would not lose his temper like Zhou Peng. Baiyu ignored Zhou Peng's rudeness and said with his mouth, you're very honest. This kind of sentiment is not rare. Since you're a demon son-in-law, I won't make things difficult for you. And since you were just thinking of helping me with the Yin avoidance talisman, I'll help you for once. I'll use the Yin Fury bead to help you save your wife. But I'll take the Yin Fury bead. Thank you, Fairy. I said with a sigh of relief and clasped my fists. In fact, although the Yin Fiend Pearl was priceless, I didn't want to take it for myself. To be able to use it to save Zhao Yixin, it was already enough for me. Originally full of contradictions in the stone room has become calm. Qinghe Tao is long gone. Here is not hostile. I worry about the safety of the Jin master in my heart. Called Gu Chang and Zhou Peng to go back first. Zhou Peng refused to die. And finally I said that Yu Mengxian, if something happens to him, he came out to heroically save the beauty, surely captured Yu Mengshuan's heart, and only then did he willingly go away. chatting with White Feather one by one. She wanted the Yin Fury pearls, also for the sake of saving people, but she didn't save people because others were also poisoned by the Yin Fury poison. But there were Shen masters who had captured her younger sister, and they needed to exchange them with the Yin Fury pearls, or else, there was no use for her to take the Yin Fury pearls. Although White Feather is a demon, but because of Zhao Xian's relationship, I do not reject the demon at all. I even think that the nature of the demon is only good, because their original form or small animals have not been inculcated by all kinds of worldly fame and fortune, and there will not be so many yu guile of the heart, although I know that there are also killing and ruthlessness within the demon. By the way, Fairy White Feather, do you know what the end times are? I asked this question, a question that had been hidden in my heart for a long time, and since Zhuge Wu hadn't answered me before, and now that I couldn't find anyone else, I had no choice but to ask someone else. Chapter 41, A Guide to the End of the World. White Feather looked at me and asked suspiciously, "You should be considered a metaphysical initiate, how come you're not even clear about the end times?" I shook my head and said, I had a third uncle before, who mentioned the end times to me, but before he could explain it to me clearly, he was chased and fled, and so far the birds haven't heard anything. White Feather gave an oh so subtly, and gave me a rough explanation of the end times. At the time of the demise of the Buddhist Buddha, Sakyamuni Buddha, Buddhism entered into three phases, the Dharma, and the Dharma of the end of three phases, in which the Dharma of the 500 years, the Dharma of the Dharma and the Dharma of the end of 1,000 years each, according to the time projections. China began from the Southern Song Dynasty, a.d. 1127 to 1279, officially entered the era of the end of the Dharma of the world. There is a degree of law, cannot not be destroyed. End of the Dharma era, temples and Taoist temples have been exposed to the public eye, and even began to collect money. Most of the practitioners of the nature of the lost, has long been contrary to the original heart, can no longer be practiced to obtain the way. Even the esoteric sects of the disputes, the three poisonous hearts of all beings blazing, blackmailers in the chamber, to blackmail the Buddha's way with magic. Those who have attained the way are crowned in the high hall, and the suffering beings take the way of magic as the way of Buddha, not daring to look at the superior, and not being able to distinguish whether the Buddha worshipped is a devil or not. The fog is blocking the sky, and all the horses are in the air, and all the people are living in peace and misery. The cultural gangsters are singing about the prosperous world, and the devil is happy in the temple. In the end, if the cycle of the heavenly Tao does not re-enter the era of righteousness, the world will be newly reshuffled, people's hearts will be lost, and the demons will spread to the whole world like a highly contagious virus, and all living things will be demonized. White Feather explanation expression is very serious. I also probably understand what it means. The end of the era, in short, is, the law is about to be extinguished, the law does not exist, the devil will flourish, the whole world will also be silenced into the devil. So how do we get the end times to progress to the end and cycle back into the age of righteousness? I asked, puzzled. White Feather said, you know Shenmen, right? I nodded and said, I know, Shenmen is the collective name for Zhuanists. White Feather said, before there is no Shin, this concept, Buddha, Taoism and Confucianism have their own law. To the end of the law era, the law of the depression, which also appeared in the fusion, so those who were strange and unusual, was collectively called Shen, also called Shenmen in the person, Shen good and bad are mixed, the Shen sect is chaotic, and the Shen sect influences the development and extension of the entire Shen Dharma. At this time, if there is someone who can straighten out the order of the Shen sect, communicate the relationship between the Shen sect and the demon race as well as the underworld, and stop the demonization from continuing to spread, then it will be possible to smoothly enter into the era of righteousness from the era of the end of the Dharma. So the safety of the world depends on one person. How powerful does that person have to be? I said with a sigh. Baiyu nodded and said, it doesn't have to be very powerful, but this person must have the ability to command the Shen sect, the demon race, and the underworld. Only when the three forces are united can they fight against the devil's path, and right now it seems to be almost impossible because the Shen sect, the demon race, and the underworld are in the same situation as each other, and wanting to be united is basically impossible. I know that the Shen sect has a ghost hunter alliance, but is the Shen sect also incompatible with the demon race? I asked suspiciously. Baiyu sneered and said, the Shenmen don't only have a ghost hunter alliance, there is also a demon zapper alliance. The person who grabbed my sister is from the demon zapper alliance. These two alliances are the main body of the Shenmen, of which there are countless more side branches. The internal relationship is chaotic. I nodded silently and sighed heavily in my heart. I seem to have offended the Demon Hunter Alliance now. If I save Zhao Xian back, is it true that the Demon Beheader Alliance will also come to find me in trouble? After all, Zhao Xian is a member of the Demon Clan. That would make me consider to have offended the entire Shen sect. Thinking about it gives me a bit of a headache. Fairy White Feather, do you think the world will be demonized after the age of ending, or will it follow the normal cycle into the age of righteousness? Baiyu shook his head and said, I don't know, but I know that the extreme fate has already appeared. And this person is called the End Dharma Guide by all the forces. If he is able to go through the tribulation and cultivate himself to become the master of the Shen sect, then he is capable of leading the three forces of Shen demon and underworld, and entering the era of the righteous Dharma is not impossible. After hearing these words from White Feather, my heart was shaken. Extreme fate, Isn't that what I'm talking about? My face was calm, trying not to show a single fluctuation, and my mouth asked, the person with the extreme fate is the master of the Shinmen sect? Who is that person? Yes and no. Baiyu said, I can only say that the person with the extreme fate is a possible candidate to become the Shin sect's master. As for who it is, I'm not sure. If someone reveals himself to be an extreme fate, at least half of the three forces of Shin demon and underworld will hunt him down and kill him without leaving any stone unturned, and he'll die without a place to lay his head. Why are you going after him? I asked. White Feather smiled and said, because those people are not right-minded and want to become devils, and if they step into the era of righteousness, they will be purged, so they don't want such people to grow up. I broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder Zhuge Wu said that the matter of me being an extreme fate should never be exposed. Once exposed, I will definitely die, so it is for this reason, according to what Baiyu said, I really have to be careful in the future. As for becoming the master of the Shinmen, I don't have such a grandiose goal. Strength determines ideals. My current situation, in the entire Shinmen, not even counted as an initiator, there is almost no big difference between it and an ordinary person. I sighed with strong composure and said, that the fate of people with extreme destinies is truly tragic. White Feather said, yes, he has had one goal since he was born. What target? Live. White Feather said these three words lightly, his tone not without a sense of pity. I also followed the silence. At this kind of time, I have decided not to expose my extreme fate like anyone else. There are not many people who know about my fate, Grandpa Wu, Zhuge Wu, and Zhaoishan. In addition there are also the dozen or so female ghosts in my old home, but those female ghosts are the lowest level female ghosts. They shouldn't know the importance of the extreme fate. When I have the strength, I'll go back and exterminate them at the first opportunity, firstly to avenge Zhaoishan, and secondly for my own safety. Then talked a lot with White Feather. I also know her identity. She is the princess of the Demon Clan commander. The Dao is not really high, but the undecaying bone sword in her hand and the lack of that wooden sword are the top of the line magical weapons. The immutable bone sword can deal with zombies. It is refined from the bones of the immutable bones, except for the immutable bones and flying stiffs. Even the hairy stiffs could be easily dealt with, not to mention those 7 purple stiffs of the Qing dynasty. As for the wooden sword, the origin was similarly not small, the exact source, she herself was not very clear, and it was very effective against ghosts. Unconsciously, White Feather and I chatted for most of the time, and as the Z hour approached, White Feather and I stood up at the same time and walked towards the altar on that stone platform. Inside the stone basin in the middle of the 7 purple stiffs, a black bead was no longer so floating, but solidified into a dragon's eye-sized solid bead, falling inside the stone basin. And those black mists on the stone basin gradually dispersed, and the black mist lines flowing out of the nostrils of the 7 purple stiffs were also weakening at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. The Yin Fiend bead is going to solidify out, Baiyu said with some excitement. I was equally excited that the Yin Fury bead was able to save Zhao Xian. This was the moment I had been waiting for all these years. According to the previous agreement, White Feather to help me to save Zhao Xian, the Yin Fiend beads by her to take away. As for these 7 Qing dynasty purple stiffs, with the demonic method to seal those corpse suppressor talisman does not collapse. As long as the corpse suppressor talisman does not collapse, these purple stiffs will not awaken. This condensation Yin Fiend beads of the spell formation can continue to operate. 100 years later, new Yin Fiend beads will once again cohesion out. White Feather sealed those corpse-suppressing talismans with an extremely fast technique. I reached out and took out the Yin Fiend bead. White Feather quickly unsealed the corpse-suppressing talismans, and those 7 Qing dynasty purple stiffs once again spewed out black wireless from their nostrils and landed inside the stone basin in the center. It worked! I said excitedly, looking at the Yin demonic bead in my hand. A cool feeling spread all over my body. Even though I had the Yin avoidance talisman on me, I still involuntarily shivered. Give me your jade ring and the Yin Fury bead and I'll help you wake up your wife, White Feather said as he walked over to me. I nodded, removed the jade ring in front of my chest and handed it over to Baiyu's hands along with the Yin Xian bead, if there is no any auxiliary means, but also to put the Yin Xian bead and the jade ring together. The Yin Xian poison in the spirit of the Yuan of Zhao Xian in 7 days' time will also be sucked away by the Yin Xian bead. And with Baiyu's spell pulling, it would only take about half an hour for the Yin Fiend poison inside Zhao Xian's Yuanshan to be expelled as much as possible. Chapter 42, A House Surrounded by 100 Ghosts. White Feather received the Yin Fiend bead and the jade ring, and with her hands together, she held the 2 items in the palm of her hand and hit the ground, her mouth reciting some unintelligible incantations, and in the midst of her hand, a faint green light flickered. Baiyu closed his eyes tightly, his brows locked. Just after less than a quarter of an hour's effort, a little bead of sweat appeared above his forehead, looking a little tired. In my heart, I was even more grateful to White Feather. In fact, with her strength, she could have taken the Yin Fiend bead and waltzed away, or even killed us all, but not only did she not do so, instead, she labored to help me save Zhao Xian. At the same time, I was anxious and even a little worried about whether things would go well, whether Zhao Xian would come back safely, and as long as Zhao Xian recovered, I could start my new life. My ideal life is very simple. I don't need to be rich and wealthy. As long as I can be with Zhao Xian, not worrying about food and clothing is enough. as for my extreme fate, I won't tell anyone about it. I have no desire to do anything to save the end of the age, this goal is too unrealistic for me. Moreover, before, you also said that the extreme fate isn't a kind of mission. If the person who possesses the extreme fate chooses to be an ordinary person, then after the age of 30, another person with the extreme fate will appear. It's not that I don't have a sense of responsibility, but people like me who come from grassroots don't have the condition to stop those demons and devils in the end times. And now that I've been targeted by the Ghost Hunters Union, it's only a matter of time before they find me, and it's an unknown whether I can survive or not. Time passed minute by minute. After spending half an hour in this incomparable agony, Bayu finally opened her eyes. At this time, she was already drenched in fragrant sweat, the white skirt on her body was tightly adhered to her skin, and that originally incomparable perfect figure was outlined even more sexy. Well, Fairy Whitefeather, are you okay? I asked anxiously. Whitefeather's face was a little pale, obviously consuming a lot. She nodded slightly and said, "It's not too bad. The Infine poison in your wife's Yuanshan has already been drawn out by the Infine bead, but your wife has been poisoned for too long. I don't have a way to let her come out right now. She will be able to wake up after half an hour." Bayu said and returned the jade ring to me, and said with his mouth, "This jade ring of yours is very precious, even in the Shin sect, it is priceless. Remember not to divulge it to anyone to know, or else you will get killed." Good, Fairy Whitefeather, a great favor is not to be thanked. In the future if there is a need for me Zhao Lianfan, I will definitely go through fire and water. I will do whatever I want, this is my cell phone number. I said and took out a piece of paper and wrote down my cell phone number. Whitefeather smiled, nodded, and said, "If it goes well, after exchanging back my sister, I'll return to the mountain to continue my cultivation. You go first, I still need to recover for a while before I can leave." Wait, your natural yin and yang eyes are still in the initial opening state, many things can't be seen. I'll teach you a set of eye-opening spells, you may be able to use it when it's crucial. This spell can help you open your yin and yang eyes temporarily, there is a time limit, you do it with me. Whitefeather suddenly said. I nodded and watched as Whitefeather pinched a sword finger in each of his left and right hands, placed them in front of his eyes and crossed and drew 3 circles, his mouth reciting, "Heaven and earth, evil spirits are not hidden, yin and yang divine eyes." After the 3 incantations were recited and the 3 circles were completed, she then pressed the fingertips of the index and middle fingers of her right and left hands against her eyelids and mouthed, "Open." I did what she said, and only then did she nod her head and say, "Your natural talent is good, and your Taoist heart is calm. If you can cultivate, you will definitely be able to do something in the future. Let's go, if there is a fate, we will meet again." Good, see you again sometime. I clasped my fists at Bayu. My heart was even more grateful to Bayu. She said that my jade ring was a priceless treasure but didn't move her heart. This was definitely a bright and open-minded demon, countless times better than most people. Saying goodbye to Bayu, I quickly left this corpse-raising place. My purpose was achieved, and I was very happy in my heart. The warm feeling of the jade ring on my chest was getting stronger, which meant that Zhaoxian was recovering at an extremely fast speed. Climbing down the cliff, I turned on my flashlight and a figure came running quickly. I shined my flashlight on him and realized it was the driver. "Little brother, are you okay?" The driver came up and asked. I hurriedly said, "Big brother, I'm fine. Are you waiting for me?" "Yes, Kung told me to wait for you here. Is it done?" "We'll go back when it's done," the driver said. I nodded. Go back. By the way, are the other brothers okay? I was referring to those who carried the corpses to stall the police. The driver also understood. Mouth said, "It's very strange, those corpses to the police, even if they tore off the rune paper on them there was no movement anymore. The police took the brothers back on the charge of suspected theft of corpses, but in the afternoon they were released, and also gave the brothers a good deed award, saying that they had helped to recover the body." I smiled. The ability of the aftershock is really not covered. As for that body no longer move, must be the Qinghe Taoist priest withdrew the law, this kind of thing. He naturally will not be exposed to the police inside the field of vision. The car drove less than half an hour, which came to the entrance road to the Yuzhen Manor. The Qinghe Roadmaster has admitted that he is the pit of the Yuzhen. Tomorrow dawn, Yuzhen can go to find the Qinghe Roadmaster. As for the video to be not to get back, I'm not worried about it. If this point of things Yuzhen can't handle it then he is also not Yuzhen. There seems to be something wrong. The driver drove the car to the entrance of the manor, which was a large iron gate of nearly 10 meters. The gate was open, but there was no one outside the gate. Logically, there should be bodyguards here. I looked at the door, pulled it open and walked down, and soon heard the unmistakable sounds of a chaotic fight coming from inside the manor. Something's wrong. I dropped 3 words and quickly ran in. The driver took out a machete directly from the driver's seat as underneath and rushed in after him. Inside the courtyard of the manor, there were 10 or so bodyguards lying sideways. These bodyguards had weapons in their hands on their bodies, but there were no wounds on their bodies. A disembodied shadow was captured by my gaze, and my mind froze. This was not an ordinary gangster firefight, but someone was invading this place using the art of ghosts and gods. Heaven and earth, evil spirits are not hidden, yin and yang divine eyes, open. I made a hand sign while chanting the incantation. The fingertips of my hands left my eyelids, and those indistinct shadows were clearly seen by me. These shadows, all of them were individual ghosts. These ghosts, there were hundreds of them, and inside the entire manor, almost all of them were occupied by ghosts. Outside the largest of the villas, surrounded by fully 50 or 60 ghosts, were making their way inside. Little brother, what's going on here? How come there is no one? The driver looked around, he was unable to see the ghosts clearly. My heart sank and my mouth said, hundreds of ghosts are surrounding the house, someone wants to kill Uncle Jean. Uncle Jean is inside. I mouthed, big brother, go back inside the car and wait, don't run around, I'll go in and take a look. Rapidly rushed to the villa, I have an avoidance talisman on my body, although those ghosts want to pounce on me, but they cannot get close, and even those ghosts in front of me, as long as I do not take the initiative to attack them, they directly ignore me. It seems that they are now receiving the instructions to get Yujin dead. Just a dozen breaths of time, I rushed into the villa's hall. The hall in the middle of the ghosts is even more, almost crowded the entire hall. There are also hundreds of them. These ghosts did not deliberately hidden, they are wearing a uniform mortuary clothes above the words Dragon Breath Garden, which is a good indication that these ghosts are from the Dragon Breath Garden, must have a relationship with Qinghe Taoist. Yujin was surrounded by those spirits inside a corner at this moment. There were 4 bodyguards beside him. These 4 bodyguards were 4 of the ones who went to the Green Dragon Mountain with me yesterday. They all had the avoidance talisman given by me on their bodies, and protected Yujin behind them, and Yujin was holding the talisman seal that I had given him earlier in his hand, with a gloomy face. Chapter 43, Desperate Predicament. The good thing is that these ghosts are just some new souls. There is not much damage, but so many ghosts gathered together, just the yin chi superimposed, can make people yin chi invasion of the body, thin life a little bit may be directly killed. Good thing Yujin mixed with the rivers and rivers. I do not know how many killings on the back of the body, the life of the hardness of the very hard. Even so, I am also clear that sooner or later the 4 bodyguards on the yin avoidance talisman will wear out and become ineffective, and at that time after Yujin a few people will still be dead. Uncle Jean, big brothers, come over here, let's go upstairs, to my room. I yelled at them, then rushed towards the stairway. When Yujin heard my voice, his face was delighted and his mouth said, quick, listen to Rinfan. Uncle Jean, where are the others? Where are Monk and Sister Mangxian? The yin avoidance talisman inside my pocket is getting hotter and hotter. It won't be long before it is corroded by the yin chi here, and without the yin avoidance talisman, it won't be able to stop these ghosts at all. The talisman marks in Yujin's hands kept smashing into the surrounding ghosts, and his mouth said, I told Gu Chang and the monk that they escorted Xin away. This time, is it Qinghe that got it wrong? Yujin, several people said, and came to my side. The other 4 people had yin avoidance talismans on them. Stacked together they were more effective. As soon as they came over, the yin avoidance talisman inside my pocket also became slightly more stable. Yes, let's go up quickly. Hopefully we can hold out until dawn. I picked up the talismanic seal in Yujin's hand and opened those yin spirits that were blocking the way, and in no time at all, I rushed up to the 2nd floor. The ghosts on the 2nd floor are relatively few. The other 4 bodyguards protect Yujin. Closely behind me, my hands of talismanic seal a smash, came to the door of my room. After opening the door, rushed in. The first time to take out the yin avoidance talisman slapped on the door. After Yujin's 5 people came in, I told those bodyguards to physically stick tightly to the door to block it, and then came to the desk, grabbed the cinnabar packet and the ink bottle, and began to study the ink in preparation for drawing the talisman. Dense thuds kept coming from the door. Those ghosts were frantically slamming the door in an attempt to rush in, and those 4 bodyguards were all pushing hard against the door, not daring to have any slack at all. Where did Qinghe this get so many ghosts? Yujin's expression was cold, and serious killing chances surged. I explained while grinding, looking at their attire, they should all be inside the Dragon's Breath Garden. People buried in the Dragon's Breath Garden are really miserable. Their souls are still retained after they die, and they can't enter normal reincarnation. This kind of thing that goes against the way of heaven. Taoist Master Qinghe actually dares to do it as well. What now? Yujin asked with a ragged breath. He looked a bit weak and pale. He should have yin chi entering his body. Hold this place and wait for dawn. Once it's light, these ghosts will leave, I said as I picked up the talisman brush and began to draw the talisman. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and the hinges that held the door in place creaked, as if something much more powerful was slamming against the door. The 4 bodyguards' faces were ugly, and one of them with sunglasses said, Master Jin, it won't be able to hold out anytime soon. Yujin turned his head to look at me, who was concentrating on drawing the talisman, and ran straight over, saying under his breath, Top, even if you can't, give Rinfan some time. I forced myself to calm down. There was no other way out now. The only way we could have a chance of survival was to draw a door-suppressing charm to block the door. 10 minutes later, I grabbed the rune seal and slammed it on top of the door suppression charm, then grabbed the charm and ran towards the door. Boom! I have not yet run to the door is directly washed open. Yujin 5 people, even with the door together with the people, flew backwards in. My heart sank. No wonder the yin avoidance talisman has no effect. The original in the rushing door is a white zigzag. This white zigzag I've seen before, is the previous from the cavern inside the escape of 4 white zigzags in the middle of one. Uncle Jin, go into the closet. I raised my hand and slapped the door-suppressing talisman on the door of the closet. Then I touched out a corpse suppressor talisman and handed it to one of the bodyguards and said, Big brother, find a way to slap this talisman on the back of that zombie's heart. Good, heck, I've never been such a loser after decades of being in the jungle. Even if I die today, I'm going to keep Master Jin. That bodyguard was also hardened, and didn't have any fear at all. Clang! As soon as this bodyguard had just finished speaking, the window of the room was directly smashed. 2 more white stiffs landed in the room, and outside the window, there were constantly ghosts crawling in, and in just an instant, the not-so-big room was crowded with more than 24 ghosts inside. Seeing the 2 white stiffs that broke the window, I no longer have any confidence. The strength of the white stiffs I know very well. Even if there is only one, I have no way to cope with. I do not have Zhou Peng and Gu Cheng like the body. These bodyguards are equally no. Yuzhin's strength I am not sure. But he is powerful but also have the age, not to mention that has been the Yin Qi invasion of the body. And even more have no way to cope with it. Boom, those bodyguards had drawn their guns, and Yuzhin didn't go inside the cabinet, taking out a pistol and pointing it violently at one of the white stiffs. The bullets hit the body and head of the white stiffs, almost no effect. A white stiff even came to Yuzhin's side. A bodyguard dodged and blocked in front of Yuzhin. That white stiff grabbed the bodyguard's hands and directly ripped off that bodyguard's left hand. Blood sprayed everywhere on the bed. Pa! The other bodyguard who got my corpse-quelling talisman before slapped the talisman on the back of that white stiff's heart position. That white stiff couldn't move half a bit more at once. This position was the position of the bed and the closet, not a big place. That white stiff just blocked the white stiff behind. Lift up the bed to block the right side. I said loudly, cooperating with the other 2 bodyguards, lifted the bed up, blocking the right side of the line of sight, so that there is a fixed zombie blocked in the front. The 3 zombies behind surprisingly did not continue to rush inside. Inside the small space, with a mattress and bedpan on one side and a closet on the other, me, Yuzhin, and the other 3 bodyguards were crammed together, and the bedpan and mattress were pushed by those ghosts and zombies, and the few of us were being squeezed to the point of near suffocation. Poof! The bedpan and mattress were directly broken through a hole by a dry hand, that not only penetrated the bedpan and mattress, but also grabbed into the chest of the outermost bodyguard, and when it was retracted, a still beating heart was brought out. Run Fan, I got you into trouble this time. Their target is me. If you can survive, help me take care of my daughter. Yuzhin said as he grabbed me and pushed me behind him, then ripped open his clothes, revealing a large tattoo and dozens of scars. His mouth yelled out, "You sons of Eos, come on, tear me apart." Master Jin. The 2 remaining bodyguards were also very heartfelt and squeezed hard in front of Yuzhin, saying with their mouths, "If you wanna kill Master Jin, step over our corpses." Yuzhin shook his head and said, "Give me back. Now it is already a desperate situation, there is no way back. I, Yuzhin, have been running through the society for decades. Even if it is against dozens of people, I am never afraid. But this time, we have encountered not hooligans and assassins, but we simply cannot fight against the things, 2 brothers, the good intentions of me. I, Yuzhin, hard to accept. Perhaps only I died. You have the opportunity to live. Remember, as long as you live, there is hope." As soon as Yuzhin finished his words, he forcefully separated the 2 bodyguards and once again blocked the front, his mouth bursting into a furious roar, as if he wanted to give a dominating account of this legendary life of his. I leaned helplessly against the wall, knowing in my heart that even if Yuzhin died, we wouldn't necessarily be able to live. What he said about as long as we live, there is hope. But I can't see any hope even now. At this time my mood, as if in the strange cold winter again poured a pot of ice water, cold and complete, without a trace of warmth and hope. Boom! The bedboard and mattress were lifted off. Several of us were completely exposed to the vision of those zombies and ghosts. The other 2 white stiffs hissed and grabbed towards Yuzhin. The 2 bodyguards subconsciously grabbed Yuzhin and pulled him back, blocking in front of Yuzhin. This kind of brotherhood made me a little moved. The 2 bodyguards were grabbed by the 2 white stiffs and thrown straight to the back. One slammed heavily into the wall and was unconscious when he landed, while the other was thrown through the window. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yuzhin was like an angry lion, a machete in his hand fiercely chopped at the head of one of the white stiffs. This white stiff's head was immediately separated in half, but this didn't have much of an effect on it. His dry hand quickly swept towards Yuzhin's chest, leaving 5 blood marks deep enough to be seen on the bone. Yuzhin twisted his wrist, and with one slash, he chopped down that white stiff's head, slicing it off flush with the neck. I bowed down and came to Yuzhin's body, and used my I bowed to Yuzhin's body and kicked the white stiff in the chest with all my might. Third shift, 4 today, and 1 more at 10 p.m. Chapter 44, Embracing the World. With this kick, it was as if I had kicked against a wall, and I used the force to bounce back, slamming into Yuzhin, who took 2 steps back and slammed into the top of the wall, while the other white stiff lunged over once again. And right at this moment, the jade ring on my chest suddenly emitted a burst of sizzling heat, scalded me and I let out a loud cry, and a stunningly beautiful woman in a tight blue dress blocked my front when that white stiff was just about to rush in front of us. "Xian," I said joyfully, then frowned and said loudly, "Go, you just recovered, you can't handle them." I remember my grandfather said that the Z hour is good for demons and the ugly hour is good for ghosts. Now that the Z hour has passed, it's the ugly hour, and even if Zhao Xian recovers, there's no way she can deal with them. Zhao Xian turned back, the exquisite and absolutely beautiful face looked at me a little dumbfounded. 3 years, I have never seen her so clearly, every night in the dream. It is a very blurred face, this time it is clear and incomparable, clean and flawless face seems to be even more moving than before. Meeting under these circumstances is one of the most hopeless things in my life. But being able to see her, even if it means death, I'm satisfied. Zhao Yixian smiled at me and mouthed, "Young Prime Minister, with Yixian here, I won't let you get hurt." As soon as Zhao Yixian finished speaking, a brilliant light flashed in her eyes as she raised her hand and grabbed the white stiff's wrist that she had hurriedly slapped over, eventually suddenly letting out an extremely miserable shriek. There was something so regal about the screaming that it hurt me beyond belief to hear it, yet I felt a kind of vertigo. I stared tightly at Zhao Yixian, but my body could no longer move. Zhao Yixian suddenly opened her mouth, a bead emitting a light green color floated out of her mouth. After this bead floated out, it suddenly exploded and turned into a dazzling green light that kept spreading, instantly shrouding the entire room. And if you look at it from the outside, you can even find that this private luxury mansion of Yuzhen is shrouded by the green light. It seemed like an emerald green jade, stacked up into a manor. My consciousness is also more and more lax. Yuzhen also fainted at this time. The green light shrouded place, the few white stiffs began to slowly melt into blood, and those ghosts, seems to see the king of hell like screaming rushed out, the speed of a little bit slower, but also turned into nothingness, dissipated in the air. A moment later, the green light disappeared. Zhao Yixian's face became whiter and whiter. She sat down powerlessly, her hands propped up on top of the floor, her mouth coughed out a mouthful of blood. She looked at me with a smile on her face, and mouthed, "Junior Prime Minister, don't worry, you're in no danger." My head was in chaos, worrying that Zhao Yixian was going to leave me again this time, but I was almost powerless now. I couldn't stand up at all. I used all my strength to crawl towards Zhao Yixian, and said with my mouth, "Yixian, you don't leave me, you can't leave me again." I know that the green light just now was made by Zhao Yixian. These green lights melted the 3 white stiffs and drove away hundreds of ghosts. I'm not sure how she did it, but I understand that with this kind of spell, a great price needs to be paid or Zhao Yixian wouldn't have become in this state. Boom! Zhao Yixian's hands couldn't support her body and she slumped helplessly to the ground, still looking at me with a smile on her face. She wanted to try her best to present me with a state that would make me feel at ease, but in my heart, as long as there was a hint of abnormality on Zhao Yixian's part, there would only be worry, heartache, and pity in my heart. A short distance of less than a meter, I climbed for half a minute. When my hand touched Zhao Yixian's outstretched hand, my entire body was as if electrocuted, deflated to the extreme. Zhao Yixian and I looked at each other and both fainted on the ground. "Wake up, it is already noon. We have returned to Yuzhen in the city inside the villa." Open eyes, see Zhou Peng, that big bare head. He saw me wake up and kill pigs like roar. "Wake up, wake up, wake up, asterisk 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 asterisk, this is not dead, too." I rubbed my eyes. There was nothing unusual about my body. It was as if I had slept, and everything that happened last night was like a dream, but I knew it wasn't a dream. Turned my head to look around. Still in my room, in addition to Zhou Peng, there is Yu Mengxian is also there. Her eyes are a little red, as if she just cried. I smiled at Yu Mengxian, signaling her that I am alright. Zhou Peng continued, "Renfan, you don't know, when you pulled back there was no breathing and heartbeat. I almost didn't hold back to pull you to the crematorium." "Wait a minute, where's Zhao Yixian?" I waved my hand to stop Zhou Peng from continuing to mouth off. Zhou Peng froze, then said, "You mean the little fairy lying beside you? So her name is Zhao Yixian. Don't worry, she is in the opposite room. Your kid is not lucky. That little fairy long, that water spirit, compared to yesterday we saw in the corpse of that beautiful woman, is not bad at all. If I have such a wife, even if she is a snake demon, no, earthworm demon, leech demon." "Hey, what are you kid doing? Wait for me to finish off." Before Zhou Peng finished speaking, I had already jumped off the bed and opened the door to the room and rushed into the opposite room. Zhao Yixian was lying on the bed at this time. Her side face looked even more charming, like the legendary Sleeping Beauty. Her eyes were closed tightly. Her demeanor was peaceful, but her forehead was covered with a trace of fine sweat, and her body was covered with a very thin silk quilt. "Yixian." I took a few steps over to the bed and reached out to caress her face, the warmth from my fingertips reassuring me. Placing my finger under her delicate nose, I could still feel a hint of air flowing, and I was completely relieved that she hadn't fallen asleep again or even gone straight to silence, which was just great news for me. "She's fine. Zhao Yixian is fine." I held Zhao Yixian's hand, so real that it made me feel satisfied like never before. I had a lot of things I wanted to say to her, but I didn't know where to start. Looking at her cherry-like vermilion lips, I couldn't help but move over and gently kissed her. Zhao Yixian's fingers in my palm moved slightly. I hurriedly raised my head and saw Zhao Yixian slowly open her eyes. The long and curved eyelashes seemed to have an aura as if they brought open the eyelids, revealing a pair of big, black, bright, and very spiritual eyes. "Yixian, you're awake," I said gently, with nothing but love in my eyes. Zhao Yixian revealed a regal smile and said softly, "Young Prime Minister, you've grown so much." He. I couldn't help but giggle, but uncontrollable tears spilled out of my eyes, momentarily blurring my vision. I reached up and wiped away those tears, not wanting anything to block me from looking at her, and jokingly said, "Since you said I've grown so much, you still call me little sage husband." Zhao Yixian smiled sweetly, reached out and touched my face and said, "You're okay, right?" I grabbed Zhao Yixian's and said, "Well, I'm fine, thank God I didn't let you leave me." Zhao Yixian's expression regained its calmness, and she said with some guilt, "But I self-destructed the inner elixir that I had cultivated for 500 years, and became an ordinary woman, and in the future, I may no longer be able to protect." Well, Zhao Xian didn't finish her sentence. I kissed her again and blocked her mouth. Only after a long time did I raise my head and said with my mouth, "You saved me twice. I will repay you with my whole life. From now on, let me protect you." Zhao Xian never spoke again. She sat up and tightly wrapped her arms around my neck. I say, Renfan na, can you guys? Monk, get out and close the door for me, please. I said without looking back. At this moment, even if the sky falls, I don't want to care. Zhao Xian smiled wanly, changed her position, and buried her head deeply into my chest, and at that moment, I felt that what I was holding in my arms was my whole world. I don't know how long it took. The door once again sounded knocking, and came Zhou Peng's voice. Renfan, Master Jin woke up. Come out and see. You two want to roll in bed. There will be plenty of chances in the future. Zhao Xian let out a light laugh and said with her mouth, "You're such a funny friend. Husband, if you have something to do you should get busy first. I'll rest for a little while longer and then I'll be able to get out of bed." I nodded my head and helped Zhao Xian lie down, saying with my mouth, "Wait for me. I'll go check on Uncle Jin. I'll be back in a while." Good. Zhao Xian said obediently. I left Zhao Xian's room and walked towards Yuzhin's bedroom, which was surrounded by several burly men, who made way when they saw me coming. I walked into Yuzhin's room, and saw that Yuzhin was already sitting on the bed, with his back against the head of the bed edge. His face was a little embarrassed, and the dark circles under his eyes were heavier, and by the side of the bed, there were 4 other people sitting there, which were a couple of fierce generals under Yuzhin's command, and also included Gu Chang. Yuzhin's chest was seriously injured, but it was not fatal. At this time he was saying angrily, "Don't talk to me first about which power is giving support to Qinghe, that old man. Even if the king of the heavens is his father, I, Yuzhin, also want to kill this man. Chang Zi, you now take people to go to bring Qinghe to capture him, live to meet people, and see the corpse in death. Master Zhen, if he dies, the evidence to clear your name will be gone. Chang Zi, tie up Qinghe Taoist, must not get dead." A dry and thin old man with a goatee said, "This old man I have not seen, but I have heard of it." This is Yuzhin sat down the first think tank, a while ago in foreign countries to deal with things did not come back just. Renfan, come and sit. Yuzhin didn't refute that goatee and looked at me and said with a smile. Chapter 45, There are no weak generals under the seat. Uncle Jin, you're infested with yin chi and you've been poisoned by a corpse. You can't work too hard. I'll go back to my room and draw a talisman for you later, I said as I walked over. Walking up to the goatee, I bent down and gave a salute, saying respectfully, "The late Zhao Renfan has met Uncle Sun and the 2 uncles." Goatee named Sun Xin, and Gu Chang chat when he often mentioned. Yuzhin in the dinner time also often talk about him. This person is thoughtful, extremely flexible, although do not understand the ghosts and gods of magic. But some of the feng shui geomancy and EE academic number are very research, the age of Yuzhin to be older. I heard that it is still a professor of archaeology, but also the country's one of the best hypnosis masters. Yuzhin can have today, Sun Xin. Sun Xin's credit can be in the first place. I've heard Brother Jin has been praising you, and now that I've seen you, it's true that you're not false, being so well-mannered at such a young age, you're bound to do something in the future. Sun Xin stroked his goatee and said with a smile. I smiled back and said with my mouth, Uncle Sun is flattering, I'm just doing what I have to do. Yuzhin Havalaf said, Renfan, I called you to come, one is to see you, there is also want to introduce these uncles to you to know, Sun old brother I often talk about, just now you know, Gu Chang you know, this is your uncle Li Song, tomb raiding and fighting a good hand, Jianghu people do not empty hands. Is my right-hand man. The person Yuzhin pointed to was short, didn't look old, about 30 years old, dark-skinned, and not so well-dressed. But I know very well in my heart that none of the people here are simple. Renfan has met Uncle Li. I said respectfully, and in my heart I wondered why Yuzhin had introduced these people to me. Well, Brother Jin holds you in such high regard, and even introduced us old guys to you, young man. Brother Jin has no children at his knees, so it seems that he wants to cultivate you as his successor. I see that if you and Xin stood together, it would be considered as a man and a woman. Li Song said with a smile. I smiled awkwardly and said, Uncle Li is joking, Renfan can get Uncle Jin's love, is already lucky, do not dare to ask for too much, even less worthy of Sister Meng Xian, and Uncle Jin also knows that I have a wife at this time boarded in the Yu house. Yuzhin smiled awkwardly and said with his mouth, Renfan, don't listen to old Li's nonsense, he likes to joke about his own people, ignore him, this one and you may have a bit of a relationship. The last person introduced by Yuzhin was a middle-aged man who looked very naive, but dressed in the most stark contrast to Li Song, who was dry and thin, dressed in a straight suit, with a pair of gold-framed glasses and a center parting, how to look like an intellectual. Uncle Jin, please. I smiled and looked at the middle-aged man. Yuzhin said, his name is Mou, known as the Know-It-All, responsible for all of my public relations outreach and intelligence. Qinghe that old man's affair was exposed, Mou has found out Qinghe's backstage, there are 2, one is Taiwan's 9 masters, and the other is the Ghost Hunter Alliance, which is chasing Zhugawu. Ghost Hunters Union? I was so shocked that I didn't even have time to greet Mou. Mou looked at me and said, oh yes, the Ghost Hunter Alliance, the most mysterious organization in the world. I've gathered quite a bit of information about the Ghost Hunter Alliance. Mou's voice is very shrill, sounds a little not very accustomed to, in layman's terms, it is a little sissy. I'm sorry, Renfan has met Uncle Mou, I'm sorry for being rude. I said as I clasped my fists at Mou. Emu laughed and said, "Don't be so polite when you're a family member. In a moment I'll talk to you alone about the Ghost Hunter Alliance." Good. I agreed, originally intending to directly resign from Yujin and leave this place with Zhao Xian, but after he introduced all these people to me, and also spoke about the Ghost Hunter Alliance, I couldn't say these words of resignation. Although I know in my heart that this is Yujin's routine, the purpose is to keep me, but it is not good to say. I also know that Yujin treats me very well, in the gratitude, I naturally is not good to propose to leave. Yujin hemmed and hawed and said, "Alright, Renfan, there's nothing else going on, and you don't have to worry about that old pipsqueak Xinghe. Okay, Master Jin, I'll go and make a bowl of talismanic water for you, you drink it first to get rid of the yin qi. All the uncles, Renfan farewell," I said and hugged at them, walking out of Yujin's bedroom. "Renfan, what's up, is Master Jin okay?" As soon as I came out, Zhou Peng came over and asked. I laughed and said, "It's okay, I was going to quit and get set up." "Ha, good setup, what's so bad about this Yu mansion? Good food and drink, servants, and limousines waiting," Zhou Peng said. I sighed. In my heart it was clear that as long as I stayed in the Yu mansion, I wouldn't have a peaceful life, but in my current situation, if I wanted to live a peaceful life, leaving the Yu mansion was equally impractical. It would be fine if I was alone, but now that I had Zhao Xian, I couldn't disregard her well-being and safety and seek an ordinary life. The only way was to rely on a good Yujin tree and let myself grow up before I said anything else. Inside the room drew a good dispelling talisman, made a bowl of talismanic water and brought it over. At this time, there was one more person inside the room of the aftershock, and this person was exactly that Xinghe Taoist master. Xinghe Taoist master was tied into a dumpling kneeling on the ground, saw me come in surprised and said, "You actually came out?" I brought the talismanic water into Yujin's hand and mouthed, "Sorry to disappoint you." Chang Zi cut off his hands first. The one who spoke was not Yujin, but Sen Qin. His tone was relaxed, as if he was pulling a family story. "All right." Gu Chang fished out a short knife from his waist and walked directly towards Taoist Xinghe. "How dare you, Yujin, you still have a resentful soul in you, if I die, you won't be able to live either." Xinghe's body trembled and said in an anxious tone. Yujin drank the talismanic water and said with a cold snort, "Who said I'm going to get you killed? Don't worry, you'll willingly tell me how to pluck the resentful soul from my body." As soon as Yujin finished his sentence, Gu Chang's short blade had already sliced off both of Dao Master Xinghe's palms. The short blade was incredibly sharp and the cuts that severed them were very flat, both in terms of muscle and bone. I closed my eyes slightly, although there was also hatred in my heart for this Xinghe, but this kind of bloody scene was still a little hard for me to watch. After Gu Chang chopped off Xinghe's hands, he fished out another roll of gauze from inside his pocket and briefly bandaged Xinghe before taking out a syringe and injecting it into Xinghe's neck. The liquid inside the syringe was cloudy and milky white, and it was unknown what it was, only to see that after this was injected in, Taoist Master Xinghe's eyes started to get lost. Sun Xin walked over to Dao Master Xinghe and took out a silk thread with a golden bamboo dangling underneath it, and said with his mouth, "I'll hypnotize him, but only for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, he'll be unconscious. I'll ask Master Jin about the matter first, and then you, Mou, will ask him for detailed information about the Ghost Hunters Alliance." After seeing Sun Qin's beads swaying from side to side a dozen times in front of Taoist Master Qinghe's eyes, Taoist Master Qinghe slowly closed his eyes, his lips trembling unceasingly. "The first half of the video of you framing Master Jin, where is it hidden?" Sun Qin asked directly. Chapter 46 Divisions of the League. "It's hidden under the feng shui tree next to the tombstone in row 8, number 12 in Dragon's Breath Garden Area C. Xinghe closed his eyes and said truthfully. I looked at Sun Qin dumbfounded, actually asked what I wanted so simply. Hypnosis I know, but such a simple and violent hypnosis. This is really the first time I've heard of it. Qianzi, go get the video back. Sun Qin waved his hand at Gu Chang, and then continued to ask, the resentful soul in Jin's body, how do we exorcise it? Taoist Master Qing has suddenly opened his eyes and raised his head, reciting to Yujin, the sky is clear and clear, the earth is spirituous, the possessed gods are not disturbed, and 10,000 ghosts do not exist. Eren has become a man, quickly leave this body, and the order is urgent, edict. As soon as Taoist Qinghe finished his incantation, he only saw Yujin suddenly muffled in pain and opened his mouth to spurt out a mouthful of black blood, and a cloud of black mist circled around his head. I frowned, worrying that this Qinghe Taoist priest was framing Yujin, and pinched my hands into sword fingers, crossed and encircled them in front of me, and recited in a low voice, Heaven and earth, evil spirits are not hidden, yin and yang divine eyes, open. After the yin and yang eyes opened, he saw a resentful soul spilling out from inside Yujin's heavenly aura. I breathed a sigh of relief. This is indeed stripping the resentful soul from Yujin's body. Just because an incantation can get the resentful soul out doesn't mean that Taoist Master Qinghe can use an incantation to utilize this resentful soul to get Yujin to death, and I can sort of understand why Sun Qin wanted Gu Chang to cut off Taoist Master Qinghe's hands. But I'm equally clear that even if Taoist Master Qinghe's hands weren't cut off, he wouldn't be able to control this resentful soul to get Yujin to death right now. For, the soul of this resentful spirit was already so vapid that it had just overflowed all the way to the sun and dissipated into the air. As the resentful spirit dissipated, Yujin also returned to normal, and I said to Yujin, Uncle Jin, the resentful spirit flew away. Yujin nodded and said, good. Sun Shin stood up and said, "Older brother MOU, it's your turn." MOU nodded and opened his mouth to ask, "You're from the Ghost Hunter Alliance?" "Yes." Taoist Master Chingha replied directly. "Which division does it belong to?" MOU continued to ask. "Ghost Hunters League, Unreturned Division." "Do you recognize Zhuge Wu?" "Recognize, the traitor from the Hunt Division." Put. Taoist Master Chingha was just about to say the others when he opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blood, his entire body planting itself on the ground and convulsing. MOU frowned and looked at Sun Shin suspiciously. "The 3 minutes time hasn't arrived yet." Sun Shin shook his head and didn't know what was going on as I spoke. There should be some sort of prohibition placed inside his body that prevents him from exposing the rest of the Ghost Hunter Alliance. I said so because my yin and yang eyes were still open. I was able to clearly see a black mist wrapped around his throat, which definitely had nothing to do with hypnosis, and this Ghost Hunters Union was really strict. As soon as I finished speaking, Chingha Daolong also stopped convulsing, and MOU reached out to test his breathing and mouthed, "Dead." Sun Shin laughed and said, "It's also possible that it's a fake death, drag it out and burn it." 2 big men quickly walked in and took away the body of the Chingha Taoist master and the 2 palms, while the other one brought a mop and mopped the floor clean of blood. "Renfan, let's go, I'll talk to you about the Ghost Hunter Alliance," MOU said as he clapped his hands. I nodded. Right now I still know very little about the Ghost Hunter Alliance, and I don't know why MOU told this Chingha Daolong to name the names of the people from the hunting division even though he clearly knew that this Chingha Daolong was a person from the no-return division, and Chingha Daolong was killed early because of it. Following MOU into a projection hall next door, MOU took out a USB flash drive and plugged it into the computer. "Uncle MOU, do you have the whereabouts of Zhuge Wu?" I exited and asked at the same time MOU turned on the computer. MOU shook his head and said, "The exact whereabouts are not available, but he should still be alive now, having gone to the provinces." The computer's boot speed is very fast, the projection opens, and several folders appear on the desktop. MOU clicked on one of the folders, there is a PPT inside, and after clicking on it, there are only 2 words on the first page, Shenmen. MOU began to illustrate and introduce me. Shenmen, a huge organization composed of strange people, never exposed in the public eye, piece of cloth nationwide, more hidden than the Triad organization. Shenmen is divided into 2 alliances, the Ghost Hunters Alliance and the Demon Shoppers Alliance. The Ghost Hunters Alliance, and there are many branches, the specific number is not clear, at least more than 10. Now known there are 5 divisions, 4 of which are equivalent to killer organizations, No Return, Hunting and Killing, Good Death, Yanfu, and one called the Ghost Hunters. There is also a division called Unified Law. It is said that this division is equivalent to the Ghost Hunters Union's law enforcement department, used to specialize in restraining the other divisions, but later I do not know why disappeared. According to my guess, maybe the other division suppressed the extinction of. I nodded silently, and asked with my mouth, "Uncle M.O., how many people are there in this kind of division, in general?" Each branch has about 100 people, they won't be in the same place, they're all in different cities, the trail is extremely hard to find, hidden very deeply, but according to my investigation, there are no more than 10 people in the hunting branch in this city. What is the point of their existence? I couldn't help but ask in confusion. Zhuge Wu said earlier that the hunting and killing branch he was in was an assassin organization, but killing people didn't do them any good. MOU laughed and said, "I'm not sure about this, it should be their top secret, but just think about it, these strange people get together, they are definitely not going through the motions." "Uncle M.O., do you know about that Demon Beheader Alliance?" I opened my mouth and asked. Zhaoxian was technically considered a demon, and although she had now self-destructed her inner elixir, she couldn't hide the fact that she was a snake demon in origin. MOU shook his head and said, "The Demon Beheader Alliance is relatively a lot more mysterious. I heard that they specialize in fighting against the demon race and rarely appear in the secular world. It's not as chaotic as the Ghost Hunter Alliance. There's very little information on my side about the Demon Beheader Alliance." "Uncle M.O., just now, why did you ask Dao Master Chingha about the hunting and killing division? He's clearly someone from the unreturned branch." I continued to ask. MOU said, "The divisions within the Ghost Hunter Alliance are all opposites, and the people in the same division don't know the information of the other members, but they do know the information of the members of the other divisions. Do you know that the Ghost Hunter Alliance, if they want to quit, they need to kill the members of the other divisions in order to quit this matter?" I know that Zhuge Wu had the intention of quitting the hunting and killing division and killed Situ Honor, who was previously by Master Jin's side, and Situ Honor should be someone from another division. MOU nodded his head and said, "Yes, Situ Jing is from the Yanfu division, but he is really deeply hidden. I have always had my suspicions, but there is no concrete evidence, so I didn't dare to talk to Jin." Chapter 47, Demonic Aura in the House. And MOU in the projection room talked for a long time about the Xianmen things, than before, my understanding of the Xianmen and more thorough. MOU this person in the hands of a lot of information, the Ghost Hunters Union so mysterious organization, he can dig so much information, enough to prove his ability, casual conversation, but also a little bit of understanding about the Taiwan 9 Masters thing. As they chatted, Gu Chang walked in, he was holding a USB flash drive in his hand and mouthed, "Brother I've got the stuff back, open it up and check it out." MOU took the flash drive, plugged it into the computer and opened the contents. There was some information in here, and the full video of Yujin's murder in the airport restroom was in there as well, and on the video, the man was clearly seen handing Yujin the dagger, then grabbing Yujin's hand and stabbing it into his own body, before Yujin himself uncontrollably stabbed the man again. This video is enough to clear Yujin. What is this? Mou turned off the video and clicked on a folder called Information Required by Taiwan, but unfortunately, that folder had a password and couldn't be clicked on. Keiko, get old Zero to decipher the folder. Mou said, standing up, and we walked out of the room together. Just after stepping out of his room, he saw Yujin and his party walking out of his bedroom in a hurry. Yujin's body was still wrapped in gauze. He didn't know what was making him so anxious. Shin, what's going on? Mou asked as he walked up. Yujin didn't say anything, and Sen Shin said with a somewhat ugly face, the ninth master of Taiwan sent someone over to visit Master Jin, and he'll be here soon. Mou froze and said with some self-reproach, how did I not know about this? Mou is the head of outreach and intelligence, such a big thing he did not know actually, indeed some dereliction of duty. Taiwan's Nine Masters is known throughout the country and even the international mob figure. Under the strange people, a lot of people belong to the kind of foot stomping the whole mob to tremble three figures. Do not look at the Yujin in the city mixed with the wind and water, but compared to the Nine Masters, but really nothing. But the Yujin and Nine Masters' business dealings are not much. He respects the Nine Masters, but not so afraid of him. After all, the strongest dragons do not suppress the snake, or else the Yujin would not know clearly that the Qinghe Roadmaster is also dare to kill him, and the Nine Masters are the people, but the Nine Masters are not afraid of him. If not, Yujin would not have dared to kill Qinghe even though he knew that he was one of the Ninth Master's men. Old brother Mo, don't need to blame yourself. If the Ninth Master's intelligence is so easy for you to get, then he wouldn't be the Ninth Master anymore. Qinghe wanted to kill me, I killed Qinghe. I have the upper hand in this matter, don't worry. Yujin said comfortingly. Mou nodded and followed Yujin, heading downstairs. I stood upstairs and did not go down, and in my heart, I was also curious about what kind of person this Taiwanese Ninth Master had sent over to make Yujin personally come downstairs to greet him with his wounds. Yujin, several people had just walked to the hall, when two people came in at the door, an old man with a long white beard, a little stooped, estimated to be more than 70 years old, and the other, actually a pretty girl wearing a short denim skirt and a t-shirt, who didn't look more than in her 20s. Xia Lao came to the humble abode. How also did not notify in advance. I Yujin also personally go to the airport to pick you up. Although Yujin was wearing gauze, he spoke with a strong voice. The old man called Xia Lao smiled and said, I heard that Master Jin was injured, so I came over on behalf of Master Jio to take a look at Master Jin. How is it? Master Jin shouldn't be in any serious trouble, right? Yujin smiled brightly and said, thank you for lifting me up. I'm fine. An ungrateful thing wanted to kill my whole family, but fortunately I, Yujin, was blessed with a great life and dodged a bullet. Yujin did not say Qinghe Daolord, nor did he mention that Qinghe Daolord was one of the Nine Masters, and it was perfectly fine to pretend to be confused about this kind of thing. After all, Qinghe Daolord didn't have the Ninth Master's name written on his face either. Master Jin, your house is not clean. The girl in the cowboy outfit suddenly said, looking up at me, and without Yujin's consent, she lifted her foot and ran up towards the stairs. Young Bing, you must not be rude. Elder Xia hurriedly stopped it. The girl, her eyes still looking at me, continued to walk up the stairs and said, Master Jin, truth be told, there is a demonic aura in your house. Yujin smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He just looked at Elder Xia, who said, Young Bing, come down first. How could there be a demonic aura in Master Jin's house? Don't talk nonsense. The girl didn't listen to Xia Lao's words. She directly walked to the corridor on the second floor, and walked towards my direction, and behind me was Zhao Xian's room, and I was puzzled in my heart. How did this girl see that there was a demonic aura here? White Feather can see the demonic aura on my body, because she was originally a member of the demon race. What does this girl have? The girl quickly walked to my side, and I reached out to stop her, mouthing, this young lady, aren't you being a bit doggy and nosy? Get out of the way, I'm doing this for your own good. The girl said coldly as she reached out and opened my hand. This is the Yu family, not Taiwan. I once again blocked in front of her. Zhou Peng also walked out from inside the room at this time, and asked with his mouth, Renfan, what's the situation, eh? And who is this beauty? Get out! The girl reached out and pushed me away and tried to rush inside. She was pretty strong. Monk, stop her. I said directly, no matter what, I couldn't let her disturb Zhao Xian. Zhou Peng froze, subconsciously a dodge blocked in front of the girl. Mouth said, beauty, you are very impolite, and then forced to barge in. I may have to take action. When the time comes, do not say that I am bullying women. You seek death. The girl suddenly clenched her fist and slammed it towards Zhou Peng. You who? Still coming on strong. Zhou Peng grinned, dodged the punch with a dodge, and raised his hand towards the girl's wrist to grab it. The girl's hands are also extremely agile. Before Zhou Peng's hand could catch her wrist, she suddenly drew back her hand, and kicked her foot up towards Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng did not flash or dodge, and struck the girl's ankle with a palm, and each of the two people retreated a step. The two people's faces began to seriously up. It seems that no one thought that the other will have such a body, just a photo on the eyes, once again wore together. I also secretly praised the girl's hands, seems not much worse than Zhou Peng. Downstairs, Elder Xie shook his head and said, "Alas, this granddaughter of mine is a poor housekeeper and has always acted in my own way," making Master Jin laugh. Yushin laughed and said, no harm, children, do not fight, let them make a mess, Xie old this time to come, in addition to come to see me, there should be other things, right? Elder Xie put away his smile and said with his mouth full, I'm sure that Master Jin should know that Dao Master Qinghai is one of Master Zhou's people. Yushin said calmly, I really don't know about this, but even if I knew, I would get him killed just the same. The rules of the Jianghu, the person who wants to kill my whole family, I don't get him killed, then I, Yushin, don't need to mix. What, Xia Lao is here on this trip to ask for punishment? Xia Lao smiled and said, of course not, a Qinghe Taoist master, in the eyes of the ninth master is like grass, just that there is still a piece of information in the hands of the Qinghe Taoist master that the ninth master needs. I don't know if that piece of information is in the hands of the Jin master. No, I didn't get any information from Qinghe. Yushin said with certainty. I suddenly remembered that there was an encrypted folder called information required by the Taiwan side on Qinghe's USB flash drive, and turned my head to look at MOU. MOU also looked at me at that moment and shook his head slightly, signaling me not to say anything. I laughed, something I naturally wouldn't say. Do you serve? Zhou Peng's voice with a gasp came over. I turned my head to look. The girl called Young Ice's hands had been clasped by Zhou Peng at this time, and was pressed to the ground by him. This girl was really powerful. She could actually fight with Zhou Peng, this pervert, for so long. Bastard, let go of me. The girl said loudly, but she was pressed to death by Zhou Peng. That's the end of today's update. Good night, friends. Chapter 48, The Tomb of the True Marquis. I'm not letting go, you're too wild for this little, it's hard to control. Zhou Peng said. Monk, let go of MS. Xia, the visitor is a guest, be polite. Yushin's voice came from downstairs. Zhou Peng let out an oh so slight sound and let go of Xie Yubing, saying with his mouth, you can't beat me. Xie Yubing grunted, straightened her clothes and gave Zhou Peng a disgusted look. Elder Xie downstairs laughed and said, Young Ice, as a guest, your behavior is inappropriate, come down, since Master Jin said that he doesn't have what Master Nine wants, we won't bother you much. Xie Yubing ate the closed door, and her grandfather also told her to go, so she didn't continue to dwell on the matter of the demonic qi, and turned around and walked towards the downstairs. The body is not bad, but it's a pity that there is no goods in the chest, ugh. Zhou Peng walked to my side and whispered. I blanked him, thought Zhou Peng really insulted the word monk. Xie Yubing walked down after. Xie old man also stood up, mouth said, Jin master, that thing 9 masters imperative, if the back of the Jin masters get, but also please inform the old man, 9 masters will have a heavy thank you, by the way, that information is a matter of great importance, Jin masters a person, absolutely cannot swallow. Yushin also stood up and said, don't worry Xia Lao, if I get that information, I will definitely notify you the first time, it's getting late now, why don't you stay for dinner? Dinner is not necessary, we still have to go and find something. By the way, this granddaughter of mine has a different eye. He said that there is a demonic aura in your mansion, so there is bound to be a demonic and evil thing in your mansion. Elder Xie and Yushin shook hands and turned towards the door. Yushin said politely, thanks for the old reminder. After Xia Lao and Xie Yubing left, Mou came to Yushin's ear and whispered a few words. It should be talking about that information. Yushin's body trembled after listening to it, and then his expression changed to calm down, and his mouth said, go to my bedroom and talk. A few backbones once again went into Yushin's bedroom. I went back to Zhao Xian's room. Zhao Xian was still resting, but looking at her face a lot better. I was slightly relieved, and in my heart I thought that Xie Yubing could see the demonic aura emanating from Zhao Xian's body so easily, and that I had to think of a way to hide the demonic aura from Zhao Xian's body before I could do so. Husband, you're back. I had just sat on the edge of the bed when Zhao Xian woke up. I smiled and said gently, well, how was the rest? Pretty good. I heard a lot of noise outside just now. Anything going on? There's a little something. Xian, someone can detect the immortal aura emanating from you. Do you have a way to hide it? I opened my mouth and asked. Zhao Xian shook her head and said, I'm still weak and my immortal qi is flimsy. When I'm fully recovered, my immortal qi will stabilize. Regular people won't be able to discover me. You said someone found out. Could it be that person is from the Demon Beheader Alliance? The Demon Chopper Alliance. Are they the only ones who can detect the immortal aura on you? I asked suspiciously. Zhao Xian nodded her head and said, demon choppers generally have opened their spiritual eyes. These spiritual eyes are able to recognize demonic bodies at a glance. But husband, you don't have to worry. After 7 days it will be fine. The main source of immortal energy is the inner Dan. My inner Dan is destroyed. When my body is fully recovered, even someone from the Demon Chopper Alliance won't necessarily be able to see it unless he has an inscrutable Taoist skill. Only then did I feel slightly more at ease, and with my mouth, I asked, Xian, is there any way to repair the destruction of your inner Dan? Zhao Xian shook her head and said, you can cultivate again, but I don't want to be able to turn from a snake into an ordinary person. I'm already very satisfied. I just hope that we can turn white heads together, and go through the cycle of life and death in this human world together. I understand what Zhao Xian means. She can recultivate the inner elixir, but it will take a long time. Maybe by the time she recultivates it again, I'll already be old or dead, then she won't want to live alone. This friendship touched me, and I reached out and wrapped my arms around Zhao Xian, mouthing, how I wish time would just stop. Zhao Yixian nodded and leaned into my arms with a relaxed demeanor. A knock came from the doorway once again, and Gu Chang's voice came through. Renfan, I'm sorry, Master Jin asks you to go over to his bedroom for a moment. I sighed, and Zhao Yixian said, go on, I'll wait for you. I walked out of the room and came to Yuzhin's bedroom, in which besides Yuzhin, there were Mou, Li Song, and Sun Qin, and Gu Chang didn't come in this time. The three of them each held a piece of information in their hands, probably another 7 or 8 pages. Seeing that I would come, Yuzhin said, Renfan, elder brother Mo said that you also know about the existence of this piece of information, so I called you over, so take a look. I waved my hand and said, Uncle Jin, I won't look at it, this kind of thing is important and it has nothing to do with me. Yuzhin laughed and said, why are you so cautious, we are all family members, are you still worried that we will kill us? I shook my head and said, Uncle Jin, that's not what I meant, I'm saying that with a few uncles around. There's no need for me to read this information. Take a look, about the real Martial Marquis tomb. Li Song, who had been speaking very little, suddenly said, clearly interested in this thing. Tomb of the Marquis of Wu? Zhuge Kongming? I asked casually, not really interested in the real tomb of the Marquis of Wu. Li Song nodded his head and explained, yes, Zhuge Kongming. Zhuge Kongming's tomb has always been an unsolved mystery inside the grave robbing circle. For thousands of years, countless princes and generals' tombs have basically been ransacked. Only the Marquis of Wu's tomb has never been robbed. The Marquis of Wu's tomb known to the people is just a cloak and dagger mound. The real Marquis of Wu's tomb is where, no one knows. But inside this information, although there is no specific address of the tomb, but the clues of the Marquis of Wu's tomb appeared, and also mentioned the same thing, such a thing. It should be what the ninth master wants to get. I let out an oh-so-subtle cry and didn't say anything, but muttered, what's that got to do with me? Li Song continued, such a thing, the same Xian sect people tend to be the most precious treasure. You are now also considered half of the Xian sect. We are discussing to eat the tomb of the Marquis of Wu and take that thing to you. Ha! I remember Elder Xie said, can't we eat this information? If the ninth master knows about it. I didn't continue when I said this, because there was no reason for them not to think of such a simple truth. Since they had already made the decision, they must have considered the pressure from the ninth master in Taiwan. Yuzhin smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this, although the ninth master of Taiwan scares me, but the information is in our hands, he can't do anything about it if we sneak around and get this done. Li Song nodded his head and said excitedly, yes, there are a lot of treasures and precious texts inside the Martial Marquis tomb in addition to that kind of thing. The information even mentions that that thing can peek into the secret of immortality. This kind of thing is just a rumor though, and the claim of immortality is too unrealistic, but the real Martial Marquis tomb will certainly not let people down. Uncle Li, what exactly is that thing you're talking about? Looking at Li Song with such an excited expression, I couldn't help but ask with some confusion. Li Song looked at me seriously and asked, do you know the secret method of Zhuge? My heart shook. Zhuge's secret method? Isn't this the secret method I'm learning? It was still left to me by Zhuge Wu, and the bastard even wrapped up Zhuge's secret method with the cover in front of the golden vase, but I only have the upper volume here. I don't even need to tell you how powerful Zhuge's secret method is. I'm an ordinary person who was able to find a place to raise corpses and draw in-avoiding talismans and corpse-suppressing talismans in a short period of time by using Zhuge's secret method, and I relied on it. I nodded and said directly, Uncle Li, I know the Zhuge secret method. Li Song shook his head and said, the Zhuge secret method that you know is only a version organized by the descendants. Although it is precious, it is not the real thing and it is definitely mutilated. There is a complete Zhuge secret method inside the Wuho tomb. Chapter 49 Poem Before Bo Wen's Death. My face is not shocked, but inwardly I am incredibly shocked. It turns out that this Zhuge secret method that I have been watching these days is a second-rate product. A second-rate product is able to be so powerful, then the real Zhuge secret method should be how powerful? Our little friend Runfan doesn't seem to be interested in the Zhuge secret method, Yuzhin said with a smile. I smiled and said, Uncle Jin, to be honest, I'm very interested, but I always have a feeling that it's not that simple. Taiwan's ninth uncle is doing all he can to find this thing, so he must have his own channels as well. Xinghe Taoist is not considered to be a very powerful person. If he can collect all this information, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be anyone else who will collect it. Sun Qin nodded his head and said appreciatively, look everyone, I told you that Runfan could think of this, and it is true. With the ninth master's style of doing things, he will definitely not put this task in the hands of a district Xinghe Taoist priest, but this kind of absolute tomb collection, since we know about it, we won't give up on it just like that, and the only chance now is to dare to find the real Marquis of Wu's tomb before the ninth master gets the message. Well, there are 4 sentences here, a few of us are older, but we can't even comprehend them. Runfan, you have a flexible head, and young people's thinking isn't so much limited, so you help to comprehend them. Mo, picked up the conversation and said. I nodded and took the information handed over by Mou, which contained some information about the tomb of the Marquis of Wu, but there was no specific address, and there were 4 sentences that were circled by Mou with a red pen. South of the fixed earth water, Wu's army hides the corpse, the tomb water is returned north, only to appear too eclipsed. I softly read out this paragraph, slowly fell into meditation. Sun Qin said, according to legend, Zhuge Liang's wish at the time of his death was to be buried in Dingjun Mountain. Dingjun Mountain did appear Marquis Wu's tomb, But that is a crown mound, not a real tomb. We have just discussed, the first sentence of the word ding and the second sentence of the word army is exactly dingjun, and so on. It is the third sentence of the word tomb and the fourth sentence of the word present is dingjun. The word in the first sentence and the word in the second sentence are exactly the word, and by analogy, the word in the third sentence and the word in the fourth sentence are the word, which means and in the fourth sentence. The word tomb in the third sentence and the word present in the fourth sentence mean tomb present, which together mean dingjun tomb present, that is to say, the real Wuwo's tomb should still be in Dingjun Mountain. Moyu nodded and said, but Dingjun Mountain has been searched by countless generations of grave robbers for thousands of years, and there has never been a true whereabouts of the Marquis of Wu's tomb. I looked at Moyu and opened my mouth to ask, Uncle Mo, who wrote this one poem? It couldn't have been written by Mr. Zhuge Kongming, could it? Moyu shook his head and said, no, this poem traces its roots back to Lu Bo I and should have been written by him. Lu Bo I? The Lu Boan you're talking about, Uncle Mo, wouldn't be the same Lu Boan who assisted Zhu Yuanzhang to become emperor, right? I asked in surprise. Moyu nodded and said, yes, Lu Boan erudition of history and economics, especially fine elephant weft of the science, people than Zhuge Liang, known as a brilliant plan in strategizing, the so-called three worlds Zhuge Liang, a unification of the mountains. Lu Boan is his highest evaluation, his most admired person is also Zhuge Liang, has not stopped the study of Zhuge Liang, after Zhu Yuanzhang claimed the throne, ordered him to find the law of immortality, he first investigated the body, he investigated that Zhuge Liang also studied the method of immortality. Stopped the study of Zhuge Liang, Zhu Yuanzhang after the emperor, ordered him to look for the law of immortality, he first investigated the body of Zhuge Liang, he investigated Zhuge Liang also studied the method of immortality, Zhuge Liang died, countless canonical books and the results of the disappearance of, he felt that all those things are used to accompany the burial, so he has been looking for the real whereabouts of the tomb of the Marquis of Wu, but, unfortunately, Lu Biaowen ultimately did not manage to find. But before his death, he suddenly had a flash of light and left this poem for his descendants, and instructed his descendants not to divulge it, hoping that his descendants would be able to realize the reasoning behind it. But after Lu Bowen resigned from the government in his later years, his family gradually fell into a decline, and this poem was later strayed into the folklore, and was eventually collected by Qing He Taoist master. I let out a cry and said, uncles, Renfan is not well educated and can't understand. If this poem is written by Lu Bo, then we can't use modern thinking to explain it. In the poem, there are south of the mountain and north of the water. There is a saying north of the mountain and north of the water is the yang, north of the mountain and south of the water is the yin. I don't know if it is of any help to all the uncles. Fixed earth and yin, tu and yang return? What does that mean? Mo said to himself. Sun Qin smiled and shook his head. Of course you can't go about interpreting it like that. Every word in here needs to be scrutinized. Yuzhen picked up and said, it won't be cracked for a while. It's time for dinner. Let's eat dinner first. Sun Qin nodded her head and said, well, open up your brain as well. Maybe a change in thinking will lead to a different realization. That day's dinner was very lively. Yuzhen and Guchang 4 people, Yu Mengxian, Zhou Pang, me, Zhao Yixian, a full 9 people gathered around the dinner table. I introduced Zhao Yixian to everyone. Everyone loved her. No one asked where she came from, even Yuzhen did not ask. I took the initiative to explain, there is no concealment, here people are all family members, there is no need to hide, although everyone knows Zhao Yixian is a snake demon transformed, but I told them that her inner alchemy has been destroyed, turned into an ordinary woman. Everyone did not look at her with a different eye, on the contrary, but also on the more she took care of. Surprisingly, Yu Mengxian not only didn't treat Zhao Yixian poorly, instead, she chattered and chatted with Zhao Yixian, although Zhao Yixian wasn't the type of person who was particularly lively, but she was also generous. She used to be in cultivation and lonely, suddenly she had so many friends who were like family, the smile on her face never disappeared, for the whole night, it was all smiles, and her smiles were particularly beautiful. The Qing Taoist masters matter is considered to have come to an end. The people of Taiwan's 9 masters did not come over to find Yuzhen again. About the matter of the Ghost Hunters Alliance, there is no more following. Yuzhen had that video, and then used some connections, and that murder case completely cleared the relationship. The Yu family once again restored peace. Zhao Yixian moved into my room and lived with me. This thing made Zhou Peng's eyes turn into envy and jealousy every time he looked at me. With Zhao Yixian's company, I was happy to be at ease. But for that Zhuge's secret method, I never stopped learning. This is Zuanjutsu. It's always no harm to let yourself know more. When you have the time, you can also learn a few moves of martial arts with Zhou Peng. And the poem left by Lu Bowen has always been a mystery in the hearts of all people and has never been solved. Yuzhen mixed with the black. Many things are not visible. Relying on their own relations can be in the city to mix with the wind. But if the higher level of the official wants to mess with him, he does not have any ability to resist. Chapter 50 September School Season. Yuzhen nodded and said, well, investigation is investigation, safety first, no matter what, lasts through 3 months. Okay, don't worry Uncle Zhen, I have my measure. I replied, giving Yuzhen a stabilizing look. Yuzhen smiled and said, Renfan, I once said that there is hope when you live, no matter what kind of desperate situation you encounter in the future, you have to try to live. I nodded and said, Yi Xian told me that there is no absolute desperation in this world, only people who despair of their predicament, and for her sake, I will try to live as well. Either dead or gone? I asked in surprise. Yuzhen nodded his head and said, yes, but the people who disappeared shouldn't have died. One of them that you recognized survived, and was killed by Zhuge Wu later. I was startled and asked with my mouth full, Uncle Zhen, are you talking about Situ Jing? Yuzhen nodded without saying anything. In that case, there are only two ways to end up in this kind of class. First, join the Ghost Hunter Alliance, and second, die. I analyzed. Yuzhen continued to nod his head, his face filled with helplessness. I sighed heavily and mouthed, I see. Yuzhen looked at me and said with a somewhat stiff expression, I'm sorry, Renfan, it's Uncle Zhen who's useless. I originally thought that I could cover the sky with just my hands here, but yet I still have to let you and Xian Xian face such a predicament. Xian Xian is my daughter. In my heart, I've long regarded you as my son, but now I can't even save my own sons and daughters. After Yuzhen finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became moist, and I was stunned. A man of iron blood who had been in the underworld for so many years, actually shed tears at this moment. It can be imagined, Yuzhen for this matter how much effort, his heart, and how helpless, and I and Yu Mengxian in his heart position, and how important. I forced a smile and said, Uncle Zhen, you don't have to blame yourself, it's a blessing not a curse, it's a curse that can't be avoided. Me and sister Mengxian are destined to have this calamity. It's not something that can be changed by anyone. You can rest assured that me and sister Mengxian, we will all be fine. Yuzhen wiped his moist eyes and said, alright, that's all. If there are any difficulties, feel free to let me know. And remember to tell me at the first opportunity if there are any investigation results. Ghost Hunter Alliance, I, Yuzhen, and you are irreconcilable. I nodded and exited the room, feeling bad but not wanting to run away. Hey, Renfan, what are you thinking about? Zhou Peng asked as he saw me standing on the railing of the second floor, staring blankly, and came over. I smiled and said, thinking about starting school, and by the way, where's Xian? Her? Went out shopping with Xian Xian. These two girls are so close now. Why didn't you go? I asked suspiciously. Zhou Peng sighed and said, Xian Xian won't let me go, saying I have too much mouth. Do I have too much mouth? I call this being outgoing, lively, and sunny. Quite a lot. Go, and then teach me to practice boxing and kicking. The basic skills feel almost the same. I said towards the downstairs. Zhou Peng a sound. Mouth said, you this physical quality and understanding than when I just practiced martial arts is also strong. I believe that not long, to teach the disciple starving master. It's okay, even if I'm better than you, I'm not going to beat you up for no reason. I said as I took up a sparring stance. In addition to the driver in the car, there are only 4 people, me, Zhaoixin, Zhou Peng and Yu Mengxian. Yuzhen did not come because he went out of town to deal with things. We just stepped off the car, caused countless freshmen to crowd around. Many people are looking at the car, more eyes are falling on Zhaoixin and Yu Mengxian, because these two girls walk together. What school flower in front of them is also a joke. Originally did not want to let Zhaoixin over, after all, she does not like to show her face, but her heart is very eager to see the environment of my study. Followed along. As for Zhou Peng, purely idle pain in the ass. After the driver got off the bus, Principal Wang immediately walked over, smiled and shook the driver's hand, and said somewhat flatteringly, Mr. Chen, I've been waiting for you for a long time, but Master Zhen didn't come today? The driver, surnamed Chen, was responsible for helping us with enrollment procedures this time in addition to sending us over, and after shaking hands with Principal Wang, he said indifferently, Brother Zhen has something to do, I'm here to help Missy and Mr. Zhao with their enrollment procedures, so lead the way, Principal Wang. Okay, Mr. Chen please follow me. Principal Wang took away the driver. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Zhou Peng's gaze looked at the surrounding female students with reckless abandon, just as if he had just been released from prison without ever seeing a female. Yu Mengxian poo-pooed and mouthed, "It's embarrassing to stand with you." I held Zhao Xian's hand tightly, my eyes looked around the environment, its big, beautiful environment, everywhere filled with a strong academic atmosphere. There are nearly 10 teaching buildings alone, they all look basically the same, each building has its own name. The library is not small, 4-story high, there are 6 playgrounds and soccer fields of all sizes just to see it. It's dozens of times bigger than my alma mater. Husband, the environment is really nice, I envy the students here. Zhao Xian came to my ear and whispered, and this approach made the surrounding boys' onlookers lose their minds. "I'll take you for a walk." I pulled Zhao Xian away from the car and walked towards the soccer field to my right. "I'll take you for a walk too." Zhou Peng finished shamelessly pulling up Yu Mengxian's hand. Yu Mengxian threw her hand away and said with her mouth, "Get lost." And Zhao Xian strolled inside the campus, from time to time to say a few words of knowledge. This feeling is very comfortable, very calm, but also very happy. The turf on the soccer field is very soft, around the students who play football. There are students who take a walk with a book, and risk walking together but do not dare to hold hands with a man and a woman. Everything is so green, and so youthful. The campus is the belonging to the people of our age of the home. Zhou Peng and Yu Mengxian playfully playing in the back, walking the place where we walked. In fact, Yu Mengxian does not hate Zhou Peng so much on the surface, because we all know that Zhou Peng is horny on the mouth, but in fact, his heart is not a flower. Yu Mengxian is equally clear. Who walking? A soccer ball flew towards us at an extremely fast speed, to be exact. It flew towards Zhao Xian. I hurriedly reached out and blocked it. The soccer ball hit the back of my hand and bounced out at an extremely fast speed. The back of my hand was numb. At this speed, it was obvious that it was purposely kicked the ball over at a close distance. Several students with big heads full of bare-chested men surrounded them, their eyes staring at Zhao Xian, and one of them, a tall and handsome-looking student, walked in front of Zhao Xian and said with his mouth full, "Yo, pretty girl, didn't scare you, did I?" "Sorry." Zhao Xian smiled and said politely, "It doesn't matter. How can there be no relationship? How about this, in order to apologize, how about I treat you to lunch? My name is Wang Tao, my dad is the principal of the first middle school." That student didn't look at me squarely in the slightest, and said fawningly to Zhao Xian, and extended his hand. "No need, I will take my girlfriend to dinner," I said lightly, and in my heart I understood what this Wang Tao was playing at. A dark-skinned student behind Wang Tao laughed and said, "Now it's your girlfriend, and in a few days it will be Tao's girlfriend." The other one was even more reckless. "Kid, don't be ignorant, if you offend brother Tao, you won't have to study in the future." Zhou Peng and Yu Mengxian also walked over at this time. Zhou Peng did not hear the words in front of him, but heard the words of this person. He hemmed and hawed and laughed and walked to Zhao Xian, reached out in front of Wang Tao, pushed a little bit, and asked in his mouth, "You're the Tao brother," he said, "right? Dogs with rats meddling in their own business, you're a ing old pa." Wang Tao didn't finish his words. Zhou Peng backhanded him and threw a slap on his face with an extraordinarily crisp sound. Chapter 51, The Fear of Manipulation. This sudden slap made Wang Tao froze. How could he not imagine that he, as the son of the principal, was actually thrown a slap under this clear sky, and still without warning? The few people with Wang Tao saw this and rushed towards Zhou Peng, their mouths bursting with foul language, as if they were going to be born to die for Wang Tao. "Go monk, the 10-second countdown starts now." Yu Mengxian jumped up excitedly and said while clapping. "It's not that I'm bragging, by the time I finished saying that, all of those people were already down." Zhou Peng said while flashing his body. Each of them only used one move, all of them were hitting the side-waist position of those people. However, the speed and force of Zhou Peng's punches were extremely ferocious, and after his sentence was finished, all of those people were still really down. A fight. Zhou Peng ended up posing a Bruce Lee's signature move without forgetting to pretend, looking at me a bit speechless. Zhao Xian snorted a laugh and said with her mouth, "It feels like the monk is so undisciplined." After these people fell to the ground, only Wang Tao was still standing in place. He looked at Zhao Peng incredulously, and was speechless. This fight caused a lot of students to watch, and a few security guards from the school rushed over, and when they saw that the one who was beaten was the school's son Wang Tao, they drew out the rubber bats on their waists and surrounded Zhou Peng. ********, dare to fight and brawl inside the school, I think you guys don't want to study anymore. A middle-aged man furiously rushed over, also wearing a security uniform. This man was fierce-looking, and there was a knife scar on the left side of his face. "Brother Scar, save me, get this kid." Wang Tao seemed to have found a lifesaver after seeing Brother Scar and hurriedly said. Scarred brother pushed aside the crowd of onlookers, and after seeing Yu Mengxian, he suddenly wimped out, his mouth shivering as he said, "Big Missy, why are you here?" Yu Mengxian looked at Scarab as if nothing had happened, and said faintly with her mouth, "So it's you. Missy, there might be some misunderstanding in this matter." Scar completely lost the domineering demeanor he had when he arrived, and became incredibly meek at this time. Yu Mengxian said, "There's no misunderstanding, this scum called Wang Tao molested my sister, the monk taught him a lesson." "What, you want to give Wang Tao a head start?" "No, don't dare, Wang Tao, why don't you apologize to Missy?" Scar's eyes turned cold as he said ferociously to Wang Tao. "What Missy, this isn't a triad, Scar, I think you don't want to do this security chief anymore." Wang Tao was already overwhelmed with anger at this point, and had absolutely no idea what he was saying. "I think it's your father who doesn't want to be the principal of the city's first middle school, Missy, all you need to do is say a word and I'll break Wang Tao's arms and legs right now." Brother Scar said fawningly. Yu Mengxian waved her hand and said, "Forget it, I've seen this kind of asshole many times, it's a bummer, I ran into such a bad luck person on the first day of school." "Good." Scar also breathed a sigh of relief as he mouthed, "Is Master Jin, his old man, okay?" Yu Mengxian nodded her head and said, "It's okay, you've been kicked out by my father, why are you still so concerned about him?" Shock. "Master Jin? Your father?" Wang Tao was jolted and suddenly knelt on the ground with no sense of humor, saying with his mouth, "I'm sorry Missy, it's me, Wang Tao, who has no eyes and has offended Missy. You should apologize to my sister." Yu Mengxian said indifferently. Wang Tao at this time were still care about face, kneeling and moving towards us. Zhao Xian said, "No need, you quickly get up, it's not a big deal." I smiled and was just about to speak when my eyes suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure, turning inside a school building. "Yixian, wait for me." I let go of Zhao Yixian's hand and quickly ran towards that school building. By the time I got to the school building, where was the shadow of that person? There weren't many people inside the corridor, but there was nowhere. I ran into the stairs and chased them all the way to the 4th floor, and I still didn't see that person. Could it be a mistake? I muttered, walking down the stairs to the soccer field once again. At this time, the onlookers at the soccer field had dispersed, and a few people from Wang Tao helped each other to walk away. Zhao Yixian walked over, and asked with her mouth, "Who did husband see?" I shook my head and said, "It could be a mistake." The driver quickly ran over and said with his mouth, "Missy, Mr. Zhao, the enrollment procedures have all been handled, but there are some things." "What is it?" I asked suspiciously. "So we have to stay at school today?" Yu Mengxian said with a somewhat ugly face, because she had to stay at school on the first day of reporting. She was very uncomfortable, and she had never lived outside since she had been studying. She was picked up and dropped off by her driver every day. "Yes, Missy," the driver replied in a small voice, seemingly embarrassed. I smiled and interjected, "It's fine, at least we get to go back one day a month, so stay in school, but we didn't bring any supplies with us." "You don't need to bring your necessities, they're all inside the dormitory," the driver said. "I didn't bring my Xiaoxin here," Yu Mengxian said. Xiao Xian, her companion's sleeping doll, a plush doll, a birthday gift from her mother. She sleeps wrapped in Xiao Xian to sleep. "Where's the cell phone?" I asked hurriedly. "Cell phones are fine." Relieved by the driver's answer, I nodded and said, "Okay, where's the classroom?" The driver pointed to the school building I had just chased past, then took out a stack of golden cards and mouthed, "It's right here on the top floor of the Wen Yuan building." "Access card?" I reached out and took it, and there was a coldness coming from the card, a coldness that flickered for just a moment before suddenly returning to normal. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing as giving students access cards instead of license plates, and there are still so many of them. I roughly counted them, there were 6 in total, 3 were mine and the other 3 were Yu Mengxian's. The design on the card was very simple, only a few black fonts, Class 4, Jiaranfan. Besides that, there was also an icon on the card, which consisted of the word Wujiu, but it was in a small seal script, which made it harder to recognize. This should be the logo of the no-return branch of the Ghost Hunters League. "Yes, the access card to the top floor," the driver said. "Disposable cards, right? But why 3? If you can enter and exit once a month, it should be 6 for 3 months. I said and handed Yu Mengxian the 3 access cards that belonged to her. The driver shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about that, Missy, Mr. Zhao, you need to arrive at the classroom within an hour of reporting." "I'm biased, what kind of bull ***** school is this? There are so many rules, according to what you said, in these 3 months, we can only move around on the top floor of the Wen Yuan building, so what's the difference between this and going to jail?" Yu Mengxian huffed, but as soon as she finished saying this, 2 lines of nosebleed suddenly flowed out from inside her nostrils, all of them dripping onto the clothes on her chest. What's going on here? Zhou Peng was in a big hurry and I pinched the several access cards in my hand. It seems that there is something wrong with the cards. This sudden nosebleed from Yu Mengxian should be a warning that what she just said was inappropriate. "That's right, I'm not going either," I deliberately said, and a hot stream suddenly surged out from inside my nasal cavity, and just like Yu Mengxian, 2 lines of nosebleed poured out. "Okay, we'll report to class right away," I said again, my nosebleed no longer running, as if the words were the switch that controlled whether or not the nosebleed would run. "Sister Mengxian, quickly say we'll go to the classroom right away." I wiped off my nosebleed and said to Yu Mengxian. Yu Mengxian tilted her head up. Zhao Yixian kept wiping her with tissue paper and even blocked her nostrils, but the nosebleed still wouldn't stop. Yu Mengxian hurriedly said, "Okay, we'll go to the classroom right away." Strangely enough, as soon as she said this, her nose stopped bleeding. I clenched my fists tightly and looked up to the top floor of the Wen Yuan building. An inexplicable fear appeared in my heart, a fear that stemmed from the fact that without realizing it, we had already been manipulated by the people from the Ghost Hunters Union's Woji branch, without even being able to put up any resistance. Chapter 52, Top Floor of Wen Yuan Building. "Monk, come back." I took the tissue handed over by Zhao Yixian, wiped my nosebleed and said, "Master Xin can't do anything about it, so it's useless for you to go." Zhao Yixian was not overly flustered. She was a snake demon by birth. This kind of thing was not overly scary. She calmly said, "Ren Fan is right, Monk, you can't get involved in this matter." Seeing Zhao Yixian say the same, Zhou Peng then turned around and walked back, also looking hatefully at the top floor of Wen Yuan building. Zhao Yixian's gaze never left me. Her eyes were full of worry. I smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's fine, I've told you everything, you trust me." "Well, I believe you, I'll wait for you back at home," Zhao Yixian said as she held my hand tightly. I touched her cheeks, smiled brightly, and mouthed, "Sister Mengxian, let's go report." Yu Mengxian hummed. At this point she was also clear that she had no choice. "Monk, take care of Xian for me while I'm gone." I turned my head to Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng nodded his head and said helplessly, "Don't worry, the Yu mansion is safe and I will take care of her. Take care of yourself and take care of Xin as well." "Well, we're leaving, you guys go back too, wait for us to come back." I smiled in a pretense of relaxation, and walked towards the school building without looking back. What happened just now shook me to my core. My previous confidence was half destroyed. This kind of control tactic, I don't have any way to do it. That is to say, the threat that I am facing doesn't come from fellow classmates competing against each other, but there's also an unknown threat, that is, the one who is manipulating us. Instead, I had to act bashful now, lest I make Zhao Yixian worry. Yuan building has 7 floors, each floor has 6 classrooms and 6 teachers' offices, the top 7 floors have the same area, Yumengshian, and I have been walking to the 6th floor, which is lying on the top of the railing to look down. The driver has already driven the car with Zhao Yixin and Zhou Peng out of the campus. I turned my head to look at Yumengshian and said, we have to rely on ourselves next, remember, don't be forceful, don't talk too much, and no matter what you come across, don't resist unless it threatens you. Yumengshian nodded her head and said easily, good, with you here, I'm not afraid. By the way, how come there's no one on the 6th floor? Instead of rushing up to the 7th floor, I looked around a couple of classrooms on the 6th floor, which really weren't being used as classes, with benches backed up on top of desks and nothing on top of the chalkboard. What are you looking at? Yumengshian asked suspiciously when she saw me looking at the ceiling of one of the classrooms. I shook my head and said, didn't see anything, let's go, report to class. Yes. Walked up the stairs to the 6th floor and came to the entrance to the 7th floor, where there was indeed a doorway, and above the doorway was clearly written, 1 card, 1 person. The door was an iron gate that opened horizontally, and there was a large slot for an access card in the handle, so I took out an access card and mouthed, I'll go in first. The access card was inserted into the slot and was automatically sucked in. The iron door was pulled open half a meter wide and was only about 1.5 meters high, requiring me to bend over to get in, and just as I stepped in, the iron door closed at a very fast speed with a loud crash. I was horrified in my heart, and I was almost certain that if I followed someone behind me, no matter how fast I was, I would be caught in a meat pie by this door, which meant that without an access card, trying to rush through the door would be looking for death. Are you alright? Yu Mengshuan's worried voice came. It's okay, you plug in your card and come in. The entire corridor was empty, and the overall layout of the place was slightly different from the other floors, with the floors painted red and the corridor sealed with tempered glass. The first room was an empty room with nothing in it, even the blackboard had been removed, it had lights on, no windows, and was white, both the ceiling floor and the walls around it. The second room was a classroom, and inside the classroom there were already 6 people sitting inside. These 6 people, 4 men and 2 women, all with bland expressions, looking unthreatening, like clueless teenagers. Hello classmates. Yu Mengxian said graciously. Those 6 people smiled at us as a greeting, not too enthusiastic. The atmosphere is slightly awkward. I looked at the table sign, actually have a name. There are a total of 15 tables in here, lined up in 3 vertical rows, each row of 5. My position is in the middle of the row of the 3rd position. Yu Mengshuan's position is in the middle of the row of the 1st position. Run Fan, you're behind me. Yu Mengxian also ignored the attitude of the others and said to me. I nodded and said, go ahead and sit down, I'm going to the restroom. Going to the restroom is a front. I eagerly want to look at the environment and layout of this 7th floor. Next door to the classroom are 3 dormitories. These 3 dormitories inside the door is open. I looked inside, each dormitory 5 beds. There is a restroom and a balcony. The beds are not up and down the kind of 2 floors. The space is still quite large. Each bed is placed on a few sets of the same clothes. Bedding and toiletries are all available. Through the 3 dormitories is a restaurant. This restaurant decoration is quite stylish, bias Western style. Do not know also thought that into the upscale Western restaurant. Next door to the restaurant is a restroom. The restroom does not distinguish between men and women. There are 5 compartments inside. There is no urinal for men. The decoration inside is equally upscale. There is no odor, but rather a light fragrance. Past the restroom was an indoor basketball court, and next door to the basketball court was a ping-pong table, which had all kinds of sports equipment, even fighting gloves and protective gear, and in the innermost corner there was a rack with a lot of weapons on it, lances, swords, long swords, daggers, and iron clubs. Further ahead, there was a wall. I slightly measured the distance I had just walked. I had walked a total of about 260 steps on the 6th floor, and I was blocked by the wall after only 220 steps here. The width of the 7th floor from below was exactly the same as that of the 6th floor, and there was still a distance of 40 steps that I didn't see, and the 40 steps were roughly about 20 meters, which meant that there was still other space behind this wall. I took a closer look at the wall, which was covered in wallpaper with a pattern of stripes. What are you doing here? A cold voice came from behind. I turned around and was shocked. It was really her. It seems that I wasn't wrong earlier inside the school building. This woman is when Zhuge Wu used to frame me for murder. The net named Jasmine Blossom people. I was chasing to her home when she was dead. The police arrested me. 3 days after the Yuzhen me out of the police station inside. I began to think that as the credit of the Yuzhen. After the Yuzhen told me the girl was dead, the medical examiner has issued a death certificate. But no one has come to claim her body when she came to life again. Yuzhen can only fish me out of the police station. This person must be related to Zhuge Wu, otherwise she wouldn't have appeared inside Zhuge Wu's scheming session, but looking at her eyes and expression, she doesn't seem to recognize me. Chapter 53, Weird Test Questions. I let out an oh-so-subtle sigh and walked towards the classroom, catching a faint whiff of her scent as I passed her. Back to the classroom, there are a few more people. I looked at the empty seats. There are still 3 people did not come. Yu Mengxian at this time has climbed on top of the table to fall asleep. I do not know what is going on with this girl. The heart can be really big. I sat down in my seat and took out my cell phone to see that there was no signal. The place was blocked. Class, do you have a signal on your cell phone? The person who was doing behind me suddenly asked. I turned my head to look. This person looks a little fat, looks very simple. The body dress is also very simple, clothes wrinkled, the foot stomping a pair of liberation shoes. The family should be very poor. I looked at the one old cell phone in his hand and shook my head. No, what's yours? Mine doesn't either. I guess it's shielded for fear of affecting our studies. This key class is different. By the way, my name is Guo Lianfeng. My friends like to call me Guozi. I'm glad to know you. Guo Lianfeng said with a smile, and stretched out his hand that was somewhat tanned by the sun. I reached out and shook his hand, and said with my mouth, Hello Guozi, my name is Zhao Lianfeng. You just said this is a key class? Gui Runfeng proudly said, Yeah, didn't you read the introduction? Our class is specially supported by the Ministry of Education, and the students in it are trained as the key among the key. Oh, I casually agreed. It seems that these students still don't know what's going on in this class. They've all been fooled into coming here. But come to think of it, how can an ordinary student, like me, come into contact with someone like Eugene and investigate this class so clearly? And Guozi had a chat, and two people walked in. These two people, a man and a woman, came in hand, looks like a couple. The male face is full of condescension, as if the world is most like. The female looks like a flower. The body is comparable to the Yu Mengxian. The face is also beautiful, is considered to be a first-class beauty. Hello everyone. As soon as this man came in, he yelled, and several people who were resting on top of the table, including Yu Mengxian, were woken up by him. Hey, my name is Shin Fengyao. This is my girlfriend Zhang Weiwei. Nice to meet you all. Shin Fengyao made everyone notice him as soon as he came in. Most of the people here were annoyed with his attitude just now, but no one bothered to bother with him. After all, they were all just here. Shin Fengyao's seat was in the last position of the first row, while his girlfriend's position was in the first position of the third row, and the two sat in a diagonal line, the farthest distance. Asterisk. Who gave the placement? On purpose? Shin Fengyao slapped the table with a loud bang, then said to a girl with glasses in front of him, Sister, brother and you discuss a matter. How about you and my girlfriend change the position? I'll give you money. This Shin Fengyao said also really from the bag inside took out a stack of RMB. There are several $1,000s. Before the girl in front of her could say anything, a voice drifted in, no changing of places is allowed, they're all fixed. Speaking is that Jasmine Blossom, at this time she has changed into a set of ladies' suit, wearing a short skirt and stockings, a bit shy movie inside the kind of spicy teacher sense of vision, looks seductive full. Who are you? Off your ass. Shin Fengyao words to the general froze, seems to be attracted by Jasmine Blossom's body. Although Jasmine Blossom was dressed sexy, the expression on her face was icy cold. She walked straight to the top of the podium and said with her mouth, I'll introduce myself. My name is Jasmine Wu, I'm a counselor, and everyone can call me Teacher Wu. Jasmine Wu looked at her watch after she finished speaking and frowned. The time has come. Why is there still one person missing? Report. I'm sorry, teacher, I was delayed by something. A weak voice rang out from the back door. Everyone turned their heads to look. A skinny boy stood in the doorway with many beads of sweat on his head and an unnatural expression. Jasmine looked at her watch and mouthed, You're 3 minutes late, you have no sense of time, go away. After hearing this, the boy's expression became unusually calm, and he took out 2 access cards from his body and placed them on the ground. I was stunned in my heart, so simple to leave? I should have known that I was also late. This place is a through train to a major university in the eyes of other people, but in my opinion, I definitely don't stay here if I can get away. Chapter 54 Reproducing the Pre-Death Poem. Instead of rushing to answer, I looked at the rest of the class and realized that all the other students were looking at each other as well, and that they too had noticed that something was wrong. Pa! A tall and strong-looking student slapped his pen heavily on top of the desk and said under his breath, Mr. Wu, what's going on? I hope you'll give us an explanation. Jasmine Wu said indifferently, You can explain, just finish all the questions. I'm not doing it. Who the loves to do it? The boy's words stopped here, because he opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blood, all on top of the table, the test paper, also all by the blood then, and that boy directly fell to the ground, constantly twitching, the blood inside his mouth, constantly overflowing. Once again, there was a commotion inside the classroom. A few students stood up from straight away, ready to run towards the door. Wu Jasmine slammed the table and said with her mouth, All do well in your seats. This action made everyone quiet. Jasmine Wu walked to the front of the boy who was still twitching, took out a pill from inside her shirt pocket and dropped it into the boy's mouth, then tapped the top of his head a few times. The boy stopped twitching and slowly recovered. Like I said, finish the questions first, I'll tell you the explanations you want, and if you act recklessly again, I won't save you again. Jasmine Wu said indifferently to the boy, handing him a test paper once again. That boy also seems to understand. Pick up the stool to do well, wipe the table clean, began to do the questions. After such a mess, no one dares to disobey Wu Jasmine again, have begun to do the questions, even the one who came to be very arrogant that Shin Fengyao also quieted down. Naturally, I started working on the questions, and for the first one I wrote the phrase, mental toughness. For the second question I wrote one word, will. Eyes fell on the few remaining questions. Question 3, if he becomes a ghost, will he retaliate? Question 4, who would he choose to go after if he retaliated? Fill in the name of any person, not including the counselor. Question 5, why did you retaliate against him, her? Question 6. How would one retaliate against him, her? Question 7. Would you like to see the ghost of that dead classmate? Question 8. If only 2 people could stay in the class and everyone else would die, would you like to stay, and if so, who else would you like to stay with you, and if not, write the names of the 2 people you think would stay. Question 9. If one more person were to die next, who would you want to die? Question 10. Write down your understanding of the following poem. South of the water of the fixed land, the Wu army hides the corpse, the tomb water is returned to the north, and only too much eclipses are present. After reading these questions, my heart rippled again, the first question to the 7th question, completely written around that student who jumped to his death, and to answer these questions there is a prerequisite, that is, you have to recognize that the student who just committed suicide was able to turn into a ghost after his death, or else there is no answer at all to the next few questions. Questions 8 and 9, which seem to be a poll, and especially question 9 are even more sinister, and I can almost conclude that the person who gets the most votes will most likely die outright. What surprised me the most was the 10th question. This question was a puzzle about the real Wootum. Yujin got it from Qinghe Daolong, and now Qinghe Daolong is dead. I originally thought that this poem was only known to those of us, but I did not expect that the people from the Ghost Hunters Alliance also knew it, and it was used as a test question. The faces of the 14 students inside the classroom didn't look good, and after what happened just now, no one said no again. All of them picked up their pens and started doing the questions. I also wrote down the answer according to normal thinking. The 3rd question, Will. For the 4th question I thought a little and wrote Shin Fengyao's name. In fact, this topic is very subjective, because that student just came, and the class does not have any relationship. Since he wants to retaliate, it is necessary to write a person's name, Shin Fengyao, as soon as he came to let the whole class upset. It is estimated that 90% of the people will write him. Question 5. Why did you take revenge on him? The reason I wrote was, because that student was closest to Shin Fengyao before he jumped off the building. Shin Fengyao would give him the most vivid memory. What kind of way to retaliate for the 6th question? The answer I wrote was, strangle him. Ghosts in TV do that. I wrote one for question 7 if I wanted to see his ghost. For the 8th question I wrote, I will, stay with you Mengxian. I didn't fill in the 9th question, which concerns human life, and no matter who I write about, I'll be one of the executioners in case I do die, and I don't do that kind of thing. Just decided not to fill in, only to hear Shin Fengyao's voice from behind. All students, the 9th question, everyone do not write me. As long as it is not my name, I will give each of you 10,000. If you write his name, I will give him 50,000. I turned my head to look and realized that Shin Fengyao was actually pointing at me. Shin Fengyao saw me looking at him, his mouth smiled evilly and said, that's right, it's him, Zhao Lianfan, whoever writes his name, I'll give 50,000, never go back on my word. Yu Mengxian slammed the table and said anxiously with her mouth, everyone just write Shin Fengyao, how much he gives, I'll give double. Who the hell is going to write my name? I'll get him killed. Shin Fengyao said viciously. I looked at Shin Fengyao incredulously. I don't know why he is targeting me. I have never shown my head, and I don't even have half a friendship with him. Why would he want to harm me? Then I saw Shin Fengyao's eyes glanced at Yu Mengxian. My heart sank. This Shin Fengyao should be aware of my relationship with Yu Mengxian. Maybe he looks at Yu Mengxian, or maybe he and Yu Mengxian know or have a grudge. No matter what, this sudden targeting, surely and Yu Mengxian cannot get out of it. I looked at Shin Fengyao with a cold smile and said succinctly, it's a question of whether or not I can survive. You think your money is useful? As for your threats. After saying that, I directly picked up the pen and wrote the 3 words Shin Fengyao under the 9th question and read it out. Shin Fengyao said, he is demagoguery, everyone don't listen to him, what live or not live, we are here to study, not to die. The tension inside the classroom erupted once again. No one expected that she, as a counselor, would actually say something like this, and almost all of the students stood up, ready to leave the place. Boom boom. 2 slamming sounds rang out, the front and back doors of the classroom closed automatically, there was no sign, there was no wind, there was no one by the door was just an ordinary door, it just closed automatically, there must be something wrong. I followed the crowd and stood up, rushed towards the back door, pinched my sword fingers with both hands, made 3 circles in front of my eyes with my back to Jasmine Wu, and silently recited in my heart, heaven and earth, evil spirits will not be hidden, yin and yang divine eyes, open. Chapter 55, Rock Paper Scissors. The yin and yang eyes opened. At this time there is already a boy reached out to pull the door handle, but his hand just touched the door handle. I saw a black aura flashed, directly cut the boy's hand down. The boy screamed, wrist immediately blood flowed like a stream of fresh blood thrown all over the place. And above the door, there was a shadowy spirit in ancient warrior armor floating above it, with one hand pressed against the door, and in his other hand, he was actually holding a pitch-black short sword, and the black aura that had just cut off the boy's hand had come from the short sword. These 2 shady souls, actually, are not afraid of daylight. Ah! A boy's palm was accidentally cut off at the wrist. The classroom was in chaos, everyone was roaring in fear, but no one touched the back door of the classroom. Yu Mengxian was obviously startled as well, and she unconsciously came to my side, gripping my arm tightly as she mouthed, what to do now? I looked at the students like crazy. Heart also understand their feelings, they are not deep into the world, see such a bloody scene, not be scared fainted already good. At the same time I also know, we cannot get out, there are 2 guarding the door in the shadowy soul, the door cannot be opened at all. I also pretended to be panicked. The rest of my eyes glanced at Jasmine Wu. Her face was no longer that icy expression, but a smile on her face, enjoying herself as she watched us. She was destroying our will step by step, and this was just the beginning. That was cut off. The hand of the students have been lying on the floor fainted in pain. The others are still in the ghost cry. A long time cannot be calm. After nearly 10 minutes, the classroom only quiet down. Had enough? If you've made enough of a scene, continue answering the questions and hand in your test papers after 10 minutes. Wu Jasmine said with a smile. Bitch, I'll get it. Another male student stood up, grabbed a chair and rushed towards Jasmine Wu. This person hasn't said a word since I came to the classroom. He looks like an honest person, but in this world, the more honest a person looks, the more they can't control their emotions after being completely provoked, and he's a living example of that. But just as he was halfway through his charge, I saw the shadowy spirit in armor above the front door suddenly leave the front door and charge toward him. He didn't notice it in the slightest, and continued to charge towards Jasmine Wu, who had a bland expression. Classmate, calm down, I said loudly, wanting to go over and pull him back, but unfortunately it was too late. He couldn't listen to anyone, getting faster and faster, until he rushed to a place 2 or 3 meters in front of Jasmine Wu. His head left his body and flew out. The poltergeist put away his short sword and went back above the door. Countless screams appeared inside the classroom once again. I tightly squeezed my fists, hating to hammer Wu Jasmine this devil with one fist, but I know very well that I don't have any solution now. If the hand being sliced off was still just a shock, then the head of that classmate being chopped off just now had made everyone despair, and 3 timid students had fainted from fear. This time, it subsided very quickly, less than a minute, and basically everyone's face was more or less dull. Wu Jasmine walked over and woke up the few people who had passed out. Her mouth said faintly, there are still 8 minutes to hand in the papers. Those who have not done so are considered unpunctual. Shin Feng Yao was the first to return to his seat, picked up a pen and began to write. The others likewise returned to their seats. Everyone knew what the punishment was for not being punctual. I picked up my pen and wrote a few random sentences on the 10th question, all translated literally. The existence of this poem involves the real tomb of the Marquis of Wu, and although I do have some understanding, I will not let the news related to the tomb of the Marquis of Wu be revealed inside my answer, even if it is Dingjun Mountain. After the test papers were handed in, Wu Jasmine looked at them one by one and naturally put them aside, saying with her mouth, more than half of the people don't believe that there are ghosts in the world. And for the answer to the 9th question, 6 people chose Shin Fengyao, and 6 people chose Zhao Lianfan. Pa! Shin Fengyao lined up a slap on top of the table and mouthed, who the hell chose lousy? Wu Jasmine waved her hand and said, there's no point in pursuing this. You too, who dies? Of course Zhao Renfan dies. Cheap life, mister. Wu, let him die. I'll let my dad give you endless money. Shin Fengyao said. Jasmine Wu shook her head and mouthed, it's not for me to decide. Alright, Zhao Lianfan, let's fight one-on-one, the loser dies. Shin Fengyao looked at me coldly. He is a bit taller than me and looks stronger than me, but to say that I am not afraid of him in single combat, and after practicing with Zhou Peng for so long, I will be damned if I lose to Shin Fengyao. Fine, I said lightly as I stood up. Wu Jasmine waved her hand. Waste of time for one-on-one, rock paper scissors, the loser dies, you two come up. Jasmine Wu's words caused the classroom to sigh, but no one objected. Honestly, something like betting your life with rock paper scissors is ridiculous, but right now, we have no choice. Shin Fengyao and I walked to both sides of the podium at the same time. Jasmine Wu picked up a book and put it up in the center, and said with her mouth, in order to avoid cheating, put your hands behind the book. I'll count to 3, 2, 1 to draw the book open, and the loser dies. After Wu Jasmine finished her words, the 2 shadowy souls came behind Shin Fengyao and me respectively. The short knives in their hands were on our necks, and their bodies didn't feel any abnormality. I stretched out my right hand and placed it behind the book, my eyes staring at Shin Fengyao, subconsciously clenched into a fist. Shin Fengyao also placed his hand behind the book, not knowing whether it was rock, paper, scissors, or cloth. I quickly calmed down. I have the reaction of subconsciously clenching my fist into a fist. Shin Fengyao will likewise have it. Then, I should compare a cloth out to it. Thinking of this, I changed the stone into a cloth. Just changed into a cloth. My heart is again muttering, I can think of this. Shin Fengyao looks not stupid. There is no reason for him not to think of it. If he also compared to a cloth, the same cannot be divided into winners and losers. I once again changed the cloth to scissors, but in case this Shin Fengyao is just a dumbass, a rock too low, then I'm dead. If I was given more time, I might be able to figure out Shin Fengyao's character and thus project what he would come up with, but right now, I know Shin Fengyao very poorly, and have no idea what's going on in his heart. 3, 2, my breathing became rapid. My eyes fell on the short knife of the shadowy spirit behind Shin Fengyao. The short knife, although it is black, but it is also glossy and reflective. I sidled my head, and soon saw the gesture that Shin Guangyao had compared from inside the reflection of that short knife. Although it was blurred, I could tell that it was a stone. Wait. Shin Fengyao was panting heavily. He was obviously scared as well. This thing was a half and half chance. Wu Jasmine gave him a puzzled look and mouthed, what? Zhao Lianfan, if I die, your entire family will die, and if you die, I'll have my dad give your family a large sum of money. Shin Fengyao said. I laughed and swapped the scissors for a cloth, mouthing, sorry, I don't have any family. 1. Jasmine Wu jerked the book away. My cloth, Shin Fengyao's stone. No! Shin Fengmiao suddenly shouted after seeing this situation, only he hadn't finished screaming when the yin spirit behind him raised his short knife, and with a single slash, Shin Fengmiao's head landed on top of the podium. I gasped for air, feeling a human head fall to the ground so close made me also can't help but have my stomach roll over and vomit out directly. Shin Fengmiao's girlfriend Zhang Weiwei fainted with a scream once again. Wu Jasmine grabbed Shin Fengmiao's hair and threw the head on the ground, saying with her mouth, "Congratulations, you survived, go back to your seat." I sat back down, my mood still couldn't be calmed, only to hear Jasmine Wu say, "The world isn't as simple as you believe, in places you can't see, there are a lot of things that are beyond our cognition, for example, you guys don't believe in ghosts, so I'm here to subvert your worldview." After Wu Jasmine finished, raised her hand and played a few hand decisions, at her side, slowly coalesced a somewhat floating yin spirit, a closer look, this yin spirit actually is the beginning of the jump to suicide that thin boy. Chapter 56, 1 out of 3. At the sight of the boy's spirit, a death-like silence fell inside the classroom, followed by various screams. Ghosts harm people, it's like this. Wu Jasmine pinched a sword finger and drew a hand charm in front of the boy's ghost, then pointed it at the boy lying on the ground with a broken palm, and the ghost lunged towards the boy. He directly pounced on that boy, his soul body slowly merged inside that boy's body, just a few breaths of time, his soul body disappeared, the next moment, he saw that boy with a broken palm continuously convulsing, finally spitting foam from his mouth, his face turned white, without a single movement. "See?" Jasmine Wu said indifferently, raising her hand and waving it a few times, her mouth reciting a few quick incantations, and the boy's soul burrowed out. Everyone stared dumbfounded at what was happening in front of them, seemingly numb. Wu Jasmine drew out a peachwood sword, a few steps to the front of the student's soul, a sword stabbed down, that soul went a bang, as if a ball of air explosion, suddenly gray smoke. Everyone didn't say anything, as if they were understanding the meaning of Jasmine Wu's words, all of us, now, could only do what she said, we had to do. Wu Jasmine also did not bother everyone to accept this matter. After a long time, Wu Jasmine then said, "Everyone who can enter the 4th class, their IQ is not low, they should have understood what I mean, I will now talk about the rules of the 4th class. Everyone looked at her, and there was no more avoidance in their eyes. A month-long closed selection, the 15th will be the open day, everyone can leave once with the access card, other times even if you have an access card, you can't get out, of course, you can also choose to go out and then not come back, but the result of not coming back is death. Inside this month, I will not appear again, everyone's task, every morning will appear on the blackboard above, among you, it is expected that there are 5 people who will end up surviving, join us and become ghost hunters, of course, if your task is completed beautifully, all of you will survive, it is not impossible. As a reminder, outside of the mission, you can't kill each other. Within the mission, each of you is based on your own abilities, that's it, good luck to you all." Jasmine Wu left the classroom after she finished speaking, and before she left, she dropped a test paper and said under her breath, "By the way, this is the person with the lowest score on the test paper, there's no need for it to exist." As Jasmine Wu left, the 2 shady spirits in armor floated out. "Ah!" A voice came from behind me. Guo Lianfeng, who was sitting behind me, suddenly collapsed on the ground. I turned my head to look, at this time he was already bleeding from all 7 orifices and his eyes were wide open. Guo Zi. I hurriedly walked to his side and raised my hand to nod a few times at a few acupoints on his body, but to no avail. Guo Lianfeng looked as if he had been poisoned, his face rapidly turned green and in just a few seconds, he gulped his breath. 10 people, besides Yu Mengxian and I, there were 3 boys and 5 girls. The body of that classmate who jumped off the building had been disposed of long ago, and it didn't seem to have attracted anyone's attention. This matter must have been silently suppressed. "Renfan, what do we do?" Yu Mengxian walked to my side, looked at the free-spirited students below, and added, "They're so happy. What else can we do? Try to survive." She said we don't have to die anymore as long as the mission is done beautifully. I said, turning my head to look at the other students. It was quiet inside the classroom, my words were not loud, but they were heard by everyone inside the ears. Everyone stood up. A boy called Yang Junyi directly said, "Yes, everyone should be stronger and unite, our class can't die again." Another boy named Dai Chan nodded his head and said, "Yes, unite and finish the mission, don't be dying if you can. We might be able to write down what's going on here and drop the school building for help." A girl named Yu Dongling whispered. I shook my head and said, "That's not realistic, maybe the request for help would have just been thrown down and the person asking for help would have died." My words completely dispelled the idea of everyone wanting to ask for help. It's very simple to think of. Wu Jasmine would never think of it, and I'm sure that even if the request for help is sent out to be picked up, no one will come up to save us. What should we do? The one who spoke was Zhang Weiwei, Shin Fengmiao's girlfriend, but her eyes looked at me, although I killed her boyfriend, but she seemed to have no hatred for me, and at this time, anyone who wants to find a dependence, a spiritual pillar, the rest of these people, count me to show the most calm. I spread my hands helplessly and said, "Dinner time, let's go to the restaurant." "You're still able to eat after all this?" Zhang Weiwei asked in surprise. "If we don't eat we'll starve to death without waiting for Jasmine Wu to get us killed," I said, pulling Yu Mengxian towards the outside of the classroom. "That's right, Zhao Lianfan is right." Yang Junyi said this and stood up, following us out. The others didn't hesitate anymore and walked out of the classroom. Corridor outside the empty, through the 3 dormitories, we came to the restaurant. The restaurant door is open, there is no one inside, but in the restaurant in the middle of the carousel on top of a dozen dishes, these dishes are colorful and flavorful, the ingredients are more precious ingredients, but also the top of the steak and sarah, and even the abalone and lobster. The main course there are many kinds of congee and flour noodles and rice, all kinds of things. The refrigerator next to, the inside of the refrigerator next to it was filled with all kinds of drinks and beer, even red and white wine. Next to the refrigerator was a freezer full of Haagen-Dazs ice cream. Hee hee, this is simply an upscale cafeteria. Yu Mengxian said mockingly. The things here won't be poisonous, right? Zhang Weiwei whispered. I walked over, picked up a dinner plate and started loading it up, saying under my breath, if they wanted to get us killed, they wouldn't have gone to all this trouble, so don't worry about eating, it's definitely not poisoned. The dinner was a dull one, and the mountains of food here did not arouse the appetite of any of the people, and it was almost dark by the time the meal was over. We left the dining hall together and returned to the dormitory, which had names posted on the beds at some point. 3 dormitories, which were divided according to the classes. The first dormitory was for those sitting in the first row, the second dormitory was for those in the middle row, and the third was for the third row. Now there are a total of 10 people left. The first row only died a Shin Feng Yao. There are still 4 left. The second row after Guazi died there are only 2 left, Yu Mengxian and I. And the third row also only died a boy who made a move on Wu Jasmine. The same, there are still 4 left. So the dormitory in the middle, there are only Yu Mengxian and I 2 people left. Turning on the lights of the dormitory, Yu Mengxian and I sat on our respective beds with complicated hearts. Renfan, will we die? After a while of silence, Yu Mengxian suddenly opened her mouth and asked. I sighed and said, I don't know what mission Jasmine Wu was talking about. Chapter 57, Kill the Outsiders. Yu Mengxian nodded and said, it's good that I'm with you, or else I wouldn't need to sleep in the future. I nodded and said, there's one more thing that I need to tell Uncle Jin as soon as possible. What is it? Yu Mengxian asked. I looked around, and then also opened my yin-yang eyes to make sure that there was no one who might have overheard, and then said with my mouth, there is something wrong with that poem at the back of the test paper, and if I'm shipwrecked before the 15th, you can go out and tell Uncle Jin about it if you can. Blah blah blah, what are you saying? Crow's mouth, quickly touch the wood. Yu Mengxian hurriedly said. I looked at him quizzically, still touching the wood next to the bed, and mouthed, you're pretty superstitious. After experiencing so much, it's impossible not to be superstitious. Yu Mengxian said. Well, read a book and go to bed early, you don't need to think too much at night. Jasmine Wu also said that outside of the mission, killing each other is not allowed, there won't be any danger. I finished walking to the desk and pulled open the door of the bookshelf, which actually contained books on metaphysics. Drip Heavenly Marrow, Ziping True Interpretation, Portong Baojian, Divination Authenticity, E Hidden, 4 Pillars Forecasting, I Ching Forecasting, Qing Nang Sequence, Tianyu Jing Sequence, Tianyu Jing, Catalyzing Officials, Qing Nang Ao Language. These metaphysical texts are more like the same quite a lot. In addition to these metaphysical texts that can be accessed by ordinary people, there are also some books of ghosts and gods that are not seen on the market at all, such as the ghost harnessing technique, and so on. Ancient books. A treasure trove. I casually drew out a copy of the Green Bag Oracles and flipped through it with interest. Yu Mengxian walked over and asked suspiciously, what treasury? Sister Mengxian, the books in here are some hard goods, you can take a look if you're interested. I said with my mouth open. My eyes actually swept over a copy of Zhuge's secret method. Really? Is there a ghost killing his book? Yu Mengxian asked excitedly. I drew out the book Zhuge's secret technique, then drew out the ghost harnessing technique and handed it to Yu Mengxian. Casually flipped through the Zhuge's secret method, the content inside is very little, too many defects, and Zhuge Wu gave me that Zhuge's secret method cannot be compared to the content inside is less than 1/3 of the Zhuge's secret method in my hand, but this is the content, but also enough for me to learn. Casually pulling open one of the desk drawers, it was empty. Sister Mengxian, give way. I said to Yu Mengxian, who was already mesmerized by reading that ghost harnessing technique. Yu Mengxian put down the book, blinked her big eyes and looked at me seriously and said, Renfan, this ghost harnessing technique is so powerful, it seems that after learning it, you will be able to deal with ghosts. I nodded and said, yes, the books here are useful. What are you looking for? Yu Mengxian watched as I kept staring at the drawer in front of her, but it was blocked by her sensitive position, so there was no way for me to force it. I'll look to see if there's something to draw a talisman with, it stands to reason that there should be. I said out of the side of my mouth. Yu Mengxian took 2 steps back, I pulled open the drawer, and sure enough, I saw the ink, paper and inkstone, and even the vermilion sand had a small packet. This is something for drawing charms? How did you know there would be one? Yu Mengxian asked in surprise. I nodded and said, it's for drawing talismans, haven't you figured out the situation yet? Jasmine Wu is trying to get us to learn the arcane arts properly so we can become part of them. But we're all being forced, they're so powerful, it's easy for them to take a few willing disciples first, right? Why did they have to find us? Yu Mengxian asked with some confusion. I shook my head and said with my mouth, the Ghost Hunter Alliance isn't that simple. What they need should be someone who has talent yet is like a blank piece of paper. Only those who are not yet involved in the world are better to be nurtured and won't betray. And you've seen what happened today. Those that Jasmine Wu has done have quickly made those classmates become a bit numb. Well, it's scary. If it wasn't for the amount of bloody things I've seen since I was a kid, I guess I would have collapsed a long time ago. Yu Mengxian said with a palpitating heart. I hemmed and hawed. So it was Uncle Jin who saved you. Read books and learn as much as you can. Good. By the way, Ren Fan, I didn't figure out why those classmates' heads were cut off out of nowhere. Yu Mengxian asked. Because there are ghosts inside the classroom, you just can't see them. I said and took out those pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and opened the tattered copy of Zhuge's Secret Methods and started to read it. There are only talismans in here, and there are many other kinds of talismans that I've never had the chance to learn, and there are resources here that I can just check and fill in the gaps. Yu Mengxian also stopped talking and began to seriously read the ghost harnessing technique. Jingle bells. At 6:40, the crisp wake-up bell rang throughout the campus. Last night, it was until after 3 o'clock when we went to bed individually, even though we slept for only 2 or 3 hours, but the bell still made my spirit jolt, because I was curious to know what task Jasmine Wu had left above the blackboard. Yu Mengxian was a bit heartless, and continued to sleep soundly without being disturbed in the slightest. I put on my clothes, got out of bed, flushed all the charms drawn on top of the table inside the toilet, which opened the door of the dormitory. Yang Junya they also came out from inside the dormitory. Their eyes are very red, seems to stay up all night, maybe reading, maybe insomnia. Chapter 58, Life After Death. You crazy person, Tian said through clenched teeth as he backed away, his eyes a little disoriented, presumably from my 2 punches. I gripped the dagger tightly in my right hand and took 1 step towards Tian, with a murderous aura in my eyes. Suddenly I heard a sharp footsteps coming from behind. I screamed in my heart that it was not good. Before I had time to turn back, a chair smashed on top of my head. The chair fell apart. A line of fresh blood immediately flowed down from the top of my forehead. I turned my head to see that behind me stood another person who was with Wang Tao. That person saw that a chair did not knock me out, and also started to retreat just like Tian, with fear in his eyes, just not retreating for a few steps before Yang Junyi, who was chasing after him, smashed his head on top of his head and collapsed on the ground. Pa! Tian's hand suddenly grabbed my wrist. He was very fast and wanted to take away my dagger. I roared again and kicked towards Tian's crotch. Brother Sky's legs violently clamped down, deadlocking my foot, and his entire body lunged towards me. I couldn't move my left hand at all, and my right hand was grabbed by Tian, who came over to look at me with a scowl on his face and mouthed, "Little brats are little brats after all." Boom! I almost used all the strength of my body. My head violently towards the head of Tian hit down. This force is like hitting the wall of suicide. Good thing Tian's head is not a wall. Even so, my head buzzed sound, or fell to the ground, and Tian, by me this collision directly fainted. Still holding the dagger tightly, I crawled to Tian's side, and without hesitation, sent the dagger into his heart. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and also lay on the ground, his consciousness slowly festering as he fainted. Chapter 59, The Basics of Harnessing Ghosts. When I woke up, I was in bed, but it was still dark outside. Yang Junyi sat on the side of my bed, my next door Yu Mengxian's bed. Yu Mengxian lay there, left hand wrapped in gauze. People are awake. Seeing me wake up, Yang Junyi said excitedly, wake up, Renfan, how do you feel? I lifted my left arm slightly and it was so crispy that I felt no pain at all. What's going on? Can't feel any pain at all. I asked suspiciously. I remembered that a large part of my left arm was directly stabbed in by the dagger. How come the pain disappeared so quickly? If it was anesthetized, I should not be able to lift my hand. Yu Mengxian smiled cheekily and said with her mouth, this medicine is a quest reward, seized from that brother Tian. There's such a marvelous medicine? Bring it to me, I asked in surprise. Yang Junyi spread his hands and said, there's no more, there's only 2, but your current level of wound healing isn't too ideal yet, so don't do strenuous exercise so as not to tear the wound. I nodded, now that my left hand didn't hurt anymore but I couldn't use much strength. I turned my head and asked, are you okay, Sister Mengxian? Yu Mengxian said, I also used that medicine, my injuries are much lighter than yours, don't worry, Renfan, thank you. Oh, it was your own bravery that saved you, Sister Mengxian, I said with a smile. Yang Junyi picked up and said, that's not the way to put it, that Tian is very capable of fighting and has a murder weapon in his hand. If you hadn't killed him, it's estimated that we'd all be dead. I nodded, and things did. How is Oh Xiuwen? I asked as I opened my mouth. Wang Tao slammed her so hard against the wall that she fainted right then and there. Yang Junyi sighed and mouthed, there's no air left. What about Wang Tao's 3? Dead. Yang Junyi said, it's Zhang Weiwei. Oh. I nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Weiwei is not a simple person. Before the fight, she was able to think of getting her weapon and handing it over to me. This calmness is something that no one else has, and now that she has done the thing of killing 3 people in a row, it seems that she should be considered as the fastest growing person in the eyes of the unreturned branch. Renfan, we are all quite grateful and you Zhang Weiwei. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to beat that Tian. If it wasn't for Zhang Weiwei, we wouldn't have been able to complete our mission. Don't think that she is hard-hearted. The truth is that we didn't even dare to do it, and she did it when she had no choice. Yang Junyi explained. I nodded and looked at the clock on the table. It was almost dinner time. Where are the others? All of them went back to their respective dormitories. There are many books inside each dormitory, and everyone found that these books are some strange books, and all of them are studying. Yang Junyi said. Well, thanks for taking care of us, Yang Junyi, I said as I smiled at him. Yang Junyi scratched his head and said with his mouth, it's nothing, it's all about survival, and I'm slowly accepting it, live on. Ding bell bell. The bell for the end of school rang. A burst of cheers came from inside the originally quiet campus. I struggled to sit up and said, let's go eat. I haven't eaten anything all day, I'm starving. Yang Junyi nodded and said, okay, I'll go get the others to go to the restaurant. Walk out of the dormitory, the corridor is clean, the body does not know who was dealt with, even the blood was wiped clean. I deliberately walked to the outside of the classroom to look. There are still 5 corpses in it, Wang Tao 3, Tian, and in Xiaowen, Tian's head was also cut off. The 4 heads are neatly placed on the podium above. It looks a little scary. What a pervert. I secretly said. Yu Mengxian patted me and said, this is what the mission requires, don't believe me, look at the projection. I took a few steps back and saw through the window the projection that read, place the head of the outsider on top of the podium and consider the mission accomplished. I'm talking about that woman Jasmine Wu pervert. I sighed and walked towards the restaurant, knowing that the bodies would be cleared away tonight, since the bodies, too, disappeared yesterday night. In the middle of the restaurant, it was still full of mountainous delicacies, and now there were still 9 people left. And after Xiaowen's death, the atmosphere once again became incredibly heavy. We need a squad leader to lead everyone to survive. As he ate, Yang Junyi suddenly said. Everyone chimed in and turned their attention to me. I sighed and said, I think we are already very united. The class president is not necessary, not to mention that I am now injured in my left hand. No 10 days and half a month are good, even if we have to choose the class president, or Zhang Weiwei to do it. In fact, it's not that I don't want to lead everyone to survive, it's true that there's nothing I can do about it. This first day's mission is so perverted. What the next mission will be, no one knows, and for another, I think that Zhang Weiwei being the class leader should be something that the people of the Ghost Hunter Alliance would want to see. Good, then I'll take it. Zhang Weiwei picked up the red wine on the table and said with her mouth, I will definitely do my best to lead everyone through this month, and as you can see from today's mission, as long as we are united, there will be no problem. Yeah, cheers everyone. Yang Junyi concurred. Zhang Weiwei continued, at the end of the corridor, there is an indoor sports ground with many weapons. In the event of encountering a similar mission, we can use those weapons to fight back, and there are also some books on practicing martial arts somewhere, so when we are not doing anything at all during the week, we can go and practice martial arts. Zhang Weiwei was very good at it, and the atmosphere during the meal was much better, and everyone seemed to have renewed their fighting spirit, and their hope. When I returned to the dormitory after dinner, I was still studying Rune Dao, and Yu Mengxian was still reading that book, Ghost Harnessing. Renfan, if only I could find a ghost. Yu Mengxian suddenly said. I turned my head in confusion and asked, what are you looking for a ghost for? Look here, the foundation of ghost harnessing, for the refining of ghosts. The refining of ghosts must be dead but 7 days of new souls, day and night to blood as a guide, to incantation chanting, 7 days later, can become its master. Yu Mengxian said. I took Yu Mengxian's book and looked at it, and it was true, and there was a series of incantations at the back that looked quite simple. Renfan, you said that if a ghost is controlled by me, then how powerful I would have to be. Yu Mengxian said excitedly. I nodded my head and looked at the clock. It's now more than 12 o'clock, my eyes rolled, and my mouth said, ghosts are also divided into strong and weak. Sister Mengxian, wait for me, I'll draw a soul-trapping talisman, and then we'll go out to see if Wang Tao and the others will turn into ghosts, and if they do, let's catch one and come back to you to try. The first reason why I wanted to go catch ghosts was to fulfill Yu Mengxian. She was interested in harnessing ghosts, it was a natural advantage, and another, I wanted to see if I could run into someone who cleans up corpses. Really? But we can't even see it, how can we catch it? I hemmed and hawed and said, don't worry, I can see it. When I was half a child, I drew a soul-trapping talisman, and put the talisman on the table. I pinched my sword finger and opened my eyes, and said with my mouth, let's go to the classroom and take a look, maybe there's really one. Good. Yu Mengxian excitedly responded, this girl's heart-bearing ability is now also much stronger, compared to when I saw her in that coffin store, the courage to be much bigger. That coffin store inside are after all just coffins, and inside the classroom, but there are 5 corpses, and 4 of the corpses are still without a head. The third, today's update to this end, the old iron good night. Thank you Big Power and Yang Yang and WX08271549588571 props reward. Chapter 60, A Genius's Abnormality. As soon as I opened the door of the dormitory, I unexpectedly saw Zhang Weiwei. Zhang Weiwei was in the 3rd row, her dormitory was in the one furthest away from the classroom, and looking at the direction she was walking, it seemed that she was also going to the classroom. Class president, you're going to class? I asked suspiciously. Zhang Weiwei nodded and said, well, I'll go and see who actually cleaned up the bodies. Zhao Lianfan, I was going to ask you to come along. I hemmed and hawed and said, okay, let's go check it out. Zhang Weiwei nodded her head and looked at Yu Mengxian behind me, asking suspiciously, Mengxian is going too? Yu Mengxian nodded her head and pretended to say, I don't dare to stay in the dormitory alone after Renfan left. I secretly marveled at Yu Mengshuan's resourcefulness. In the end, although we are now united, everyone knows in their hearts that this can't change the fact that we are competing with each other. Didn't Zhang Weiwei long ago discover that the basketball court has a lot of weapons and martial arts recipes, and she only told everyone when she was choosing the class president? Well, let's keep it down. Zhang Weiwei whispered, lifting her feet and walking towards the classroom. I glanced at Yu Mengxian, laughed silently, and followed. The dark corridor was filled with a gloomy wind, and soon, the three of them came to the window outside the classroom and probed in towards the inside. There were no lights on inside the classroom, but the night sky in the center of the city was fairly bright, so it wasn't completely hard to see. There was no movement inside, just like in the daytime. 5 corpses and 4 heads were placed on top of the podium. The difference was that there were 5 more ghosts inside the classroom, and these 5 ghosts were the ones of the 5 corpses, in which the ghosts of Wang Tao's 4 people surrounded the podium, with no expression on their faces, as if they were looking at something that had nothing to do with them. Oh Xiaowen's ghost stood guard over his own body, also without any expression. It was mentioned in Ghost Mastery that generally speaking, within 12 hours after a person's death, the soul will spill out from the body, and this specific time is based on the individual's situation. But obviously, the souls of these 5 corpses have already come out, but the souls are very fragile when they first leave the body, and without the assistance of Zuenjutsu, it is impossible to do as the soul of that classmate who jumped off the building did, and then directly used the method of possessing a living person. A living person. The new souls were as fragile as air, and without any emotion or consciousness, and at this time, were also chasing good catches. There's no movement. Yu Mengxian whispered. Well, I don't know what time they will come to clean up the corpses, or else I'll stand guard here while you guys go back and rest first? Zhang Weiwei said as she looked at the podium. The place where her eyes fell was where the 4 spirits stood, as if she could see the ghosts. A little puzzled, I asked, aren't you afraid they'll find you when they come over to clean up the bodies? I'll hide, and I suspect that this thing cleaning up the corpses isn't a human, but a ghost. Zhang Weiwei whispered. You're not afraid of ghosts? Yu Mengxian asked. Zhang Weiwei shook her head and waved her hand at us, signaling us to go back first, while she, herself, opened the classroom door and slipped in, then burrowed under the podium. What to do? Yu Mengxian asked in a small voice. Go back to the dorms. I turned toward my dorm. It was only when she returned to the dormitory and closed the door that Yu Mengxian said, that Zhang Weiwei has a lot of guts. Well, she's certainly not a regular, or maybe she's learned some evening skills in the last few days. Renfan, are there any new souls inside the classroom? Yes, all 5. Which one do you want? I asked, opening my mouth. Yu Mengxian said, it's going to be that brother Tian, he looks pretty awesome. Okay, just stay in your dorm room and I'll see what I can get for you. Good. Took off my shoes, I once again out of the dormitory, only wearing socks walking without any sound, so quietly came to the door of the classroom. The inside is very quiet, probed and looked in. I was shocked, only to see that Zhang Weiwei at this time is long in the back of Wang Tao's soul, his hand pinched a hand decision, and constantly draw hand charms on the body of Wang Tao's soul. As Zhang Weiwei's hand talisman continued to draw, Wang Tao slowly turned his head to face Zhang Weiwei, and as Zhang Weiwei backed up step by step, Wang Tao's soul followed and slowly walked towards the classroom door. It's really powerful, a hand talisman is able to haul souls. I was incomparably shocked inside. If this Zhang Weiwei didn't know anything about Zuenjutsu before she enrolled in school, then she was simply a genius. This progress is too amazing. Moreover, she really has a way to see ghosts. I slowly retreated back to the dormitory, signaling Yu Mengxian to keep quiet, leaving the door ajar, my eyes looking out through the cracks in the door. Zhang Weiwei had been hauling Wang Tao's soul past our dormitory for quite a while before I walked out again. There is no longer any movement in the corridor, and I don't know whether Zhang Weiwei brought in the soul into the dormitory or went somewhere else, but this has nothing to do with me. I quickly scurried into the classroom, took out the soul-trapping talisman, and directly affixed it to Tian's soul. With a pinch of my sword finger, I quickly nodded on Tian's soul's chest. My method can be much simpler and rougher. After nodding, I raised my hand and grabbed Tian's soul's shoulder, and directly brought him into the dormitory, shutting the door at the first opportunity. Wow! Yu Mengxian, the soul that had been labeled with the soul-trapping talisman, was naturally able to see it, and she excitedly walked over to me, whispering with her mouth, Renfan, you're great. I pointed my sword finger at the soul-trapping talisman, and Tian's soul stood up, motionless like a puppet. I tore off the soul-trapping talisman, and whispered with my mouth, Sister Mengxian, get busy, he's not much of a threat right now, so grab the ghost refining, and I'll go out and take a look again. Good. Yu Mengxian clasped her hands together and did a set of hand decree in a decent manner, then lured Tian's soul to a bed, picked up a pair of scissors, and stabbed at her middle finger. I came outside the dormitory here again, just in time to see Zhang Weiwei pass by again. How's it going, squad leader? I asked as if nothing had happened. Zhang Weiwei said, why are you out again? I'm not sure about your safety. I could only lie and say. Zhang Weiwei smiled and said with her mouth, I just went back to go to the restroom, and when I came out, I saw 2 black shadows going in, so let's go over and take a look together. Good. I nodded calmly and walked towards the classroom with Zhang Weiwei, coming to the window and poking my head out again like a thief. After seeing the scene inside, my heart shook again, but my mouth said calmly, "Where are the black shadows still?" Zhang Weiwei smiled and said, "You'll know in a while." As a matter of fact, 2 black shadows did come in, and they were 2 black shadows I've seen before, the 2 shady spirits in armor that Jasmine Wu was able to control. After these 2 spirits came in, they first split the remaining 3 spirits with a few knives, then grabbed the head on the table and threw it out directly towards the outside of the window, and lastly, the body, which was similarly thrown out by them. The body flew out by itself? I pretended not to see the 2 shadowy spirits and whispered. Zhang Weiwei gave a hum and mouthed, "Alas, the ones who cleaned up the corpses really weren't human, they should have been ghosts." As soon as Zhang Weiwei finished speaking, those 2 spirits had already thrown all the corpses down, and then began to organize those desks and chairs in the classroom. As for the blood on the floor, they directly used licking, just like that, lying on the floor, sticking out their tongues which were several times longer than normal people, and bared their teeth, licking the bloodstains on the floor and on the strong. I nodded my head, even more certain that Zhang Weiwei could actually see ghosts, because her eyes had been following those 2 shadowy souls, and I don't know what method she used, but if she didn't tell me, I wouldn't poke at her. I could see it as well, and likewise I didn't explicitly tell her, but my method was only useful for people like me who were born with yin and yang eyes, while her method, which should be practical for everyone, was able to see the shadowy souls, and would be beneficial for everyone has benefits, but Zhang Weiwei chose not to tell everyone. There must be her purpose. "Let's go, this road is broken." It was only until those 2 spirits disappeared that Zhang Weiwei sighed and said, I also returned to the dormitory. Yu Mengxian at this time has entered the stage of chanting incantations and swearing blood to the ghosts. I did not bother her, but picked up her book Ghost Mastering Technique and began to read it. Originally I have no interest in this spell. I know that I can control the ghosts is not a very powerful thing, like Yu Mengxian, even if she becomes the master of Tian's soul after 7 days. Tian's soul is also incredibly fragile. It's okay to scare people, but it's not practical. If it was to become a powerful guardian in soul like the ones beside Situ Jing and Daoist Qinghe, it would still require years and years of refining and enchanting. The next day's wake-up call came as expected, and I snapped my eyes open. I had been looking forward to the dawn because I was curious to see what kind of mission I would have today. Chapter 61, Dehumanized. Yu Mengxian is still sleeping at this time. It is estimated that last night's ghost refining was very late, and Tian's soul has disappeared. It should have been rushed by Yu Mengxian to be collected inside a certain artifact before dawn. Ghosts can possess the human body, and likewise can possess objects, but some objects can make the soul more solid, and can even nourish the soul. These objects are called soul-collecting magic artifacts or soul-nourishing magic artifacts, which Yu Mengxian doesn't have, but ordinary things, except for metal, can do just as well, such as wooden hairpins, jade bracelets, and rings. And even a book or a piece of paper can hide the soul. It's just that these ordinary things were just not beneficial to the soul body. I didn't disturb Yu Mengxian and walked out of the dormitory alone. Everyone else was basically already up. Ren Fan, how is your injury? Yang Junyi walked over and asked with concern. I smiled and lifted my left hand and said, much better, that medicine was really good. Good morning everyone. In light of yesterday's invasion by outsiders, I suggest that you all take a trip to the sports field first and pick out some handy defense weapons. Zhang Weiwei said. Everyone felt that there was some truth to it and walked towards the basketball court, and I was just about to go over, when Zhang Weiwei suddenly pulled me back and mouthed, Zhao Lianfan, come over here with me for a moment. After saying that, she pulled me quickly towards the classroom. Squad leader, I'll just go with you. I hurriedly withdrew my hand. Zhang Weiwei nodded and said, both you and Yu Mengxian are injured. If someone really loses their mind, the 2 of you will be in danger, or else let's do it first while the others don't know? I shook my head. No, we can't do that. There's nothing on this mission that says it has to be completed. I then looked at Zhang Weiwei with some surprise and said, why are you telling me this? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell everyone what you said? It's really strange that this happened. I don't even know her, and she, as the class president, even said something about making the first move while no one else knew about it, and pulled me into the classroom ahead of time to discuss it with me. If I were to say that I've fallen in love with you, would you believe me? Zhang Weiwei let out a smile. Her pretty face was vaguely moving, to be honest. Her beauty was not at all inferior to Yu Mengxian, and her figure was even more mature. I don't believe it. Well, that's right, I just think I should ally with you. When I was very young, I was often bullied. I found a senior brother. I gave him homework every day. He covered me. When I was in junior high school, I was often harassed because of my good looks, so I found Shin Fengyao. He was rich and powerful. Those who wanted to beat me up were all far away, and now at any moment. This place, will you remember the question on the test paper is if only 2 people can survive? What I'm thinking now is that if I team up with you, I can definitely survive. Zhang Weiwei said. No, Jasmine Wu herself said that 5 people could survive. I don't believe anything Jasmine Wu says. She's just a counselor. What do you mean? I don't know if you've looked carefully at the previous test papers. There's a label on the back indicating that set of papers was the test questions from the homeroom teacher. Have you ever thought about who the homeroom teacher of class 4 is? Zhang Weiwei said quickly. I smiled, spread my hands and said, regardless of who the homeroom teacher of class 4 is, we can't hold on to the idea that only 2 of us will survive. I suggest that we all give up on this mission and wait for the next one to come along. Whatever, right now of the 3 groups, only your group has the least number of people, and both of you are still injured. Zhang Weiwei whispered. At this time those students with weapons had already returned, and they fell silent after looking at today's mission. Zhang Weiwei sighed and said, everyone has seen the mission this time. Thankfully, this mission is completely free. Even if you don't accept it, there will be no punishment. Now I'll preside over the class meeting. Let's discuss this matter, eh? Yu Mengxian doesn't seem to be here yet. Well, she's still sleeping. Let's have the class meeting as usual. I'll just relay it to her. I said out loud. Mizong stood up and said while walking, the class meeting is still all to attend. I'll go and tell Yu Mengxian to get up. Everyone had no objections. Zhang Weiwei continued. This mission is very obvious. The meaning should be clear to everyone. Zhao Lianfan and I have already reached an agreement, that is to refuse to complete this mission, and wait for the next mission to appear. Everyone discuss it now. Pa! I suddenly thought of something and violently slapped the top of the table, leapt out and arrived at the door of our dormitory in a few steps. Mizong had already stood in front of Yu Mengxuan's bed at this time, holding a dagger with a chilling light in his hand, and was preparing to stab towards the chest of Yu Mengxian, who was still sleeping. Mizong, stop! I yelled, rushed in with 2 steps, lifted my foot and kicked towards Mizong's hand. When Mizong saw me appear to the doorway, he was even more anxious to stab downwards, and my roar woke up the sleeping Yu Mengxian, who subconsciously turned around, and the dagger stabbed on her wound that hadn't healed in the first place, and then it was kicked away by me. Renfan, what's going on? Why is he trying to kill me? Yu Mengxian asked in horror. Mizong had completely lost his mind at this point. He took a few steps back and picked up the dagger. His mouth said, just kill one person and I can stop living in fear. Zhao Lianfan, don't mind your own business. Boom! Before Mizong could come to Yu Mengxuan's bed this time, he was kicked back by me. I said coldly, are you crazy? The whole class is taking a stand against this assignment right now, and you could have done the same. Is it still possible to not accept it? Mizong suddenly stopped where he was and sat on his butt, his expression chagrined. I said with a sigh of relief, even though we're all in competition, we're also classmates, so we really shouldn't kill each other until it's too late. The other students, who had also been attracted by the commotion over here, all walked outside the dormitory, just in time to hear my words, and they all nodded. Mizong, still sitting on the ground, I said to Yu Mengxian, Sister Mengxian, wear a good jacket, we first go to the class, this task has 3 days, these 3 days we eat, drink and sleep well, maybe back to think of other ways. Well, Runfan is right, let's take our time to figure it out, killing each other is definitely not feasible. Yang Junyi said in agreement, turning around and walking towards the classroom. Everyone walked towards the classroom. Mizong is still sitting in the same place. After Yu Mengxian put on her jacket, I stood behind her, and together we walked towards the outside of the dormitory. After not many steps, I suddenly felt a gush of air behind me. I subconsciously dodged to the side, and a figure crashed heavily on my body. I sighed, this Mizong has completely lost his mind and obliterated his humanity. The dagger suddenly appeared above my neck, and Mizong's cold voice came out, if Yu Mengxian doesn't die, then you'll die. Snap! My head slammed towards the back, hitting Mizong's eyes. The dagger in his hand made a smooth stroke, cutting a bloody mark on the top of my neck, and blood came out immediately. I raised my hand and squeezed his hand that held the dagger, and with a push, the dagger fell to the ground, and with a twist of his left hand, he pinched the spot on my neck where it had been injured. I yelled out in pain, once again drawing a crowd of those students. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll kill you. When Yu Mengxian saw that I was injured, she immediately acted like a madman, picking up the dagger on the ground and stabbing it towards Mizong. Chapter 62, an exemption card. She also kept screaming loudly, as if she had lost her mind as well. I reached out and covered my neck. The wound wasn't too deep. It was good that it didn't hurt the aorta. Yu Mengxuan's emotions broke down a bit. Her tears and blood were mixed together. Her face looked a bit hideous. Renfan, are you okay? You can't be okay. You mustn't be okay. Do you hear me? Yu Mengxian suddenly hugged me and said incoherently. I smiled and said with my mouth, alright, Sister Mengxian, I'm fine. Just bandage me and stop the bleeding. Yu Mengxian then calmed down a bit, looked up at my wounds, walked to the door of the dormitory, and slammed the door with a bang. Sister Mengxian, what are you doing? I asked suspiciously. Yu Mengxian said firmly, right now, I don't trust anyone but you. I nodded silently. Yu Mengxian turned out to care about me so much, just based on her overzealous behavior just now. I knew that in her heart, I had already occupied a very important position. Yu Mengxian quickly brought gauze and potion, carefully helping me to bandage the wound, although she is now covered in blood, but she still did not care about her image. I sighed heavily in my heart. Appeared the matter of Mizong. I know that Wu Jasmine's purpose has been achieved, just like Yu Mengxian, everyone here will no longer believe in other people outside the same group. It took almost half an hour before Yu Mengxian carefully bandaged my wounds and asked with her mouth, Renfan, what exactly is that mission? I see. Yu Mengxian said. I nodded and said, Sister Mengxian, you go wash and change your clothes first, I'll get the body out. Okay, you wait for me to wash up and we'll go out as soon as we're done. I don't trust anyone else. Yu Mengxian said. Don't worry, it's fine, this is just a sneak attack for him. If it comes head on, he doesn't stand a chance. I said and opened the door of the dormitory, directly stripped the body, waiting for Yu Mengxian to finish her bath. We came to the classroom together. The atmosphere inside the classroom was dull. Zhang Weiwei stood on top of the podium and said out of the corner of her mouth, Zhao Lianfan, Yu Mengxian, we have unanimously voted not to accept this mission. What do you guys think about it? Of course I refuse this mission, I said directly. After I finished speaking, the projector lit up once again, accompanied by a voice. A line appeared. Yu Mengxian kills Mizong. The mission is complete. All future missions can be refused, and will also be protected by the mission. No one is allowed to harm her for no reason. Everyone looked at this line. All of them were a little red-eyed, even me. I was a little envious. This means that, when Wu Jasmine said that the 5 surviving places, Yu Mengxian had already gotten one in advance, it was like getting a get-out-of-jail-free card. The crowd was silent for a while. Zhang Weiwei said, okay, let's decide things like this. The time for this mission is 3 days. During these 3 days, if you all feel unsafe, you cannot come to the classroom. Now let's go and have breakfast. After breakfast each of you will go back to the dormitory. Walking on the way to the restaurant, Yang Juni sighed and said, alas, when will such days come to an end? I laughed and said, well, at least 3 days of peace and quiet. Well, that's true. Let's get drunk later and celebrate these rare 3 days. The one who spoke was another boy called Dai Chan. Everyone shook their heads, and Zhang Weiwei joked together, hee, who would dare to get drunk at a time like now? Zhang Weiwei was right. Now there are only 8 people left. One group still has Yang Juni and 2 other girls left. The second group is just Yu Mengxian and I, and the third group still has Zhang Weiwei, Dai Can, and another girl. The probability of a group 1 and group 3 killing is the greatest, because they are all 3 people. As long as the opposite group is destroyed, the 3 people in this group will all be safe. Although it was said that the vote passed the decision of not accepting the mission, but everyone knew that this vote was only temporary. Maybe they didn't have the idea of killing someone right now, but after a day or two, it was really hard to say, and this might be the purpose of Jasmine Wu to set the time of this mission as 3 days. Time, it can wear away a lot of things, including the initial idea. I suggest that we stagger our meal times in these 3 days, so that we can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Yang Junyi suggested. Everyone was in favor of it, including Yu Mengxian and me. 2 days flashed by. Because it was a special period of time, coupled with the fact that both Yu Mengxian and I had injuries on our bodies, we rarely went out except for meals, and one of the things Yu Mengxian did the most was to refine the ghosts, and she kept refining Tian's soul. For my part, I continued to practice my runes, and my wounds were slowly healing. The wound on my neck had healed, and I could use the strength in my left arm. On the second day's night after 1 in the morning, Yu Mengxian suddenly said, Ranfan, I need to go out for a while. On the 4th day of ghost refining, I need to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and the environment inside the dormitory is closed, so there is no way to continue. Okay, I'll walk you out. I know a place where I can. I said. Well, just go to that position at the entrance of the stairs. There is a platform at the end of the corridor. Rinfan, you don't go there. I'm a safe person now. No one will make a move on me. Yu Mengxian said. I smiled and said, don't worry, I was just about to go out for some air too. Walking out of the dormitory, the outside is empty and a bit dark. Yu Mengxian walked straight towards the end of the corridor. I followed behind and breathed in the outside air, feeling much more comfortable than inside the dormitory. This place has a corner. The corner position has a wall blocking, just backlit, dark but does not affect Yu Mengxian refining ghosts. Walking to the end of the corridor, Yu Mengxian shouted out Tian's soul and continued to chant incantations and vow blood, while I looked east and west in boredom, pondering the next task in my mind. A bright light suddenly appeared above the corridor. Immediately after that I saw a group of dormitory doors open. Yang Junyi walked out from inside. Above his shoulder, he also carried a girl. The girl did not know whether she was asleep or fainted. After Yang Junyi came out, he turned right and walked into the classroom. I frowned and just wanted to follow him up to take a look. Then I saw that the door of the dormitory of the third group had also opened. Dai Chan came out from inside and carried a girl on his shoulder. This girl's figure was slim, but the distance was too far and the light was too dark to see if it was Zhang Weiwei or another girl from the third group. Dai Chan similarly walked into the classroom, and without much thought, I realized what these two were up to. Brother Yang, I like this girl of yours. Can you let me before killing her? Dai Chan said wistfully. I frowned when I heard Zhang Weiwei's name. Chapter 63, Kill Zhao Lianfan. Zhang Weiwei was so shrewd. How could she be pitched by Dai Chan so easily? I'm afraid that this Yang Junyi is going to suffer. As he was thinking, he only saw Dai Can say, Yang has good taste, but it's a pity that he was fainted by me. If he wasn't fainted, you'd be even more enjoyable. You don't know, in the dormitory, Zhang Weiwei this has a lot of strange tricks. She almost didn't toss me to death. Then you've been blessed with a lot of ravishing. Yang Junyi hemmed and hawed, only to hear a stabbing sound. It was the sound of clothes being torn apart. I secretly shook my head in my heart. It is true that you can't look at the surface of a person. Daik and I won't talk about it. I don't have much contact with him. But how could I have not thought that this Yang Junyi is actually this kind of person? In this case, it's understandable to plan for yourself, but why do such a nasty thing? Put. With a muffled sound, Yang Junyi's eager gasps crunched to a halt, and he didn't even have time to scream before he collapsed on the ground. I saw the disheveled Zhang Weiwei sitting up from the top of the table, threw the dagger to Dai Chan and said, kill it in pain, don't waste time. Dai Chan hemmed and hawed and said, it's a shame to kill it just like that, lol. What are you? Go back to the dormitory and I'll accompany you just once. Zhang Weiwei said in a faint voice, her tone somewhat impatient. Good, this is what you said. Dai Chan's tone suddenly became excited. It seemed that Dai Chan was also blowing awesome, and Zhang Weiwei didn't let him touch it. I secretly sighed. In my heart, I also feel that Yang Junyi is quite pitiful, but the pitiful must be hateful, just for the fact that he wanted to defile Zhang Weiwei before he killed her. He has no human nature, this kind of person, not to mention that I was too late to save him just now. Even if I was too late, I also need to think about it. But the other called Knife Xianya girl, I must be out to save, did not see okay, since I saw, cannot stand by and watch her become a corpse. I stood up violently, stomped on the ground a few times, and rushed in as soon as I pushed the door open, mouthing, Jasmine Wu, you finally showed up. Zhao Runfan? Why are you here? At this time, Dai Chan had already put away his dagger. I pretended not to know and asked with my mouth, squad leader, Dai Chan, why are you guys here? I thought it was Jasmine Wu coming back, and holy, how did Zhang Junyi die? Zhang Weiwei suddenly made an aggrieved face, and said with some choking in her mouth, this said that there is something to say to me, but he knocked me out and tried to kill me, but fortunately Dai Chan came in time and saved me. Look at my clothes, they were all torn apart by Yang Junyi. Zhang Weiwei said and shook her clothes, revealing the pink bra inside. Bah, Yang Junyi is even this kind of person, he deserves it. I cursed with righteous indignation, then pointed at Dagger Xianya and said, then what's wrong with her? Zhang Weiwei continued to explain, Knife Xianya was brought here by Yang Junyi who got knocked out and said that he wanted me to kill her in exchange for mission protection, and then asked me to help trick that other classmate in our dormitory out and give him a kill in exchange for mission protection, but we all surfaced 2 days ago with the attitude that we wouldn't accept this mission. I nodded and said, I can't imagine that this Yang Junyi is actually such a villain. Class president, your clothes are torn, hurry back to change your clothes, be careful of catching a cold. Knife Xianya, I'll send her back to the dormitory. You deliver? Who knows if you'll kill Blade Xianya halfway for mission protection? Dai Chan suddenly said. I smiled and said, why don't we both deliver it together? I said as I carried the already unconscious Blade Xianya and walked towards the outside of the classroom. Forget it, you send it. Dai Chan said as he crossed over me and quickly walked with Zhang Weiwei towards their dormitory. I knocked on the door of a group of dormitories. There is another girl called Yu Dongling inside. Saw me carrying a knife Xianya. Some doubts asked, Yang Junyi that where? Hearing her say that, I knew that she was usually bullied enough by Yang Junyi as well. I put the knife Xianya on the bed and said with my mouth, dead, lock the door tonight, don't let anyone in, tomorrow morning it will be safe, do you hear me? I see, thank you, Zhaorenfan. Yu Dongling immediately understood what it meant, and even looked at me with some caution. I got up and walked out of a group's dormitory, looking at the empty corridor. I knew that I had completely offended Dai Chan in this way, but I didn't regret it. Quickly walking to the end of the corridor, she found Yu Mengxian still refining ghosts. Her progress was quite good. After this absorption of the essence of heaven and earth, the Tian soul body had already solidified a lot. Now that one person had died once again, there were still 7 left, of which Yu Mengxian and Zhang Weiwei had already gained protection from the mission, which meant that there were still 5 people who were still being held back by the mission, including me. That night, it was not until after 4 in the morning, almost 5 in the morning, that Yu Mengxian stood up and we returned to the dormitory together. Early the next morning, after breakfast, 7 people came to the classroom. The projection screen on the blackboard wrote a paragraph. Yu Mengxian killed Mi Song, Zhang Weiwei killed Yang Junyi. The mission is completed. Get the mission protection as well as the mission rewards. The mission rewards are inside the podium. It's 2 pieces of soul nurturing plaques made from soul nurturing wood. The other 5 people task continues. The task content. The content of the mission is followed by an ellipsis, which is a bit confusing to read. What kind of bull asterisk content is this? Dai Chan said coldly. I looked at the projection in the same way and suddenly had a bad feeling. Ka! The screen suddenly went out, and 3 seconds later, 8 large, blood-red letters suddenly appeared on the screen. Within 5 days, kill Zhao Runfan. Snap! Yu Mengxian slapped down the top of the table and said coldly with her mouth, whoever dares to touch Zhao Runfan, he's the next Mizong. The other people did not say anything, or turning their heads to look at me. Dai Chan's mouth corner appeared meaning if not cold smile, seems to say, I have been waiting for a day for a long time. There's no punishment for this quest, so everyone can give up. Zhang Weiwei suddenly said. Just as Zhang Weiwei finished speaking, there was another click. Once again, a line appeared on the screen, penalty for failure, death. Zhao Lianfan, if one of you dies, all 4 of us can live. If you don't die, all 4 of us will have to die. If you still have a little conscience, you should know what you should do instead. Dai Chan gloated. I grimaced and kept quiet. On the surface, that did seem to be the case, but what I couldn't figure out was why they were targeting me. Dai Chan, if you have the ability to kill Zhao Runfan, don't morally kidnap here. If it fell on you, would you sacrifice yourself to save others? Yu Mengxian said coldly, then she looked at the others and mouthed, if it fell on you guys, would you do it? I waved my hand and said, Sister Mengxian, don't get excited, this mission is very strange. Where is it strange? The mission is clear, it's to kill you. This old hag Wu Jasmine is deliberately targeting you. Is it because you saved everyone inside the first mission? Yu Mengxian said angrily. I shook my head and said, this mission is their mission as well as mine, my mission is also to kill myself, but if I kill myself, it's considered mission accomplished, and logically, I should be able to live, but I'm dead. If I don't kill myself, then even if the mission fails, the result is still death, in that case, I'm dead either way. Right, since it's death either way, you should know what to do shouldn't you? Dai-chan said with a laugh. I ignored Dai-chan, stood up and walked to the top of the podium, reached out and pointed at the projector hanging from the ceiling and said loudly, Jasmine Wu, the mission is not valid, you better give a reasonable explanation. Chapter 64, Feng Shui takes turns. Joke, if I want you to die, the mission won't be established. Before I said that I have to kill someone to get protection from the mission, you think it's established? Is your life a bit more precious than others? Dai-chan continued to sneer, last night I spoiled his good deed, today he seems to have found a chance to take revenge, and what he utilized, was my conscience. Conscience? My head suddenly flashed, aren't they trying to wear down my conscience? If I go to my death because of my conscience and save the other four, then in their eyes, I deserve to die. Nope. The mission is set up like this, it is definitely unreasonable. Even if I kill the other four people, I will likewise not be able to live. Such a mission is meaningless. I believe that Jasmine Wu was not targeting me. If she wants me to die, there is no need to set up a mission like this at all. It is equal to farting with your pants off. Dai-chan, do you have any humanity left? If it wasn't for Zhao Lianfan, we would have all been killed by Tian in the first mission. Knife Xianya suddenly stood up and said, then turned to me, Zhao Lianfan, no matter what, I'm on your side. I won't make a move against you. I won't either. Yu Dongling chimed in along with him. Daikin looked at the two incredulously and said with his mouth, are you all crazy? If he doesn't die, we all have to die. Oh, Dai-chan, wanna kill me so badly? Come if you have the ability. A ferocious light flashed in my eyes. For this kind of person, there was no need for me to show any more mercy. My heart was already up for killing. Just after these words, the projection flickered again and a few words appeared. Zhao Lianfan's special mission, kill Dai-chan to release the mission on the other four. Seeing this line of words appeared, I breathed a sigh of relief. While Dai-chan panicked, how could he not expect this kind of mission? There is still a chance to appear hairpin. It is really the wind and water rotating. Looks like you have to die. I looked at Dai-chan with a cold smile, and in my heart, I instantly realized that the purpose of the returnless branch represented by Wu Jasmine was to get me to start having thoughts of killing people, and with just this thought, to come up with such a mission, it seems that I've been completely targeted by the returnless branch. Dai-chan stood up fiercely. He knew that he couldn't beat me at all. The reason why he dared to sneer at me so much was because there were still the lives of the other three girls backing him up. He saw that I wouldn't kill those three girls. But it's different now. For those three girls, the result is the same if I die or Dai-chan dies. Squad leader, save me. Dai-chan suddenly looked at Zhang Weiwei, who had waves on her face as if she hadn't heard it. Zhang Weiwei, you don't want everyone to know about what happened last night, do you? Seeing that Zhang Weiwei didn't say anything, Dai-chan said coldly. Zhang Weiwei laughed, her mouth said, last night it was me who killed Yang Junyi. He wanted to kill me and was killed by me in return. I or you captive over to exchange with Yang Junyi. This matter I would have wanted to tell everyone. Zhang Weiwei, you're the one who told me to pretend to deal with Yang Junyi and then secretly kill him. You as the class president took the lead in breaking the agreement. Dai-chan said loudly. Knife Xianya clenched her fists tightly after hearing this, and suddenly stood up and said, Dai-chan, I will fight with you. Blade Xianya held a dagger in her hand and charged directly towards Dai-chan. Don't! I said loudly, quickly rushing down the podium, but the distance was a bit far, so I couldn't keep up with the speed, and Dai-chan seemed to have lost his mind at this point, pulling out a short knife he had with him and slashing towards Knife Xianya. Seeing that the two were about to meet, how could the small and thin Knife Xianya be Dai-chan's opponent? In a panic, I grabbed a chair and smashed it towards Dai-chan. Boom! The chair cut through a beautiful arc, accurately smashed on Dai-chan's body. As I was all out, the chair instantly fell apart, and Dai-chan, who was smashed, also lay on the ground, opening his mouth and protruding a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes were red and he had clearly lost his mind as he quickly climbed up and continued to charge towards Blade Xianya. Knife Xianya at this time looked at Dai-chan's expression froze, consciousness slightly awake. After all, as a girl, there is always a time to be afraid. Boom! Before Dai-chan's short dagger could slash at Knife Xianya's body, it was kicked out by me who arrived even though I was there, slamming heavily into the wall behind it. I reached out and grabbed the dagger in Knife Xianya's hand, and was about to fight Dai-chan for a bit when I suddenly saw another dagger fly over from behind me. Put! The dagger accurately pierced into Dai-chan's eyebrow, and Dai-chan's eyes went wide with disbelief as he looked at a man behind me. I turned my head to look, and this person was actually Xuanyu Duan, a girl who had never said a word and was in the same group as Zhang Weiwei. Her hands were actually so good, the dagger flying out was not fast, but the accuracy was good. Zhao Lianfan, I know you can't lay your hands on me, I've helped you once now, and in the future, we don't owe each other anything. Duan Shuyu said faintly, if I remember correctly, these were the first words I heard her say. I froze and looked at her. There was a kind of indifference in this girl's eyes, a kind of indifference that could disown all her relatives. It seemed that even if Dai-chan was her relative, she wouldn't hesitate to kill Dai-chan. Thanks a lot. I responded, but in my heart, I didn't feel that I couldn't lay my hands on him. I really wouldn't be soft when it came to killing Dai-chan. Ka! The projector once again issued a sound. Duan Shuyu killed Dai-kan, mission lost. I didn't wait for that line to come out. I quickly walked to Dai-kan's side and directly sent the dagger inside the still convulsing Dai-kan's heart. Only then did Dai-kan completely lose his breath. The moment I plunged the dagger into Dai-chan's heart, the words on the screen stopped continuing to appear, then one by one they were deleted, and a new instruction appeared. Zhao Renfan killed Dai-chan. The mission was completed ahead of schedule. The other three were relieved of their mission. All missions have been issued. For the next half a month, please cherish it, and work hard to learn Zuanjutsu, and half a month later, the all of Class 4 will welcome the ultimate assessment. The ultimate assessment will determine everyone's fate in the future. Not more than a few seconds after the line appeared on the top of the screen, the projector turned itself off. What is the ultimate examination? Zhang Weiwei asked suspiciously. I sighed and mouthed, I'm not sure, but it must have something to do with the arcane arts, otherwise she wouldn't have reminded us to make an effort to learn the arcane arts. Yu Mengxian nodded and said, it should be like this, half a month's time, it's so long this time. Half a month's time, that means we can go out once before the ultimate test. I said with some joy, being able to go out once alive was already precious to me, not seeing Zhao Yixin for the past few days had me on the verge of breaking down. Yes, the 15th is the open day, and the access card is valid. Yu Mengxian also said excitedly. Zhang Weiwei nodded and said, the ultimate examination is facing all of our members, which means that Yu Mengxian and I are not spared. Does this mean that what we are facing is not an internal conflict, but an invasion from an external enemy? Duan Shuyu said, that's right, it's a foreign enemy invasion, related to Zuanjutsu, a foreign enemy and it shouldn't be a human being, so this time, we have to be 100% united. Well, I'm in favor of it. Now that there are 6 of us left, I suggest that we all study together in the classroom from now on to complement each other's strengths, and everyone specializes in one subject to maximize the strength of the team. Zhang Weiwei said, that's right, it's to test your teamwork skills. A familiar voice came in from outside the classroom. Chapter 65. The one who spoke was Jasmine Wu. Didn't you say that you won't show up again within a month? I asked lightly as I stared at Jasmine Wu, and the others saw her again with less fear and more tenacity in their eyes. Homeroom teacher? Everyone asked suspiciously. Wu Jasmine nodded and said, originally, it was thought that the homeroom teacher would only be able to come back after a month, but now it's been brought forward, and he'll be able to come back after half a month, so the ultimate assessment has been placed after half a month. Is there any information on this classroom teacher? I asked lightly. Wu Jasmine looked at me, there was actually a hint of laughter in her eyes, then cleared her throat and said, your homeroom teacher is a member of the Ghost Hunter Alliance hunting division, can join the Ghost Hunter Alliance. How is the strength? Naturally do not need me to say more. You are about to face, not only your homeroom teacher, his Shinmen magic of the high and deep, even if it is me is not as good as half of him. Hearing this, I finally understood in my heart what Qinghe Taoist master had said before. He said that class 4 was the reserve force cultivated by the Wuji division, and also the target of the hunting and killing division, so this target was so simple and rough, directly sending a high-level person to fight with us head-on. Zhang Weiwei asked, is that what you came to tell us? Jasmine Wu smiled and said, there's one more thing I need to tell you guys in person. Everyone was looking at her seriously. She smiled and said, all of your immediate family members here have been put under a forbidden spell by the seniors of the Wuji branch. Listen clearly, it's everyone, even Duan Shuyu's grandfather, Duan Yi, a reclusive secular master of the Shaolin Temple. Yu Mengshuan's father, Yujin, the city's most powerful triad leader, Knife Xinya's father, Knife Qingfu, a reclusive great disciple of the orthodox Mashan school. Yu Dongdling's grandfather, Yu Hei, the last inheritor of the corpse-catching family. All of them have the no-return division's forbidden spell on their bodies, and by the way, Zhao Lianfan, that wife of yours, Zhao Yixin, was likewise not spared. Pa! I slammed my fist on top of the table and said coldly, if you guys dare to touch a single hair on her head, Zhao Renfan, will definitely not let you guys off. At the same time, I didn't expect that the three of them, Duan Shuyu and Knife Xinya and Yu Dongling, actually had such backgrounds. I even suspected that the gathering of these people in this fourth-year class was definitely not a coincidence. Of these 6 people left of us, in terms of background, each one of them was respectable, except for Zhang Weiwei who didn't know her background. It seemed that I was the worst of the lot. Your current strength is only good enough for talking, isn't it? Wu Jasmine glanced at me and continued, the power of the forbidden spell, you all know it very well in your hearts. If you went out on the 15th day with the fluke of escaping, then I'm sorry, the ones who will die are not only you, but also all of your immediate family members. Wu Jasmine's words made everyone's incomparably angry, but no one dared to say anything. She left in a dashing manner in the eyes of the hatred of the crowd. Her back was so flirtatious. Renfan, will my dad and sister Xian be alright? Yu Mengxian asked in a low voice as she walked over to me. My fists remained clenched until Yu Mengxian finished her question, then I winced and said calmly with my mouth, no matter what, after half a month, we have to finish off that class teacher, otherwise not only will we die, our families will not be spared as well. Jiang Weiwei nodded her head and said, yes, we have to utilize this half-month's time to diligently study the Xian Men spells. Now, let me count the cultivation direction that everyone has chosen. I am studying psychic. After Jiang Weiwei finished speaking, she raised her hand and recited a few arcane hand decree in front of her chest, and her eyes suddenly rolled upwards, and only the whites of her eyes could be seen in the eye sockets, which looked a bit frightening. She shivered a few times, and then 10 fingers wide open, violently bent over, double palm slap and snap sound, in front of her, suddenly solidified a soul. This soul is Wang Tao's soul, looks solid. As soon as Wang Tao's soul came out, Jiang Weiwei's expression returned to normal, she smiled wryly, and even blew a rogue whistle. Wang Tao suddenly cupped his fist and smashed the table next to him. The table broke with a bang, shattering into several pieces that looked explosive. Duan Shuyu stood up and said with her mouth, I have been following my grandfather since I was young to learn some self-defense skills, so I chose to cultivate Shinmen martial arts, but it's still quite introductory, so I need to work harder next. After Duan Shuyu finished speaking, 2 flying daggers appeared in her right hand and 1 in her left hand, which I had seen before in the basketball court. Only to see 2 swoosh sounds, the 2 flying knives in Duan Shuyu's right hand flew out at the same time, accurately nailing onto the ropes hanging on the 2 ends of the projection screen. The projection screen instantly fell. Swoosh! The flying dagger in Duan Shuyu's left hand was also thrown out, and the projection screen that was rapidly falling was directly nailed to the top of the blackboard, and the position of the flying dagger was exactly nailed to the very center of the projection screen. The crowd looked at Duan Shuyu with glazed pockets, and Duan Shuyu straightened her figure, looking handsome. This girl who was never talkative or meticulous, actually hid such a skill. These 2 strokes are not a little bit faster than the one that killed Dai-chan before. If she wants to kill us secretly, it is estimated that one of us can't get away. But she didn't do it, so she is able to prove that she is not a person who was addicted to killing. Yu Mengxian stood up and said, I'm learning the art of ghost harnessing for another 3 days. I can control my own guardianing soul, which has not grown up yet and cannot be on the Hall of Fame. After Yu Mengxian finished speaking, her left hand clenched her fist and drew a semicircle in the air. Her right hand pinched a sword finger and hitched it on top of the jade bracelet on her left wrist, and just like that, with a sweep out of thin air, Tian's soul was swept out. Tian's soul is a lot more flimsy than Wang Tao's soul, but there is a big difference between these 2 souls. Jiang Weiwei's psychic art can psychic out the soul, through the method of psychic out the soul out of the psychic out of the soul out of a not bad fighting strength. Yu Mingxuan's ghost mastery can refine the ghost, and then can raise the ghost to start its growth. This growth to the back will not lose to the psychic art of psychic out, just need the accumulation of time and ghost mastery of the person's continuous support. Yu Mengxian just sat down, Knife Shinya suddenly stood up, left hand grasped a token, right hand grasped a token flag, hands constantly waving, mouth quickly read, the world's divine weapons, gossip for the essence, ingested to the netherworld, fixed to comfort my body, heard the incantation quickly bound, 100 things through the spirit, nothing is not reported, shall not disobey the order, fixed. As soon as Knife Xianya's incantation was finished, the souls controlled by Jiang Weiwei and Yu Mengxian suddenly began to roar lowly, and they slowly rose up, as if they were being held in the air by an invisible force. I cultivate incantation, and that was called a soul-binding incantation just now. Blade Xianya said as she looked at the 2 souls that were bound by her soul-binding incantation, and then lowered her hands before the 2 souls returned to normal. The crowd dropped their gazes on Yudongling. Yudongling laughed, stood up, walked over to the already dead Daikan, took out a copper coin from inside her clothes pocket and stuffed it into Daikan's mouth, then reached out and pulled off the daggers on Daikan's brow and chest, and her right hand pinched a sword finger and kept pointing at the joints of Daikan's corpse. After just a few breaths of time, she suddenly grabbed out a handful of white rice from inside her pocket, flung it on Daikan's body, and uttered a single word from her mouth, rise. Only to see Dai-chan, who was already dead, suddenly stand up and directly rush towards the back door of the classroom. Boom! The iron door was directly smashed open by Dai-chan, and the lock on the door was already crooked beyond recognition. Awesome! Clap! I was so excited in my heart that I led the applause. Finally, I understood why everyone was so calm when they saw Jasmine Wu. Everyone else was also excited beyond measure, although they were all hidden very deeply. At this moment, no one was hiding their strength anymore. After seeing these Shen Men spells, everyone understood that our overall strength was actually not weak. Zhao Lianfan, where are your skills? Jiang Weiwei suddenly asked, and everyone's eyes looked at me. That's the end of today's update. Good night folks, and happy Teacher's Day to all the teachers in the readership. Chapter 66, The 9 Masters Group Meeting. I smiled awkwardly and said, I know all that little bit of skin, I can give you a mortal nun's an odd job. Just you will be poor, you are comfortable, so many beautiful girls are accompanying you. Yu Mengxian said with a smile, having seen everyone's true ability, Yu Mengxian also became happy. Not only her, but also all of us, including me, felt that we were fighting alone at first, but now that we have seen the strength of the others, we finally have some confidence in our hearts. As the saying goes, a walk in the park is like a mountain. Although all of these arts belong to the Xian sex spells, but without really getting into it, one would feel that it is very difficult. In fact, there are specialties in the arts, and to be able to cultivate a single art to such an extent as they do, is not a simple thing. After carefully recalling those missions, these few people survived. It was by no means occasional, and I also understood that this was the result of Jasmine Wu's deliberate arrangement, only that I didn't know that in the end, there would still be a few of us left, because at the time of the ultimate test, our fate wasn't decided by Jasmine Wu and the unreturned branch. What we were going to be faced with was the Hunt branch's people, and the Hunt branch didn't want the unreturned branch to get bigger, and would definitely do everything in their power to kill. We will definitely do our best to kill us. Maybe it's not just us, but the reserve forces of the hunting division, who will likewise be killed by members of other divisions doing their best to kill them. The rest of the day was simple, eating, practicing metaphysical spells. The classroom was big but not big enough for all 6 of us at once, so we moved the venue to the same inner-city athletic field with a basketball court and pooled all of our resources together. Except for Shuyu Duan, each of them had their own magic altar, Wei Wei Zhang's psychic art, Yu Mengshuan's ghost harnessing art, Zhen Xianya's incantation art, Yu Dongling's corpse controlling technique, and me, still practicing my talismanic techniques. Everyone was happy when they knew that I was practicing talismanic techniques, because those techniques of theirs, if they could be assisted with specific talismanic seals, their effects could all be raised by a notch, except for Duan Shuyu's martial arts, of course. Although I couldn't talismanically make Duan Shuyu's martial arts even more powerful, I could use talismans to help protect her and even enchant her weapons. All of them were learning the Xianmen spells together, so they could learn from each other's ears, and the effect was far better than practicing alone. On the 15th day was the open day. Everyone got up early. Half a month of not being able to leave the house made everyone want to go home to see their families. Because of that previous words of Jasmine Wu, no one was planning to run away. As a matter of fact, everyone was full of confidence in dealing with that class teacher of the hunting and killing division after this period of time. Yu Mengxian and I went out the earliest, each used up an access card. After going down to the top floor, the cell phone had a signal. Yu Mengxian called Yujin at the first time, and told Yujin to send a car over to pick us up. I also called Zhao Yixin, and after hearing her voice, I was completely relieved. In less than half an hour the car drove into the campus. Yu Mengxian and I quickly got into the car, only to realize that the one driving was Gu Chang. Yo, Django's even a chauffeur. I joked. Gu Chang started the car and said with his mouth, Missy, Renfan, it's good that you guys are fine. How's the family? I asked, opening my mouth. Gu Chang nodded his head and said, it's not too bad, there's a little bit of trouble. Taiwan's 9 masters are holding a group meeting in this city today. The people who are coming are bigwigs from all sides. Jin was not able to come and pick you up in person because he had to go to this group meeting. Kung, your Uncle Jin's personal bodyguard, why aren't you there? I asked suspiciously. Gu Chang said, each person can only take one person with them, and Jin took Qin. It's about the real tomb of the Marquis? I asked suspiciously. Gu Chang nodded and said, yes, I don't know what is going on. The poem that I got before, now it has been made known to everyone. The 9th Master's people likewise can't decipher it, and are brainstorming again, and if anyone can help the 9th Master to decipher the poem, they will be flat on their feet in the future. I let out an oh-so-subtle cry. That poem had long been no secret. It had appeared inside the question paper when I was in class 4. While chatting and walking, the car quickly drove back to the Yu mansion. After getting off the car, I saw Zhao Yixian and Zhou Peng standing at the gate of the villa. I hurriedly ran down, a hand to keep Zhao Yixian. Yixian. I hugged her, eyes closed, and it was the only time I could feel fully stabilized. Zhao Yixian also hugged me tightly, in the same state as me. Alright, consider the feelings of the others and go inside first, Zhou Peng said in a conspiratorial manner. Together, they walked into the villa's hall, only to find that the villa was bustling with activity, and almost all of Yujin's several beloved ones were there. In addition to that, there were also some big men that they hadn't seen before, and their demeanor looked a bit anxious. Renfan, Xian, you guys are back. Mou casually greeted us after seeing us, but his eyes kept staring at his cell phone. I looked at Mou and asked suspiciously, Uncle Mo, what's wrong with you? Mou sighed and said, I just received a message from Big Brother Sun Shin that Brother Jin was targeted at the group meeting and is in some danger. Targeted? Yes, Jin got that poem and didn't tell Master 9 about it in the first place. This matter was known by Master 9, and Master 9 is in a bad mood now. How did he know? There can't be. I stopped when I said that. A few of the people here were basically there, and for me to say that there was a mole would probably ruin the internal unity. Mou naturally understands what I mean. Shaking his head, he said, it's not what you think. Xinghe Taoist director put the video and the information together in the first place was found by the 9th Master. We took out the video. The 9th Master naturally knows that we have the information in our hands as well. So what's going on now? I asked, a little worried. Mou sighed, the power of the 9th Master is too huge. He clearly knows that Jin is the most powerful in the city, and he still puts the address of the Chuanin Club here. That is, he wants everyone to know that as long as he, the 9th Master, wants to deal with people, no matter where they are, even if the land snake is powerful again, he's still the strongest dragon, and I analyzed that by virtue of this excuse, there's a high probability that the 9th Master is going to make a move against Jin. Then why are you still standing here? Go protect my dad. Yu Mengxian had just returned and was in a good mood. When she heard about this matter, she became anxious again. Mou shook his head and said, it's not a matter of how many people can solve the problem right now, if the ninth master doesn't make a move on Jin, there's no reason for us to go over there. But if the ninth master makes a move on Uncle Jin, it'll be too late to go over there. I picked up the conversation. Yes, Mo Yu said with a sigh. I hummed and continued. I heard Kung say that whoever can help Master 9 unlock that pre-death poem will be heavily rewarded by Master 9. Is that right? Mou nodded and said, yes, whoever helped unlock that pre-mortem poem, Master Jio will support him to become the #1 power in the country, and will also share the Marquis of Wu tomb. Master Jio only needs the 3 things inside, and everything else goes to the person who unlocked the pre-mortem poem. Well, Uncle Mo, I've actually been studying this poem. Give me your insights on that poem during this period of time. Now take me to the place where the group meeting will be held. I said directly, Yujin is now in danger. Waiting at home is too torturous. It's better to go to the site. Are you sure you can unlock that poem? If you're not sure, us rushing over there will only put Jin in more danger. Mou asked in surprise. I shook my head, not with complete certainty, but I can at least provide some useful clues. I'll go too. Yu Mengxian said directly. Don't go, it's not easy to come out. Help me keep Xian company. I said to Yu Mengxian. Zhao Xian didn't stop, nor did she say she wanted to go with me. She knew in her heart, this favor, we have to help. Not only do I see Yujin's family as a family, she is the same. There is no stable life for hundreds of years. She now cherishes this family more than I do. It's always okay if I go, right? Zhou Peng spoke up. Mou still shook his head and said, the ninth master doesn't like others to break his rules. It's about the pre-mortem poem. It's a good idea to give it a try, and if there's one more person to go, he'll definitely be unhappy. Damn, a Taiwanese guy, if you're not happy, just go back, why spoil him? Zhou Peng grumbled. Chapter 67. He knew in his heart that he could only complain and grumble, and although he was good with his hands, he was nothing in front of the ninth master. Uncle Mo, you take me there first. Good. Saying goodbye to everyone, Mo Yu personally drove me to the hotel. On the way, Mo Yu and I talked about their speculations about that pre-mortem poem these days. Basically it was similar to what I thought, but there were some points I thought of that they didn't work out. This hotel is actually still Yujin's Xian Meng Hotel. Xian Dream Hotel is Yu Mengxian name of the property, but also the city's most luxurious hotel. This nine master really have the courage. The lobby of the hotel was decorated with a closed sign, and the welcoming beauties at the entrance had been transformed into 2 rows of bodyguards with sunglasses, a dozen or so of them. Mou said that these bodyguards are the people of the nine masters, inside the lobby, but also sat 2 acquaintances, that is, when they had been to the Yu house of the old and the young. The old was called by Yujin Xia Lao, the name of the woman called Xia Yubing. When they were still in Zhoupeng fought a fight. What man? A bouncer asked with an expressionless face just as I reached the door. I'm one of Yujin's men and want to go in and report something. I said carefully. The bodyguard didn't even look at me. His mouth said coldly, there's no aftershock here, only Master 9, so little brats get out of the way. I'm just here to return things to Master 9. I said directly. Just you are still looking for Master 9? The bouncer asked with some disdain as he looked at my young age. I didn't bother to talk much to his, and directly shouted out to the lobby, Elder Xia, you're here too? Elder Xia turned his head to look over after hearing the sound, and after seeing me he smiled kindly and waved at the bodyguards, who no longer stopped me. I quickly walked over and bowed to this Elder Xia, saying with my mouth, Senior Zhao Runfan has met Elder Xia. Xia Lao laughed, and before he could speak, Xia Yubing suddenly said, Ego, little demon, we meet again. That monk isn't here today. Let's see how this young lady can teach you a lesson. Young Bing, sit down. Ren Fan, you've come here, you should have something very important, right? Elder Xia asked calmly. I nodded and said, yes, Elder Xia, I've come to give Master 9 some information about the profile. Oh, you? Elder Xia looked at me with some confusion, seemingly in disbelief. I nodded and said, Elder Xia, to tell you the truth, we know that last time Uncle Jin didn't give you the information in time to piss off the 9 masters. In fact, at that time when you came, Uncle Jin really didn't know that the information contained information about the real Marquis of Wushu's tomb, and only after you left did Uncle Jin realize that the information was in our hands. Elder Xia waved his hand and said, this is already in the past, tell us what you can come up with to make the 9th master feel better, if not, you going in is just one more corpse. When I heard Elder Xia say that, I knew that Master 9 had the intention of trying to kill Yujin, and I hurriedly said, the thing that bothers Master 9 is that pre-death poem, isn't it? I have my own understanding of this poem. Haha, little demon, you're not afraid of blowing it out of proportion. So many people can't guess the poem, you say you can? Xia Yubing sneered. I didn't look at her, but looked seriously at Elder Xia, and mouthed, Elder Xia, since I dared to come here, I have the certainty in my heart that I'll be able to provide useful information to Master 9. Xia Lao looked at me so seriously, and said with his mouth, good, then I'll take you in, young man, this is not a child playing house, this is playing with life. I know, thanks for reminding old. I bowed to old Xia, my attitude incomparably sincere. My heart is very anxious, very worried about Yujin accident. He is only one Sun Qin around, and in addition to the 9 masters, the rest of those big brothers on the road and he is a rivalry, who are eager to see him die in the hands of the 9 masters. Follow me. Elder Xie stood up and led me towards the entrance of the elevator, which likewise stood 4 bodyguards, who at a glance were also the ninth master's men. The elevator went all the way to the 8th floor, which stopped. The 8th floor was a business meeting room, specially for people to meet. This time it turned into a group meeting where all the forces of the underworld gathered. When the bodyguard at the door saw that I was brought here by Elder Xie, he didn't do anything to stop me and took the initiative to open the door. The conference room was spacious, a huge round table across the middle of the conference room, which was so large that even with more than 20 people seated around it, it still seemed spacious. This place is not as chaotic as I imagined. There are not even smokers inside, and the people who come here are all dressed neatly, all in suits, not like a meeting of the mob bosses, but rather like a corporation holding a high-level meeting. The scene is not noisy at all, but very quiet. Sitting at the main seat of the round table is an old man with white hair and beard. This old man looks very kind, although his face is crawling with wrinkles, but does not look old at all. From a distance, it looks like a kind and spirited ordinary old grandpa. I know that this person is Taiwan's 9 masters. It looks like an addition to a kind of wisdom. There is no special at all, and even give me a very intimate feeling. Yujin sat on the left side of this old man. Behind him sat Sun Xin, who at this time put his head against. The cold air in this conference room was obviously very low, and he wore quite a lot, but his cheeks were cold and sweaty. Seeing the door was pushed open, all the eyes fell on my body. These people are some of the gangster Big Brother, each ruthless killing. Almost no one will be worse than Yujin. Being stared at by these people, it is inevitable that I am a little weak. Yujin and Sun Xin also looked at me suspiciously at this time, but they didn't dare to speak. 9 masters looked at me, and the moment his eyes came into contact with his, I seemed to feel that this ordinary-looking old man was able to penetrate all with a single glance, as if my body unconsciously hit a jolt. Elder Brother Xia, why did you bring a little friend in? Master 9 said with a smiling face.
Elder Xie said respectfully, Ninth Master, this is Yujin's nephew named Zhao Runfan. He says he knows Lu Ji's, Lu Bowen's, pre-mortem poem and says he has unique insights. Xie old words finished. The conference room burst into laughter. Those mob big brothers are like looking at a joke like looking at me. Some people also began to ridicule Yujin. I said Yujin, your hands are not no one. The hair is not open full. This ing put in the factory insider counted as child labor. Today, even if the 9 masters do not kill you, you will have to go to jail ha? I looked at the gloating man and said lightly, Emperor Wu of Han Dynasty ascended to the throne at the age of 16, the hero of chaos Li Tsuanqing Castrol set up his horse at the age of 15 to raise the Shatua, and Xiao Wanshun, at the age of 14, unveiled his pole to serve the country and tied his hair to join the army. Qin Shi Huang was 13 years old when he took the throne, and 12-year-old Gan Luo was able to travel to Zhao and fight with his ministers. So it's not like everyone is like you, who didn't even have all his hair growing when he was 15 or 16. As soon as I finished my sentence, the scene was quiet for a second, then erupted into louder sneers. Another middle-aged fat man with a bald head and 2 scorpions tattooed on his head said, Egu, still pretending to be a ing intellectual, a poem that everyone can't solve. You can? Can you read all the big words? I replied indifferently, I can almost read all of it. There is only one word that I don't recognize, and I would like to ask this big brother for advice. What word? The fat man asked subconsciously. Below that is a more or less of a more or less and above that is a father of a father. I said with a smile. The fat man, who was probably not well educated, drew on the table and mouthed, Father. I dare not. I replied faintly. Asterisk. You little pussy, I think you're tired of living. That bald guy slammed the table and directly stood up. Ha ha ha. Almost everyone was laughing, except for the 9th master and the cold-faced middle-aged man beside him. Have you guys laughed enough? A few seconds later, Master 9 said faintly. This sentence was not loud, but it was like an uncontradictable military order. Those mob big brothers all closed their mouths and sat respectfully, as if a mouse had seen a cat no longer dared to make any noise. Zhao Renfan, take a seat behind Yujin, and old brother Xia, you go out first. Master 9 said as he waved his hand. I nodded my head and walked towards Yujin, pulled a chair to sit down by myself, and waited for the 9th master to ask questions without being humble. As for those who looked down on me, I directly ignored them. Hee, in danger but not panic. It's been a long time since I've seen someone as bold as you. I like you. Tell me about that poem. If you're just here to bluff or claptrap, then I'm sorry. I have to give an explanation to all the bosses, especially the 2 bosses you've insulted. Master 9 looked at me and said indifferently. Chapter 68, Rescuing Poetry to Save Aftershock. I stood up very much, to the 9 masters cupped his fist, mouth respectfully said, 9 masters, the poem before death is, set the ground water south, the Wu army to hide the corpse, the tune water north to return, only to appear too eclipsed. I believe that the 9 masters sit down the think tank has basically given a general understanding. I first say my views on this poem. If it is not right, it should also help the 9 masters. If it really does not help, to kill or die, as you wish. Courageous and bold. It's a kind of luck for Yujin to have a nephew like you. Go ahead, right or wrong. With this boldness of yours, I won't kill you. The 9th master said with a smile. I calmly said, thanks to Master Jiao, the surface words of the poem are referring the location of the Marquis of Wu's tomb directly to Dingjun Mountain, but in fact, the real Marquis of Wu's tomb is not in Dingjun Mountain. The second line,
When I said this, Master 9 suddenly raised his eyebrows, then waved his hand and said, Zhao Lianfan stays, everyone else goes out. As soon as I heard this, I was relieved. It seems that the ninth master's side also knows that the tomb of the Marquis of Wu is not in the Dingjun mountain, then it proves that my guess is correct, or at least the ninth master thinks that it is correct. When the others heard Master 9 say this, with the exception of Yuzhen and Sun Qin, they were all a bit chagrined and stood up. Yuzhen, just based on Zhao Renfan's words just now, no matter how things go, I won't kill you. Master Jiao said. These words were said to Yuzhen, but his eyes kept looking at me. He wanted me to know that he, Master Jiao, was a generous and merciful person, and at the same time, he was also reminding me that I need to be grateful for my kindness, and tell me everything I know, without reservation. In less than half a minute, only Master 9 and I were left inside the large conference room, as well as the cold-faced middle-aged man behind him.
Renfan, why are you so sure that Marquis Wu's tomb is not in Dingjun Mountain?
Master 9 looked at me with more than a hint of anticipation in his eyes. I nodded and said, the second line of the poem, the Wu army hides the corpse. As we all know, Dingjun Mountain is located 5 kilometers south of Nianxin County in Hanzhong City, Shanxi Province, which is very far away from the state of Wu at that time, so the word Wu army seems to refer to the army of the state of Wu, but in fact it has nothing to do with the state of Wu, so it has to be viewed in isolation. This anyone knows, army refers to Dingjun Mountain, Wutong Wu, that is, there is no, Wu Jun hides corpses, that is, there are no corpses on Dingjun Mountain. If you only know this information, you can't save Yuzhen's life. The middle-aged man behind the ninth master said indifferently.
I nodded my head and continued, Wu does indeed pass through Wu, but it also refers to the state of Wu, which is on the south side of Dingjun Mountain, so I think that the tomb of the Marquis of Wu should be on the southwest side of Dingjun Mountain. The middle-aged man sneered, ridiculous. If it was that simple, it wouldn't be. Tell us the reason. The ninth master raised his hand to interrupt the middle-aged man's words. I nodded my head and said, the first sentence, fixing the earth and water south. Ding refers also to Dingjun Mountain, and earth is not the location, but the number of the earth. 12 is the number of the earth. The number of the earth refers to 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, why in your case, it becomes 12 as the number of the earth? The middle-aged man interrupted me to ask. I nodded and said, you're right, but during the Three Kingdoms period, the number of earths was still 12, and 2, 4, 6, 80 became the number of earths only after the age of the end. How do you know such unproven things? An old-timer told me. Shuz, don't interrupt him yet, let him finish. Master 9 said directly. I nodded and continued, south of the water refers to the direction, south of the water north of the mountain is the Yin, refers to the back of the Yin, that is, the west, so this first sentence, Dingdi south of the water means, Dingjinshan 12 miles to the west. In the second sentence, the Wu army hid the corpse. We have just analyzed the first meaning that the corpse was not in Dingjun Mountain, and the second meaning that the direction of Wu, that is, the south. The first two sentences have a direction just, then the third sentence tomb north water also, the same also has a direction word, that is, the north water, mountain south water north for the yang, yang for the east, but this direction is just a blindfold, because there is a also word, also, in ancient times, the word anti, tong anti, so the meaning of this sentence is that if you think the tomb of Wuho in the east of Dingjinshan, it will be useless. As for the fourth sentence, it is simple. Now, for the emergence, 2 means huge, eclipsed. In ancient times is the meaning of solar eclipse, 2 eclipsed, that is, a huge solar eclipse, called total eclipse of the sun. So the fourth sentence means, only when there is a total solar eclipse, the tomb of Wuho will appear. To sum up, the whole meaning of this pre-mortem poem is actually very simple. It is an indication of the direction, and that direction is 12 miles to the southwest of Dingjun Mountain, but you have to wait until the time of a total solar eclipse before you can find the entrance to the tomb of the Marquis of Wu. That's why I say that the tomb of the Marquis of Wu isn't in Dingjun Mountain. Well, logical, clear thinking, very convincing. So when will the total solar eclipse appear? Master 9's face didn't fluctuate in the slightest, making me unable to tell if he believed what I was telling him or not. I shook my head and said, Master 9, this kid is not sure, but in recent years, there should be. Very good, your insight is quite unique. Shuz, what do you think? Master 9 turned his head and asked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man replied, if the number of the earth is really 12, then 9 times out of 10 what this little guy said is true. Master 9, we need to know the exact time when the total solar eclipse will occur, and also, we need to study it properly. After all, there are still a lot of layers of other meanings inside this poem, which are not mentioned by this little guy of it. This is good, there are many astrologers in Taiwan, just go back and ask. After Master 9 finished speaking, he looked at me seriously and said, you are very good, I wonder if you are willing to go to Taiwan with me? I clasped my fists at Master 9 and said, kid thanks Master 9 for his love, it's just that my family is over here and I'm still in school, so I won't go to Taiwan to bother your old man. Also, to be honest, Yuzhen doesn't have that virtue to own you. If you want something better, you can contact me anytime. Master 9 said and took out a golden business card and handed it to me. I respectfully accepted Master 9's business card with both hands and said with my mouth, thank you Master 9 for letting us go. If there's nothing else, the kid will take his leave first. Kinda in a hurry, go on, We also need to go back to verify if all the information you said is correct. When the time comes to open the tomb, I will contact Yujin to go along. Hopefully you will be able to be present then as well. Master 9 smiled and waved his hand, signaling that I could go. Completely relieved, I turned and walked out of the conference room. Outside the conference room, only Elder Xie and the 2 bodyguards were still waiting. The rest of those mob bosses seemed to have left. When Old Man Xie saw that I was holding Master 9's business card in my hand, he smiled and said, "You really do have skills, but it's a pity that you followed this waste of a man, Yujin." Elder Xie is flattering. In my heart, Uncle Jin is not a waste at all. I said with a smile and walked into the elevator with Old Man Xie. Came to the lobby, only to find that the mob big brother are still waiting in the lobby. See me safe out after more lost. Yujin and Sun Qin first time toward me over. Yujin worried asked, "Renfan, how, you have nothing to do?" I smiled and said, "Uncle Jin, we're all fine, don't worry." After getting my personal confirmation, Yujin then heaved a sigh of relief and said with his mouth, that's good, Renfan, it's thanks to you this time, or else I would have been a corpse by now." Uncle Jin, family doesn't talk about family. I turned to look at the elevator after I finished speaking, and Master 9 had already walked out from inside. "Thank you all for coming. I have something I'm in a hurry to rush back to Taiwan to deal with, so I won't keep you all for dinner, so please return," Master 9 said as he walked towards the outside, his footsteps in a hurry. Those bodyguards behind him also followed behind, swarming Master 9 as he left, but Elder Xie and Xie Yubing didn't leave. The two of them seemed to be preparing to be based in the mainland. After the 9th Master's car left, those bosses then left. Before leaving, they and Yujin politely greeted and congratulated him on getting the 9th Master's favor. These people's intentions are very simple. If the 9th Master's this matter is accomplished, then Yujin will be their boss in the future, and at this time, they remembered to draw a close relationship. As if it wasn't them who ridiculed and laughed at Yujin inside the conference room before. Yujin didn't offend anyone on the surface, and after everyone left, Yujin directly took out his phone, dialed a number, and then said fatally into the phone, "Changzi, gather the men and horses, do away with Bald Scorpion and Nine Fingers Kai, and everyone who is traveling with him. Do not leave any survivors." I was shocked in my heart. The Bald Scorpion was the one who said that my hair wasn't open all the way, and Nine Fingers Kai should be the one who said that I hadn't recognized all the characters yet, because that person's left little thumb was missing. That's the end of today's update. Good night friends. Chapter 69 The Real Poetry Puzzle. Uncle Jin, there's no need to be so desperate, right? I subconsciously said, it's not that I think the Bald Scorpion and Nine Fingers Kai don't deserve to die, it's just that it's too desperate to kill all the people in the same line of work, and if they come out with their wives and children, won't they be implicated? Yujin seems to see my worries. Mouth said, "Don't worry, they came without their families. Or some of the hands have a murder case of the henchmen, kill counted for the people to get rid of the harm, and I don't kill them. How to set up the authority in the future? These two dare to step on my head and on top of my territory, simply do not take their own dog's life seriously. Since they themselves do not take it seriously, why should I consider so much?" I listened to Yujin's overbearing logic, and in my heart, I knew that this was the mob, and anyone else who had mixed up to where he was today would have done the same thing, and some would have been even more ferocious. "Let's go home, Renfan, tell me how you convinced the 9th Master," Yujin said and walked towards the outside. At this time the hotel staff has come back one after another. Outside the hotel there are still a few police cars parked. It is estimated that they are here to keep an eye on those gangster big brothers. But people normal rally did not make trouble, they also did not arrest people. The police leading the team I recognize, is when dealing with my case Lu Guoqiang. That looks very good. Female police Lin also in his side. In the eyes of those police officers, the three of us calmly got into the car. Sen Shin himself drove. We made towards the direction of the Yu mansion. In the car, I said what I said to Master Jiu about the analysis of the pre-mortem poem as it was. After I finished speaking, Yujin and Sun Qin were a bit stunned. They also felt that this analysis was very reasonable. Yujin even asked, "Renfan, why didn't you earlier tell us?" Alas, it's a pity for the tomb of the Marquis of Wu, and it's a pity for the Zhuge's secret technique, which was able to peek into the secret of longevity. Yujin said. I once again hemmed and hawed, and said with my mouth full, "Uncle Jin, no pity. In fact, those are all words to fool Master Gio. The real Marshal Marquis tomb is not there at all." What? Both Yujin and Sun Qin were shocked and looked at me with unusually complicated expressions. After a few breaths, Yujin then said, "Renfan, even you dare to lie to Master Gio, do you really not want to die?" I bit my lip and said, "This kind of thing is very subjective. I've stated my analysis, and even if they confirm that I'm wrong, that's their own business. It doesn't have anything to do with me, and I've said I'm just guessing." Yujin is actually right. This move is a bit risky, but I have to take a risk. The complete Zhuge's secret method, I have to get it. Zhao Xian and Yujin are under a forbidden spell, and this forbidden spell doesn't know how long it's going to follow them, not to mention the fact that Zhao Xian is a snake demon origin. Even though she destroyed her own inner elixir, she still won't grow old or die, and I don't want to wait until a few decades later when I'll be a bad old man, while Zhao Xian is still a wonderful girl like a flower. This is too embarrassing for her. For another, if he didn't get strong, there was no way to protect Zhao Xian in the long run, and sooner or later, the gang from the Demon Beheader Alliance would come for him. Although I don't believe that much in the art of immortality,
but since it is now widely rumored, it is definitely not an empty cave, and if I don't go for it, I'm afraid I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Yuzhin nodded and said, that's right. So where is the real Marshal Marquis tomb? If I'm not mistaken, the bearing should be 30 miles due south of Tingjun Mountain. I said directly. What is this about? Sun Qin asked suspiciously. I hemmed and hawed. In fact, the water south and north water in the poem should not be referring to yin and yang things, in which the word water refers to a place. What place? Yang Sawa. You're talking about that natural pot-bottom shaped puddle to the south of Dingjun Mountain? Sun Qin asked, seeing that they had studied the terrain thoroughly as well. Yes, that big puddle with a circumference of 1.5 kilometers is known as Yangtian Puddle, which was called 10,000 troops in the Three Kingdoms. But there's no water in the Yangtze Puddle. The word puddle has water, and from the analysis of the poem, Yangtian Puddle has a special topography. During a total solar eclipse, the sight of underground water pouring back inside Yangtian Puddle should appear, and it is estimated that we will be able to peek into the secrets of the Marquis of Wu's tomb at that time. I said with some excitement. Sun Qin asked thoughtfully, when you say 30 miles due south, does that mean the number of the Earth is still 2, 4, 6, 80? Well, these 5 numbers add up to equal 30. In fact, the number of the Earth is 12. This is what Xian and I said. Lu Bo1 and the demon should not have any relationship. Even if there is a relationship, he wouldn't set the meaning of the number of the Earth as 12, this kind of thing that can't be proved. Even if I talk about it blindly, they can't do anything about it. In that case, this ante-mortem poem is much simpler when interpreted this way. I nodded and said yes, and told Sun Qin, Lu Bo1's descendants are actually very mediocre qualifications. If he made it too complicated, his purpose will not be achieved. Unfortunately, the back of the family changes. His descendants do not have the means to open the tomb of the Marquis of Wu, and the world is too complicated to think of this poem. The beginning of the thought of the complexity of so much. The solution to the poem will be out of thin air. A lot of difficulties. The thing to figure out now is when there's a total solar eclipse. Aftershock said. This requires astronomical and meteorological information, which I have no way of knowing. Sun Qin said, no need, I have some research on astrology. The most recent total solar eclipse was on July 22, 2009, less than 4 years from now. This is the only total solar eclipse in this century. There were several other eclipses after that, but total solar eclipses don't occur anymore. For more years? I asked, a little disappointed. Sun Qin nodded and said, yes, the information has long been counted. Not long after Lu Bo1's death, there was also a total solar eclipse in Hanzhong, but unfortunately, his descendants were incompetent. Haha, incompetence is benefiting us, Yuzhin said with a smile. I said with some concern, maybe Master 9 will also be able to solve the real mystery of the poem, so we can't take it lightly yet. When the time comes, we should make 2 preparations. If Master 9's people went 12 miles to the southwest, then we should go 30 miles due south to look for the tomb, and if Master 9 went there as well, then we can only cooperate with Master 9. Well, yes, Renfan, you saved me once again, Yuzhin suddenly said gratefully. I waved my hand and said, Uncle Jin, we are all family members. If I am in danger, you will likewise not stand idly by. I said it's okay, in a few days we'll have the ultimate test, and after that, if nothing happens, we'll join the unreturned branch of the Ghost Hunters Union. Can't disengage? Yuzhin asked. I shook my head and said, I can't for the time being. I can only wait until I join in. Uncle Jin, about the real address of the Marshal Marquis tomb, just the 3 of us know it. Don't tell the 4th person. It's not that I don't trust the others, but for the sake of prudence, I will talk to you all again when the time comes. In fact, if I didn't know if I would be able to successfully pass the test and survive, I wouldn't even want to tell Yuzhin and Sun Qin, and what I had in mind was that they would be able to know the truth in case I died. Yuzhin and Sun Qin both nodded, and as they chatted, the car had already driven back to the Yu Mansion villa. Villa inside the people and before to some less. Gu Chang is also not in, is presumed to go after the bald scorpion and 9 Fingers Kai, see us back safely, or a long sigh of relief. Yuzhin busy in Yu Mengxian pleasantries and deal with other things. I and Zhao Xian hand in hand walked into the room, closed the door. After a long time, I wrapped my arms around Zhao Xian and asked, Xian, how have you been feeling lately, your inner Dan? Husband, I was about to talk to you. I feel that my inner Dan is showing vague signs of repair. And after just now, the repair of the inner Dan seems to have accelerated again, and I can now feel a fiery sensation at my dantian. Zhao Xian said with a red face, shyly. Really? How come? Then are you still able to suppress the immortal energy in your body from being exposed? I asked in surprise, and I could actually feel an indescribable relief all over my body after a bout of exercise. Chapter 70, Real Death or Fake Death. Zhao Xian pressed her head tightly against my chest and said with her mouth, it's true, this might have something to do with your extreme destiny character. Husband, don't worry. The immortal chi in my body is already very stable, as long as I don't give off any energy. Even if the Demon Chopper Alliance's people are right in front of me, they won't be able to detect it. And that's thanks to husband's extreme destiny character. That's good. I can't imagine that my ghost-taking life has this kind of use, but I feel hot all over now. I said with a bad smile. Husband, you. Before Zhao Xian could finish her sentence, her lips were once again blocked by me. The open day passed quickly and comfortably. After eating dinner at 5 p.m., When I was about to accompany Zhao Yixin on the street to stroll around the night market, Yu Mengxuan's hand and mine rang at the same time. We knew each other and opened our cell phones, and received the same text message: accompany your families well, even if you pass the ultimate test, within 3 years, you can't see each other again. After reading this message I frowned. In my heart I knew that if I passed the examination, I would have to join the Ghost Hunters Union's Wuji branch, and this 3 years, I should be inside a closed environment to receive the closed training of the Wuji branch. Dad! Yu Mengxian handed Yuzhen her receiving land, and Yuzhen was helpless after reading it. Zhao Yixian's eyes were a little misty as she said to me, "Husband, it's okay, I'll wait for you for as long as it takes." I smiled, put away my cell phone and said, "Don't worry, I'll be back, come on, I'll accompany you to the night market." Yuzhen said, "Renfan, Xin's safety is in your hands, we'll wait for you guys to come back, you don't have to worry about things at home." I nodded and pulled Zhao Yixian's hand and walked out. My heart was mixed. Half a month without seeing Zhao Yixin, I was already going crazy. 3 years. What a long number. Of course, and I'll give you a big surprise, Zhao Yixin said with a delicate smile. What surprise? You'll know when you get back. Mom, I can't be pregnant, ha ha ha, I said with a bad smile. Go, no seriousness. Zhao Yixin pretended to be angry. Her body turned to the side, then turned back and hugged me tightly. Judging from the force on her body, she was also very reluctant to part with me. It's just that she didn't want us to be immersed in the sadness of parting. Night market shopping is very happy. We enjoy shopping and eating. Before going out, Yuzhen gave me 10,000 in cash and a card. Zhao Yixin does not like to buy things, but I bought her a lot of things. At least 3 years cannot meet. I can only use this cheesy way to go to as much as possible to leave behind more things that can be remembered to Zhao Yixin. At 10 o'clock in the evening, we returned home early. Yu Mengxian actually unprecedented also went out shopping, and also called on Zhou Peng. Back when Zhou Peng full of spring, look Yu Mengxuan's eyes and more than a trace of adoration. At 11 o'clock we got into the car and left the Yu mansion under the unwelcome gaze of the crowd, and at 11:40 we arrived at the bottom of the Wenyuan building. After the driver left, Yu Mengxian and I quickly walked towards the top floor, counting, there were only a few days left for us. After using up the last chapter of the access card, we once again returned to a familiar place, and as soon as the iron door was opened, we saw the four of us, Duan Xuanyu and Zhang Weiwei, standing inside the door, and they hadn't gone back to the classroom, nor had they gone back to the dormitory. Oh, waiting for us? I greeted with a smile, only to realize with a jolt that none of the girls were looking very good. You guys are finally back, Zhang Weiwei said, but her eyes stayed fixed on the empty corridor. A gust of cloudy wind came out of nowhere, and I couldn't help but shiver as my mouth asked, what's going on? Jasmine Wu is dead, Shuyu Duan said directly. I was shocked and asked, Jasmine Wu? Dead? It's in the classroom, just go and take a look, Duan Shuyu said. I hummed and lifted my feet toward the classroom. In the classroom, Jasmine Wu was wearing a professional set of dresses, the same as when she first met her, a white car coat, a black women's suit, and the skirt was still as short as ever. She was strangled by a rope, hanging right in the middle of the classroom, the rope hanging above the iron hook used to hang the ceiling fan. Wu Jasmine's was no longer alive at this time, her body was stiff like a dummy, her left hand was still cupping a copper sword, her face was full of anger, and there were some wounds on her right hand. She had obviously fought with someone before she died. The projector was also smashed, leaving no message. What to do? Zhang Weiwei asked as she opened her mouth. I sighed and said, the dead are dead, let's get her down first. Duan Shuyu nodded, and a flying knife was thrown out, cutting the rope that was hanging Jasmine Wu, and while she was still on the ground, I took 2 steps to the bottom to catch her and lay her flat on the ground. I looked at the strangulation marks on her neck and tried her breath with my fingers, and indeed she was dead. And so on. I suddenly had a flash of light inside my head. I remembered that the first time I saw Jasmine Wu, I also thought she was dead and tried her breath. But the first time she faked her death, her fake death, even the coroner couldn't identify it. It wouldn't be still a fake death this time, would it? If she faked her death, what was the point of her faking it? What should we do, now that Wu Jasmine is dead? Can we not stay in class 4? Blade Shinya suddenly asked, with a slight hint of elation in her tone. Yeah, the counselors are dead, so we have a way to live? Yu Dongling also said excitedly. Zhang Weiwei shook her head and said, first, we don't have access cards to go out anymore. Second, let's not forget that Class 4 still has a homeroom teacher, and behind Jasmine Wu, there are still people from the Ghost Hunter Alliance's unreturned branch. Then what are we going to do now? Even if we pass the ultimate examination, now that Jasmine Wu is dead, who's going to take us to the returnless branch? Yu Mengxian asked. I'm also puzzled by this. Jasmine Wu's death is very strange. If she was killed, who could it be? If she faked her death, what were her intentions in doing so? Zhang Weiwei said, I don't think it's that simple. There might be some kind of conspiracy hidden behind this. I've been contemplating this, and I've had many hypotheses in my mind, but they all feel a bit unrealistic. Runfan, why don't you say something? What should we do? Yu Mengxian said anxiously. I let out a deep breath, stood up and said, I suspect that Jasmine Wu may have faked her death. Fake death? The crowd asked in unison. Although they all studied Shen Men spells, a skill like faking death was probably something they hadn't come into contact with yet. I nodded and said, no matter if it's a real death or a fake death, we'll just watch her corpse. If it's a real death, Dongling controls her corpse, and the class leader psionically channels her soul, so we'll have 2 more helpers, and if it's a fake death, I'd like to see what kind of trick she's playing.
Chapter 71, the more you think about it, the funnier it gets. Well, that's right, no matter what, we have to pass the final examination first. Zhang Weiwei said. Come on, together we'll carry the body to the basketball court. I said as I bent down, grabbed Jasmine Wu's arms, and together with everyone else, we moved the body to that indoor sports court. Before the squad leader said that there are 2 shadowy souls cleaning up the corpses and souls in the middle of the night, those 2 shadowy souls should be controlled by Jasmine Wu, but I don't know if there are other people controlling them. If there are and if Jasmine Wu is really dead, then those 2 shadowy souls will appear tonight. If they don't appear, then Jasmine Wu is very and most likely faking her death. I said. Zhang Weiwei shook her head and said, I don't think so. Wu Jasmine is still grasping the copper coin sword in her hand and has injuries on her body. She obviously died in a fight with someone else. Since it was a fight, the 2 yin souls that she controlled must have been dispersed during the fight, so those 2 yin souls definitely won't reappear. I looked at Zhang Weiwei and said with my mouth, well, the class president is right, but I still suggest guarding this place. Let's do it this way. I'm the only boy in the class. I'll guard this place tonight. Everyone is tired after going out for the whole day, so go back and rest first. I'll accompany you. I can't sleep if I go back alone. Yu Mengxian hurriedly said. I nodded, and Zhang Weiwei said, you're all tired as well, so let's do it this way. Before 3 o'clock you guys will guard it, and after 3 o'clock you Dongling and I will guard it, and if there's no special circumstances, we'll collect both Wu Jasmine's body and soul after dawn. Yu Dongling nodded, and Duan Shuyu said, then it's hard on you guys, I'm indeed a bit tired. Seeing Duan Shuyu say this, Knife Xianya didn't say that she wanted to contribute, but only nodded silently. After Zhang Weiwei's 4 people left, Yu Mengxian saw that I was still staring at Wu Jasmine's corpse and said, look at your colorful face, be careful, I'll tell Sister Xian. I gave Yu Mengxian a somewhat speechless look and then looked at the door, and said with my mouth, Sister Mengxian, who do you think killed Wu Jasmine? Yu Mengxian pinched a sword finger, pulled out Tian's soul from inside the bracelet, and said with her mouth, it should be that homeroom teacher. I shook my head with a smile and circled around Wu Jasmine's corpse for a while longer. Yu Mengxian was already continuing to chant incantations and swear blood to refine her guardianing spirit by now. I pinched my sword fingers with both hands and opened my yin and yang eyes, and saw that Tian's soul had solidified quite a bit more at this time, and in a couple of days, it was estimated that it would be able to reach the kind of strength of Wang Tao, who had been channeled out of Zhang Weiwei's spirit. It was not that Yu Mengxian was powerful, but the book that Yu Mengxian had learned was powerful, and that ghost harnessing should be a rare Xianmen spell that could be learned without the support of Taoism. My eyes fell on the body of Wu Jasmine, continued to study it. Due to the opening of the yin and yang eyes, the surface layer of this body, there is actually a layer of if not black gas. Jasmine Wu is actually not faking her death. I was shocked in my heart, only if there is a soul about to leave the body, can I see this black gas if there is any, and if the soul is about to leave the body, then it proves that Jasmine Wu is indeed dead. Who the hell is the person who killed Jasmine Wu? According to my understanding of the Ghost Hunters Union, it is impossible for the people from the Unreturned Division to kill Wu Jasmine. Logically, the only people who can kill Wu Jasmine are the people from the Hunting and Killing Division, but right now, the 4th class is under the control of the Unreturned Division, and according to the agreement, the homeroom teacher that belongs to the Hunting and Killing Division will not be able to arrive until after a couple of days, and this is supposed to be a kind of rule between the two of them, and this kind of rule, it will not be broken so easily. I reached out and broke Wu Jasmine's already stiff hand, picked up the copper coin sword in her hand. This copper coin sword above the copper coin is very old, seems to be rarely used, even the hilt is still with copper green, between each other is welding fusion together. In addition to each coin, there are a few red lines strung together. This red line is not to play the role of fixing, but with a certain amount of spiritual power. This is a good magic weapon. I muttered in my heart and put away this copper sword. Wu Jasmine was really dead, and it would take an estimated 2 more hours for her soul to come out, so I didn't waste any more time on her, but instead, I came to the front of my Dharma table and began to draw the talisman. 3 hours passed quickly. During this period also did not see the 2 wearing armor of the shadowy souls to come in. I was very puzzled in my heart, just came up to the top floor when I felt a gust of cloudy wind. That cloudy wind is definitely the shadowy souls to bring up, but the back can no longer feel it. Zhang Weiwei and Yu Dongling walked in on time. Both of them had already changed their clothes, and Zhang Weiwei said, "You two go and rest for a while, and leave the rest to me and Yu Dongling." I nodded, put down the brush, covered the inkstone, and led Yu Mengxian out of the indoor basketball court. Back in the dormitory, Yu Mengxian went into the restroom to take a shower, and I took advantage of this time to walk out of the dormitory and knocked on the door of the dormitory of the 3rd group. There was still Duan Shuyu left in the 3rd group, and after she opened the door, she looked at me suspiciously and asked, "Zhao Lianfan?" A chilly atmosphere once again came to my face. I laughed. My eyes looked towards the inside of the dormitory for a few moments, and then said, "I just came to see you. Are you afraid to sleep alone?" Duan Shuyu froze and suddenly said with a wan smile, "If I say I'm afraid, will you stay with me?" I quickly waved my hand and said, "I mean, if you're afraid, you can sleep in our dormitory. After all, there are 2 of us." "Yeah,
let's go. What I didn't expect was that Duan Shuyu directly agreed.
Blade Shanyat is also alone, should we call her alone?
Walking to the entrance of the second group's dormitory, Duan Shuyu opened her mouth and asked. I nodded and said, why don't you go in first and I'll go get her. Nice Shenya at this time is also not completely asleep. The door knocked and opened. Received my invitation, but she directly refused, saying that she is not afraid to be by herself. Back in her own dormitory, Duan Shuyu had already found a bed by herself and started laying the quilt. She said as she laid the quilt, your dormitory is much warmer.
Is it cold in your dorm? Air conditioning on low? I asked.
Shuyu Duan shook her head and said, it's never air conditioned, it's just cold. Shuyu, why are you here? Yu Mengxian walked out from inside the restroom, still wrapped in a bath towel. At least put on your pajamas before you come out, I said, somewhat breathlessly, as I loaded my head. Yu Mengxian walked back to the restroom again and said with her mouth full, I heard someone talking and thought something had happened.
Soon, Yu Mengxian changed into her pajamas, and only then did Duan Shuyu explain, Zhao Lianfan invited me to come over and sleep here. I'm scared to sleep alone in the dormitory. Mengxian, do you mind?
Yu Mengxian shook her head and said, don't mind, if it was myself in the dormitory, I would also have trouble sleeping, but I didn't expect some people to be so kind. Hopefully this kind person doesn't have any crooked thoughts to be good, or else I will definitely tell his wife. I scratched my head awkwardly and said, Sister Mengxian, don't point and curse, hurry up and go to sleep. Finished, I walked into the bathroom, full of Duan Shuyu their dormitory to see the scene. My memory is very good, as long as you look at a glance, as if a picture was taken printed in my mind, carefully recalled. The more I think about it in my heart, the more I think it is fishy. After I finished my shower, Yu Mengxian and Duan Shuyu had already gone to sleep, and even made faint snoring noises, so I shook my head off, casting away those thoughts that were like a mess, and after my hair dried a little bit, I also lay down on the bed and entered dreamland.
Chapter 72 Yin and Yang Reunited.
Early the next morning, Wu Jasmine's body and soul were unsurprisingly collected by Zhang Weiwei and Yu Dongling. Wu Jasmine's body stood behind Yu Dongling, together with Dai Chan, who was controlled by Yu Dongling before. She now had 2 corpses to control, and she said that if she gave her a few more days, she would be able to refine these 2 corpses into zombies that would listen to her command.
Zhang Weiwei did the same, and in addition to Wang Tao's soul, there was an additional soul of Jasmine Wu.
We've been getting stronger as a whole, but I always feel weird inside. In the next few days, all of them were seriously studying the Shin Men spells. I didn't bring my own copy of Zhuge's secret method over. Here, this remnant of the talisman method I've already learned almost as much as I can, and the corpse fixing talisman that I've drawn the most has reached the level of the 2nd level, and as for the Yin avoidance talisman, the spirit power has likewise been raised by quite a bit. So, instead of continuing to study drawing talismans, I learned martial arts from Duan Shuyu. Duan Shuyu originally had a grandfather who was a hidden secular master of the Shaolin Temple, although there is no systematic inheritance. But with the secret martial arts books here, her stance is not bad. Compared to Zhou Peng and Zhuge Wu it is almost, but it is much stronger than me. Everyone methodically raised their strength, and 4 days passed in a flash, and tomorrow, it was the day of the ultimate examination. Now in class 4, without a counselor or instructions from the projector inside the classroom, all we can do is wait, be fully prepared, and wait for that classroom teacher who will test us to arrive. After breakfast, we once again went to the sports ground. This time, instead of continuing to study the arcane spells as usual, we sat around and started discussing countermeasures. Zhang Weiwei tried her best to create an atmosphere of we are bound to win, which relaxed everyone's nervousness. In fact, the 6 of us each have our own specialties, and if we work well together, we really have the capital to say that we will win, even though we still don't know anything about our opponents at the moment. And so we spent the whole day, thinking that all the preparations we should have made were well done. At 12 o'clock midnight, none of us left the sports ground. At the same time, we all received the same text message. The content of the text message is only a short line. The ultimate examination officially began. Class teacher has arrived at the examination room. It was too late for us to work out why the cell phone suddenly had a signal, and everyone looked at Zhang Weiwei. Zhang Weiwei can psychic. She controlled Wang Tao's soul has long been hidden in the vicinity of the doorband. Psychic inside there has always been the most basic method, that is, psychic eye, that is to say, Wang Tao's soul's field of vision, she can share. She has been closing her eyes and sensing the field of vision of Wang Tao, that is, she wants to know when the class teacher will come in.
Coming in? I asked suspiciously.
Zhang Weiwei shook her head with her eyes closed and said with her mouth, no one has come in, not even ghosts, and the gate is still closed now.
The examination center, where does that mean?
Duan Shuyu asked with a frown as she grabbed a short sword in her hand. I spoke, where we are, should be the examination center. The class monitor is from the hunting and killing division. If he wants to kill us, he will definitely come to us on his own initiative. Class monitor, go to other places to take a look. Zhang Weiwei nodded and slammed his left hand on the ground, and Wu Jasmine's soul solidified out and floated out without stopping.
The big restroom doesn't have one. Not in the group 3 dorms. There are no dormitories for group 2. A group of dormitories didn't. The classroom doesn't. The secret room. Zhang Weiwei suddenly let out a painful ah after saying the words secret room, immediately covering her eyes with both hands, and curling up on the ground, looking in agonizing pain. Wang Tao's soul returned to her in an instant. What's going on?
Everyone was tense. I knew in my heart that if the ghost she used to convert her vision were suddenly dispersed, she would suffer a backlash, which was not fatal but painful, and it would take at least a quarter of an hour for her eyes to return to normal.
See what? I asked nervously.
Zhang Weiwei said while covering her eyes, there's a masked man in black in the secret room, as well as zombies and shadowy spirits, numbering 10 or more.
The masked black man? How is Jasmine Wu? I continued to ask.
Zhang Weiwei said, the soul flies away, wait for me to recover for a quarter of an hour, everyone guard the entrance first. As soon as Zhang Weiwei finished speaking, Yu Dongling waved the token flag and token in his hand and recited words with his mouth, and the corpses of Wu Jasmine and Dai Chan directly stood up and protected the doorway. The Tian under Yu Mengshuan's control protected in front of us, and Duan Shuyu also took an arrow step to block in front of us, as if those in spirits and zombies that Zhang Weiwei said were about to rush over. I also pinched my sword fingers and opened my yin and yang eyes, and said with my mouth, I'll go out to take a look and try to lure them over. Be careful. The crowd said 3 words and didn't stop me. This was something we had discussed beforehand, or Zhang Weiwei suggested it. I would draw the fire. The top floor was just too big, we had limited resources, the examination room had to be placed here to be able to do it. The rest of the place, we didn't have much certainty. Squeezing my way through the 2 zombies, I looked down the hallway, which was still empty. I have a corpse-fixing talisman in my left hand and a ghost-fighting talisman in my right hand, and I quickly walked towards the secret room next to the classroom. I can see the ghosts. As for the zombies, anyone can see them, and I'm not afraid of their sneak attack. Before I arrived at the entrance of the chamber, a gust of cloudy wind blew outside, and the yin-avoiding talisman on my body emitted a burst of scorching heat.
It is really not easy in here.
I slowed down and stuck my head sideways to the doorway. After seeing the scene inside, I frowned. There were indeed shadowy souls as well as zombies in here, but all of these people, I recognized. The students who jumped to their deaths, the ones who had their palms sliced off, the ones whose heads flew off, Wazi, the 2 who came with Wang Tao, and even the body and soul of Zhang Weiwei's boyfriend, Shin Fengyao, were all here. I looked carefully and realized that all the people who had appeared in the first place, except for Wang Tao's and Tian's souls and Dai Chan's corpse, were all inside this secret room. These corpses had all been refined into zombies, and they were still at the green stiff level, and the souls of the spirits were all incomparably solid, and their strength was not in the least bit worse than that of the spirits that Zhang Weiwei had channeled out. However, I clearly remembered that night that those 2 shady souls in armor dispersed several souls. How did this soul appear here again? It is hard not to believe that the action of those 2 shady souls in armor in the first place was not dispersing the shady souls.
No, Zhang Weiwei said there's another masked black man in here. Why didn't I see him? Oops. Tweak the tiger.
I fiercely pulled out a few stickers and corpse-fixing talismans and slapped them on top of the door, and quickly ran to the back door and similarly put on a few talismans, before fiercely running towards the indoor basketball court. In my opinion, my guesses these days seem to have been corroborated, and there is definitely something wrong with Zhang Weiwei, or perhaps, she's the hidden homeroom teacher, the person from the Ghost Hunter Alliance's hunting and killing division. Hidden in class 4 long ago. Zhang Weiwei was strange from the start. Firstly, she was the first one to want to expose her strength, and if it wasn't for me going to help Yu Mengxian catch the new soul that night, she couldn't even expose it. From the first day of enrollment, she showed too much contrast. Thanks to my oldest sister Inkbrush Sweetheart for her Hongmeng Universe reward, 10 chapters plus more to be made up in installments.
Chapter 73, The Masked Man in Black.
Secondly, before the open day, Jasmine would talk to us about everyone's background, only Zhang Weiwei's background wasn't brought up, and when this happens, either Zhang Weiwei doesn't have much of a background or Jasmine Wu doesn't know about Zhang Weiwei's background either. But if Zhang Weiwei doesn't have much of a background, she's a girl, and it's impossible for her to have survived until now. Thirdly, I've asked around. On the day of the open day, Duan Shuru and Zhang Weiwei were the last to leave, and when Duan Shuru left, Zhang Weiwei hadn't left yet, so it's very likely that she took out Wu Jasmine on the day of the open day. Fourth, the day I came back from the open day, I felt a gust of wind, but I found nothing behind me. Of the 6 of us, other than Yu Mengxian, who was refining ghosts, only Zhang Weiwei's psychic skills could create this kind of movement. Fourth, but also the most critical point, Wu Jasmine's hands of the coin sword. There is a very easy to fall off the green patina on the top. After I went to invite Duan Shuanyu to sleep in our dormitory, I was deliberately to look at Zhang Weiwei's clothes, which is indeed stained with patina. When we lifted the body of Wu Jasmine, Zhang Weiwei did not touch the coin sword at all. And now he's saying there's a black-clad masked man here, which there isn't, and all these souls and corpses, all of them from the class back in the day, there's no reason why she wouldn't recognize them, when all she said was that there were poltergeists and zombies. Perhaps she suggested that I come out to attract the attention of the homeroom teacher, most likely knowing that I was suspicious of her. Soon, I ran to the door of the 3rd group of dormitories. Before I had time to cross over, suddenly leapt out from inside a black shadow blocked in front of me. This black shadow came out with a cloudy wind. I subconsciously pinched up a ghost-beating talisman, and in the same trend, I slapped it up towards the black shadow. Splat sound, the ghost-beating talisman just slapped on the body of the black shadow, but the black shadow was not affected by the ghost-beating talisman in the slightest, but instead was extremely agile and kicked out, hitting me squarely in the abdomen. Boom! The The force of this kick is really strong and thieves fast, kicking me back several meters. This one is definitely not a yin spirit, but a human being, because I saw the ghost-beating talisman I shot out floating down. The ghost-beating talisman is spiritually energized inside. If it's a soul, the spirit energy will be activated, and even if I don't use anything sticky, it's still possible to stick tightly to the yin spirit.
A black masked man? I was shocked. What was going on? Had I made an error in judgment? Was there really a class teacher parachuted in? Did I misunderstand Zhang Weiwei? The man in black was indeed masked, only a pair of eyes were leaked out, just like the man in black dressed up inside a martial arts movie. After he kicked me, he casually punched out a few hand decree, and ran towards the sports ground. At the same time, a heavy crash came from the classroom door behind me. It was deafening. I couldn't think about it. I quickly got up and chased after him. I shouted out of my mouth, "The homeroom teacher is coming. Everyone be careful." Between cold smiles, the man in black had already arrived at the entrance of the stadium, backhandedly drew out a wooden sword carried on his back, and directly rushed in, and in the next second, Tian's soul was thrown out, dissipating into the air. My heart sank. The strength of this homeroom teacher was far beyond our estimation. The guardian spirit that Jumeng Xian had gone to great lengths to refine was thus seconded by a single move. Fortunes do not come without misfortunes. Boom boom.
Two sounds, the front and back doors of the classroom were slammed open almost simultaneously, and more than a dozen zombies and shadowy souls scrambled to squeeze out. I quickly rushed to enter the indoor gym and slammed the door shut, mouthing, "East Spirit, control them to guard the door." Behind this door, a lot of more than a dozen stickers. This sticker is called Door God Charm. I specifically painted to seal the door, pasted this kind of sticker: door, do not reject zombies, reject ghosts. As for the zombies, at present there is no can be pasted on the door so that they cannot come into the charm, but the good thing is that the door is not big. There are two zombies blocked you dongling. For a moment outside the zombies cannot be pushed. This is not you dongling zombie strength to be a little stronger, but the entrance to the place of the narrow, the outside of the zombies 10 or so strength to make not a piece.
"Oh, homeroom teacher, you finally showed up," Zhang Weiwei said in a cold voice.
At this time, the man in black had already stood in the middle of the basketball court. Duan Shuyu stood in front of him, the short sword in her hand gripped tightly. Yu Mengxian stood right next to Zhang Weiwei, and Wang Tao's soul blocked in front of them. Knife Xianya even quickly ran to the door, hands propped up the door. The incantation in his mouth is half a word without stopping, assisting that you dongling's two zombies to block the outside zombies and in souls. I walked quickly to Duan Shuyu's side and casually picked up a large sword, saying with my mouth, "I'll attack, you cover."
"Ha, a bunch of kids."
A hoarse voice that could not distinguish the words came out from the black-clothed man's mouth, a voice that seemed to come from hell and made people uncomfortable to listen to. The man in black even gave a disdainful sneer after he finished speaking, and rushed directly towards me, still holding that wooden sword in his hand. I have a big knife in my hand. Without fear to meet up, the big knife raised, directly toward him to split down. The man in black dodged a dodge, the big knife split a blank, a sword swept over toward my head. I panicked and retracted my large sword to block my side, but I didn't know that the man in black suddenly closed his hand and flew up and kicked me in the chest, so fast that I couldn't react at all. I jerked back a few steps, and I felt two flying daggers beside my ears slice through the air and fly directly sideways toward the man in black. The black-clothed man's figure that wanted to come after him lurched, and with a sudden leap of his feet, he spun around in the air, dodging Duan Shuyu's two flying daggers. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Again at the same time 5 flying daggers flew out from the top of my head. The man in black who hadn't yet landed in the air still sneered out of habit. In front of him, a headless shadowy soul suddenly appeared, and all of Duan Shuyu's 5 flying daggers nailed onto the headless shadowy soul's soul body. Afterwards, the soul body fell down, and all 5 flying daggers fell to the ground, and the man in black also fell down at the same time, and he glanced at Duan Shuyu, and said with his mouth, "You're not bad at all." I grabbed out a ghost-beating talisman and violently took a few steps across. The large knife swept directly towards the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man flickered. I immediately stopped my movement, and the ghost-beating talisman violently slapped the headless shadowy spirit beside the black-clothed man. Zzz, a white smoke came out from the headless shadowy soul, and the soul body trembled violently as it slowly dissipated into the air.
A master-level ghost-fighting talisman?
I didn't expect you to be a talisman master. Not only do you have a level 2 corpse-fixing talisman, you also have a master-grade ghost-fighting talisman. The man in black didn't rush to make a move, but instead said with interest,
"Boom boom boom."
The sound of crashing zombies hitting the door continued to come from outside the door, densely packed. It sounded like the door was a bit precarious, but looking at Knife Shinya's expression, it was still quite easy. Her incantation was not only effective in dealing with the Yin souls, but even against the zombies, it also had a certain effect.
Ryan Fan, together.
Duan Shuyu's tone was cold as she rushed over with an arrow step, the short sword in her hand juggling several beautiful sword blossoms. Thanks to my younger brother His Majesty Dr. Z for the Heavenly Dao Fragment reward, 4 shifts today, the next one at 8 o'clock, and the next one at 10 o'clock or so. Chapter 74, The Great Battle with the Man in Black. I quickly made a position, a left and a right, formed a pincer attack on the man in black. the previous few days had been practicing against Duan Shuyu. There was already a small tacit understanding between each other, 2 against 1, immediately easier. The man in black is still coping freely, but there is no longer an overwhelming advantage. The wooden sword in his hand does not know what material is made of, or after what special process has been refined, hard as iron, and our hands of the big knife and short sword against the cut, actually even the gap does not stay down. Both sides you and I entangled for nearly 3 minutes of time, relatively speaking, or the black-clothed man had the upper hand, and you dangling in the doorway also said with his mouth, "Can't top it anymore." The man in black didn't seem to want to kill us. In these 3 minutes, he suddenly reduced his force several times when he was able to win, and when he heard that he couldn't hold it any longer, his movements then sped up, and between the flashes of his body, he grabbed one of Duan Shuru's oversights, and with a single punch, he blasted Duan Shuru back a few meters. Duan Shuyu opened her mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blood. She didn't make any stops and rushed over again with her short sword. I withdrew a few steps, and suddenly touched out a talisman from inside my coat pocket. These 2 talismans were specially prepared by me for this class teacher. This talisman is called Corpse Attracting Talisman. If it is pasted on his body, and then those zombies are pasted with the relative Corpse Control Talisman, then those zombies would attack him regardless. Even if those zombies were originally controlled by him. Duan Shuyu's valor was unparalleled, the woman was unmatched, and once again barreled head-on into the man in black. I sidestepped to the back of the man in black while waving, and began to look for it. A dozen or so false moves in a row. The last slap was unusually subtle and put the corpse-attracting talisman on the back of the man in black. Boom sound, Duan Shuyu was once again kicked off. The direction was exactly the weapon rack. If she couldn't control her figure, she would most likely be pierced by the several long swords erected behind her. Watch out! I was in a hurry, my entire body almost crossed into a straight line, and I kicked towards the black-clothed man's head with a flying kick. Without dodging, the man in black slammed his fist towards the small of my back, and before my foot could touch his head, I flew out like a kite with broken strings. I anxiously looked at Duan Shuyu. Duan Shuyu was blocked by Tian Sol at this time, and nothing happened. I turned my head to look at Yu Mengxian, and only then did I understand that when I saw Tian Sol dissipate in the air before it wasn't dispersed, but it was recruited back by Yu Mengxian. A child is a child after all. The man in black walked quickly to my side, raised the wooden sword in his hand and stabbed it towards my heart. I was shocked, and before I could despair, I suddenly watched as the man in black flew out, and in the position beside the man in black stood the corpse of Jasmine Wu. I turned my head to look at Yu Dongling, and she mouthed, okay, Renfan, I opened the door? There was no need for Yu Dongling to say that with one less zombie blocking the door, even with Dagger Xinya's incantation powering it up, that door would soon be rushed open. Body control. I yelled as I scrambled to my feet. Almost everyone moved and ran towards the door, while the 2 zombies controlled by Yu Dongling quickly rushed towards the man in black. What a trouble! The man in black dodged his figure a few times and suddenly slapped his hands violently on the ground. On his left and right sides, 2 Armordine spirits suddenly appeared. This Yin spirit was dressed up the same as the 2 Armordine spirits I saw inside the classroom before that were controlled by Jasmine Wu, but not the same in looks. As soon as those 2 Armordine spirits came out, they hugged the 2 zombies controlled by Yu Dongling, while the man in black himself ran directly towards the direction of Yu Mengxian and Zhang Weiwei. The hand decree in Yu Mengxian's hand kept changing, instantly recalling Tian Sol to her side. Zhang Weiwei raised her hand and pushed it forward, and Wang Tao's soul, who was standing in front of her, rushed towards the man in black. The man in black grabbed out a red talisman paper at this time and threw it in front of him. The wooden sword pierced through the talisman paper at a very fast speed and stabbed towards Wang Tao's soul. Roar! 10 or so zombies all rushed in. Yu Dongling retreated to the side and started to protect himself with incantations. Duan Shuyu and I flew from to the doorway, and its zombie-controlling talisman struck those zombies. Those zombies suddenly changed their target, and all of them surrounded towards the black-clothed man. Zombie Control Talisman is our killer. This indoor sports hall everywhere inside the Yin Avoidance Talisman, we have the same on our bodies, those Yin souls, we can basically ignore. Control these zombies is the fundamental victory. The man in black, technically, kind of fell for our ploy. Wang Tao's soul was pierced by the man in black's sword, and immediately dissipated into the air. Zhang Weiwei quickly ran over and said, "You guys cooperate with those zombies to deal with the man in black together, and I'll psychicize all the Yin souls." Duan Shuanyu and I quickly took control of all the zombies, and those zombies no longer posed any threat to us, and pounced towards the man in black. The man in black's eyes froze, even with his face covered, I could see him frowning, as if he couldn't figure out why these zombies would turn against him and attack him. Duan Shuanyu and I rushed over at the same time, with those zombies surrounded him in the middle, but this did not give us an absolute advantage, because the wooden sword in the hands of this man in black was just too horrible. Every time he slashed, he was able to make those zombies break their arms, legs or even their heads. In less than half a minute's work, there were 4 zombies whose legs had been chopped off, and could only crawl on the ground, and there were 2 zombies' arms that were also cut off. Chopped off, the fighting power was immediately reduced by a small half. The one I've seen so far that's more powerful than this wooden sword is the Undying Bone Sword in White Feather's hand. 5 minutes later, we realized that the situation was not as good as we had imagined. The man in black was like a robot frantically harvesting those zombies, and by now there was only 1 zombie left. As the zombies surrounded him, Duan Shuyu and I actually couldn't intervene, and thankfully, the man in black was already a bit tired after such a fierce battle, and his movements were much slower. Chance! Duan Shuyu suddenly said, carrying her short sword and rushing towards the man in black. While I was not lagging behind at this time, the two of us went one after the other, once again pestering the man in black. The movements of the man in black were obviously much slower than before, but a few moments later, at his side, once again appeared a shadowy spirit wearing armor and holding a short sword, and as soon as this shadowy spirit appeared, the situation of Duan Shuyu and I once again became difficult. This armored spirit was the one that trapped Daikan's corpse, and after he let go of Daikan, Yudongling controlled Daikan to violently charge towards the man in black. The combat power of this armored spirit was not something that could be completely blocked by the avoidance talisman, although we were protected by the avoidance talisman, and the short blade in his hand could not leave a wound on us, it was able to block any one of us. After a few entanglements, Duan Shuyu and I had to withdraw from the battle circle once again, with more than a dozen bloodstains on our bodies, all of which were made by the man in black. The man in black also once again sliced Daikan's corpse into several pieces. His body was similarly covered in wounds, and he didn't continue to pursue, he just stood in place and panted heavily. His physical strength seemed to have reached a limit. Zhang Weiwei suddenly ran over and said sternly, "I'll come to help you." She mouthed the words and suddenly bent down, slammed her hands on the ground and shouted, "Great psychic art." 10 or so shadowy souls appeared beside her out of thin air, with empty eyes, all staring at the man in black. "Hee, I seem to have lost." The man in black squared his shoulders and said slowly, his tone not flustered at all, and even a bit of mockery. Extra 8 o'clock, for our brother Dr. ZS Heavenly Tao Fragment Reward. Chapter 75, Laughing at Dogs Biting Dogs. I see that you don't seem to feel like you're going to lose. Zhang Weiwei looked at the man in black coldly, without the slightest bit of relief on her face. She seemed to be a bit overwhelmed by the fact that she had channeled so many souls at once. The man in black laughed and said, "As I said, children, after all, are children." After the man in black finished speaking, he grabbed out a black pill and directly swallowed it. This pill didn't know what it was just like a stimulant. After he swallowed it, his breath instantly became incomparably calm, and his previous fatigue was swept away. The two armored spirits instantly returned to his side, protecting him to the left and right, and the corpse of Wu Jasmine controlled by Yudongling no longer rushed up, because she knew very well that as long as she rushed up, Wu Jasmine's corpse would be torn into pieces just like Dai Chan. "Since you like the limelight so much, I'll get you killed first." The black-robed man's tone was cold, his voice still hoarse to a kind of limit, and the two armored spirits directly lunged towards Duan Shuru and I, instantly entangling the two of us to death, while he himself, step by step, walked towards Zhang Weiwei. 10 or so souls protected Zhang Weiwei's side. The man in black didn't have the slightest fear, perhaps in his eyes, the zombies might have to take some more maneuvering, but this temporary psychic out of the souls didn't have any effect on him at all. As expected, the black-clothed man walked towards Zhang Weiwei, while those spirits seemed to have no reaction. Zhang Weiwei's eyes turned cold, a dagger appeared in her hand, she directly cut her palm, bent down once again and slapped the ground. This time, all of those shadowy souls moved, scrambling towards the man in black. With another customary sneer, the man in black also suddenly bent down, his mouth similarly shouting, "Great psychic technique." As soon as this black-robed man finished shouting, everyone was instantly startled, as the 10 or so spirits, who had stopped halfway through their charge, turned to look at Zhang Weiwei. Not only that, the soul bodies of these souls were even more solid, and their strength was even higher than before. "Hee, that great psychic art of yours, it's just a joke. I'd like to see how long you're going to hide." The man in black said nonchalantly, the wooden sword in his hand pointed across the sky, and the 10 or so spirits recoiled at Zhang Weiwei without hesitation. Zhang Weiwei took a few steps back. She had the avoidance talisman I drew on her, but these spirits are not simple. If she relied on my avoidance talisman alone, Zhang Weiwei would undoubtedly be dead. The man in black said that Zhang Weiwei had to hide until when, which made me even more puzzled in my heart. Could it be that this Zhang Weiwei had also hidden her strength? Zhang Weiwei took a few steps back and suddenly grabbed a white bead and smashed it on the ground. The bead was like a smoke bomb. It exploded after it landed on the ground, and immediately, the white smoke enveloped Zhang Weiwei and the 10 or so spirits. The armored spirit that was haunting me pressed on, and I no longer had the ability to pay attention to Zhang Weiwei's situation. "Renfan, let me help you." Yu Munchuan's voice came over, and I felt a coldness behind me as Tian's spirit crossed over me and directly lunged towards that armored spirit. With Yu Munchuan's help, the pressure was immediately reduced, and with Tian's soul, I became evenly matched with the armored shadowy spirit once again, and I once again began to pay attention to Zhang Weiwei's movements. Only to see the mist, the black-robed man controlled those souls one by one was thrown out, and the mist also dispersed. In the mist dispersed at the same time, I saw two black shadows, these two black shadows wearing armor. Take a closer look, it is not exactly what I saw in the classroom inside the two armored souls This Weiwei can actually control these two armored souls. The only explanation is, my guess was not wrong, she really is from the hunting and killing branch. She killed Wu Jasmine and then controlled those two armored souls of Wu Jasmine. If Zhang Weiwei is from the hunting and killing division, then who is this man in black? This man in black, it seems that from the beginning to the end, he didn't have the intention to kill us. If he wanted to kill, he had many chances to do so, and when Duan Shuyu and I teamed up to surround him, he left his hand open several times. Also, this man in black must have known Zhang Weiwei's identity, and Zhang Weiwei also knew the identity of this man in black, because when the man in black appeared, Zhang Weiwei had said, "You finally showed up." After thinking clearly about these things, I no longer had the heart to tangle with that armored spirit, and directly retreated a few steps to Yu Mingxuan's side, and said with my mouth, "Mengxian, take back your guardian spirit."
Why? Renfan, it seems like we're going to win again.
Yu Mengxian saw that Zhang Weiwei was fine, and her mouth still held hope. Although she couldn't see the two armored souls that Zhang Weiwei had summoned, she could see those 10 or so souls that had been controlled by the black-robed man with the great psychic technique, which had been thrown out. I laughed coldly and said loudly, "Because Zhang Weiwei is the one who hunts the division, we'll just laugh and watch the dog bite the dog." Hearing me say that, Duan Shuyu also stopped fighting and quickly walked and ran over, and the armored spirit he was fighting with didn't chase after him, but instead protected the left and right side of the man in black, just like the other armored spirit. Yu Dongling and Jiang Xianya also stopped, although they were half suspicious of my words, but Zhang Weiwei's strength shown at this time has already exceeded our cognition. No one would think that in just more than half a month's time, Zhang Weiwei could have the strength to fight against the black-clothed man alone.
Zhao Renfan, what are you babbling about?
At this time, the mist had dispersed, and Zhang Weiwei's figure appeared in front of the crowd, and she looked at me with a face full of surprise. I said lightly, "Zhang Weiwei, don't pretend, the two armored souls beside you, I've seen them in the classroom on the first day of enrollment, and also, how long have you only been learning the art of channeling, and you're able to channel 10 or so souls at a time? These souls, I'm afraid they have long been under your control, right? Even those zombies, they are also controlled by you, right?" I said this as a still, Zhang Weiwei can kill Wu Jasmine, enough to prove that her strength is stronger than Wu Jasmine, and lost the bodies of those students of this black man certainly cannot touch. The only possibility is that this Zhang Weiwei and the ghost, because she has been at the scene. And according to what Jasmine was said before, the class teacher came back early, and this man in black wasn't even here when those classmates died, so how could he use those dead classmates against us? Zhang Weiwei's brows furrowed as she looked at me and asked incredulously, "What is the armored spirit you are talking about? Why can't I understand it? Still pretending here? Aren't you already guarding your left and right now? Not controlled by you, do you have that ability to repel all those 10 or so spirits? Didn't you drop a smoke pill because you didn't want us to find out that you controlled those two armored spirits of Wu Jasmine? Unfortunately, you forgot that I was born with yin and yang eyes." I sneered. "Zhao Lianfan, you must believe me, I'm really not from any hunting branch, this is a conspiracy, it's definitely a conspiracy." Zhang Weiwei said anxiously, the expression on her face couldn't be seen as any pretense. I laughed coldly in my heart, if she went into acting, Oscars of all kinds could be won by her. As soon as Zhang Weiwei finished speaking, the two armored spirits beside her suddenly lunged toward the black-clothed man. The man in black laughed and mouthed, "Unconscionable, when I joined the hunting and killing division, there was no you yet."
Hunt the division? I was once again shocked in my mind, this man in black is also from the hunting and killing division? What is going on here? The hunt division is imploding?
Fourth update, this is the end of today's update. Good night friends. Thanks to WX090318471835 of the Godframe support. Chapter 76, Proof of Innocence by Death.
Two people from the hunt branch? Duan Shuyu said faintly. What the hell is going on here? Yu Dongling asked suspiciously. Everyone was looking at me, and I was a mess inside my head at the moment, unable to figure out what was going on. The four armored spirits had already fiercely mixed together. The armored spirits were of the same level, with equal strength and evenly matched, while the black-clothed man controlling them and Zhang Weiwei were looking at each other with four eyes, and there was no movement on their bodies. Seeing this situation, I was even more certain that Zhang Weiwei's strength was extraordinary. If Zhang Weiwei was as she appeared to be, it would be easy for this man in black to kill her, but now he didn't do it. Isn't it true that this man in black and Zhang Weiwei both have to be killed for us to pass the ultimate test? Duan Shuyu walked to my side and asked in a low voice. I shook my head slightly, and said with my mouth, I don't think so. If Zhang Weiwei is that class teacher, then if she dies, we'll be considered to have passed the ultimate examination. Shuyu, didn't you notice that the man in black didn't have any intention of trying to kill us? How? Yu Dongling picked up. Before you fell to the ground, his wooden sword could have stabbed you straight in the heart. If I hadn't saved you with Jasmine Wu's corpse, you would have died by now. I looked at Yu Dongling and said, do you think that with the strength of that man in black, he would be sneak attacked by Jasmine Wu? This sentence Yu Dongling asked dumb. In fact, think carefully as also, behind the 10 or so zombies were all killed by the man in black, the district of Wu Jasmine but was able to sneak attack to him? It wouldn't have made sense. So, we just need to kill Zhang Weiwei? Blade Shinya asked. Let's watch it first, we can't intervene now, at least wait until these four strong armored spirits dissipate, we are always ready to fight. I whispered,
watching those four armoredine spirits fight more and more bravely. This kind of armoredine spirits have no subjective consciousness, they are souls, they can hurt their opponents, absolutely will not be afraid of their own injuries, so it was just less than 3 minutes of time, the four armoredine spirits in this kind of suicidal fight, they have been turned into nothingness, dissipated in the air.
What? You're not going to do anything? The man in black looked at Zhang Weiwei and said coldly.
Zhang Weiwei, however, turned her eyes toward us, as if asking for help, with a hint of desperation in her eyes, but not without eloquence.
Do you guys really believe Zhao Runfan's words? Zhang Weiwei asked towards the others.
No one said a word, the situation was now obvious, all the suspicions pointed to Zhang Weiwei, but when I looked at her eyes and expression, why did I have a feeling of intolerance?
Alright, since you guys don't believe me, I'll prove it to you.
Zhang Weiwei's face was ashen, as if she had despaired of the world, and she recklessly rushed towards the man in black. The man in black stood still and didn't move, only pointing the wooden sword in his hand forward.
Zhang Weiwei must still have a backhand.
I prayed in my heart that if Zhang Weiwei died just like that, it would prove that all my speculations were wrong, and that I would be the sinner, and Zhang Weiwei was killed by me.
Put. The black-clothed man's wooden sword directly pierced through Zhang Weiwei's body, as if it was a logical thing to do. My body shook violently, my head boomed. Zhang Weiwei, was she really wrongly accused?
No, it can't be, too many holes, too much evidence pointing to her, but why did she kill herself? If she was a homeroom teacher, she shouldn't have died that way, where's her bottom line? The man in black also didn't seem to expect to kill Zhang Weiwei so easily, he directly drew out his wooden sword and wiped the blood on it with his sleeve. Zhang Weiwei collapsed helplessly on the ground, his expression was not in pain, there seemed to be a kind of relief. My heart was in turmoil, I didn't know how to deal with it. If Zhang Weiwei wasn't the class teacher, then I have to take a lot of responsibility for her death. Not only that, if this black-clothed man was the class teacher, then Zhang Weiwei's death would make us even more dangerous. The man in black had been polishing his wooden sword, not even looking back at us, and the atmosphere seemed awkward. Yu Mengxian and the others are starting to get nervous, not knowing what to do now. This man in black doesn't seem to have any more cards.
If we fight again, we won't necessarily lose.
Instead, I was thinking about what went wrong and why Zhang Weiwei chose to die to prove her innocence.
Kill this man in black. Duan Shuyu let out a cold voice, interrupting the silence in the room.
I was also pulled back to reality by this cold voice from this Shuyu. No matter what, this man in black is still our enemy now.
Hee, I'm afraid you guys don't have the ability to do this.
In fact, I'm only here to kill her. If you guys want to find death, I'll fulfill you. The man in black turned around, his wooden sword pointing at us.
Do it.
Duan Shuyu's short sword crossed and she was the first to rush over. I followed closely behind and rushed up, and the Wu Jasmine controlled by Yu Dongling and Tian Soul controlled by Yu Mengxian flanked over on the left and the right, aiming straight at the man in black. The man in black oohed and awed and sneered a few times, carrying a wooden sword and rushed towards us. The scene was once again chaotic, with swords and shadows constantly flashing.
Even if it was 4 against 1, the man in black was still able to cope with it, and after he killed Zhang Weiwei, he seemed to have shown a bit more strength. Originally, Duan Shuyu and I were able to barely pester him, but now with the addition of Jasmine Wu and Tian, the ghouls of the school, we were barely able to pester him. However, I vaguely noticed that Duan Shuyu also seemed to be getting more and more courageous as she fought, attacking at a much trickier angle and at a much faster speed than before. Hee, so it's you.
The man in black suddenly withdrew from the battle circle as he fought and looked at Duan Shuyu with a cold smile. Duan Shuyu froze, her mouth puzzled as she asked, "What do you mean by that?"
What do you mean? You'll know later.
After the man in black finished speaking, he directly pounced towards Duan Shuyu. This time, he seemed to have exerted 10% of his strength, and the peachwood sword in his hand was like a magic trick, which was played by him in an extraordinary way, and Duan Shuyu actually coped with it calmly.
What the hell is going on?
I stood frozen in place, not that I didn't want to go and help with the fight, but this kind of level of fight, it's already not something I can intervene in. Going up to Ken's would be a death sentence, and I found out that Duan Shuyu could actually cope with it freely, and her strength seemed to be completely no less than that of the black-clothed man.
Do I still need to explain?
Yi Shuyu, the man in black said while attacking. Duan Shuyu didn't go on the defensive anymore when the man in black called out the words Yi Shuyu. Instead, she started to attack sharply, and the two men who were originally evenly matched, the man in black immediately fell into a disadvantage.
What's going on?
Yu Mengxian asked in incomparable surprise as she walked to my side. I looked at Zhang Weiwei's corpse on the ground and said with my mouth, Zhang Weiwei was wrongly accused, she made a scapegoat for Yi Shuyu. That's right, all of it, I'm in control, but don't worry, I'm from the returnless branch, as long as I kill him, you'll all be considered to have passed the test, and all of you can join the returnless branch. Duan Shuyu said with a straight face, her tone was cold and indifferent, completely like she had changed into a different person.
Yi Shuyu, do you mean that the homeroom teacher who tried to kill us, or this man in black? Not Zhang Weiwei? I asked calmly. Thank you, Heart Scarer. Chapter 77. It's not certain who will die. Yi Shuyu didn't reply, instead, she accelerated her men's attacks, her attacks were even more rapid, and as she watched, the black-clothed man, who had been so powerful and coaxing from the start, was a bit unable to hold his ground. The man in black is going to fail.
Yu Mingxian whispered. I nodded. The current situation was complicated. What Duan Shuyu said wasn't necessarily true. If she was the one who was sent by the hunting and killing division to teach the class, she would turn her head against us after killing the man in black. Yi Shuyu's martial arts are really sharp. She was hiding too deeply before, even in the middle of the fight, she couldn't see it at all. And she said that all of this was manipulated by him, so that means that the zombies and shadowy souls that those dead classmates had turned into were also manipulated by her. In that case, if she wanted to kill us, it would be very easy. If Yi Shuyu is the homeroom teacher, then we're dead. Yu Dongling seemed to have figured out the meaning as well. I nodded and said, yes, now we can either assist the man in black to finish off Yi Shuyu or assist Yi Shuyu to finish off the man in black. Let's make a decision. But why do I feel that the man in black is the class teacher? Blade Shinya said immediately. It's like gambling, win the bet, live, lose the bet, die, let's vote and see who we take out. I whispered. Yu Mingxian said directly, I'll listen to you. While Life Shinya and Yu Dongling hesitated at this moment, they looked at the already dead Zhang Weiwei on the ground, and for a moment they didn't know what to do, because I had already made an error in judgment once before, and their trust in me instinctively declined. Life is in your own hands, you three vote, I listen to you. I naturally understand what they mean, this lord, I also dare not do, out of this kind of bureau within a bureau, I worry that there will still be people hiding among us, the reason why I said so, also want to see Yu Dongling and Knife Shinya's reaction. Suddenly I felt that I had entered a place full of schemes and intrigues. Duan Shuyu, who looked so positive, actually had such a heart. Here it seemed that everything could be seen on the surface. Who could guarantee that Yu Dongling and Knife Shinya were not the second Duan Shuyu? Kill the man in black, I trust Shuyu. Yu Dongling was the first to say. I looked at Yu Dongling, trying to find something in her eyes, but I couldn't see anything. Blade Shinya said similarly, I agree with Dongling. I nodded and said, good, if it's to kill the man in black, we don't have to do it because the man in black is dying. If we don't do anything, will it make Yi Shuyu angry? She said that she was from the returnless branch, will she make things difficult for us in the future? Yu Mingxian said with some worry. I smiled and didn't say anything as I looked at the retreating man in black, who by now had been seriously injured and his movements had become sluggish. Duan Shuyu grew more and more courageous as she mouthed, I'd like to see who you really are. Duan Shuyu, who had the absolute advantage, kicked the black-clothed man's chest, and with a sweep of the short sword in her hand, the piece of black cloth that the black-clothed man had covered his mouth with was removed. The true face of the man in black, thoroughly exposed in front of the crowd. The face of the man in black has several scars across the face. Some of these scars are not completely good. Dark-colored scabs of blood still remain on it. The face looks a little hideous. I looked at the man in black in shock, not because of the ugly scars on the man's face, but because he looked like someone, Zhuge Wu. I looked closely at the man in black's face, and the more I saw, the more it looked like him. The scars could be artificially created, but what was with his voice? Is he Zhuge Wu or not? But if he is Zhuge Wu, why does he refuse to show his true colors? What does he care? Renfan, he kind of looks like a person. Yu Mingxian seemed to have seen it at this point, but she was smart enough not to reveal Zhuge Wu's name and identity. I didn't respond, just stared at him without looking away, and suddenly called out, hey, ugly. I called out with this cry. The black-clothed man's body trembled for a moment. He turned his head to look at me. His eyes were so familiar. He was indeed that money-grubbing and lustful, sometimes decent, sometimes making me want to get him killed. Zhuge Wu, appearance and voice may be able to deceive people, but this eyes, it absolutely can't deceive people. But his eyes just flickered and moved away, extremely subtle, as if he was trying to tell me not to pick a fight between us. I knew in my heart that I had appeared inside her video before, and I was still a potential subject of investigation for the Ghost Hunters Union, so if our relationship was exposed, then the Ghost Hunters Union might know that the person who appeared inside the video was me. I've heard that a martial arts genius has come out of the no-return division. It should be you, right? I kind of underestimated you. Zhuge Wu jumped out of the battle ring, panting. Duan Shuyu smiled and said with her mouth, if I'm not mistaken, you should be someone from the hunting and killing branch, right? In terms of martial arts, I really overestimated you. But your hunting and killing division is really strange, sending in 2 class masters, that's against the rules, and what I can't figure out is why you want to kill someone from your own division. When Duan Shuyu said this, I knew that she still didn't know that Zhuge Wu was a traitor from the hunting and killing division, so the other one, the 2 people from the hunting and killing division that she mentioned, was undoubtedly Zhang Weiwei. So, Zhang Weiwei is also from the hunting and killing division? I exited and asked. Shuyu Duan looked back at me and said, that's right. So you lied to us about what you said before? I asked directly. Duan Shuyu laughed and said, you guessed it right, Zhang Weiwei was sent by the hunting and killing division, only that I didn't even know about it before and only saw it just now. Then why did she have to die to prove her innocence? I asked suspiciously. Duan Shuyu smiled and said, in the face of this man in black, she is not yet capable of surviving, and today's human ultimate test she can't kill everyone here, then her mission has failed, mission failure, he is equally dead, she might as well choose a more comfortable way, but I would like to thank this man in black for suddenly inserting a foot, or else we deal with Zhang Weiwei. It's still really a bit of a struggle. What's going on with Jasmine Wu's death? I continued to ask. Duan Shuyu sneered and said, Wu Jasmine should have been killed by Zhang Weiwei, but after Wu Jasmine announced her last message, she should have left this place, only I don't know why she didn't leave, but was killed by Zhang Weiwei instead. If you're so powerful, why didn't you kill Zhang Weiwei earlier? I didn't know that she was from the hunting and killing division. In fact, even if I knew, I couldn't make a move on her without reaching the day of the ultimate examination. I couldn't expose my identity either. A few of you are too important. We need you very much in the returning to nowhere division, all of which I had to hide inside the class just in case, and if it wasn't for Zhang Weiwei's death, I wouldn't have exposed myself just the same. Duan Shuyu said. Zhuge Wu suddenly picked up the conversation and said, actually lurking people inside the class, you Wuji branch are so bad with the rules. Aren't you afraid that I'll pass the news back to the entire Ghost Hunter Alliance? It's not like you're in the classroom teacher status, yet you came here, which in itself is a kind of behavior that breaks the rules, not to mention, I have no intention of letting you or leaving this place. Duan Shuyu said confidently. So you're not afraid that we'll talk about this later? I said directly. Duan Shuyu shook her head and said, if we can't even seal the mouths of those of you who are about to join the no-return branch, then there's no need for our no-return branch to exist. So if we join the no-return branch, it's just like entering a pyramid scheme. We'll be brainwashed without a bit of freedom, right? Yu Mengxian asked. Ridiculous, joining the no-return branch and still wanting to be free, you only have one belief in your hearts, and that is to grow the no-return branch. Duan Shuyu laughed out loud after she finished speaking, as if she had gone off the deep end. I spread my hands and said deliberately, then I choose not to join the no-return chapter. Then you'll have no choice but to die. Duan Shuyu said indifferently. It's not certain who will die. I suddenly folded my hands and mouthed an incantation. Chapter 78, All Things Are Uncertain. Changxi Wish Lord Talisman, Spirit Talisman Scattered Spirit, such as the way to get the Devil's Spirit, Poisonous Realm of Blood and Soul God Born in the Dala, Run to Everything, Talisman Law, Talisman Poison, Sishin, Scattered Work, Urgent as the Order. As soon as I recited this incantation, my throat heated up and I immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood, and at the same time, Duan Shuyu also spewed out a mouthful of blood, and her entire body immediately sat down on the ground. There's something wrong with the talisman you gave me. Yi Shuyu looked at me in surprise and asked incredulously. I said with a sneer, I have long suspected that the class teacher is Zhang Weiwei. You and Zhang Weiwei have lived in a dormitory for a long time. It is not necessarily without problems, to tell you the truth, except Yu Mengxian. Everyone who wears a talisman on their body, I have added the talisman poison method, spirit talisman into poison talisman. You did not think of it, right? Charms, to drive away evils and remove filth, can also use the spirit to transform poison, checking and trapping people. Of course, there are two necessary conditions. One, is that it must be worn on the body for more than 12 hours, and the second, it must be burned the inner blood of the caster, which is also commonly known as the backlash. Kid, really, I didn't expect that the talismanic poison that most Xian sect members haven't studied and understood was acquired by you. Zhuge Wu said with a smile. He didn't call me by my name, nor did he act like he knew me. After he finished speaking, the wooden sword in his hand directly stabbed into Duan Shuyu's abdomen. The remaining few people stared blankly at Zhuge Wu. Zhuge Wu struck a few hand incantations on both Zhang Weiwei and Yi Shuyu's bodies, pulling out both of their souls and dispersing them with a wooden sword before saying to us, my name is Zhuge Wu, I'm a great person. If you guys were made to go over there by the people from the Wuju branch, then you basically won't have any freedom in the future. The famous poet Pedro Santel said, life is precious, love is more expensive. If it's for freedom, both can be thrown away. Without freedom there's still living an egg. You guys can go now. Why are you helping us? Blade Shenya asked suspiciously. Zhuge Wu said, no reason, just because I look at the Ghost Hunter Alliance with displeasure. These pussies are chasing after me. Sooner or later I'll take them all out one by one. But our families are under a forbidden spell. We have no way out. Yu Dongling picked up the conversation. Zhuge Wu sighed and said, oh, what kind of bull forbidden spell? Lie to you kids, they just investigated your background. Don't think of the Ghost Hunter Alliance as so through and through. In fact, it's just like that. Besides, the people of the No Return Division are already dead. You guys don't count as escaping. You don't have any responsibility. The No Return Division won't do anything to you. Hurry up and go. A little later, I guess the No Return branch will send people again. Zhuge Wu walked towards the outside after saying that. Go? Yu Mengxian asked, looking at me. I nodded and said firmly, go. Knight Xianya and Yu Dongling were still hesitant, but when they saw us leave, they followed. As soon as I walked out the door, I saw that Zhuge Wu did not walk towards the access control side, but towards the end of the corridor here, the wall with horizontal striped wallpaper. I don't know how it happened. When he walked to the vicinity of this wall, the wall actually opened a door, which was extremely hidden. Under the cover of the wallpaper, it was actually completely unnoticeable. Zhuge Wu looked at the four of us as we followed, and said with his mouth, this way, you can't get out that way. How did you know there was a door here? I asked suspiciously as I walked. Heaven's opportunity cannot be revealed. You guys wanna go with me, can? Then throw away your cell phones. Right, do you still have the access card? If you still have it, throw it away as well. I don't want you guys to be tracked down and involve me when the time comes. Zhuge Wu said while walking in. We pulled out our cell phones and smashed them all on the floor, following Zhuge inside, where there was actually a staircase that led to the 6th floor. Sprinting all the way to the 1 yuan building below, the school building is parked right next to a raggedy little car. Zhuge pulled open the door and sat in the driver's seat, turning his head and asking, "Do you want a ride?" I nodded and followed suit and got into the car. There was no other means of transportation now, so I had to follow along. Yu Mengxian and the three of them didn't hesitate, but directly sat in the back seat of the car. After everyone was seated in the car, Zhuge started the car and drove towards the school entrance. It was now late at night, the school gate had long been closed. Zhuge flashed the security room twice with his high beams, and a security guard poked his head out to look at it, and then opened the school gate. Out of a middle school, Zhuge to the front and rear of the car windows are closed, and took out a seemingly very worn mask to wear up. Mouth said, "Here everywhere is monitoring, I can only take the mask. You do not open the window. By the way, where are you going?" "Dongling, Xianya, why don't I help you get 2 rooms in my hotel? When it's light tomorrow, I'll ask someone to give you some money for the journey, so you can go home again." Yu Mengxian said, knowing that the two of them didn't have any money and that their home was quite far away. Yu Dongling and Nai Xianya nodded their heads and said, "Okay, thank you Mengxian." "What hotel?" Zhuge asked knowingly. He was trying his best to hide the fact that we don't know each other. It should be done to Yu Dongling and the two of them. "Xian Meng Hotel." Yu Mengxian said. She also understood what Zhuge meant. "Alright, good man to the end." Zhuge casually replied, and with a push on the gas, the car rushed out at a faster speed. I had a lot of things I wanted to ask Zhuge, but it was inappropriate right now, so I could only mouth, "Lend me your phone for a bit, I'll give my family a peace report." No borrowing. Who knows if your family's phone has been bugged? Once it's bugged, my old man's cell phone number will be exposed. Zhuge said and turned on the air conditioner. A cold wind blew out. Yu Mengxian covered her nose in some disgust, and said with her mouth, "What's that smell? It's so bad. How many years has it been since you've used the air conditioning in this piece of car?" I said with contempt as well. Zhuge touched the mask, awkwardly smiled and did not say anything. Not a few seconds. I felt a little dizzy in the head, limb weakness. I turned my head hard to look at the back. Yu Mengxian trio has been spread to the seat, eyes closed tightly. There is something wrong with this air conditioner. I don't need to think. I've been punked by Zhuge again. I really want to give myself a few punches at this time. I've been punked by Zhuge so many times, and I still haven't remembered. "Zhuge, what exactly do you want to do?" I asked weakly. The world is impermanent originally thought that Zhuge was to rescue us from the sea of suffering, but I did not expect that, after so long, he is still this demeanor. Zhuge covered his mask with one hand and said while driving, "Renfan, I'm sorry, besides Yu Mengxian, the three of you are gifted, especially you are very suitable for learning Xiansec spells. Instead of letting you join the no-return branch, you should join our hunting branch." Zhuge tone was light, and I knew that no matter what I said, he wouldn't stop, so I paralyzed on the passenger side and said breathlessly, "Didn't you betray the hunting and killing branch already? Why are you still helping them?" "I have my hardships. I will send Yu Mengxian back, and I will also collect all the tails. Nothing will happen to Yu Mengxian. It's considered as a kind of repayment from me to Yuzhen. As for you, there's really nothing I can do," Zhuge said indifferently. I let out a cold smile and said with my mouth, "I'm your nephew, you talk to me about repaying Yuzhen, but you can't do anything about me." Zhuge was silent, not speaking again, no matter what I said. I also stopped talking. All I could think about was Zhao Xian. It's a good thing that I didn't call Zhao Xian just now. She knows that I'm going to be away for 3 years. It's just that after Yu Mengxian goes back, I don't know how she'll explain it to Zhao Xian. The car quickly arrived at the door of the Mengxian Hotel, and Zhuge parked the car, carrying Yu Mengxian into the hotel, said something to the hotel's security guards, and then put a letter into Yu Mengxian's pocket inside, which walked back. Today's update ends here, for more tomorrow, thanks to my old friend Ice rewarded Small World, Chapter 79 Life and Death on Stage. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about your snake demon daughter-in-law, what to explain to her say, I have told you Mengxian. Zhuge closed the car door and continued to drive out quickly towards the front. There are few cars on the road at night, the car is driving very fast, and my consciousness is slowly festering, and my heart has already scolded Zhuge this thousands of times. Half an hour later, the car drove out of the city, and in the hypnotic light of the street lamps that kept flashing, I finally could not hold on and fainted. When I woke up, I appeared inside a cold and damp stone room, and at this time, the sky was already bright, and the only criterion for judging the brightness of the sky was the extremely strong beam of sunlight coming in from overhead, which happened to shine all over my body. To be exact, it was this sunbeam that woke me up. I was still a bit drained, but it was much better than being completely unable to move in the Zhuge car. I slowly climbed up and stepped out of the beam of sunlight, unconsciously shivered, and shouted, "Knife Shenya? You dongling?" Vision slowly recovered. I then see clearly the structure of this stone room, a very ordinary stone room, not big, only 20 to 20 square meters. There is only a bed inside, there is a stone door directly in front of me, there is a skylight on the head, the beam of sunlight, it is from the outside of the skylight down, and inside this stone room, there is no one else except me. I shook my head, and after clearing my head a little, I took a big step toward the stone door. Pa! Slapping my hands on the stone door, I began to push harder toward the outside. The stone door wasn't very heavy and opened slowly as I pushed it open. A reddish light shone in from outside and I rubbed my eyes as I squeezed through the open doorway. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I unconsciously marveled a sentence in my heart, because I found that outside is a huge circular square, about 2 or 3,000 square meters wide, and it is an underground square. The square's surroundings, all of them are surrounded by a circle of stone chambers. There are more than 30 of them. The doors of these stone chambers, some of them are still tightly closed, and some of them have already opened. And at the door of the open stone chambers, all of them are standing with a person. On the opposite side of my stone room, there is a staircase leading to the floor above. Next to the staircase there is a square platform made of cement, about 50 square meters wide, 1 meter high or so, with 2 rows of weapon racks on it. On the weapon racks there are swords, guns, clubs, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks and forks, and whatever weapons there are. I looked up above. The overall shape of this circular square was like an ancient Roman Colosseum. There were 7 floors above it, except that I couldn't see clearly what was above it, and I could only see red light shining out from it. This is a huge underground building. Could it be the lair of the Return List Division? But I heard before that there weren't a lot of people in the Return List Division, only about 10, but I saw more than 10 people come out of the bottom floor of this place. Boom! Continuously, stone doors were pushed open, and inside each stone room a person walked out. None of these people were very old, about the same age as me, if not much older. My eyes searched extremely quickly for Blade Shinya and Yudongling, and soon, I saw a somewhat dumbfounded Yudongling, who clearly had no idea what was going on. She was positioned at a distance of less than 5 stone chambers away from me. I hurriedly ran towards her. At the same time, I saw another lanky boy running towards her. Could it be that he knew her? Ha ha ha. There's a newcomer, and a beautiful embryo. The boy had an impish grin on his face and his eyes were straight. I frowned. This wasn't recognition, it was clearly a plot. I accelerated my foot speed and ran to Yudongling a few steps faster than the boy. East Spirit. You. Before I could finish my sentence, the lanky boy had already run over. He yelled, "Get the hell out of my way," and then slammed his fist towards my face. I dodged that punch with a sideways glance and stared at him with a frown, and he froze when he saw that I actually dodged it and looked at me and said, "Kid, new here, right? Who are you? Do you know the Eastern Spirit?" I asked suspiciously. Hee, sure enough, you're new here, you don't even recognize me. Get lost, this girl is mine. The stocky man didn't tell me who he was. Instead he arrogantly said, Yudongling sensed something was wrong, reached out and grabbed my arm, and mouthed, "Renfan, what's going on? Where is this?" I sighed and said, "I'm sorry that black guy screwed us over. I shouldn't have taken you guys in his car." "Ah, then where the hell is this?" Yudongling asked in a weak voice. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the lair of the Hunting and Killing Division," I said in a faint voice. Yudongling's body trembled as he mouthed, "Hunting Division? Oh, that's right. This is the reserve member training base of the Hunting and Killing Division. Boy, you were quite calm. If you were sensible, give me a roll and let out this girl, or..." He. The robust man said with a bad smile. I sneered and said, "How else? Or I'll kill you," the stocky man said viciously. I looked around and realized that some people were starting to gather from this side as well, 2 of them still jogging. "Oh, to fight, waste what words?" I said coldly. "What kind of place is this kind of place? Don't need to think also no, this kind of place, there is no law constraints, there is no moral etiquette, only rely on the fists to speak." "Ha, still a prick, this is your own way of seeking death, no blame on me. I, Lu Wenfang, officially challenge you, I'll be waiting for you at the life and death stage," the stocky man Lu Wenfang said arrogantly. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards a concrete platform of nearly 50 square meters next to the diagonal staircase. I ignored him and turned my head to look at Yudongling and asked, "Have you seen Knife Shinya?" Yudongling shook his head and looked around as he mouthed, "It should still be inside a certain stone room without coming out, right? This brother, aren't you ready to prepare to go to the life and death stage? After the time has passed it can be a dead end." A black skinny boy with a flat haircut walked up to me and said weakly, "Thanks for the reminder, brother. My name is Zhao Lianfan. May I ask what is the life and death stage?" I turned my head and gave him a hug. This boy's skin was very dark. He wasn't very tall, only about 1.5 meters. His body was very thin. He looked like he was chronically malnourished. When I saw him, I remembered that grave robber Li Tsong under Yuzhen. The 2 of them were in the same style. The black skinny boy also clasped his fists and said, "My name is Li Bai. The life and death platform is a place to settle disputes, and there is a popular saying here, which is, disputes and conflicts are not settled privately, and life and death are decided on the life and death platform. As long as you are on the life and death platform, it is a situation where you will not be able to rest until you die." When I heard his name, I almost couldn't help but laugh out loud, obviously so dark, but he took a name called Li Bai, and Li Bai is a household name. His dad is really courageous. But after hearing his explanation of the life and death table, I was immediately cautious. "Oh, thanks, I'll leave him to wait then," I said with a smile. Even though I wasn't afraid of him, I didn't want to kill anyone as soon as I got here. At the very least, I wanted to figure out what was going on here before I did. Li Bai hurriedly said, I can't, as long as there is a challenge, you must accept it, and you must arrive at the life and death stage within 10 minutes, or else the law enforcement ghosts here will directly put you to death.
Law enforcement spooks? I asked suspiciously.
Li Bai nodded and whispered, yes, the Enforcer Spectre is a ghost. You may not be aware of that when you're new here, but there are real ghosts in this world.
I smiled calmly and mouthed, so, as long as someone has the strength, they can challenge to kill indefinitely?
Not really, everyone only has one chance to challenge others every week. Of course, if the challenged person wins, they can have one more chance to initiate the challenge. Brother, go and prepare for it, time is running out.
Li Bai said with some worry. Chapter 80, the first arrival needs to establish authority.
Well, Li Bai, thank you, Dong Ling, go with me to the life and death stage. I said directly, and in my heart, I was quite grateful to this Li Bai for telling me about this rule, otherwise I would have been killed by the enforcement ghost for no reason and I wouldn't even know what was going on. Brother Rinfan, wait, that Lu Wenfeng is very powerful, he is considered to be in the top 3 experts here, he has only been here for 3 weeks, he kills a person every week without mercy, if you can't beat him, just admit defeat and save your life. Li Bai took 2 steps to catch up.
I turned my head in confusion and asked, isn't it immortal? Can you still admit defeat?
You can admit defeat, but every day's food you have in the future, you have to give it to him, and also, your friend, you have to serve him willingly. After fulfilling these 2 conditions, he may surround your life, but it's not absolute. If he hates you so much that he doesn't want to take out you even if he doesn't want food, there's no way out, Li Bai said. I nodded my head. In my heart I understand that food should be the most valuable resource here. Without food I simply cannot live for a few days. If I give the share of food that belongs to me to Lu Wenfeng, then I can only starve to death alive, and also have to hand you dongling over to that thing. This kind of thing is absolutely not okay. She has already been pitched by me once. Although it is not me that asks them to follow Zhuge Wu with me. But if not I misjudged, she would not have followed me on Zhuge Wu's thieving car to this ghost place. Although I do not know if it is the same situation if I go to the Wuji branch.
Renfan, you have to be careful. Yu Dongling reminded.
As we spoke, we had already arrived below the life and death stage. Lu Wenfeng grasped a large knife in his hand, stared at me disdainfully and said, I already have a target for this week's challenge slot. If you hadn't forced your way out of the situation, that black monkey beside you would have had to die. But this black monkey is quite smart. He could have survived for 1 more week. Hearing Lu Wenfeng's words, I understand. No wonder this Li Bai is so enthusiastic. It turns out to be that he is going to die in Lu Wenfeng's hands this week, and now in this way, he grabs the straw that saves his life. If I can finish off this Lu Wenfeng, he'll live. If I'm finished off by this Lu Wenfeng, he'll also be able to live for another week. But I don't blame him. This is the human instinctive desire to survive. In this situation if it were me without a bit of ability, I would also be committed. And this Li Bai gave me a lot of kind reminder. In the end, he is just a poor man struggling on the line of life and death. I jumped onto the life and death platform and said with my mouth, it's a pity that you won't have a chance to kill Li Bai. As I said that, I walked to the weapon rack and casually drew out a long sword, which was made of shen iron and was very heavy. Perhaps it was due to Duan Shuyu's influence. I had a unique good feeling towards swords.
Never seen a newcomer as arrogant as you.
Lu Wenfeng was as angry as if he had been insulted by something when he saw me ignoring him like that, and ran towards looking for me with his large sword. Looking at Lu Wenfeng's pace, my face sank. This Lu Wenfeng seems to be not an ordinary practitioner. No wonder it can be ranked in the top 3 here. And his aura is very vicious. In his eyes, I saw a view of human life as a kind of grass brutality. Phew! Lu Wenfeng's greatsword slashed down vertically towards me, and I grabbed the hilt of my sword with both hands and slashed up towards his greatsword. Clink, a piercing sound of metal collision exploded, my hands a little numb, and in the process, I took 2 steps back, and only then began to formally serious. Lu Wenfeng's expression also became cautious as he mouthed, no wonder he's so arrogant, so he still has that many tricks up his sleeve. I held my sword across my mouth and said, admit defeat if you're afraid, and Grandpa might spare your life if I'm happy.
Something that doesn't know the heights of heaven.
Lu Wenfeng snorted coldly. With so many people watching from the stage, he was completely enraged at this point, and his large sword slashed over again. What I want is to provoke him. Ordinary people fighting, there is a saying, soft afraid of hard afraid of don't want to die, and in the real practitioner fighting, the most taboo is the distraction. Once a person is angry, he will be angry to disperse the rationality, and the set and moves will be easy to appear broken. Ding, ding, ding. My iron sword and his great sword kept touching in the air. The sound they made became more and more intensive, and the fight went on for almost a minute. He didn't hurt me, and I didn't hurt him.
Grandson, with all due respect, you are trash.
I backed away while waving, constantly enraging him. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Lu Wenfeng's face was red at this point, his breath was starting to become confused, and the more he fought with the large sword in his hand, the more unstructured it became. He was getting more and more violent, his pace and moves had become confused, while I was getting calmer and calmer, and my fighting skills were instead getting better and better as I fought him. 3 minutes later, I heard a muffled pft. A muffled sound. I grabbed a huge hole in Lu Wenfeng's body and sent the long sword directly into his abdomen. You! Lu Wenfeng's hand loosened and the large sword fell to the ground. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth as he looked at me incredulously. Oh, I've just had enough fun, or you'd be dead already, I said lightly. These words, again, I said on purpose, wanting the dozens of people on stage to hear that I was telling them that they'd better not mess with me in the future. It's kind of a stand-up. Since I wanted to establish authority, I didn't hesitate at all and directly drew out my iron sword, and with a single stroke of the sword, Lu Wenfeng's head fell onto the cold concrete life and death platform. I casually threw my hand and inserted the iron sword into the slot of the weapon rack, directly jumped off the life and death stage, and said to you Dongling, whoever wants to bully you in the future, I will directly challenge him. Everyone looked at me dumbfounded, and there were even people applauding these people, presumably those who were usually bullied by Lu Wenfeng. And those two people who followed Lu Wenfeng had already left at this time, presumably for fear that I would take it out on them. Li Bai hurriedly walked over and said, "Thank you for saving the life of Senior Brother Zhao. I am sorry, I did have selfishness in looking for you before, I shouldn't have." I waved my hand and said, "No need to say anything, I understand you." Thank you. Li Bai's eyes got wet as he said that. I was a bit speechless, quite a big old man, actually so glassy-eyed, I just wanted to comfort him a few words. By the way, ask something about the situation here. Suddenly I heard a familiar voice. "Ah, what are you doing? Get off me." This was the voice of Blade Shenya, and when I heard it, Yu Dongling also heard it, and she hurriedly pointed to the right rear and said, "Renfan, it's Shenya." As soon as she finished her words, I had already seen, at this moment, the two men were holding Blade Shenya moving over there, seemingly wanting to drag her into their own stone room, while Blade Shenya was struggling continuously again and again, helplessly having been lifted up by the two men. Yu Dongling and I quickly ran towards that side, and before anyone arrived, I shouted, "You two, let go of that girl. Who the hell do you think you are? Get thee out of here, there are too many wolves here." A bald man with gauze wrapped around his arm said viciously. When he said this, he saw Yu Dongling behind me and said, "Huh, there's another one, Lao Er, we can have one each." "Big brother." A person who had just been spectating the fight quickly ran over and said with his mouth, "Big brother, second brother, these two girls, you can't touch them." "Why? This kid looks like a newcomer, can we still be afraid of him?" Baldhead asked suspiciously, but his eyes looked at me. He just killed Lu Wenfeng," the man said shivering. Chapter 81 The Arrogant Newcomer. Once that bald man and the other man holding knife Shenya heard this, they hurriedly put knife Shenya down, and said with their mouths, misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding, brother, we'll leave first." The three people came fast and left fast. I was a little speechless. This is really a place where the fist is greater than everything. Just now if you don't kill that Lu Wenfeng, now it seems to take a lot of effort. "Renfan, Dongling, what's going on?" Knife Shenya jumped into Yu Dongling's arms with a sobbing voice. I sighed and apologized to her as well, then said, "Come on, let's go to my house first, where lesbians seem to have absolutely no protection." "Yes." Li Bai also walked over at some point and continued, "The people here are basically worse than beasts, girls who are not strong and don't find a good backer. Their fate will be even more miserable than slaves in a slave society." I looked at Li Bai and said, "Brother Li Bai, why don't you come with me to my house as well? I need to get to know this place better." Li Bai nodded his head fiercely and said, "Okay, just call me Xiao Bai from now on. Brother Zhao, can I hang out with you?" Why don't you come back to the house with me first?" I said walking towards my own stone room. For people returned to my stone room, the sunlight at this time has not shone in, there is no light inside, some dim with a hint of cold, it is quite simple, just a bed. Conditions are sketchy, there's no way around it, so feel free to sit down, little black, white, tell us what's going on here. I said directly. Li Bai nodded his head and said, "Brother Zhao, it's fine if you're used to calling me little black, it's just a code name." "Okay, Blackie, tell me about it." Blackie agreed and began to tell us about the place in detail. This place was indeed the place of the Hunting and Killing Division, but it wasn't the lair of the Hunting and Killing Division, it was a place dedicated to the Hunting and Killing Division to train its successors, and it was divided into 7 floors. Everyone comes here, will be in the first layer to stay a month, after a month there will be a special examination, after the examination passes you can go to the 3rd layer, the 3rd layer is the same to stay a month, after a month has passed the examination passes you can enter the 5th layer, the 5th layer is the same as so, you can enter the 7th layer, to the 7th layer, even if it is a formal member of the Hunting and Killing Division, in which to learn the Zuan Jutsu for more than 2 years, then you can go out. As for the 2nd, 4th, and 6th floors, all of them were practicing rooms in which one could learn various Shenmen spells. People die here almost every day, and for every death, a newcomer will be added within 3 days. The people here give out food once a day, and everyone gets the same portion. The food is not to be snatched in principle, but it can be handed over to someone else on your own initiative. The reason why Li Bai is so skinny right now is because he gave half of his food to Lu Wenfeng. But now that Lu Wenfeng has taken in 2 minions, and there isn't enough food to however, now that Lu Wenfeng has acquired 2 juniors, he doesn't have enough food, so he thinks of challenging Li Bai to give him all the food.
Li Bai said, there were originally 3 forces here. In addition to Lu Wenfeng, there are 2 other forces. One is called Masu, more than Lu Wenfeng, only this Masu is not strong in killing. Lu Wenfeng challenged him once and lost miserably, and he let Lu Wenfeng off the hook, and in addition to eating, he has always stayed in the second level of the practice room. There was also a girl called Zong Qiqi, who was the most capable fighter here, but a day ago, she passed the examination of the first floor and went to the third floor. Here does not distinguish between day and night, and cannot take the initiative to break into someone else's stone room. If you want to break in, will be the law enforcement ghosts to be put to death. There was once an extremely good-looking girl caught at the door. She knew the rules and ran into their own stone room, no longer dare to come out, and ultimately starved to death alive inside their own stone room. Li Bai talked to us for a long time, and I basically kind of figured out the rules of the place, and soon, we were acclimated to the place. Because I killed Lu Wenfeng, everyone here knew about it, and it was rumored wildly outside that there was an arrogant newcomer who took out the fiercest person here as soon as he arrived, so no one dared to mess with me, and incidentally, Yu Dongling and Knife Shenya's safety was also guaranteed. Outside of the life and death stage, fights are allowed, but they cannot be fatal, and once a life is lost, the person who committed the crime will also be immediately executed. My side is still peaceful, but the others are still in the same old situation. Killing happens every day. Apart from eating and learning Xianmen spells, the most enjoyable thing for everyone is still watching the fights on the life and death stage. The people here are not mucking around, but are all working hard to learn arcane spells, as the competition is fierce. It could be said that out of 10 people, it would be good enough for one to reach the 7th floor, and as for those who couldn't make it to the 7th floor, they would either continue to practice or be challenged and die. There are as many practice rooms on the 2nd floor as there are stone chambers below. Almost everyone can have a practice room. Inside this practice room there are dharma platforms for practicing Shen Fa, and there are stakes and dummies for practicing martial arts. Outside, there is also a special martial arts fighting arena. Inside the fighting arena it is just a sparring match. No one can be harmed in any way. In such an environment, our understanding of the Shenmen spell skyrocketed, and nearly a month passed, during which Li Bai participated in an examination, which ended in failure, and failing the examination wouldn't kill him, so he continued to stay on the 1st floor to practice. A month's time almost flashed by. During this month's time, I stayed in the practicing room almost every day, and occasionally discussed the corpse control technique with Yu Dongling, and the incantation technique with Knife Shenya, and instructed them on their martial arts, and their progress, too, was quite astonishing. On this day, the assessment belonging to the 3 of us arrived. The 3 of us came to the door of the practice room dedicated to the assessment. The rules of the assessment are very simple. 1 by 1 to go in, passed, you can directly enter the 3rd floor through the assessment room, and vice versa can only quit. The assessment failed, the food is reduced by half. If the assessment fails again after a month, the food is cancelled. It is difficult to continue to live, unless you go to challenge others and win the challenge to get the food. You guys go in first. If anyone fails the test, I'll give up the test and stay down there. Although your strength is still good now, it's hard for you to defend yourselves. I opened my mouth and said. The 2 looked at me and nodded gratefully, and Yu Dongling said, I'll go first then. Yu Dongling pushed open the door of the examination room and walked in. As far as I know, to go up to the 3rd and 5th level of the assessment, you can choose their own assessment items, talisman, martial arts, ghost management, spells, corpse control, arbitrarily choose their own most skillful one to assess on the line. The test to go up to the 7th floor, on the other hand, was a comprehensive test, but there was also a difference between the main test item and the subtest item, which meant that to go up to the 7th floor, one had to know every kind of xuanfa, which was like a college entrance exam, and one couldn't be seriously biased. Yu Dongling didn't come out for half an hour after she went in. That proved that she passed the test. She had a unique talent in controlling corpses, and she definitely chose to control corpses as her test item. The hour is up, Shiina, go ahead and pick the spell test. I reminded. Blade Shenya nodded and said confidently, Renfan, I'll wait for you on the 3rd floor. I smiled in response and watched Blade Shenya walk into the examination room. After the Knife Shenya went in, what happened inside I have no way to know. Quietly waiting for half an hour, she did not come out. That proves that her examination also passed the same. I pondered a little. I already know some of all 6 methods of this Shenmen sect. The one I'm most skilled in, naturally, is the talismanic method. However, I have no intention of using the talismanic method to participate in the examination. I need to hide my strength. Striding into the examination room, in the examination room the innermost wall, hanging 6 token-shaped wooden plaques, respectively wrote the 6 methods of the Xianmen. I did not hesitate to reach out and take off the martial arts wooden plaques, and directly threw it on the ground. The reason why I chose martial arts is because my martial arts attainments are not outstanding and will not reveal my other strengths, and I want to meet the examiner who came to test my martial arts, and if possible, I want to set some news about Zhuge Wu. Chapter 82 Martial Law of Conditioning. As soon as the wooden card of the martial arts was thrown on the floor, a door abruptly opened on the left wall of the examination room, and a woman's voice came from inside. Finally, someone has chosen a martial art. Puzzled, I walked in and found that this was another stone room. This one was huge, 200 to 300 square feet, and again, there was a door up to the 3rd level, and on the door, there was a small window, and there were a lot of big rocks and concrete obstacles inside this room, and other than that,
there were just 2 other people in this room. No, to be exact, it wasn't 2 people, but a person and a corpse. This person was a short-haired girl, looking less than 20 years old, wearing a cool, short-sleeved shorts, but her bare skin, already stained with dust to gray-black, her hair was disheveled, and her face was as tired as it could be. And the zombie, with its long purple fangs, stood motionless in the very center of the room. Boom! As soon as I entered, the stone door automatically closed. It was incredibly thick and heavy, and it seemed unlikely that I would want to go back out again. Purple stiff? I asked, a little puzzled. The purple stiff is already considered a third-grade zombie, much more powerful than the white and green stiffs. If I use this purple stiff for the test, I will definitely fail the test just by relying on the martial arts method.
Hee, you do have some insight. My name is Zong Chi. Nice to meet you.
The short-haired girl said graciously.
Zong Chi? Didn't you go to the 3rd floor a month ago? My name is Zhao Lianfan.
I asked in surprise. I remember Li Bai and I said that when he came, the most capable fighter inside the 1st floor was Zong Chi, and also said that she had already passed the examination and gone to the 3rd floor the day before we came. So how did she appear here? Zong Chi sighed and said, this damned martial law examination trapped my old lady for a month. You chose the martial law. It's considered to have freed me. I'll give you one good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear?
Sister Trunks, say yes first.
I said, confused and unsure of what she meant by me relieving her.
Zong Chi said, the good news is that you've basically passed your test. What does that basically mean?
I asked, puzzled. Zong Chi directly said, it's that there is no danger in the test, and you won't be sent back to the 1st floor. What I'm saying is basically which is the bad news, you need to stay here and play with this purple stiff all the time, until there is the next person who chooses the martial arts as the test item, then you'll be able to enter the 3rd floor. However, as far as I know, very few people will choose the martial arts test,
because everyone thinks that the martial arts test is a
fight with the official members of the hunting and killing division, and very few people have the confidence to do so.
My heart shook and my mouth said, if no one chooses the martial arts test, then I have to stay here all the time? Zong Chi said, isn't it? It's all about luck. I just waited here for a month before waiting for you.
Okay. I said somewhat helplessly, but this purple stiff doesn't attack either, and also, won't you starve to death in a month? Starving to death won't happen. Every day someone will bring food in from the other side of the door, and the reason this purple stiff isn't attacking is because you came in. Before you came in, I was playing hide and seek with it.
Zong Chi said. So, after you leave, this purple stiff will just keep attacking me until the next person comes in? I'll definitely get killed then.
I asked in surprise. Zong Chi shook her head and picked up a red talisman seal from on top of a rock, and said with her mouth, this talisman seal can fix this purple stiff for 2 hours, and you can use it 3 times a day. When you are really tired, stick this talisman seal on it, and grab some rest and food.
Putting a charm on it? I'm afraid that's a bit difficult, isn't it? I asked with some concern.
Boom! The door leading to the 3rd floor suddenly opened. Zong Chi pointed to the right corner and said, I'm going into the 3rd level, that corner. There is a Shenmen formation that can slow down this purple stiff, but only for 2 seconds. Zong Chi quickly rushed into the door after she finished speaking, and that door closed at an extremely fast speed the next second she entered. I hurriedly yelled at the door, Senior Sister Zone, 2 of my friends have just entered the 3rd floor, named Blade Shenya and Yudongling respectively. I hope Senior Sister Zone will take care of them.
Got it.
Zong Chi's voice faded away, disappearing quickly. Zong Chi's voice had just disappeared. That purple stiff suddenly had a jolt in his body, hissed and lunged towards me at an extremely fast speed. Asterisk. I secretly screamed, there are no weapons here, I can only rely on those obstacles and this purple stiff to keep circling around. The good thing is that the obstacles here are oddly numerous, although the purple stiff's speed is fast, but the steering is a bit stiff, and I don't have to let this purple stiff catch up. Even so, I had to dodge as hard as I could, and on top of that, I had to focus all of my experience, and if I wasn't careful, I would be caught up by this purple stiff. I kept running away, cursing the perversity of this martial law examination in my heart. The purple stiff doesn't get tired at all, while I'm a mortal flesh. How can I withstand this kind of tossing and turning?
This is a ing rhythm that is going to exhaust people directly to death. After an hour, I was already exhausted and couldn't catch my breath. It's a good thing that the terrain here is complicated and there are a lot of bunkers and obstacles, otherwise I would have been caught and torn to shreds by this purple stiff. This Zong Chi was probably a pervert as well, actually staying under this kind of environment for a month for so long. Another half hour had passed, I felt like my whole body was about to fall apart, and as a last resort, I grabbed the corpse-fixing talisman and ran towards the right corner. As soon as I entered the area in the right corner that had runes painted on the ground, the purple stiff's movement slowed down, and without hesitation, I turned around and slapped that corpse-fixing talisman onto the purple stiff's chest. Asterisk. I sat down powerlessly on the ground, panting heavily. Zong Chi said that this test would not fail. Indeed it would not fail, because if I was caught up by this purple stiff, it would not be a matter of failing or not, it would be a matter of direct death. I lay on the ground, looking at the motionless purple stiff. I had 2 hours to catch my breath. After 2 hours, this thing would automatically break free of the corpse-fixing talisman and continue to chase me like a dog. I looked around helplessly. My stomach had long been a bit hungry, and I didn't know when the food would be delivered. The food was nowhere to be seen, but on the side of the stone next to this formation, I saw a passage carved into the stone. My eyes landed on top of the first sentence of that text, the Shen-men martial technique of tuning. Breath regulation? I went on to read down, and after reading all of that paragraph I realized that this so-called regulating the breath is actually a kind of internal martial arts heart method, and practicing according to this heart method will allow the breath to recover slightly faster, and it will also be of some help in terms of the recovery of physical energy. It's really heavenly. I sighed, and began to learn this mind technique of regulating my breath, and my breath really slowly smoothed out, and the tiredness in my body was slowly disappearing. After an hour, I felt that my breath and physical energy had recovered most of the difference. At this time, how to regulate, there is no longer any effect, to continue to recover, can only through sleep. There was still 1 hour left. I was ready to sleep, but I was conflicted in my mind. I was afraid that before I woke up, the time for the corpse-fixing talisman would be up, so wouldn't I be dead? I stood up and walked towards the farthest corner, sitting on the floor with my back against the wall and closing my eyes. There was still some movement when this purple stiff walked, so as long as I didn't go into a deep sleep, I should be fine. An hour passed quickly, and just as I was drifting off to sleep, the purple stiff suddenly let out a deafening hiss, causing me to jump up in fright. The corpse-fixing talisman on that purple stiff's chest fell to the ground, and it continued to lunge towards me. +1 for the ink brush sweetheart cosmic reward. That's all for today's update. Good night, friends. Chapter 83, I don't know you. So much commotion? I was so happy that I stood up and continued to run for my life. If it was such a big commotion, I wouldn't have to worry about it silently getting me while I was sleeping. After hiding with all my might for nearly an hour again, I was more and more shocked in my heart, because I realized that under this kind of high-intensity training, my hands became more and more agile. This martial law examination hides another mystery. Instead of being an examination, it is more like a training, a kind of training that is perverted to the extreme. With this kind of training, it's hard not to improve one's fitness and dodging skills. This time, I held on for another hour and a half, or less than an hour, and I wanted to stop, but the truth was that there was no way for me to stop, because there were only 3 breaks per day, and if I stopped, then I would have to hold on even longer in the back, and I didn't have that skill right now. Click. The small window on the iron door was opened and a food was pushed in. I looked at the food. It was a large piece of meat and a large jug of water. It was more appropriate for this place than on the first floor. Meat has high calories and water replenishes the body's hydration needs. After another half hour, I felt a little exhausted, and once again introduced that purple stiff into the formation. The corpse-fixing talisman was slapped on, and I started to eat. Time flies, years like a shuttle. In this kind of inhuman torture, I spent more than a whole month's time. Perhaps it is my bad luck. This more than a month's time inside actually did not have any people to choose martial arts examination. I didn't complain to the heavens, because in this more than a month's time, although I was almost caught by this purple stiff countless times, but I turned all the dangers to be safe. The martial arts were improving at an incredible speed, and now dodging the purple stiff's pursuit was already very easy and enjoyable, and I had even begun to try to take the initiative to attack the purple stiff, even if I couldn't injure him, but I could barely invoke a few of his attacks. This is a qualitative leap for me. It's true that how much you give is how much you get back. It's true that human potential is infinite. If I were to do it before, I wouldn't have dared to think that I could maneuver in front of a purple stalagmite for so long. I'm afraid that this speed and endurance is already no less than that of Zhou Pang, but I'm well aware that if I were to really fight with Zhou Pang, I'd still lose, as I didn't systematically learn the martial law stances. All of this is due to that toning mind method in addition to my talent and physique. On that day, it was already the 45th day that I had been playing with this purple stiff here. Truly a month and a half had passed, and I also felt that playing with it any longer would not do any good to my martial arts enhancement, and it was at this time that the door of the martial arts examination was finally opened, and the purple stiff that was originally going through the motions with me suddenly stopped. Finally a ing relief. I laughed out loud, and in my heart, I finally realized the kind of surprise zone Chi-Chi had earlier. A skinny figure walked in, and as soon as this one came in, I recognized him as Li Bai, except that at this time, Li Bai was even thinner than before, and looked like skin and bones. Your brother Zhao? Li Bai asked as he looked at me in surprise. I also know what a hell of a look I have now. My clothes have long since become tattered, either scuffed or scratched by the purple stiffs, and likewise, there are a few superficial wounds on the surface of my body, which looks many times worse than the downtrodden beggars on the street. It's me, Little Black, you're really my savior. I said with a smile. Although Xiaohei is thin, his body is still quite flexible. I just don't know how his endurance is, but compared to the other 5 methods of the Shen-men sect, his chances of passing the martial method examination by choosing it are a bit higher. Li Bai was just about to speak. I hurriedly said, Xiaohei, I can go now that you are here. You need to wait until the next person who chooses the martial arts test comes in before you can go to the 3rd floor. This is the corpse-fixing talisman. You can use it 3 times a day, each time you fix this zombie for 2 hours. During these 2 hours you need to learn to regulate breath,
as soon as possible to smooth the breath and restore physical strength, and escape routes first to here, and then to there, as much as possible to turn. I do not have much time. The door opens, I have to go up. Remember, the test of your endurance and willpower time is up. As long as you adhere to, you will be able to live. By the way, there are some meat and water here, just send in. I would not eat it. The first time you take a break, eat it first. The next time you send food, in a day after. I breathlessly told Li Bai all the things I know and some new ones all. This is definitely a snowball in the sky for him. If Zong Chi-Chi had told me so much before leaving, then I would have coped with it much easier. But I also stopped to thank Zong Chi-Chi for not telling me all this, because the only way to figure it out is to figure it out on your own, step by step. For the martial methods is the greatest enhancement. And the reason why I'm telling Li Bai this is because he's very average, and if I don't tell him this, he's bound to die. Boom! The door burst open and I rushed toward it, mouthing, "Good luck, Blackie." Li Bai did not say a word since the beginning, because it is all I said again. Before I left, Li Bai said aloud, "Brother Zhao, a layer of a few days ago came a monk called Zhou Peng, said to find you. I said you go to the 3. Li Bai's words were getting smaller and smaller, and when he heard them they were no longer heard. I was stunned. Why did Zhou Peng come here? Could it be that something happened to the Yu family? Taking big steps up the ladder, with Zhao Peng's martial arts, no one has been able to bully him down below, and he should definitely be able to pass the martial arts test to the 3rd floor. Why he came here, I can only wait for him to come up and then ask, because once the 3rd floor is up, you can't go down to the 1st floor. Walk through the steps. I walked into a stone room on the 3rd floor, this stone room inside empty nothing. The door is still open. After walking out, I saw the 3rd floor clearly. The 3rd floor and the 1st floor of the pattern is almost the same, but here there is no door to the stone room, there is no table of life and death, and there is no activity outside the large plaza, but the corridor here is quite wide, more than 10 meters. The corridor was walled, it was sealed off and could not communicate with the 1st level. The corridor above was empty. I ran around the place to see if Yu Dongling and Knife Xianya were there, but unfortunately, all the stone chambers were searched, and I didn't see the 2 of them, even Zong Chi-Chi, I likewise didn't see them. Of the 30 stone rooms, I only saw 4 people huffing and puffing in them. The others should have gone to the practice rooms on the 4th floor, and I had no intention of resting, but instead walked straight up to the 4th floor. The doors of the practice rooms on the 4th floor are all closed, and it is not good for me to knock on them one by one. I found an empty practice room, picked up a paper and a pen, and wrote down the 2 big words Renfan and pasted them on the doorway. If Yu Dongling and the rest of them see it, they should come to find me. Closing the door of the stone room, I started practicing. The books here are a bit deeper than the 1st floor. There are books related to the 6 methods of the Shinmen. There is even a corpse and a shadowy soul in here to aid in the study, so it can be considered as a complete equipment. The biggest difference between the practice room on the 4th floor and the practice room on the 2nd floor is that you don't need to go outside to get food. The food will all be passed directly to the practice room through the hidden compartments inside. Many people choose to reside in the practice room as soon as they arrive at the 3rd floor, and hardly ever go out, but there are no beds inside the practice room, so every once in a while, you will also need to go to the 3rd floor to make up for the time you spent in the stone room. I have been in seclusion inside this practice room for 3 days, during which I also lay on the top of the Dharma platform and slept a few times. This time I really couldn't carry on, so I was ready to go down and sleep. These 3 days, Knife Xianya and Yu Dongling didn't come to me, but it's not strange. I stayed down there for a month and a half, so maybe they have already passed the examination and went to the 5th floor. Pushing open the door of the stone room, the first thing I saw was Zong Chi-Chi, who was walking quickly towards the 3rd floor. "Senior sister Zone, wait." I hurriedly called out and quickly followed. Zong Chi-Chi turned her head and suddenly said in a violent rage, "Get lost. I don't recognize you." Chapter 84, Bad News Comes to Your Ears. I looked at Zong Chi-Chi, my heart was incomparably puzzled. Even if it was a casual encounter, it wouldn't be like this, right? Moreover, when I was in the martial law examination room before, Zong Chi-Chi wasn't treating me in this manner either. Hot face on the cold ass, I sighed somewhat depressed. Our friendship is not deep, and if I did not choose the martial law examination, it is estimated that she will only be able to come up now. In a way, this is considered to be a kind of favor, but this flip-flopping skill of hers is considered to be pure fire. Come on, this place isn't much of a place anyway, I thought to myself, and instead of calling out to her again, I headed towards my own stone room. I woke up refreshed. I don't know how long I slept this sleep. After I got up, I continued to walk towards the practice room on the 4th floor. There had been no news of Yu Dongling and Knife Xianya. I was almost certain that they should have already gone to the 5th floor. Next, it was again day and night in the practice room to practice those Shinmen spells. My current level of martial arts has almost equalized with the strength of the rune spells. I spent most of my time on Ghost Mastery since this is the Ghost Hunter Alliance. I feel that Ghost Mastery is where the foundation of the Ghost Hunter Alliance lies. To be able to skillfully control a powerful guardianing spirit is equal to buying an insurance policy for one's life. In the blink of an eye, a month's time was approaching, and I also knew that the 3rd layer's assessment was coming up. The content of the 3rd layer's assessment was completely unclear to me, and there was no one here who could tell me all the information likely by. The day before the examination, I didn't go to the practice room, but waited at the entrance of the passageway leading from the 2nd to the 3rd floor, because I knew that today was also the day of Zhou Peng's examination. If he chose the martial law examination, I wouldn't be able to wait for him, but I could wait for Li Bai. Last time, I had a limited communication with Li Bai, and didn't get more information. This time, when he comes up, perhaps I can know something. After waiting for nearly a day, he still didn't see anyone come up, not to mention Zhou Peng. Even Li Bai didn't come up. Could it be that Li Bai was killed by that purple stiff? I muttered in my heart and began to worry for Li Bai as well. Just 1 hour before my examination time, the passage door inside the stone room finally opened, and a skinny silhouette stepped out from inside. I let out a sigh of relief. Compared to before, although Li Bai is still dark and thin, but this time the feeling is much better, not in the thin and weak, but see a kind of spirited. Blackie, congratulations. When Li Bai came out, I gave him a hug and said. Li Bai hemmed and hawed and said with his mouth, thanks to Brother Zhao's reminder, I just barely passed. Is the person who replaced you Zhou Peng? I asked hurriedly. Li Bai nodded and said, yes, it's Big Brother Zhou. Big Brother Zhou asked me to bring you a message. What words? I asked with anticipation. Zhou Peng had promised me to take care of Zhao Yixin, and the bastard liked Yu Mengxian. Yu Mengxian had already gone back. There was no reason for him to come here. If he said that he was captured by the Ghost Hunters Union, it was almost impossible. Li Bai said, Brother Zhou said to tell you to wait for him for a while, he'll be right up. Come up immediately? Did someone immediately behind him choose the martial arts test? I asked suspiciously. Zhou Peng shook his head, indicating that he was not sure. Okay, why don't you go find a stone room, then go to the practice room to get a better idea of what's going on, and I'll wait for him here. I said to Li Bai. Li Bai nodded his head. For being able to come up to the 3rd floor, he guessed that he didn't expect it either. Now that he had come up, it gave him a lot of encouragement, and his whole person looked a lot more confident. He was no longer the one who thought that it was impossible for him to leave this place. I stood still, waiting for more than an hour, less than half an hour away from the time of my examination. The door inside the stone room, there was still no movement. I sighed, but my mind grew more and more anxious. Finally, with only a quarter of an hour to go, the door inside opened and Zhou Peng's figure jumped out from inside. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you finally came up. I was so happy in my heart that I hurriedly greeted them. Zhou Peng is even happier after seeing me, said in his mouth, asterisk 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 asterisk, that zombie is not good to deal with. It took more than an hour to get rid of that son of a. What did you say? You got that purple stiff dead? I asked in surprise. I remembered that when we went to the corpse raising land before, you couldn't even get a white stiff to die. Zhou Peng said to himself, I have a secret weapon it turns out to be the purple stiff I said, why is it so difficult to get it? A little speechless, I looked at him and said, how did you get here? Captured here? How is Yi Xian? Is the Yu family okay? Seeing me ask a series of questions, Zhou Peng wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and suddenly said seriously, Renfan, I'm sorry, Yi Xian. My eyes went cold and my mouth asked, what happened to Yi Xian? Speak quickly. Yi Xian was lost 3 months ago. Disappeared. Zhou Peng said and lowered his head. My head exploded, and then I sat down helplessly. The news left me a little overwhelmed, all my perseverance suddenly collapsing in this moment. Runfan, don't be anxious, it's just a disappearance. Yi Xian is blessed with a great life, it will be fine. Zhou Peng hurriedly said. The inside of my head was blank. She said she would wait for me, but she disappeared for no reason. There must be a compelling reason, and this reason must be something she can't sway. She is a snake demon origin. The people who can set their eyes on her are either from the demon race or the demon beheader alliance. After a few minutes, I calmed down and mouthed, who did it? Did you find out? Zhou Peng shook his head and said, I'm not sure. After Xian Xian went home that day, she went to Yi Xian's room, and she didn't know what she said. The next day, Yi Xian disappeared, and I asked Xian Xian about it later, but Xian Xian said that she didn't say anything to her and just said to tell her not to worry about you. Hearing this, I remembered Zhuge Wu sent Yu Mengxian to Xian Meng Hotel, to her arm stuffed an envelope. Inside the envelope, must have written Zhuge Wu wants Yu Mengxian how to tell Zhao Yixian words, and Zhao Yixian's disappearance must be, and Yu Mengxian said the words have something to do with. Is that really all Yu Mengxian said? I opened my mouth to ask. Zhou Peng replied, yes, she said she didn't know why Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. I asked her what she said to Yi Xian. How come she wouldn't tell me? She said that Yi Xian's disappearance must not have anything to do with what she said, and behind that Master Jin sent people to look for a long time, almost turning the whole downtown area over, and there was still no sign of Yi Xian. So, Yi Xian didn't walk off on her own? I asked coldly. Zhou Peng nodded his head with certainty this time and said, definitely didn't walk away by herself, because we found traces of a fight inside her room, and later on, we called up all the villa's CCTV footage, but we didn't find any abnormality, and even the image of Yi Xian's departure wasn't captured. All the ing traces of a fight appeared, and you actually said it should be fine. I stood up violently, my fists clenched tightly, and gritted my teeth. It must be Zhuge Wu that. Zhuge Wu? You're talking about senior brother? Zhou Peng said in surprise, then shook his head and mouthed, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Wasn't senior brother chased and ran away? I haven't even heard from him. He loves me the most. If he came back, he would definitely look for me. You didn't know Zhuge Wu was back? I asked in surprise. In a Chinese phar building on the top floor, Zhuge Wu has been recognized by Yu Mengxian. Yu Mengxian knows this matter. How can not tell Zhou Peng? I laughed coldly and said, pain my ass, I'm stuck here now thanks to Zhuge Wu. He came back more than 3 months ago. The reason why Yu Mengxian was able to go back to the Yu family is that Zhuge Wu sent her back.
Yu Mengxian knows about this matter she didn't tell you?
Zhou Peng shook his head and said, no, but I'm sure you're misunderstanding elder brother. Elder brother is sentimental and righteous. He definitely wouldn't be this kind of person.
Oh, just a human face. You still haven't told me how you got here. I asked lightly.
Thanks to Black Boss Aftershock for the divine reward.
Chapter 85. There are 3 examinations.
Zhou Peng said, when I was looking for Yi Xian outside, I was careless and was brought here after being shaded by a person.
Was the one masked, with an incredibly hoarse voice, as much as if it were about to break? I asked suspiciously.
Zhou Peng nodded and asked in surprise, how do you know?
Do you also know that? That is Zhuge Wu.
I said without a trace of humor. Really? Zhou Peng huffed.
Can't you recognize his form?
When you say that, I do remember, it does look very similar, but how did senior brother's voice become like that?
Zhou Peng asked in confusion.
I sighed. I didn't recognize him when he appeared in front of us either. Alas, my examination time is going to pass. I'll wait for you at the 5th floor. You need to be exposed to other Xian FA besides the martial FA to be able to do so, or else you'll never make it to the 7th floor.
Can we run out of here?
I must find senior brother and ask for clarification.
Zhou Peng asked.
Breathlessly, I said, absolutely not. As far as I know, this is underground, and unless you can, no, even if you can fly, you likewise can't get out.
Asterisk.
Zhou Peng cursed, and with his mouth, he asked, does it take 3 years to get out then?
Alright, go ahead, I'll catch up with you as soon as possible.
Zhou Peng said, and his expression became grave. I quickly walked to the examination room. At this time it was already time for the examination. The door of the examination room was open. I walked in towards it. This examination room was also very large. It seemed to be 3 stone rooms spliced together. On the left and right sides of the examination room, there was a Dharma platform, on top of which there were all kinds of things used for doing the law, and on the left and right sides of the Dharma platform, there stood a corpse and a ghost. Ghosts are present out, without opening the eyes can be seen, and the zombie, also some years, the Qing dynasty people's hairstyle, with a long braid, green fangs, green stiff one. There was no one inside, but there were 2 phallic platforms standing opposite each other, and a corpse and a ghost. So what exactly was the content of this test? Just as I was thinking, another person came in at the door, and this person was actually
Zong Chi. Why you? You're the examiner? I asked in surprise.
Zong Chi looked at me and said, I'm similarly here for the test, so it turns out you're my opponent.
Rivals? I asked, puzzled, what's going on?
The test on the 3rd floor is an internal fight. Only if you kill your opponent can you go to the 5th floor. Zong Chi said indifferently.
My body shook and I asked with some confusion, you can only enter the 5th floor after killing your opponent?
What kind of bull test is this? I'm not sure, but since we're rivals now, I won't show any mercy, so do your best as well.
Zong Chi said. I let out a whoop and continued, may I ask if you know the whereabouts of Yudongling and Blade Shinya?
If you can win me, you'll naturally be able to know when you go up to the 7th floor. If you lose, you're just dead. There's no point in knowing. After Zong Chi finished speaking, she walked towards the left side of the Dharma table, reached out and picked up one of the peachwood swords on the table and looked at it, and then turned her head to look at the 1 corpses and ghosts on the left and right sides. I didn't say anything. The good thing is that with this Zong Chi is just a casual encounter. It's not so bad that I can't lay my hands on her, and I will naturally use all my strength if not for myself for the sake of Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian's whereabouts are unknown right now, and I absolutely can't just die for no reason at all. There should be 3 elements in this fight, the corpse fight, the ghost fight and the martial arts fight. I also quickly walked towards the right side of the Dharma table, and similarly grabbed one of the mahogany swords on it and violently pierced through a piece of talisman paper. The mahogany sword passed through the talisman paper and drew a sword charm in the air, and a handful of glutinous rice was scattered and landed on the green stiff to my left. In just less than 10 seconds of work, the green stiff beside me was the first to rush out, while Zong Chi green stiff was still in a state of trembling, and in less than 3 seconds, the green stiff controlled by Zong Chi also rushed out, and the 2 green stiffs instantly fought into a ball. Zong Chi and I stepped out from behind the Dharma platform together almost at the same time as they exchanged blows, the mahogany swords in our hands constantly dancing and drawing sword control talisman after sword control talisman, and the 2 zombies biting and writhing was even more ferocious. The corpse control techniques we learned are basically from the same family, and this Zong Chi is not simple. It seems to be on par with me, but I have received guidance from Yu Dongling, who is the heir to a family of corpse catchers, and has a much more intuitive understanding of controlling corpses. In less than 5 minutes, the peachwood sword in Zong Chi hand broke with a click, and the green body she controlled suddenly froze there.
It really isn't simple.
Zong Chi said in a faint voice, pinched up her sword finger and clamped a ghost-controlling talisman on the magic altar, and directly slapped it on the soul of the Yin soul beside her. Mouth began to quickly recite the incantation silently. The Yin soul had a jolt and violently opened its eyes. The eye sockets were full of eye whites, just looked a little discreet. I quickly retreated back behind the Dharma table, pinched up a piece of talisman paper and similarly slapped it on the shadowy soul spirit beside me, chanting the same soul control spell out loud. Soul control was not the ghost mastery technique that Yu Mengxian had learned. There was no need to cultivate the yin souls, only to give the decree, and the way to give the decree, naturally, was to recite the incantation. There are thousands of mantras, and there are many people who can master them skillfully, but the same mantra, recited from different people's mouths, often has a very different effect, which is related to daoxing, where daoxing refers to the understanding of the mantra and not the length of time of practicing. Similarly, on top of the incantation, I have also improved. Knife Xianya is specialized in learning incantation. In addition to the learning channels provided by the Ghost Splitters Union, she also has a senior elder from the Mashan school. She has her own unique understanding of the incantation itself, and thankfully, Knife Xianya and I also asked for advice about the tricks of the incantation. Without any surprises, the piece of talisman paper that Zong Qiqi controlled the Yin soul turned into fire and ash after 3 minutes, and in the next moment, the Yin soul that he controlled returned to its original position. Alas, your skills are inferior. I hope you won't let me down when it comes to martial arts. Zong Qiqi grabbed one of the long swords on the table, and with a bend of the knees and a leap, he stepped on the Dharma platform and jumped out. I forced a smile and also grabbed one of the long swords on the Dharma table and walked out, saying with my mouth, Sister Zong, I still have a green stiff and a yin spirit, you have no chance of winning. Hee hee, then let's see if I can take your life under the eyes of the green stiffs and yin souls. Zong Qiqi said calmly. I shook my head slightly and said, Sister Zong, sure, I apologize. I said to raise the sword rushed out, did not control the green stiffs and yin souls to assist me in the attack, because I want to know, we are both from the first floor of the martial arts test inside out, she and I actually who is stronger and who is weaker. I don't think I'll be killed by her directly in seconds. If I can't beat her, I'll summon that corpse to help again, and to be honest, the reason why I can win in this corpse's fight is all because of Knife Xianya and Yu Dongling, and this win doesn't seem to be very honorable, so I won't let this corpse participate in the fight between Zong Qiqi and I until I have no other choice. Ding! The two long swords collided together, cutting out bits of sparks and disappearing in an instant. Ding 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 ding. Another dozen or so ear-piercing sounds, and Zong Qiqi and I each backed away. This, again, is an even state of affairs. Third shift, with an extra chapter, before 11. Chapter 86, Willingness to be a Guardian. Why don't you use the ghoul aid? Zong Qiqi didn't continue to attack, but instead asked with some doubt. I smiled and said sincerely, I don't want to take advantage of people's danger. Since it's a martial arts fight, it's a fair fight. You used 10% of your strength just now? Zong Qiqi asked. I shook my head and made a figure 8, mouthing, no, 80%. This I really did not blindly say. The first fight, no one will use full strength, are only tentative attacks. I did not do my best. Zong Qiqi similarly did not. Zong Qiqi's mouth said, show 10% of your strength. Zong Qiqi after saying suddenly move, the hand of the long sword swing speed faster, this should be your full strength, I dare not be careless, the same meet up, blade light and sword shadow, between you and me, we have exchanged dozens of rounds again, the same, who did not injure anyone, but from the point of view of the offensive strokes then, I have a slight advantage. Just as I wanted to continue spreading my advantage into a winning position, Zong Qiqi once again withdrew from the fighting circle and looked at me with a very strange look, looking at me a little puzzled as to what exactly she meant. It was 10% just now? Zong Qiqi asked suspiciously. 90%. I responded, wondering in my heart why this Zong Qiqi was so concerned about how many percent of my strength I actually used. Zong Qiqi nodded and said, then I've lost, I don't need to fight anymore. I didn't know what to say, and simply didn't say anything, because if you lose, you die, and I didn't know what to say to that. When Zong Qiqi saw that I didn't speak, her mouth said, if I want to live very much, can you die for me? Don't worry, I will keep your soul, and when I get out, I have a way to make your soul have your own consciousness and memories again, and I will also give you freedom. I looked at Zong Qiqi whose tone was serious, and for a moment I didn't know what to say. Do you agree? Zong Qiqi pursued. I shook my head and said, I'm sorry, Sister Zong, I need to live to find my wife, who is now alive or dead, and without that attachment, perhaps I can oblige you. I can also help you find your wife and reunite you with your wife, and I will give her a large sum of money. Don't worry, even if you become a ghost, I have a way to make sure that you can stay with her for the rest of your life. Zong Qiqi said. I smiled and shook my head. Sorry, Sister Zong, my wife's disappearance has something to do with the Ghost Hunter Alliance, and I don't think you're that capable. Zong Qiqi's expression lightened up when she heard me say that, if she had a way to fight against the Ghost Hunter Alliance, she wouldn't be here at the mercy of others. After a long time, Zong Qiqi then said, the time limit for this test is 3 days, I still want to live for 3 more days, can you promise me? I nodded and said without hesitation, yes, Sister Zong, I have no choice, please forgive me. Zong Qiqi smiled and breathed a sigh of relief, dropping the long sword in her hand and sitting on the ground, her mouth saying, thank you. I spread my hands, although I was in a hurry to go to the 5th floor, but this matter was about Zong Qiqi's life and death. 3 days, I could still wait, with a corpse ghost on my side, I wasn't afraid of her playing any tricks. Originally thought that Zong Qiqi will put down the long sword quietly spend these last 3 days of her life, but not a few minutes later, Zong Chi suddenly opened her mouth and said, the earth is fixed in the south of the water, and the Wu army hides the corpses. The tomb water returns north, and the present is too eclipsed. I subconsciously continued, looking at her with some confusion. You know this poem too? Zong Chi asked with a happy face. I laughed and said, the poem isn't much of a secret. There's about a dozen of us in the class and we basically all know it. Do you have any idea what this is about? Zong Chi asked. The tomb of the Marquis. I replied. Zong Chi stood up violently and said, how do you know that this is a poetic riddle about the tomb of the Marquis of Wu? I spread my hands and said, because that's what I'm going to be looking for later. And did you solve the riddle? 8 or 9? I said confidently. Zong Chi said excitedly, Zhao Lianfan, I can willingly become your guardianing soul, all I ask is that you can take this my soul to go into the Martial Marquis tomb. I was shocked. What a price to pay for what willingly became my guardian nether spirit. Voluntarily becoming a guardianing soul was not a concept at all compared to the kind of guardianing soul that Yu Mengxian had cultivated with her ghost harnessing technique. First of all, she will never have the possibility of reincarnation in the future. Secondly, after she becomes my guardianing soul, she herself will no longer have the consciousness and memory of her life, and what she does, she can only be controlled by completely. Once again, is also the most important, voluntarily turned into the guardianing soul, can only exist in the Yang world for 7 years, after 7 years, the soul will fly away. You're going to the tomb of the Marquis? I asked. Zong Chi nodded and said, yes, this is my lifelong wish and the lifelong dream of 8 generations of my ancestors. But after you voluntarily become my guardianing soul, then your soul can only exist for 7 years before it dissipates. Even if you go inside the Marquis of Wu's tomb, what's the use? I asked doubtfully. Zong Chi spoke, there is one thing inside the Martial Marquis tomb that can help my soul regain its memory and consciousness. What is it? I asked suspiciously. Zong Chi shook her head and said, I'm not sure, my grandpa said that I'll be able to find out after I go in. So when you said earlier that you could help my soul regain its memories and consciousness, you were also preparing to take my soul into the Martial Marquis tomb? Yes. You know where the Marquis of Wu's tomb is? And how to get in? Zong Chi shook her head and said with some shame, as long as I can get out, I should be able to find it. I was a little speechless, a promise that amounted to nothing. Promise me, okay? Zong Chi said pleadingly. I nodded and mouthed, okay, if I can get in, I promise to take you with me, but I'm not entirely sure. It doesn't matter, I believe you can let me stay in this world. After Zong Chi said this, she suddenly grabbed the long sword on the ground, cut her finger, and began to draw a blood formation on the ground. The purpose of the blood formation is naturally to want to actively become my guardianing spirit. I didn't bother to ask Zong Chi why she wanted to stay in this world, everyone has their own obsessions, there's no need to ask about such things. A few minutes later, the ground was scratched out by her with a contracted blood formation. This is a formation that uses yin life and yang blood as a contract. As long as the contract is in effect, her soul after death will immediately become my guardianing soul. This kind of guardianing soul is much stronger than the normal guardianing soul. Come on, Zong Chi said with complicated eyes. I nodded and cut open my finger, squeezing out a drop of blood from my middle finger and dropping it on top of the center of the blood formation. Zong Chi smiled, took out a jade ring and handed it to me, then sat on top of the blood formation, and said with her mouth, this ring can collect souls, you take my soul inside, my soul will guard you well, we'll see you in 4 years. I sighed, helplessly turned around, only to hear a muffled poof. I closed my eyes. I know, Zong Chi suicide. Not long after, a gust of cloudy wind blew behind me. I turned my head to look. Zong Chi's soul had already floated behind me. Her soul was incomparably solid, almost indistinguishable from that of a normal human being, and if she hadn't been floating in the air, I wouldn't have been able to tell that she was a soul at all. When she saw me looking at her, she owed a curtsy and mouthed, greetings, master. I nodded my head and suddenly raised my hand to strike a soul-collecting hand decree, introducing Zong Chi's soul into the ring. Zong Chi had no consciousness or memory at this point, and was absolutely loyal to me. All of her current behavior was an instinctive response to guarding the yin soul. Putting the ring on my ring finger, I sighed when I heard a voice that seemed to come from all directions. Collect your loot, and you can go up to the 5th floor. Trophies? With some doubts in my mind, I looked around and my eyes landed on Zong Chi's corpse. 4th, for the Ink Pen Sweetheart Universe Reward +2, today's update ends here, friends good night. Chapter 87, an old friend is not an old friend. I froze in my mind and looked at the iron door leading to the 5th floor which was still closed. The trophy that this voice was talking about, it couldn't be Zong Chi's corpse, could it? I walked to the side of the legal table and took a closer look. I really found some things for controlling corpses. I was a bit speechless. I grabbed those things and directly controlled Zong Chi's corpse. At the moment her corpse stood up, the tightly closed iron door really opened. I breathed a sigh of relief and took Zong Chi's corpse straight up the ladder leading to the 5th floor. Through the steps, it was very smooth to the 5th floor. As soon as I came to the 5th floor, I found that the exit was not a stone room like the 3rd floor, but directly came to the top of the corridor. The corridor here was even wider than compared to the 3rd floor, and the number of stone rooms was also a lot less, probably only 10 or so. What was even more different was that as soon as I came up, I smelled a strong smell of blood. I didn't see any of them, but I knew that in this place, I was afraid that there was a lot of killing. Knife Xianya and Yu Dongling, I still haven't seen them now. Since I've come to the 5th floor, I first need to find them before I can do so. After looking at each stone room one by one, not only did he not find Yu Dongling and Blade Xianya, he didn't even see anyone else. I frowned and took Zhong Qiqi, who had already turned into a zombie, in stride towards the 6th floor, which should logically be the 5th floor's practicing room, and I vaguely sensed that the bloody scent was coming down from the 6th floor. As soon as he walked up to the 6th floor, the corridor was similarly empty, and there were only 4 large stone chambers on the 6th floor, in each of the 4 directions, and according to the size, there were definitely quite a lot of stone chambers here. The sound of a messy scuffle reached my ears, and I slightly discerned the direction. It was coming from the stone room to my right. I quickly ran over and looked inside. There were 3 people fighting in here. All 3 of them I didn't recognize, and they each had a ghoul guarding them. It looked like there were only 3 of them, but there were actually 9. 3 manipulated in a triangular shape in 3 directions inside the stone room. 3 zombies and 3 ghosts are fighting in the center. The scene is extremely chaotic. The 3 men fighting inside also noticed me at the door, and one of the fierce-looking men snapped, "Get lost, it's full." No wonder the test had to collect the loot when they came to the 5th floor. It turned out that the corpses and souls of the people they killed were useful. Thinking of this, I suddenly had a bad feeling. There is no such thing as failure in this 3rd level of examination. Knife Xianya and Yu Dongling wouldn't have been killed, right? I didn't find them in the 1st stone room. I ran non-stop towards the 2nd stone room, where there were also 3 people, 3 corpses, and 3 ghosts in the melee, and the situation was almost exactly the same as the 1st stone room. The door of the 3rd stone room was tightly closed, and there was a wooden sign hanging outside the door, on which were written the 3 big words "practice room." I pressed my ear to the door and there was no movement inside. I quickly ran towards the stone room to the left of the stairs. I was also beating the drum in my mind, both afraid of not seeing them and afraid of seeing them killing each other. Quickly running to the door of the 4th stone room, I really saw Knife Xianya and Yu Dongling. At this time, Yu Dongling was still a living person, but Knife Xianya had already turned into a zombie, and Knife Xianya's soul was also there, and her corpse and soul. It seemed that they were controlled by Yu Dongling. In addition to Yu Dongling, there was another person standing opposite Yu Dongling here, but the 2 of them weren't fighting, they seemed to be waiting for someone. I understood in my heart at once. Inside the examination room on the 3rd floor, Yu Dongling's opponent must have been Knife Xianya, and then Yu Dongling killed Knife Xianya to control Knife Xianya's corpse and soul. Suddenly remembered that when I had just arrived at the 3rd floor, I called Zhong Qiqi as Zhong's senior sister. Zhong Qiqi's expression at that time was very angry and said that she didn't recognize me. Could it be that the rule of the 3rd floor's examination is to choose people who know each other to kill each other? And Zhong Qiqi originally knew that if 2 people knew each other, they would most likely be placed in the same test and thus become rivals, so that's why she treated me that badly? As I thought about this, my heart sank. This examination rule is really perverted, actually letting acquaintances kill each other. Is this also a way to grind down humanity? It can be imagined, Yu Dongling and Knife Xianya, these 2 girls in the fight in the hard, how tormented, but had to go to kill each other with all their strength. If I were to do it, face up to any of them, I cannot put down the hand. Heh, newcomers come pretty fast. The other man said with a smile. Loves. Run fan. How is it you? Yu Dongling's expression stiffened after she saw me, and she looked at me apologetically before reaching out and touching the corpse of Blade Xianya beside her. I forced a smile and said, Dongling, I understand, you don't have to say much. Yu Dongling nodded heavily as if he had received amnesty, and said with his mouth, to be able to die in your hands, I have not lived in vain. What do you mean? I asked, a little puzzled. The other man laughed and said, What do you mean? Hurry up and roll in. After killing the 2 of you, I can go to the 7th floor. Hee hee, Yu Dongling, don't worry, before you die, I'll let you experience the wonderful feeling of being a woman. My eyes were cold, a killing chance appeared, and I looked at the man and mouthed, Are you impatient to live? Asterisk 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 asterisk, hurry up and come in. To be honest, even if you 2 know each other, I'm not afraid. The man seemed to be in a hurry. I directly walked in, and Zhong Qiqi, who was following me, similarly walked in, and after Yu Dongling saw Zhong Qiqi, she was surprised and said, Renfan, you killed senior sister Zhong? I nodded and said, well, the situation forced me to. Ha, what kind of bull asterisk 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 situation is forced upon us? Those who speak of love and justice here will only end up dead. Since all the people are here, let's begin. The man began to perform the spell after he finished speaking, and the 1 ghouls around him let out a hoarse roar and a mournful scream. I quickly walked behind the Dharma table that belonged to me and said with my mouth, Dongling, you don't have to do anything, I'll finish this one off first. Renfan, you don't know that inside each assessment room, only 1 person can go up to the 7th floor, and the one who goes up there must kill 2 people. Yu Dongling said. I waved my hand, forget that for now, I'll finish off this buzzing fly. Seek death. As soon as the words fell, the man roared, and the 1 corpse ghost charged out directly. The strength of this corpse and ghost can be too much stronger than the test props on the 3rd floor. This man's Taoism is not bad, no wonder he dares to be so emboldened. I raised my hand and Zhong Qiqi's corpse rushed out at an extremely fast speed, and Zong Chi-Chi's guardianing spirit inside the jade ring appeared in front of me at the same time. As soon as Zong Chi-Chi's soul appeared, the inside of this stone room was instantly filled with a gloomy and cold aura. There were originally 2 ghosts in here, but it wasn't this gloomy and cold, and after Zong Chi-Chi's shadowy soul came out, the gloomy and cold aura was instantly strengthened by more than double.
Is this a voluntary guardianing soul?
The man's heart was startled, and a few moments of fear appeared on his face. I let out a cold smile and completely let go of my control over Zong Chi-Chi's soul, this kind of voluntary guardianing spirit, and I have a contract of blood array. We are almost mind to mind. One of my thoughts, she can casually pick up on it, and will go all out to attack my enemy. Zong Chi-Chi's corpse under my control also performed extremely bravely, instantly wrapping around the zombie controlled by the man, and in less than 10 seconds, Zong Chi-Chi's soul had already finished off the man's spirit, and directly rushed towards the man. The man immediately panicked, grabbed a peachwood sword on the Dharma table and rushed towards Zong Chi-Chi's soul. How could I give him a chance? I directly grabbed a long sword on the table and rushed towards him. With the cooperation of Zong Chi-Chi's soul, I barely bothered to finish off that man, and all the way to his death, I didn't even know what his name was, and there was no need to.
This is a place where if I don't kill others, others will kill me.
But for you Dongling, I really can't lay my hands on him. After spending so much time together, there has long been a kind of friendship in it. Renfan, when you reach me and kill me, you will be able to enter the practice room, and after a month, you will be able to enter the 7th floor to cultivate at ease, and you will only be 1 step away from getting out of here.
Yu Dongling looked at me and said calmly.
I shook my head and said, Dongling, don't worry for a moment, there's a loophole in this rule, you don't have to die. Yu Dongling froze, and with some surprise, walked toward me and asked, what loophole? I said directly, you just said that you have to kill the other 2 people before you can go to the practice room, right? But if I kill him and you kill me, there's only 1 person you've killed, won't you be equally unable to enter the practice room? Yu Dongling nodded his head and said, if that's the case, then I'll have to wait until the next newcomer comes over and kill another newcomer to make up 2 before I can go to the practice room. I turned around and pointed at the man on the ground who was no longer breathing, and mouthed, so really, the rules are just to kill 2 people, and I can kill him now without killing you, and wait until the others come to kill the others, yes. When I said this, I suddenly felt a coldness in my back, and turned my head to look incredulously at Yu Dongling, who had taken the dagger and plunged it into my back.
Chapter 88, no different from a zombie. I'm sorry, Renfan, I have to live. Yu Dongling's apologetic face did seem that hypocritical to me. Who isn't?
As I spoke, Zong Chi-Chi's spirit had already come to the side, and she raised her hand and slapped her hand towards Yu Dongling. Yu Dongling waved her left hand, and Nai Xinya's spirit suddenly appeared beside her, and with her right hand, she violently drew out her dagger and stabbed towards me once again. I opened my mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blood as my entire body exploded with strength, rushing several steps forward. Yu Dongling obviously didn't expect me to be able to move so fast after being stabbed with a dagger by her either. What she didn't know was that my martial arts had already qualitatively improved after I passed the martial arts examination. Dodging Yu Dongling's second knife, I sighed helplessly and mouthed, I'm sorry, you forced me. As soon as the words were said, Zong Chi-Chi's soul suddenly screamed, directly slapping away Blade Xianya's soul and lifting his hand, he pinched Yu Dongling's neck.
Run Fan.
Yu Dongling said while coughing. She was a bit suffocated by Zong Chi-Chi's spirit pinching her neck. I looked at her helpless expression, my heart suddenly softened, at least she had helped me before on top of the corpse control technique. With a thought, Zong Chi-Chi loosened her hand, Yu Dongling fell to the ground, coughing continuously. Yu Dongling, classmate for a time, you can kill me, but I will not kill you, can live, depends on your luck. I wiped the blood at the corner of my mouth. Yu Dongling's knife, no, should not have injured my heart, may have pierced the lungs, only to keep spitting blood. This injury is very heavy, but not fatal. The reason why I decided to let Yu Dongling go, because she also did not have a dagger directly to my life. Her nature is not bad, just the situation is forced, otherwise with her strength, in the case of my defenselessness, so close to the sneak attack, want to send the dagger into my heart is not difficult. The reason why she stabbed the wrong way, most likely because of her out of the hesitation, can hesitate a little bit, proves that she is not so hopeless.
You're willing to let me go? Yu Dongling asked in disbelief.
I nodded, just do what I just said, any more people, I'll kill them, I'll get out of here, and it's up to you if you live next. When I finished sitting on the ground powerlessly, Zong Chi-Chi's spirit suddenly floated over and reached out to cover the wound on my back. An ice-cold feeling wrapped around the wound, and the original pain that had been drilling the heart slowly disappeared. As if the piece had been anesthetized, there was not much sensation left, even the pain inside the internal organs slowly disappeared. I was shocked in my heart and asked in surprise, Chi-Chi, you still have a kind of ability? Zong Chi-Chi's soul expressionlessly said, Master, I can only use my origining chi to help you paralyze the wound and drive away the pain. I can't let you heal immediately. In order to heal, you still need the master's own body to slowly repair it. It's been great, by the way, can it get infected or inflamed? I asked hurriedly. Zong Chi-Chi shook her head and said, it won't be, eh? Master, your physique is so special. Her tone was flat and her face was expressionless, but I was already sure that she had discovered my extreme physique, but I wasn't worried about leaking it out. she was just a guardianing spirit who knew a lot, and I was the only one who could manipulate her. I smiled and didn't say anything further because there was another Yudongling here. The bleeding stopped and the pain in my body disappeared, which made me breathe a deep sigh of relief. Although I felt a bit weak all over my body, it didn't affect my ability to manipulate Zone Chi-Chi's soul and corpse. At the same time, I became more and more grateful to Zone Chi-Chi, and in my heart, I had a firm conviction that I must take her to the Martial Marquis tomb. That's right, it's just a conviction. Yudongling looked at Zone Chi-Chi's soul with a face full of amazement as he saw that Zone Chi-Chi had actually helped me treat my wounds. Is this the power of a guardianing soul that voluntarily chooses its master? I smiled and didn't answer him. Instead I sat down on the ground and started to rest, constantly running the regulating breath mind technique that I had learned inside the martial arts examination room on the first floor. I have been waiting for more than 10 days, my injuries are almost recovered, but no one comes to our stone room anymore. Every day, in addition to eating the food sent in from inside the dark compartment, is to constantly study the Shin Men spells, in order to better reach a tacit understanding with the guardian of the Yin soul sect Chi-Chi. These days, I've been using the ghost harnessing technique to sacrifice her. During this period, Yudongling had a lot of things to ask me to teach. I also basically have no reservation. I can point out, will definitely point out, in my heart still hope that Yudongling live on. Because, in addition to Yu Mengxian, the people in the 4th class has only left me and Yudongling. Yudongling in my guidance, progress is also very fast. She is quite happy. After untying the knot, people have become a lot more cheerful. To me is full of gratitude. Knife Shinya's soul was dispersed. She regained control of the soul of the man I killed, and because she originally came from a body control background, she also controlled the man's corpse at the same time. That is to say, she now has 2 zombies in her hands, and the bargaining chips of the fight, to be a little more. But for her, I won't have a second stay. I used to treat her as a partner, even a friend, and she stabbed me in the back. This matter has doomed us to not have any friendship in the future. On this day, I originally thought that no one would come again, but after seeing a figure appear in the doorway, I was finally relieved. I've seen this person before, the bald guy who wanted to take Jiangxianya's knife captive on the 1st floor, and I never thought that he could also go up to the 5th floor. He stood in the doorway at the same time as I did at first, not knowing what to do, and after seeing me clearly, his expression changed, but he didn't have any fear, and probably had a new kind of self-confidence in his increased strength. All the other rooms are full? I asked, opening my mouth. Yes, I don't know how to get into the practice room, the bald man said in a faint voice. I said with an expressionless face, it's very simple, you come in, kill both of us, and you can go in. Other than that, there is no other way. Then you're welcome. The bald head walked in after saying that, and behind him was a zombie. This zombie was actually the penis who had tried to take the knife Shinya captive with him at the beginning. Come on, I said with a smile. To kill this bald guy, I naturally didn't hold anything back. He came in confidently, but unfortunately, less than a minute after he came in, he had already turned into a corpse. All the corpses and souls are left for you. I hope you'll take care of yourself. Although the Ghost Hunter Alliance needs to kill, be cold and ruthless, but a person who lives also needs to have their own heart, otherwise, it's no different from a zombie. I dropped a sentence and left this stone room with Zone Chi-Chi's soul and corpse. I just walked to the door of that practice room. The stone door opened with a bang. I breathed a sigh of relief. The next thing would be relatively simple. As long as I stayed inside this practice room for more than half a month, the 5th floor would be full for a month, and then, I could go to the 7th floor to practice in peace. The 6th floor of the cultivation room is very large. There is no compartment inside. When I came in, there were 2 people in here. These 2 people I remember, respectively, are the people inside the 1st and the 2nd stone room. When I first saw them, it was a 3-person melee, and these 2 people should have killed the other 2 people before they came in here. Heh, so you can come in too. I really underestimated you. The one who spoke was the same fierce man who had previously said all the words telling me to get lost. I casually laughed and didn't want to exchange anything with him, and after politely exchanging greetings with another person, I found a dharma table and organized what came on it, preparing to meditate and continue practicing Shin Fa, waiting for the time to come to head to the 7th floor. Thanks to my friend Stupid for the Godhead bounty. Chapter 89, the end of the 3-year period. 10 days passed quickly, during which there was no abnormality, and the 3 people got along quite harmoniously. In fact, it was that no one gave a damn about anyone, because we all knew that in this kind of environment, it was safest to have no fellowship. First those 2 went up, and a few days later, I followed, without any new people coming in during that time. Once I reached the 7th floor, my mind was suddenly much brighter, as I could already see a lot of sunlight shining down sporadically on the 7th floor, and the fresher air was somewhat refreshing. The layout of the 7th floor had changed greatly. It was no longer a stone room. A large open space extended out here, on top of which there were more than a dozen small wooden huts, which were far apart from each other. Because of the proximity to the ground, there were many shade-loving vegetation inside this space, making people feel a bit more comfortable after all. Even so, it was still impossible to get out of here, as there was only one exit, which would only open once when each person's time was up, and it was guarded by a man in a cloak. The gatekeeper does not show his face, the whole face is hidden under the wide brim of the cloak, no one wants to slip out from under his eyes, because next to him stands a zombie. That zombie is covered with purple fluff. At a glance, we know that it is a high-level hairy stiff, and if it is further, it is a flying stiff, and there is no possibility of escaping with our strength. The cultivation environment and resources on the 7th floor are very good. These cabins are all unique, and there are people who come to deliver food every day. Only the person who delivers the food never says a word to me more than once. My heart again anxious to go out. I also know that I must be good here to cultivate, as much as possible to enhance their own strength. At the same time, I also need to hide part of my strength, because my cultivation and other people are not the same. I'm the extreming destiny. Is Zhuge mouth of metaphysics of the wizards, to the metaphysics of the understanding and perception of the people to the general public, to be a lot stronger than the general public. Only about a year's time, the cultivation resources provided by the 7th layer were basically finished by me. This year I was not able to leave my home, in addition to sleeping, is in the study of those Shinmen magic spells. The 7th layer provides the resources, it is other people 3 years to learn all those Shinmen magic spells, I 1 year's time to learn all of them. At the same time, I also understand that after learning all the things in the 7th level, it doesn't mean that I understand all of them. These things can only be regarded as introductory for the real Shenshur. There are many more profound methods, just that we can't touch them, and the hunting and killing division won't leave these profound methods for us to see. This year, I would like to see Zhou Peng and Li Bai, they came up or not, but the rules here do not allow to go out at all. To the 7th floor, you can only be a person to meditate and cultivate, isolated from the world, until you go out. It is impossible to see other people, so in a way, even if it is the same division of the people, but also may not know each other. Xianmen magic cultivation to this point, I also understand about the Yin soul of some of the special grades. These grades are Xianmen people in accordance with the strength of the Yin soul of the strength of a differentiation mark. When a person dies, he or she becomes a Yin soul, which lives on Yin Qi and can strengthen his or her soul by absorbing Yin Qi. According to the strength of the strength, the Yin spirit, like the zombie, is divided into 6 ranks, which are, in order, Ghost, Ghost Soldier, Ghost General, Ghost Marshal, Ghost King, and Undead Spirit. And each rank of the ghosts, possessing strengths that are both strong and weak, are subdivided into 6 orders, such as the first order of Ghost Generals and the second order of Ghost Generals. As for the Guardian Yin Soul Zong Chi by my side, when she signed the Blood Array contract with me, she was already at the 4th rank of Ghost Soldier, and through my cultivation of the Ode Mantra Oath Blood for almost a year, her strength had already reached the 5th rank of Ghost Soldier. The ranks of Yin spirits are the same as those of zombies: white stiff, green stiff, purple stiff, hairy stiff, flying stiff, and immortalized bone, and the strengths between the same ranks are basically equal and not comparable. At the same time, it was also clear to me that the purple rigid I encountered in the martial arts test I chose on the 1st floor was sealed by a spell, and appeared to be a purple rigid, but was actually about as strong as a green rigid. And Xianshur, according to the strength of the weak, the same grade division, only this grade distinction I am not very clear now. I only know, Xian sect people, collectively known as the Xianshur, and learn all of the Xian sect spells inside the wooden house, in order to be barely counted as a real Xianshur, but also the lowest level of the Xianshur. I'm also not sure why the Hunt branch would purposely withhold information on this. In fact, I'm more interested in knowing the hierarchical division of the demon race, because Zhao Xian was born into the demon race, but unfortunately, this is the Ghost Hunter Alliance, not the Demon Beheader Alliance, and there's an incomparable lack of information here about the demon race. For the remaining 2 years, I relied on what I had learned, constantly deducing deeper levels of Xianmen spells, although there are no books or seniors here who can point to lead the way, but different paths lead to the same place, and all spells are of the same origin, and among each other, there is always something in common. So compared to the average person who has graduated from the 7th level, my strength is going to be a cut above, but I don't intend to reveal this strength. In addition, Zong Chi also from the Ghost Soldier 5th rank to the Ghost General 1st rank, the strength of the same greatly increased. My martial arts cultivation is also increasingly refined. Now I should be in Zhugewu and Zhou Ping equivalent, and may even be a little stronger. This day is the day that 3 years have passed since I was sent to this hunting branch, which means that today is the day that I leave this place to regain my freedom. Knock knock knock. After hearing the knock on the door for more than 2 years, it sounded on time as always. This time the person who came to deliver the food didn't have a plate or food in his hands, but handed me a black token and a letter before turning around and leaving. I looked at the token in my hand, and there were only 2 red engraved fonts on it, Hunt 2706. After tearing open the letter, there were only a few short sentences. Zhao Lianfan, after layers of examination, you have officially become the 2706th member of the Ghost Hunter Alliance's Hunting and Killing Division. The Hunting and Killing Division's tasks will be given from time to time by way of the Into the Dream transmission. The tasks must not be refused or delayed, and the consequences will be borne by you. Otherwise, there will be consequences. With these few short words, I possessed a new identity, and at the same time, I also understood that once I went out this time, even if I went to the ends of the earth, they could still find me. Just what this method was, I had no way of knowing, and it was also clear to me that with my current strength, I had no way to fight against them. Since the beginning, not a single person from the Ghost Hunters Alliance had shown up. I had no idea who the opponents were, and the fact that they were able to let us people go so easily meant that they weren't worried about us going against their will. That letter, after I finished reading it, automatically started the fire and turned into ashes. I took the token, put Zone Chi-Chi's soul inside the ring, directly walked out of the wooden house, towards the exit. The reason why I didn't take away Zone Chi-Chi's corpse is because her corpse has long since rotted away. The door was still guarded by the same cloaked man, who sat in a Taiwanese chair, while at his side still stood a hairy stiff in a state of constant vigilance. I had just gotten near the exit when the cloaked figure spoke up and asked, "Token." I hurriedly grabbed out the token and handed it to him. His head tilted slightly and he didn't take it. He turned around and slapped the rock wall behind him, and the stone door at the exit made a rumbling sound and slowly opened. Chapter 90, There Are More Good People. 3 years, spent 3 years in a dark place, it is not ordinary people can bear. See outside the birds and flowers, mountains and mountains. I am like that by the longevity monk from the Five-Finger Mountain to save the Monkey King, excited beyond control. Looking back at that stone door, from the outside, it was actually a very ordinary stone, and this surrounding couldn't see any traces of excavation. But who could have thought that in this seemingly featureless hill, there was such a big underground building hidden underneath? Any one of the students, all have a dream of college, I am no exception. Once how many times I fantasized in Zhao Xian hand in hand strolling in the campus of the boulevard, look at the trees on the happy birds, stone table in the forest, and a pair of campus couples to maintain the purity of love, but also have our own love and unrestrained life. But all of this is for me, can only be an impractical dream. Standing in place for half an hour, my state of mind which slowly calmed down, should do what they should do, 18 years old, need to have 18 years old to bear, Zhao Xian said, 18 years old will marry me, will also give me a surprise, I know that she is now in the body, then I have to go to find her, to marry her, to give her a surprise. A pact is a pact, it's between the two of us, and since she's not available right now, it's up to me to fulfill our pact. Zhao Xian's figure kept surfacing in my mind. I fixed my mind and turned my head to look at my surroundings. There wasn't a road here, and I couldn't see any villages or people around me. I could only rely on the position of the sun to identify the direction and started walking towards the east, because when I was brought here, I knew that we were heading west. No matter what, I have to go back to Yu's family to find Yu Mengxian to ask for a clarification on the letter that Zhugewu had given to her first inside, what exactly was written. After almost 2 hours of rapid walking, I still hadn't seen any village. It was getting dark, and I had absolutely no idea what this place was, so I could only keep walking towards the front. The day is getting late, the sun's afterglow dragged my shadow to a long time, single, so lonely, my pace is accelerated. We must find someone to ask what this place is before dark. Once at night, this deep forest, want to meet people will be more difficult. Another hour passed, I don't know how far I had traveled, the sun completely disappeared behind the mountains, and the surroundings were completely dark, the clouds were heavy that night, there were no stars or moon, and the mountains were pitch black. This environment, on the contrary, made it easier for me to spot the lights. There are people? I was delighted, there were lights on at the foot of this mountain opposite to the one I was on, so there was bound to be someone there. I sacrificed Zone Chi-Chi's soul and communicated to her perspective, as my guardian in spirit, after she reached the ghost general level, her perspective can be shared, in spirits don't fear the darkness, even if there is no light at all, she can still see clearly. With the help of Zone Chi-Chi's perspective, I quickly ran towards that light. 20 minutes later, I finally arrived in front of this light, and realized that there were not people's homes here, but a team of hiking donkeys. It didn't matter to me though, I just needed to ask for directions. There were 4 tents set up here, in a circle, with a campfire right in the middle, and 5 people, 3 women and 2 men, basically all in their 20s, were currently chatting around the campfire, completely oblivious to the fact that I was already approaching them. I collected Zone Chi-Chi's soul and straightened up my attire before walking over to their campfire. Good evening, brothers and sisters. As soon as I said this, I put one of the petite-looking girls under, and myself under, as my voice became hoarse, and after not speaking properly for over 2 years, I realized that my voice had deteriorated a bit. Asterisk 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 are you a human or a ghost, how did you appear here? A strong man with a flat head next to that petite girl suddenly stood up and stared at me cautiously. I scratched my head awkwardly and quickly thought of an excuse. Brothers and sisters, I was abducted by human traffickers, I escaped a few days ago, and I've been wandering around in these mountains for a few days now, and I finally bumped into you guys, and I wanted to ask what this place is. I was forced to say this, and according to general thinking, it seemed like the only most convincing reason to get them to trust me. And the image I have now is particularly fitting. As expected, after I said this, the crowd showed sympathetic eyes, and the petite girl was no longer afraid, and said with her mouth, so Pora, we must call the police for this matter, I hate human traffickers the most. I waved my hand and said, the sister, thank you for your kindness, I just want to know where this is and I want to get home quickly before my family gets worried. This is a mountainous area in western Hunan, there's no highway for a convenient 50 miles, and there's no signal here for cell phones. The girl said. I continued. And how far is this place from Xiangsha City? You're from Xiangsha City? The strong man next to him asked. I nodded and said, yes. We are also from Xiangsha City, we are preparing to go back. This place can be more than 500 kilometers away from Xiangsha City, and now it's dark, why don't we wait until dawn and go back with us? The strong man said. My heart sank that it was so far away. The strong man saw that I didn't say anything, thought that I was worried about something, and said with his mouth, "Don't worry, we're not bad people, we're just here for a driving tour. Our car is inside the village more than 10 kilometers away, and we'll set off back early tomorrow morning." I thought about it and said, "Okay, then thank you brothers and sisters." The reason why I stayed was because the distance was just too far, and I was now penniless, so I would definitely have to take a bus for such a long distance, and just leave, and I wouldn't be able to get back at all without money. "Oh, no need to be polite, helping people is fun, Sasha, I'll sleep with you tonight, I'll give my tent to this brother. By the way, little brother, my name is Shauna, what's your name?" The other long-haired girl said with a smile. "Hello sister Na, my name is Zhao Loves Fan, loves as in lover, fan as in ordinary," I replied. That strong man laughed and said, "The name is still weirdly nice, hee, my name is Wen Chengshi, the captain of this donkey team." He then pointed to the petite woman next to her and said, "This is my girlfriend, called Xia Meng, and Shauna's younger sister, this is Lu Sha, and this is Wu Hao. On behalf of all of us, I would like to welcome you." I smiled and said, "Thank you all for taking me in, there are still a lot of good people in this world." Don't be polite, the person who abducted you will get his retribution sooner or later. Are you hungry? We still have compressed cookies and canned food here, we caught a few wild rabbits earlier, but we ate them all. When Chengshi said and picked up a backpack behind him, unzipped it and took out some dry food from it.
"Amazing, and catching hares," I complimented with a smile.
When Chengshi smiled and shook his head and said, "We don't have that ability, it's another friend who caught it. By the way, I forgot to tell you, we have another friend called Meng Xian, she's sleeping inside right now, she's very tired today, so she rested early."
Meng Xian? A shock went through me, it couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Chapter 91, Good Intentions Defamed. When everyone saw my strange expression, Shauna took the initiative and said, "What's wrong? Could it be that you know Meng Xian?" I hurriedly asked, "The Meng Xian you guys are talking about, is she surnamed you?" The crowd looked at each other, and Shauna asked Wen Chengshi, "Brother One, do you know what Meng Xian's last name is?" What made me wonder was that Wen Chengshi also shook his head, they didn't seem to be familiar with this Meng Xian either. Sure enough, Wen Chengshi also shook his head and said, "I don't really know, it hasn't been long since she joined us. I owe a sound, very wanna go to see if this Meng Xian is really you Meng Xian, but now people are resting, I'm not good to disturb." Enthusiastic Xia Na hurriedly handed over a cell phone, mouth said, "Here, I have photos here, you see if it is the you Meng Xian you know." I gladly took the phone and glanced at the picture Shauna had opened. This photo should have been taken secretly, there was only a side face, and there were some differences between the girl in the photo and Yu Meng Xian, but 3 years had passed, and it was normal for there to be differences. There is a difference, but it's still a resemblance, except that with this one side-by-side photo, I really can't be sure if she's Yu Meng Xian or not. "Sister Nana, are there any other photos?" I said and flipped forward a bit, and actually saw a private photo of Shauna herself, and this private photo was obviously taken by force, with no clothes on, tied up on top of a chair, and Shauna's expression was in pain. I dialed back awkwardly, glad no one noticed. Shauna shook her head and said, "Meng Xian is very pretty, but has a strong personality and never takes pictures with us." I handed the phone back and said with my mouth, "Thank you Sister Na, let's wait until Meng Xian wakes up." After talking to them for a while longer, most of their questions were about how I was abducted, and I fabricated a few things to finally round out the panic. It was until after 11 o'clock, when they were ready to rest, and when Chengshi said, "It's the same old rules, I'll keep watch until 3 o'clock, and Wu Hao will take over the watch until dawn." Shauna pointed to a large tent behind her and said, "Brother Renfan, you'll sleep in my tent and I'll sleep with Sasha, except you'll be sleeping with my boyfriend." The boyfriend that Shauna was talking about was Wu Hao, the man who hadn't said a word since the beginning. I shook my head and said, "Thank you Sister Na, no need, in order not to be caught by the traffickers, I basically rested during the day, and I'm still in good spirits, I'll keep watch." This kind of donkey group that sleeps in the deep mountains needs someone to keep watch at night to prevent some forest beasts from approaching, although the chances are very small, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. When Chengshi shook his head and said, "You've just joined us, where is the good of bothering you to keep watch? It's okay Vin, you guys get some rest, I should do something if I'm going to bother you to take me back." I smiled and sat in place without moving. When Chengshi also smiled and said, "Shauna, if little brother Renfan doesn't sleep, then you should sleep back in your own tent. Squeezing into a single tent with Sha will not be a good way to sleep." Shauna nodded, a trace of undetectable loss actually flashed through her eyes before she burrowed inside the tent, followed by Wu Hao. Xia Meng and Lu Sha also went back to their respective tents, leaving Wen Chengshi and I alone. When Chengshi is not a very talkative person, everyone is ready to rest, he is even less likely to take the initiative to talk, but began to look at his cell phone in boredom, and I also fell free, while throwing firewood inside the campfire, while thinking that this Meng Xian will not really be you Meng Xian. At the same time I was a bit puzzled why these donkeys would come here to play, there is no beautiful scenery or any fame here at all. After 3 o'clock, Wu Hao drilled out from inside the tent. When Chengshi yawned and drilled into Xia Meng's tent, I was still in high spirits at this time. After spending 3 years inside that underground building of the hunting and killing branch, my sleeping time was shortened a lot, 3 hours of sleep per day was almost enough. "You can rest for a while, I'll just watch."
Wu Hao sat down across from me and uttered his first words. His tone was icy, even with a commanding tone. I nodded and moved over, leaning against a rock, and started to close my eyes. I really wasn't sleepy. The excitement of not having been exposed to the outside world for 3 years hadn't passed. After less than half an hour, I suddenly felt a somewhat chilly sensation all over my body, a feeling that was familiar. Only the yin chi brought up by the yin souls would have this feeling. Couldn't have run into a ghost, could you? I muttered inwardly, narrowing my eyes to slits. It doesn't matter if I don't open my eyes. As soon as my eyes opened, I froze, because Wu Hao, who was on the opposite side of the bonfire, had already stood up and turned around at that moment, and was constantly playing hand signals to an open space behind him. A thought came to me, this Wu Hao is a member of the Xian men. I pinched the sword finger with both hands and opened the yin and yang eyes. Opposite to Wu Hao, there were really 4 yin spirits standing. These 4 yin spirits were wearing black life clothes, their hairstyles were modern hairstyles, their strengths were not strong, not even a ghost soldier, just the strength of the third order of ghosts, the strength. And it was only the strength of the ghosts that had been refined by ghost harnessing techniques. I didn't move and squinted my eyes. This position was far away from the campfire, the light was dim. Wu Hao didn't necessarily know I was peeking at him even if he was facing me. After Wu Hao made a series of hand decree, he returned around, and the 4 ghosts, each of them walked towards the 4 tents. I frowned, this was definitely not going to be good. I stood up violently and whispered to Wu Hao, just stop, I can pretend I didn't see it. What for? Wu Hao stared at me cautiously, his face full of doubt. You should know better than me what those 4 ghosts want, I said in a cold voice. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Hao Dun's expression suddenly turned normal as he said with his mouth, I don't care how you saw it, but you better mind your own business or I'll kill you right now. Who's your accomplice? I asked directly. There are 5 people here besides me and him, and he only has 4 yin souls, so there must be one of these 5 people who won't be victimized by yin souls, and this person should be Wu Hao's accomplice. Who the hell are you? Wu Hao's expression became cautious. Not stopping, are they? I asked hurriedly, as the 4 ghosts were already going through the tents. What can you do if you don't stop? Wu Hao said with a cold smile. I took out a ghost-busting talisman, took 2 steps to the nearest tent by my side, Lu Sha's tent, and with a slap slapped the ghost-busting talisman on the ghostly soul that was preparing to enter the tent. These ghosts are very weak. My ghost-striking talisman is already a 2nd-grade ghost-striking talisman. Just this one, that ghost was instantly tapped by me. You! Something worse than a beast. Wu Hao suddenly shouted, driving away the other 3 ghosts and charging directly towards me. I dodged, and he didn't really seem to want to hit me, but instead, he rushed down the road to the tent next to Lu Sha where Meng Xian was, and reached out to unzip the zipper of Meng Xian's tent. I wondered in my heart why this Wu Hao made such a move, only to see the others drilling out from inside the tent, and when Shengshi asked somewhat cautiously, what's wrong, Wu Hao? At this time, Wu Hao has already pulled open the zipper of the tent. See, the crowd are out, he said viciously. This Zhao Lianfan is I said that my stomach is uncomfortable, to go to facilitate for a while, did not expect to return. He actually plotting against Meng Xian. What? Everyone including me asked in confusion. I was even more puzzled in my heart, but when I saw the girls drilling out from inside the tent, I was relieved. This Meng Xian was really Yu Meng Xian. Is this Wu Hao a pig? Such a low-level slander would soon be demolished by Yu Meng Xian. Meng Xian, is that so? When Shengshi looked at me suspiciously and turned his head to ask Yu Meng Xian. Yu Meng Xian looked at Wu Hao and her gaze landed on me. 3 years had passed and she seemed to have changed really little other than becoming prettier and having a more perfect body. Yes, he got into my tent, covered my mouth, and went to pull my clothes. Who the hell is this person? Yu Meng Xian echoed. Chapter 92 Donkey groups are not simple. Sister Meng Xian, what are you talking about? I asked with a confused face. I'm sure this girl is Yu Meng Xian. Her looks and body are different. That's all normal development, and her voice is also very similar. There are people in this world who look alike, fewer who look like their names, and almost none who still sound alike. Who is your sister Meng Xian? I don't know you. Yu Meng Xian said with some disgust. Me, Zhao Renfan. I looked at Yu Meng Xian in depression. Her disgust, it wasn't feigned, it was from the bottom of her heart. I don't know how she became like this, thinking that it couldn't be amnesia, right? Even if it was amnesia, she wouldn't be completely unaware of me. Surely Yushin would have spoken to her. What Zhao Renfan? I don't even know him. I despise people like you the most, pretending to be an acquaintance to pick up girls. Isn't that tacky? It's fine to like me, but why did you do that beastly thing to me? Yu Meng Xian huffed. Looking at the look on her face, I knew it was over. People here were sure to believe her because she was so full of drama. I calmed down, and in my heart, I knew that this Wu Hao's accomplice was most likely Yu Meng Xian, because no ghosts went towards Yu Meng Xian's tent. In fact, I should have thought of this, only when I saw Yu Meng Xian, I was a bit agitated, and I thought that she would help me to clarify this matter. When Shengshi said coldly, Zhao Renfan, we kindly took you in wanting to help, but I didn't expect you to actually do such things that are worse than pigs and dogs. Xia Meng chimed in with her voice of exasperation. It's deserved that you would be abducted. People are doing it. It's all retribution, you know? Even Shana, who had been very enthusiastic, said, oh, knowing people, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Brother 1, tie him up and send him to the police station tomorrow and charge him with attempted female rape. Wu Hao also said angrily, as if he was really a righteous man and I was a villain. I didn't bother to defend myself because there was no way to defend this, they would just think I was being sophomoric.
Well, Meng, go get the hiking rope.
When Shangshi said as he walked to my side, reached out and grabbed my hands, cuffed them behind my back backwards, and then pressed me down to the ground.
I didn't resist, these people were kind, I also knew what Wu Hao meant, tie me up, don't spoil his good deed, but I didn't intend to leave, because I knew as soon as I left, everyone else here except Yu Mengxian and Wu Hao would suffer. How can I say that this is also a few lives? And even more critical, why did Yu Mengxian turn out to be like this? Since everyone doesn't believe me, then I'll just leave.
I opened my mouth and said, and in my heart, I also calculated to leave first and hide to the side to continue stopping Wu Hao's plot.
Leave? You're a criminal now, naturally the law will punish you, and you still want to leave?
Wu Hao rushed up in 2 steps and stopped on my head. I was furious in my heart, but since I didn't resist just now and let Wen Changshi clasp my hands, I couldn't make any effort at all, and this Wen Changshi, it seemed that he also had a few strokes and a lot of strength.
You lighten up, don't get anyone killed. Wen Changshi warned.
Wu Hao took the rope handed over by Xiao Meng and quickly tied my legs together. I still didn't resist because I was clear that even if I was tied up, with Zhong Qiqi around, this Wu Hao wasn't enough at all. I didn't plan to get Zhong Qiqi out to deal with Wu Hao now, these ghosts and gods can't be easily known by ordinary people, the hunting and killing branch has this regulation, ordinary people outside the mission can't be allowed to see the ghosts, and if they do, they must be killed. Because of my incomparable cooperation, it was just less than 3 minutes before they tied me up and threw me to the side, and when Shangshi said, "You all go and rest, I'll watch him." I spoke up, "Wu Hao can rest, the others can't."
Pa! Wu Hao rushed over and slapped me, mouthing, "You still have the ing face to talk."
After cursing this, Wu Hao picked up a dirty towel used for wiping things and shoved it directly into my mouth. I couldn't say anything anymore, I could only look at them discussing about sending me to the police station tomorrow. Yu Mengxian had kept her head down since she spoke just now, as if I had really plotted against her. Xiana and the 3 of them girls were also consoling her, and when Shangshi was just bowing his head and sighing, smoking a cigarette while discussing with Wu Hao about how to get me into their car tomorrow. After such a thing happened, everyone lost the idea of sleeping. Instead, the person in question, Yu Mengxian, got into the tent by herself, and after a short while, Wu Hao also got into his own tent, but this time, Shauna didn't follow her in. She said she wouldn't go to sleep, she couldn't sleep. The 4 of them were awake, and I was relieved that the ghosts controlled by Wu Hao were weak, and the reason why he chose to do it when everyone was asleep was definitely to carry out possession. When a person is in a sleeping state, it is the easiest time to be possessed, and this kind of possession has one advantage, which is that after possession, it can easily take over the person's consciousness and nerve center for the purpose of controlling the person's behavior and actions. That is to say, Wu Hao's purpose should be to want to use these ghosts to possess and take Wen Qingshi's 4 people to another place. This place should be the direction I came from. The reason why he made his move here is because when Shangshi and his men said they were ready to return, Wu Hao couldn't allow them to return, so he waited until tonight to make his move. But since he ran into me, he deserves his bad luck. Wu Hao went in and then did not come out again until the day was about to dawn. Still no one any movement. He did not make a move. It proves that he is not much powerful and will not have a very powerful background. After dawn, the crowd ate a hasty breakfast. Of course there was no share for me. After breakfast they started to collect the tents. After collecting the tents, when Shangshi walked to my side, took off the towel in my mouth and asked, "Are you going to walk on your own or do you want us to drag you away?" I said outright, "I'll just walk by myself."
"Oh, you're quite calm. Do you know you'll go to jail?"
Wu Hao sneered. I smiled faintly and stopped talking. My eyes kept staring at Yu Mengxian, wanting to find some clues, but unfortunately, Yu Mengxian completely seemed to have changed, as if she had changed into a different person, and didn't even look at me at all.
"Still ing looking, look again and I'll gouge your eyes out,"
Wu Hao said viciously. Xiana picked up and said, "Zhao Lianfan, don't look, my boyfriend does what he says he's going to do, he could really gouge your eyes out." Wu Hao froze and glanced at Shauna, who beamed and kept quiet. Xiana seems to be very afraid of Wu Hao, but she doesn't dare to show it. Last night she wasn't very willing to go in the tent, and now she intentionally said such a redundant sentence, and then associating it with the private photo I saw from inside her cell phone. I thought in my heart that this Xiana, who is Wu Hao's girlfriend, and even accompanied him to this place, would be threatened. Thinking about this donkey group is really not simple. I followed them to start walking back. As long as they go back, a few of them will be relatively safe. That Wu Hao seems to hate me to the bone, the road constantly on my abuse, and I do not make a sound. The heart is only one sentence. The Wang Bang read the scriptures, do not listen to. I had been walking for more than 10 kilometers, the mountain road was difficult to walk, and at this time, it was almost noon. Inside my vision, there was indeed a village with not a large population, which only had a dozen or so families, and was situated at the foothills of a large mountain. Next to the muddy road at the entrance of the village, there were 2 SUVs parked, which should be Wen Qingshi's and theirs. Chapter 93, like her, but not her. Walking into the 2 SUVs, Wu Hao cursed, *******, who the blew out our tires. I took a closer look and the tires on the 2 SUVs had indeed been punctured, but not all of them.
the back two tires on each vehicle were flat, the front tires were fine. When Changshur looked at the village with some contempt and said with his mouth, "It should be those unruly people inside the village who did this. Asterisk 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 asterisk, find them and settle the score." Wu Hao said as he was about to head inside the village. "What can you do?" When Changshur said breathlessly, opening the trunk and starting to rummage for tools. Wu Hao said, "What then?" "Remove the spare tires of both cars, one of them change the two spare tires first, go inside the nearby town first, patch the tire and then come back to drive the other one. There is no signal at all in this hellish place, and the rescue call can't be made." When Changshur took out a jack and started preparing to unload the tires, Wu Hao said, "Also okay, this way, you first go to rest inside the village, I drive fast, after changing it, first send this to the police station, and then send back the car tire patch." When Changshur did not say anything, just loading and unloading tires, should be regarded as a default. I know what this Wu Hao means, he wants to deal with me alone, and then come back to harm other people, to continue to carry out his plan. If this is really the case, then this tire was blown up, it should be unrelated to him. In less than half an hour, the two rear tires of one of the SUVs were replaced with a spare tire. When Changshur and Wu Hao combined their efforts to lift the two blown-out tires into the car as well, before saying, "Wu Hao, we go. The nearest town is 40 to 50 kilometers away, and there is a police station inside the town, so you will first send Zhao Renfan to that police station. A village is 40 to 50 kilometers away from the town, then this village is really remote." I didn't say anything. I can't wait for Wu Hao and I to be alone together, so that it will be convenient for me to move my hand. Yu Mengxian suddenly said, "Send it to the police station? Without evidence, the police station won't handle it." Wu Hao picked up the conversation and said, right, Mengxian is a party to this and will go with me. You guys wait here for a bit, we'll try to make it back before nightfall. Wu Hao's meaning was obvious, Yu Mengxian was one of his own and there was no problem with going with him. "What I mean is, let the others go back first, and I'll stay here with you and Zhao Renfan," Yu Mengxian said. Wu Hao froze and asked suspiciously, "Why?" The crowd also did not understand, they all looked at Yu Mengxian with some confusion, even I was a little confused. Yu Mengxian and Wu Hao are not a group. Since they are a group, then of course their target is Wen Changshur and the four of them. But why did Yu Mengxian let them go? Without evidence, the police station won't deal with Zhao Renfan. You guys go back and call the police first, bring the police here, I have a way to make the police get his incriminating evidence when they come. Yu Mengxian said directly. I laughed coldly and said faintly, "Oh, falsifying evidence? Why do you have to do this?" Yu Mengxian, I didn't do anything to you, so why are you being unforgiving? A crime is a crime, even if you didn't do anything to me, you should still be punished by the law, brother Wen, just do what I say. Yu Mengxian said directly, there was not the slightest hint of negotiation in her tone. I don't know what the reason was, but a few other people actually agreed without even thinking about it after hearing it, and when I heard her words, my heart shook a little, feeling that it made sense. When Changshur got into the car and took Shana and the three of them away, and the only ones left here were me, Wu Hao and Yu Mengxian. I leaned against the side of the car, looking at the sky with boredom. I would like to see this Yu Mengxian's gourd, in the end, sold what medicine? Yu Mengxian, what exactly do you mean? How did you let them go? When Wu Hao saw Wen Changshur's four people walking away, he suddenly cursed at Yu Mengxian. Yu Mengxian said in disbelief, with him, what do we need those four for? Besides, it's not like they're not coming back, they'll be back before too long, and they'll bring back some police officers. Are you crazy? Are four sets of organs worth the same as one? Besides, how can we alert the police when we do something like this? Wu Hao said sternly. Hearing Wu Hao's words, I was a bit speechless. I dare say that this guy is just a human organ dealer. I kind of overestimated him. No wonder his spells are so shallow and his people are so impetuous. Oh, tell me, what is it that we do? Yu Mengxian looked like she was asking a question knowingly. Wu Hao looked at me and said directly after a slight hesitation, Yu Mengxian, are you out of your ing mind? What are we doing? Aren't you clear in your heart? Clear. Yu Mengxian suddenly drew out a dagger after she finished speaking, and walked towards Wu Hao step by step, with killing machines in her eyes, looking at me blankly. The killing machines in her eyes were not intentionally created, but she really wanted to kill Wu Hao. Yu Mengxian, what do you want to do, you stinking? Wu Hao said as he retreated, his eyes filled with doubt as he similarly drew out a dagger. Yu Mengxian sneered and stuck out her tongue and licked the dagger, looking very strange. This look should not be what the Yu Mengxian I know should have. How can you feel like her and not be her? Since you're looking for death, don't blame me for not being polite. Wu Hao also felt Yu Mengxian's killing chance at this time. He did not retreat any further. In his opinion, Yu Mengxian seemed to pose no threat to him at all. Phew! With a sound, the dagger in Yu Mengxian's hand slashed, and her whole body rushed towards Wu Hao, with a speed that even I was not confident that I could reach. Master! I praised in my heart. When did Yu Mengxian's martial arts become so strong? Without any surprise, Yu Mengxian was fast like a gust of wind. Before Wu Hao could react too much, Yu Mengxian slit his throat with the dagger, while Wu Hao was still in a defensive position, slightly bowed at the waist, his right hand holding the dagger protecting his chest. His eyes were full of fear. He didn't think until his death that Yu Mengxian's speed was actually so fast that it was beyond the scope of his cognition. Boom! A muffled sound,
Wu Hao collapsed in the mud-covered land, the carotid artery was cut, blood suddenly left the floor, and Wu Hao, covering the neck constantly convulsing, throat inside the whimpering I don't know what want to express. I looked at all this silently, until now, I still can't figure out what this person who looks like Yu Mengxian means, and it's very strange that now it's noon, inside that village, I didn't see any smoke rising, nor did I see a single person, they don't even cook? Here even the Poles have not seen it is impossible to use electricity to cook, according to common sense, such a village inside, should be burning firewood. Yu Mengxian didn't say anything either, she was just wiping her dagger, and after 2 or 3 minutes, Wu Hao was completely cut off and lifeless. Only then did Yu Mengxian walk towards me with her dagger. I just stared at her like that. In my opinion, she couldn't kill me even if she was fast. I had a ghost general level guardianing spirit. I shouldn't have any difficulty trying to stop her. Yu Mengxian walked behind me, reached out and pulled up my tied hands, and with one dagger she cut open the hiking rope that was tying me up, and after cutting open the rope, she threw the dagger on the ground to help me loosen my bonds, and said faintly with her mouth, Ghost Hunter Alliance, Hunting and Killing Division No. 2706, Jialian Fan, you're still really calm. I was shocked in my heart and asked with some doubt, how do you know my identity? Are you Sister Mengxian or not? 4th shift, +3 for the ink brush sweetheart cosmic reward. There's one more, so I guess it'll be after 11:30. Chapter 94, The Law of Unification still exists today. The Sister Mengxian you're talking about is Yu Mengxian of the Yu family in Xiansha City, right? Father's name is Yu Jin and mother's name is Xianxian? By the way, this is your identity card that fell off. The woman said lightly, reaching out and handing me the black plate. This black plate is exactly what the hunting and killing branch issued to me when I left that underground building of the hunting and killing branch. No wonder she knows my identity, even the number is remembered so clearly. I reached out and picked up the sign and put it inside my pocket again, thinking that the sign might have slipped out after when Chengshir pressed me down. This thing can't be dropped. This thing hunting and killing branch can specially declare that it can't be lost for more than a month, but it has to be chased down by the hunting and killing branch. Fortunately, she picked it back up for me. I nodded and said, yes, are you Yu Mengxian or not? I am. She replied. So you have amnesia? I've never even met you, talk about memory loss? She said directly. My eyes went cold, I was basically sure that she wasn't the Yu Mengxian I knew, but how did she know the information about Yu Jin's family? Who the hell are you? I'm Yu Mengxian, but not the Yu Mengxian you're talking about. My name is Yu Mengxian, Xian of Regulus. Technically, it's considered to be your Mengxian sister's twin sister. Twin sister? I asked in surprise, how come I'd never heard of that before? Yu Mengxian let out a faint smile and said, naturally you haven't heard of it, even that sister of mine isn't clear about it, the only one who knows of my existence should be Xianxian. Xianxian? I was a bit baffled by how a daughter could address her mother with such a superimposed nickname. My mom's surname is Xian, a single name a Xian character. When she gave birth to our 2 sisters, Yujin was still a punk. All day long he didn't come home, all the way until we were born he didn't come to see a glance. My mom knew that we would be taken away from one another, so she gave our 2 sisters homophonic names. One is called Yu Mengxian, one is called Yu Mengxian. Yu Mengxian said. I had written doubts and asked, why were you taken? My mom has a special destiny, suitable for Xian study, only she didn't know it herself. When she was discovered, she was already pregnant with both of us sisters. It was my master who discovered it, and this destiny will be transferred to the first child through the mother. So this destiny was inherited to me, and I was taken away by my master without any problems. My master said that after he took me away, Yujin still didn't know that my mother actually gave birth to a twin daughter, and my mother hid it from him, and as a condition, my master let Yujin level the playing field through Xian Fa, and he got to where he is today. Yu Mengxian said, not much ripples on her face, as if she was telling a story that had nothing to do with her. I was secretly surprised in my heart. There is actually such a father. No wonder Yujin is so doting on Yu Mengxian. It turns out that it is because he owes too much to Xianxian. And suddenly I remembered that before that Sima Jing risked the danger of betraying Yujin to refine Xianxian into a guardianing soul. It turns out that it is because of the special nature of her destiny. You're from the hunting division too? I asked calmly. Yu Mengxian shook his head and didn't say anything. He directly took out a golden token and threw it to me. I took it and looked at it. Uniform Law Division 208, Yu Mengxian. I was once again stunned. The Unification Law I naturally heard of, Yujin Intelligence Gathering MOU, and I said that the Unification Law Division used to be the law enforcement department of the Ghost Hunter Alliance, specializing in cleaning up the department. But I heard that after the end of the era of the Dharma, the greed and obsession of the Xianxia became more and more exuberant. And the other branches were afraid that the Unification Law Division would chastise them, so they teamed up to eliminate the Unification Law Division. I didn't realize that the Unification Law Division actually still exists, and I've seen people from the Unification Law Division. In that case, this Yu Mingxuan's master was also from the Unified Law Division. For the Unified Law Division there is still Starfire remnants. I am also very happy in my heart, such a department to maintain order, like the ICAC in Hong Kong movies, less of it, the Ghost Hunters Union will become as chaotic as it is today. Wasn't the Uniform Law Branch already destroyed? I asked, still puzzled. Yu Mengxian laughed and said, they would like to, but there is no ability to cut off the roots. the unification of the law branch is still in, only that we are now weak. There is no way to large-scale clean up the door. Fortunately, you did not kill them, or else you are now already under my knife. I laughed and said with my mouth, I'm afraid it's more than that, right? There should be another purpose for you to mix inside the donkey group. Well, you're very smart. I just came to wait for you, but occasionally found Wu Hao, the scum of the earth. I thought he was from a certain branch, but I didn't realize that he was just a scum who sells human organs. I've been keeping him and not killing him. I want to set out more information, and at the same time, I want to test your character.
Yu Mengxian said. You knew I was coming out?
Naturally, the Unified Law Division is already carrying out the task of cleaning up the house. The newcomers that come out of the hatching nests of each division will slowly have the people of the Unified Law Division keeping an eye on them in the dark. If there are any Zoonists who are committing adulterous acts, the people of the Unified Law Division have the right to directly execute them. It's just that this task has just begun to be carried out, and the people of those divisions don't know it, and until we, the Unified Law Division, have risen up strongly before that, we won't let them know either.
You're telling me this and you're not afraid I'll spill the beans? You won't. What makes you so sure I won't? Because your original heart is still there.
Yu Mengxian said indifferently, his expression emphasizing a kind of awe-inspiring justice. I let out a bitter smile and said with my mouth, after all you've said to me, I still can't leave, right? This village, there's a problem? Yu Mengxian gave me an appreciative look and said with his mouth, there is indeed a problem. There is not a single living thing in this village. All of them are zombies. I need you to assist me in exterminating this village.
Sure enough, but I'll do this thing.
I said and looked around. I didn't have any other weapons right now, and bent down to pick up the dagger that Yu Mengxian had dropped on the ground. Yu Mengxian suddenly revealed a weird smile and took out a wooden sword from inside the backpack on his back and handed it to me, saying with his mouth, this dagger is not a magic weapon. It is ineffective against zombies. Use this. My heart shook at the sight of the wooden sword, and I tried my best to suppress my inner rage. I did not move and took the wooden sword, suddenly stabbed toward Yu Mengxian, and asked in a cold voice with my mouth, say, where is Zhuge Wu that is now? That wooden sword is exactly the one that Zhuge Wu used when he met him on the top floor of Wen Yuan building before. Because there is a not so small gap on top of the tip of this wooden sword, which is not stylized at all, but has been cut out. I don't think that this is a coincidence, because there is no such coincidental coincidences in this world at all. Yu Mengxian was stunned, and obviously didn't expect me to make a sudden move, but her martial arts attainments were higher than mine, and even with the sneak attack, it only made a thin bloodstain on her arm.
What's gotten into you? Yu Mengxian's expression went cold as he stared at me suspiciously.
With a thought, I directly summoned Zhong Qiqi's soul, which was already a ghost general of the first rank, and wouldn't be afraid of the sun at all.
A ghost general first-ranked guardian in soul? How could you, a rookie who just came out of the hatching nest, have a guardian in soul of such a rank?
Yu Mengxian frowned and said, his tone filled with incredulity. Fifth, for the Ink Pen Sweetheart Universe reward +4.
This is the end of today's update. Good night, friends.
Chapter 95, Unexplained Offenses in the Village of Corpses.
I didn't pay any attention to her and asked with my mouth, where the hell is Zhuge Wu? Are you talking about that traitor Zhuge Wu from the hunting division? Yu Mengxian asked. Yes. How do I know where he is?
Yu Mengxian said with a blank look at me. I almost said to her with a growl, you better tell me the whereabouts of Zhuge Wu, or else I definitely won't go around you easily. I can't control my anger. Zhuge Wu is related to Zhao Xian's disappearance, while this Yu Mengxian is holding the wooden sword used by Zhuge Wu. If she really refuses to disclose the news of Zhuge Wu, even if she is from the Unified Law Division or Yuzhen's daughter, Yu Mengxian's elder sister, I won't be merciful to her. Yu Mengxian still didn't have any reaction. Her gaze fell on the wooden sword in my hand, and she said with her mouth, do you have a grudge against that Zhuge Wu, and do you think that this sword belongs to Zhuge Wu?
Isn't it? Idiot. Yu Mengxian cursed, then took out another wooden sword and said, do you also think this wooden sword belongs to Zhuge Wu?
I stared blankly at the wooden sword, still with a very unnatural nick in the same spot at the tip, exactly like the one in my hand.
This gaping hole is?
I asked, calming down and puzzled. Yu Mengxian exasperatedly said, this is ing called Xuanmu sword, 1,000 years of Xuanmu to build, notch is the segment, a notch, on behalf of the Xuanmu sword for a segment of the Xuanmu sword, is the most Xuanmu sword in the lowest level of the sword species, Losu ing still is already a Xuanmu, even this do not know?
Where the am I supposed to know? Influenced by Yu Mengxian, I couldn't help but swear as well.
Come on, go with me to exterminate all the zombies inside the village, and this section of the Xianmu sword will be yours. Yu Mengxian said and headed inside the village. My heart is happy. This Xianmu sword's power I am very clear. When Zhuge Wu with this Xianmu sword can be even chopped more than a dozen zombies, this thing is better than the dagger big knife to use a lot. These are supposed to be rare, right?
How do you have 2 of them? I asked with interest as I caught up.
It is very rare. Only after passing the formal Shenshur examination can one obtain a Xianwu sword. It is also a symbol of status. The reason why I have 2 of them is because one of them belongs to another senior brother, but that senior brother was killed while staking out the no-return branch. Yu Mengxian said with a somewhat sad tone. I'm sorry, but then you have the right to give me this janky sword? I also said with some regret. Yu Mengxian said with some impatience. Give it to you and you use it. Where is all the nonsense?
By the way, where are you going for the Zooanist examination you mentioned? Genman. Where is the Gentoo? Tian Shan. Is there a specific address?
You can't go now if you want to. Wait until you've completed the first mission given to you by the hunting branch. The hunting branch will enroll you in the examination. Oh. While talking, Yu Mengxian and I have come to the middle of the village. This village really does not have any living things, not to mention the chickens, ducks, geese, cows, horses and sheep. Even the most common countryside inside the hyena cannot be seen. The village, although it looks normal, but I can feel a kind of heavy dead air.
There are zombies in every house here?
I asked, looking at Yu Mengxian, who was frowning where he stood. Yu Mengxian nodded without saying anything, his eyes constantly sweeping each house. What level of zombies are here? Mostly white stiffs, a few green stiffs, no purple stiffs, and one hairy stiff. I'm looking for the whereabouts of the hairy stiff. Yu Mengxian replied lightly. I looked shocked and mouthed, and hairy stiffs? The hairy zombie is a 4th level zombie. Even if I add a ghost general 1st level zone Chi-Chi, in front of the hairy zombie is not a match. I'll deal with the hairy stiffs, just help me maraud and block the other zombies. Yu Mengxian said as his eyes landed on a broken house built of earth bricks. This house only had one room and a few corners had collapsed. The green-colored tiles were scattered all over the place. The beams and roof pillars were strewn all over the place. It looked very dilapidated.
There? I asked suspiciously.
Yu Mengxian nodded. Well, a first-order hairy stiff. It's a bit of a struggle for me to deal with it. If necessary, you use your ghost generals to help lend a hand.
Good. I nodded and walked towards the earthen house with Yu Mengxian.
Yu Mengxian walked to the front of the earth house and stopped. First he raised his hand and sacrificed a guardianing spirit. This guardianing spirit was actually also at the level of Ghost General, and the class was even higher than Zone Chi-Chi. It was already at the 4th stage of Ghost General. Seeing this guardianing spirit, I realized that even if I cooperated with Zone Chi-Chi, I would definitely not be Yu Mengxian's opponent. Remembering that Yu Mengxian didn't have the intention to make a move with me just now, I was secretly happy. Jingling bell unknown when, Yu Mengxian's hand had an extra copper magic bell, which rhythmically rang a pleasant bell under her shaking. This magic bell was not big, but the sound was incomparably clear inside this silent little mountain village. Watch out, it's coming. You help me block those little lolos. I'm going to focus on the furry stiffs. Yu Mengxian said in a faint voice, squeezing the Xuanmu sword in his hand tighter. I nodded, pinched my sword finger and opened my yin and yang eyes, and looked at the earthen house. There didn't seem to be any movement, but the other houses around it were making banging noises. One by one, the zombies broke out from inside their respective houses, and these zombies looked no different from normal people, but their bodies were covered in dead air and their movements were relatively hardened. The white stiffs who are afraid of direct sunlight all wear bucket hats and are wrapped up tightly. Asterisk 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 asterisk, so many. I was a bit speechless looking at the zombies that rushed out. There are only more than 10 houses here, but inside each house 4 or 5 zombies rushed out, adding up to 50 or 60. As Yu Mengxian said, most of these zombies are white stiffs, there are only 4 green stiffs, and none of the purple stiffs, but more ants bite more elephants, and with such a huge number, there is no way for me to block them all by myself. It's time to show your true skills. Yu Mengxian smiled wanly, as if she wanted to watch the fun. I despised it in my heart and said with my mouth, I should have known that it would be much easier for me to exterminate one family at a time. But this is fast, and if not, the hairy stiffs won't come out. These white and green stiffs are exposed to the sun, their strength will be discounted. If you can't deal with this, then it's better to go back to the hatching nest to continue your further education. Yu Mengxian said without mercy. Who says it can't be dealt with? I didn't bull asterisk 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 her anymore because the zombies were already rushing over. Zone Chi-Chi and I sealed Yu Mengxian's left rear and right rear respectively, not enough manpower to do so. The attacks of low-level zombies would not come with intelligence, they were all mindless attacks. With Zone Chi-Chi and I attracting them, they would definitely not cross over to us to find trouble with Yu Mengxian. The Shenmue sword in his hand was constantly waving. This Shenmue sword was also just over 2 feet long. The appearance looked like an ordinary wooden sword, but the density was frighteningly high, definitely not lighter than an iron sword. This kind of thing, it was much more pleasant to use. The Shenmue sword kept cutting through the air. Some of the white stiffs reaching out their hands were sliced off by me, and in just an instant, I was surrounded by 20 to 30 zombies, among which there were also 3 green stiffs. The Shenmue sword was tigerish. Every time it slashed, it left a section of limbs or even a corpse head on the ground. On the other side, Zone Chi-Chi had no weapon, but her fighting strength was even more amazing than me. As a ghost general, she dealt with the white and green stiffs extraordinarily easily, and her means of attack was quite scary, directly tearing zombies with her hands. Boom! When I had completely decimated less than 5 white stiffs, the earthen house suddenly let out a loud sound. A scarlet coffin lid that was more than 7 feet long and 3 feet wide suddenly flew out from inside the earth house and smashed straight towards me with a speed that was strangely fast. At the same time, a voice so hoarse that it almost broke his throat rang out. You and I have no grudges or grudges. Why did you commit a crime against my corpse village for no reason? I bowed. The Shenmue sword pierced through the heart of a white stiff, both hands pushed forward, legs stomped, the whole person used the force to jump out of the encirclement, just after I left. The location where I was just now was smashed out of a big pit by that coffin lid, and the 3 white stiffs were smashed into mush. The other zombies all stopped attacking after that voice sounded, turned to the direction of the earth house and roared and screamed. I was even more surprised in my heart, this hairy stiffs actually can talk? Chapter 96, Combined Efforts to Battle the Furry Stiff. While I was surprised, Yu Mengxian said with a cold snort, since ancient times, good and evil are not two sides, you, as a corpse, should stay well underground, and when you come out to wreak havoc on the earth, you should have thought that there would be such a day, and today I'm going to do justice for the heavens. Boom! A strong silhouette rushed out from inside the ruins of the earthen house, a jump that was 5 or 6 meters high, with an astonishing aura. This zombie was covered in white hair, which was not long, but it was at least 2 meters tall. Hairy stiff according to the strength of the weak, the same is divided into 6 orders. These 6 orders can be distinguished according to the color of the hair, 1 or 2 orders. The color of the hair is white, 3 or 4 orders for green, 5 or 6 orders for purple. This hair stiff should also just advance to the hair stiff only. I thought that some Xian sect master had come, but it turned out to be just 2 low-level Xian masters. But your guardianine spirits are not bad, they are already ghost generals. That hairy stiff had a big face with a collapsed nose and thick lips, and looked fierce as well. Yu Mengxian smiled and said, it's enough to deal with you. The words just fell. Yu Mengxian's side of the guardian spirits took the lead towards the white-haired zombie pounced over. Yu Mengxian followed closely, the hands of the Xian would sword dance tiger wind. The figure is even more rapid, and instantly the white-haired zombie wore into a mess. The white-haired zombie roared, as if the general had ordered it. The other zombies moved and turned their heads towards me, even the 20 or so zombies that were originally still pestering Zone Chi-Chi, all of them rushed towards me, once again surrounding me in the center. While 2 of them, the green stiffs, charged in the opposite direction towards Yu Mengxian. These zombies are all controlled by that white-haired zombie. I said loudly, controlling Zone Chi-Chi to my back, helping to fend off those white stiffs behind me, and the Xian Mu sword was slashing even more ferociously. I'm glad that I chose the martial arts test in the hatching nest of the hunting and killing division before. That purple rigid tortured me for more than a month, and even though it had some of its strength imprisoned by the spells, I had already become skillful at fighting zombies. Zone Chi-Chi doesn't have any set up, but her strength is there, and although she doesn't kill as fast as me, she can keep me from worrying about it. Zhao Lianfan, hurry up. While I was having a good time killing, Yu Mengxian's voice came over. I turned my head to look. At this moment she was in a sorry state, although there was a guardianine spirit fighting side by side with him. But the hairy stiffs were after all hairy stiffs. The strength of that flesh and the extremely fast speed was enough to put her under pressure, not to mention there were also 2 green stiffs messing around. Okay. I hemmed and hawed and gave Zone Chi-Chi the order to go for support. At this point the other zombies had already been killed by Zone Chi-Chi and I, to the point that only about 10 were left. Even if Zone Chi-Chi draws back and leaves, I should still be able to handle it. Boom! Zone Chi-Chi had just left, when a green stiff behind me suddenly crashed into my body. My body violently rushed out towards the front, and in the process of rushing out, I swept my sword across the room, once again cutting off the head of a white stiff. I rolled smoothly, pulled my legs up and ran towards Yu Mengxian's side. Over there, with Zone Chi-Chi's joining in, the 2 troublemaking green stiffs were quickly killed, and the 2 guardianine souls plus Yu Mengxian had already formed a 50-50 standoff with the hairy stiffs at this point, with both sides going back and forth, with equal strength. I ran for a while and stopped. The dozen or so white stiffs chasing me had a slow speed. There was still a green stiff left that was the fastest. I suddenly turned around, dodging the green stiff's grab. The Shenmue sword sliced through the green stiff's neck, and the rest of those white stiffs were all taken care of by me within 3 minutes, leaving behind a ground full of broken limbs and corpses. Phew, I heaved a sigh of relief. The physical exertion of such a high-intensity fight was immense. Just as I had just turned around and was about to go over to help, Yu Mengxian's body suddenly flew towards me. I hesitated slightly and didn't dodge. I reached out and hugged her, and retreated 7 or 8 steps before I stabilized myself. That's heavy, you should lose weight, I said jokingly, placing Yu Mengxian on the ground. Over there, Zone Chi-Chi and Yu Mengxian's guardianine spirits instantly fell into a disadvantage after Yu Mengxian was blasted away, and if it wasn't for Yu Mengxian and I controlling it properly, it was estimated that one of them would have already been dispersed. Yu Mengxian gave me a blank look and said, stinking rascal. I'll clean you up later. I looked at Yu Mengxian with a face full of innocence, and only then did I remember that in my haste just now, the hilt of my sword had touched her where it shouldn't have. Sorry, let's clean up that white-haired zombie first. In order to cover up the embarrassment, I hurriedly changed the topic and rushed towards that white-haired zombie ahead of Yu Mengxian. Looking for death. The white-haired zombie's desire to fight was bursting. The more he fought, seeing me rushing over, he didn't hesitate to take a stride towards me. This white-haired zombie has become refined, do not need to grab, but with a fist. That casserole big fist with a wind whistle directly toward my chest whistled over. The speed of the fast, I simply cannot wait to dodge. Boo! I just rushed out and was directly smashed back by a punch. Fortunately Zone Chi-Chi arrived in time and held its right hand, unloading part of the force, otherwise with this punch, my ribs would have been broken at least 3 times. Yu Mengxian behind me saw that I also flew back, but she didn't have the slightest intention to catch me. She directly dodged away, stood aside, and laughed, then rushed towards the white-haired zombie. Not righteous. I cursed and hurriedly climbed up, fished out 2 level 3 corpse-fixing talismans from inside my pocket and hid them in the palm of my hand. This corpse control talisman was drawn by me inside the incubation nest, although it can't fix this white-haired zombie, but it has some effect. At least it can slow down its speed. As long as its speed can slow down a bit, the next will be good to deal with. Quickly rushed to the battle circle. I and Yu Mengxian at this time has been a little tired, while that white-haired zombie is more and more courageous. With my joining, the strength between the two sides once again reached a kind of balance. 2 people 2 in souls a person sealed the direction of the white-hair zombie. White-hair zombie was dead entangled. The body of the violent atmosphere is also more and more intense. The strength of its corpse is very high, even if the Shin Mu sword full force chopping in its body can only make a black blood scar. Want to deal with those low-level zombies like cutting off the arms and legs and even the head, almost impossible thing. I've been looking for a chance to slap the corpse-fixing talisman on that white-haired zombie's body, but there's been no chance because this white-haired zombie's speed is just too fast. With that kind of strength, if there weren't 4 of us, it would have torn us to pieces. 10 minutes later, my body more than a few wounds. Yu Mengxian is even worse. The clothes on the body has almost reached the point where the clothes do not cover the body. She frowned tightly, apparently also did not think that this white stiff is so difficult to deal with. That white stiff is also similarly covered with sword marks. 10 fingers basically all have been cut off. The body of the white hair has been stained by its black blood into the black. The combat power has been reduced by quite a lot. This time really killed by you. Without that diamond drill, don't take this porcelain work. I dodged while complaining. I have to know that I am now at full strength, much more powerful than the person who just came out of the hatching nest. If I didn't have this strength now, and was just an ordinary introductory newcomer, I don't know how many times I would have died by now. How the did I know this thing was so powerful? Yu Mengxian breathed heavily, not apologizing in the slightest, but instead said something that made me cry and laugh. Mao Stiff, who hadn't said anything, suddenly said, if you guys don't want to fight, don't fight, you guys get the hell out of here, and we'll turn this into something else. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Your cultural level is still quite high. I cursed, roared, and continued to slash towards that white zombie. No matter what, I won't be beat to believe the words of a zombie. Its recovery ability is incomparably amazing. We absolutely can't give it a chance to catch its breath. Chapter 97 Mengxian was poisoned by a corpse. Yu Mengxian was naturally also clear about this matter, and at the same time I did it, he also moved his hands again. Because of the rapid consumption of physical energy, this entanglement just lasted less than 3 minutes, and then separated again. Both sides added new injuries. Both seemed to have reached their limits. Even the guardian souls of Zhong Qiqi and Yu Mengxian, their souls had become weak. The white-haired zombie's injuries had likewise worsened, but it had no sense of pain. Some of its muscles had been sliced open, which would only cause its movements to become slower, yet its physical abilities were still there. So relatively speaking, the situation was getting more and more unfavorable for us, and the 2 corpse-fixing talismans, still hidden in my palm, never had the chance to shoot out. Follow. When I was in some despair, Yu Mengxian suddenly threw a pill over. This pill looks equally familiar to me. Before in the school, Zhuge Wu's physical strength was almost consumed by us. He just swallowed a pill of this kind, and became alive again. I swallowed that pill without hesitation. That pill really wasn't ordinary. The texture was, to use a rather cheesy word, melt in your mouth. It really did melt in the mouth, and the pill, which was quite hard to the touch, was like a marshmallow in the mouth, instantly dissolving into a gurgling medicinal liquid. My tired body was suddenly full of strength again like chicken blood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This can't be a highly concentrated stimulant, right? My body had once again regained its prime strength, and the reason I asked such words was because I hadn't seen Yu Mengxian take this kind of pill. However, it doesn't matter so much now. The first priority is to finish off this white-haired zombie first. Originally, the white-haired zombie had also been seriously injured at this time. My majestic rise instantly turned the tide of battle. After Zhong Qiqi and Yu Mengxian's guardianing spirits once again wrapped around the white-haired zombie, I managed to slap the 2 fixed corpse talismans on that white-haired zombie. The white-haired zombie's movements became more and more sluggish, and after 10 minutes of bitter fighting, under its pleading for mercy, I sent the Shin Mu sword into its back heart. Boom! The white-haired zombie collapsed with a bang, bringing up a cloud of dust. I was completely relieved and sat down on the ground. Zhong Qiqi came to my side and started to help me heal my wounds. The cool and comfortable feeling made my body shiver with relief. Turning my head to look at Yu Mengxian, she had already fainted on the ground at this time. Suddenly it occurred to me that she hadn't gotten up since she'd thrown the pills at me. Was she badly hurt? I struggled to stand up and walked towards Yu Mengxian, calling her name with my mouth. However, she didn't react in any way. Sensing that something was wrong, I quickly walked over to her, only to realize that her face had turned as white as a sheet of paper. I helped her up and pinched her center, but there was actually no response, and my hand on her back felt sticky. I turned my head sideways to take a look, and immediately jumped. This Yu Mengxian's back waist position was scratched out of the 3 extremely deep blood marks, skin and flesh. This depth, it is likely to hurt the internal organs. No wonder she didn't take that pill herself to throw it at me, so that's already the case with her. There wasn't much blood in the wound, and it was harder than the skin when touched, which meant that this Yu Mengxian was still suffering from necrotic poison, and it was the necrotic poison that was starting to corrode the wound. I was also scratched by the white-haired zombie opened a lot of wounds, but they are all external wounds. With my current physique, as long as it does not hurt to the internal organs, the corpse poison will not spread. But this Yu Mengxian was obviously hurt to the internal organs, the corpse poison in the internal organs of the proliferation of the body, but it's very fast, and also more difficult to cure. Chi-Chi, can you help her heal? I put Yu Mengxian back on the ground. At a time like this, she absolutely cannot be moved. Moving her will accelerate the spread of the corpse poison. Zhong Chi-Chi shook her head and said, Master, the only reason I can help you heal is because we have a blood array contract between us. Anyone else, I can't do anything. Okay. I looked around, and Yu Mengxian's guardian spirit was also back inside her soul collector. Go get me some water, I said to Zhong Chi-Chi, then took out a Yin transformation talisman. Yin transformation talisman can remove Yin Qi and also get rid of necrotic poison. Only that I didn't major in this kind of talisman seal when I practiced talisman law before. That's why the level is only level 2. This hairy stiff belongs to level 4 evil creature. Level 2 Yin transformation talisman doesn't have any way to transform these necrotic poison, but it can inhibit it from spreading anymore. Zhong Chi-Chi brought a bottle of mineral water and a plastic cup from inside the trunk of the car. I took it and melted a bowl of talismanic water and fed it to Yu Mengxian to drink. She was in a coma and couldn't swallow on her own at all, so I had to pour it into her mouth little by little, following her breath into her esophagus so that she wouldn't choke. This cup of talismanic water, a full 10 minutes to feed to finish, talismanic water to drink. Her face became better. I breathed a sigh of relief. Corpse poison is considered to be suppressed by me did not continue to spread. I helped her treat her wounds and then continued to pinch Zhong Chi-Chi's middle. As long as I woke her up, she, an official member of the Law Unification Division, should have a way to undo this corpse poison, right? Not long after, Yu Mengxian woke up. After she woke up the first time to look towards that earth house, after seeing that white-haired zombie's corpse, she breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the corpse's surface layer of white hairs has disappeared, turned into a normal corpse appearance. You finally woke up. Got hit by that white-haired zombie's corpse poison. Quickly tell me, do you have a way to cure the corpse poison? I hurriedly asked. Yu Mengxian's own situation was clear to her. She smiled and said with her mouth, Thank you, Fan. Mother-in-law, why don't you answer my question? I asked anxiously. Yu Mengxian shook his head and said, I don't have anything on me to cure the hairy zombie poison. Eh? The zombie poison isn't spreading? Did you help me? I nodded and said, well, I only have the second grade Yin transformation talisman. It can only inhibit the necrotic poison from spreading, treating the symptoms but not the root cause, and the inhibition effect will disappear after an hour. Here, I have 2 more on me, I said and took out the other 2 Yin transformation charms as well. You cultivate rune magic? And you're still a second grade talisman master? Yu Mengxian asked in surprise. I nodded and said, yes. In fact, I can even draw a 3rd grade ghost fighting talisman now, only I don't want to say it, there's not much point. You're more than twice as strong as the average newcomer who just came out of the hatching nest. How did you do it? Yu Mengxian didn't bother about his injuries, but pulled up other things. I replied, maybe because I'm smarter. I learned all those things inside the 7th floor of the hatching nest in a year. Amazing, you know that less than 1 in 5 people can learn those things in 3 years? Yu Mengxian said. I smiled and was surprised. I didn't think I could learn so fast. What's the use? Still not beaten like a dog by a hairy stiff. Okay, don't talk about this first. The corpse poison in your body, what now? I looked at her and asked. Yu Mengxian said, you open my backpack, there's a green-colored pill inside, that one can inhibit the spread of corpse poison for a long time. As I rummaged through my bag, I said, couldn't you have taken that euphoria medicine earlier? That way you wouldn't have gotten hurt. I'll take one of those pills. You think it's a cabbage? And I want to see just how strong you are. Yu Mengxian said and opened her mouth. I found the green-colored pill and put it in her mouth. She swallowed it obediently, and within seconds, her eyes closed and she suddenly fainted again. Holy? What are you doing? I was anxious in my heart. This Yu Mengxian wouldn't be taking the wrong medicine, right? That's the end of today's update. Good night, folks. Chapter 98. After continuously calling Yu Mengxian a dozen times, she still didn't have any response. I opened Yu Mengxian's backpack, thinking in my heart if she took the wrong medicine, but she searched all over the inside of her backpack, and the green-colored pill, indeed, was only this one. After checking her body again, in the end, I came to the conclusion that this chick was fainting naturally, which should have been caused by taking that pill, but it wasn't a bad thing because her face was getting better and better. I sighed helplessly and put Zhong Chi-Chi into my jade ring, looking at the zombie corpses all over the ground. It's not a good idea to let her lie on the ground. I picked her up and went back to the car, threw a jacket haphazardly over her, and put her in the back seat of the car. I had just put her in the car when I heard a car being driven by quickly. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw a police car parked nearby. Hands on your head, crouch down. The 3 policemen immediately got out of the car, 2 of them even drew their guns. I looked at them, and then at the corpse of Wu Hao beside the car. My heart sank. This is bad.
He cursed the TV for lying. When the police come, don't they always turn on the siren? How come this police car didn't? And also come so quietly? I helplessly raised my hands and held my head, squatting on the ground. Another police officer immediately rushed over, and without saying a word, pressed me to the ground, took out handcuffs and cuffed me backhanded. Officers, I think you're mistaken. I didn't kill this man. I said calmly. Whether you killed or not, there will be a public judgment. There are just 3 people here. One is seriously injured, one is dead, and you are the only one who was alive and well. A straight-faced policeman said coldly, and then said to another slightly thinner policeman, Xiao Zhang, go inside the village and ask around to see if you can find any witnesses. Don't go to the village. I opened my mouth and said. This location was a low-lying area, so I couldn't see the inside of the village, and if they did go to the village and saw the corpses all over the ground, I couldn't tell even more. Good. The skinny policeman promised and ran towards the inside of the village. Not long after, he ran back in a panic and said angrily, Teamly, the village. The villagers in the village are all dead. The method of death is extremely cruel. Most of them had their limbs amputated, and some of them had their heads chopped off. What? The man called Teamly hurriedly ran over and said under his breath, 1. Call the office to send support, and also, call an ambulance. This is a big case of slaughtering a village. When Xiao Wang sniffed and took out the phone, that Teamly and Xiao Zhang had already returned to the village, and then Xiao Wang shouted towards them that there was no signal here. Teamly came back in a panic with Xiao Zhang, told Xiao Wang to first drive the car to a place with a signal to call for backup, and then came to my side with a stern voice in his mouth, say, did you do it? Before I could say anything, the policeman named Xiao Zhang drew out the Shinmu sword that I had stuck in my waist, and said with his mouth, Teamly, look, there's blood all over it. If it's not this kid or who? Why is this wooden sword so heavy? Teamly reached out and took the wooden sword. His face was also on one side. His mouth said, this is not an unusual wooden sword. So much blood on this. It must be this kid who did it. Simply inhumane *********. Ha! This blood how are all black and also solidified. How long have you committed murder? Say. I said somewhat breathlessly, that's right, I basically killed all the people in the village, but don't disbelieve me when I say it, those villagers weren't human beings, but zombies. Zombies? Cut the ing bull. Teamly snapped. I sighed and said, bull ***** or not, you know in your own heart why this blood will turn black, and you guys go and take a closer look at the corpses and you'll know, after another hour, those corpses don't decay. Count me as a loser. Teamly, this. Xiao Zhang looked at me so confident. For a moment he didn't know what to do. This Xiao Zhang might have been in contact with zombies, otherwise he wouldn't have this reaction. This is bull *******. Where in this world are there any zombies? Teamly poo-pooed and slapped me with the Shinmu sword as his mouth continued, you're excusing your crime, the blood being black could be a chemical reaction caused by some toxin, and even if the body is decomposed, who knows what special drugs you used? I sighed helplessly, there was no way for me to explain this kind of thing, I could only wait for time, for those corpses to decompose. Ha! Teamly, this person looks familiar. Xiao Zhang suddenly pointed at Wu Hao and said, and took out a camera and took a few pictures of Wu Hao. After such a big case happened, Teamly seemed to be a bit unsure of what to do instead, and it was only when Xiao Zhang said so that he walked over to Wu Hao, took a closer look at him, and said with his mouth full, isn't this the one who's wanted, Wu Hao? The scum who trafficked human organs. Yeah, that's him. Xiao Zhang also said with a sudden realization. Afterwards, this Xiao Zhang looked at me and said, this kid and Wu Hao must be in a gang, coming inside the village and killing everyone, wanting to take human organs. Officer, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Without solid evidence, beware of me suing you for slander. I opened my mouth and turned my head to look at Yu Mengxian inside the car, thinking in my heart that she should be able to do something when she wakes up. You are now under heavy suspicion. Save what you have to say for the interrogation. This dagger should be yours, right? Wu Hao's wound matches the dagger. If this dagger has your fingerprints on it, it's useless no matter how pie in the sky you talk. Teamly said and took out a pair of gloves and put them on, then carefully put the dagger inside a transparent plastic bag. Oh. I was unimpressed at first, and then I exclaimed later, because the dagger really did have my fingerprints on it. Yu Mengxian told me to go to the village to kill zombies. I picked up this dagger. Behind Yu Mengxian gave me Xuanmu sword. I threw the dagger on the ground. Thieving eyes, at a glance is not a good thing. If the charge is realized, you wait for the death penalty. Teamly said angrily. I simply didn't say another word. I knew there was no use for me to say anything now. In their eyes I was a murderous demon. Less than 10 minutes time, that little Wang drove back. 3 people began to wait for the police station support. Wu Hao's body covered with a white cloth, but also checked Yu Mengxian's condition, and then searched me, like looking for an ID card, but I did not have. I was just about to open my mouth to ask them to go and look at the changes in those bodies when Chengshi and the others also drove back in their cars, while the police, who were backing them up, hadn't come over yet. Teamly, the person who reported the case is here. Xiao Zhang reminded. Teamly stood up and waited until Chengshi's 4 men approached before pointing at me and asking directly, the criminal you're talking about, is it him?
When Shangshi nodded and looked doubtfully at the white cloth covering Wu Hao, and asked with his mouth, is this the corpse? Yes. Team Lee said as he uncovered the white cloth, revealing Wu Hao's face. Ashana and a few girls screamed in fear after seeing it, while when Shangshi looked at me in surprise and asked in a puzzled voice, Jiarenfan. You actually killed Wu Hao. I can't argue at this time. That Lee team also didn't wait for me to speak, directly said, I see what you still have something to say, tell you, this person not only killed Wu Hao, but also killed all the villagers inside that village. He doesn't have an ID card on him, do you know his details? Thanks to Old Iron Z for the Heavenly Dao Fragment reward, extra today. Chapter 99, How can there be a demonic aura? Comrade police officer, we're not sure, we came out to play together and bumped into him halfway. When Shangshi explained. I laughed and mouthed, you guys don't even know what Wu Hao is, do you? By the way, do you guys recognize Wu Hao? Team Lee's tone changed and asked in a cold voice. Wu Hao is a human organ trafficker, there must be a team behind him. When Shangshi he will naturally be listed as the object of suspicion, but it seems to me that this police officer is a bit cautious. If it is really a criminal group of people, how can they go to the police? When Shangshi nodded and said, to know is to know, but only not long ago, to come here, it was Yen Hao's suggestion. He asked my friend Shana to come along, and then called us up as well. Well, trick you all into a deep forest, then find a chance to knock you out and take out all the organs from your bodies and sell them, simple as that. I picked up and said. Once again, Moon Sungshik was shocked, and he looked at the police officer suspiciously, wondering if this was true. Team Lee nodded and said, that's right, Yen Hao is a scum who specializes in selling human organs, and is inside the most wanted list of the entire network. If this excursion was organized by him, and you guys don't know anything about it, then it's really possible that he could make a move on you guys, and you guys can't leave for the time being, and you'll only be able to leave when the case is investigated clearly. Fumise nodded silently, then turned his head to look at Shana. I smiled and said, I can't blame Shana for this, she was also threatened. Wu Hao threatened her with indecent photos. Shana, whose head was originally lowered, jerked her head up, blushing scarlet as her mouth asked, how did you know? I overheard the picture inside your cell phone. I replied. You. Shana said angrily, and then changed the topic of conversation as she mouthed. What did you do to Meng Xian? I'm fine. Yu Mingxuan's voice came from inside the car, then she sat up, got out of the car, looked around, and instantly realized what was going on. Yu Mingxian saw me handcuffed and smiled wistfully as he mouthed, Zhao Lianfan didn't lie to you guys. Wu Hao really does have bad intentions. Who's in charge of the case here? Team Lee took 2,000 steps up and said, Miss, my name is Lee, have you witnessed the case? Yu Mingxian said directly, you have the wrong person, the murderer is not him. I breathed a sigh of relief, at least it did not let me down. I was really scared of being pitched. Before Zhuge Wu pitched me countless times, such a thing. I have a big shadow in my heart. I do not want to be taken away by the police in such a confused manner, although I have a way to walk away, but the police are law enforcers after all, on behalf of social justice, and it is not good for me to take action with them. Team Lee laughed and said, you're trying to say that there were zombies in the village, the zombies killed Wu Hao, and then you guys killed the zombies in the village, right? Zombie? When Shangshi and the others asked in confusion. Team Lee sneered, do you believe that? The crowd shook their heads and Team Lee spread their hands and said, see, your friends don't believe you. Not really, the zombies were killed by us, but Wu Hao was not killed by the zombies, but by me, eh? Where is that dagger of mine? Yu Mengxian said. As soon as she said this, the three policemen were not to be trifled with, and they all pulled out their guns and pointed them at Yu Mengxian, saying with their mouths, hands on your head, crouch down and don't move. Yu Mengxian glanced at the police officers, she wasn't as honest as I was, and said with an air of nonchalance, something so big has happened, and it's just the three of you dealing with it? Didn't you hear me when I told you to crouch down? Team Lee raised his gun with one hand and took out his handcuffs, and all three of them surrounded towards Yu Mengxian. Yu Mengxian still looked as if nothing had happened, and waited until the three policemen were close. She suddenly flew up and kicked the Team Lee directly, and before the other two policemen could make a move, their wrists each received a kick, and their guns fell to the ground. Beat up a cop? I was shocked in my heart. This Yu Mengxian is really not afraid of making a big deal out of it. When Shangshi, four people also looked dumbfounded, on the one hand because she really attacked the police, on the other hand is that they are surprised at Yu Mingxuan's body so good, just huffing and puffing a few times. The three police officers were knocked down, especially when Shangshi. The reaction is even more intense, but also took Xiaomeng involuntarily retreated a few steps back. You actually dare to assault a police officer? The policeman called Xiao Zhang said angrily. Yu Mengxian didn't say anything, and kicked Xiao Zhang's chest again. Xiao Zhang wasn't able to take the force, and the whole person flew out backwards for several meters, accompanied by a few sounds of broken ribs, and once the person landed on the ground, he had already fainted. How did you hit them so hard? I looked at Yu Mengxian with surprise. I originally thought that she just wanted to teach these policemen a lesson, but I didn't expect her to actually hit hard. Move again and I'll shoot you. Team Lee, who was first kicked back, once again pointed his gun at Yu Mengxian and said viciously, but having suffered a loss, he didn't dare to come any closer. Pretending is quite decent, try shooting. Yu Mengxian fearlessly said, another kick on that little king. This is not the end. After hitting the little king, she walked step by step towards Team Lee. You! Who the hell are you? That Team Lee actually didn't shoot, but instead took one step backward, seemingly having a fear of Yu Mengxian. Yu Mengxian rushed to Team Lee with great speed, reached out and grabbed Team Lee's hand that was holding the gun, and slapped it on the back of Team Lee's neck, and Team Lee fainted as his eyes rolled white. The three policemen were fainted by Yu Mengxian just like this. I was also a bit speechless, while when Shangshur 4 people were even more dumbfounded. After a long time, Xiana said weakly, Mengxian. You killed the police? Yu Mengxian smiled and said, not a cop, just an accomplice of Wu Hao. Accomplices? How is it possible? When we went to report the case, they said that they would send the police over immediately. We also went to fill the tires. Judging from the time, they should not be fake. Wen Shangshur said. Don't you pretend, Wen Shangshur. Yu Mengxian took the key and unlocked my handcuffs, his mouth said faintly. Once again, I was stunned. Could there be something wrong with this man Shangshur? As expected, after that when Shangshur heard Yu Mengxian's words, he suddenly backhanded and grabbed Xia Meng. A dagger was placed across Xia Meng's neck, and his mouth said viciously, who the hell are you? Brother Wen, what are you doing? Shana and Lu Sha called out at the same time, both looking at Wen Shangshur with unbelievable faces. There really is a problem. Yu Mengxian laughed and said this, still grabbing hostages, do you think it's useful to me? Yu Mengxian finished, then feel a gale blowing through. I do not move to open the eyes, which saw her guardian soul as stood in the side of Wen Shangshur. In addition to this, I also see clearly a more let me be surprised things. This Wen Shangshur actually is not a person, thought he actually exudes a faint demonic chi all over the body. Don't move, come any closer and I'll kill her. Wen Shangshur said coldly, controlling Shana's body to slowly back up. Pooh! Just as Wen Shangshur's words were finished, he saw a slender black shadow shoot from behind him, nailing directly into the back of Wen Shangshur's head. Wen Shangshur's body shook, his eyes, nose, mouth and ears suddenly oozed out bright red blood, and his whole body collapsed straight down. You really are nosy. A somewhat demonic voice entered my ears, and a strange wind blew over at the same time. This wind carried a kind of regal feeling, and the talisman in my pocket vaguely emitted a burst of sizzling heat. I followed the sound and looked, at the corner of the road, and I do not know when stood a woman wearing a white dress, the expression on her face, more cold than Yu Mengxian serious, and that appearance, more beautiful than Yu Mengxian a few points. Boom boom boom. Shana's three people also fainted on the ground after that gust of wind stopped. I cautiously looked at that white group of women who suddenly appeared. This person seems to be not weak, but looking at Yu Mengxian's expression, she seems to recognize this person. As expected, after this white-clothed woman approached, Yu Mengxian slowly said, you guys are not doing a good job, so I have to step in. The white-skirted woman gave a cut sound and said with her mouth, I've been following this line with Wen Shangshur for a long time. If you hadn't messed up, I guess I could have found its lair. And with you meddling in the matter, the clues are broken again. Then I cannot care so much. This is going to kill. Yu Mengxian pointed to the corpse of Wen Shangshur. At this time has offered the original form, actually a weasel. The woman in the white dress helplessly spread her hands and pulled out a dagger sticking out of that weasel's head. Her eyes suddenly fell on me, her brows furrowed, and she coldly asked, is this also someone from your Ghost Hunter Alliance? How come there is a demonic aura on his body? Chapter 100, Meeting the Demon Chopper for the first time. Yu Mengxian also looked at me suspiciously and asked with his mouth, what? You've also touched a demon? I looked at Yu Mengxian, then at the woman in the white dress, and asked out of the corner of my mouth, what are you? Demon Beheader Alliance, Yi Linger. That white-skirted woman said indifferently. I let out an oh-so-subtle sound and mouthed, Ghost Hunters Union, Jiaorenfan. Hee, it's really interesting. As a person of the Ghost Hunter Alliance, you're even involved with a demon. Yi Linger said bluntly. I go. You're actually this kind of person, so disgusting. Yu Mengxian did not doubt Yi Linger's words in the slightest. I didn't argue, and mouthed, is everything okay now? Then I'll go. Weak-hearted, TSK. Your Ghost Hunter Alliance is really getting more and more degenerate, actually having a relationship with. If this matter were to be spread out, it would inevitably make the people in the Shinmen sect laugh their asses off. Yi Linger had a gloating look. My expression changed and I said coldly, who do you say is? You better speak cleanly. What? You dare to do it and you won't let anyone talk about it? Isn't a demon a demon? Yi Linger ignored my anger in the slightest and continued to provoke. Hearing Yi Linger being so provocative, I was even more enraged. Is this woman brainless? Did you think I wouldn't dare make a move on you? I asked coldly. Yi Linger froze and said with a cheeky smile, yeah, I'd like to see how much worse you are compared to Yu Mengxian. Let's try it then. I grabbed out my Xian Mu sword and lifted my hand to swing Zhong Qi. I absolutely could not tolerate someone who insulted Zhao Xian. Just try it. Yi Linger wasn't the least bit afraid. Her thumb and index finger pinched together in her little cherry mouth and unexpectedly whistled. Roar! A beast roar suddenly broke the silence. From the distance suddenly rushed out a giant gray wolf, the size of that gray wolf, as big as a tiger. The speed is even more amazing. Just a few breaths, it came to us. Yu Mengxian laughed and said, ouch. Third grade guardian demonic beast, are you here to show off? You stay out of it. Today I'm going to teach this guy who doesn't know the heights of heaven a lesson.
Yilinger raised her hand and that grey wolf roared and directly pounced towards me.
At the same time, Zhong Qiqi moved violently, her figure directly manifested and rushed towards the grey wolf demon. Yilinger frowned, then said with a cold smile, "No wonder she's so confident, so there's a ghost general level guardian spirit. I'll still abuse you without a ghost general guarding the Yin soul," I said as my figure moved, the Shenmue sword in my hand slashed directly towards her.
"Then let me see how capable you are."
Yilinger seemed to be a belligerent person, I could clearly feel the excitement in her eyes.
Yu Mengxian violently rushed to the middle of the two of us, mouth said, line, what is good to fight, and then fight on. I reported to the headquarters of the Shin men. Have this strength is not as good as to go to deal with the goblins and ghosts. Yilinger, you do not stay inside the deep mountains, how did you run out of it? Yilinger seemed to be very afraid of Yu Mengxian telling on her. She stopped first, and naturally I wouldn't do it again. Zhong Qiqi returned to my side, and that giant wolf returned to Yilinger's side at the same time. The demon race is getting more and more restless. In recent years many demons have come to the secular earth. We naturally can only follow out to hunt them. It's you who broke my trail. How should you explain to me? Yilinger looked at Yu Mengxian and said.
Yu Mengxian spread her hands. Account for nothing. That weasel wasn't killed by my mother. But you uncovered it and beat the bushes.
Did I watch it kill that girl?
Alas, forget it. If it wasn't for the fact that you're from the Unified Law Division, I'd definitely be entangled with you to the end. I still have to go collect the demons. I'm too lazy to waste my time with you guys. Zhao Lianfan, be careful in the future. Don't let me run into you again. Yilinger said as she turned around and mounted the giant wolf. Her legs clamped together. The giant wolf growled provocatively and quickly disappeared from view.
I looked at Yilinger's departing direction and asked with my mouth, are all the people from the Demon Slayers Alliance so arrogant? Hee, her temper is quite good. By the way, what's with the demonic aura on you? Yu Mengxian asked. I looked at Yu Mengxian and mouthed, haven't you investigated me? Don't you know that I have a wife in the Yu family? You're talking about the woman called Zhao Xian? Yu Mengxian asked in surprise. I nodded and looked at her and said, she mysteriously disappeared 3 years ago, and the first thing I'm going to do when I come out this time is to find out what happened to her. She's important to you? Yu Mengxian asked. She's my world, I replied.
Yu Mengxian let out a cold laugh and said, you are afraid that you have been confused by her demonic magic. Demons are after all demons and are not worth entrusting any emotions to.
My tone also became cold. This has nothing to do with you, even if it is demonic enchantment, I am willing.
Yu Mengxian let out a whoop, and continued with his mouth, then you shouldn't have feuded with Yilinger just now, and when you said that your demonic wife mysteriously disappeared, I think it should have something to do with the Demon Slayers Alliance.
It won't, will it?
My wife's inner elixir has been destroyed, her immortal aura won't spill out. Even if someone from the Demon Beheader Alliance stood in front of her, they wouldn't be able to spot her. Moreover, she obediently waits for me at the Yu family and never goes out,
I said directly. Yu Mengxian pouted and said, then I'm not sure, let's leave here first. What about them?
I pointed to the unconscious trio of Shana on the floor.
You carry them to the car, I'll explain it to them.
Yu Mengxian said walking towards one of the cars. I sighed and carried the 3 Shanas into the back seat before sitting on the passenger side. Yu Mengxian started the car and left the place. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Yu Mengxian took out her cell phone, called the police to clean up the mess, and then handed the phone to me, saying with her mouth, are you going back to Changsha City?
Aha. Then why don't you give Yujin a call? I happen to be planning to make a trip as well.
Yu Mengxian said while driving. I nodded and dialed Yujin's phone, the busy sound for a good period of time, and finally directly disconnected. After I called Yu Mengxian's cell phone number again from memory, her number has actually become empty.
Can't get through? Yu Mengxian asked suspiciously. I nodded, not knowing who to contact, and mouthed, something's not going to happen to the Yu family, is it? When was the last time you went over there? I haven't been there. Didn't you investigate me?
Oh, this kind of thing. Where is the need for me to personally step in?
So when did you investigate me?
3 years ago. I stopped talking, leaned my head against the cushion, and began to close my eyes to rest my mind. Zhao Xian's whereabouts, I thought it had something to do with Zhuge, and now that Yu Mengxian said so, I feel that it might really have something to do with the Demon Slayers Alliance. But how did the Demon Slayers Alliance's people know that Zhao Xian was in the Yu mansion? And even if they did, there's no way they could have found out that Zhao Xian was a snake demon. I combed through all the people who knew the inside story and finally came up with one person, Xia Yubing.
Yu Mengxian, do the people of the Demon Beheader Alliance all have eyes that can see demonic chi?
Yes, spirit eyes.
The official members of the Demon Chopper Alliance have opened their spirit eyes. They can see the demonic auras of goblins whose strength is lower than theirs. Why do you ask? If it's not someone from the Demon Chopper Alliance, will there be one with open spiritual eyes as well?
Impossible, that's the exclusive method of the Demon Chopper Alliance. There's no way for ordinary people to learn it. Why are you asking? I shook my head. In my heart I was even more suspicious of Xie Yubing. When she came to Yujin's house with Xie Lao before, she discovered the demonic aura, and also fought with Zhou Ping, then it is very likely that she is a member of the Demon Beheader Alliance. In that case, there is still a possibility that Zhao Xian's disappearance has something to do with Xie Yubing. There will be one more shift, around 11:30, you can leave it until tomorrow, do not affect the rest.
Thank you for the reward of Oki is. Chapter 101, Things are not what they used to be. Thinking about what? Yu Mengxian asked. I smiled and said, nothing, let's go back to Changsha City first. Yu Mengxian drove the car all the way. In addition to stopping to add oil once in the middle of the journey, she never rested. 500 kilometers, she drove through in one breath. Just arrived in Changsha City, Xiana several people also woke up, Yu Mengxian, and they said that when Changsha is actually also that human organ trafficking gang of people, the latter things are left to the police to deal with, and then found a place to put them down, and then drove the car directly to the Yu house. When I arrived at the Yu mansion it was already after 9 o'clock at night. I dragged my tired body out of the car. 3 years later, the Yu mansion was still the same grand Yu mansion with bright lights. You go in. Yu Mengxian said. I looked at her quizzically and asked, you're not going home? This is not my home. My home is the Uniform Law Division. I thought you said you were coming back for a visit. I'm returning to Changsha City, not to the Yu family. I need to find a way to force out the corpse poison first. Yu Mengxian kicked the gas after he finished speaking and the car left the place. I shook my head and lifted my feet toward the Yu family. The gatekeeper at the door changed to person, froze to stop me, not allowed to go in, said Yujin is receiving very important guests, Nazi guests tonight. I said I am not here to visit, said that this is my home. He said he came to more than 2 years, never heard of me, let my mouth worn out is not let me go in. I don't know how important the important guest Yujin said is, but I am anxious to go in and ask if they have found out Zhao Xian's whereabouts. Zhou Peng is still in the Hunt Branch's incubation nest, and Yu Mengxian doesn't care about this kind of thing, so I can only ask him to help me contact Gu Chang. But this doorman said that Gu Chang is Yujin's personal bodyguard, and that he doesn't leave his body for 24 hours. It was the Yu family's driver who finally came over and recognized me and brought me into the Yu family. That driver was very excited to see me, and he said that Yujin had been chanting about me with him every time he took the car, saying that he particularly missed me and wondered when I would be able to come back, and that if I came back, no matter what happened, he must take me to see him at the first opportunity. I nodded and said yes, then take me to see Uncle Jin first, but I know that the driver said that it is not convenient now. Taiwan 9 Master's side came. In addition to them, there are a few bosses from the nearby provinces and cities. Now the villa is closed. No one can go in to disturb. There are people outside to guard, not only Jin Master's people, but also the 9 Master's people. I am also puzzled in my heart. What is the 9th Master's man doing here? There's still a year to go before the opening of the Marquis of Wu's tomb. At the same time, I was also a bit happy, because since it was the 9th Master's people who came, then Xia Yubing must have been present. She is a member of the Demon Slayers Union. I just happened to ask her if Zhao Xian's disappearance was related to her. Young master, I'll take you to the second floor of the villa from the back door. You take a bath and change your clothes first to rest. I guess they won't be able to finish it for a while. When it's over I'll tell Master Jin that you're back. The driver said. Right, is Sister Mengxian at home? I asked with a nod, following the driver around to the back of the villa, where there was a staircase that went straight up to the second floor, also a fire escape, where you couldn't go to the first floor hall. The driver shook his head and said, not at home, since you, Miss Zhao Xian and old brother Zhou Peng left. Missy was bored at home and was sent to Australia by Master Jin to study in high school, but she's almost back from graduation. I hemmed and walked through the stairs alone to the second floor security exit, a bit of a miserable mess in this outfit and smelling of sweat all over my body. Walking to the second floor, looking at the familiar surroundings, I felt a pang of emotion in my heart, my eyes staring tightly at the room I originally lived in. How I wished that I would open the door, and there would be Zhao Xian waiting for me inside, and as soon as I came up here, I would give me a big hug, call me my husband, and begin to tell each other what I've been missing for the past 3 years. But I know it's not realistic. Not only is there no Zhao Xian here, there is no Yu Mengxian here, not even Zhou Peng. All there is here is calmness, loneliness, and loneliness. There was a burst of discussion and even quarrels inside the hall of the villa, but I didn't pay any attention to it. Inside my mind, I was filled with the joyful scenes of the past when we all lived together. The villa is still the same villa, but things are different now. I walked to the door of my room, took a deep breath, collected my thoughts, put my hand on the doorknob, and was just about to open the door when I heard an scream, which trailed off for a long time, and by the sound of it, it seemed to be Gu Chang's voice. I frowned. This was Yujin's villa. Gu Chang was the #1 expert under Yujin. How could someone dare to make a move on Gu Chang here? Instead of opening the door to my room, I turned and walked briskly toward the hallway above the hall. Walked to the side of the corridor railing. I saw clearly the situation below. Spacious villa hall inside. There are about 40 to 50 people. Villa in the middle of the combination of mahogany sofas have been moved to the surrounding area, the center of a large empty space. The 40 to 50 people seem to be from the 5 forces of the Yujin side sitting Sun Qin and Mou. Behind them stood 7 or 8 of the brothers who were born into the death of the brothers. These brothers I know. When I have also been with me to the I know all of these brothers. When I also went with me to the place to raise corpses. 9 masters people, the representative is still that Xia Lao. Xia Yubing is also there. Behind them stand 5 strong men. These strong men are wearing sunglasses, cold expression. There are also 3 forces of people, all about 10 people, 2 of which I have seen. When the 9 masters held a group meeting I have seen. There is also a party of forces do not recognize at all.
In the middle of the open space, there is a station and a lying two people. The person standing is a big and thick man with a long scar on his face, while the person lying is Yuzhen sitting down the first expert, Gu Chang. Gu Chang's hands were bent at an unbelievable angle. It was obvious that his hands were broken, and the scream just now was probably because of this. Hee, are all of Master Zhen's men this sketchy? That scarred burly man looked at Yuzhen and said provocatively. Xianzi, is there anything wrong? No more than that, come back. Yuzhen said as he looked at Gu Chang with heartache. Gu Chang struggled to stand up and said, Zhen, I'm fine, I'm sorry for disgracing you, I still have a leg after my hand is broken, I can do it. Forget it, come back, our skills are not as good as the others, we admit it, the big deal is that we won't get involved in the matter of the Marquis of Wu's tomb. Yuzhen waved his hand and said. The scarred strong man laughed and said, Master Zhen, the words are not so, we agreed, the match does not care about life and death, the people under you are so cowardly, you are also too good to come out to mix? I'm going to you, old me will gnaw off a piece of your flesh today even if I die. Gu Chang said with a grimace, beads of sweat constantly falling down his face, he was in pain to a limit, standing in place was a little trembling. The scarred burly man laughed again and said with his mouth full, that's right. After saying that, he suddenly stretched out his huge palm and grabbed it directly towards Gu Chang's neck. Phew! I grabbed a small decorative vase and violently smashed it towards the scarred burly man, who frowned, his outstretched palm suddenly retracted, jumped up in place, and did a roundhouse kick, shattering the small vase. Everyone was stunned and turned their heads to look at me. Yuzhen stood up violently after seeing me and said with joy in his mouth, Renfan, you're back? I smiled at Yuzhen and called out to Uncle Zhen, then braced my hands on the railing and jumped directly from the second floor, landing steadily beside Gu Chang in the empty space in the center, and said with my mouth, Brother Chang, you go rest first, leave this place to me. The fourth shift, 4Z Heavily Dow Fragment Reward plus more. Today's update ends here, everyone old iron good night. Chapter 102 Variables in the Martial Marquis Tomb. Renfan, are you okay? Gu Chang said with some uneasiness. I nodded and said, don't worry, John. The first master is gone, come a beggar, Master Zhen. How come I haven't heard when you integrated the Beggars Association and got a little beggar? That scarred burly man didn't even look at me, said disdainfully. I was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and turned my head to look at Yuzhen and said, Uncle Zhen, I've just come back, I don't know what's going on, how come random cats and dogs can bark at our house? Yuzhen laughed and said, Renfan nah, this is not what a cat and a dog, this is Shangyang City Xie Zhenghao boss sat down the first master Zhang Zilong, powerful, S4. Before Yuzhen could finish his sentence, that Zhang Zilong nonchalantly interrupted Yuzhen, Master Zhen, there's no need to say so much, right? Old Xie is still waiting for the results. I turned my head to look at Zhang Zilong, it's the cats and dogs that talk too much. Seek death. Zhang Zilong hands a fist, finger joints issued a cackling sound, 2 steps came to me, a left hook followed by a right hook, speed is indeed very fast, are close to catching up with Zhou Pong, the force is also very good, but this kind of strength, should not be Gu Chang beat so bad unless Gu Chang has been a continuous match of few or consumed a lot of physical strength. I dodged his front, first nimbly dodging a few of Zhang Zilong's hook punches, and when he was just about to change his stance, I suddenly stopped dodging and swung my fist at his face. Boom! With a muffled sound, Zhang Zilong's nose bled out. He wiped it violently and lunged towards me once again. I let out a cold smile. This Zhang Zilong has a lot of movesets, but his speed is not a little bit worse than the purple stiff. I have been chased by the purple stiff for more than a month inside a closed environment. Dodging his attacks is basically no difficulty at all. This kind of fighting style of mine also made Zhang Zilong helpless, of course. I could actually defeat him directly and head-on, but I wasn't in a hurry, and since I came down, I went along to avenge Gu Chang's death. Zhang Zilong's moves more and more chaotic, while I am more and more methodical. Just less than 3 minutes, attack and defense will be converted over. The size of the scarred strong man almost twice as big as me constantly blocking. I punch a palm constantly in his joints above the acupuncture points, his strength, but also by me little by little to dislodge. Phew! Zhang Zilong once again a fist called over. I violently embraced his arm, flexible body suddenly inverted, legs clamped his neck, hands violently force, only heard a click. Zhang Zilong's right hand was broken by me. Zhang Zilong made a gesture to fall forward, wanting to crush me underneath. My hands and feet once again force, the two people's body reversal. Zhang Zilong's huge body directly smashed on top of the ground stall. I quickly released his right hand, violently grabbed his left hand, clamped his neck, leg still did not let go. Ka! Zhang Zilong's left hand was similarly twisted off by me. I let go of him, stood up with a carp, jumped up in the air with both legs, bent my knees down in the air and landed heavily on Zhang Zilong's chest. Ka ka ka. There were several more sounds of broken ribs. Zhang Zilong opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blood, letting out a pig-killing howl as I stood up, sneered, and lifted my right foot to violently kick at the knee joint of his bent left leg. Crack! The kneecap bone snapped, and I could even feel the touch of his crushed kneecap. Stop! A majestic voice stopped me from continuing to kick his right leg at the knee. I turned my head to look at the person who spoke. It was none other than that Shangyang City's boss Xie Zhenghao. Click! I didn't pay any attention to him, and once again kicked and broke the knee joint of Zhang Zilong's right leg. Only then, after patting the tattered beggar's clothes on my body, I glanced at Xie Zhenghao and said, I'm sorry, boss Xia, I accidentally completely wasted the spunk of yours. You! Xia Zhenghao clenched his fists, his eyes seeming to spew fire. Hee, Runfan, you hit a little too hard, but martial arts don't care about life and death. You leaving him alive is already considered to be giving boss Xia a lot of face. Yuzhen said with a smile, his eyes filled with excitement. I nodded and said, since Uncle Zhen has spoken, I'll leave you alive. I hope you get one thing straight. You fu really isn't something that any cat or dog can bark at. Pa pa pa. Elder Xia, whose expression had been calm and unperturbed, suddenly stood up and applauded as he mouthed, Zhao Runfan, Master Jiu really didn't misjudge you. In just 3 years' time, you've grown up so fast. I'm afraid that ordinary martial arts geniuses aren't as good as you. I clasped my fists at Elder Xia and said, Elder Xia is too kind. The kid makes an offering. Old man Xia waved his hand and said, since Boss Yu's men won the match, do the other 2 bosses still want to send out their men? The other 2 bosses are looking at me not to say anything. They are also considering whether to send people to fight, although I cannot figure out exactly how a rule, but I am also clear that this competition is related to the Marquis of Wutum. But the Marquis of Wutum thing is not long ago confirmed? 9 masters have already selected the Yuzhen cooperation together to dig. How now make a competition? The fact that no one has spoken means that you guys have given up. Then the matter is settled. The Martial Marquis tomb will be excavated by Master Jin, with the assistance of the other forces, and the proceeds from the excavation, Master Jiu only needs the same, half of which will go to Master Jin, and the rest of that half will be divided equally among the 3 families. Xia Lao said directly. Hearing this, some understand, feelings or 9 masters do not intend to participate in the excavation and development of the Marquis of Wu's tomb. This time the competition is ready to elect a leader too, but this way will not be very strange? The competition will only increase the gap between everyone. How can we work together? The 9th master must have his own considerations in making such adjustments. Just what the purpose of such adjustments is, I have no way of knowing for the time being. This is not a mutually beneficial business partnership. These people are some vicious outlaws, working together although they can monitor each other. It is good for Taiwan's 9 masters, but really will not happen? Good, then it's done. Yuzhen said as he stood up, his tone a bit displeased. I won't see you bosses off. The others stood up as well and just clasped their fists in a, I may have lost, but I just don't obey you look, and I looked at them with a pang of contempt. Congratulations to Master Jin, huh? After the other 3 forces left, Elder Xia then smiled and said, Yuzhen had a bad attitude towards those bosses, but he wouldn't have a bad attitude towards Old Man Xia. He smiled and said, Old Man Xia, my nephew is back today as well, so you old man, please reward me by staying at home and having a meal. I've already told the kitchen to prepare the meal, it'll soon be ready for the table. Elder Xia looked at me and actually agreed without hesitation, mouthing, then I'll be respectful. Ha, honor, Renfan, you go take a shower and change your clothes first. Yuzhen seemed happy. I nodded and walked towards the 2nd floor. It would be good to eat together so that I could have more contact with Xia Yubing. Closed the door, just took off the clothes, the door was opened. Xia Yubing walked in recklessly, he smile, mouth said, yo, the body is not bad, compared to that child in the beginning, it is a lot more seductive. A little speechless, I put on my clothes again and mouthed, you came to see me about something, didn't you? Would you believe me if I said I came to see you take a bath? Xia Yubing laughed, her gaze falling on a photo frame in front of the desk. The photo inside this frame was a photo of me in Zhaoishan before I left 3 years ago. I watched Xia Yubing staring at the picture frame and said directly, that's my wife, Zhaoishan, who disappeared 3 years ago. Her disappearance and you. Her disappearance does have something to do with me. I'm the one who told on her. Xia Yubing stared at me provocatively, completely ignoring my increasingly angry face. My heart sank. 2 steps to her side, raised his right hand and grabbed towards her. Xia Yubing smashed his fist over, dodged. My left hand violently stretched out, grabbed Xia Yubing's fist, pulled it towards me. My right hand accurately pinched her neck. My mouth coldly said, if anything happens to her, no matter whose person you are, I will kill you. Chapter 103, The Demon Clan Has Territory. Xia Yubing's left hand suddenly touched out a dagger and swept it directly towards my chest. I had to let go of Xia Yubing's neck and took a step back to avoid the dagger. You even hid your strength just now? Xia Yubing asked in surprise. Instead of answering her, I just asked coldly, where is Xian? I just don't understand. A snake demon is just a snake demon. What's there to stay? You're a human, not a demon, and since ancient times, it's against the way of heaven for humans and demons to fall in love. Do you think you'll have any good end? Xia Yubing's attitude was the same as Yu Mingxuan's. Both felt that it was ridiculous for me and Zhaoishan to be together. I'm asking you a question. Keep looking the other way and I'll make sure you don't walk out of this room. My anger was on the verge of being suppressed. Well, you're really a log. I did reveal that Snake Demon's presence in the Yu Mansion to the organization. She should have sensed something, and when the organization was ready to make a move to collect her, she had already disappeared, and pounced on her, so I don't know where she is either. Xia Yubing said seriously, is the organization you're talking about the Demon Chopper Alliance? Yes. Ha? How did you know? Are you sure that the Demon Chopper Alliance people came over and pounced? I asked suspiciously. Xia Yubing nodded and said, yes, lying to you is a puppy. I fell silent. If what Xie Yubing said is not true, then Zhao Xian's disappearance should still have a relationship with Zhuge Wu. But Zhuge Wu, the scout of the dragon, I simply do not know where he is. The only possible way to find him is to contact through the hunting division of the task. I know that the hunting division of the task released to enter a live broadcasting room inside to see some of the people, and maybe also able to see Zhuge Wu. The hunting and killing division's mission release is realized through dreams, but when completing a mission, a video record is required, and I've sneaked a glimpse of other people from inside Zhuge Wu's videos before.
So you came to see me about something? I asked, opening my mouth. Xia Yubing heatedly smiled and said, you and that snake demon have performed the rite of passage of the week, and there is a residual demonic aura on your body, so if you are seen by some radicals in the organization, you can be arrested or even executed for the crime of communicating with a demon. Oh. I let out an "oh," thinking in my heart that no wonder that Ji Linger that I met before wanted to make a move on me, and Yu Mengxian even said that she was considered to be good-tempered. And then what? I asked, looking at her. Xia Yubing licked her lips and said, I have a way to get rid of the demonic chi on you. What about the conditions? Fall in love with me, then get married, then. And then you stay in the mainland and work for Master Jin with me? I directly interrupted her. How could I not know what she meant? There was only one purpose for such a ridiculous thing, and that was to rope me into going to Taiwan and defecting to the Ninth Master. This must be the Ninth Master's intention. As expected, Xia Yubing said, of course not, although Yuzhen is okay, but it is not worth me to defect. After we get married, you and I will go to Taiwan. Master Nine appreciates you, you follow Master Nine. I guarantee you that the premise is limitless. Hee. Are you telling me that Master Nine is the head of the Demon Slayer Alliance? Or maybe the head of a branch? I asked, hitting the nail on the head. Xia Yubing suddenly froze, and said out of the corner of his mouth, Master Nine has no relationship with the Demon Slayer Alliance. Then are you loyal to the Demon Chopper Alliance or to Master Nine? This is not a conflict. Let's get back to the topic. I'll help you get rid of the demonic aura in you, and I will get married. Or of course, you cannot get married, as long as you're willing to go with me to join the Nine Masters. Ridiculous. If I wanted to defect to Master Nine, I wouldn't have rejected him to his face in the first place. And also, can you people from the Demon Slayers Alliance still seduce people from the Ghost Hunters Alliance? You're from the Ghost Hunter Alliance? Xia Yubing said in surprise. I directly took out the token and waved it in front of her eyes, and Xia Yubing spat out her tongue before she whispered, of course I haven't been here. After saying that, Xia Yubing directly turned around and walked out of the room. I shook my head breathlessly and grabbed my clothes and walked into the bathroom. After washing, I changed into a set of clean clothes. 3 years have passed. The previous clothes have not been able to wear, but this clothes I have not seen before, but has been washed and ironed, presumably prepared by Zhao Xian behind, not too big, not too small, is fitting, wear on the body, full of touching. When I walk down the villa hall, the table has been on a dozen dishes, most people are still standing, into the table is not a few, the main party has Yuzhen, Sun Xin and Mou. Gu Chang has been sent to the hospital for treatment to go, the guest side of the old Xia and Xia Yubing 2 people, there is another middle-aged man dressed in Chinese clothing, the man's sunglasses have been taken down. It is the time before to see the 9 masters, accompanied by the 9 masters. The middle-aged man by his side, seems to be called Zhao Shuja. With me, that's only 7 people eating at the table. Peace to you seniors, Master Jin, is come alright? I asked Yuzhen as I sat down. 100 days for injuries, although Chang Zi is from a martial arts training background, but the bones are more displaced, I'm afraid it will take a while to fully recover. Yuzhen said. Elder Xia first called the others out, saying that the meal was not a performance and there was no need for so many people to watch. Those bodyguards all retreated out, and Yuzhen, as the host, picked up a glass of wine and stood up. Thank you, senior Xia and brother Shuja and Miss Xia for enjoying your time. This glass of wine, first of all, to all of you. The crowd lifted their cups and drank it all in one go, and only then did Xia Lao say, Master Jin is too polite. Just now I watched little brother Renfan's skill amaze the 4 seats, and his art overpowered the whole field, and it's really enviable for Master Jin to have such a teenage hero by his side. I wonder if little brother Renfan can have a person of interest. Yuzhen looked at me, he naturally understands what this Xia old man means, patted his shoulders straight and said, where, Renfan saved me from danger many times, in my opinion, he is more pro than his own son, if not he already has a wife, I can't wait to Xian betrothed to him. I smiled and said, Uncle Jin is joking, where am I worthy of Sister Mengxian? By the way, Uncle Jin, is there any news of Xian in these 3 years? Yuzhen looked at Xia Lao and the others, and said with his mouth, alas, can't find it. Xiangsha City has all been turned upside down by me. Even all the passenger records of the train station and bus station I've sent people to check, there's no clue. Xia Lao and the others just listened in silence. The reason why I talked about Zhao Xian's matter in front of them was also to see if they would give me any clues. What made me a little disappointed was that all 3 of them were silent. As far as I know, little brother's wife is of demonic origin, right? Elder Xia opened his mouth and asked. I didn't hide it, it wasn't a secret anymore, Xia Yubing knew it, they must have all known it. I nodded and said, yes, Elder Xia mysteriously disappeared 3 years ago without any clues, and now her life and death are unknown, and I want to find her very much. Zhao Shuja, who was sitting next to Elder Xia, suddenly opened his mouth and said, if you're from the demon race, in the absence of any clues, you can go to the territory of the demon race in the Kunlun Mountains and ask around, although there's no guarantee that you'll be able to find her, you'll be able to find out if she's alive or dead. The territory of the demon race? I asked suspiciously, and Xie Yubing picked up the conversation, Uncle Zhao, if you tell him to go to the demon clan's territory, with his status, that's just looking for death. What's his status? That Zhao Shuja asked suspiciously. Xie Yubing said directly, Ghost Hunter Alliance, member of the hunting division. When Xie Yubing said this, everyone was startled, especially Yujin and Sun Qin, who were all staring at me incredulously. Zhao Shuja also looked at me suspiciously and asked, are you really a member of the hunting and killing division? Chapter 104, Returning to Yingfu Village. I nodded and said, yes, Mr. Zhao, please also tell me the exact location of the demon clan's territory. If I can't find any clues about my wife, I will go to the demon clan's territory to take a look. I advise you not to go. The demon race and the demon beheader alliance are incompatible. Although you are in the demon hunter alliance, you also belong to the Xin sect as well. The demon race will likewise not treat you well. Zhao Shuja said. I smiled and said, it doesn't matter, it's better to be prepared. Zhao Shuja looked at my serious look inside. Gongjeljubi Peak in the Kunlun mountain range is the territory of the demon race, and at the top of the peak there is a palace of the demon race called the Demon God's Palace. Gongjeljubi Peak is more than 7,000 meters above sea level, and it is difficult to go up with the many cliffs surrounding it. Demon God Temple? I looked at Zhao Shuja and asked suspiciously. Zhao Shuja nodded and said, yes, the Demon God Temple is actually similar to the Yama Temple in the Netherworld. There is a book called the Book of 10,000 Demons something, equivalent to the Life and Death book in the Netherworld. Every demon cultivated into human form, the Book of 10,000 Demons will automatically record, will also show the life and death of every demon in real time. If you see the Book of 10,000 Demons, you will be able to know whether your wife is still alive, and also be able to know her approximate location. There's such a thing? How come it hasn't been seen? I just don't believe that no one has been there. Yujin asked out loud. He was an ordinary person, a human mixed with the underworld, but this kind of thing was still a bit beyond imagination for him. Even if you stand at the entrance of the Demon God's Hall, you can't see the Demon God's Hall, because the entire hall is protected by demonic laws. Ordinary people can't see it at all. The demon beheader's spiritual eyes and the ghost hunter's yin-yang eyes can peek a little. But the Xianmen crowd, no one dares to go to the Demon God Halls to seek death. Zhao Shuz explained. I nodded silently in my heart, and have made a note, if I sleep tonight without receiving the mission guidelines from the Ghost Hunters Union, I will first go back to my hometown tomorrow, pay my respects to my grandfather, and by the way, clean up the dozen female ghosts on Tombhead Mountain, and then set off to the Kunlun Mountains to take a look at this kind of lovesickness. It's too much of a torment, and my direction in life is to look for Zhao Yishan, and even if I don't find her, I will definitely be on the road to looking for her, and if I am idle, I will really collapse. Next, everyone discussed a little bit about the Martial Marquis tomb. I didn't have the heart to listen to this. I couldn't find Zhao Yishan. The Martial Marquis tomb had nothing to do with me. This meal did not eat long to break up. I guess Xia Lao 3 people stayed to eat as also want to let Xie Yubing to come to talk to me to go to Taiwan to join the 9 masters of the matter. If there is no such thing, this meal cannot eat. After dinner, the servants started clearing the table, and Yujin called me into his comfort, in addition to Sun Qin and MOU. Rinfan, in these 3 years, you went to the Ghost Hunter Alliance? Yujin asked again. I nodded and said, yes, maybe that's the only kind of place that can make a person grow up fast. Yujin nodded and said, also, it's good to be back, Renfan. Do you know why Master Jiu suddenly changed his mind and didn't participate in the excavation of the Wuho tomb? I shook my head and looked at Aftershock suspiciously. Sun Qin picked up the conversation and said, they seem to have found something. Their claim is that all their people coming to the mainland will be targeted by the relevant authorities. In fact, this is just an excuse for them. Their real purpose, most likely, is that they know that the poem riddle that you solved 3 years ago is not right, and they don't know where the real place is. That's why they are allowing letting go of our hands and letting us go digging on our own. Yujin nodded and said, the reason why we asked the other bosses to join us in this is because we are afraid that we will keep what Master 9 wants private. Private stash? To put it mildly, Master 9 should know that we don't have the guts to have a private stash, right? I asked suspiciously. Sun Qin said, no, not having the guts to privately hide it is based on the premise that he knows that we have excavated the real Marquis of Wu's tomb, and if we sneakily excavate the real Marquis of Wu's tomb, then there is no way for him to privately hide it. So he gave us full authority to excavate? But what if we don't excavate the real Marquis Wu's tomb? Then wouldn't he be throwing away a basket? I continued to ask. Sun Qin said, the tomb of the Marquis of Wu will then only be found on July 22nd next year, and if we don't dig it up, we'll have to wait for the next total solar eclipse. So he's eaten up on the fact that we're bound to dig it up if we know where the real tomb of the Marquis of Wu is located, and, I suspect, that they may have cracked the poetic riddle. I understood and said with my mouth full, it's really an old fox, Uncle Jin. Let's do it this way. On the day of next year's total solar eclipse, you guys pretend to go to that fake place to dig, then split a group of people to go to the real location.
Yushin shook his head and said, almost everyone around me who can do this kind of thing is being watched, and when the time comes, I'm sure I'll be followed, and I don't feel comfortable leaving this kind of thing to outsiders. I said directly, then if I'm there then, I'll go, just pair me up with a few professional grave robbers, outsiders are fine, Uncle Mo, is there any news of Zhuge-Wu?
Mo froze, his mouth said, Zhuge-Wu? No why are you asking about him? I sighed and said, I suspect that Yi Xian's disappearance has something to do with Zhuge-Wu, Uncle Mo, if you have any news of Zhuge-Wu, notify me at the first opportunity. Mo nodded and said, good, by the way, Zhou Peng has been gone for almost 3 years, do you know where he went? He's also in the hunting division, he should come out after a while. The three of them were relieved to hear me say that, and Yushin continued to ask, Renfan, this time when you come back, I don't think you'll be staying often, right? I nodded and said, Uncle Jin, I'm going to search for Yi Xian, I can't stay at home permanently, I'm going to leave tomorrow. First I'll go to the village to pay homage to Grandpa, then I'm going to go to the Kunlun Mountains to have a look, it's the base camp of the demon clan there, so I may be able to find some strands of clues about some of the Yi Xian. The three didn't stop or persuade, they knew my obsession with Yi Xian, without her, there was no point in me even living. After chatting for a while longer, I went back to my room to prepare for a good night's sleep. The journey had made me jealously sleepy, and it wasn't long before I was in dreamland. In my dream, I was still able to see Zhao Yixin, but this time, I was waiting for the hunting division's mission to be set up, and to my dismay, I wasn't entered into the dream until I woke up at dawn. Open my eyes, look an unfamiliar and familiar environment. I know that my life has changed, the kind of life that can live in peace has completely gone. This road is lonely, although I have many people around me, but lonely in my opinion, is not the lack of people to accompany, but I care about the people, not by my side. I know that I have a kind of obsession with Zhao Yixin that transcends life and death, and this kind of obsession is my hope to live on. Throw away these mixed thoughts, I got up, wash, even breakfast did not want to eat. Yushin said to send a driver to send me, and gave me a card and a stack of cash. I casually drew some cash. Mouth said, Uncle Jin, this point is enough, when I find Yi Xian, I will go home. The driver does not need to be arranged, the rest of the way, sooner or later, I have to go alone. Well, we're all waiting for you at home. Yushin didn't say much, a man like him was never a mother-in-law. Walking out of the Yu mansion, carrying a backpack, inside the backpack were the things I had packed. It was very simple, the things for drawing talismans, the Shin Mu sword, a dozen or so talismans, and 2 sets of clothes that Zhao Yixin had prepared for me, as well as a picture of Zhao Yixin and I together. Taking a cab to the bus station, I embarked on the first bus back to our town, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I was back inside the village. 3 years have passed, the overall appearance of the village has not changed much, there are a few more new houses, and the former muddy road has been turned into a concrete road, which is not wide, but looks much more comfortable. There are not many people in the village, most of the young people have gone to work outside. I didn't have any friends when I was a kid, and the people in the village didn't treat me very well, and now that I'm back, I can't believe that not a few people recognize me, and even if they do, there's no one who says hello to me, and it's been like that since I was a kid. That's the end of today's update. Good night, folks. Chapter 105, Theft of the Remains. The only emotion I have for this village is my grandfather, and the only thing I want to see is that old house of my grandfather's and the simple grave in the yard that was originally erected for Zhao Yixin. Walked into the small courtyard, surrounded by a depression. The house was already old, 3 years without residents, is already a scene of dilapidation. This is where I grew up, even if it becomes a pile of ruins, but also can cause me a lot of memories. The coffin that I had been sleeping in before was still in the inner room, and no one had moved it. It had not become as dilapidated as the other things around it, and it still looked the same as before. I touched the coffin, sat on it for a while, and left the house, heading towards Grandpa Hu's house. After the death of Grandpa, has been Grandpa Hu in the care, 3 months' time every day need to serve rice please incense, is also hard Grandpa Hu. I would like to bring a sum of money to him, but I know he is very principled, will not accept me too much money, so I bought him some healthcare products. After walking for half an hour, I came to the door of Grandpa Hu's house, where he was taking a cool break in the shade of a tree, reclining in a rocking chair with a pipe in his hand. He is an old bachelor, lonely all his life. He used to be the best friend with Grandpa. Now that Grandpa is gone, he has become even more lonely, and I can see that he looks a bit bad. In 3 years' time, he seems to have aged 10 years. Grandpa Hu. I knocked on the door of the courtyard entrance and called out affectionately. Grandpa Hu, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, squinted at me and suddenly stood up, his mouth agitated. You are Runfan Wazi? I hemmed and hawed and said, Grandpa Hu, it's me. I've come back to see you and pay my respects to Grandpa. How are you? Renfan, your grandfather. Your grandfather he. Grandpa Hu stammered. Puzzled, I asked, Grandpa Hu, what's wrong with Grandpa? Your grandfather's grave was dug up a few months after you left, and the remains, it was also stolen. Grandpa Hu said helplessly. What? I was so shocked that I nearly dropped those health products I was carrying on the floor. Grandpa Hu, what happened? Who did this? My fists pinched creaking, digging graves and stealing remains. This kind of thing will make Grandpa cannot live in peace after death. This is the bad behavior of the unconscionable people and God's indignation.
If it is an ancient tomb is okay, the soul basically has long been able to rest in peace, but Grandpa has only left a few months, the bones are not cold, in the end which can do this kind of unscrupulous thing? Grandpa who shook his head and said sadly, I don't know, I've been searching for the past 3 years, but there is no news, but Renfan you don't worry, after the grave was dug up, I have done the spells, and I have set up a closed grave for Zhao old brother, he has already gone down there to report to the police, I just haven't been able to take care of his bones, and I have been feeling guilty in my heart Grandpa who, thank you, you don't have to blame yourself, it's not your fault, I will try my best to find Grandpa's bones, I said, forcibly holding back the anger in my heart. Grandpa who sighed, his brow furrowed, and the deep-set headlines told me that this old man had had a bad time for the past 3 years or so. I suspect that the disappearance of elder brother Zhao's remains has something to do with those female ghosts that were invited when they sang the ghost opera for you. Grandpa who said word for word, his face full of anger. Are those female ghosts still coming out behind them? I frowned. Grandpa who nodded his head and said, yes, and it comes to bother me every night, stirring me up. Basically I can't sleep every night and can only make up for it during the day. I'm sorry, Grandpa who, I'm the one who made you suffer, just leave the rest to me. I said apologetically, no wonder this Grandpa whose mental state is so poor. You? Can you? Grandpa who looked at me with some disbelief. I nodded and said, don't worry, Grandpa who, tonight, I will make those female ghosts disappear. In front of the shrine to Grandpa Incense, and Grandpa who in another chat for a while, caught out a few, I began to cooking, Grandpa who usually grow their own vegetables, I have not cooked for a long time, this time some rusty cooking, but the raw materials are good, made out of the dishes are also not bad, Grandpa who was very happy that I can come back, specially opened a bottle of wine collection and I drank against the bottle. Looking at Grandpa whose happy appearance, I was also very emotional, lonely old people want is actually very simple, just like Jay Chou's grandma lyrics inside, she wants companionship, not $600, then what you give is even simpler. As night fell, Grandpa who had drunk a lot of wine because he was happy and had fallen asleep peacefully, I helped Grandpa who to bed, covered him up, put a large glass of water on the nightstand, then cleaned up the house, grabbed my backpack, left some cash and a note, and took Grandpa whose hand-tied invocation streamer and left Grandpa whose house, heading towards the cemetery mountain. Cemetery Hill is still incredibly eerie, tonight the weather is very good, the moonstars, the surrounding silence, this is my second time to come to Cemetery Hill, the last time I came to invite the female ghosts to watch the ghost show, I was scared straight, and this time, I don't have any fear, in my heart, I want to think, it is the dozen or so female ghosts before the dispersal of the death of those who have harmed Zhao Yixin, harmed Grandpa, and now torturing Grandpa who, deserves to, die. Quickly walking up the hill of graves, some of the surrounding shadowy spirits seemed to sense the power of the talisman on my body, letting out a burst of shrill and subtle screams, all of them avoiding it. I walked all the way to the top of Tombhead Mountain, stood on top of one of the graves, inserted the invocation flag violently on top of the grave and started to shake, a soul invocation talisman was hung on it, and read aloud, swinging wandering souls, where to keep the 3 souls early descent, the 7 souls will come. The riverside wild places temples and villages, the palace prisons, the graves and the forests. The 5 paths of the wandering generals, the land of the current side, the house of the Zhaojuan, the heavenly gates open, the earthly gates open, the earthly gates open, the heavenly gates open, the heavenly gates open. Open the gates of heaven, open the gates of earth. As soon as the invocation incantation was recited, dozens of lone souls and wild spirits appeared around them. This incantation was aimed at those lone souls and wild spirits still wandering in the young world. New souls with a normal path to reincarnation would not be affected. These lone ghosts are some of the main bully. After seeing me, they have lowered their heads in place. I quickly found the dozen female ghosts that were evil, really are some of the abandoned souls that have not been reincarnated. More than 3 years have passed, and still wandering around, so I am pleased that my grandfather's soul is really not here, which means that although the remains of my grandfather was stolen, but the soul also went to the netherworld, to enter the normal heavenly cycle. Entered the normal heavenly cycle of reincarnation. The dozen or so female ghosts that went to old Zhao's house 3 years ago will stay, the rest please go back, I'm sorry to disturb you. I said indifferently, raising my hand and sacrificing Zhong Qiqi. Zhong Qiqi was already at the ghost general level, these ghost level lone ghosts all shivered a little after seeing her, those female ghosts that originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape stopped in their tracks and didn't even dare to move after seeing Zhong Qiqi. In just a few seconds, dozens of lone ghosts turned into a dozen, and these dozen female ghosts were no longer as strong as they were at the beginning, and the way they looked at me revealed fear. I'm sure you guys remember me? I asked lightly. Remember. You're the child who sang about taking a ghost wife back in the day. Called Zhao Mo. Remember. All the female ghosts responded, and at this time, they no longer dared to remain silent. And do you know what I'm here for? I asked in a cold voice, murder in my eyes. No. All the female ghosts were shivering. I snorted coldly, my grandfather's grave was dug up and his remains stolen. Does this matter have anything to do with you? Chapter 106, First Mission. Nope. Nothing to do with us, your grandfather is dead. Why would we embarrass his remains? A female ghost said boldly. The other female ghosts chimed in, brushing aside their involvement in the matter entirely. So did you guys see anything? All the female ghosts shook their heads, and the bold female ghost said, your grandfather's grave was dug up in the daytime, and we can't even come out during the day. In that case, you no longer have any value to exist. My eyes went cold and I glared at Zone Chi-Chi beside me. Zone Chi-Chi understood, to shun Lei Air Deacon, all female ghosts into nothingness, these female ghosts cannot be transcended, stay in the world is also a scourge, when the ghost show is because of me, cannot be sent away, it is because they are greedy, hurt Joey Sin not to mention, but also has been pestering Grandpa who, make Grandpa who these nearly 3 years of peace, no matter which one, I will not let go of them. After finishing off these female ghosts, it was also a relief for me because they all knew about my extreme destiny, but this kind of lone souls don't know much about the true meaning of the extreme destiny. Grabbing the soul invocation, I took Zone Chi-Chi towards my grandfather's grave, which had already been repaired, should have been made by Grandpa who, except that I know that my grandfather's remains are no longer inside, who in the end got rid of my grandfather's remains, I have no way of knowing, this is a very big matter, I have to figure it out. Placing the invocation flag on my grandfather's grave, I recited the invocation incantation again, this time not loud enough to summon all the lone ghosts from the entire mountain. Several shadowy spirits appeared around the area, all of which were within 100 meters of Grandpa's grave.
Seems like a Taoist priest, looking for us, is there something going on? An Olderine spirit spoke up and asked.
I took out a stack of paper money and burned it on the ground. While burning it, I asked, excuse me, more than 2 years ago, my grandfather's grave was dug up and his remains were stolen. I don't know if you've noticed this matter, if you can provide reliable clues, these paper money are yours.
The ghosts finally understood, but they all shook their heads, and no one opened their mouths.
I sighed, my grandfather's grave was dug in the daytime, it was normal that they didn't know. When I finished burning the paper money, a somewhat dry and thin looking ghost came over and said, is it true that you can get all the paper money if you have a clue?
You know? I asked in surprise.
That dry and skinny ghost nodded and said, I know, in fact, your grandfather's grave wasn't dug up by someone else, but washed open by himself?
What? Are you sure? I asked in surprise.
The dry, skinny ghost nodded and said, I'm sure. Because I could feel no one up there from down below, yet I felt your grandfather's grave open on its own, and it must have rushed open on its own. I frowned, feeling even more bad in my heart. Grandpa who said that Grandpa's grave was dug up a few months after I left. At this time, it was impossible for Grandpa to still be alive and reopen the grave by himself. Then it could only mean one thing, that Grandpa's remains had been controlled by someone. If I were an ordinary person, I wouldn't even have a guess in this regard, but I'm different, I'm considered a xianxue now. I know that it's not difficult at all to control a corpse, even if it has to be across the grave, as long as the Tao is enough, it can be done just the same.
And did anyone come to my grandfather's grave before his remains rushed away from it? I asked directly.
That dry and skinny ghost shook his head and said, yes, old man who comes almost once a week.
Is there anyone else besides Grandpa who?
Nothing else. By the way, 3 days before your grandfather rushed open the grave, a family was buried, and a lot of mourners came. The dry and thin ghost said and pointed to a grave less than 10 meters away above his grandfather's grave.
I spoke up and asked, may I ask if the tomb owner is here?
No one answered, which meant that the tomb owner had already gone below. I sighed and said, all this paper money is yours, the rest of you folks, sorry for the disturbance. Hearing me say that, the dry, skinny ghost happily walked over, while the others slowly disappeared into thin air. I didn't take the invocation, but ran up to it to see the name of the tomb owner, Wang Suawa, from the next village. I walked down the hill of the grave. This matter should be investigated in any case. Now has basically determined that the grandfather's remains are controlled by people, and may even become a zombie, this kind of thing. I must stop. Grandpa suffered a lifetime, when the remains have to suffer this kind of crime, or I can stand. I rushed to the next village in the night, but it was already early in the morning at this time, and the people inside the village had long gone to bed, and there was no way for me to know where that Wang Suewa's home was. Casually find a fast grass, I lay down, now can only wait for dawn, wait until dawn, I will go to Wang Suewa's home to inquire, see Wang Suewa funeral, there are no strangers mixed in, or there is no one who has been to my grandfather's grave. Although Wang Suewa's grave was on top of her grandfather's grave, the funeral took the right road and did not need to pass by her grandfather's grave. When I first entered the village, all the dogs in the village were barking furiously. Zone Chi-Chi just let out a scream. All those dogs were all quiet, but this scream can't be heard by human beings, only me and those furiously barking dogs can hear it. Lying on the grass, using my backpack as a pillow, before I knew it, I was asleep. Instead of Zhao Xian appearing in the dream this time, a man with a mask appeared. I understood in my heart that this was a dream entry. The appearance of this person with a mask was familiar to me as I had seen it before inside Zhuge Wu's computer. You're quite busy, coming to a place like this, the masked man said with a smirk, and his expression could not be seen. I nodded and said, is it coming to the mission? Yes, this is your first mission, and after completing it, the branch will organize for you to go to Heaven Mountain for an examination, the masked man said. I asked directly, what is the mission? We release tasks, usually through cell phone software, but this is your first task, by me directly to you. After doing the first task, You even officially become a member of the Ghost Hunter branch. You remember to use your cell phone to download the software of the Ghost Hunter Alliance. Your number is the account number. The password is 84. The masked man seemed to be very patient and said. I also directly asked, okay, what's the mission? The mission is simple. We have investigated that the Unified Law Division seems to be re-emerging. The Unified Law Division already has a member staking out the periphery of my hunting and killing division. Your mission is to find her and finish her off. Her name is Yu Mengxian. The masked man said indifferently. I was shocked in my heart. Yu Mengxian was actually exposed, and the hunting and killing branch gave me such a task. Could that mean that the hunting and killing branch already knew that Yu Mengxian and I had been in contact? I said without moving. If it's an official member of the Unified Law Division, with my current strength, not only will I not be able to complete the mission, I will also be sent to my death. Oh no, the hatching nest in the hunting division will have new members coming out recently, and they'll all be given the same mission, so you're not on your own, the masked man said. I was relieved. It seems he didn't know about my contact with Yu Mengxian. Yu Mengxian is in Xiangsha City. This mission is more difficult for you guys. The mission time is 3 months. 3 months without completing the mission on time will be punished very harshly. You are the first to receive the mission, so you need to confirm Yu Mengxian's location as soon as possible. When the others come, they will naturally contact you, and then you guys will do it together. After the masked man finished speaking, his figure slowly faded and disappeared into my dream world. Chapter 107, Zhuge Wu again. As soon as the masked man disappeared, I woke up from my dream, and when I woke up, I was covered in a cold sweat and had a feeling of weakness. I didn't realize that this method of entering the dream was so consuming to me. I looked around me. It was well into the pre-dawn darkness and it was pitch black all around me as I continued to lie down and sleep. I do not know how long I slept. The village rooster began to crow. The sky is already cloudy. I sat up. A little bit of organization, my heart thinking about that mission. I do not know what to do next. Yu Mengxian I am absolutely not going to go to kill, but with my current strength, if I do not go to complete the task, the punishment of hunting and killing the branch, I do not know how to cope with it. I still don't know how they could enter my dream, and the state after waking up was near deflated. If they wanted to mess with me, it would be equally easy. Thankfully, the time for this mission is 3 months. 3 months is not too long to say, not too short to say. We can only look for a solution as soon as possible. If it's not possible, we can try to ask for help from the unification of the law division. What a leaky house. I cursed and turned my head to look inside the village. People in the countryside always get up especially early, and at this time of the day, there are already people carrying hoes ready to work in the fields. A pair of middle-aged and elderly couples were walking down the road. I hurriedly ran over to them and said with my mouth full, "Good morning uncle and auntie, I'm from the next door village of Eagle Voltaire. I'd like to ask you about something." The uncle was also enthusiastic and said cheerfully, "Young man, you say, did a Wang Suihua inside our village die 3 years ago?" I asked directly. The uncle nodded and said, "Yes, young man, why do you ask? Are you a relative of old Wang's family?" Without admitting or denying it, I mouthed, "Uncle, where does she live?" "Her house? It's right over there." The uncle pointed to a tile house not far away, then said, "But there's no one left in her house. She's a widow. Her husband died a long time ago, and she didn't leave behind a son or daughter." "Ha? And who organized his funeral?" I continued to ask. Uncle looked at me and frowned. His mouth said, "It's the people inside the village who helped to do it together. I even helped to carry the coffin. What's the problem?" "No problem, uncle. I just want to inquire about whether any strangers came to help when Wang Suihua had her funeral." I asked right to the point. "Who the hell are you?" The older man saw that my questions were becoming more and more irrelevant, and had become somewhat reluctant to answer me. I took out a few $100s and said, "Uncle, I'm a distant relative of Wang Suihua. I didn't know about this before, but I heard about it recently, so I came to take a look at it. You can take this money as a thank you to the townsfolk who helped take care of the aftermath in the first place." "A distant relative? Don't you live right here in Eagle Volcano Village?" Uncle didn't take my money. He found the loophole in my words. I hurriedly explained, "I was born in Eagle Volcano Village, and I went to the city afterward, and to put it mildly, we're several generations apart, so technically, we're not really related. Your lad is nice, and like that lad at the time, he is a distant relative, but I won't accept this money from you. That lad has already given it at the time," Uncle said. When the uncle spoke of the young man, I knew that this man must be the stranger I was looking for, or he would have just said the name. I shoved the money into the uncle's hand and said with my mouth, "What he gives is what he gives, and what I give is what I give." "Uncle, do you remember what the man's name was in the beginning?" "What's his name? I don't remember. It's been too long." "About your age, slightly shorter," the older man said. The older woman next to her suddenly interjected, "I remember that person's name was what's his name Wu. 3 characters, it seems to be a compound surname. We don't have anyone here with that surname." I froze and hurriedly asked, "Called Zhuge Wu?" Uncle hurriedly nodded his head and said, yes, it's called Zhuge Wu. He said he's Tsuewa's nephew and also gave us a sum of money." I was shocked in my heart. Zhuge Wu, this actually appeared here. With his skills, there is no difficulty in controlling the remains of my grandfather. I am sure that Zhuge Wu does not have any relationship with this Wang Suihua, and the purpose of his coming is the remains of my grandfather. But grandpa was his father. Why would he steal his grandfather's body?
Doesn't he know you can't just move a grave once you're buried? What does he mean? Uncle, did he volunteer his name? I asked. That uncle nodded and said, yes, after Wang Suehua covered the earth, he even thanked everyone and said his name was Zhuge Wu. My eyes were once again cold. These words, it seems, were meant to be said to me. He probably knew that I would come back to pay homage to my grandfather, that I would find out that my grandfather's grave had been dug up, and that he would investigate here, and then make such a fuss about a falsehood, in order to make the villagers inside this village tell me that he had once come back, and that it was him that got rid of my grandfather's remains. This, I said with hatred as I clenched my fists. Young man, who are you cursing? The older man asked suspiciously. I smiled awkwardly and said, it's okay, uncle, you go ahead. Wow. Uncle Endishan said and left the place. I sighed, my fists clenched tightly. The top priority now is to find Zhuge Wu. I would like to ask this: what the hell is the meaning of this? Took away Zhao Yixian, not to mention that, but also stole the remains of his own father. What the does he want? I stood in place and thought for a while, and dismissed the idea of going to the Kunlun Mountains. I know that it's really dangerous to go there, that's if there's no other way, but now that my grandpa's remains have been taken away by Zhuge Wu, I have to go and retrieve my grandpa's remains. Zhuge Wu left this clue for me. He must have his intention, then sooner or later, he will allow me to find him. And if something happens to me in the Kunlun Mountains, and Zhao Yixian is alive and well, if something happens to me in the Kunlun Mountains and Zhao Yixian is alive and well, then she will really have to be widowed. Moreover, the Hunting and Killing Division had arranged such a mission for me, explicitly saying that I should first go and find Yu Mingxuan's location and wait for support. Could this also be a clue left by Zhuge Wu? No matter what, now we can only take a step forward. First go to Yu Mengxian, see if she has a way to let me get rid of the constraints of the Hunting and Killing Division. I did come out from the Hunting and Killing Division, but for the Hunting and Killing Division, I don't have the slightest bit of good feelings. Leaving this village, I once again took a ride back to the city. I wasn't worried about my contact with Yu Mengxian being discovered by the Hunting and Killing branch. If they were to discover it, they would have discovered it a long time ago. They should have only been able to know my location without knowing exactly what I was doing. Back in Xiangsha City, I suddenly realized that I didn't know where to look for Yu Mengxian, because I didn't leave her cell phone number, and she said that she came back to Xiangsha City to solve the necropoisoning, but she didn't say where to solve it. Suddenly I remembered something. I sighed in relief. On the way back from inside the village that was full of zombies, I had used her cell phone to call the aftershock. It hadn't gone through at the time, but surely there would have been an incoming call alert. Instead of going back to Yu's house, I took out my phone and called Yuzhen, and this time it wasn't turned off, it went through smoothly. That's the end of today's update. Good night, folks. Chapter 108, Surname Su Tianzi. Hello? Which one? Yuzhen's voice came over. This cell phone I took from home. But the number had long expired. The card was new, so my number Yuzhen did not have. I hurriedly said, Uncle Jin, it's me, Runfan. Runfan? Did you run into some trouble? Yuzhen asked with concern. I smiled and said, no, Uncle Jin, I called you the day before yesterday on a friend of mine's cell phone, but you were off, so help me find that number and send it to me. Okay, I'll send it to you later. Yuzhen said. I hummed and hung up the phone. It wasn't long before Yuzhen's text message came through. I called the number and it was actually ing off. I called a dozen times in a row and then sent several more texts over, before putting my phone away and finding a random restaurant to eat at. Until more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yu Mengxian also did not give me a reply. The heart is getting more and more chaotic, began to wander in the street. It was a bad feeling. If Yu Mengxian disappeared just like that, then my clues would be completely broken. Wandering in the street for nearly 3 hours, the sky has been completely dark. I still did not wait for Yu Mengxuan's reply. The emergence of this situation makes me a little collapse. Although I know that Yu Mengxian must still be in Xiangsha City, or else the people of the Hunting and Killing branch will not let me come here to find. But Xiangsha City is so big, to find a person is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. And Yu Mengxian at this time should be thinking of ways to get rid of the zombie poison, and will not come out. I'm not going to come out. In the end, I really had no choice but to find an unoccupied corner. I directly sacrificed Zong Qiqi, and asked with my mouth, Qiqi, do you still remember Yu Mengxian? Zong Qiqi nodded and said, Master, I remember. What's wrong? I need to find her. Do you have any ideas? I asked with anticipation. Zong Qiqi thought for a moment and said, I don't have a way to be able to track her directly either, but I can look for her one place at a time. Qiqi, are you sensitive to the fluctuations of arcane spells? It's very sensitive. If there are any abnormal spell fluctuations in a radius of 1,000 meters, I can sense it. Zong Qiqi replied. My heart was happy and my mouth said, that's good. I'll get a car and go around the city. Alert me if you feel any spell fluctuations. Yes, master. Zong Qiqi said with a smile. Soon, I called a car and told the driver that I was new to Xiangsha City and loved it and wanted to look around. The driver was also happy to take this kind of job. I opened the car door and let Zong Qiqi get in, then sat in the back seat with Zong Qiqi. Zong Qiqi didn't show up. The driver started the car and started blowing awesome with me sky high. I coped with the driver while looking at both sides of the street, hoping to spot Yu Mengxuan's silhouette. After driving for more than an hour, Zong Qiqi beside me still didn't have any movement. I reminded the driver not to take the repeated road, and some of the old towns should also go around.
because I feel that if Yu Mengxian wants to get rid of the corpse poison, he is likely to go to a more secluded place. Another hour passed. Zhong Qiqi suddenly reached out and pulled my arm. I looked at the side, and actually had come to the vicinity of Yu Mengshuan's Shinmeng Hotel. I hurriedly told the driver to stop the car, signaling Zhong Qiqi to go over and take a look first. Zhong Qiqi directly through the door of the car, floating up towards the hotel's upper floors. The driver asked me what was wrong, and I said I had a friend staying at this hotel, and I sent a message to ask if he wanted to come down with me, and then took out my cell phone and pretended to start sending messages. But just as the cell phone was taken out, I felt that Zhong Qiqi seemed to have something abnormal. She is my guardian spirit. I can sense when something happens to her. I hurriedly pinched a sword finger and drew a hand charm in front of my eyes, preparing to communicate with Zhong Qiqi's perspective, but to my surprise, this communication could not be established. I was shocked in my heart. The appearance of this situation must be that Zhong Qiqi was trapped. Zhong Qiqi is a ghost general level guardian spirit. Even if it is an ordinary Shenshi, there is no way that she can be directly trapped in case she has some defenses. I hurriedly settled the fare and said to the driver that I won't be shopping, then quickly got out of the car, looked at the window of the room where Zhong Qiqi disappeared just now, counted, on the 15th floor, and then quickly rushed into the Shin Meng Hotel. I know this hotel. You can't go up there without a room card, and to get to the 15th floor, you have to have a room card for the 15th floor, and the fire escapes are all locked. I quickly walked over to the front desk, handed over my ID and a few $100s, and mouthed, "Help me get a room on the 15th floor." "I'm sorry sir, the rooms on the 15th floor are full. There are still rooms on the 14th and 13th floors. May I ask you either?" The lady at the front desk revealed a professional smile. "No, I want the room on the 15th floor. If not, help me get a room card that can go to the 15th floor as well." I said with some urgency, "The person who can trap Zhong Qiqi, it's just as easy to break up Zhong Qiqi, although Zhong Qiqi is just my guardian spirit, but in my heart, she's already my good friend, and I still have to bring her into the Marquis of Wu's tomb, and at the time in the zombie village fighting that hairy stalagmite, if it's not Zhong Qiqi, I'm afraid that Yu Mengxian and I have already lost our lives." The receptionist just wanted to refuse, but I directly said, "My name is Zhao Lianfan, I'm the younger brother of your legal person Yu Mengxian." "That's not allowed either. The hotel has explicit rules. I can't break the rules. I'll have my paycheck deducted." The receptionist just said, and the way she looked at me, she didn't seem to believe what I said at all. Anxious in my mind, I slapped my hand on the service counter and mouthed, "I'm in a real hurry, please help." "You who? What's the rush? I think you're here to pick a fight, right?" A familiar voice came from behind, and with a joy in my heart, I turned my head and said, "Luli, help me out and get me a room card for the 15th floor." "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Luli said here and paused, then said with delight, You. Are you that nephew of Master Jin, young Master Renfan?" "It's me, please, I've got an emergency to get to," I said hurriedly. Luli was the security chief of the Shin Meng Hotel, and still had a bit of say here. He hurriedly said, "Quickly, help young Master Renfan get a room card for the 15th floor." Seeing that I was for real, that front desk lady hurriedly said, "Okay, sorry, young Master Renfan, which room do you want to go to?" "Against the direction of the gate, the 4th room on the right." "Okay, 1508, here you go." The receptionist hurriedly handed me a card. I reached out and took it, said thank you, and hurriedly ran towards the elevator as Luli behind me said, "Young Master Renfan, do you need help?" "Good, take a couple of guys and wait outside the door. If I need you, I'll call you and you'll rush in," I said as I stepped into the elevator and dripped the room card. The elevator closed the doors and rose up towards the 15th floor. I was also slightly calmed in my heart, in my senses. Zhong Qiqi didn't fluctuate too much. It proved that the person who trapped Zhong Qiqi didn't intend to make things difficult for her. When I reached the 15th floor, I quickly walked to the door of room 1508 and rang the outside doorbell. In less than 2 seconds, the door was opened, and the one who opened the door was a white-haired and white-bearded old man, about 70 years old, who saw me and asked suspiciously, "What's the matter with this little friend?" I looked sideways. There was something strange about the construction of the room. There was a very long foyer. At the end of the foyer was a cupboard. What was inside the room could not be seen at all. "Hello, was it you who trapped my guardian spirits?" I said as I opened the door. The old man suddenly smiled and said with his mouth, "Yes, come in and talk." I hurriedly walked in, only to realize that Zhong Qiqi was currently stuck to the wall, and on her body, there was a yellow talisman, which was like a very long fixed character pinning her to the wall. On the bed, I saw Yu Mengxian, but her eyes closed tightly. I do not know whether she is unconscious or asleep, but her face at this time has returned to the same state as a normal person, which means that the corpse poison on her body should be dispelled more or less. This old man is helping her to get rid of the corpse poison. It should be a friend and not a foe. The old man closed the door and looked at me and said, "I can't imagine that you're so young that you actually have a ghost general level guardian spirit. Senior, may I ask what is your relationship with Sister Mengxian?" I opened my mouth and asked, walking directly towards Zhong Qiqi. "You're here to find Mengxian?" the old man asked suspiciously. I nodded and said, "Yes senior, I'm a friend of Mengxian. Can I put away my guardian spirit?" The old man waved his hand and said, "Put it away. Do you have something to look for Mengxian?" I tore off the talisman paper that was pasted on Zhong Qiqi's body, and said with my mouth, Elder, my name is Zhao Lianfan, I'm a friend of Sister Meng Xian, and I.
You're the Zhao Lianfan who just came out of the hunt branch hatching nest not long ago? The old man interrupted.
I nodded and said, yes, may I ask how to address Senior? The old man frowned and said that someone was coming. I hurriedly walked out, thinking that the old man was so powerful. The corridors of this hotel are all high-grade carpets, and there is no sound when I walk. The visitors were Lully and the others, and I returned to the room again after dissuading them.
The old man's surname is Su, his name is Tianzi, and he is Meng Xian's master from the Unified Law Division.
The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile. I hurriedly gave a salute and mouthed, Senior Zhao Renfan, meet Senior Tianzi.
He, no need to be polite,
Meng Xian and I have talked about you. If it wasn't for you, it's estimated that she would have died under that hairy stiff. If I'm not wrong, the hunting and killing branch should have released the first mission to you, right?
The content of the mission is related to Meng Xian? The old man asked.
I hemmed and said bluntly, yes Elder Tianzi, the first mission I received was to cooperate with the others and kill Sister Meng Xian. The old man's expression didn't even change after hearing this, and he said with his mouth, I guess so, this Zhuge Wu was really powerful, we did it so subtly, but he still found out.
Zhuge Wu? I asked in surprise, Senior, this matter has something to do with Zhuge Wu? You know Zhuge Wu?
The old man asked rhetorically. 12 o'clock slot, something out in the afternoon, 6 o'clock slot can be refreshed at 8 if not on time. Chapter 109 Qian Masters are divided into 6 classes.
I nodded my head and said, recognize, I've been looking for him, Elder Tianzi. Do you mean that the matter of the Unified Law Division was investigated by Zhuge Wu? Tianzi looked at me suspiciously and said, you don't know that Zhuge Wu is the head department of the Hunting and Killing Division? Palm? I asked in disbelief.
The Palm Department is the commander, the Hunting Division, is run by Zhuge Wu.
Tianzi said indifferently. I was shocked in my heart and subconsciously said, it can't be?
Senior Tianzi, as far as I know, Zhuge Wu was still being hunted down by the Hunt Branch 3 years ago for betraying the Hunt Branch.
Tianzi laughed and said, that's right, but he similarly took out the Hunting Division's palmistry 3 years ago.
My heart was shaken again. As time passed, Zhuge Wu became more and more mysterious. 3 years ago he became the palmistry, then when Zhuge Wu came to the school to bring us to the Hunting Branch, he was already the palmistry of the Hunting Branch. If he was doing it for my own good, he had every right to let me go, but not only did he not let me go, instead he arrested Zhao Yixian and even stole Grandpa's remains. What the hell is this doing?
Could it be that he knows that I am an extreme in fate and have a great future, and wants to use this to blackmail me into working for him in the future?
If that was the case, he hadn't given me any missions, and more to the point, he didn't have to manipulate me through such means at all. We'd gotten along well to begin with, and he'd have been perfectly capable of saying so explicitly unless he was going to do a lot of hurtful things.
The only one who knows about my extreme destiny is Zhuge Wu now. What is his plot?
Seeing that I was silent, Tianzi laughed and said, Zhuge Wu is young and talented, a metaphysical wizard. He betrayed the Hunting Branch with a premeditated plan, and that premeditated plan is to take out the Hunting Branch's palm to take its place, and moreover, he should have even greater ambitions.
What ambition? I asked, opening my mouth.
Tianzi shook his head and said, I'm not sure. When Zhuge Wu was betraying the Hunting and Killing Branch, I had paid attention to him and even personally followed and investigated him, but his strength is very strong. A person who looks like he only has the strength of a Xian master threw off one of my Xian Zuns. That's really powerful.
Xian master? Xian Zun? Is this the hierarchical division of Xian masters? I would also like to ask Senior to enlighten me.
I hurriedly clasped my fists and asked. I know that zombies and ghosts will distinguish levels according to their strength. The demon race also has. I just don't know. The level of the Xian men I'm equally unclear. I've always wanted to know. But inside the hatching nest of the Hunting and Killing Division, I didn't see this convenient thing. Today Tianzi mentioned, I definitely want to ask clearly, so that I know what level of my own strength is at. Tianzi didn't seem to be surprised that I didn't even know this, and looked at Yu Mengxian, who was still unconscious, and said with his mouth, you know that zombies and ghosts are all divided into 6 levels according to their strength, right? I know that not only are there 6 levels, but there are also 6 strata for each level.
And do you know why it's all 6s?
I shook my head, having never really thought about it before.
Tianzi explained, you should know about the 6 realms, right?
This one knows. This one is an ancient Chinese myth and legend, divided into the God realm, the immortal realm, the human realm, the demon realm, the devil realm, and the underworld.
Tianzi nodded and said, yes, in the ancient times, there was only one interface, that was the Chaos Cosmic Realm, and the Chaos Cosmic Realm had 6 levels, gods, devils, immortals, demons, humans, and spirits. Spirits are what we now recognize as ghosts, gods are the strongest and spirits are the weakest. This is the origin of why there are 6 levels.
I nodded my head, thinking what's the point of telling me about something so far away? I only want to know the rank division of Xianxue now. Tianzi did not seem to see what I thought in my heart, said with a smile, chaotic universe, perennial chaos constantly, and finally led to the chaotic universe Big Bang. After the Big Bang, the rules of heaven and earth between the interface was seriously damaged. Some interface rules are very high, while some interface rules are very low. There are countless low-level interface, human, demon, spirit. The strength of the three races is relatively weak, can only stay in the low-level interface. I said here is where we are now on the earth. Could only stay in the low-level interfaces. The low-level interface I'm talking about here is the Earth where we are now. Senior Tianzi, these are just myths, right? I was listening with a bit of impatience. These things didn't interest me at all. Tianzi nodded and said, all myths are not empty, but I know now and you say this is not much use. Back to the topic, Xian, divided into 6 levels, once you such just out of the hatching nest, has not yet passed the task assessment of the people, is called into the Xian, and so on you pass the Xianmen after you pass the examination of the Xianmen headquarters, you will be called a Xianman. And then above that is a Xian master, then a Xuanzuan, and then up to the Xian ancestor, and the one who stands at the top of the Xianmen sect is called an immortal Xian lord. Immortal Xian lord. I said dumbfounded. It turns out that after all this, I'm still just an entering Xian Zuanist. Zhuge Wu, on the surface, seems to be 2 levels higher than me. Tianzi smiled and said, with your current strength, you should be considered a top Xianrun, it's just that you haven't gone for the examination yet. Senior Tianzi, may I ask how you can tell my strength? I asked with a false sense of humor. Go to the Xian sect's headquarters to participate in the examination. After you pass the examination you will open your resting eyes. After you open your resting eyes, you will be able to see the level of other Xian masters, but you won't be able to see Xian masters that are 2 levels higher than you. And what is the strength gap between these Zuanists? I asked again. Tianzi smiled and said, let's put it this way, if a full-scale fight, 5 Xian and a Xian man are equal, and the back is also basically the same, of course, this does not have an absolute judgment standard, this is to look at the natural talent and means. There are geniuses who are amazingly talented, all kinds of Xian sect spells can be blended together, just the Xian man rank can also resist a Xian master. In that case, the strength of 1 Xian master is equivalent to the strength of 25 entry Xian? You're too naive. If you cross the level, an ingenious Xian is simply not enough. Theoretically speaking, even 100 ingenious Xians would not be able to defeat a single Xianshi. What sense does that make? The logic is simple. 5 kindergartners may be able to beat up an elementary school student, but can 25 kindergartners beat up a high school student? I nodded thoughtfully. According to the balance of ranks, Xian master level Xian, that guardianing spirit are already ghost general level, while the guardianing spirit of the entry Xian are just ghosts, not to mention 100 ghosts. Even if there are more, it can't help a single ghost general. This is something that I know very well, because there is no power to fight back at all. I clasped my fists and said, thank you Senior Tianzi for explaining, my boy understands. Why don't you go to the Xian sect's headquarters to take an assessment sometime, or else you won't be able to recognize the strength of your opponents, and it'll be easy to die in vain. Tianzi reminded. I nodded inside, but my first mission is to kill Sister Meng Xian, and if I can't complete this mission, the Ghost Hunter Alliance won't give me the chance to go to the examination. Tianzi smiled and said, with the strength you are showing now, you are bound to have a great future in the future, but before that, you need to get rid of the shackles of the hunting and killing division first. I won't let you kill Meng Xian, and I think that you won't be able to kill her. I have heard Meng Xian talk about you, and I know that your heart is still in the right place. And if you have the intention of joining the unification of the laws division, I can help you get rid of the surveillance of the hunting and killing division. I was happy in my heart. This is exactly what I wanted to ask for his help. The hunting and killing division is now even in control of me. If I can get rid of the control, I will naturally be happy to accept it. Get rid of the control of the hunting and killing division, I can join the unified law division, and as well as going to participate in the examination, and I have a very good impression of the unified law division has a very good impression, equivalent to the police, the existence of maintaining justice. I barely gave it much thought and said directly, Senior Tianzi, I am willing to join the unified law division. Chapter 110 Immortal Xian Mu Sword. Tianzi nodded. The expression on his face seemed ever so cloudy and inscrutable. This white-haired, white-bearded old man is actually a Xianzun powerhouse. If he wants to make things difficult for me, I don't have any chance of resisting. Do you know what they use to control you? SKYZ asked. I shook my head and mouthed. I suspect it has something to do with that hunting division token. Tianzi shook his head and said, there is a forbidden spell on the top of the token, yes, but this forbidden spell can only control your position and it is very easy to solve. But the dream entry forbidden spell is different. It is very difficult to solve. The harder it is to undo the spell, the harder it is to cast it. By what method did they cast the spell? I asked suspiciously. Since it wasn't a token, it was indeed hard to undo, and I was puzzled in my mind. I hadn't touched anyone at all. Tianzi directly said, through the food. Every time you eat inside the incubation nest, you have been placed under a spell pattern. After 3 years, these spell patterns can resonate with that special magnetic field inside the incubation nest, forming a complete forbidden spell. The forbidden spell is for the whole body, extremely difficult to undo. I was shocked in my heart. There was actually this kind of spell. If that was the case, then no one could escape this forbidden spell, because inside the hatching nest, if you don't eat their food then you can only starve to death. This also well explains why since the beginning, the people from the hunting and killing branch have never stopped me from leaving.
Elder, then if you want to help me undo it, is it a big price to pay? I hurriedly asked.
Tianzi smiled and said, yes, you eat this pill. This pill is specially for solving the dream entry forbidden spell, named Scattering Spell Dan. It was refined by an old senior with extremely high attainments in the Dan Ding art. That old senior feathered a long time ago, leaving behind the spell dispersing Dan. There are only 3 of them.
If it's so precious, then the late generation won't waste it.
I suddenly thought of a few problems and refused Tianzi's elixir.
Oh, you don't want to undo the forbidden spell in your body? Tianzi asked suspiciously.
I smiled and said, I want to, but it's not the right time yet. Zhuge Wu most likely captured my wife, and he will contact me through the dream entry spell. If the dream entry spell is removed, the clues will be completely broken. That's one reason, and there's another reason that I haven't said yet, and that's that I'm not going to go out of my way to completely trust Tianzi, and although I have no reason to be skeptical, I have to be cautious after what happened with Zhuge Wu.
Oh, understand, this elixir is for you, eat it whenever you want to solve it,
this has no side effects. You are interested in joining the Unified Law Division, this is considered my gift to you.
Tianzi still handed me the elixir.
I reached out and took it, saying with my mouth, then thank you Senior Tianzi. Unified Law Division is in decline now. It doesn't have more than enough resources and backbone to cultivate and protect you. Your natural talent is very high. It's even a lot higher than Meng Xian, and I have talked about everything about you. You're an upright person. You've come out from the incubation nest, and you actually don't have any murderous intentions. This is the thing that I fancy about you.
But I can't give you anything to prove your identity right now, because it would expose you. You're looking for Zhuge Wu, and we're ready to take on a branch. They've released a mission for you to kill Meng Xian. I think we can come up with a plan to kill the hunting and killing branch in one go.
Tianzi said. My heart rejoiced and my mouth asked, this is best. I wonder what tricks Senior has.
Just utilize this mission.
Tianzi said, after Meng Xian recovers, you'll pretend to follow her and ask for support from the hunting and killing division. They will also send other people to assist me. My current task is just to keep an eye on Sister Meng Xian. By the way, I'm wondering how they know that Sister Meng Xian is in Shangsha City? The information was leaked out by a member of our Unified Law Division, and that member is an undercover agent lurking in the Unified Law Division. He serves all the other divisions and specializes in selling information to them in exchange for huge amounts of wealth. It has already been dealt with by me. Don't worry, we've already switched hotels. They don't know about our meeting this time.
Tianzi said.
I nodded slightly and mouthed, Elder, your plan is for me to be the mole and cooperate with Sister Meng Xian to kill all the people who have come to carry out the mission with me? Tianzi shook his head and said, well, kill them all. Then you seriously injure yourself and bring a message to the hunting division.
What news?
I asked suspiciously. Just say that you saw the immortal Xuanmu sword and that the immortal Xuanmu sword is in Meng Xian's hands.
Tianzi said word for word. Immortal Xuanmu sword? I asked with some confusion.
Tianzi nodded, that's right, it's the immortal Xuanmu sword. The immortal Xuanmu sword is a divine weapon left behind by the previous Shenmen master, the Xuanmen's most precious treasure. No Shenmen can resist the temptation of the immortal Xuanmu sword. Not only is its spiritual power unrivaled, but also possessing it can open the altar of the Xuanmen's headquarters and get the Shenmen sect master's inheritance, and may even become the new Shenmen sect master and unify Shenmen sect. All you have to do is bring this news to the people in the hunting and killing division, and those official members will come to your door as well.
So powerful? But if such a powerful sword is in the hands of Sister Meng Xian, will the people in the hunting division believe it? I asked in surprise.
Tianzi laughed and said, believe it or not is not important, as long as you bring this message to them. The official members of the hunting and killing division will definitely have someone who will be moved. As long as there is someone who is moved, and if they are caught by me, I will be able to forcefully ask where the hunting and killing division's lair is, and then we will be able to end the hunting and killing division's lair, and completely destroy the hunting and killing division. I gave it a little thought and said, okay, but I don't have a way to bring this message to everyone in the hunt division because I can't reach them at all. You don't have to worry about this. After you fail the mission, someone will enter a dream to you. You can just speak to that person in the dream. The person who enters the dream isn't just one person, but all the official members can know the content of the dream.
Tianzi said.
I nodded my head, completely letting go of my heart, and said with my mouth, okay, late generation understands, Senior Tianzi, just do it.
Tianzi also nodded his head and said, then you can go back first, follow the original plan and wait for the hunting division's next instruction.
I let out turned around and walked out of the room, then got a room on the other floors of the Xian Meng Hotel as well and went straight to sleep. In the dream, the masked man reappeared. He asked me if I had found the exact location of Yu Mengxian. I said I had. I was now staring at the same hotel. The masked man laughed, and said with his mouth full of words, very good, you really do have outstanding ability. 3 days later, there will be 2 people to assist you. One is called Yudongling, and the other one is called Zhou Peng. When I heard these 2 names, I instantly panicked. Yudong is flexible to come down, which is expected, but Zhou Peng should not have come because his time is not enough for 3 years. That's it for today's update. Sorry it's a little late with all the stuff going on today.
Chapter 111, Tire Mark Leads to Suspicion.
The masked man finished his summoning and disappeared. I woke up from my dream without any surprise, reached out and wiped the cold sweat on my forehead, breathing heavily. This forbidden spell of entering the dream was simply a little too much for me to bear. The masked man said that Zhou Peng will come, then Zhou Peng will definitely come. If that's the case, I should look for Tianzi to discuss it. Zhou Peng can't be killed, he's my good brother. After recovering slightly, I climbed out of bed, took a shower, and then went to the door of Yu Mingxuan's room on the 15th floor and rang the doorbell. The door was quickly opened. Yu Mingxian was wearing a pink silk nightgown, sleepy eyes looking at me, suddenly said with joy, "Renfan, it's you, long time no see." Yu Mingxian looks like Yu Mingxian. I even have an illusion that this person is Yu Mingxian. These twins are really not only similar in shape but also in spirit.
I hemmed and hawed and mouthed, "Sister Mengxian, are you better? I have something I want to talk to you about." In my heart, I was thinking that it's been a long time since I've seen you. It's only been 2 days. Yu Mingxuan's body was slightly shaken, the elation on her face subtracted most of her face, her mouth still smiled and said, "Look at me, I am alive and well, the injury must be healed. Come on, come in first and sit down, I'll wash up and change into a set of clothes, we'll go to the dining room together to have breakfast." I walked in, looked around, and asked with my mouth full, "Has Elder Tianzi left?" Yu Mingxian picked up a set of clothes and walked towards the restroom, saying as he did so, "Master left in the early hours of the morning, he told me everything before he left." I received a transmission from Into the Dream and have identified the 2 people who have come to assist me in my mission. I said as I sat down on the couch. "Only 2 people? Oh, if the Hunt Branch doesn't know your true strength, then it can only be said that the Hunt Branch really thinks highly of you." Yu Mingxian responded from inside the restroom. I sighed and said, "I know both of them, and one of them is also my good brother, named Zhou Peng." "Zhou Peng?"
Yu Mingxian asked suspiciously, his tone a bit odd.
"Yes, he's my brother, he can't die,"
I said slowly. Yu Mingxian did not respond, and the original sound of changing clothes could not be heard. "Sister Mengxian, what I'm thinking is that Zhou Peng must survive, he can be injured as much as I am, and I promise that I can convince him that he won't divulge any information." I continued. Yu Mingxian still didn't have any response. Thinking that Yu Mingxian would say no, I continued to ask, "Why don't you say anything?"
"No?"
There was still no response, and there was no sound coming from inside the restroom.
"Sister Mengxian, are you listening?"
I stood up from the couch and walked towards the restroom. She actually didn't close the door to change her clothes, and the lights weren't on, but I could still see inside clearly due to the light from outside. Yu Mingxian was already naked at this time, holding the clothes in her hand, looking at the mirror on the wall, the almost perfectly developed S-shaped body, which brought a great impact to my vision. I hurriedly withdrew, and the scene just now appeared inside my mind. What was on my mind was not her figure, but her expression. Although I only saw the side face, I could feel the coldness of her expression, as if she was a smiling tiger with a set face and a set back. It was incomparably strange.
And why would she stand in front of the mirror and not move? "Sister Mengxian?"
I shouted again, and this time there was finally a response. Yu Mingxian hemmed and hawed and said, "How about it, my figure, it's not worse than Yixian's sister, right?" I frowned and said awkwardly, It's all pretty good." She actually called Zhao Yixian as Yixian's sister. I remember Yu Mingxian would only call her that, and this Yu Mingxian, she is not like Zhao Yixian. How do I feel that this Yu Mingxian is a bit schizophrenic? What you just said, I've already fed back to Master, and Master said it's fine, as long as the ploy can be carried out properly. Yu Mingxian quickly got dressed, and the sound of washing came from the restroom.
I let out a hum and went back to the sofa to sit down. Yu Mingxuan's sudden lull just now was actually establishing a connection with Tianzi, but why do I have a very strange feeling about it? After washing up, Yu Mingxian actually drew a thick makeup, and once this thick makeup was drawn out, she had a few more points of bewitching, and looked like she had turned into another person. "Well, you won't be able to recognize me with makeup on, right?"
Yu Mingxian said with seductive eyes and an incomparably charming smile.
I nodded and said, "This should be more than just makeup, right?"
"Well, added a bit of Xuanmen's disguise spell, this hotel has something to do with that sister of mine, Yu Mingxian, we are twins, I don't want to be recognized, and I'm also worried that I will run into the eyes of the hunting and killing branch. With this unique disguise spell of mine, basically no one can see it, unless the Dao is 2 levels above me,"
Yu Mingxian said.
Yu Mingxuan's current Dao is Xianshi first stage, 2 levels higher that would be Xian ancestor. This kind of strong person, it is simply impossible to come out and stare at people. "Let's go eat breakfast, we'll discuss the specific plan for this operation on the way," Yu Mingxian said as she picked up her bag and walked towards the door. 2 hours later, I returned to my room. Yu Mingxian and I discussed about how to cope with Zhou Peng and Yu Dongling 2 days later. My head was a little blank. To put on this show, it will take a lot of money. Tianzi's plan is very good, but with Yu Mingxuan's contact, I felt that Yu Mingxian was a little strange. Exactly where is it strange? I can't say clearly. Yu Mingxuan's naked appearance once again surfaced in his mind, and the scene lingered like a framed photo. It's not right. I know what's strange. I jolted, remembering when I first came to Thousand Souls Road, the first time I ran into Yu Mengxian, she was also torn open by 2 punks at that time, and at the location of her side waist, there was a heart-shaped birthmark with a slightly darker color, and at that time, I thought it was a tattoo. And the strange thing was, this Yu Mengxian's side waist position, there was also a heart-shaped birthmark. Could it be that the birthmarks of twins would also appear in the same position? This seemed to make no sense. I hurriedly took out the phone and dialed Yuzhen, who answered quickly this time. Renfan, are things still going well? I hurriedly said, Uncle Jin, it went quite well. I want to ask you something. What is it you say? Is there a heart-shaped birthmark the size of an egg on Mengxuan-san's left side waist position? Yuzhen froze, and after a moment of silence, he said, Good you brat, how did you know? Have you even seen Xian's body? I let out a nod and said awkwardly, Accident, it was all an accident, Uncle Jin, or wasn't it? Yes, that birthmark has been there since birth. At that time when the nurse carried Xian out from the delivery room, she even joked that the shape of this birthmark is like a love heart. Xian must be a very caring person when she grows up. Yuzhen said. The maternity ward? In that case, when Sister Mengxian was born, you were at the hospital, Uncle Jin? And according to what Yu Mengxian had said earlier, Yuzhen wasn't even present when her mother gave birth to them, and she was carried away by Tianzi without Yuzhen's knowledge. Of course I'm at the hospital. How can I not be at the hospital when my wife is in labor? All the time? I was an asshole back then. I only went over to the hospital after my mom called me about the birth. Why are you asking? Yuzhen asked suspiciously. I thought for a moment and asked again, Uncle Jin, Sister Mengxian went to Australia to study. Did she say when she would be back? Said I'd be back in a couple months. Phone call? Yes, we talk on the phone occasionally. Uncle Jin, you send me Sister Mengxuan's phone number, and then help to check the location of this phone. Okay, what are you suddenly checking on Xian for? Is something wrong with Xian? Yuzhen asked with some concern. Chapter 112, Paradoxical Puppetry Technique. Uncle Jin, I suspect that Sister Mengxian is not in Australia at all. I said directly. What? Yuzhen exclaimed, then calmly said, No, Rinfan, you should be mistaken. I specifically sent someone to Australia to protect Xian, and I didn't hear anything unusual. Uncle Jin, don't worry, I'm just guessing. Later on you send me the phone number of the person protecting Sister Mengxian along with it. I said and hung up the phone. If this Yu Mengxian is Yu Mengxian, then this Tianzi must have some other purpose, and Yu Mengxian is being manipulated. As far as I know, Xianmen magic, there is a kind of partial magic, named puppet art. Puppet art does not deal with zombie ghosts, not on the demon, is specifically for people a kind of magic, can manipulate the human mind, extremely difficult to learn, want to be flawless, that requires incomparably strong moral support. And I feel that Yu Mengxian has already revealed some cracks. These cracks can't be found without paying attention. While I am not a careless person, from the beginning of contacting the Xianmen, Zhuge Wu has told me not to trust anyone so easily, and those bad behaviors of his have taught me lesson after lesson. Yuzhen's number was quickly sent over, and at the end, a sentence was added to notify him at the first opportunity of any situation. It was 2 numbers with +61 Australia in front of them. One was Yu Mengxuan's while the other was that bodyguard's. I called Yu Mengxuan's number directly, and the call was quickly answered. Hello? May I ask who is it? Yu Mengxuan's calm voice came through. Oh, Sister Mengxian, I'm Renfan, I'm back. I heard Uncle Jin say that you went to Australia to study. How do you feel? I said in my usual tone. Yu Mengxian looked very happy and said with her mouth, Ha, little brother Renfan, when did you come back? I haven't been back for a few days, and I have something to ask you. I said directly. Alas, you're still the same. If there's nothing going on, you definitely won't take the initiative to look for me. Yu Mengxian pretended to be angry and said. I hemmed and hawed. After I left, I saw Zhuge Wu give you an envelope. What was written inside that envelope? Yu Mengxian was silent for a few seconds. Her mouth said, There's nothing. That is to say that you went to the hunting branch to learn Xianmen spells, told me to speak clearly with Yixian's sister, after 3 years will surely come back, right? Almost 3 years, Yixian's sister found it? And Zhou Ping that stinking monk, how is it now? I mouthed, it's all fine, Sister Mengxian, when are you coming back? I'll come back once I've put my college affairs in place. I'm going to college next semester. Yu Mengxian said happily. And Yu Mengxian chatted for a while. I gossip on the phone. Yu Mengxian changed. It is common sense. But there is a crack. Almost 3 years. Zhao Yixian and Zhou Ping have not found. She could not know. I do not believe that these 3 years she and Yuzhen contact does not ask this question. And the meaning of her words is that within these 3 years, she did not inquire about Zhao Yixian and Zhou Ping. She had very few friends, so she valued friendship even more, and it wouldn't have made sense not to inquire about her missing friend for 3 years. Just thinking, Yuzhen's phone suddenly called. The phone is connected, he said anxiously. Renfan, Xian's number, and the number of the bodyguard that I sent out. I have found someone to check. The bodyguard is in Australia, and Xian's that number. The signal is in the country, and it is very likely that it is in Xiangsha City, because it is a foreign number, there is no authorization. So the specific location of the location cannot be located. Uncle Jin, you don't have anyone else with you, do you? No, it's just me. Well, don't worry for a moment, she may have been targeted by someone from the Ghost Hunters Union and had a metaphysical spell cast on her.
*******ing Ghost Hunter Alliance, specializing in messing with old me? Yushin said with a low growl. It seemed that he hadn't completely lost his mind and knew to lower his voice. I hurriedly said, Uncle Jin, listen to me, I've already contacted Sister Mengxian, don't worry, I'll keep her safe. Where? Yushin asked directly. It's at the Xianmeng Hotel, but Uncle Jin, you must pretend that you don't know about this matter. If you scare the snakes, Sister Mengxian's life will be in danger. I'm a bit better at Xianmen things, if you believe me, leave this matter to me. I hurriedly said. Yushin didn't even think about it and said directly, of course I believe in you, Renfan, let go of your hands. What do you need to say to me at any time? Even if I have to pay for all of it, I'm willing to save Xin back. Good, since Uncle Jin trusts me, put your heart inside your stomach, and remember, make sure not to show any cracks. I reminded again. Aftershock hummed and I hung up. After hanging up the phone, I walked out of the room and took the elevator to the 15th floor. Inside the elevator, I directly opened my yin and yang eyes, and near the elevator, I saw that the door of 1504's room was closed tightly, and there was no sound inside, and there was no abnormality at the entrance. I went back to my room again and called Lully and told him to pass by the door of 1504's room in 3 minutes and listen for a phone ringing. Lully did as he was told, looked at the time, 3 minutes of his. I once again to Yu Mengxian made a phone call. Yu Mengxian still quickly connected. Renfan, how? Just hang up the phone and think of this lady again? Oh, Sister Mengxian, I forgot something just now. Are you still practicing your ghost harnessing technique? I casually found an excuse to ask. All the time, my guardian spirit. It's already a ghost soldier of the 3rd rank. Yu Mengxian replied. I nodded and said, well, that's good, and an extra layer of security, but there are strange people abroad, so you have to be careful. Don't worry, I understand. Yu Mengxian replied briskly. I hung up the phone again. Lully did not take long to come back. He said he did hear Yu Mengxian on the phone, but the soundproofing of the room is very good, not very clear to hear the content, only heard something about don't worry about it blah blah blah, and also said that this person's voice is very much like Missy's. I casually found an excuse to cover up the matter, telling him not to ask more questions and to pretend that nothing happened. This is Master Jin's family matter. Leaking it out will lead to a dead end. Naturally, Lully couldn't withstand the aftershock's pressure and coyly left. Closing the door, I sighed heavily, my heart in turmoil. This Yu Mengxian is Yu Mengxian. It's obvious that she was manipulated by Tianzi and made up a bunch of lies to trick me, and the bodyguards that Yushin sent out must have been manipulated as well. I couldn't figure out why this was happening and what their purpose was. Since the contact with the Xianmen, I feel that I have been set up, never-ending set up. The heart of the unification of Law Division, only a trace of goodwill also broke down. Tianzi absolutely is the unification of Law Division of the people, no mistake, because Yu Mengxian's token is impossible to be forged, this kind of token at a glance, but the unified Law Division actually did this kind of thing. Manipulating Yu Mengxian, no matter for what purpose, this kind of tactic is not what a gentleman would do. The unified Law Division is not as righteous as I imagined it to be. At the same time, I thought of an even more serious question, that is, why did the unified Law Division come to count on me? By all accounts, I was just an ordinary low-level Zooanist, and I didn't have any Xian sect treasures in my hands. Does Tianzi also know that I'm an extreme in destiny? My heart snapped. If that's the case, then I'm in big trouble. Chapter 113, Awesome or Wimpy. Sitting in the room for a long time, Zhuge Wu's things have not been straightened out, and now out of a daisy, these two people are not I can now resist, for today's solution can only take a step to see a step. I don't know if everyone has that feeling of being targeted by someone who can't afford to be offended. In short, I am now a little terrified in my heart, and for a moment, I actually do not know what to do, and all of this is still because my own strength is too weak, not enough to protect myself, and not enough to protect Zhaoishan, and even my grandfather's remains I can't guard. To get stronger. This is my only thought at this time. I've never been so eager to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger will I not be missed. If I'm the immortal Shen Lord now, Zhuge Wu? Tianzi? Ghost Hunter Alliance? Demon Beheader Alliance? The Demon God's Palace? Who would dare to give me a hard time? I clenched my fists tightly. My heart was impassioned, since the heavens had given me the extreme fate, which was an advantage that no one else had, and that many people had begged for. I couldn't afford to waste it. After making up his mind, he thought in his heart that no matter what, he would go and open the real Martial Marquis tomb, which contained the supreme treasure of the Xianmen sect, and I would become strong, become very strong, so strong that no one would dare to covet the person I cared about. It is imperative to solve the task at hand, killing Yu Mengxian to fulfill Zhuge Wu of the hunting and killing division? No way. Killing Yu Dongling and injuring Zhou Pang to fulfill the Tianzi of the unification law division? That won't work either. What's the best way to get the best of both worlds? I almost racked my brain, and did not think of a way that both sides can be preserved. In the end, I had to take out a golden business card. This kind of golden business card was given to me by the Ninth Master. The Ninth Master is definitely related to the Demon Slayers Union. His power is so big, and there are many strange people under his men, even Xie Yubing,
who is already known to be the identity of the Demon Slayers Union, is a person under his men, and Xia Yubing is in the presence of
the ninth master. Doesn't seem to be anything special.
If I send Zhou Peng and Yu Mengxian to the ninth master's side first, these two people's lives should be able to be saved at the same time, but in that case, I would have to defect to the ninth master. I put away the business card. Let's see how the situation develops first, then make plans. Zhuge Wu is not reliable. Tianzi is also full of lies. I don't know how about this Zhou master who has only been in contact with him once, in case he has a worse heart than these two people. That it would really be that he just got out of the tiger's mouth and fell into the wolf's den again.
2 days passed in a flash. That afternoon, Zhou Peng and Yu Dongling really gave me a phone call, and according to the original plan, before they came, Yu Mengxian shifted the site, go to the outskirts of a mountain inside a trap, and I tracked all the way. The address reported to Zhou Peng and Yu Dongling. Yu Mengxian left the hotel when I received the call and stood outside to take a taxi. I also walked out of the hotel and waited outside for Zhou Peng and Yu Dongling. Although Yu Mengxian was manipulated by Tianzi with the puppet art, but revealed the cracks, that is to say that Tianzi's puppet art in the fire is not enough, such a puppet art can be unlocked, just I do not have a way now. Zhou Peng and Yu Dongling soon appeared in front of me, and by this time, Yu Mengxian had already gotten into a cab. Renfan, finally meet you.
Zhou Peng is still the original Zhou Peng, same as me, just looks a bit more mature. On the contrary, Yu Dongling appeared to be very formal, and the killing aura on her face had increased a few more points. She slightly owed a bow to me, and said politely, "Greetings, senior brother Zhao. Well, let's finish the mission first." The target has gotten in the car and left. I smiled and said, I was happy to see Zhou Peng come out alive, but I couldn't imagine what kind of expression Zhou Peng would have after seeing Yu Mengxian. We quickly got into a cab, and only then did Zhou Peng ask, "Bro, do you know where the target went?" I nodded and said, "I know, she's gone to Dogo, she's been going over there every day for the past few days."
"What's she doing at Mount Daogua?" Yu Dongling asked suspiciously.
I shook my head and said faintly, "I'm not sure, and I don't dare to follow too close, but it's a good thing for us, we're a little better at getting our hands dirty in the wild."
Where are you going, three friends?"
the driver asked with some trepidation as he heard our discussion. Zhou Peng hemmed and hawed and said, "Police case, master, you do not ask, with the fastest speed to send us to Daogo Mountain on the line."
"Yes."
As soon as the driver heard that it was a police officer, he immediately got energized and drove much faster. In the car, Zhou Peng and I talked about some things. There are outsiders present, many things we cannot say too carefree. The first regulation of the Ghost Hunters Union is, hidden in the world, unknown. 2 hours later, the evening sun rose, the car stopped at the bottom of one of the mountain ranges of Daogo Mountain. When we came here, the cab Yu Mengxian was traveling in was already heading back. The three of us got out of the car and walked directly towards Daogo Mountain.
"Senior brother Zhao, what strength is that target? Entry Xian or Xian human?"
Yu Dongling opened his mouth and asked. I shook my head and mouthed, "Neither, it's a genin."
"Xian master?"
Yu Dongling was startled and suddenly stopped in his tracks, and Zhou Peng, who was walking behind with that big grin, instantly bumped into Yu Dongling. I let out a hum and said, "Xian sure first rank."
"Then aren't we here to die?" Yu Dongling said with some loss.
Zhou Peng poo-pooed, mouth said, "Too bad Xian master or Xian apprentice, afraid of Aga." I and Renfan joined hands invincible. "Wait, you do not have to do it, in the side to give us gas on the line." I gave Zhou Peng a blank look. This bastard doesn't seem to know that theoretically, Xian masters can crush rookies like him who have just entered Xian.
I looked at Yu Dongling and asked, "How did you know the rank of the Xian master?" Yu Dongling said, "My grandfather told me some of it." "Your grandfather was a genin as well?" "No, my grandfather has come into contact with Xian masters and knows the ranks of Xian masters. I didn't have any concept before, but now I understand the meaning. We only have the strength of entering Xian now, theoretically speaking, not to mention the 3, even if it's 30, it's still no match for a Xian master," Yu Dongling said. Zhou Peng was extremely upset after hearing this and said, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk, 30 still can't get one person killed. How much of a straw man must those 30 people be?" "Monk, stop bragging. When you see the target later, I can guarantee that you won't even dare to make a move." I looked at Zhou Peng and said, "It seems that this guy is spending most of his energy on martial arts again. He probably doesn't even know the level of zombies or ghosts." Zhou Peng heard again poo, mouth said, "Renfan, later you think of ways to help me block the ghosts, if there are zombies, the trouble you sister to deal with, the rest will look at the old man, do not dare to say, if only martial arts. I am confident that I will not lose to anyone, after these 3 years of further training, I all feel that Laozi is already invincible in the world." "Good, then let's go quickly, whoever wimped out then is," I said and ran quickly towards Daoguo Mountain. "Okay, don't say that if I wimp out, I am your grandson," Zhou Peng chimed in, as if he was really the first in the world. Not more than 10 minutes later, we came to the location of the formulation. This is a forest clearing, there is no road around, are some pine trees, this clearing is above a piece of grass. Yu Mengxian stood in the middle of the grass with her back to us, and at this time, the sun has already gone down, and there is not much time left. "Just her?" Yu Dongling's eyes went cold, and she seemed to relax when she only saw a slim back. I nodded and said yes. "Monk, you just said you goon you're my grandson, go on, I'll watch you."
Good, let's see how I'll make her beg for mercy at my crotch. Zhou Peng proudly finished this sentence, and then said to Yu Mengxian, little girl, turn around, let the master look at. A young age does not learn, join what unified law division, simply do not know how to die. Zhou Peng said here, Yu Mengxian turned around, after he saw Yu Mengshuan's appearance, the words in his mouth immediately stopped, and hurriedly called out to me, Grandpa. That's the end of today's update, good night all, for more tomorrow.
Chapter 114, There is a melee in the secret forest. I forced myself not to laugh out loud. Yu Mengxian looked puzzled, and Yu Dongling, who was beside her, originally calmed down. Her face changed again, and said in surprise, it's you? Yu Mengxian? You also know my Xian ah? Zhou Peng hemmed and hawed and said to Yu Mengxian, Xian, you quickly stop it Renfan, you are also really, such a big surprise for me, I was not expecting it. You're from the hunting division, aren't you? Here to kill me? Yu Mengxian asked indifferently, her expression calm and unperturbed. Zhou Peng froze and said with his mouth, Mengxian, stop it, I'm Zhou Peng. I opened my mouth and said, she is not Yu Mengxian, but Yu Mengshuan's twin sister and our target, Yu Mengxian of the Unified Law Division, Xian of Xian Yuan. This explanation, naturally, was intentionally said to everyone, including Yu Mengxian. I can't let Tianzi know that I already know that she's Yu Mengxian, or else Yu Mengxian would be in more danger as well. Zhou Peng and Yu Dongling both froze and looked at me incredulously. Zhou Peng even shook his head and said, this is impossible. How come I haven't heard Xian say that she has a twin sister? Isn't this bull asterisk? Isn't it bull asterisk? Won't you just go up and try her hands? I said lightly, in my heart, I also hope that Zhou Peng can suppress Yu Mengxian first, and then take Yu Mengxian away. She has been hit by the puppet art. I have no way to undo it, but if she is in a coma state, the puppet art is useless, or it is also possible to use the magic door to first seal her 5 senses, completely cutting off the connection between Tianzi and her, and then after that, think of a way to undo the puppet art of Tianzi, which is not mature. Good, that I'll try, Xian, what watchful skills you have, bring them all out. Zhou Peng said and directly rushed over. Yu Dongling saw Zhou Peng make a move. She also didn't hesitate to take a few steps forward, but she didn't make a move. In terms of martial arts, she wasn't qualified to intervene yet. Zhou Peng's speed was extremely fast, a distance of more than 10 meters, just 2 or 3 breaths crossed over. Coming to Yu Mengshuan's side, he slammed his fist towards Yu Mengshuan's chest. Yu Mengxian sneered, body shape a flash, speed is no less than Zhou Peng. Snap a crunch, a slap on Zhou Peng's face. Zhou Peng froze, just now that was just a tentative attack. After all, he was also afraid of hurting Yu Mengxian, but this time, it made him realize the truth. Yu Mengxian did have a strong strength above the martial arts, although he couldn't win against him, but he wouldn't be easily hurt by him either. Holy, you damn sure aren't Xian. Zhou Peng's eyes went cold and he started to get serious, but in the next moment, he realized that he couldn't move because he had been held by Yu Mengshuan's guardian spirit. Ren Fan, help! Zhou Peng shouted, and in the next moment, Zhong Qiqi had appeared behind the guardian soul that was holding Zhou Peng, and slapped Yu Mengshuan's guardian soul. Yu Mengshuan's guardian spirit let go of Zhou Peng and turned around to fight with Zhong Qiqi, while Zhou Peng, who had gained his freedom, shouted and once again pounced towards Yu Mengxian. The two of them once again exchanged blows, neither one of them retained their hands. Yu Mengxian drew her Xuanmu sword, her body shape flickered, flexible and incomparable, while Zhou Peng was equally agile, and for a moment she actually fought hard to separate. In my heart, I also cited Zhou Peng's progress. I originally thought that he was more or less the same as me, but now it seems that his attainments in martial arts can still be higher than mine. Being able to fight Yu Mengxian, who was grasping the Xuanmu sword in her hand, was enough to illustrate this point. Ren Fan, come and help, subdue her first, don't hurt her, after all, she is Xian's sister. Zhou Peng said loudly while fighting. I nodded, drew off the Xianmu sword, violently rushed over, but just out of a few meters, the wood suddenly rushed out of a person to block in front of me. This person is wearing a black suit, the same in the hand holding a Xianmu sword. After blocking me, did not hesitate to raise the Xianmu sword towards me to split over. My figure flashed, holding the Xianmu sword horizontally to meet it. Ding sound, that person's huge strength shocked my palms a little numb. So much strength? I'm a little surprised. Hard fighting definitely won't work. We still need to rely on skill. I kept dodging. After a dozen moves, I was sure that this man in black was not a living person, but a zombie. Yu Dongling also seems to have discovered that this man in black is a zombie, walked over quickly, a handful of grains scattered on the man in black, a token flag in his left hand, a token in his right hand, his hands constantly waving, his mouth reciting words. Not a single grain of the grains spilled by Yu Dongling fell on the ground, all of them stuck to the body of the black-clothed man zombie and made a zipping sound, and the black-clothed man's movements slowed down. But in just less than 3 seconds, the grains spilled by Yu Dongling were melted into black smoke, and the black-clothed zombie once again regained his strength, and in the course of the fight, I saw his purple fangs. It was actually a purple stiff. This purple stiff is not the purple stiff inside the hatching nest of my hunting division that was suppressed by the Dharma door to suppress the strength of the purple stiff, the strength of the purple stiff that is comparable to the existence of the Xianshi and the ghost generals. This kind of strength, if I rely on the martial arts alone, it is not a rival to him at all.
I jerked back a few steps and took out 2 level 2 corpse fixing talismans, ready to slap them on it while I had the chance. However, things are unpredictable. Just as I was about to make my move, a silhouette once again rushed out from among the trees. This person had a clean-cut look, looking no more than 30 years old, and as soon as he came out, he rushed towards me, and said with his mouth full of words, "Mengxian's senior sister, I'll come to help you." Once this person came out, the purple stiff's attack was even more swift. I kept dodging, and my heart was even more furious. This Tianzi actually arranged someone here without telling me beforehand. The one who was able to control the purple stalemate was naturally also a Xianshi level powerhouse, and in this way, I had no chance at all. Yu Dongling knew the seriousness of the matter at this time. She took the initiative to rush up and use the spell to draw away the purple stiff. She was from a family of zombie catchers, and had unique attainments in drawing and controlling zombies. Although she was only in the Xian strength, she could still do it to draw away a purple stiff. As soon as the purple stiff was lured away, my pressure was greatly reduced, and against that Xianshi, although I couldn't say that I could suppress him, I was able to barely cope. No one knew that inside the dense forest clearing on Daogo Mountain, an evenly matched group fight was taking place at this moment between Zhou Peng and Yu Mengxian, Zhong Qiqi, and Yu Mengxuan's guardian spirit, me and this clean-cut man, Yu Dongling, and the purple stiff. This seemingly scorching scene, in fact, our side fell into an absolute disadvantage. No matter who it was suppressed by the other side, even Zhong Qiqi. There was no way to spare time to come over to help me under Yu Mengxuan's guardian spirit. You're not simple, just a Xian human level Xian, actually able to block so many of my moves. That clean-cut man spoke with a somewhat misogynistic voice. I laughed, and the attacks in my hands were even faster. The original plan for me to capture Yu Mengxian alive was all but shattered when Zhou Peng suddenly blurted out, "Renfan, you deal with her, lend me your sword, I'll help you get that pretender killed first." As soon as Zhou Peng finished speaking, he had already rushed over to my side, and Yu Mengxian, who was following closely behind her, rushed over at the same time. This was like a Tianji horse race. Zhou Peng's strength was indeed above Yu Mengxian and this clean-cut man, only that he did not have a weapon, which was why he had been helpless against Yu Mengxian. I directly threw the Xian Mu sword to him, and Yu Mengxian didn't want to make a move on me. Her gaze stayed tightly fixed on Zhou Peng because she knew that I was all about fake fights. Was I faking the fight? I wasn't. When Yu Mengxian had just passed by me, I suddenly struck a hand knife and violently chopped down towards Yu Mengxuan's neck. Thanks to Cornel for sending in a god spell reward. Chapter 115, Cicada, Mantis, and Yellow Bird. People's back of the neck near the wing pool point, and a slightly concave place. This place is hit by gravity, will make people faint, if not controlled well. It is likely to be fatal, but with my current martial arts attainments, if Yu Mengxian is really not prepared, then this sneak attack of the hand knife, even if Yu Mengxuan's martial arts higher than me, the same will faint. And in fact, although Yu Mengxuan's eyes were on Zhou Peng, her attention was on me, and this sneak attack of mine was dodged by her as she inclined her head to avoid it, and rolled over and kicked her foot towards me. I shielded my hands in front of my chest and took several steps back, frowning at Yu Mengxian. It seemed that things were a lot more complicated than I had imagined. Yu Mengxian, who had been controlled by Tianzi, didn't fully trust me at all. Ha! What a hilarious scene! A voice that sounded mild in tone but carried shocking words came out. This kind of shock caused everyone present to stop uncontrollably, and when I heard this voice, my heart tightened because this voice came from Tianzi. His appearance could directly end the current situation. I didn't think that Tianzi actually didn't leave and came here. With his strength, all his small movements will be ignored. In front of a Shinzun powerhouse, everything is illusory. The only thing to rely on right now is that Tianzi doesn't know that I have the intention to take Yu Mengxian captive. In this way, it can still proceed according to his original plan. Zhou Peng and I will be seriously injured, while Yu Dongling will be killed. But on second thought, this seems unlikely, since he appeared, that is to detect something, and my performance just now, not at all in accordance with the original plan, even if it is to do the trick, just by virtue of the fact that I just sneak attacked Yu Mengxuan's that, Tianzi will not be able to see it, he knows that I want a counter, and so stood out. Just as I thought of this, Tianzi turned his head to look at me and said, "Renfan, judging by your behavior, you seem to have other plans?" "Elder Tianzi, I don't have any plans, everything is as usual," I said indifferently. Zhou Peng looked at me suspiciously and said, "Renfan, who is this old man? Looks very powerful. You guys are familiar?" Then why is such a small matter made so lively by you?" Tianzi didn't pay any attention to Zhou Peng's words and just stared at me and asked. I spread my hands and said, "It's simple, my brother can't die, even if he's injured I don't need anyone else to do it, I'll do it myself." You have an agreement?" Yu Dongling instantly understood what was going on, but it didn't matter, since Tianzi had come out, he had no intention of letting Yu Dongling leave with his head held high. I didn't say anything, I just looked at the dumbfounded Zhou Peng. His reflex arc was a bit long, he trusted me, and this trust made this matter hard to understand. Tianzi smiled and said, "I just watched your brother's stance, martial arts genius, such a talent, the Unified Law Division can't afford to kill, so you don't have to worry about this at all. You're afraid that there's some other reason for you to be doing this, what is it?" I was worried about how to answer when I heard another familiar voice from behind me. "I'd also like to know what's the reason for you, Renfan?"
I turned my head to look, my body shook violently, my anger suddenly overtook my reasoning, gritting my teeth and saying word by word, Jugawu. Seen your brother? Zhou Peng also called out in surprise, and after he called out he looked at me, his expression becoming complicated. Hee Renfan, I haven't seen you in a few years, you've grown taller again, and you've gotten a lot more handsome. Jugawu still had a playful look on his face. I looked but didn't have any sense of familiarity. I even felt nauseous, my teeth gritted and crunched as I forced down my anger and asked, where are Grandpa's remains? Where is Yi Xian? Jugawu didn't answer me, but instead turned his head to look at Tianzi and said, Tianzi Shenyu, I can't imagine that you, a vice-palmist of the Unified Law Division, would actually be concerned about this trivial matter of my hunting and killing division. Zhuge Shenyu, I haven't had a chance to congratulate you on becoming the head of the hunting division. Tianzi's expression remained cloudy. Jugawu laughed and said, then thank you Tianzi Shenyu for your congratulations, it's just that what I can't understand is why, with so many branches of the Ghost Hunter Alliance, you like to stare at my hunting branch and not let go of it? Senior Tianzi, if you want me to join the Unified Law Division with a dead heart, help me capture Jugawu. Seeing that Jugawu even started chatting idly, I simply couldn't control myself and grabbed the Shin Mu sword and rushed towards Jugawu, and Zong Qiqi also flew towards Jugawu under my control. Jugawu didn't dodge, Zong Qiqi was the first to arrive in front of him and slapped his chest. Jugawu still didn't move, and just as Zong Qiqi's hand touched him, a huge force bounced her off and her entire body flew backward towards me. I quickly put away my Shinmu sword, reached out and hugged Zong Qiqi, and took a few steps back before I stabilized myself. Jugawu stood straight and said disdainfully, a mere ghost general, do you want to get close to me? Renfan, don't be so impulsive, you're not my opponent now, even if you can kill me, then do you still want to see Zhao Yixian? The three words Zhao Yixian uttered by Jugawu made me never make another move. Zhao Yixian was indeed in his hands. She was my soft underbelly, an untouchable soft underbelly. What exactly do you need to do in order to return Yixian and Grandpa's remains to me? I asked coldly. Not good. You are a member of the Hunting and Killing Division, yet you are in cahoots with the Unified Law Division. According to the rules of the sect, I have to clean up my house today, and I can't keep you. Jugawu said. As soon as Jugawu finished speaking, before I had a chance to open my mouth, Tianzi said with a smile, Jugawu, the Unified Law Division has its eyes on him, and if they want to kill him, they might have to ask me if I'll agree. I don't care if you answer or not. Jugawu finished his speech with a movement of his body and drew out an even darker colored Shinmu sword. Looking closely at that Shinmu sword, there were actually two openings on it. Yu Mengxian gave me a generalization. Xuanmu sword on an opening, called a section of Xuanmu sword, is into the Xian people and Xian masters special. Through the Xianmen examination can get a 1, and the second section of the Xianmu sword, only through the Xianzun's examination can be obtained, belongs to the senior Xianmu sword. The spirit power of the high-level Xianmu sword is much stronger than that of the low-level Xianmu sword, and this kind of Xianmu sword has a great effect even against the hairy stiffs and ghost marshals. If Jugawu had drawn out this Xianmu sword just now to deal with Zong Qiqi, I am afraid that Zong Qiqi would have already been scattered by the soul by now. You passed the Xianzun test? You concealed your Xian FA cultivation? Tianzi similarly saw the Xianwood sword and asked in surprise. Jugawu smiled and said, Junior brother is not talented, I did pass the Xianzun test. Tianzi Xianyu, you are afraid that you don't have the strength to suppress me now. Tianzi didn't say anything. He had once said that Jugawu had gotten away from his personal pursuit when he was at the strength of a Xian master. That proved that Jugawu's natural talent was higher than his, he just hadn't been practicing for as long as he had. And now that Jugawu was an actual Xuanzuan powerhouse, how else could he, Tianzi, resist? The rank of Xianxue, not with the overall fighting strength to judge, but to look at the Xianxue body contains the value of spiritual power. Before Tianzi also said, some natural talent very high Xianxue, can be over the level of decapitation, because the natural talent determines the Xianxue's understanding of Xianxue spells, and understanding of the Xianxue spells, will directly enhance your strength. Although the Xianxue spells have a lot of categories, and the difference is relatively large, but the natural talent of the high people can put the although there are many categories of Xianmen spells and the differences are relatively high, those with high natural talent can integrate these categories, the same as a purple stiff. Some people will only use the corpse control technique to deal with it, while those with high natural talent can use the ghost mastery technique, or even spells and talismans to deal with it. Jugawu then belonged to the people with high natural talent. The spiritual power he contained was able to get rid of the tracking of Tianzi, who was already a Shinzun strength when he was at the Shin master level, and after his spiritual power crossed over the Shin masters and he was able to learn Shinzun level Shinsek spells, Tianzi wasn't really enough to look at in front of him. I am now at the peak of Shinren strength, and in fact, the spiritual power I contain is still only at the entering Shin level. To formally learn Shinren level Shinmen spells, I need to go and pass the test for Shinren, and go to Shinmen headquarters to sense Shinren level spiritual power before I can learn Shinren level spells. Go to the Shinsek's headquarters to perceive the Shinman level of spiritual energy, and learn a Shinman level Shinsek spells only after I pass the transformation of my spiritual energy. So in a way, I am also able to cross over the level to behead the level higher than my Shinren.
Zhuge Wu saw Tianzi fall silent. He laughed and continued, "What's more, I'm not the only member of the hunting and killing division who came here." Zhuge Wu shamelessly blew a rogue whistle after he finished speaking, and from inside the woods behind him, 3 people once again walked out. These 3 people, all of them, were members of the hunting and killing division, only that all of them were wearing masks.
"What do you want?" Tianzi instantly recognized the situation and asked in a faint voice. Chapter 116, Kill Me to Set the Record Straight. Unified Law Division has always been a division that I respect. My hunting and killing division does not want to be an enemy of the Unified Law Division, as long as from now on, the Unified Law Division will no longer make things difficult for my hunting and killing division, I can forget about it. Zhuge Wu said, his expression incomparably serious. Tianzi laughed and said with his mouth, "If you can guarantee that your hunting and killing division will no longer do evil, we will naturally be too lazy to bother with your idle matters, and when the next Shenmen sect master appears and rectifies the order, we will still be a family." Zhuge Wu laughed and said, "Tianzi Shenyu, today's Shen sect is already falling apart, are you still expecting the sect master to appear? The end Dharma is ultimately the end Dharma. In this situation, no one will still be like the unified Dharma division to meticulously maintain the so-called justice. A lifetime isn't long, and anyone who wants to live a better life is in the process of wanting to live a better life." I scoffed at Zhuge Wu's statement. This clearly knows that I am the extreme in destiny, but he did not say it. This may be in order to want to control me alone and keep me a secret. Also, is the Uniform Law Division today really still synonymous with justice? So, you don't agree with my suggestion? Tianzi said indifferently. Zhuge Wu hemmed and hawed and said, "Agreed, of course I agree. I guarantee that as long as there is a day that I am in the hunting branch will definitely not kill innocents indiscriminately. Yes, I'll take Zhao Lianfan, he's a good seedling," Tianzi said. Zhuge Wu froze and said with a laugh, "Tianzi, you can't help but get a little carried away. Now the lives of your master and disciple 3 are all held in my hands. As long as I want to, one of you won't be able to leave. You still want to take away the traitor of my hunting and killing division? Hee, if we really fight, you may not be able to keep me. Aren't you afraid that I will focus my forces on destroying your hunting and killing division after I return to the Unified Law Division?" Tianzi said coldly. "Do it." Zhuge Wu seemed to be completely unable to stand the threat. Dropping 2 words and carrying the Shenmu sword, he rushed towards Tianzi, flipping his face countless times faster than flipping a book. Everyone, including me, was stunned. Is this a child's game? 1 word and you're at it. As soon as Zhuge Wu made his move, the 3 people behind him all moved as well, and all 3 of them seemed to be about as strong as Yu Mengxian and her so-called senior brother. 2 of them rushed towards Yu Muxuan and that clean-cut man, while the other, following Zhuge Wu, rushed towards Tianzi. Tianzi raised his hand in a sheet, an incomparably solid guardianing spirit appeared beside him. As soon as this guardianing spirit came out, I felt that Zong Chi was shivering. There was no doubt that this guardianing spirit was definitely at the level of a ghost marshal. Zhuge Wu similarly sacrificed his own guardianing spirit, with equal strength, also at the ghost marshal level. The 3 of them and the 2 spirits instantly fought into a ball. Yu Dongling was not idle either. She joined the battle circle against that clean-cut man. Zhou Peng walked over and said with his mouth, "Renfan, how do we do it? Let's help our senior brother, that old man, first." I stood still and didn't move, my eyes staring tightly at Zhuge Wu, my mouth saying hatefully, if I could get Zhuge Wu killed, I would have done it long ago, and still help him? Renfan, nah, I always feel that there is a big misunderstanding between you and senior brother. Senior brother, he is not a bad person, I believe him. Zhou Peng continued. I laughed. It's not the bad guys who took my wife. It wasn't the bad guys who tried to dig up Grandpa's remains. It wasn't the bad guys who threw you and me into the hunt branch's incubation nest. It wasn't the bad guys who just said they were going to clean house and kill me. Renfan, I'm sorry for staying. My life was given to me by my senior brother. Now that my senior brother is the boss of the hunting and killing division, and I'm a member of the hunting and killing division, I need to do what I need to do. Zhou Peng said as he continued to charge towards Yu Mengxian. I warned, don't hurt Yu Mengxian. She's the real Yu Mengxian, not her twin sister. Zhou Peng's figure rushing out paused for a moment, turned his head to look at me suspiciously and asked, is she really Xian? I nodded my head and gave a My eyes kept staring at Zhuge Wu. This fight between Xian Zuns is simply not something that I can intervene in right now. The person beside Zhuge Wu, although he is a Xianshi, but the role he plays is similarly minimal. Zhuge Wu's offense was swift, but it didn't completely suppress Tianzi. Tianzi had been practicing for so many years. No matter whether it was his fighting skills or the thickness of his spiritual energy, he had a bit of an advantage over Zhuge Wu, so the 2 of them didn't do as Zhuge Wu said. As long as he wanted to, Tianzi couldn't get away. I stood in place, put away Zong Chi, completely at a loss as to what to do. Zhuge Wu I can't move, Zhao Xian is in his hands, and I don't have the strength to participate in the battle. I can only watch them fight. In less than 3 minutes' time, Tianzi was a bit physically exhausted. He kept compromising with Zhuge Wu, but unfortunately, Zhuge Wu didn't disregard him at all, while Yu Mengxian had already been captured at this time, and that Yu Mengxuan's senior brother, who had been under the joint siege of another member of the hunting and killing division in Yu Dongling, had been seriously injured and collapsed to the ground.
Very well, Zhuge the Hunting and Killing Division is ready to receive the sanction of the Unified Law Division.
Tianzi didn't stop after saying that, he turned around and rushed out.
The clearing in the forest was suddenly quiet. Yu Mengxian had already fainted at this point. Zhou Peng was carrying her. Zhuge Wu walked to my side and with a wave of his hand, all of them leaned over and surrounded me in the center. I looked at Zhuge Wu coldly, and Zhuge Wu also looked at me coldly and did not speak.
Are you going to clean house? I said coldly.
Zhuge Wu said coldly, for traitors, the Hunting and Killing Division all have zero tolerance, and now there are also so many people from the same sect watching. Killing you will set the record straight. Zhuge Wu's expression, it didn't look like he was joking, his face was serious, and I even felt a murderous aura from within his eyes.
Fine, I'll ask you 2 questions, after you answer me, do whatever you want, I said indifferently. You are not qualified to make conditions.
Zhuge Wu waved his hand, and that ghost martial level guardianing spirit directly controlled me in place, unable to move a muscle.
Senior brother. Zhou Peng took a step in front of me and mouthed, Senior brother, if you want to kill Renfan, you'll have to kill me first. Zhuge Wu laughed, his figure suddenly flashed, dodging to Zhou Peng's side at an incredible speed, knocking Zhou Peng to the ground with a hand slash, then sneered, and looked at me like a dead man. I looked at him calmly and saw clearly the murderous aura in his eyes. Zhuge Wu was now like a madman who would kill me at any time. Grandpa's remains, did you take them? Yi Xian is now okay? Even if Zhuge Wu would not answer me, I still asked, even if I have to die, I will die in peace. Zhuge Wu sighed and said, what's the use of knowing this when you're about to die?
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuge Wu raised the Xian Mu sword in his hand and stabbed into the left side of my chest.
Put.
I opened my mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, which stayed down his Xuanmu sword.
Him. Sure enough, there was no hesitation, and to set the record straight, he made a move on me.
Sorry, a bit of temporary emergency, only wrote out 3 chapters now. I guess the 4th chapter's editions won't be ready by 12 o'clock. I'll write it first and make up for it tomorrow. That means there'll be 5 chapters tomorrow. Good night.
Chapter 117, What a Wonderful World.
I could feel his janky sword piercing my skin, parting my muscles, snapping one of my ribs, and then going through my back. At that moment, I didn't feel any pain, only a kind of whole body coldness spread all over my body. The strength in my body was as if it hadn't been unloaded, and even standing in place was incredibly difficult. Zhuge Wu, that guardianing spirit that bound me, sent me away, and I saw Zhuge Wu pull out his Xian Mu sword with an expressionless face, coldly snorting and turning his head away, while I fell helplessly to the ground. My head hit the turf heavily, a kind of transparent liquid blurred my vision. Watching Zhuge Wu, several people took Zhou Peng and Yu Mengxian away. My heart was filled with helplessness and unwillingness. My mind began to habitually flash Zhao Yixian's shadow. There is a voice inside, has been repeating the same sentence. Yi Xian, I'm sorry.
Yi Xian, I'm sorry. Yi Xian, I'm sorry. Yi Xian, I'm sorry.
The words went on and on. The ground was freezing cold, the night was spreading. I kept convulsing, my consciousness slowly lapsing. My vision was already a blur. I couldn't see anything but my own tears. My body is getting colder and colder, and I can feel that mine is getting farther and farther away from the world, so far that it's like looking up at the moon, feeling its presence but never touching it. It was awfully quiet around me, and I could even hear my heartbeat weakening, the frequency getting lower and lower.
No more, if there is an afterlife, I will find you. Said so in my heart. My eyes slowly closed, the tears in my eyes that were slow to drip were squeezed out by my eyelids and turned into teardrops, which accidentally dripped down on top of a small plant, which was slightly bent over by the teardrops, and seemed to be saying to me, the lights will go out when people die, and all people, no matter how poor or rich, how great or small, will eventually be turned into a cupped cup of yellow soil on the ground, so welcome home. Is this, like, going back to your roots? Maybe. Anyone facing death. It's all about being the most powerless, right? Early morning. The crisp chirping of the birds was like the sound of crickets on a summer night, and the refreshing and beautiful melody lingered in my mind, sounding so real and true. Husband, wake up. Zhao Yixian's gentle voice is even more melodious than a bird chirping. Listening to my body is soothing. Lax consciousness under the influence of Zhao Yixian's words began to rapidly reorganize. This feeling is very wonderful. There is a kind of broken mirror reunion overlaying the water recovery of the unbelievable. Cannot be described in other words, all the memories, along with the reorganization of the consciousness, is clearly presented in my mind. I'm not dead? The words popped into my head and I tried to move my fingers, and I really did feel them. Slowly opened my eyes. What came into my eyes was a wooden roof. A few beams of lazy sunlight shot in from outside. There was not a single piece of modern furniture in the room. There was just the most primitive simplicity. The roof of this room. There were vines, and the green leaves on the vines made me feel the vitality. I'm really not dead. Trembling with excitement, this feeling of coming back from the dead is one that perhaps few people can relate to. Still unusually stiff, as if not quite under my control, I twisted my head hard and looked out the window to my right. The window was green. All that could be seen was a canopy of green trees, swaying slightly in the wind, and a vine had climbed in from outside the window, looking mischievous. What a wonderful world. I sighed inwardly, my heart seeming to release a lot in that moment. However, I clearly heard Zhao Yixian's voice just now, but I didn't see her, and there was no one else inside this room built of pure wood except me.
I slowly closed my eyes, knowing that I was too weak to do anything more than open my eyes and turn my head. Half a day later, I opened my eyes again and was able to move my fingers and toes. I turned my head to the window and tried to say, Ishin, are you there? The voice was not quite loud, but it had spoken, and a white bird that could not give its name had flown in through the window and landed on the sill. It seemed to have a spirit, and cocked its head as it surveyed me, and suddenly chirped crisply. I then saw the white bird jump into the room and suddenly turn into a person, who I actually recognized. Fairy White Feather? I said in surprise, you're the one who saved me? This person is White Feather, a member of the demon race. When I went to the corpse raising place to get the Yin Fury Pearl, I ran into her. She told me a lot of things in the Shenmen sect. At that time she appeared with an undying bone sword, incomparably powerful, and decapitated a few green stalemates, and she was going to take the Yin Fury Pearl to save her sister. It's obvious, you're finally awake. White Feather spread his hands and said with a smile, thanks. A kind of loss welled up in my heart. That sentence of Zhao Xian's just now should be a subconscious hallucination. I miss her so much that I dream about her. You sound like you're lost? Shouldn't I have saved you? White Feather asked with some uncertainty. I forced a smile and shook my head. No, Fairy White Feather, when I woke up, I thought I heard my wife's voice. I thought, oh, you thought it was your wife who saved you, right? Alas, it seems that you do love your wife quite a bit, and this is all hallucinating. Bye, you said. I nodded slightly and said, Fairy White Feather, where is this? I don't know what the name of the place is. This is just a temporary residence for me, deep in the mountains, far away from the world. Don't worry, it's safe here. White Feather replied. Thank you again, Fairy White Feather, for rescuing me, and please ask about my injuries. Your injuries are so severe that if I had been a quarter of an hour late, or if your killer had left a quarter of an hour late, you would have died. You mean, that day, you were also in that forest clearing on that mountain of Daogu? White Feather nodded his head and said, yes. That day I just happened to pass by, felt a very strong fluctuation of the fight. I changed into a bird body and landed on the top of the branch. I recognized you at first sight after seeing you, and that were some ghost hunters. Couldn't feel my presence, so I didn't go. And then I saw that you were killed behind me, and when those people were gone, I saved you. And, by the way, there was another person lying on the ground with you. That person also didn't die. There was another person lying on the ground with you. That person didn't die either. And before I could take you away, that person got up on his own and ran away. The person White Feather was talking about should be the clean-cut man from the Unified Law Division, and he's actually okay? But whether or not he is in trouble, and I have nothing to do, once again thank you. Think of Zhuge-Wu, the heart is inexplicably heavy. Perhaps he also cannot imagine that I did not die, right? Oh, Zhuge-Wu, if I am not dead today, you will be dead someday. You seem to hate the one who killed you with a passion? White Feather opened his mouth to ask. I nodded and said, how can I not hate him when he has victimized me over and over again, taken my wife, and stolen my grandfather's remains? Wow, that's quite hateful. You are also awake now. There was originally a forbidden spell on your body, but you came back from the dead. The strength of the forbidden spell is very weak. It has already been pulled out by me in passing. There is also a tracking forbidden spell on your body above the hunting division's token and above a pill. Both of them have been thrown away by me in the original place. And I have thrown away your cell phone in the original place as well. I don't know whether or not those things are important to you or not important, but I don't want to be tracked. You recover for a few more days, you'll be fully recovered. I'm going back to the Demon God Temple to advance. Still the same words as before. See you again if you have the chance. White Feather nuzzled her mouth, looking like a little girl who hadn't been involved in the world. I silently nodded my head. In my heart, I was even more grateful to White Feather. That forbidden spell on my body was the forbidden spell that the hunting and killing division put on me, and that pill was given to me by Tianzi. This old guy was really unsettled. No wonder he had to give me a pill. It turned out that there was a tracking forbidden spell on it. Thank you, Fairy White Feather. A great favor is not to be thanked. If you need me in the future, I, Zhao Renfan, will definitely go through fire and water. I hurriedly said. White Feather smiled and said, hee, you practice well. Maybe you really need your help in the future. I'm leaving. White Feather once again turned into a white bird after he finished speaking, and with a slight flutter of his wings, he jumped onto the windowsill. Fairy White Feather, can I ask you for one more thing? Seeing White Feather about to leave, I hurriedly said. Chapter 118, Forced to Leave the Country. You said, I'll save people to the end and send the Buddha to the west. White Feather didn't change back into his human form, but said this to me in the form of a bird, which looked unusually weird. I've heard that there is something called the Book of 10,000 Demons inside the Demon God's Hall, which records the lives and deaths of all the demon immortals, lol. You want my help to see if your wife is still alive, right? White Feather asked. I nodded my head and said, yes, trouble Fairy White Feather. It's a bit of a pain in the ass indeed. That stuff isn't for just anyone to look at, but I'll try to look into it for you. I'm going back this time to test for advancement, and I'll be back afterward. What was your wife's name again? Zhao Xian, E of Dependence, Xian of Immortals. Well, once you're well, keep heading west. There's the town of Dusty 50 kilometers away. See you again. White Feather seemed to be in a hurry, and after dropping these words, he had flown out the window. I breathed out heavily. I didn't expect to actually pick up a life. My heart is more and more grateful to White Feather. She said that she went back to the demon god's temple to advance. It should be a breakthrough in the level of the realm. I would have liked to ask about how the level of the demon is classified, but she was in such a hurry, so I didn't bother her. Half a day later, my body recovered some more again. I could already lift my hand. I pinched my hand and called Zong Chi-Chi out from inside the jade ring. As soon as she came out, she asked with concern, "Master, are you alright? Chi-Chi will help you heal." I smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, let's break the blood array contract. If that happens again and I suddenly die, you won't be able to get my command and you'll be stuck inside the ring forever." Zong Chi-Chi shook her head and said, "No master, if the contract is lifted, my strength will drop to that of a ghost soldier, and I will be even less capable of protecting you. Master's good fortune is in the sky. Chi-Chi is not afraid. But I'm afraid in case again. If Master really passes away without warning, even if Chi-Chi can only stay inside the ring forever, Chi-Chi has no regrets." Zong Chi-Chi said. I sighed and said, "Well, I'll try to protect myself from being confined to absolute peril any longer, lest I drag you down with me." Zong Chi-Chi smiled wanly, seemingly unusually happy after I agreed to her request. This Zong Chi-Chi, although she has no more memories of when she was alive, is becoming more and more humane, and there seems to be a primal emotion being slowly molded out of her soul body. Under Zong Chi-Chi's assisted treatment, my injuries recovered very quickly. In just less than a day's time, I was able to get out of bed, and after getting out of bed and walking around, my body was still a bit weak. This weakness was due to hunger. Zong Chi-Chi assumed the responsibility of going out to forage for food. In less than half an hour, she had gotten a lot of various kinds of wild fruits back. In addition to that, there was also a wild rabbit. There is no fire here. I can only use the most primitive drilling wood to make a fire. Roasted the hare, and after eating it, I only felt more recovered. Zong Chi-Chi looked no different from a normal person, like a virtuous hostess, taking care of me in every way. After another night's rest, I packed up my own things, out of the cabin, ready to leave here. This cabin is actually built in a big tree on the cabin, looks very chic, and the cabin seems to be inside the White Feather cast. What demonic law? There will be no mosquitoes and insects within the things to go in, live more comfortable than the mansion. However, after climbing down this sky-high tree, the existence of the wooden house could not be seen, and it was estimated that the wooden house was also hidden by the demonic spell cast by White Feather. I opened my yin and yang eyes with interest, which gave me a full view of the cabin, an amazing situation. I didn't ask Zong Chi-Chi to go back to the ring again. She didn't want to go back herself. Anyway, here, no one knew her, and hurrying together, there was also a companion, and after feeling her emotions being molded, I was happy to go and chat with her, hoping to make her into a yin spirit with her own emotional cognition, rather than just a guardian yin spirit that followed orders. Zong Chi-Chi and I chatted while walking quickly towards the west, until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, which saw a big road. Along the big road for almost an hour more, on the way past several villages, I did not stop. After Zhuge killed me, I did not have to go to Zhuge again. He had a murderous heart towards me, and I have no way to take him at all right now. I need to get stronger and become very strong before I can appear. In order to become stronger, I must transform the enterprising Xian spiritual power contained within my body into Xian human spiritual power, and if possible, I will then transform Xian human spiritual power into Xian master spiritual power, and after the spiritual power is transformed, only then can all the spells I know be strengthened accordingly. So, the place I'm going to now is the Xianmen headquarters to participate in the examination. Although I don't know exactly where the Xianmen headquarters is in Tianshan, but at least there's a general location. Go over there and look for it. Really can't. I'll call and ask Xie Yubing when the time comes. She surely knows the exact location. But not desperate. I will not contact anyone. I'm still alive as a secret, just in case. I do not want to let anyone know for the time being. Nearly dark, I arrived at a small town, which was not large, but a shuttle bus passed by, and I boarded the last shuttle bus to the county, with not much money left on me, wondering if it would still be enough to buy a plane ticket to the vicinity of the Tianshan Mountains. After arriving at the county, I transferred to the city. Only the city has a train station and airport. When I arrived at the city, it was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening. Zong Chi-Chi was taken back by me to the ring. She didn't have an ID card. She couldn't buy a plane ticket. The Tianshan mountain range is very large, stretching 1,700 kilometers within China, covering 570,000 square kilometers, 1/3 of XJ. There are countless new peaks, Xianmen headquarters specifically in that peak. I have not been informed, but in any case, I have to go to XJ first. Found a ticket agency, asked the price, from here to fly XJ, only to the city of Wu flights. The price of the ticket is also expensive and scary, to more than 3,000, and there is no frequency today. I only had a few $100s left on me. But I couldn't call for help from anyone. Even if it was an aftershock, I couldn't contact him. It was hard to survive. I had to be careful and cautious. These few $100s are not enough to sell airplane tickets, but they are able to buy a train ticket to the city of Wu. No matter what, go over there first, far away from here. I am also relatively safe a lot. The nearest train, which departs in an hour, I bought my ticket and rushed to the train station in a hurry, and 3 minutes before the departure, I stepped on the train to the city of Urumqi without any problem. This train is a direct train of the Z kind, and it takes almost 40 hours to get to Urumqi. I don't have much money on me, just enough to sell sleeper tickets. I bought a hard seat, after all, I have to eat on the way. The train leaving late at night was not very crowded and it was relatively quiet, and after finding my seat, it was only then that I realized that my place had been taken by someone who had reclined on the seat, a seat for 3 people, taken by him alone.
Hello, this seat is mine, you may be mistaken, I said politely.
The Hanyu opened his eyes and looked at me for a moment, then closed them again and mouthed, "There are so many empty seats here, feel free to sit down." I smiled and said, "Please move over and go back to your own seat, the other seats are back up in the back." When I bought my ticket, the conductor told me I was in luck, there were only a few tickets left, so the other seats must be occupied, and when someone else came up, I'd still have to switch back.
"Are you going to XJ? He asked suddenly. I nodded, wondering what he meant. Which know that the Han Lo roar, lousy is standing ticket, sensible get lost, or to XJ old man want you have no life back. Chapter 119, threatened in the car. I looked at the Hanyu somewhat breathlessly, thinking that I had run into a ing scoundrel. Heart was already holding a belly full of fire, and now also suffer this kind of anger. Or can I still endure? Mouth coldly said, then I can only call the passenger police to solve it. The man laughed and said, call, if you don't want to live you call. Excuse me, sir, this seat is mine.
I was just about to go to the passenger police when I heard the voice of a panting girl, again addressing the Hanyu. Just by hearing this voice, I knew that I knew this girl. It was Shauna, a warm-hearted girl inside the road donkey group that I ran into when I came out of the hatching nest of the hunting division earlier. I did not dwell on this matter, but tightened the clothes on my body, took out the hat and mask from the bag and put them on. These 2 things, I bought at the station in the county, just afraid of being recognized when I arrived at the city. Only when I went through the security check, I took them off. Putting on my hat and mask, I took a seat across the room by the window. The man saw the visitor as a beautiful woman, spirit of sitting up, mouth said, oh haha, sorry, a little sleepy lying down a bit. Beautiful woman, your seat is which one? The one by the window, Shauna said with a frown. Okay, come on, get in. The Hanyu not only gave up his seat, but also took the initiative to help Shauna put her luggage on top of the luggage rack. Shauna smiled, said thank you, and sat down, while the Hanyu kept his eyes on Shauna's ass and gulped shamelessly. Shauna seemed to be out on a trip, but girls love beauty. Even if she was out on a trip, she was still dressed coolly, shorts and tights, her body overflowing with youthfulness. I shook my head helplessly. This Hanyu is afraid that he is not harboring any good intentions, while this Shauna is completely unaware of it. On second thought, it is also true that if she had a little bit of brains, she wouldn't have been fooled like that by that wuha who sells human organs before. The position I sat in, just opposite them, with a mask, I wasn't afraid of being recognized by Shauna. If Shauna and Yu Mengxian didn't know each other, there was no need for me to disguise myself, but they did know each other, and I didn't want to make any mistakes. Humph, goon. The Hanyu looked at me and sneered. I was too lazy to care about him. More is better than less. The train started. I looked out the window. That constantly receding scenery, thoughts also gradually drifted into the distance. The purpose of this trip is to go to the headquarters of the Shinmen through the Shinmen grade examination. After the examination I will immediately come back to hide in the city of Xiangsha, while probing the news about the Yixian, and in the meantime, waiting for the opening of the tomb of the Marquis of Wu. The train had tightly only started for a short time before the man began to be dishonest. His hands were underneath him, and Shauna, who was sitting next to her, looked unnatural in her expression. Handsome, your peak? Shauna was inspired and suddenly said to me, oh, beautiful, this is a goon, how can he be your friend? The Hanyu said disdainfully. I knew what was happening to Shauna right now, and she spoke to me, not recognizing me, but wanting to let the XJ man know that she wasn't here alone, and changing her voice, she said, it's you? I'm Peak. Peak, can we change positions? I don't like this direction much, Shauna said pleadingly. Naturally, I understood what she meant and stood up and said, that's fine. Uncle, please make way. Shauna gladly stood up, only just stood up. Was that Han reached out and wrapped his hand around her waist, directly pulling her downwards. Shauna once again sat down on the seat without force. Change your seat for what? You're sitting right here, and you kid, better mind your own ing business. The Hanyu swung his fist at me, viciously. Seeing this, Shauna didn't wimp out. She took a deep breath and said, Uncle, please move over. I want to change my position. Do you still want to restrict my personal freedom? The Hanyu laughed and took out a dagger from inside his pocket and waved it vaguely in front of both of us. The dagger's outer shell was skeletonized plastic and the inside was ceramic. It looked very sharp. What's the change of position? Han said smugly. Shauna softened at the sight of the dagger and didn't say another word, and I shook my head mockingly and sat back down as well. After waiting for a few minutes, 2 passenger police officers passed by on the aisle, and I hurriedly called out to them, mouthing, Comrade, someone here is carrying a controlled knife. The 2 occupants froze, frowned, and asked, who? I pointed to the Hanyu and said, he, who took my place, brought a ceramic dagger and just now threatened me with it. I said and took out the ticket and showed it to the 2 occupational police officers, who had a cold look in their eyes, both staring at the Hanyu, and one of them said sternly, stand up, hand over the dagger, and come with us. The Hanyu stared at me incredulously. How could he not have thought that I would dare to report him after he had threatened me? Can't you understand human language? one of the officers said and reached for the handcuffs that weren't behind him. The other occupant also snapped, stand up and put your hands on your head. I hurriedly said, his dagger is inside his jacket pocket. The two passenger police were extremely fast, instantly pressed the man on the table, searched the dagger from his body, and then handcuffed him and took him away directly. Before he left, the man looked at me with a sneer and said, wait for me. Okay, I'll wait. I said indifferently, sitting directly in the seat he had just sat in, a seat that was originally mine. Shauna was completely relieved to see the man taken away and said gratefully to me, thank you. I hummed in response, then leaned my head back in the recliner and closed my eyes, ready to rest for a while. Shauna didn't seem to see that I didn't want to interact with her too much as she continued, you have a similar aura to a friend of mine. Temperament? I asked a bit breathlessly, surprised that anyone could tell what aura seemed like. Shauna nodded and said, yes, that friend kind of saved my life, I've been looking for him, but I can't find him, why are you wearing a mask? I pointed to the mask and said, I have a cold and I'm afraid I'll catch it. Shauna smiled and said, you're such a sweetheart, my name is Shauna. Hello Shauna, my name is Jose. I then replied, are you going to XJ too? Yes. Just in time, I'm going to XJ too. What are you doing in XJ? Wash your mind. I said faintly. What a coincidence, me too yeah, if you're alone too then let's pair up. I'm definitely going to a different place than you, Shauna, be careful out there, XJ is beautiful but it's best not to go alone, I'm a little tired today, I'll rest for a while. I said this and pulled the brim of my hat straight down, covering my eyes as well. Shauna didn't say anything more when she saw that I had no intention of continuing the conversation. Nearly 2 days passed very peacefully, and during that time, I also talked to Shauna about something or the other, and I didn't reveal anything, and she didn't know who I was. After arriving at the city of Wu, Shauna and I got off the bus together. As soon as we got off the bus, I saw that the Hanyu from before also got off the bus. He followed us closely, his face full of anger, and I was puzzled as to why he was able to get off the bus safely. Shouldn't he have been taken to the station's police station for further investigation? Brother Jiaoxi, that man, got off the bus too, Shauna said in a somewhat worried tone. Chapter 120, the news comes to your door. I nodded, well, don't mind him, it's almost dark already, go find a hotel and rest, his target should be me. No, that's dangerous. Shauna hurriedly refused. It's okay, he's not capable of doing anything to me, wait until we get out of the station, you'll take a taxi to find a hotel first, I said while walking. Shauna thought for a moment and mouthed, what's your cell phone number? I'll treat you to dinner when we get back. Sorry, I didn't bring my cell phone out. Okay, Shauna said with a little loss. Walking out of the train station, Shauna got into a cab, I stood still and didn't move, while the man actually walked up to me and said coldly, you wait for me, after cleaning up that chick, I'll come back to get you killed. I frowned, this actually didn't want to let Shauna go. After he finished speaking he quickly got into a cab and chased after Shauna in the direction she had left. I didn't delay and likewise got into a cab and told the driver to follow the car in front of me. Shauna's car first parked in front of a shortcut hotel, after getting out, she cautiously looked around, then walked into the hotel, Hansi followed far behind, waiting until Shauna had opened a room, then he got out of the car, and then quickly walked into the hotel, talking to the person at the front desk about something. I also paid and got out of the car, this hotel is really far away, taxi foot spent almost $100, I have only 100 or so left on me. What puzzles me is that after consulting the front desk, this person didn't walk up the elevator, but started to make a phone call, and only after the call was finished did he then walk into the hotel, and didn't take out any money to open a room, but instead took a room card and a dagger directly from the front desk, and then walked into the elevator. I know things are not good, this person can take a room card directly from here, I'm afraid that there are some skills, quickly walked in, walked to the elevator, saw that the elevator stopped at the 6th floor. The management of these express hotels is lax and you don't need a room card to use the elevator, so I pressed the elevator down and went up to the 6th floor all the same. As soon as he reached the 6th floor, he saw the man push his way into a room and make a loud noise. I quickly ran over to the door, but it was already closed, and all I heard was Shauna yell out before her mouth was covered and she let out a slurred sound. I sacrificed Song Chi-Chi and told her to stop the man first. Once Song Chi-Chi came out, her sole body passed through the door, and in the next second, I heard the man yell out, and then the door was opened from the inside. Shauna quickly ran out of it, running headlong into me with another yelp. Her clothes had been lifted up, her hair was disheveled, and when she saw clearly that it was me, she suddenly fell into my arms and let out a loud cry. I reached over and helped her straighten her clothes and said, go in first, leave it to me. Shauna let go of me and shook her head, I don't dare go in there. It's okay, I said and walked straight in, and saw that the man was now lying on all fours on the wall, still holding the dagger in his hand and constantly struggling, and Song Chi-Chi was right behind him, pushing his back with one hand, and the man wanted to scream, but he couldn't scream. I wanted to spare you, but you're asking for death, I said while walking to a chair next to sit down. This person can be arrested by the passenger police immediately came out, and here should be some relationship, just now he called, must be called people. Shauna followed me closely, looking at the man with immense fear, while she wondered why the man was in such a state. Seeing me come in, Zong Chi let go of the man and returned to my side. The thrust behind him suddenly disappeared. The man looked around. He was unable to see Zong Chi. After seeing that it was only the two of us, he once again raised his dagger and stabbed towards me. His mouth said viciously, "You're looking for death." Only just as he rushed to my side, he was kicked back by his completely invisible Zong Chi, and crashed heavily into the TV hanging on the wall, which was shattered by his body and fell to the floor. This suddenness stunned the man and Shauna, who had no idea what was going on. You know Xianmen spells? The man asked in surprise. My heart was delighted and my mouth said, "You still know about Xianmen spells?" Knowing the Xianmen spells, more or less have some relationship with the Xianmen, this man himself certainly does not understand, but he must have heard of it. As long as he has heard of it, he can go through and look for some clues, and perhaps also contact the Xianmen here. In this way, perhaps I can really inquire about the location of the headquarters of the Xianmen. Mage, I'm sorry for the offense, I'll leave now. The man struggled to get up, ready to leave. Zong Chi floated to the door and directly closed the door. The man saw that the door automatically closed. As soon as he turned around, he knelt down towards me. His mouth said, "Mage, spare my life, mage, spare my life." Seeing this, Shauna had opened her mouth wide in surprise and looked at me incredulously. I walked up to the XJ man and said with my mouth full, "Do you recognize someone who knows Xianmen spells? If you know him, you can ask him to save you." "No, don't recognize," the man said with a shake of his head, his eyes twinkling a bit, and it was obvious that he was lying. "Since you don't recognize it, there's no one to save you. Do you have any last words?" I said coldly, intimidating him a bit first. As expected, he hurriedly said, "Mage, I really don't know. I just know a mage who can do Xianmen magic. That mage kills people without blinking an eye. I simply don't dare to go to him to save me, and he won't come to save me." "That's your business," I said indifferently, then turned my head to Shauna and said, "Shauna, you can stay in another hotel first. Don't worry, he won't dare to go after you again." Can I stay with you?" Shauna whispered. I shook my head, didn't say anything. Shauna looked at my firm eyes, picked up her own luggage, walked out of the room. What happened just now made her a little frightened. "Leave here, she actually wants to escape, and I don't want to involve her in it." I don't want to get her involved. As a matter of fact, she probably doesn't have the heart to cleanse her soul here. After Shauna left, the man saw me looking at him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, Mage, I'll try to contact my big brother. He knows people around Masterly, but Masterly is in a very high position, and inviting him is definitely not an option. It can only we can go to him." His voice got smaller and smaller as his words trailed off, as if he was afraid I wouldn't agree. "It's okay, I'm new here, I'm just paying my respects, you don't have to be so nervous," I said in a relaxed tone. "Okay, I'll make a call then." The man said and took out his cell phone. The cell phone had just been dialed when two men rushed in aggressively. These two men looked at the man kneeling on the ground, their anger rubbed off and they rushed towards me with their fists raised. The man on his knees hurriedly said, "Stop it for s sake, all of you, come and kneel beside me." Chapter 121, The Unwanted Man. The two men froze, and the kneeling man added, "This is a mage like Masterly." Their bodies shook when they heard it, and they knelt directly beside your man, looking at me in fear. I waved my hand and said, "Get up all of you, we don't have any grudges either, knees are for kneeling to heaven and earth and parents." I don't know what kind of pressure that person called Masterly gave them, kneeling without moving this kind of thing inside my cognition. Only the ancient rites of kings and ministers are needed, and it's really a bit uncomfortable to see this kind of situation in the modern society. The three men looked at me, shivering, stood up and stood in place all without speaking. At this time, the phone went through. The man first spoke in the local dialect, then looked at me, changed the language to Chinese and turned on the external voice. "Big brother, there is a mage over here who says he wants to go to Master Lee's place to pay his respects. I wonder if you can help and talk to Boss Annie a bit." "Mage? Are you sure?" The other side of the phone said in fluent Chinese as well. The man hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, it's really the venerable master. I offended him, and he said that he would let me off if I introduced Master Chen to him." "Bastard, hurry up and get the mage over here." "Forget it. Where are you guys? I'm coming over to you now." The other side of the phone said anxiously. I picked up and said, "No, let's go over to you." "Was that the mage talking earlier?" the caller asked. I hummed and said, "Yes, it's me." "Mage, where can I trouble you to come over to me? I will go over to pick you up right now." The other side of the phone hurriedly said. I let out an oh so quiet sigh and mouthed, "You do it, then." The man gave the address over there and hung up the phone, and as soon as the phone hung up, he looked at me curtly and didn't dare to speak. I didn't bother to say much. I loathed this man from the bottom of my heart, but I wasn't going to do anything to him. After all, he hadn't gotten away with it and had done me a favor. "Mage, don't worry, I won't go and make things difficult for your friend. If you guys have any difficulties here, you can all look for me. I'm really sorry for what happened before." After a few minutes, the man still couldn't help but say. I nodded and pointed at the TV. "You'll pay for this yourself, and don't bully others in the future. There are many people you think you can bully, but the truth is that they can get you killed at any time, and not everyone is as good-tempered as I am." Yes, the man said coyly. It was only a matter of 10 minutes before his elder brother rushed over, and after seeing me, he hurriedly said, "Venerable master, my name is Xie Zhanghai, and I'm also a Han Chinese."
"Well, thank you. Have you contacted Master Li?" I asked.
Xie Zhanghai laughed and said awkwardly, "Where can I speak directly with Master Li? I have contacted Boss Annie. He is the red man beside Master Li. Boss Annie has communicated with Master Li, and has expressed his immense welcome to the mage's arrival. I will send you to Master Li's residence now."
"Well, that's a problem,"
I said with a smile. In less than half an hour's work, the car stopped in front of a building that favored the Islamic style, and Xie Zhanghai was the first to get out of the car, saying with his mouth, "This is Master Li's residence." I looked at the building. It wasn't decorated with opulence, it looked ordinary. Following Xie Zhanghai in, I was quite looking forward to it in my heart, but I was still wearing a hat and mask. I was clear that this was a bit impolite, but I had no choice. Passing through a garden, it was only then that he realized that the building was gold and jade inside, but the decoration inside showed the owner's wealth in every way. Soon came to a hall outside. Inside the hall came out a man who looked to be about 30 years old. He said with a smiling face, "Xian friends matter. The people under me have said to me, all the way to run around the hard work. My name is Li Jing. I've been waiting for a long time. Welcome Xian friend's visit to the humble abode. It really makes the humble abode fluffy ah." I smiled and said, "You're welcome, Li Jing Xianyu. My name is Jiao Si. It's an honor to visit Xianyu. Quickly please." With a wave of his hand, Li Jing invited me into the hall and said to the others, "Wait outside. No one is allowed to come in and disturb without my order." Settling down, Li Jing personally poured me a cup of tea and said with his mouth full, "Jiao Si Xianyu, how come you're the only one who came? Didn't two people from your branch come together to go to Xianmen headquarters to take the test?" I froze in my heart. Dare this Li Jing is mistaken. He was first received a notice. Know which division someone wants to pass through here. He is ready to receive, but I am not the person he wants to receive. "Oh, I'm sorry, Li Xianyu, I'm not the one you're waiting for," I said directly. Li Jing was also stunned and said with a puzzled mouth, "Xianyu didn't come from Xiangsha City?" "I did come from Xiangsha City. There is only one hunting branch in Xiangsha City. Could it be that Yu Xian is not from the hunting branch?" Li Jing asked again. My eyes are cold. This Li Jing waiting is actually the hunting division to participate in the examination. Hunting division now can go to the Xianmen headquarters to assess the people. Should be Zhou Peng and Yu Dongling. Zhou Peng is nothing. He is my brother. We are now in a different position, but he is still my brother. And Yu Dongling is not the same. If she knows that I'm still alive. Certainly the first time to tell Zhuge Wu. I'm not from the hunting division. I'm just a self-cultivating zooanist who wants to go over to the Xian sect's headquarters to take the test, but I don't know where the exact location is. I replied directly. Li Jing gave an "oh" sound after hearing this. The enthusiasm on his face immediately diminished by a few points. His mouth said, "Those who go to participate in the Xian sect's examination usually come to find me. Then I will arrange for a helicopter to go over to Xian sect's headquarters. If Xian friend Jiao Si also wants to go to the examination, he might as well wait for a while. The two Xian friends of the hunting and killing branch will arrive in the next 2 days. I can send you over together at that time." I nodded. I probably understood what was going on. Going to the Xuanmen's headquarters, I actually had to take a helicopter to get there. It seemed like that place should be very treacherous. "Is it possible if I go over there myself?" I asked directly. Li Jing's tone was even colder, and his mouth said, "It's fine to go there by yourself, but it's rather far, several hundred kilometers from here, and there are no roads, so you can only rely on walking. Are you in a hurry?" "Well, quite anxious," I said. "In fact, I don't want to travel with Zhou Peng and the two of them. Zhou Peng is not relevant. This guy is big-headed. I have a mask. He won't pay attention to me. Even if I pay attention to me, I also have a certainty that he won't be able to recognize me. But Yu Dongling can be different. This girl's mind is very delicate. How about this? I'll arrange for a helicopter to send you there now. But for the cost, you need to give it yourself. It's not much, just $600,000. Li Jing directly said. This Li Jing doesn't look weak, although I haven't obtained the resting eye yet and can't see his spiritual power level clearly. I feel that he should be a Xian master level powerhouse. This kind of powerhouse usually won't be too polite to self-cultivating Xian masters like me who haven't participated in the test even once yet. 600,000 isn't much, but it's also not a small amount, at least in my opinion. Now I can't get $600, not to mention 600,000. Seeing that I was in a difficult position, Li Jing said mockingly, "Could it be that you, Zhao Xixian, can't even take out this small amount of money?" "Well, truth be told, it really can't be taken," I said helplessly. Li Jing completely put away his smile and said with a show of hands, "Then there's nothing I, Li, can do. I can only wait for the two Xian friends from the hunting and killing division to come together. By the way, self-cultivating Xian people are going to participate in the examination. If I need to help arrange a helicopter, it will cost $100,000. I don't have $100,000 either," I said again. A zooanist who can already participate in the Xian sect's examination actually doesn't even have 100,000 pieces. Are you really a member of the Xian sect? Or have you come to take me, Mr. Li, for amusement? Li Jing said with an even colder expression, seemingly with the intention of giving an expulsion order. 5th shift, +6 for the ink brush sweetheart cosmic reward. That's the end of today's update. Good night everyone.
Chapter 122. According to common sense, Xianshi in the world to mix, there are a lot of means to make money. $100,000 do not take out, there is really something to say, but each flower into each eye. I do not feel that Xianshi in the world must have a lot of money, and I simply do not have any desire for money, and I do not have the time to make money. As soon as Li Jing heard that I was a self-cultivator, his enthusiasm diminished, because self-cultivators have always been looked down upon by others with branches, jokingly referred to as wild cultivators, which is a very common thing within the Xianmen sect. This is a very common thing within the Xianmen sect. Now, when I heard that I don't even have $100,000, there was already an intention to turn my face away in my tone of voice. I am also helpless in my heart. Perhaps it is this kind of fame and vanity among the Xianshi that makes today's Xianshi more and more chaotic, the era of the last Dharma. In the end, it is the Xianshi who lost their heart caused. I said somewhat apologetically, fellow Xian Li Jing, how about this, you tell me the exact location of the Xian sect's headquarters and I'll just go there myself. Please go back, I'm not sure about the exact location of the Xian sect's headquarters. Li Jing directly tore his face off. Then may I ask when the people from the hunting division will arrive, and will I still be able to get on the plane by the time I've earned enough to come over for $100,000? I asked lightly, no longer having the intention of asking for his help. Just these 2 days will arrive. I'm not sure about the exact time. If you wanna go and earn the fee, do it as soon as possible, otherwise it won't be 100,000, but 600,000. Li Jing turned away after saying that, seemingly not wanting to say more. Okay, see you later. I dropped a few words and turned around, ready to leave the hall, when Li Jing continued, by the way, I'll send you a message. The 3-yearly Xian sect fighting competition will be held in 5 days, and I'll be going to the Xian sect's headquarters in 5 days as well, and it's useless even if you come to look for me after more than 5 days, so you have to be as quick as you can. Thanks a lot. I clasped my fists and walked out. Mage. As soon as I walked outside, Xia Zhanghai greeted me. He didn't know what had just happened and thought that Li Jing and I were chatting happily. No one should lend him any money. I want to see if he has the ability to get his own traveling expenses or not. Annie, in the future don't bring any cats or dogs to me. Li Jing's voice came out from inside the hall. Xia Zhanghai, who heard these words, froze, then took a few steps back, no longer daring to say a word to me. That person called Annie turned his head and glared at Xia Zhanghai, who was so scared that he trembled and plopped down in front of that Annie. Get lost, you're not fit to hang out on the road, give Tiger all the business you're holding, and within 3 days, leave Urunki or die. The one called Annie said lightly. I listened to a burst of speechless. This Li Jing turned out to be such a style of behavior. Strictly speaking, Xia Zhanghai is not what is wrong, and even still do their best to help him do things, but because of such a little thing, he has to be put in a desperate situation. Yes, I'll go prepare. Xia Zhanghai was outraged and retreated in a panic. I likewise walked out of the Li Fu. Xia Zhanghai has not dared to speak any words with me, got into the car and on the go. I looked around, there is not a car passes. I was on the body of more than $100, just enough to open a room, but I do not have a rest of the mind, have to think of a way to get the road as soon as possible to the road fee to be able to do so. In fact, to get money, there are many ways. The most direct is to ask Zong Chichi to go to the bank to get, but this kind of illegal things, I cannot do. This money must be taken. After a little thought, I quickly walked towards the main road, then stopped a car and drove towards the direction of the Public Service Bureau. When I came here before, I had seen some wanted notices from the police, which had huge bounties, and I was going to make a fortune by doing this. The cab driver was a very chatty middle-aged man who talked to us a lot, and overall, Xinjiang is still a very safe place. I nodded my head and said non-committally, I know, master. What are the people inside the bounty wanted posters that you can occasionally see on the streets? The cab driver said, yes, these people have no humanity, they do evil everywhere. And when they do evil, they disappear for a while, and when the wind is over, they change their faces and come out to do evil again. Does the publican know where they are? I asked suspiciously. The driver said, some know, some don't, and the ones with heavy bounties usually know the location, but it's not good for public servants to go and arrest people. For what? I asked hurriedly with joy in my heart. Because some of them ran out of the country, while others hid in the homes of some powerful people. The public servants couldn't get a search warrant without evidence, and they couldn't arrest them. Isn't it true that you can get a search warrant if you have enough reason to suspect? It used to be like this, but not so much in the back, because those criminals are very cunning, deliberately leaving clues to lure the public servants to search, but most of them returned without any success. Instead, the public servants were complained of disturbing the public, and those people are powerful and influential, and in the back it became impossible to search without conclusive evidence. The driver sighed and said, chatting and chatting, soon arrived at the Public Service Bureau, now long past the time of work, but the police station 24 hours someone on duty. I came to see those who are heavily wanted. It is best to inquire about their specific location, and then go to catch them over, to collect the bounty to go away. It is as simple as that. The officer on duty at the gate just registered me slightly and asked me what I was doing in there, and when I said I was going in to report a crime, he let me in. Walked to the office building of the Public Service Bureau. It is a bit cold, most people are already off duty. In the police reception, there is a man and a woman, 2 police officers on duty. Upon seeing me, the policewoman politely asked, hello, is this a report? Sorry, I'm not here to report a crime, I'd like to ask some questions, I said with a smile. Make a mistake, brother, this is a police station, you should call 114 if you want to inquire about a problem, the male publican said jokingly. I got right to the point and said, I'm going to inquire about those criminals for whom you have a heavy bounty, and 114 doesn't seem to be clear, does it? As soon as I said this, the expressions of the two public servants became serious, and they directly stood up from their chairs, with the male frowning and asking, what are you? I waved my hand, signaling them not to be nervous, and mouthed, I needed a sum of money, and thinking about it, decided to help you guys catch a couple of fugitives with bounties on them. Are you kidding? The male public servant was filled with displeasure. To him, this sentence seemed to hurt the pride of their public servant team a bit. I laughed. At this time, there was no way for me to care so much, and directly asked, no kidding, can I talk to your person in charge of the wanted fugitives? Little friend, this is a police station, not a psychiatric hospital. Every word said here is legally responsible. You leave here now and we can pretend that nothing happened. The male public servant was obviously a little angry. I shook my head and said, I don't have a lot of time, so please also tell me the information about the nearest wanted man with a bounty on his head, and I'll move tonight and bring the man in the morning. Chapter 123, Late Night Arrests of Criminals. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Come on, talk to me. What strength do you have to say such things? Xiaofun, call the mental hospital and ask them if someone ran out. The male cop laughed at my words. He should have been almost certain that I was a psychopath. The policewoman also looked at me with a helpless face, and if it wasn't for the fact that she had her police uniform on, she probably would have given me 100 blank stares. And what's even more hopeless is that I, for once, wanted to do justice, and no one actually believed me. Do you carry a gun? I asked, looking at the man. The male cop froze, reached down and pulled the robbery out of his waistband, slapped it on the table, and mouthed, and, take a shot at me, I said with a calm face. Nuts. Don't involve me if you want to die. The male cop seemed to have gotten a little desperate. Okay, so how's your shooting? Can you hit this vase? I said as I walked over to the vase and pointed at the vase. The male policeman laughed and said, not to mention the vase, I can hit even one of the patterns you specified on it. If you can break the vase, even if I'm a psychopath, I'm going back to the mental hospital right now, and if you don't break the vase, get me in touch with the person in charge of you, I said directly. The male policeman froze, and seeing my expression of unbelievable seriousness, he said helplessly, yes, but you have to stand farther away. Less than 5 meters and you miss? I said with some derision. I was afraid of breaking the vase and splattering you. No, how can I catch your bullets if I stand far away? I asked seriously. The male cop pulled the safety off his gun straight away, then rammed a silencer into it and mouthed, then you're ready. With a thought, Zong Chichi was sacrificed by me and directly blocked in front of the vase. I can't let them know that there are ghosts or let them see something unbelievable, although catching bullets like this is also beyond the realm of common people's cognition, but compared to the others, this one is relatively better to accept. Boom! With a muffled sound, I reached out violently, took the bullet Zong Chichi handed me, put away Zong Chichi, smiled and said, the vase didn't break. I forgot to load it? The cop looked incredulously at the gun in his hand, backed out the clip, looked at the bullets inside, and said suspiciously again, something wrong with the gun? I walked straight over, put the bullets on the table, and mouthed, call your man in charge. The male cop frowned, picked up the bullet and looked at it, and then his mouth opened wide, looking at me incredulously, with eyes that looked as if he was looking at a ghost. The female police officer beside him also had a frozen expression, not knowing what to do for a moment. The one who reacted first was the male policeman, who hurriedly took out his cell phone and said under his breath, Master, wait a moment, I'll call Team Wang to come over. I nodded and took a seat in the chair next to me. The male policeman mouthed after making the call, I'll get the file, Fanny, pour this brother some tea. Half an hour later, a strong, middle-aged man rushed in, dressed in civilian clothes, and the beads of sweat on his forehead told me that he had come in a hurry. Brother, are you the strange man who can catch bullets, as Raymond said? Hello, my name is Sadiq, I'm the captain of the criminal police force. This middle-aged policeman walked directly towards me as soon as he came in and extended a hand. I reached out to shake his hand and mouthed, hello, my name is Jiao Si, Captain Sadiq, and you should already know the purpose of my visit. Got it, Gurman, did you show all the files to Brother Chu's? Raymond shook his head and said, been waiting for you to come over, these are considered classified, I have no right to open them. Bring it here. Sadiq reached for the dossier bag and mouthed, Brother Jiao Si, let's go to my office to talk. I nodded my head and followed Sadiq to his office. After arriving at the office, he opened the file bag and said with his mouth, Brother Jiao Si, right now there are 23 wanted people with bounties in our hands, and these 23 people are all poor and vicious people. Excuse me Captain Sadiq, I need $600,000, and I need it tomorrow, just help me choose a few people who know the place, and who are close to here, and make up the $600,000. I directly interrupted Sadiq. Sadiq froze, looked at me, and said with his mouth, this needs to be approved to go through the procedure, even if you are captured tomorrow, the money can't be given to you right away, it has to be 3 days later. Well, forget it then, it won't be needed in 3 days, I'll think of something else.
I said as I stood up straight away. Sadiq said with some urgency, wait, brother Jiaoxi, if we really capture it, I can help with quick approval and get the money the next day.
Okay, then we'll leave now and be back before dawn. Can I have the money after dawn?
I asked doubtfully. Us? Sadiq said in surprise, brother Jiaoxi, you mean you can take us? Well, you guys just drop me off near my destination, I'll take care of the rest. No need to look at the files one by one, just give me the pictures, and by the way, don't take the police car. I said. Sadiq pulled 3 files out of it and said dryly, okay, if we get the guy back by dawn at work, you'll have the money in the afternoon, so let's get going now. Walking out of the office with Sadiq, he didn't call anyone else, just Jaemin, who was on duty at the answering desk, and the 3 of them walked out of the office building and straight into a 7-seat business car. Hot Heeman driving, I and Sadiq sitting in the back seat. Sadiq the 3 file records handed me said, these 3 people, each person's bounty amount is 200,000, homicide fugitives, 2 of them are brothers. According to reliable information, these 2 people are now hiding in a come to invest in the investment of foreign investors inside the villa. The other stole state secrets, trafficking in cultural relics and antiques, but also involved in drugs, a lot of cases, now hiding in a bright business dark black power gang inside. These 3 people, each caught as the death penalty. You see whether we first go to catch the twins or pick the shortest route and go wherever you want first. I spoke up. Hot Heyman, who was driving, nodded and said, understood. The car traveled for an hour and had arrived at the outskirts of the country. After getting off the highway, Hot Harman turned the car into a small road and drove for almost 10 more minutes. He turned off the headlights and then drove in the dark for 2 or 3 minutes, finally stopping at a corner, pointing to a brightly lit country house 100 meters away and said, that crime-ridden man, he's hiding right here. Be careful, brother Jiaoxi. They have hot weapons. Hee, I'm not getting off. Let's wait here for 10 minutes. I nodded, took the photo of that person, and implicitly offered Zhong Qiqi out. Zhong Qiqi and I have a mutual understanding. Naturally she understood what I meant. After taking a look at the photo, she directly went through the door of the car, and directly flew towards that villa. You didn't have to get out of the car? Sadiq asked suspiciously. I smiled and said, no, I will hypnotize him remotely, he will come over on his own. Don't say anything for a while, you guys, it might cause me to fail the hypnosis. I said and pretended to pinch my sword fingers, pointing them on each temple on either side of my forehead, then closed my eyes, an action I wouldn't have bothered to do if I hadn't said I wanted to hypnotize. While this remote hypnosis is not absolutely convincing, I can't just say that I had a ghost bring the criminal in. Sadiq and Hot Harman 2 people are a little unsettled, they are sitting on pins and needles, they want to talk, but they are afraid of disturbing me. Those few minutes, it is estimated to be the most tormented few minutes in their lives. Because of this matter, it has completely exceeded their cognition. I recited a few incantations in my mind, then switched a few hand signals, switching my vision to Zhong Qiqi's body as if I were there, and quickly entered the villa. There really was some chaos inside this villa. It was already early in the morning and there was actually still singing and dancing inside. Not only that, there were people letting off steam outside. No one could see Zhong Qiqi's soul body, and no threat could be felt here. These people should be Islamists, and there were some gods that Islam believed in inside. These things had no effect on Zhong Qiqi, who was already a ghost general. Chapter 124, Under the Roof. Zhong Qiqi looked at the spot for a moment, then floated into one of the rooms and went straight through the window. Inside this room, there was that targeted criminal, who was living in style at the moment, with 2 beautiful women in revealing clothes on his left and right on the large double bed. Zhong Qiqi poo-pooed and rushed straight inside his body. This criminal's body trembled. He had already been possessed by Zhong Qiqi, his behavior and consciousness was completely out of his control. He directly pushed away the beautiful woman beside him, put on a pair of big pants and walked out of the room. Walking to the lobby of the first floor, there were people asking him what he was doing. He didn't say anything, he just smiled at them and waved his hand. The others didn't care and continued to get high on their own, while the criminal walked out of the villa and came straight towards our car. The silhouette under the moonlight looked natural, and this was what made Zhong Qiqi so powerful. If she was just a ghost soldier now, controlling the body of this criminal would definitely not be so natural. Coming! I whispered. Sadiq and Jihaman hurriedly looked towards the front, and after seeing the criminal, they were even more surprised and speechless, even forgetting to pull the car door open. I reached over and pulled the door open, and the criminal naturally got in, found himself a seat and sat down, then held out his hands and gestured for Sadiq to cuff him. Sadiq reacted by quickly pulling out the handcuffs and cuffing him. No sooner had the handcuffs been cuffed than the criminal's eyes closed and he spread out on the seat, fainting. Zhong Qiqi hurriedly burrowed out from inside his body and said with his mouth, "I poo, master, this person is an asshole." I laughed and said, "Commiserations." Zhong Qiqi pouted and took the initiative to burrow inside the jade ring on my hand. "Ha? What did you just say, brother Jiaoxi?" Sadiq asked with some confusion. I smiled and said, "Nothing, go to the next place." I'm convinced. Hot Heyman excitedly expressed his emotions with an expletive, then turned his head and asked, "Dude, how the hell did you do that?" "Remote hypnosis, do you believe?" "You drive first, there's not much time," I said with a smile. "I don't believe it, hypnosis is pretty powerful, but at least it's scientifically based. It doesn't make sense at all."
Hot Heyman said while driving. Sadiq laughed and said, Hot Manhwa, did you really believe Brother Jiaoxi when he said it was hypnosis? What's that, Captain, you know? Hot Heyman asked suspiciously. Sadiq smiled and said, I have heard that there is a kind of strange person in this world who practiced Shinmen magic, although I haven't come into contact with it, and I didn't believe it at first, but after I heard you say that Brother Jiaoxi can catch bullets with his bare hands, I felt that Brother Jiaoxi is this kind of person, and just now when I saw this, it was considered a complete upheaval of my worldview. I smiled and said, just because there are a lot of things that we haven't touched doesn't mean that they don't exist. We are always influenced by our surroundings. Our thinking and cognition is bound by our environment. If we put it in the ancient times, no one would believe that we in the modern society can talk to each other if we are thousands of miles apart with a piece of iron lumps. Yet we know that it's just a kind of transmission of signals that the ancient people were never able to figure out. You mean what you just did is also explainable? Sadiq asked. I shook my head and stopped talking. Such things were indeed open to interpretation, but there was no need to explain them. Heaven forbid, right? Seeing that I didn't say anything, Hot Heyman picked up the conversation. I hummed and changed the subject, chatting with them one way or the other. 2 hours later, the car once again parked outside a high-class villa complex in the city, where all the people who live here are rich and powerful, but there is no obstacle that the two brothers hiding in the home of the investor foreigner, the same was Zhong Qiqi got out, but Zhong Qiqi was knocked out one of them, got on top of the other one, and carried the unconscious one directly out. Back to the police station, Sadiq and Hot Harman have completely convinced me. Sadiq also offered me to help catch other criminals. The bounty can be relatively higher, but was rejected by me. I'm really not interested in the bounty. As for justice, I know that there are more important things waiting for me to do, and the bad guys cannot be captured. I cannot overstep the bounds of my role, depriving the police of the value of existence. After putting the 3 guilty criminals in their cells, Sadiq asked us when they would wake up, and I said, tomorrow at noon with a little sunshine. The men have been captured, and the 2 families are charged with harboring criminals. Do you need my help to get them out? Sadiq laughed and said, no need, we've recorded it all, and if we catch someone, the others won't be able to get away. There's no record of me, is there? If so, delete it all, I said cautiously. Sadiq shook his head, don't worry, you were in the car the whole time, you couldn't have been photographed. Where's the sound? The voice we don't need to take out, and I've already handed over to Hot Heyman to get the voice washed out. Don't worry, I understand your rules, and in this case, only the 3 of us know about it, and I don't want to make an enemy out of you yet, Sadiq said. I nodded, and then checked into a hotel not far from the next one, arranged by Sadiq, who promised me that the bounty would be delivered to me by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After returning to the hotel, chatting with Zhong Qiqi for a while, and then chanting incantations and swearing blood sacrifices to her for a while, the sky had already dawned, and a burst of drowsiness came over me, and I yawned several times in a row before I fell into a deep sleep. At noon, the room's doorbell was rung. After opening the door, it was Sadiq who sent the money over, the whole 600,000, crashed inside a box. The money is cash. To cash is what I asked for. In addition to that, he took out a stack of money, said in his mouth, this extra 10,000 is what I give you in my private name. I hope Brother Jiaoxi won't be too ashamed of it. I smiled, took the $10,000 and said, I'll take it then. Ha, I know you won't want it even if I give more. This $10,000 is part of my bonus. Brother Jiaoxi, is it convenient to leave a contact information? Sadiq asked. I shook my head and said, I'm sorry, I don't have a cell phone. I'm on cloud 9 and living in the middle of nowhere. Alright then, I'll head back. Those 3 have woken up and I have to go to the interrogation, Sadiq said. I nodded and said goodbye, then went back to my room, packed up my things a little, walked out of the hotel, took a cab, and drove towards Li Jing's mansion. Arriving at the Li mansion, I walked in with the box full of cash. I came here once yesterday, and after the gatekeeper asked me about my intention, he directly contacted Li Jing for me, but the news I got was that Li Jing was out, and needed to come back at night. Li Jing heard that I came over with the money, and did not make it more difficult for me, just told me to wait for him. He will come back as soon as possible, but also did not ask me to go to the house to sit first, just told me to go over to him in the evening. I had no place to go, so I looked for a cafe nearby, and waited until 9 o'clock in the evening, but did not wait for Li Jing to come back, and then went to look for someone to contact him, and got the reply that his business was not yet finished, and that he might have to come back tomorrow morning. I hold anger in my heart. This Li Jing seems to intend to make things difficult for me, forced to suppress their anger. I did not have a seizure. People have to bow their heads under the roof. I have to rush to the headquarters of the Shenmen as soon as possible. There is no way to take him at this time. Fortunately, Sadiq gave me an extra $10,000, not to sleep on the streets. The next morning, I once again came to Li Jing's place. The gatekeeper said that Li Jing came back, but is resting, to wait until he woke up from sleep. I was like 10,000 grass mud horses running around in my heart. There was no way, still had to endure. He had been waiting at Li Jing's door until after 12 noon. I'm sorry, Jiaoxi Shenyu, there was a delay yesterday. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, have some together? Li Jing said while eating. I shook my head and said, no need, this is $600,000, and I'd like to ask Shenyu Li Jing to help arrange a helicopter to the Shen sect's headquarters.
Li Jing reached out and took my case, placing it at his feet and said nonchalantly, "Oh, Zhao Si Shen, you don't worry first. I got the news that the two Shen Yu from the hunting and killing branch will arrive at night. The helicopter I arranged can sit 3 people besides the pilot. You wait for them to arrive and set off together." I frowned. I just didn't want to travel with anyone else, so I took $600,000 to charter a plane, and now you're taking my $600,000 and then telling me to go with someone else?
Oh, it's all the same anyway,
Li Jing said while eating his meal.
The cost is only $100,000 if you sit together, isn't it?
I asked coldly.
Li Jing still smiles. You hide the knife.
Mouth said faintly, now the price has increased, sit together, the cost is also 600,000, go or not you decide, money, I will not return.
Chapter 125, Xianmen Examination Tower.
Good, just as you said, go with the people from the hunting division in the afternoon. I forcefully suppressed the anger in my heart, thinking to myself that there will be a long time to come, if I, Zhao Renfan, let you, Li Jing, off the hook like this, then my life would be considered a wasted one. Li Jing naturally didn't know what was in my heart. I laughed and said, that's right, come on, have some lunch together, Zhao Si Shen Yu. You also know that self-cultivating Xian practitioners masters out of no door, learn things that are all miscellaneous. Even if you go to the Xian sect's headquarters, it's very difficult to pass the examination, but I feel that you are very courageous, and are already at the entering Xian level now. I hope you can succeed. There's no need to eat, I have a very bad viral cold, and it wouldn't be good to infect friend Li Jingxian. I said and pointed to the fact that I was wearing a mask and pretending to look upset.
No wonder you've been wearing a mask.
Li Jing replied casually. In his opinion, I was the type of person who wanted to desperately pass the test without any hope.
You also got on the bus from Changsha City. How could you not know about the hunting and killing division?
Li Jing asked suspiciously.
I smiled and said, I'm just transferring in Changsha City. I'm actually from Guangdong province.
So it is. Li Jing accelerated the speed of his meal and did not speak again. I am now lazy, and he said more, just sit on the sidelines in silence, has waited until more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hunting division came to participate in the examination of the people finally came, as expected, came to the person as Zhou Peng and Yu Dongling. They came to take out the hunting division's token, by the Li Jing very enthusiastic hospitality. Li Jing cannot wait to treat them as a grandfather to provide. I was also puzzled in my heart. Li Jing should be a Xian master level Xianshi. How could he be so polite to 2 people who were still only at the entering Xian level?
Could it be that my judgment was wrong? This Li Jing is not a Xian master?
Even if there was a lapse in judgment, it's normal. Right now I can't see Li Jing's Xianshi rank without opening my resting eyes. Under Li Jing's arrangement, Zhou Peng and Yu Dongling and I quickly got on a helicopter. Although Yu Dongling and Zhou Peng came together, the relationship between the two didn't seem to be very good, and they seldom talked along the way. Plus I, the one who put myself in disguise, was on this side, and they were even more out of chatting mood. They all sized me up several times, but no one said hello to me either. Nowadays, the Zuanists, almost all of them are like this. They don't communicate with each other much at all, even if they are in the same division. When they hatch their nests in the hunting and killing division, they will be arranged to kill each other because they are too familiar with each other. Yu Dongling killed Blade Shanya, and Zong Qiqi willingly turned into my guardian spirit because she couldn't defeat me. This was the purpose of those Xianmen divisions. They didn't want the people in their divisions to become friends with each other. If everyone was familiar with each other, it would be easy to unite and rebel. What those Palmas divisions wanted was to be strangers to each other, and trying to fulfill the tasks given to them by their divisions would be enough. I do not know how far the helicopter flew. More than an hour later, the helicopter did not fly further, but stopped over a lofty mountain peak. I inclined my head to look. This peak is very large. The elevation is also very high. The top of the year-round snow, white. The temperature here is very low. The pilot took out 3 coats, handed us, signaling us to wear the back position of this coat, but also wrote a large. The back of this coat also has a large Xian character written on it, and when I reached out and touched the Xian character, it was still a little warm. After getting dressed, the pilot took control of the helicopter and started to land, and when it was still more than 100 meters away from the peak, the helicopter shook violently for a moment, and then slowly fell down. I stretched out my head to look down below. Just now it was still white. At this moment it had completely changed into a different scene. This one was a piece of flat land that was thousands of acres wide, and there was actually no snow on top of this flat land, but some lush green plants, and the temperature here soared and became very comfortable. More than a dozen ancient buildings are divided in various places, seemingly chaotic, but in fact, it is in accordance with the very profound geomancy built out. Every flower, plant, tree and even the placement of stones here, there is a very rigorous planning. This place should be a very large Xianmen formation covered. This Xianmen formation not only has the function of concealment, but also has a very strong defense, and it can even be said that this place is everywhere as a mechanism. The person who controls this place is the strongest master here. The place where the helicopter landed was a huge central plaza that was nearly 100 acres in size, and there were other helicopters parked on it. None of the 3 of us spoke, and just after we got off the plane, a young man in Xianmen garb walked towards us. The Xianmen HQ's costume didn't look complicated. It was the kind of black lab coat with 2 big hot gold words written in cursive on the back, Xianmen. And in front of the chest, was a not too big and not too small 8 trigrams.
Are the three Xian friends here to participate in the Zooanist examination? The youth asked decently. We all nodded and clasped our fists at the youth, who directly said, I am Lin Mo, a disciple of the Xian sect headquarters, the three Xian friends, please follow me. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he walked towards a high tower on the right, while introducing, the examination does not require an identity token, here there is no respect for the strong and the weak, everything is based on the examination place is the examination tower, the examination tower has a total of 6 floors, there are 4 examination rooms on each floor. The first floor is the Xian examination, the second floor is the Xian man examination, the third floor is the Xian master examination, and so on. The second layer is the Xian man examination, the third layer is the Xian master examination, and so on. The 3 of you are now containing the Xian enlightenment spiritual energy, you can directly enter the second layer and participate in the Xian man examination. Examination. Hey, big brother, let me ask what is the content of the test? Zhou Peng asked with a hefty smile. Lin Mo smiled and said, go in and you guys will know. By the way, there is one more thing. 2 days later, there will be a fighting competition between the various branches of the Xian sect. May I ask if the 3 Xian friends will see it? I nodded and didn't say anything. I was afraid that if I did, I would reveal myself, while Zhou Peng and Yu Dongling each nodded as well. Alright, there are only 2 days left, so you guys need to hurry up and take the test. Lin Mo reminded. I frowned. What kind of test is this? 2 days isn't enough time. And Zhou Peng asked directly, Big brother, you're saying that 2 days isn't enough time to test a Xian man? Lin Mo nodded his head and said, not necessarily, it depends on the natural ability to decide. Some people don't come out of the test for half a month, while others come out after only 1 day. It will take a day at the earliest? Yu Dongling asked. Rimmerhund, yes, nothing faster than that for now. My heart sank, the fastest would take a day. I came to the examination this time. I was prepared to examine the Xianren first, and then directly examine the Xian master. If according to this plan, then the time would be a bit insufficient. Let me help you register. May I ask which alliance and which division you are from? What's your name? After you report it, you can go in and take the test. Lin Mo said and took out a pamphlet. My mind froze and I took an involuntary step back. Zhou Peng gave me a puzzled look and mouthed, Ghost Hunter Alliance, Hunting Division, Zhou Peng. Well, please enter the examination tower. Zhou Peng nodded and walked directly into the examination tower. Ghost Hunter Alliance, Hunting Division, Yu Dongling. After Yu Dongling finished speaking, he similarly walked into the examination tower. I breathed a sigh of relief and waited for them to completely disappear by the door before I whispered, self-cultivating Zooanist, Zhaoranfan. Aha. Lin Mo nodded and recorded, then suddenly looked up at me suspiciously and asked, your name is Zhao Lianfan? Yes, my name is Zhao Lianfan. What's wrong with friend Lin Mo Xian? I asked suspiciously. 4th shift, +7 for the ink brush sweetheart cosmic reward. That's the end of today's update. Good night ironies. Chapter 126, Nirvana in Transformation. Lin Mo shook his head and said, it's nothing. It's the romance of being in love, is it mortal? I let out a and suddenly thought of another serious problem. I shouldn't have reported my real name. If I were to participate in the Xian Men division competition, using my real name would be exposed. Is this a real name or an alias? Lin Mo didn't record it, but asked again. Puzzled, I asked, it's a real name, Lin Mo Xianyu, is it possible to use a pseudonym for the test? Yes, and generally self-cultivating Xian practitioners will use aliases. If the results of the test are outstanding, they may be fought over by other divisions. If they can't fight over them, they will be hunted down and killed. I see that you're wearing a mask should be because you don't want to expose your face, and also you're preparing to participate in the fighting competition, so I would suggest that you should still use aliases as a good idea. Lin Mo kindly reminded. I nodded and said, thanks for the reminder Xianyu, my name is Zhao Si, from a self-cultivating Xian. Okay, Zhao Si, from the self-cultivating Xian, go and take the test, Xian sect headquarters. In order to protect the self-cultivating Xian, if you pass the test, you can look for the steward of the test tower to help you disguise yourself with the disguise technique for once. The disguise technique can be kept for a year. After a year the disguise technique will automatically expire. Lin Mo said while writing. Many thanks to fellow Daoist Lin Mo. I don't know the art of disguise, but I know that the Xuanman's disguise is not the same as the workshop's disguise, which is also known as molding disguise. The disguise artist must be an artist and a sculptor, and the workshop's disguise has a clear step-by-step process, which is to pour a negative mold, and then turn out the real plaster statue of a person's face, and then trim it with plastic clay to determine the magic, and then blow mold the mask, and then polish and color the final product, a human skin mask. Plaster statue to determine the magic, and then blow molding to make a mask, and then polishing and coloring to make the final product, human skin mask. With this kind of human skin mask, it is like a different person. But the Xian sect's transfiguration technique was not so simple. It had the assistance of Xian sect spells in it, and although the steps were similar, the time needed to be used was very little, and there was a brief introduction about transfiguration technique inside the hatching nest of the hunting division.
but there was no specific method of practicing it. Walking into the first floor of the examination tower, only to find that the rooms here are arranged in the shape of a 5-pointed star in 5 rooms, located in 5 corners, these 5 rooms of which as it is the examination room. The other room is named Law Enforcement Division. The doors of 3 of the examination rooms were closed, and only one was open, meaning that apart from Zhou Peng and Yu Dongling, there was another Xian who was also participating in the examination. I walked into the open examination room. Just as soon as I entered, the door automatically closed. This floor is the examination room of entering the Xian. The layout inside is somewhat simple, and the content of the examination is also monotonous. The fighting confrontation, inside there is a corpse, a ghost, a demon, and on top of their foreheads, there is a suppression talisman seal affixed to them all. Corpses are the lowest grade of white stiffs, ghosts are the lowest grade of ghosts, and I don't know the grade of demons, but after they saw me, they took a step back, while the inlaid door on the opposite wall opened automatically, revealing a rotating staircase behind them that led to the second floor. I ignored this, and walked directly past the rotating staircase to the second level. The arrangement of the second level was completely different from the first level. The second level was divided into 2 compartments, separated by iron bars, with a door in the middle that was only big enough for one person to pass through, and inside the first compartment, there was a round table, which was about 1 meter in diameter and half a meter high, made of pure jade. Around the jade platform, there were many Xianmen runic patterns carved, which were very profound, like those of a rune system or a spell system. On the top of the jade platform, there was an inlaid yin and yang 8 trigrams figure that almost covered the top. The material could not be seen, and it could be rotated when touched with the hand. Next to it was a natural-looking stone with 8 large words written on it, the Xianrun Spiritual Power Transformation Law Table. On the Spiritual Power Transformation Table, there was also a bamboo slip, and the signature on top of the slip read, the Xianrun Spiritual Power Transformation Heart Technique. I nodded silently and jumped onto the jade platform, opening the one bamboo slip. A synopsis appears, the essence of spiritual power, the hidden source of all things, very human to harness, Xian, the carrier of spiritual power, the beginning of spiritual awakening, began in the heavenly spirit, born in the sinews and bones, fused in the flesh and blood, flowing into the meridians, Xian's aura, is the basis of cultivation. After the introduction, a few labeled fonts appeared, the Xianrun Spiritual Power Transformation Heart Method. Xian is a thing, but indistinct, in which there is an image, indistinct, in which there is something, into the human transformation, the breath of the meridians, the sinking of the dantian. I silently looked at the contents of those mind techniques, and after scanning them once, I memorized them all in my mind. After memorizing it, I sat on top of that bagua pattern, adjusted my breathing, sank my chi into the dantian, made hand seals with both hands to aid in the transformation of the aura, and began to silently recite those mind techniques under my breath. Strangely enough, just as I began to meditate on the heart dharma, the yin-yang bagua diagram that I was sitting on began to slowly rotate, and with this rotation, I felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The heart law said that the transformation of spiritual energy required running the heart law for 991 small circumferences, and at a normal speed, one heart law circumference would take half an hour. This speed was determined according to the speed of meditating on the mental method, which meant that if one converted spiritual energy at the normal speed, it would take 40 hours, nearly 2 days. No wonder Lin Mo said that the fastest speed would take a day. And in fact, I felt the speed of the yin and yang gossip map rotation. The average person really cannot be fast, if forced to speed up, even if not thrown out by the rotating gossip map. Continuous rotation for more than 20 hours, absolutely will not be able to hold on to it, even if it is the general speed. I guess there are not many people can hold on to it. For the first few weeks, I went through the transformation at a normal rate, and by the 7th week, I felt a little dizzy already. I closed my eyes and began to feel blazing hot. It seemed like every cell in my body was agitated, the blood flow seemed to speed up quite a bit, and the veins on the backs of my hands and arms were already bulging out, looking a bit like a muscular man who had been working out for decades. I threw away all the cluttered thoughts. My mind was empty except for the contents of my mind, perhaps because I was used to spinning. Slowly, I felt the dizziness slowly dissipate and my mind became clearer. Slowly, I began to speed up the speed of meditating on the heart technique, and the Bagua diagram rotated faster and faster, and I was surprised to find that as the Bagua diagram rotated faster, the meridians on my body seemed to be able to be felt by me one by one. There were a total of 20 meridians in the human body, including the 12 meridians and the odd meridians, and these meridians could not be felt normally, but after I had accelerated the speed of my silent recitation of the heart technique, I was already able to feel the existence of the meridians, and I could even feel the spiritual energy flowing inside them. At the same time that I discovered the meridians, I also felt a kind of dizziness, as if the meridians would immediately burst open if I didn't stop. I knew that it was just an illusion, and if I slowed down the speed of my spiritual transformation, then the meridians that I had managed to feel so easily would be hidden once again. I forced myself to endure the tremendous feeling of vertigo. My mind was even more focused, and instead of slowing down, I began to speed up the speed of my silent recitation of the heart dharma. Hoo! The whirring sound in my ears kept coming, and the speed at which I ran the Reiki transformation mind technique was getting faster and faster. By the time of the 60th circumference, it had already reached a speed of 3 revolutions a second. This speed was already the limit of what I was able to withstand, and at this speed, running a circumference would only take 10 minutes, and at this point, 15 hours had already passed. I didn't stop or slow down, relying on my strong willpower to keep speeding up. The meridians in my body were becoming clearer and clearer to me, and the temperature of my body reached a peak that I could withstand, and the limits were constantly being broken, and my body felt as if it was going to explode, and the whole thing was as uncomfortable as if I had been thrown into a sea of fire and scorched. That kind of unbearable feeling, with an explanation that everyone can feel, that is, it is stronger than the pain that a girl feels when giving birth to a child. It is simply not something that an ordinary person can withstand, and I am even certain that an ordinary person who endures this kind of torment will faint to death in less than 10 seconds. I knew I couldn't pass out. This first transformation of my spiritual energy was a nirvana that would determine the height of my cultivation in the future. Chapter 127, Heavenly Grade Xian Mu Sword. I knew that I couldn't give up on accelerating the speed of my spiritual transformation except in the event of a situation of certain death, and that this chance to hit the limits of my body over and over again was only once, and after that it would be gone. I'm sure there are many people who would slow down the speed of meditating on the mind techniques for fear of danger, which is indeed safe, but in doing so, the limits of refining for the physical body and spiritual energy are also given up. Human potential is infinite, and in the process of spiritual transformation, one can develop one's potential infinitely, and in my mind right now, that's putting it to death. After the circumference had run to 75, I was already spinning on the transformation table as if I were a gyroscope. My mask and hat had long since been thrown out, and in my 7 orifices, a drop of internal blood had been thrown out, and my consciousness was becoming a little fuzzy. I had even gotten to the point of near unconsciousness, without a single bit of sensation in my entire body, and I had only one belief: sit still, hold on, and don't get thrown out. 81 times after the operation of the heart, the bagua slowly stopped, issued a burst of warm heat. I opened my mouth as a large mouth of blood sprayed on the jade platform above, weakly lying on top of it, in the line of sight, the sky spinning, only a line of vision. If not, I concentrated a million points of attention. My eyes will be closed. As long as my eyes are closed, I will be unconscious. I don't know what will happen to unconsciousness, but I don't want to happen, but I didn't want to. I knew I needed to hold on a little longer. Because my body is recovering at an extremely fast pace, both in terms of consciousness and perception of every part of my body. In less than 5 minutes, I stood up with a loud roar. My body was no longer in any discomfort. All the meridians on my body were clearly perceived by me. In the meridians, a stream of spiritual energy rushed recklessly and flowed towards the location of the heavenly soul cap. In just 3 seconds, a booming sound came out from inside my head, and my eyeballs flashed with a golden light, which dyed the range of my sight in a golden color. The golden color disappeared. My eyes became brighter. I know in my heart, this has completely opened the resting eye once open. I can also see clearly the strength level of other Xianshi. In less than 16 hours, I completed the conversion of my spiritual power. Lin Mo said that the fastest test he knew of would take a day, which means that I broke the record. At the same time, I am also clear that after my spiritual power is converted into Xian human spiritual power, I am not allowed to go directly to the test of the Xian masters. Because after the conversion of the spiritual power it is still rather vague and not completely stabilized. If I venture to convert the Xian master's spiritual power, my body and my meridians would not be able to carry it. No, after the spiritual transformation was completed, a fighting test was required. I jumped off the jade platform, only to realize that the blood that had been thrown out of my body was everywhere around me, and I opened the door to the compartment to find that there was still a corpse, a ghost, and a demon inside. Corpses are green stiffs, ghosts are ghost soldiers, and demons are similarly unaware of their rank. These three, as long as you take out one of them, you'll be considered to have passed the test. I quickly walked over to the green stiff and reached out to tear off the corpse-fixing talisman on his forehead, and in the next second, the green stiff raised his hand and grabbed towards me. I didn't pull out my Xianmu sword because there was no need for it at all. With my spiritual power transformation completed and my body's strength similarly enhanced, dealing with a green stiff with my bare hands wasn't difficult for me. I do not dodge. A fist toward the green stiff's palm blasted over. Click, a few sounds. The green stiff's several fingers have bent into 90 degrees, and a kick to the green stiff's chest. The green stiff of infinite strength under my foot directly flew backwards, heavily hit the wall behind. Do not wait for him to rush over again. I took 2 steps across the past, a bend. A long time to build up strength of a fist smashed in the top of its knees. Click. Another sound of bones breaking came. The green stiff standing straight instantly turned into a limp zombie, looking a bit like a zombie inside an American drama, and his mobility was much slower. The green stiff lunged down towards me. I dodged and rolled on the ground, slamming my fist on top of the green stiff's neck again. The green stiff's head tilted, looking funny. This is more like a zombie now, I muttered to myself, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of my mouth. This kind of martial arts strength is definitely no less than an average Shin master. After a few more moves, the green stiff completely lay on the ground twitching up. Not that he was lazy and didn't want to move, but his whole body's joints and bones and almost all of them were smashed by me, even the flesh and blood had been completely stiffened. I didn't rush to kill that green stiff. I didn't want to finish the test so early, this record-breaking speed. I can't let others know, just like Lin Mo said, if the self-cultivating Shenshur's test scores are very good, they will be fought over by the other branches, and those who can't fight over them will hunt me down. I returned to meditate on top of that jade platform, because I felt that running the spiritual power transformation mind technique on top of this would make the spiritual power stabilize slightly faster. This time, the Bagua pattern did not continue to run. The warmth coming from the Bagua made me feel that my strength was still slowly rising. This thing is really a powerful thing. If only I could take it away. I know I'm just thinking about it. This is the headquarters of the occult, not a grocery store. In the jade platform above the full meditation for more than 10 hours, this more than 10 hours so that my state of mind has undergone a great change. For the enlightenment of the esoteric spells are one by one in the mind, the charm method, incantation method, ghost control, corpse control. This jade platform doesn't seem to need to be practiced deliberately. Rehearsing it in my mind can make those Shenmen spells more refined. Counting the time, there is less than half a day's time. The Xuanmen's divisions of the fighting competition will begin. I jumped off the jade platform, walked to that still struggling green stiff side, bit through his finger, and drew a blood talisman on its body. Just after the blood talisman was drawn, the green stiff slowly melted into a puddle of corpse water, and at the same time, 2 doors blasted open, one of which led to the 3rd floor, while the other, supposedly, led to the law enforcement division. A Xuanmu sword fell from the door leading to the 3rd floor. I hurriedly walked over, picked up the Xuanmu sword and looked at it. There were actually a few words on it, heaven-level Xuanmu sword. Only these words flickered away, and when I looked again, they were no longer there. Heavenly grade Xianmu sword? I muttered, not knowing what this meant. Could it be that the Xianmu sword was also divided into grades? But it looks like there is no difference between this heaven-grade Xianmu sword and the Xianmu sword that Yu Mengxian gave me. The only difference is that the hilt of the Xianmu sword that Yu Mengxian gave me has the word Zhou on it. I was holding 2 Xuanmu sword, violently chopped together, issued a crisp ringing sound, and then looked. There is still no difference. This day-level Xuanmu sword seems to have no more than the Xuanmu sword in my hands hard well. But I still like this heaven-grade Xuanmu sword of my own. After all, I got it by passing the examination myself. I didn't go up to the 3rd level, even after stabilizing my spiritual energy on top of that jade platform for so long. My Shenshur rank was still at the 2nd Shenren level. There was still a long way to go before I could reach the 6th Shenren level of spiritual transformation, and there wasn't enough time now. I put on my mask and hat, and walked into the door leading to the law enforcement room, and walked through the narrow tunnel to the inside of the law enforcement room, which was just a very ordinary small room, and inside the room there was a wooden table, and behind the wooden table sat an old man who looked like an immortal, and in front of the wooden table I saw Yu Dongling handing the Xuanmu sword in her hand to the old man, and said with her mouth, "Elder, my name is Yu Dongling." Under the observation of the breath eyes, Yu Dongling was already a Shenrun first layer Shenrun, while that old man Shenrun rank, which I actually couldn't see, was feared to be in existence that had already surpassed Xuanzuan. The old man took Yu Dongling's Xuanmu sword, pinched a sword finger and wiped it at the hilt, and the word Yu appeared above the hilt. "Many thanks, senior." Yu Dongling clasped his fist at the old man and turned around to walk into another door. "Congratulations on passing the Xian human examination. Give me your Xian wood sword." The old man looked at me and said. I cupped my fists at the old man, took out my Xianmu sword and said, "Junior Jiaoxi greets senior." The old man turned out the Xuanmu sword, pinched a sword finger as usual, and the fingertips of his index and middle fingers were pressed against the top of the hilt, and suddenly his face was startled, and he looked at me incredulously, and then returned to normal. "Senior, is there a problem?" I asked respectfully. The old man laughed and asked, "Which alliance and which division are you from?" "Elder, latecomer is a self-cultivating Zhuanist," I replied. The old man nodded and said appreciatively, "A self-cultivating Zhuanist, not bad, still wearing a mask, do you need to disguise yourself?" The old man said as he removed his finger and left the word Zhao above the hilt of my Xianmu sword. I think he should have realized that my Xianmu sword is a heaven-grade Xianmu sword. "Need, please elder." I once again clasped my fist and accepted the Xianmu sword that the old man handed over. Chapter 128, The Xianmen Festival begins. The old man nodded and said, "Well, sit down next to me. What type of face do you need?" "Ordinary is fine," I said as I walked over to the old man. I walked to a chair beside the old man. The old man first handed me an elixir, and then told me to close my eyes. I only felt a burst of coolness coming from my face. In less than 10 minutes, I heard the old man say, "Well, look, are you satisfied?" I opened my eyes. At this time, I had turned into a very ordinary appearance. The original handsome face had disappeared. This kind of appearance, even if I was thrown in the crowd, it was still unremarkable. The old man once again took out an elixir and said, "This disguise can only be maintained for 1 year. Of course, within this year, you can also take the initiative to remove your disguise. Just eat this elixir." I reached out to accept the elixir and clasped my fist at the old man. "Many thanks for your generosity, senior." "Ha, your spiritual energy is very pure, there is almost no impurities, your natural talent is also very high, work hard, your future achievements will definitely not be bad, the demonic chi that is faintly emanating from your body. I have also helped you to seal it up for the same period of time of 1 year, Xian ancestor, or below, no one can discover it. However, the more powerful demon clan members, they can still perceive it, and also, your Shenmu sword is the heaven-grade Shenmu sword. Don't tell anyone about this matter, go. The old man said kindly, waving his hand at me. I was even more grateful in my heart. This had always been a heart problem for me. This old man was simply merciful. Thank you, seniors. I cupped my fists and exited the place, walking out of the law enforcement room. All the way out of the assessment tower, I heaved a sigh of relief. Having advanced to the level of Xian human, I was like a lion living inside. Although I knew that I was still not Zhuge Wu's opponent, I was eager to go and find that Li Jing's trouble right now. There were a lot more people around, a full 1 or 2 dozen. These people should also be here to participate in the examination, but all of them were just registering and not going in, and in the distant apron, there were also helicopters falling continuously, and there were even hundreds of people here in the square. Is it Zhao Si Shen Yu? Lin Mo's familiar voice came over, and I smiled and clasped my fists and said, I am, hello, Shen Yu Lin Mo. The fighting competition starts at an hour. There are still 3 hours until now. Would you, Zhao Si Shen, like to go to the inn to rest for a while first? Lin Mo asked. I nodded and said, then I'll trouble you, Lin Mo Xian. Lin Mo smiled, said please and walked towards the inn. On the way, Lin Mo opened his mouth and asked, what level of Shenmu sword did friend Zhao Si Shen get? At this speed, it shouldn't be yellow grade, right? I remembered that the old man from the law enforcement division told me not to divulge this and could only reply, I didn't pay attention, it seems like it's Shen level. That's not bad. Lin Mo said with a smile, and then told me about the examination time of Zhou Peng and Yu Dongling who came with me. Zhou Peng went out a little earlier than Yu Dongling, but it was also almost 2 days. This inn had 3 floors, and many people had already come outside the inn. Lin Mo explained, the Xian sect fighting competition is about to start. This is the Xian sect's once every 5 years event, and the participating Xian practitioners from all over China are coming one after another. Oh, so is this inn staying? I asked with some doubt. Lin Mo said, most people don't stay at the inn, they'll leave after participating in the fighting competition. By the way, fellow Lin Mo Xian, are there any rewards for the dueling competition? I asked with interest. Lin Mo explained, of course there is, this is the manual, look at the specific rules of the fighting competition, I'll help you get a room first. I looked at Lin Mo, who was as enthusiastic as fire, and was grateful that there were still more good people in this world. The room of the inn was not big, only about 20 square meters, but the arrangement inside was ancient and sensational. I opened the manual Lin Mo gave me, which described the rules of the fighting competition. The Xian sect fighting competition was sealed into 2 groups, one for Xian Rin and one for Xian Masters. Those who had a division token could participate in the name of the division. Each division could only send 2 members per group, while self-cultivating Xian Rin was likewise equivalent to a division, and each group could only have 2 participants. After the start of the competition, there would be a separate stage to compete for the qualification of the self-cultivating Xianshi. The competition for the qualification of the self-cultivating Xianshi would be conducted in the form of a ring-keeping match, and the winner could only be decided by using the martial arts method, which could save a lot of time. And to put it in perspective, the self-cultivating Xianshi would have already been treated unfairly in terms of the qualification of the competition. The top 5 of the Xian Rin and Xian Master groups of the fighting competition were rewarded accordingly, and there was only one of these rewards, and that was to obtain the qualification of being able to enter the Xian sect's headquarters of the Hidden Scripture Pavilion to cultivate, with the first place being able to cultivate for a year's time, the second place for 9 months, the third place for 6 months, the fourth place for 3 months, and the fifth place for only 1 month's time. And the time of entry can still be adjusted. For example, if I just learn for a month, then the rest of the time can be recorded and used next time. The Xianmen sect's headquarters of the Hidden Scripture Cabinet is the place that all Xianmen dream of, which includes almost all of the Xianmen spells books, even some very remote Xianmen spells, which are also involved here. If one can cultivate for a year inside the Hidden Scripture Cabinet, then the gain is definitely very great. I'm also looking forward to being able to enter the Xianmen sect's headquarters Hidden Scriptures. There are so many things I need to learn. Now from the opening of the tomb of the Marquis of Wu, there is still that point to a year time, this fighting competition. Even if I do not get a first place, I also want to get a second place. After making up my mind, I raised my hand and sacrificed Zhong Chi-Chi, ready to sacrifice her some more, only that as soon as Zhong Chi-Chi came out, she quickly burrowed inside the ring, and told me that the magnetic field here was very special, and that she couldn't stay down. On second thought I thought yes, if the monsters and ghosts could just come here, the Xianmen headquarters would be a bit too watery. 5 hours passed quickly, I got up and left the room. These 5 hours I took a nap, now I feel more energetic. Just opened the door, I saw an acquaintance. This person is a person from the Demon Beheading Alliance, named Yilinger, the strength of the 3rd layer of the Xianshi. When he came across me in Yumeng Xian in the corpse village, at that time, he could see that there was a demonic aura left behind by Zhao Xian on me, and he almost even fought with me. However, I had changed my appearance now, and my demonic aura had been sealed by that old man as well, so she didn't recognize me at all. Naturally, I wouldn't greet her either, but quickly walked towards the central square. Above the square, there were already more than 400 or 500 people, and there were helicopters continuing to land, and these helicopters flew away immediately after landing to make room for the other helicopters. Seeing so many Shinmen, I also sigh in my heart. In fact, there are really quite a lot of strange people in Huaxia. These 400 to 500 people, a large part of them are here to compete, not the full number of Shinmen, those who have reached the level of Xuanzuan or even Suanzuzu. In addition to leading the team, very few people will come here, so the people we see here are basically Shin Masters and Shinmen. Shin Masters have to be a little bit more, probably accounted for 70%. 5 rings have been built, the ring length and width of each 10 meters. The square is very large, so many people in it does not seem crowded. My eyes constantly searching for these people, actually did not see Zhugewu, Zhou Pine, and Yu Dongling. I did see, standing beside them. There are 3 other people, these 3 people, 2 of them, I have seen before in the clearing in the forest. There is also a stranger. But the Xianshi grade has reached the Xian Master 6th level, just 1 step away from being able to cross into the Xian Zun level. The people from the Unified Law Division, I saw them as well, and they were led by Tianzi himself, and by his side stood the clean-cut man I had seen in the forest clearing before. And what made me even more puzzled was that I actually saw a person from the Unreturned Division, who was actually Yi Shuyu. When she was in the 4th class of the first high school's senior year, Yi Shuyu was revealed by Zhugewu that she was the person hidden in the 4th class of the senior year by the Wuji branch, and her martial arts attainments were very high, but wasn't she killed by Zhugewu at the back? Why is she still here? Did Zhugewu not really kill her? Li Jing was likewise seen by me. He stood not far from those members of the hunting and killing division. By his side, the same stood 4 people. This Li Jing's Xianshi level is really not Xianzun, but only a Xianshi 5th layer. The people around him have different levels of realm. There is a Xianren 1st layer, there is a Xianren 6th layer, the other 2 a Xianshi 3rd layer, a Xianshi 2nd layer. All of the self-cultivating Xianshi automatically walk towards the outermost side of a ring. This ring is for self-cultivating Xianshi to compete for the qualification to participate in the race. When I walked over, I found that self-cultivating Xianshi is not a lot of people, only 20 or so. Most of the self-cultivating Xianshi basically with masks, Xianshi and Xianshi masters half and half. So that I am a little puzzled is that Yi Linger, actually also a self-cultivating Xianshi, and she did not take a mask. The square looked crowded, but it was not noisy. Very few people would chat. Even those from the same branch would rarely talk to each other, so the only thing that could be heard at the scene was the sound of footsteps. Not long ago, an old man with a white face and white beard stood up on a ring in the very center. He cleared his voice and said, "Welcome to all the Xian friends to come to Xian sect headquarters to participate in the once every 5 years Xian sect fighting competition. I'm the elder of the Xian sect headquarters, Sima Zhengping." That's the end of today's update. Good night everyone. Thank you Fairy. Chapter 129, Xian Zu's 1,000-mile choice. Sima Zhengping's words, originally silent those Xian people suddenly exploded pot. I look a little puzzled. Sima Zhengping so high prestige? Actually able to let these Xianshers so excited? Wow, it's Senior Sima. This is the first time I've seen Senior Sima in real life. It's even more immortal than the legends. Yi Linger said to herself with her eyes in a daze. The surrounding area even started to talk about it. This trip wasn't in vain. Even if I didn't get the name, it was enough. Yes, it's no regret in this life to be able to catch a glimpse of Senior Sima's true face. I've heard that Senior Sima has been in seclusion for 20 years in order to impact the immortal Shen Lord realm. I wonder if he has succeeded. You're talking nonsense. Senior Sima has already been in the immortal Shen Lord realm long ago, okay? The seclusion is to touch a higher realm. Nonsense. If Senior Sima was already in the immortal Shen Lord realm, would the Shen sect still be falling apart like it is now? What do you know? I have a feeling that with Senior Sima's departure this time, the order of the Shen sect will be reorganized. TSK, worthy of being the number 1 person in the Shen sect. Regardless of whether Senior Sima is in the immortal Shen Lord realm or not, it's not for us to discuss. Participate in the competition properly. From the sounds of these miscellaneous discussions, I probably understood what was going on. No wonder Sima Zhengping's appeal was so high, so it turned out to be a top powerhouse that could impact the immortal Shen Lord realm. I pinched my sword fingers with both hands and opened my innate yin and yang eyes. Innate yin and yang eyes and resting eyes can be fused. It should be no problem to see a higher realm Xianshi. Both eyes opened, I looked at Sima Zhengping. His realm was a bit blurry, I couldn't see exactly, but I was almost certain that the spiritual energy contained in Sima Zhengping was still that of a Shen ancestor realm, and hadn't been transformed into that of an immortal Shen Lord. I couldn't see the exact layers, but it was definitely a top Shen ancestor. A top-level Shen ancestor powerhouse in the Shen sect is already a phoenix feather in the existence, like Zhugewu and Tianzi, like the division of the Ministry of the Palm and the Vice Ministry of the Palm, are only Shenzun realm of the powerhouse, and Shenzun to become a Shen ancestor, that not only need decades of time, but also need to be unparalleled talent. Shen sect inside the rumor of a seemingly very level words called, into the Shen as much as a dog, Shen people full of people, Shen master is also quite a lot, and the Shen master is not easy to find. Xuanzuan is not easy to find, Xuanzu thousands of miles to pick, immortal Shen Lord no one too. Although it sounds like there is no level, but the fact is so, the Xuanzu realm of the Xuanzua that are 1 in 1,000 existence, and the whole of China, the Xuanzua is only a small few thousand people, Xuanzua at most 3 or 2, and the known top Xuanzua powerhouse, it is estimated that there is only Sima Zhengping a person. Sima Zhengping reached down and pressed, continued, I have heard the discussion of all of you, many Shin you know that I closed for 20 years to impact the immortal Shin master thing, unfortunately, these 20 years I did not succeed, I even feel the realm of the immortal Shin master, away from me is still very far, and now the demon race and the spirit race is growing stronger and stronger, while the Shenmen ministries are still in the collusion, Shenmen internal trouble and external trouble, if this situation continues to develop, in less than 100 years, the Shenmen sect will cease to exist, and the world will be overrun by demons and spirits. Sima Zhengping finished the sentence, making everyone silent, but silence to silence, everyone in their hearts also understand that nowadays the Shenmen sect is in decline, after the last sect master feathering, in fact, the Shenmen sect has no strength to suppress the demon race as well as the spirit race, if there was, the Shenmen sect would not have turned into what it is now. Therefore, what should be the case is still the case, most of these Shenshur have a kind of mindset of sweeping the snow in front of the door and not caring about the frost on the tiles of others, and they come here to participate in the Shenshur fighting competition purely for the sake of obtaining the opportunity to enter the scripture pavilion. Sima Zhengping also knew that what he said couldn't play much of a role, but he had to say that the Shin sect didn't have a sect master right now, and even if he was highly respected, there was no reason for him to meddle in the affairs of other branches. He cleared his throat, and continued, this matter is clear to everyone in their hearts, so I won't ramble on anymore. And now the Shin sect fighting competition has officially begun, and in accordance with the old rules. Above the ring, life and death do not count. Sima Zhengping's words had just fallen, several rings had people jumping up, and above the ring of self-cultivating Zuanists, Yi Linger was the first to jump up, her mouth said. Yi Linger, a self-cultivating Zuanist, accepts the picks of all Zuanists in the Zuanist group. Before Yi Linger finished speaking, a masked Shen master of the 5th level jumped up and mouthed, self-cultivating Shen master Gu Qing, I'll be taught Yi Xuanyo's superior skills. Yi Linger let out a light laugh, drew her Shin Mu sword, and directly stood in a ball with Gu Qing. The two of them were going back and forth, evenly matched. I quietly watched. These two people's martial arts strength is comparable, but Yi Linger, who is at the 3rd level of Shenshur, is going to have a slight upper hand, although she can't crush Gu Qing. It's only a matter of time before she wins the match. Yi Linger is also good. The level is not as high as Gu Qing, but the strength is a bit stronger than Gu Qing. I guess the natural talent is also excellent. It wasn't long before Yi Linger's offense was even more swift, and Gu Qing was blown off the stage without any surprises. Gu Qing had just landed on the ground when another Shin Master 4th level Shin Master jumped up. He didn't say anything and directly made his move, however, this time the time was even shorter. It was just less than 3 minutes before he was blown off the tournament stage. I had been carefully watching Yi Linger's strikes, thinking in my heart that if it was me fighting her, I shouldn't lose, and if she didn't hide her strength, I could even win against her. Seeing this, I was slightly relieved that I couldn't participate in the Shin Master Group's competition, and the first place in the Shin Human Group should be securely mine. Next, Yi Linger defeated 3 more Shin Masters, and it was an easy victory. By now, there were no more Shin Masters going up to challenge Yi Linger. After watching for so long, everyone knew Yi Linger's strength. Yi Linger smiled and said, your Shin friends are obliged. Shin friends from the Shin Human Group come up. Yi Linger had just jumped down from the ring when his Shin Human 6th layer Shin jumped up. He looked at the Shin people under the stage and said coldly from his mouth, I don't want to waste time, so I, Tuzhin, won't be as merciful as Senior Sister Yi. Senior Sita said that the ring match doesn't care about life and death, so whoever doesn't want to live comes up here and sacrifices their swords to me. This man was big and thick, his features were even more rugged, and instead of holding a Shin Mu sword in his hand, he was holding a weapon that looked like a pig-killing knife, living like a butcher. After waiting for a few seconds, a thin female Shenrun jumped up, Shenrun 4th level, looking for death. Tuzhin directly raised the knife in his hand, directly toward the girl cut over. The girl panicked to dodge, the hand of the Shen Mu sword toward the Tuzhin abdomen stabbed over, and Tuzhin's strength is obviously above the girl, his hands are equally agile, dodged the girl's Shen Mu sword, the hand of the killing knife turned, directly toward the girl's left hand to cut, this kind of speed and shot. It is estimated that even ordinary Shen master, he is not afraid. This move, faster, the girl's legs stomped, instantly backed up and pulled away, even so, the left arm was still cut open a very large mouth, blood instantly ran red clothes. I admit defeat. The girl clasped her fists and turned around, ready to get off the stage and leave, while Tuzhin simply acted as if she hadn't heard it, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Knowing that the situation was not good, I instantly drew out my Shin Mu sword, and that Tuzhin really had no intention of letting this girl go, fiercely chasing after her towards this girl. I jumped quickly onto the stage with both feet. Ding! Tuzhin's blade was blocked by my Shin Mu sword at a distance of no more than 20 centimeters from the girl's back, and the girl realized that Tuzhin was trying to kill her, and she gratefully said to me, thank you, senior brother. It's okay, go down first. I said calmly. Tuzhin couldn't succeed in his sneak attack and withdrew his pig-killing knife, saying with his mouth, you're dead, I'll make you not even have a chance to admit defeat. Chapter 130, Grade 5 Ghost Handling Talisman. Oh. I responded faintly and raised the Shin Mu sword in my hand. Tujin's eyes were bursting with murderous anger, hating to chop me into mincemeat in general, and with the cross of the pig-killing knife, he rushed towards me, my figure flashed and then flashed again, and then a sword stabbed Tujin's waist. Tujin's level of martial arts was really good. The angle of my sword was extremely tricky, his body twisted out at an incredible angle, avoiding my sword and slashing towards me again. I retreated a few steps back. It seems to be impossible to hide most of my strength. I won't kill this Tujin, but at least I will let him be seriously injured. There are 2 places in each group, the second place in the Shinren group. I really don't want him to get it. The stronger the person like this, the more harmful he is to the society. The pig-killing knife in Tujin's hand slashed again. I met it. The Shenmu sword blocked the pig-killing knife, and I suddenly exerted my strength, and my fist blasted Tujin's chest. Ka ka ka. A few sounds of broken ribs came from Tujin as he flew out backwards and fell onto the tournament stage, opening his mouth and spewing out a large mouthful of internal blood. This punch had already injured his internal organs. Although it was not fatal, he was already seriously injured. You. What are you? Tujin looked at me incredulously, and the other self-cultivating Shin masters also had their mouths wide open, even those Shin masters. I glanced at Tujin, clasped my fist at the stage and said, Jiaoxi, I voluntarily accept the challenge from all of you Shin friends. No one spoke. One punch blasted Tujin into serious injury. They were not even interested in trying. I waited for 10 seconds. No one came up, then jumped off the stage. Then Gu Cheng jumped onto the stage once again and said with his mouth, the second spot in the Shin master group, Gu Cheng accepts the challenge from all Shin friends. In less than half an hour's time, Gu Cheng defeated another Xianshi 5th layer and gained the second spot, while the Shinren group likewise had a Shinren 6th layer gain the second spot. After deciding on the 4 spots, we headed towards the Genin group on the main stage. The match on the main stage was in full swing. The Shinren group had 2 stages, one of which was for the members of the Ghost Hunter Alliance to fight. There were special Shenmen formations arranged on the stage to guard the Yin souls that were allowed to exist. The other stage was specifically for the Demon Chopper Alliance members to compete. The fights of the members of the Demon Slayers Alliance were mainly based on martial arts, as their guardian demonic beasts were not allowed to be brought in, and there was no such thing as a soul collector spell weapon that could bring in the guardian demonic beasts. Strictly speaking, the members of the Demon Chopper Alliance were a bit higher in martial arts attainment than the members of the Ghost Hunter Alliance, as they had been practicing in the mountains and wilderness all year round, and their physical fitness would be stronger. I watched the stage for a while, thinking about going to the Demon Slayer Alliance's stage to participate in the competition. My guardianine spirit was a ghost general, and if I sacrificed my guardianine spirit, I would surely be recognized by Tianzi as well as Zhou Ping and the rest of them, and if I didn't, I would have to go 1-on-2, which was a bit of a problem for me. The tournament system of both platforms was a round-robin system, with people from each division drawing lots to determine the order in which they would take the field, and there were 12 divisions competing in the Ghost Hunter Alliance, with 24 people taking part in the Shenron group's fight. There were 10 divisions participating in the Demon Chopper Alliance, with a total of 20 people participating in the Shenron group's fights, and after deciding on the top 3, the self-cultivating Shenron could pick any of the ranked people to challenge, and after the challenge was won, there would be a ranked confrontation match. The so-called ranking confrontation match, that is, the first place of the Ghost Hunter Alliance versus the first place of the Demon Chopper Alliance, the second place versus the second place, the third place versus the third place loser eliminated, the person who won ranked 5th, and the person who won among the first place ranked 1st, and the person who lost ranked 2nd. This rule might seem unfair and might make the strongest people fall out, but it was the greatest fairness to both alliances, as both had 2 guaranteed slots to enter the Hidden Scripture Pavilion. After waiting for almost half a day, the round-robin system of the 2 alliances was nearing its end, with 3 more fights each to determine who the top 3 would be. The Shenron fights between the 2 alliances were really vicious. Of the 24 people in the Ghost Hunter Alliance's Shenron group, 6 died on the fighting stage, while the match between the Demon Beheader Alliances was even more vicious, having already killed 7. I am also speechless in my heart. This is just a fighting competition between the Shin men within the Shin men. The people who can come to participate in the fighting are all considered the best, but they have no desire to keep people for the Shin men. In the case of the strength to crush can be decapitated, more than half of them will not be merciful at all.
Zhou Ping of the Hunting and Killing Division, challenging Wu Shanyu.
Zhou Peng's voice broke my contemplation. I turned my head to look. Zhou Peng had already jumped onto the tournament stage by now. This person surnamed Wu belonged to the kind of person who had no bottom line. 3 of the 6 people who died were killed by him, and it was reasonable to say that no one would go looking for trouble after he did this, but Zhou Peng was on it because this Wu Shanyu was at this moment in the ring-keeping tournament for the first place in the Ghost Hunter Alliance. Hee, I don't care to kill one more. Surnamed Wu coldly laughed, did not hesitate to move towards Zhou Peng. His guardian spirit is a 6th-order ghost soldier, while Zhou Peng's guardian spirit is still only a 3rd-order ghost soldier. Fortunately Zhou Peng's attainments in the martial arts above than this surnamed Wu to be slightly higher. The balance between the 2 can barely cope with. But this was only temporary, because it was impossible for Zhou Peng's 3rd-order ghost soldiers to hold back surnamed Wu's 6th-order ghost soldiers for a long time. it would only take a few minutes for Zhou Peng's third-order ghost soldiers to lose the battle, and Zhou Peng would quickly fall into a disadvantage when he was 1-on-2 at that time. And in these few minutes, there was no way for Zhou Peng to win over his opponent in terms of martial arts, because this Surname Wu's stances and dodging feats were equally powerful. Surname Wu was smart enough to know where his strengths were, and by recruiting Zhou Peng for a few minutes, he could win the match. Zhou Peng also knew, but he did not have the slightest way, just keep attacking, surnamed Wu constantly dodging, side-by-side taunts. Zhou Peng was originally a violent temper, fight to the end, the more you fight the more chaotic, only a little bit of a small advantage, but also disappeared without a trace. I shook my head for a while in my heart. If this goes on, Zhou Peng is likely to lose. Losing is a small matter. If Zhou Peng is killed because of this fighting match, it would be too unworthy. Zhou Peng, back off. Yu Dongling shouted from the stage. She likewise did not want Zhou Peng to die here, because the scoreboard showed that Zhou Peng had actually temporarily won third place in the fighting competition, and even if he withdrew from this match, he still had a chance. I know Zhou Peng's temperament very well, he will not retreat at all until he has no choice, and just after Yu Dongling's words were finished, Zhou Peng's guardianine spirit was torn apart by the guardianine spirit surnamed Wu, and turned into nothingness, and that guardianine spirit swooped towards Zhou Peng without stopping. Zhou Peng suddenly stopped to continue attacking the one surnamed Wu. Haha laughed and turned towards the guardianine spirit surnamed Wu and rushed over. His hand suddenly pulled out a golden talisman seal from the inside of his coat pocket, and with great speed, he slapped the golden talisman seal on the Yin spirit with a slap. That Yin soul's soul body suddenly lurched and changed direction to charge directly towards the one surnamed Wu. This reversal caught the people a bit off guard. What's going on? How did he get a golden rune? Wu Beishan is going to lose, and the guardian Yin souls are turning against him. How the hell did that happen? Surrounding a murmur, I can see clearly, can instantly control someone else's guardianine soul to turn against each other, is definitely a 5th level of ghost control talisman. 5th level of ghost control talisman at least need the Shenzu level of Shenshur can be drawn out, because inside the Shenzu Shenshur's spiritual power needs to be injected, in order to be able to do instantly control a ghost soldier level of guardian Inshur. Of course, level 3 and 4 ghost harnessing talismans could also control guardianine spirits at the ghost soldier level, but it would take a certain amount of time. Zhou Peng actually had such a high-grade talisman seal, no wonder he had a very confident look on his face. Nope. Only to see the surname Wu suddenly formed a hand seal, slapped on his own chest, a mouthful of internal blood sprayed out, his mouth shouted and recited, Guardian Revolt, the contract does not exist, blood sacrifice to wield the spirit, burst. Boom. With a sound, his guardianine soul suddenly turned into air around him and disappeared into thin air. He was dissolving his contract with the guardianine soul. As soon as the guardianine spirit exploded, he jumped to the place of the explosion in one step, reached out and grabbed the golden talisman seal and stuffed it into his pocket, saying with his mouth, level 5 ghost harnessing talisman, thanks a lot. Zhou Peng's original smug smile disappeared, followed by another hefty laugh and said, then you have to have the life to take it. Now that Wu Batian's guardianine spirit had disappeared and there was only martial law to tease, where was the chance of winning? Something that made people's jaws drop appeared once again. The surname Wu did not continue to tangle with Zhou Peng, but violently backed up a few steps and jumped off the ring, his mouth saying, the first place is given to you is. Zhou Peng was too angry to speak at this time. A 5th grade ghost harnessing talisman, even if it encountered a ghost king leveling spirit, it would be equally effective. Not all Shen ancestors can draw a level 5 ghost harnessing talisman. This requires extremely high attainments in talisman law and is extremely valuable. For a ghost hunter, a level 5 ghost harnessing talisman, it is equivalent to a life. This Wu Batian knew that he couldn't beat Zhou Peng above the martial arts and so he retreated. This was no loss to him. Instead he also got a level 5 ghost harnessing talisman. Asterisk 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 Q, give me back the talisman. The preciousness of this talisman is clear to Zhou Peng himself, not just him. I am also equally eager to get such a talisman that can save my life. Ha, can you bite me? You're already number 1, be content. The surname Wu said proudly. Zhou Peng huffed and puffed and jumped off the stage. Wu Batian jumped up again, took out the 5th grade ghost harnessing talisman and shook it, saying proudly, I've already let out the first place, I'm now guarding the second place. Is there anyone who is willing to come and compete with me? I pondered a little, and didn't want to go back to the Demon Chopper Alliance's stage to compete for a place, but instead walked down to the stage, and with a bend of my legs, I jumped straight up, and said with my mouth, self-cultivating Zuanist Jiaoxi, to receive the high level of skill of senior martial brother? Xianran's second layer? Wu Batian frowned and suddenly said with a laugh, you just called me senior martial brother? Sorry, should have called you Takeshi apprentice. I said with a smile. Chapter 131, Welcome to Yama. I'll take that as you saying your last words. Wu Batian gritted his teeth and grasped the Xian Mu sword and rushed over. No matter whether it was speed or strength, he was much stronger than Tuzhen. It's really different when you come from this section, but in my opinion, it's not so much of a threat to me. He didn't have a guardianine spirit, and there was no need for me to sacrifice Song Chichi. This was the reason I came up to challenge him, although even if he still had a guardianine spirit in place, I wasn't afraid of him because my talismanic attainments were already at the peak level of the 2nd grade, and even if there were any more powerful ghost soldiers, it wouldn't be too much of a threat in my opinion. Wu Baishan's attack is rapid, anger makes his fighting strength burst, the killing opportunity in his eyes is not hidden, every sword is trying to put me to death, I dodge while fighting, I don't want to win Wu Baishan so easily in public, after all, I need to hide my real strength. And Wu Baishan enough to fight for almost 10 minutes, I in his body is very skillfully left 4 shallow wounds, these wounds do not seem to Wu Baishan too much, but cannot attainment a little higher people, can see that these 4 wounds will be with Wu Baishan continue to exert more and more big, the pain does not have a lot of, but the bleeding speed is very fast, his own essence consumption is also very big. Only this 10 minutes time, Wu Baishan has been exhausted, movement slowed down a lot, as he felt wrong want to exit the stage, I suddenly launched a fierce attack, he exhausted me ing, just a few moves, let want to exit the stage Wu Baishan fell on the stage above, feet tendons were picked by me to break. You! What are you doing? Wu Baishan no longer had his previous domineering demeanor, his hands propped up on the ground as he slowly backed away, his eyes filled with fear. I slowly walked over and mouthed, that's a nice talisman, hand it over to me and I'll spare you. Okay, thanks. Wu Baishan's face was happy, but a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he put his hand into his pocket. Seeing the look in Wu Batian's eyes, I knew that he was going to do something bad, his hand quickly drew outward, and all I saw was that he was grasping a bulging mass of something that definitely wasn't that level 5 ghost harnessing talisman, that was shaped somewhat like a gun instead. The Xianmu sword in my hand swung out violently, directly piercing his heart. Junior seeking death, how dare you kill my son? An angry voice suddenly came from behind, a man in a grey robe with a beard suddenly rushed onto the stage, I turned around fiercely and saw a dark-colored 2-section Xianmu sword stabbing towards me. I hurriedly took a few steps back, this person, is definitely a Xianzun powerhouse, and possesses strength no less than Tianzi. You seek death. While I was contemplating whether or not to sacrifice Song Chi-Chi to fend it off, another familiar voice came over, and a figure flew up at a surprisingly fast speed, and slapped the back of the bearded man with a slap, so fast that the bearded man didn't have a chance to react at all. Boom! The man with the beard was directly slapped off the tournament stage by this seemingly light slap, and the person who struck out at him was none other than Sima Zhengping, an elder of the Xian sect headquarters. Good strong. My heart secretly shocked, just now Sima Zhengping really fly up, martial arts TV inside the light power is not as exaggerated as him, light power at least speed is still in the common sense, the Sima Zhengping fly up, that is not slower than a speeding car, this beard is at least a Xuanzu strong, actually do not have any chance to resist. Is this the strength of a Xuanzu powerhouse? Wu Yuan Kuei, if you disrupt the order of the fight again, I will no longer show mercy. Sima Zhengping said coldly as he looked at the bearded man who had fallen to the ground. Wu Yuan Kuei stood up in a panic, opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of internal blood, he didn't even have time to wipe the blood at the corner of his mouth, he cupped his fists at Sima Zhengping and said, Senior, it's me that was impulsive, but I only have this one son, the Jiaoxi bullied too much, Badian promised to give him the talisman, and he killed him with a deadly hand. This kind of villain that doesn't believe in his words, deserves to die. I let out a cold smile and clasped my fists at Sima Zhengping and said, thank you senior for saving my life. Afterwards, I walked over to Wu Baishan's side and pulled his hand out from inside his pocket, a gun was gripped tightly in his hand, I took his hand and shook it, and said with my mouth, is this the talisman your son is going to give me? After I finished speaking, I took out the 5th grade ghost harnessing talisman and nonchalantly slipped it into my pocket. Sima Zhengping also walked to Wu Baishan's side, picked up Wu Baishan's Xianmu sword, lifted his foot and tucked it on top of Wu Baishan's corpse, and Wu Baishan's corpse of nearly 200 pounds flew towards a pillar like a leather ball. Sima Zhengping raised his hand and flung it slightly, the Xianmu sword similarly flew out, and the moment Wu Baishan's body happened to hit the pillar, the Xianmu sword pierced through his body and nailed his body to the top of the pillar. If you sneak attack with a concealed weapon, I can pretend that nothing happened, with a gun? Oh, shameless to the extreme. Sima Zhengping looked at Wu Yuan Kuei and said in a faint voice. Wu Yuan Kuei did not have any temper at this time, he was stared at by Sima Zhengping, his body is not a taste, at this time, he did not dare to refute, just as Sima Zhengping said, if the concealed weapon sneak attack, that is also considered a skill, at least there is a martial arts background in it, but with a gun, that is to risk the Xuanman's not obscure. Yes, senior taught me a lesson, it is me, Wu Yuan Kuei, who taught my son poorly. Wu Yuan Kuei bowed his head and endured his mistake, Sima Zhengping did not pay any attention to him, but looked at me and asked, your name is Zhao Si? Yes senpai. Well, Wu Yuan Kuei sneak attack you, you have the right to have the law enforcement hall at the headquarters adjudicate him, what do you mean? Sima Zhengping asked. I glanced at Wu Yuan Kuei, he also looked at me blearily at this moment, seemingly pleading, could he not know that he would be punished for violating the rules of the tournament, it is just that it could really be out of love for his only son that he lost his mind in anger, rushing to this fatherly love, I don't think that I should make things difficult for him, moreover, he is already a Xuanzuan powerhouse. The Xuanzuan powerhouses of Xian sect are not many, it's true. I thought about it a little and said, Wu Xianyu also loves his son, I don't blame him, Senior Sima, let's leave it at that. Good, I hope you won't regret it. Sima Zhengping made a leap after he finished speaking and flew off the tournament stage, disappearing into the crowd.
I let out a sigh of relief. Sima Jingping's strength, if he wanted to kill me, it would probably not be much more complicated than pinching an ant. Even if it was Wu Yuan Kuei who wanted to kill me right now, it would still be a very easy thing to do. My eyes fell on Wu Yuan Kuei, only to see that he was now like a completely different person again, looking at me with eyes full of killing intent. I also guessed that he could be like this, but I wasn't worried. This was the Xianmen sect's headquarters. He definitely didn't dare to do anything to me, and just said to me, "Xiao Si, Yan Fu welcomes you." The people around me sighed and shook their heads when they heard this, and everyone knows that this is a naked threat. Yanfu Division MOU and I have said, but for threats, I will not put it in my heart. Fellow Jiaoxi Xian, you are now the provisional second-place winner of the Ghost Hunter Alliance. Since Wu Batian is dead, there is still a third place to be decided, so fellow Jiaoxi Xian can ask if there are any challengers. If not, please step aside from the stage. A disciple from the Xian sect headquarters voiced out a reminder, no one is coming to challenge me right now. I nodded my head and asked with my mouth, does any Xian you want to continue the challenge? After waiting for 10 seconds and no one answered, I suddenly pointed at Zhou Peng with my Xian Mu sword and said with my mouth, I'm going to challenge Zhou Peng of the Hunting and Killing Division for the number 1 position. Say sorry for all the late updates today. I've kept you all waiting. Something really delayed me. Sorry. That's all for today. Good night everyone. Thank you. Chapter 132 Martial Law Decision Number 1. The reason why he wanted to challenge Zhou Peng was also because he wanted to try out his stance, and even more crucially, if he was in the number 1 position, he would never be able to win against that number 1 in the Demon Chopper Alliance. Maybe he didn't pay attention to himself, but I have been observing the battle over there. The first person of the Demon Chopper on martial arts, compared to Zhou Peng, is not bad at all, and that person is extremely cunning and cruel, and Wu Batian, the Demon Chopper Alliance in the fight died 7, 4 of which he took out. Take out the person's technique, and I just dealt with the Wu Batian the same way. The first unknowingly consume, so that people do not have the opportunity to withdraw from the game. The suddenly, he killed them. This kind of tactic is a bit despicable. I used it. That's because I didn't intend to kill Wu Batian in the beginning. It's just that he wanted to use the gun to sneak attack me, and I had to finish him off. And that person is different. From the very beginning of the exchange of hands is a step-by-step calculation, with the purpose of decapitating other people. Zhou Peng is now without a guardianing soul in his hands, absolutely can't be pleasured, and even there is still the possibility that it will be the 5th dead soul under his hands. When Zhou Peng saw that I was going to challenge him, he could choose to concede defeat. In fact, judging from the strength I had shown, if he hadn't retained his strength, then he would definitely lose. Originally thought that Zhou Peng back directly admit defeat and retire to the second, but this goods actually popped up at once. Mouth said, Hunting and Killing Division Zhou Peng, accept your challenge. I nodded silently. The Xian Mu sword pulled a few sword blossoms, making a stance of preparing for a martial arts fight. I didn't expect Zhou Peng to accept the challenge. He had taught me before, and maybe he could tell something from inside my martial arts stances, so I had to be a little more cautious, and try my best not to let him find out anything. If it was someone else, it might be a bit difficult, but Zhou Peng was so nervous that he wasn't that careful at all, so this matter was going to be relatively much easier for me. Zhou Peng rushed over while saying, if I win, the first position will still be given to you, but you have to return my level 5 ghost harnessing talisman to me. I smiled and said, good. Zhou Peng fight very easily, without the kind of ferocity to put people to death, but the more fight to the back I realized, Zhou Peng at the beginning of the hidden strength, his martial arts strength, absolutely in that Wu Batian on top of a lot of that few minutes, he should be able to win the Wu Batian, but he intentionally did not win. A little bit of thought would have revealed his purpose. He just wanted to use the ghost harnessing talisman to get that 6th rank ghost soldier of Wu Batian, so he intentionally didn't win the match, but rather, Wu Batian's guardianing souls took out his guardianing souls, and then he would be able to control Wu Batian's guardianing souls, because, at the present time, his strength was not enough to establish a contractual connection with 2 guardianing souls at the same time. Unfortunately, he had stolen the chicken without getting it, and Wu Batian had sacrificed his guardianing soul and then seized his level 5 ghost harnessing talisman. Zhou Peng's attack more and more ferocious. My strength layer by layer was dialed, played nearly 3 minutes. The two of us show the strength. Already our Xianshi can have the strength of the martial arts, and is not the general Xianshi. Zhou Peng, this martial arts genius, really is not a joke. My suicide transformation of Xianshi spiritual force am actually only slightly stronger than him. You are very strong. Zhou Peng eventually stopped. I can see that his strength is still hidden, just that he is also very clear in his heart. If he fights again, he will not be able to win just the same. He is also hiding his strength, and cannot expose all of it. I clasped my fists and smiled. I'll take it. Brother, can you return my talisman to me? This talisman was lent to me by the palm of my hunting branch, and I'm going to return it. Zhou Peng was as deadpan as ever, and I suddenly recalled that earlier in the corpse raising place, when Baiyu appeared with an undying bone sword in his hand, he shamelessly asked if people could give him the undying bone sword as a meet and greet gift. I shook my head and said, I'm sorry, that's my trophy, and because of it, I'm now a thorn in the side of the Info division. I know very well that I can't give this talisman. No one will be stupid enough to give him back to the hand of the 5th level of ghost control talisman, unless the relationship is particularly good, but on the surface we are tasteless. Just give him back to him, maybe he won't think of anything.
while the other people in the hunting and killing division and all the people present will surely be puzzled. What's more, he said that this 5th level of ghost control talisman is Juga Wu gave him. Since it is Juga Wu's stuff, I will not give it back even more. I'm sure Juga Wu will never give him a hard time. Moreover, this level 5 ghost harnessing talisman is of great use to me. I am now majoring in talismanic techniques, and the level 5 ghost harnessing talisman is able to benefit me greatly in my senses. Zhou Peng sighed and didn't dwell on it. He didn't have anything to say when his skills were inferior. Even if his face was thicker, he wouldn't stalk him. After Zhou Peng and I finished fighting, another person jumped up. This person should be guarding the 3rd place of the ring. This person looks a little familiar. After a little recollection, I remembered. This person is the Shenron 6th layer next to Li Jing. I am very reluctant to Li Jing's people to enter the top 3, but there's no way. I can't challenge the 3rd place with the 1st place, which is not in accordance with the rules of the competition. That Shenron 6th layer did not disappoint Li Jing, and after defeating the 2, there was no one else to challenge him, and less than half an hour after the top 3 of the Ghost Hunter Alliance had been determined, the top 3 of the Demon Beheader Shenron group were likewise determined. There were no surprises in the first place. It was that man who was just as brutal as Wu Badian, named Ping Chuan, Shenron 5th layer, from the Demon Beheader Alliance Ping Demon branch. The second place was a man called Jin Tofeng, Shenron 6th level, and the third place was also Shenron 6th level. 6 people, competing for the first 5 spots, only one will be eliminated, and the first match will be a duel between the 2 first-place finishers, that is, me versus Pinechen. A deacon from the Xian sect headquarters first jumped onto the ring and said with his mouth full, according to the old rules, for the fight between the Ghost Hunter and the Demon Beheader, there are 2 choices. The first one is a pure martial arts competition where the Ghost Hunter cannot sacrifice his guardianine soul. The other option is that the Ghost Hunter can sacrifice a guardianine soul, and the Xian sect headquarters will send out a 6th-ranked Green Rigid to assist the Demon Beheader in the fight, and now I would like to ask the 2 participants to come up to the stage and decide on the method of the fight. Pinechen and I jumped onto the ring almost at the same time. Pinechen said directly, I mean, it's a pure martial arts competition. To be honest, the green stiff is not very useful to my opponent, but if my opponent is a shrinking turtle, I can also choose the green stiff to assist me in the fight. I reserve my opinion on how to choose it, and listen to you on everything. I said with an oh so subtly, then as you wish, a pure martial arts match. Demon Slayers are born with higher attainments in martial arts than Ghost Hunters, and he is right, although green stiffs are comparable in strength to Shenron ranked Shenron, but that is only according to common sense. This is a competition between the first place. Green stiffs are not useful to me at all, and Zong Chichi can almost kill a green stiff in seconds. But Zong Chichi was a secret that was enough to expose my identity, so his offer of a pure martial arts match was both expected and what my heart desired. You have some vigor, I suddenly can't bear to kill you. Hirakawa was clad in a dark green robe, his head hidden inside a hooded cap, looking somewhat cold. I spread my hands and said, all the same, I'm not going to kill you. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. In the ring, I won't be merciful to anyone. Moreover, the third place is my senior brother. I don't want to let him have a chance to be eliminated. I just watched your fight. Your strength is indeed very strong, but compared to me, it's still a little bit worse. Ping Chuan said as he drew out his Shenmu sword, sticking out his tongue and licking the sword, and on top of that Shenmu sword, there were still some bloodstains left. His meaning is very clear, that is, he will kill me. As long as he kills me, then there will be 5 of the 6 left, and no one will be eliminated, and his senior brother, even if he loses the competition, will still be the same 5th place. Confidence is fine, don't be conceited, I said as I similarly drew out my Shenmu sword. The contest for the first place officially begins. The deacon who was presiding over the fight dropped a sentence and flew down to the stage, and in the next second, Ping Chuan rushed towards me with an extremely strong aura. Chapter 133, Cutting off the grass but not the roots. Ping Chuan's speed was extremely fast, and the Xuanmu sword in his hand seemed to be very uncomplicated. I have a heavenly grade Xuanmu sword, but that old man from the examination tower said to me before that I couldn't tell anyone else about me obtaining a heavenly grade Xuanmu sword, so to be on the safe side, I had been using a different Xuanmu sword. And the Shenmu sword in this Ping Chuan's hand seemed to have spiritual power overflowing, and the sound of it cutting through the air all carried an ethereal feeling. I first draw the sword back a few steps, and then cross the sword a block. The 2 Shenmu sword issued a ding, a crunching sound. My hands of the Shenmu sword is not broken, but the shock of my palms numb. This is definitely not because of his strength and I am big, but because of his Shenmu sword has a problem. Pulling away again, I frowned at the Shenmu sword in Hirakawa's hand. Ping Chuan laughed out loud and said, it is considered your good fortune to die under my earth-grade Xuanmu sword. Oh, the earth-grade Shenmu sword is so powerful? I asked with some doubt. If I'm not mistaken, what you're holding is a poor yellow-grade Shenmu sword, right? I don't know where you got such a strong strength. Obviously you're still a Shenron 2nd layer. Ping Chuan said without any qualms. To be honest, I really don't know what grade this Shenmu sword in my hand is. It was given to me by Yumeng Xian. But now Ping Chuan said it's yellow grade, so it's yellow grade, right? Yellow grade is 2 grades lower than earth grade. Could the difference between 2 grades cause such a big gap? Even so, I still have no intention of taking out my heaven-grade Shenmue sword. If the Shenmue sword is not of sufficient grade, then I will make up for it with martial arts. If I do my best, even if the Shenmue sword is not of sufficient grade, I am confident that I will not lose to Ping Chuan. After Ping Chuan finished speaking, he continued to attack. The ground-level Xuanmu sword constantly emitted buzzing sounds. Hearing my thoughts a little mixed, I began to dodge, looking for an opportunity, then out of the sword. Absolutely will not use the Xuanmu sword in his hard fight again. For dodging attacks, I had almost reached a realm beyond that of a Shin master, and it was all still thanks to that purple stiff inside the hunting and killing division's martial law examination, and after the transformation of my spiritual power, my speed and reaction was even faster. You fought back and forth for nearly 10 minutes, and Pinchin left a few wounds on me, which were all deflected, and I purposely circumvented the points where I unloaded the force. I likewise left a few scars on him which were not deviated. I have to say that Ping Chuan's strength is very strong. This time, I almost didn't hide my strength. On the surface it still looks like an even situation. This kind of strength, if Zhou Peng is against him, he is sure to lose. Another 10 minutes passed, aided by dozens of feint sets. Hirakawa had already formed a fixed defensive mindset. Just when he thought I was still using the same moves, I suddenly changed my stance, and a sword left a deep, bone-deep wound on his chest, while Hirakawa similarly left a not-so-long wound on the top of my arm. Boom! Hirakawa covered his chest and suddenly fell to his knees. His Xuanmu sword propped up his body, panting heavily. The pain in his chest had made him somewhat unable to hold on. Go down, you lost, I said coldly as I crossed my Xianmu sword. This battle was equally bitter for me, not to mention overexertion. I also had colors on my body. Thankfully, these were all minor injuries for me. Kill him! Kill him! The stage began to rise, especially those who were killed by Ping Chuan's People's Division. They were even more furious. They instigated me to kill Ping Chuan. In addition to that, there was also Li Jing and those who were also frantically raising a ruckus. They hoped that I would kill Ping Chuan, so that Xianshi 6th layer of their division would be promoted. You really won't kill me? Pinchin asked, looking up at me. I laughed and said, there's no need for that, just admit defeat. Alright, I admit defeat, let's have a long day. Ping Chuan struggled to stand up and turn towards the bottom of the ring. Just as he walked to the edge of the ring, an old man caught him and stuffed some healing pills into his mouth, and that old man was actually a Shenzhen 6th level powerhouse. His strength was even better than Wu Yuan Kuei. This senior brother Zhao Si is so strong. What's the use of being strong? Shenron 2nd layer only, Yanfu division and Ping Demon division won't let him go. Yes, if you don't cut the grass, it's a dead end. Even the most powerful Xian man is just an ant in front of a Shenzhen powerhouse. Alright, stop it. Senior brother Zhao Si is already the first place. He can stay in the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion for a year instantly. The Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, that kind of place. What he will become after a year, no one can say for sure. 1 year, hold up to Xian Master, and by the time you leave the Xian sect's headquarters, it's still a dead end. I was a bit speechless by the surrounding comments. They didn't care about my feelings at all. They were talking in a grand manner, and the vast majority of them knew that I was already a dead man, because I was just a genin, and I didn't have any backstage. Zhao Si Shenyu is really powerful. Congratulations on winning first place. Lin Mo walked over and said with a smile. I spread my hands and joked, but everyone knows I only have a year to live. Well, putting aside the Unified Law Division, the Yanfu Division is the strongest division in the Ghost Hunter Alliance, with more than a handful of Xuanzhuan powerhouses in it, while the Ping Demon Division is likewise one of the top divisions in the Demon Beheader Alliance, and that's why Wu Batian and Ping Chuan dared to recklessly decapitate the other divisions above the ring, which is a disguised attempt to weaken the strength of the other divisions, and a lot of them are shunned these two forces. Lin Mo said, the Uniform Law Division is more powerful than these two divisions? I asked suspiciously. Lin Mo nodded and said, yes, the head of the Unified Law Division is a Xian ancestor powerhouse that went out from the Xian sect's headquarters more than 10 years ago. I heard that he was besieged by all the other divisions and escaped with serious injuries, but now that the Unified Law Division is back in action, then that proves that Xian ancestor powerhouse should be fine. I nodded my head without saying anything. The Uniform Law Division and I also have some relationship. I did not think of this layer of meaning, but it does not matter. To get the first place, we have to offend. I do not have any background. To offend is to offend. No matter if it is a mediocre division or a strong division, it's all the same to me. It's something I have to face anyway. On the stage, Zhou Peng was having a martial arts match with Jean Toffing. Jean Toffing was quite bright. He knew that Zhou Peng was without his guardianing spirit, so he didn't choose the Shinmen Sect HQ's method of excluding the greenstiffs from coming to assist, but instead had a pure martial arts match, and he was very confident because he was from the Demon Slayers Union. Unfortunately, he ran into a martial arts genius like Zhou Peng, and after less than a quarter of an hour or so, he was defeated by Zhou Peng, and their fight was harmonious, the same as when I fought with Zhou Peng. A fight like this is boring to most people, but I think it's a real competition. Friendship first, competition second. Lin Mo and I were also having a chat. Taking this opportunity, I figured out about the Xuanmu sword. Xuanmu sword is equivalent to the Xian person's original weapon. Each person's Xuanmu sword obtained by examination is equivalent to the Xuanmu sword to the person recognizes the master. Use it then using other people's Xuanmu sword to be a lot smoother. Which also let me understand why my Xuanmu sword and Pingxuan's Xuanmu sword against the cleave, why the gap is so big. Moreover, the Xuanmu sword can be sacrificed, just like sacrificing the Guardian soul. It can strengthen the Xuanmu sword in the master's mind. Lin Mo also told me that Xuanmu swords are all spiritual. The rank of the Xuanmu sword also affects a lot of things. The yellow rank Xuanmu sword, against the earth rank Xuanmu sword, if it is against the split, at most 3 times, it will break.
If against the heaven rank Xuanmu sword, just a light touch will break. This is the absolute grade. Suppression.
I didn't have any reaction before when I took the heaven grade Xianmu sword and this yellow grade in my hand and slashed it against each other. That's because both of these swords were in my hand, and both Xianmu swords' bodies were stained with my aura. The grade of the Xianmu sword, unless one is a Xian ancestor or above, other people can't see it, so as long as I don't say anything, even if I use my heaven grade Xianmu sword, I don't have to worry about exposing it that easily. If I had just used my heaven grade Xianmu sword against Pingxuan, I would have won the match as quickly as possible completely unscathed. However, the result is the same now. Since I have now won the first place, I have the qualification to cultivate in the Hidden Scripture Pavilion for 1 year. This 1 year, I must make good use of it, and strive to transform my spiritual energy into Xian Master spiritual energy before the opening of the Martial Marquis tomb. That way, I can get the old man in the law enforcement room to help me disguise myself one more time, and even if I leave the Xian sect headquarters, I'll still be a lot safer.
Chapter 134, Master of the Pavilion of Scriptures. The results of the competition soon came out. The first place in the Shenren group was me, the second place was Pingxuan, the third place was Zhou Peng, the fourth place was Jin Toffing, the fifth place was that senior brother of Pingxuan's, named Pingshan, and the one beside Li Jing at the 6th layer of Shenren was eliminated tragically, and this result is what I want to see. As long as the person who was involved in the relationship with Li Jing, I don't want him to enter the top 5. The result of the Shenron group's match was sort of unexpected, because if we rely on martial arts alone, it has always been the Demon Chopper Alliance that ranked first and third, but this time, the first and third were taken away by the 2 ghost hunters, Zhou Peng and I. Everyone from the Ghost Hunter Alliance seemed to be very happy as if they had raised their eyebrows, whereas those from the Demon Chopper Alliance were a little bit lost. The results of the Xian Master group also came out shortly afterward. The first place was a person from the Demon Slayers Alliance, named Catignor, a female Xian Master, and with a mask, a self-cultivating Xian Master. The second place was a Xianshi 6th layer, from the Unified Law Division, Tianzi's side, named Lu Kuanshan. Tianzi came to participate in the Xian sect's fighting competition openly. It should be that the Unified Law Division's comeback was already known, so they didn't hide it anymore. The third place is also unsurprisingly someone from the Demon Beheader Alliance, and I recognize it, it's that Yi Linger. The fourth place was Yi Shuyu from the No Return Division, and the fifth place was also a person from the Demon Hunter Alliance, from the Good Death Division, named Wang Li. The fighting match ended completely. Sima Zhengping once again flew onto the stage, his mouth saying, "This session of the fighting match was particularly wonderful. Several people emerged to impress me, especially Zhao Si and Zhou Peng from the Shenron group, breaking the myth of the Demon Slayers being undefeated in same-ranked martial arts fights. Let's give them a round of applause." After Sima Zhengping finished speaking, all the ghost hunters applauded and cheered with vigor, while there was also applause on the Demon Beheader Alliance's side, but it was relatively much less. Sima Zhengping stopped the cacophony under the stage and continued, "Congratulations to the 10 Xian friends who can enter the headquarters scripture pavilion. This Xian sect fighting competition is officially over. Everyone please go back. We'll see you in 5 years." I see some speechless. The general company to open a general meeting will stay with everyone to eat a meal or something. The Xian men 5 years only once after the fighting competition actually ended so directly. Sima Zhengping even under the expulsion order. And what amazed me even more was that the others didn't feel anything wrong, and they all clasped their fists at Sima Zhengping, and after bending down and saluting, they walked towards the tarmac. A helicopter slowly descended from the clouds, and a helicopter took off from the tarmac, and in just less than an hour or so, the Shen Men sect's headquarters once again regained its calmness, and the noisy scene from a moment ago was a completely different world. The 10 of us who had gained the qualifications to enter the scripture pavilion were also brought to the open space in front of a 3-story building, and the one who brought us here was a deacon at the 6th Xuanzuan level. Tibetan Scripture Pavilion is the Xianmen headquarters of all the buildings inside the most magnificent one, some like the Forbidden City inside the Golden Palace, yellow glazed tile roof, dark red mahogany build body, covers an extremely wide area. The difference is that the outside of the pavilion is surrounded by a fence, the fence above the insertion of a lot of flags. These flags are not ordinary flags, but the construction of the Xianmen formation of the formation flags. This fence is not high, only 2 or 3 meters, but want to go over the fence into the pavilion, it is almost impossible. After opening the door of the enclosure, the deacon led us inside, where there was a huge courtyard with vibrant flowers, plants and trees, a rockery and an artificial lake. The scenery was beautiful, and all of us had a kind of heartfelt relief when we were in the middle of it.
In the courtyard, there was an old man, who was lean and thin and still a bit hunched, cleaning, and after seeing us come in, he smiled kindly at us. Fellow Xian friends, this is the Xian Sect HQ's hidden scripture pavilion. There is a special living room for cultivation inside, so you don't need to come out after going in, unless you've decided to leave the Xian Sect HQ, you can only come out. This is Uncle Lu of the hidden scripture pavilion, he is specially in charge of your living and eating. If you have any requests, just look for Uncle Lu despite. The deacon said, and introduced that an old uncle to us. Late generation has met Uncle Lu. We said in unison, all of us clasping our fists and bowing to Uncle Lu, our resting eyes observing that Uncle Lu was just an ordinary person without any spiritual power fluctuations on his body. Anyone who can work in the scripture pavilion should have a very high Xianshi rank. How come this Lu Bo is an ordinary person? Could it be that his realm has reached a point where we can't see it? I didn't move and opened my yin and yang eyes, and fused my breath eye to observe Lu Bo again, and there still wasn't any fluctuation of spiritual power, which means that this Lu Bo is indeed an ordinary person. Several other people were also observing Lu Bo, but from their expressions, they were also sure that Lu Bo was an ordinary person. Uncle Lu has a problem with his vocal cords, he can't speak. Regarding questions about Xian Fa, don't look for Uncle Lu, he's just an ordinary person, not a member of the Xian sect. Seeing that we were all waiting for Uncle Lu to speak, the deacon explained. Deacon, then if we run into some problems with Xian Dharma, who should we look for to solve them? Zhou Peng opened his mouth and asked. The deacon shook his head and said, there is no one to solve your puzzles. The Shenmen texts inside the hidden scripture pavilion can be read at will. How much you can learn depends on your enlightenment. The hidden scripture pavilion does not allow fights to occur for any reason. Once there is a situation of a fight, no reason is asked for, no loss is asked for, they are directly executed. All the Shenmen texts are not allowed to be replicated, they are not allowed to be privately stashed. Once they are found, they are executed on the spot. Is there anything else you don't understand? The crowd glanced at each other, and Yishuyu opened her mouth and asked, may I ask Lord Deacon, if someone takes the initiative to provoke, who should they report to? You won't have people wasting their time on provocations. If there really is one, the law enforcement hall will investigate the real reason and give you a perfect explanation. Just look for Uncle Lu if there is anything. Start counting the time today. When the time is up, Uncle Lu will remind you. Law enforcement replied. The crowd nodded, and no one raised any more questions. The deacon hemmed and turned to leave the courtyard. After he walked out the door, he grabbed a token flag from inside his clothes. With a flick of his hand, the token flag nailed to the door and the door slammed shut with a bang. Lu Bo looked at us with a smile on his face, opened the door of the Tibetan scripture pavilion and made a gesture of invitation, signaling us to go in. We walked in successively. After going in, the scene in front of us let us freeze. The door is directly opposite a staircase leading to the second floor. This staircase is 10 meters wide. On both sides of the staircase, each has a 20 to 30 meters wide bookshelf height of more than 4 meters, filled with all kinds of Shenmen books. The number of not 100,000 also have 80,000. And some of these Shenmen books are still in the form of bamboo slips or jade slips documented. That is to say, all the books here are original books, exceptionally precious. And on both sides of the bookshelf, those two walls, respectively, there are 5 practice rooms. Practice room door are open, can see each practice room inside a jade platform. This jade platform is the kind of jade platform inside the assessment tower. Practice with half the effort. Just as we were sizing up the place, a stunning woman in a green romper slowly walked down from the second floor. This woman didn't look very old, but she had an ineffable immortal charm on her body, as if she was a fairy descending to the earth, transcendent and dreamlike. Whether it's her looks or her figure, it's the most perfect I've ever seen. Even if it's Zhao Xian in front of her, she will be eclipsed. Compared to those canonical treasures in the hidden scripture pavilion, this stunning woman seems to be a bit more attractive. Not only us men are looking dumbfounded, even the 3 girls, Yishuyu, Yilinger and Catignor, are all attracted by this stunning woman. There was no envy or jealousy in their eyes, only a kind of heartfelt worship and admiration. The woman wore a smile on her face as she walked down the first floor, saying, "Welcome to the Pavilion of Scriptures. I am the Pavilion Master of the Pavilion of Scriptures, Luo Xin. Chapter 3, National Day is approaching. Wish all readers a happy National Day. Usually work and study busy. It's time to relax. I wish you all have fun. During the National Day, the book is updated as usual. The companionship remains the same. Love you." Chapter 135, The Upper Part of the Secret Method. After Luo Xian finished her words, the crowd was still staring at her dumbfounded. There was no way around it. This kind of beauty carried a very strong mesmerizing quality, as if it should only be found in heaven. Especially Zhou Peng, his eyes seemed to be falling out as if they were going to fall out, and a line of harlotry overflowed from the corner of his mouth, extremely out of character. For S sake, one look at this kind of beauty in this life. Oh no, it's a fairy, it's worth dying for. Zhou Peng whispered, his words simple and crude, better than any magnificent praise. I was the first to react. I couldn't check her Xianshi rank in time. The first thing I did was to cuddle up to Luo Xian and say, late generation Jiaoxi has met senior Luo Xian. I've been out of line more than a few times. I ask for senior's forgiveness. My sudden words brought everyone back to their senses as they saluted and greeted Luo Xian, and I took the opportunity to open my yin and yang eyes, and fused my resting eyes to vaguely observe Luo Xian's Zuanist rank. Just like when I met Sima Zhengping, I could determine that the spiritual energy in her body was Xian ancestor spiritual energy, but I couldn't see clearly how many layers of Xian ancestor it was, and I could guarantee that other people couldn't see her Xian cleric level clearly at all. The general resting eye can only look at realms one level above their own. Some resting eyes are not developed well enough, and they can even only see the levels of the same realm clearly. Xian ancestor High Xian master 2 levels, High Xian man 3 levels, and people here who don't have natural yin and yang eyes like me can't even feel Luo Xian's spiritual energy. It's like looking at an ordinary person. But no one here would look at Luo Xian as an ordinary person. It would be a travesty if an ordinary person was able to become the head of the Xianmen sect's headquarters scripture collection pavilion. Luo Xian waited for everyone to greet one by one, then smiled and said, "Welcome everyone, I have been meditating in the Tibetan scripture pavilion and live on the 3rd floor, so the 3rd floor is your restricted area, you are not allowed to come up and disturb me, your cultivation living room is on the 2nd floor, remember not to make any noise, if anyone disturbs me." Luo Xian said here, stopped, swept all of us a glance, her expression suddenly became serious, her tone was even colder, "I'll pinch him to death." When the crowd heard these words, they all sucked in a mouthful of cold air. And at the same time, they also came to the conclusion that this uncharacteristically beautiful hidden scripture pavilion master was not a lord to be messed with. Luo Xian smiled wanly again after she finished speaking, as if she had a bit of a split personality, and turned to walk up the stairs, disappearing around the corner. After Luo Xian left, Zhou Peng walked to my side and said with his mouth, "Brother, there are so many people here, you are the only one who has eyes for me, you are very much like one of my brothers, who also has the surname Zhao, can we make a friend?" While the others walked towards the 2 bookshelves and started to look at those Xianmen texts, I didn't rush over and smiled at Zhou Peng and said, "Fine, but I won't give you that level 5 ghost harnessing talisman. Take it or leave it, consider it a meet and greet gift for you, your martial arts attainments are very strong and I am a martial arts nerd, I hope that I can discuss a few moves with you sometime." Zhou Peng said. I pointed to the 2 huge bookshelves and said, "It looks like there's no time for that here, so if we get out there and have a chance to run into each other, we can cut a deal." Zhou Peng nodded and said, "That's fine, but you're number 1, you can stay here for a year, I'll be out in half a year, I'm from the hunting and killing branch, the hunting and killing branch is in Xiang province, if you go there, you must find me, you're a self-cultivating Xianzi, but the strength is too far, I would have liked to rope you into joining us in the hunting and killing branch, but I feel that you must not see it, and I'll not open up." I laughed a little breathlessly, hadn't that ing opened up already? Let's talk about this matter later, maybe the hunting and killing division is a good fit for me? I said as I walked towards the Rune Dictionary categorized area, I definitely need to go to the hunting and killing division. Zhao Xian and Grandpa's remains are still in Zhuge Wu's hands, if I can blend into the hunting and killing division in this way, it couldn't be better. It's just that my current strength isn't a match for Zhuge Wu, so I need to transform my spiritual power into Xianshi spiritual power as soon as possible so that I can be much more certain. Zhou Peng laughed and walked towards the Xianmen martial arts area. The scene quickly quieted down, 10 people, all of them were flipping through the canonical books. The canonical books here were all classics, time was limited, no one would waste their time elsewhere. I didn't rush to pick a tome to read, instead, I read the titles of all the Xian sect's tome. My Xian sect's technique originated from the Zhuge clan's secret technique, and the Zhuge clan's secret technique that I have in my hand is crippled and incomplete. It's the Xian sect's headquarters hidden scripture cabinet. I'll see if I can find a more perfect Zhuge clan's secret technique. Zhuge's secret method is a separate system that contains many Xianmen spell categories, the depth and strength of which I know very well in my heart. When I was in the hunting and killing branch, I also came into contact with many Xianmen texts, but in comparison, Zhuge's secret method is more suitable for me. There are too many tomes here. After searching for most of the day, the sky darkened and the lights inside the hidden scripture pavilion lit up. Almost everyone took the tomes they wanted and couldn't wait to go into the cultivation room, while I was still wandering around outside because I didn't find the Zhuge clan secret method. A book to find, a book to open and read. I was not discouraged, until I found the latter half of the night. I stood on the ladder, from the 8th shelf of the comprehensive Xuanfei category, pulled out a packet of bamboo slips that had been dusty, which was wrapped in a yellow cloth, which had already faded, and had a thick layer of dust on it. I blew the dust off of it, which revealed 2 words that looked a little fuzzy already, Zhuge. There are words at the back, only the handwriting has been completely blurred out of sight. I was so happy in my heart. I knew that the emperor is not a bitter man. Can't wait to unzip the bag. There are 3 bamboo slips inside, respectively, Zhuge's secret method on, 1, Zhuge's secret method on, 2, Zhuge's secret method on, 3. I frowned, only the last book here too? Picked up the 3rd book on it, which contained content I hadn't seen before, and almost half of the 2nd book, which I hadn't seen before, and all of the 1st book, which I had seen before. At this time I realized that the Zhuge secret method that I had been practicing was only half of the upper part, not the complete upper part, and these 3 bamboo slips were the complete upper part of Zhuge's secret method. It was still mangled, but I was glad in my heart that I had at least found the complete upper part. No one will be like me to learn an incomplete Xian sect Gongfu. Zhuge's secret method is also circulated outside. I believe that many Xian practitioners have read it, and also know the power of it, but this Gongfu is incomplete, and then want to improve it at the back will be very difficult. The complete upper part of it can only provide up to the Xian master realm Xian practitioners to cultivate it.
Once it reaches the Xian Zun realm, the Gongfu is disconnected, and Xian practitioner level
will stagnate, too. At this time, if one were to modify the Xian sect's merit law again, one would have to start from zero. I walked down the stairs, still not in a hurry to cultivate, but looked for all the remaining canonical books, and in the end, I still didn't find any other parts. Not even the Shenmen sect's headquarters hidden scripture cabinet was complete, so I could only go to the martial marquee tomb. The day has dawned, looking for more than a day. I'm a little exhausted. Lu Bo sent breakfast, everyone also stopped, have come out to eat. Zhou Peng see I still did not start to cultivate, looked at the bag in my hands and said, brother is afraid to find the treasure, right? I hemmed and hawed and said, baby not really, just found something that works for me. After breakfast, I quickly returned to the cultivation room, hungrily opened the second book of the upper part, ready to first memorize these contents inside my mind. Here is not allowed to reproduce, and not allowed to take away. I will just record them all in my mind. With my unforgettable memory, it is completely doable. It just took less than 3 days for the contents inside the bamboo slips to be memorized in my mind, and the sentence at the back of the third book made it incredibly difficult for me. This sentence was added by a descendant. The 3 central volumes of Zhuge's secret methods are the private collection of the master of the Pavilion of Scriptures, and will never be spread out. If you are practicing Zhuge's secret methods, please change the other Xian sect techniques. Happy 4th of July.
Thank you Naughty 2002, 5 Yuan and Fairy. Chapter 136, 8 months in the blink of an eye.
No wonder I couldn't find the middle of Zhuge's secret method. It turned out to be collected by Luo Xan Pavilion Master, but the problem is that Luo Xan Pavilion Master is not good to be messed with. If I go up to disturb her, 9 times out of 10, it's a dead end. Thinking about it again and again, I still decided not to bother her. Now these are already enough for me to cultivate to the 6th level of the Xianshi. Even if I have to come to the center, I can't use it now. This matter is better to wait until later. Anyway, I will set aside time to come back to the hidden scripture cabinet. After memorizing this, I walked out of the cultivation room. By this time, basically all of them were in a state of closed-door cultivation, only coming out once every 2 or 3 days, and coming out just to fill their stomachs. I still did not go to practice, but took a bunch of partial Xuanfa books in the reading, Shenmen all kinds of orthodox spells, Zhuge's secret method has almost encompassed, and then go to look at the other books does not have too much significance, at best, is an integration, but those partial spells, Zhuge's secret method, there is no, such as puppetry, mind control, borrowing life, change luck, etc. These spells are against the way of heaven. I will not
commonly use them, but it's important to understand them.
Because of Zhao Yixian's relationship, I also focused on the canonical texts about the demon race's cultivation. A month later, Wanli and Ping Shan left the Sutra Pavilion with extreme reluctance, and 3 months later, Yi Shuyu and Jin Tofum similarly left the Sutra Pavilion. And during these 3 months, I was reading those Shin sect texts day and night, not rushing to cultivate or practice, but rather, I memorized all those things inside my head. After Yi Shuyu and Jin Tofum left, I then began to formally cultivate. I am going to leave the Shinmen sect headquarters first after another 3 months, and use Zhou Peng's convenience to mix into the hunting and killing division first before saying anything else, and since the opening of the Marquis of Wu's tomb is just around the corner, I have to go in and get my hands on the complete Zhuge clan's secret method before I can do so. Speaking of which, I've been keeping an eye on Luo Xian, but I haven't seen her in the 3 months since we went in. I've been keeping an eye on things outside for 3 months, and not only has she not come down, but Uncle Lu hasn't brought her any food either. For the next 3 months, I practice day and night on top of the jade platform, which has a great advantage. Even if you sit on it and sleep, in the dream state, you will be able to deduce and practice, and it is more effective than waking up and practicing in front of the Dharma platform. What makes me even happier is that on top of this jade platform, Zong Qiqi can likewise receive my sacrifices in practice, and it's twice as effective as in other places. Inside these 3 months, my main focus was on the talisman method. With the help of Zhou Peng's 5th grade ghost harnessing talisman, my talisman method had come to the 3rd grade level, and the talisman I drew to deal with the ghost generals and the purple stiffs wasn't out of the question. On top of that, my incantation and ghost mastery techniques have likewise improved greatly. Zong Qiqi is already a superbly strong 6th rank ghost general under my day and night sacrifices, and my Xianshi rank has also come to the 5th Xianren layer. The reason why I haven't advanced to the ghost martial realm is because my own Xianshi rank is too low, restricting her from advancing. Within half a year, raising the Xianren rank from the 2nd Xianren layer to the 5th Xianren layer, this speed can almost be said to be heaven-defying, but unfortunately it didn't reach my expectations. I won't leave until I'm a Xianshi, while Zhou Peng's time is up. I purposely sent Zhou Peng away and told him that I might go to Shangsha City to look for him after a while. He asked me when exactly I would go out. I said I was not sure, then he told me his cell phone number and told me to call in when I arrived in Shangsha City. After Zhou Peng left, I continued to cultivate in seclusion day and night. Another 2 months passed. My Xianren rank finally got a breakthrough, coming to the peak of the 6th Xianren layer, and all the Shinran spiritual power contained in my body was also stabilized by me.
Instead of continuing my practice, I left the cache. I walked out of the cultivation room, found Lubo, and told him that I was leaving and would come back later with 4 months left. Lubo brought me out, and together with me, there was that Pingchuan, who had a month to go, and likewise stayed for the next time. I know that this is not a coincidence, although I let Pingchuan go. Pingchuan will not let me go, and I do not intend to go out immediately, but I am going to go to the assessment tower to assess the Shin Master. Pingchuan was likewise like this. When he came in, he was already at the 6th level of Shinran, and after spending 8 months in the Tibetan scripture pavilion, he should have been able to test for Shin Master a long time ago, only that he didn't go for the test, and chose to memorize the canonical books in the Tibetan scripture pavilion instead. You're still really powerful, within such a short period of time, from the Shinran 2nd layer to the Shinran 6th layer. Pingchuan said in a flat tone. I smiled and didn't reply. If I hadn't wasted the previous 3 months, I would have been a Shin Master by now. Do you regret letting me off the hook at the top of the ring in the first place? Pingchuan asked directly when he saw that I didn't say anything. I shook my head and said, no regrets. If you're going to come after me after leaving the Shinmen sect's headquarters, I won't let you off the hook a second time. Ha, you're really confident. Do you know what you're about to face? Is it the Flat Demon Division? I'm not afraid of it. The Flat Demon branch and Yenfu branch are closely related. I'll be responsible for bringing out the news of when you're going out, and then you'll be hunted down by the 2 top branches of the Shinmen sect. Pingchuan didn't care that someone was leading us towards the examination tower and said recklessly. I said with an oh so subtle voice, I hope you guys can succeed, and if you fail and let me get away with it, I'll just level these 2 chapters when I have the strength later on. Ha, a newborn calf. I admire your courage, but I don't really think you'll survive more than a month after you get out there. If you try to come after me when we get out, I'll make sure you don't live more than 10 minutes. I said lightly. While talking, we had already arrived at the examination tower. With the experience of the first test, this time the test was a breeze, and I came directly inside the test room on the 3rd floor of the test tower. The 3rd floor was the Shin Master examination room. The arrangement was much the same as the 2nd floor. The only difference was that the spiritual power transformation jade table here was more than twice as big, and in the compartments inside, there was a purple stalagmite, a ghost general and a demon. This time when I transformed my spiritual energy I was even more desperate. I hardly wasted any time in front of me, and at the very beginning I madly accelerated my circumference, 81 circumference running. The first time I used 16 hours of time, and this time I only used 13 hours, and I succeeded in transforming Shinran spiritual energy into Zuan Master spiritual energy. However, this time I didn't advance to the 2nd level of Shin Master, and I was still just a Shin Master. 1st level. I didn't rush to finish off the purple stiff to pass the examination. Instead, I sacrificed Zong Chi-Chi to start sacrificing. Zong Chi-Chi was already a 6th ranked ghost general, and only needed my Shinshur spiritual power to break through to become a ghost marshal. It took less than an hour for Zong Chi-Chi to successfully advance to ghost marshal. After advancing to ghost marshal, Zong Chi-Chi was more like a regular person. Her expressions and emotional expressions were already in place. Quickly finishing off a purple stiff, I left the examination room and came to the law enforcement room once again. That old man's face was startled when he saw me, and he said with his mouth, if I remember correctly, you had just finished participating in the Xuanren's examination 8 months ago. I clasped my fists, then pointed to my own face and said, yes elder, I'm going to trouble you again this time. Metaphysical wizards. Do you know how long it takes the average person to go from Shinran to Shin Master? Please, elder, enlighten me. 10 years. The old man replied indifferently, then continued, there is no one else faster than you except for Luo Xin Pavilion Master and the previous Shin Master. Are you willing to stay at the Shin sect's headquarters? I was shocked in my heart that this was actually such a situation. Then I looked at this old man somewhat cautiously, shook my head and said, I'm sorry, senior, the late generation still has a lot of things to do. Oh well, I knew I couldn't keep you. The old man said with some regret. Senior, may I ask what cultivation level Pavilion Master Luo Xin is at now? I don't know how, but I suddenly wanted to ask this question. Chapter 137 Forced to jump out of an airplane. The old man didn't feel that there was anything wrong, and directly replied, Shin Lord Luo Xian's natural talent is superb, comparable to that of the old Shin Lord, and is now at the 6th level of Shin ancestors, an existence that can step into the immortal Shin Lord level at any time. My face was startled, and before I had time to ask, the old man continued, unfortunately, the Zhuge clan's secret technique that she practiced was incomplete, and before it was perfected, she didn't dare to cross over to the immortal Shin Lord's level, because if there was no succeeding technique to practice after crossing over, her spiritual power wouldn't be able to be stabilized, and it would slowly dissipate, and it would cost more than it would be worth. I nodded silently, and in my heart, I also understood why she wanted to privately hide the central part of Zhuge's secret method, probably because she wanted to advise people practicing Zhuge's secret method to modify their Shinmen Gongfu, because in the end, the practice can only be stagnant like her, and in my heart, I was thinking that when the time comes, after getting the full set of Zhuge's secret method from the Marquis of Wu's tomb, I will share the lower part to her. The old man once again helped me to disguise myself. As usual, I did not make any request. He disguised me into a similar age to my original appearance, looking very young. He said that this can make me look more harmless. After thanking the old man, I left the assessment tower and walked directly towards the parking lot. Pingchuan definitely hasn't come out yet. His speed can't be that fast. Even though I've changed my face again, it's going to be safer to leave here before he comes out. The Xianmen headquarters was extremely efficient and quickly arranged for a helicopter to send me out, and in just 2 hours, the helicopter arrived over Urumqi. When we got over Urumqi, I suddenly realized that this helicopter was flying off course, because the last time we were here, we boarded the plane at a military airfield, and now that military airfield had passed, and the pilot didn't land the plane, but continued to drive forward. After a little thought, I sensed something was fishy and brought up my headset and asked out of the corner of my mouth, "May I ask where you want to take me?" The pilot said with an expressionless face, "Received orders from your superiors that your landing site is not a conventional one." "Why?" I asked coldly. "I don't know, it's an order from the elders at headquarters. Don't worry, it'll be here in half an hour." I looked at the helicopter pilot and had a bad feeling in my heart. If this person had a relationship with someone from the Yanfu division or the Peaceful Demon division, would he send me directly into their hands? If that's the case, as soon as I get off the plane, I'll be directly taken away by the people from the two branches, even though I'm already a Shin master now, and I'm not afraid of even a normal Shinzun. But what if it's several Shinzuns? What should I do then? The more I think about it, the more wrong it is, but now I can't do anything about it. This helicopter's flying altitude is more than 2,000 meters. If I want to jump down, I'll definitely be killed by the fall, and I can't go and hold this pilot hostage. This pilot is a person from the Shinmen Sect's headquarter, and I don't want to make an enemy out of the headquarter yet. My heart was in turmoil, and I was already thinking about how I should escape if I was really besieged after getting off the plane, while the helicopter had already sailed past the city of Urumqi to a mountainous area. To actually be followed for real, even the Shinmen Sect HQ's helicopter dares to follow you. It seems like you've caused quite a bit of trouble. The pilot, who never took the initiative to speak, suddenly said. I looked at him a little puzzled, and he pointed to the radar screen on the dashboard and said, "There are 2 helicopters following us. They should be coming for you." I looked at the radar and 2 red dots did appear, which meant that the pilot wasn't trying to send me into a tiger's den, didn't put me on that military airfield, wasn't trying to harm me, but to save me. Yanfu Division and Ping Demon Division want to kill me. Surely they will send people to guard at the landing site. As long as someone comes back, the identity of the unknown will be the object of their investigation. As for me, disguise, this kind of thing they are surely also clear. After figuring that out, I said to the driver, "Thanks, big brother." "Oh, don't be in a hurry, Shay. There are 2 options now. The first is that I'll find a random place to land, but you can be sure that you'll definitely be watched. The second is that I lower the flight altitude, around a few hills. You take advantage of the darkness to find a place where they cannot see to jump. I continue to walk them. You take the opportunity to escape. But you can't take a parachute with you when you jump. A parachute is too big a target and just as easy to spot," the pilot said. Without hesitation, I replied, "I'll jump out of the plane." "Well, that's good." The pilot said 3 words and the helicopter swooped down quickly. The helicopter in the back kept following, and after circling several hills, the pilot said, "For the hills ahead, I'll drop the altitude to 200 meters. Are you sure you'll survive if you jump?" I nodded and said, "Yes. Yes." As we spoke, the helicopter had flown behind that peak, and when the pilot said to get ready, I pulled the door straight open. "Right now." As soon as the driver finished speaking, I dropped the words "thank you very much" and leapt off while the night was still young. 200 meters in the air, that is equivalent to 60 or 70 stories so high. If ordinary people, even if they fall in the sea, the posture is not right, that also have to die. The whistling in my ears grew louder and louder. The ground was getting closer and closer to me, and when there was still a distance of 30 to 40 meters, I suddenly sacrificed Zong Chi-Chi. As soon as Zong Chi-Chi came out, her face suddenly raised her hand and grabbed at me, yanking me towards her. I held Zong Chi-Chi tightly with both hands. Although Zong Chi-Chi is in human form, she is a soul body, and soul bodies can fly. If Zong Chi-Chi hadn't advanced to the Ghost Martial level, I wouldn't have taken this risk because ghosts can fly but they don't carry weight. She advanced to Ghost Martial. This strength would have saved me from death. The moment I bailed out Zong Chi-Chi started to power up, letting out a cry that only I could hear, and the speed of our fall became slower and slower, and when we finally landed on the ground, we still came to a rather violent collision with the earth. Click, my left ankle was dislocated. I fell to the ground and rolled several times in the process. Only then did Zong Chi-Chi stabilize me, and asked with concern in her mouth, "Master, are you alright?" I nodded and did so, rubbing my ankle, and said, it's fine, Chi-Chi, thank you." "Master, Chi-Chi's strength is still not enough. If Chi-Chi advances to Ghost King, she will be able to fly around with you," Zong Chi-Chi said with some self-reproach. I reached out and patted her head and said, "Without you, I'd be dead by now. Don't worry, it's only a matter of time before you advance to Ghost King, only I won't know if you'll still be you or not by then." "What does Master mean by that?" Zong Chi-Chi asked suspiciously. I laughed and said with my mouth, "I promised you in life that I would take you into the Martial Marquis tomb, and then you will be able to retrieve your own consciousness and memories of your life, and will no longer be my guardian spirit.
No, Chi-Chi likes to stay by Master's side. Without Master, it's impossible for me to advance so fast. Zone Chi-Chi said in a petulant manner, sounding somewhat cute. I smiled. Deep down, I didn't want this either. After staying with Zone Chi-Chi for so long, I've long had feelings for her. It's just that Zone Chi-Chi she needs to get her memories back, because she still has her things to do, the same as I'm looking for Zhao Yixian. With a loud click, I reset the dislocated joint, stood up and moved around a little, then turned on Zone Chi-Chi's vision sharing and mouthed, Chi-Chi, let's go. Where to? Zone Chi-Chi asked suspiciously. Go to the city and find Li Jing. I have a score to settle with him. Thank you for the reward of the light of the law from my friend Butong Fan Ming. This is the end of today's update. Good night, and see you tomorrow. Chapter 138 All animals and humans hang together. Good. Zone Chi-Chi agreed and started to walk in the direction of the city. After a few steps, Zone Chi-Chi suddenly stopped and said with her mouth, Master, I vaguely feel the Ghost King's pressure. Without saying a word, I raised my hand and took Zone Chi-Chi inside the ring, and all the Xianxue spiritual power on my body was hidden. Zone Chi-Chi had voluntarily become my guardianing spirit. This point could make her perception many times stronger than normal guardianing spirits, and she would actively communicate with me. The pressure of a Ghost King, then there must be a Ghost King existing nearby. If that Ghost King is also like Zone Chi-Chi, who voluntarily became a guardianing soul, then it should be able to sense Zone Chi-Chi's presence, and I would have to put her away. But of course, voluntarily becoming a guardianing soul is to break one's path to reincarnation, and this kind of guardianing soul will rarely be found. As soon as Zone Chi-Chi was put away by me, the surroundings suddenly became dark. There was no moon on this night, and this place was far away from the city, so there was no half-light at all. It was a real reach. Instead of continuing on, or meditating and resting, I simply lay down on the grass and slept like an ordinary person until dawn. The heart is quite grateful to that helicopter pilot. If he did not help to draw away those two tracking helicopters, I do not know what state I am in now. Can have the Ghost King level of guardianing soul. That strength should be the level of Shinzu. If this Shinzu is Yanfu branch, then I do not know how to die. I hadn't heard of any Xuanzu powerhouses in the Yanfu division, but just because I hadn't heard of them didn't mean there weren't any. Of course, this Ghost King might not be a guardianing spirit, but a spirit racing spirit, and no matter which one it is, it's not something I can touch right now, so I had to hide my Xian ancestor spiritual power as well. My Xianxue breath concealment technique, from Zhuge's secret method, I and other concealment techniques carefully compared. Zhuge's secret method inside the concealment technique, is all known concealment techniques inside the best concealment effect. The prerequisite is that you must practice the Zhuge's secret method, cannot practice other Xianxue techniques. I am now disguised, Xuanzu below simply cannot see, so I will not have any scruples. That Li Jing bully too much, for no reason pitted me 500,000 hard money, I do not let him double spit out, is always a knot in my heart. This money, I have other uses. It took nearly an hour of walking, which brought him out of the mountains and rolling back into the city. Other places I did not go, hit a car and came directly to the door of the Li Mansion. 8 months ago, in the Li Mansion I didn't have any backbone, and now, the Li Mansion is just like that in front of me. Li Jing's matter, I investigated it clearly long ago. The reason why he can arrange for a plane to the Shinmen headquarters is not because he has a relationship with the Shinmen headquarters, but because he knows who he should look for when he goes to the Shinmen headquarters, that's all. In fact, going to the headquarters of the Shinmen is simply free, he just sells a message. 100,000 is not satisfied, but also ing pitney 600,000 yuan. The Li Mansion was no different from before. The only difference was that there was no one on duty at the guard post at the entrance. When I was puzzled, I suddenly saw a few policemen walk out from inside, the leader of which was none other than Sadiq, the head of the CID that I had contacted before, and Hot Hopman, whom I had met before, was also following behind. Something happened to the Li Mansion? I frowned. It was reasonable to say that with Li Jing's status in Urumqi and the fact that he was still a Xian master powerhouse, the police wouldn't go into the Li Mansion in a dignified manner. After Sadiq walked out, he put a seal on the gate of the Li Mansion, then got into a car with a couple other cops and drove off in the direction of the police station. Instead of rushing in, I took a cab and came to the police station all the same. After arriving at the police station, I found Sadiq, who was looking worried in his independent office, and asked out of the corner of my mouth, "Hello, officer, may I ask if something has happened to Li Jing's family?" Sadiq looked at me suspiciously and mouthed, "What does this have to do with you? Are you from the Li family?" I shook my head and said, "No, I'm here to collect on a debt that the owner of this house owes me." "Li Jing owes you money? Do you know what he is?" Sadiq asked with some disbelief. I hurriedly changed my tone and said, "I know what he is, and technically, it's the money he owes my master." "Master?" Sadiq looked at me suspiciously, then suddenly his eyes lit up and he called for me to sit across from him, before asking in a small voice, "Little brother is also a mage?" I smiled and didn't say anything. I didn't want to tell him that I was the one who had helped them catch the criminals before. It wouldn't be a good thing for him or for me. Sadiq saw me smile without saying anything, almost already believed me. Mouth said, "Last time there was a little brother, helped us catch a few felons, gods beyond compare. This time the matter, beyond our ability. Can you help to solve the case?" "Sergeant, you tell me first, what's going on in this Li Mansion?" Alas, Li Jing is the #1 person in the city's underworld, on the surface washed white. We have not been able to move him, but we do not know who we have offended. More than 20 people up and down the Lee house, all hanged themselves, even the janitor has not been spared. Do you think it's evil? Sadiq whispered. I nodded silently. What about Li Jing himself? Li Jing himself is missing, and there's something even more sinister. What is it? Li Jing's family raised a few Tibetan mastiffs to watch over the house, and those mastiffs hanged themselves. Tibetan mastiffs can hang themselves? Yes, take a look. Sadiq said as he took out his cell phone and handed it to me. There were many pictures taken in it, more than 20 people from the Li family, most of them were people I had seen before. They were lined up in rows, all of them hanging above the beams in the living room. Among them there was also Annie, the redneck who was beside Li Jing, but there was no Li Jing himself. And on the other photo, 4 Tibetan mastiffs can be seen, and technically, they didn't hang themselves, but were strangled and hung up to die. Little brother, we've retrieved the security footage from Li Jing's house, it's all suicides, come and take a look. Sadiq seemed to be extremely trusting of me, and directly opened the video inside the computer. In fact, he didn't have any clue right now. I looked toward the computer, the door in the living room was opened, the 24 people walked in expressionless, everyone holding a rope in their hands, no one said anything, each tied the rope with a live knot, and then put the rope on top of the beam. The action is extremely neat, the rope is well built, stood up together on a few benches, put the head into the live knot inside the foot at the same time a stirrup. The benches fell to the ground, all the people were hanging by the rope. There is no one, all of them were hung by the rope without anyone struggling until they gagged, and their movements were neat and tidy, as if they had been specially trained. And the 4 Tibetan mastiffs, who had been helped to get the live knots of the rope for hanging, also jumped on the bench, stuck their heads in themselves, and then stomped off the bench and hung themselves on the rope. Do you think it's evil? I've been working on cases for almost 20 years, and I've never seen anything so bizarre. Sadiq said with palpitations. Has anyone visited Li Jing before this? I opened my mouth to ask after a moment's thought. Sadiq said, yes, look, but these are the people we investigated, and strangely enough, couldn't find out anything about them. The screen of the computer flashed, a picture of Li Jing receiving guests appeared. A total of 3 people entered Li Jing's house. Seeing these 3 people, I couldn't help but frown. These 3 people I have seen, one is the Yanfu division's Wu Yuan Kuei, the other is the Ping Demon division's that old man. When I won Ping Chuan in the fighting competition, it was this old man who made a move to catch Ping Chuan who was seriously injured. There was another one, looking at me with rage, my fists clenched and creaking. This person was actually Zhuge Wu. Moreover, this video should have been deliberately left behind by them, because at the end of the video, Zhuge Wu also cheaply gave a scissor hand to the camera, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't be able to see him clearly. Chapter 139, Visiting Li Jing's house at night. What's wrong with you, little brother? Do you know them? Sadiq asked suspiciously. I nodded that I recognized it. Are they all great? Sadiq asked, somewhat unnaturally. I nodded and said, yes, I can't afford to mess with it, and neither can you. This is an internal matter of the Xianmen sect. I suggest that you stay out of it. Inside the arcane gate? Sadiq asked suspiciously. I had intended that after the Li Fu accident, this one thing was even in the past, Li Jing disappeared and I couldn't find him, so I didn't want to delay, and Zhuge Wu came to Xinjiang, then it would be more convenient for me to sneak into the hunting and killing branch. He didn't bring anyone else, that is to say, Zhao Yixian is still in Xiangsha City. Well, yes. I nodded, and said with my mouth, you said that a person helped you before, you should also know the ability of the Xianmen people, they don't leave any evidence of what they do, not to mention that you can't find them, and even if you do, the person is just paying a normal visit, and there isn't any abnormality in the video. Aha. Sadiq nodded thoughtfully and mouthed, but this matter is already known to the top, so it's not easy to explain if I don't do anything. Just say that this is an internal matter of the Xian sect, that's the best way to account for it. I said as I stood up and prepared to leave. Sadiq sighed and said, alas, I fear only that the top is insistent on pursuing it. Don't worry, your superiors won't see less than you, I'll leave first. I extended a hand to shake Sadiq's and was about to leave when my eyes suddenly flicked to the still looping video footage and a blue image caught my attention. Officer Sadiq, are there any other people who came to visit besides these 3? I asked suspiciously. The blue figure didn't enter inside the video's frame, but from the reflection inside the TV, it could be seen a little bit. Sadiq gave me a puzzled look and said, yes, there was another woman, but she didn't appear inside the video. Then how do you know it's a woman? I hurriedly asked. As for why I was so sensitive to the color blue, it was because Zhao Yixian was originally a blue serpent, and after taking human form, she was the one who wore a tight blue long dress. Sadiq took his seat again, picked up the mouse and pulled up another video, mouthing, there's a shot on the doorway video, a stunning woman in a blue dress, check it out. I turned my head to look. The video footage had been framed by Sadiq, and I was shaking with excitement when I saw the woman in the picture, which, isn't it Zhao Yixian? She was still in a tight blue long dress, her hair was coiled up high, her perfect figure was on display, her long and white neck was as clean as white jade, even under the not-so-clear surveillance video, it was hard to hide her overwhelming appearance. I snatched the mouse from Sadiq's hand and controlled the playback of the surveillance screen. Zhao Yixian followed behind Zhuge Wu, her face expressionless and her walking posture a bit strange. Walking side by side with Zhuge Wu, there was also Wu Yuan Kuei and that old man from the demon leveling division. After playing it back and forth several times to make sure there were only 4 people, I continued, Officer Sadik, do you have any other footage here? Yes, feel free to look. Sadiq took the mouse and pulled up a folder with a dozen or so videos, all of which were of the various lines of the Lee mansion. After I studied all the video footage, I was sure that Zhao Yixin was not in a good condition. At the location of her back, there was a 2-finger-wide blue talisman seal affixed to her back. If I didn't look closely, I would have thought that it was a decoration of her dress, but I knew that it wasn't. I was familiar with Zhao Yixin's dress, and I even remembered every single part of her body just as clearly. I clenched my fists tightly again, the veins on my forehead rippled. The previous plan was cancelled again. Zhao Yixin was brought to Xinjiang by Zhuge Wu, then I have to find Zhuge Wu first. Wu Yuan Kuei is not even a problem, just a ghost hunter, and that old man from the Ping Demon Division is from the Demon Slayers Union. Demon Slayers and demons, they are 2 forces that are as powerful as each other, so let him see Zhao Yixin? How can that be good? Thankfully, I didn't see the old man do anything to Zhao Yixin because the video resources here are limited. What's wrong with you again, little brother? Sadiq asked carefully. I took a few deep breaths and asked out of the corner of my mouth, Captain Sadiq, can you help find their current location? Sadiq shook his head and said, we couldn't find the exact location. We investigated all the surveillance and found that their car exited the city from the Beltway, got off the highway to the north, and disappeared. Li Jing also disappeared. Have you tracked his cell phone signal? I asked suddenly. Sadiq nodded and said, yes, the approximate location of his cell phone signal is in the Lee mansion, but we haven't found where the phone is, and the Lee mansion has basically been turned over by us. I nodded and said, understood, thanks a lot. Are you going after them, little brother? Sadiq asked. Well, it's also an internal matter of the Xian clan. You know that stunning woman well? Sadiq asked suspiciously as he saw the signs. I said with a Captain Sadiq, the police should not intervene in this matter. You can ask your superior, he shouldn't give you a hard time. Those people who hanged, they are all Xian men too, right? Yes, we have investigated them all one by one, and none of them have any identifying information inside the national registry, like a black family. Sadiq replied. I nodded, and after bidding farewell to Sadiq, I went to a hotel near the Lee mansion, opened a room, and after sacrificing Zhong Qiqi and the Xuanmu sword, I slowly waited for it to get dark. I am ready to sneak into the Lee house after dark to see. The Lee house is out of the matter. I do not know whether I have anything to do with me, but Zhuge Wu compared a scissor hand to the camera. In my opinion, that seems to be more than for me to see. This I know him very well. If there is something to do with me, then there will certainly be left people in the Lee house. What clues? I even suspected that this was a setup, trying to lure me in, but Zhao Yixin is in Xinjiang right now. So even if it's a setup, I'm going to break into it. The sky is getting late, the lights are on. The original brightly lit Lee house at this time of silence did not open a light, even if it is a surveillance camera, also stopped working. I didn't wander too much outside the courtyard wall of Lee's house. I directly came to a dead end, made up as a masked black-clothed man, and with a stomp of my feet, I easily flipped over the courtyard wall and landed inside the courtyard of Lee's house. The night sky of the city, there will always be lights reflecting. Even if the lights are not turned on inside the Lee mansion, you will be able to see the rough outline clearly. The Lee mansion was quiet. I didn't sacrifice Zhong Qiqi because she had a Yin Soul aura on her and was easily exposed. While it was different when I came in on my own, the Lee mansion was rich and expensive, and having thieves patronizing it after it was seized was a very normal thing to do. With my yin and yang eyes open, I fished out a flashlight and walked into the living room of the Lee mansion. Because not long ago more than 20 people hanged themselves here, so the place was full of grievances, and even though the corpses were pulled away by the police, the spirits of the grievances were still there. If I didn't open my yin and yang eyes, I would only feel some discomfort, but in fact what I saw was a scene of unjustly dead souls wandering around the house, with the hanged rope still hanging from the beams, one by one looking a bit discreet. Those spirits were no longer conscious of anything, like ants on a hot pan, going back and forth inside the living room, occasionally sticking their heads inside the live knots of the ropes and doing the hanging. I understood in my heart that this living room had been sealed with spells, which made these resentful souls present such a state. Nope. I had just taken a few steps in when I suddenly felt a jolt in my heart and wanted to immediately retreat back out when I heard the large wooden door to the living room slam right back shut with a bang. A figure slowly walked down the stairs of the second floor, saying as he did so, "Zhao Si, you finally appeared. It wasn't in vain that I waited for you for so long." This person's words just fell. Originally still aimlessly wandering away from the 24 ghosts suddenly issued a mournful hiss, directly surrounded me in the center. The soul body is also more and more solid. Originally still ghost realm of their strength rubbing up, all become ghost soldiers realm, and even a few have already turned into ghost generals. Oh, to pay such a big price just to ambush me? I said lightly as I looked at him. Chapter 140 Xianshi Demon Ghost Cave. The person who came down from upstairs was Li Jing. He actually didn't die, and all the resentful souls here were controlled by him. But it wasn't surprising. With Li Jing's strength, he could completely hide himself. It was impossible for the police to find him. He looked at me with a smile on his face, with an air of confidence, and said with his mouth, "If you want to blame me, you can only blame me for not being able to see you in the first place. I didn't expect you to be such a powerful character that you were actually able to win first place in a fighting competition."
I laughed and said, this grieving soul formation, you didn't set it up yourself, did you? You shouldn't have this ability yet. I know, this is an extremely cruel Shinmen magic formation, belongs to the side door, the construction of the ghost of the formation, must be extremely heavy resentment of the new soul, the death method is hanging, a mouthful of resentment held in the throat, the resentment can be extracted, with the Shin method of quenching, so that the new soul of the strength of the rapid increase in the strength of each other nourishment, the composition of the resentment of the soul of the formation. However, this grudge soul formation was a spell that could only be learned by a Shin Zun powerhouse, and this Li Jing was only at the 5th level of Xianshi, so there was no way to set it up. That's right, so what? I knew you would come to me for revenge. This grudge soul formation can trap even Shin Zun powerhouses, even if you have a high natural talent, it's impossible for you to advance to Shin Zun in just 8 months, right? Li Jing said. You're so cruel, these people are all your brothers. I turned my head to look at those Yin spirits around me, my heart felt a little bad, there was even some self-blame, if it wasn't for us, maybe they wouldn't have died. Li Jing laughed and said, what's wrong with that? They are still by my side, they are still my brothers, and now that the Li mansion is guarded by the spiteful soul array, I will only be safer. Do you know why I am so nice to the hunting and killing branch? It's because Zhuge Wu promised to help me set up a grieving soul array. So you've been wanting to set up this formation for a long time? Yes, and you're the first person I've used to sacrifice a formation, you should feel honored. Li Jing said as he took out a token and drew a formation initiation rune in the void, and the 24 Yin souls immediately began to become violent. I raised my hand and Zong Qiqi appeared beside me, and my strong aura slowed down the ghost soldiers and ghost generals who were ready to pounce. Zong Qiqi was a ghost martial level guardianing soul, and had been sacrificed for so long on the cultivation jade platform at the Shenmen sect headquarters. Although she was only a first order ghost martial, her strength was completely no less than that of a fifth order ghost martial, and as far as those ghost soldiers and ghost generals were concerned, they simply weren't enough to look at in front of her. Ghost martial. You've advanced to Xianzun? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Jing said in surprise. The situation was already clear, but Li Jing's grieving soul formation had already been opened, and those ghost soldiers and ghost generals simply wouldn't stop. Even after being pressured by Zong Qiqi's authority, they still wouldn't stop until they got what they wanted. Master, just leave these small Luo soldiers to me. Zong Qiqi said easily, raising her hand. She grabbed a first-rank ghost general who rushed at the front, and with a fierce tear, that ghost general was torn into 2 sides and dissipated into the air. I drew off the Xianmu sword, split a few ghost soldiers in the way, and quickly rushed toward Li Jing. At this time Li Jing saw the scene, where there is still the arrogance of a moment ago, pulling his legs and running toward the 2nd floor. I quickly chased after him. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. Li Jing was at least a Xianshi 5th level Xianshi, and he had his own guardianing spirit, but this Xianshi 5th level was not much of a pressure for me, even if he had a ghost general 5th level guardianing spirit. As soon as the guardianing spirit came out, it directly lunged towards me. I didn't dodge at all, and the heaven-grade Xianmu sword in my hand directly slashed towards the guardianing spirit. A normal first-order Xianmu sword, as long as it's below the earth level, can injure the guardianing soul, but it can't kill it in a second, and it doesn't happen to be the case that the Xianmu sword in my hand is a heaven-level Xianmu sword. Whose sound? The heaven-level Xianmu sword cut through the soul body of the guardianing soul. The guardianing soul screamed miserably, and the soul flew away and disappeared into the air, a move to kill in a second, which made Li Jing, who was ready to cooperate with the guardianing soul and me to fight a battle, completely lost his action, and he looked at me dumbfounded and said, You're an Earth-grade Xianmu sword? Li Jing's calculations were very good. The resentful soul formation below trapped Zong Qiqi, and then he himself cooperated with the guardianing spirit to finish me off. But unfortunately, all of this plan was just a bubble in front of absolute strength. I took 1 step towards Li Jing. Originally I just wanted to extort a sum of money from Li Jing, but now, this Li Jing might have to be killed. You knew I'd come back for revenge? I asked as I walked away. It's what Zhuge Wu said, that you will definitely come back. Li Jing didn't retreat because at this moment, Zong Qiqi had already blocked his back path. What did Zhuge Wu say to you? I frowned and asked. If Zhuge Wu had said it, then my identity had already been exposed. Although he didn't know my current identity, he must have already known about my previous alias Zhao Si, that is to say, he already knew about the fact that I didn't die. I am the extreme fate, my natural talent he knows clearly, to exceed him, it is only a matter of time. I even suspect that he brought Zhao Xian with him, is afraid that I find him to seek revenge. He saw that there is a card to protect his body only. Where did Zhuge Wu and the others go? I asked coldly. Li Jing hurriedly said, they've gone to the Xianji Demon Ghost Cave. They left in a hurry. There seems to be something going on inside the Demon Ghost Cave, and many Xianzun or above powerhouses have gone over. What is the Xianer Demon Ghost Cave? I asked suspiciously. That's a public area, deep in the Altai Mountains north of Xinjiang. Common area? Yes, there the Xian, Demon, and Spirit races can all go, and the 3 races can coexist and trade some resources for cultivation. Li Jing explained. I froze in my tracks. There was actually such a place. The demon spirit race and the genii could really coexist in the same place? Looks like I'll have to make a trip to this place.
When Li Jing said that something big had happened there, and almost all the strongest Shinzuns and above had gone over, it was definitely a big deal, and Zhao Xian's inner Dan hadn't been repaired yet, and her strength was extremely low, so going to that kind of place would definitely not be a safe and secure thing to do. Thinking about it, I spoke up and asked, "Do you know what happened there?" Li Jing shook his head and said, "I don't know, and I'm not qualified to know either. Zhao Xianyu, please be magnanimous and let me go. Whatever you want as long as I have it, I'll give it all to you. I, Li Jing, swear to the heavens that if I make things difficult for Zhao Xianyu for half a minute again, the heavens will strike me with 5 thunderbolts."
Is there a map to the Xianer Demon Ghost Cave?
Yes, and I can arrange a car for you to get to the neighborhood, Li Jing said hurriedly, desperately trying to please me. I nodded and took out a blank piece of talisman paper and said with my mouth, "I don't believe in your mouth oath, swear with blood, anything about me, absolutely can't be mentioned to anyone, or else you'll immediately die a violent death and your god's soul will be annihilated. And by the way, I'm not called Zhao Si, I'm called Zhao Lianfan." Li Jing looked at me and hesitated slightly before his mouth said, "Good." He took the talisman paper and directly bit open his middle finger and began to draw a blood oath talisman on it, chanting as he did so, with the spirits of heaven and earth as proof. Li Jing took a blood oath to start the oath that if I ever divulge any information about Xianyu, Zhao Renfan, in the future, I will immediately die a violent death. After the drawing, he plucked off one of his hairs and put it in the talisman paper and handed it to me. I checked it, drew a forbidden spell on it and injected my spiritual power into it before handing it back to Li Jing. Li Jing turned out the talisman paper and held it against a few times, then swallowed it directly.
"Is it okay?"
Li Jing asked after swallowing the talisman seal. I nodded and said, "You screwed me out of my money, and this isn't over."
"Return, I return,"
Li Jing said as he took out a black gold card and said with his mouth, "There's $5 million in here, there's no password." I was not polite, I directly took it, and said with my mouth, "Arrange the car." By the way, I also added a goodness forbidden spell inside the blood oath talisman just now. If you still want to do evil in the future, be careful of the forbidden spell backfiring on you. Yes, I'll go and arrange a car for you to go to the Xianer Demon Ghost Cave, Li Jing said and took out his cell phone. That's the end of today's update. Good night folks.
Chapter 141, Mistakes Made Out of Love.
Under Li Jing's arrangement, a luxury commercial car quickly came outside the Li mansion. I didn't go through the door, but once again turned over the wall and walked out. Li Jing swore a blood oath and swallowed the blood talisman. He absolutely can't disclose half of the information about me. As long as he moves this thought, the forbidden spell will backfire on him and make him die a violent death right away. As for unlocking this forbidden spell, I'm afraid that it needs to be a strong person of the realm of the immortal Shen Lord to be able to do it, because this oath was sent by himself. Swore it himself. And the forbidden spell is controlled by me. As long as I want, within 100 kilometers, I can start the forbidden spell at any time and make Li Jing die a violent death. When I got into the car, I didn't even have to say anything. This driver just turned around and drove towards the north. The driver of the car looked restrained, constantly looking at me through the rearview mirror as if he had something to say but was afraid to say it.
"Oh, brother driver, is there something you want to say to me?" I opened my mouth and asked.
The driver's grip on the steering wheel tightened, and his mouth said, it's fine. Master Li said that you are a valued guest. I'm afraid of slowing you down."
"It's fine, just drive. By the way, where's the map?" I asked, opening my mouth.
The driver opened the storage box and took out a map, and said with his mouth, "This is the map. The car can only drive to the periphery, and to get to the destination you still need to walk more than 100 kilometers of mountain roads."
"No helicopters going that way?" I asked suspiciously.
The driver shook his head. "Nope. No." The driver spoke unnaturally, and his hands gripping the steering wheel were sweating all the time, and without fail, he wiped his shirt with his palms, and through the rearview mirror I could vaguely see thin beads of sweat rising from his forehead. He kept turning the air conditioning in the car down and down again, and eventually even I felt a little cold, but he was still sweating. This situation made me have to be vigilant. A bad feeling came to me. I vaguely felt that Li Jing seemed to have other arrangements. I didn't move and sacrificed Zhong Qiqi, telling her to check if there was something wrong with the car. Zhong Qiqi went through the window and climbed to the bottom of the car. In no time, she sat in again and said with her mouth full, "Master, there is something like an explosive underneath the car, flashing with a red light and a timer. Qiqi has already sealed the bomb with her yin qi, and the bomb is no longer effective." I silently nodded. This Li Jing is really not a good commodity. No wonder this is easy to send a blood oath. He is trying to directly bomb me to death, then he will be free. Now it is only driving more than 10 kilometers only. As long as it is beyond 100 kilometers, this bomb will definitely explode, even if I start a forbidden spell before I die, because of the distance beyond the distance. This will also be fine. As long as I am dead, the blood oath will be automatically lifted. There was a bomb underneath the car. The driver must have known about it. That's why he was so nervous. He should have been prepared in his heart to die with me as well. It's just that knowing that he was about to die, no one would have acted like a normal person.
"Turn around and go back to the Li mansion," I said suddenly.
The driver froze and looked up at me again, his eyes complex, torn between joy and fear.
Did you say back to the Li mansion?" the driver asked. I nodded and said, "What did Li Jing threaten you with to do this?" The driver's face changed drastically after hearing this, and his mouth said in a panic, "What do you mean by this? Why can't I understand? I assume you put the bomb under the car yourself?" The driver's face turned white after hearing this, and he slammed on the brakes, the speeding car dragging out 2 dark brake marks on the road, emitting an ear-piercing scuffling sound. Boom! The car stopped, the driver opened the door violently. He didn't run, but opened the door behind him as he walked to me, plopped down and knelt on the ground. His mouth said, "Mage forgive me, Mage forgive me, Li Jing has my daughter. If I don't do as I'm told, he'll kill my daughter. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Get up. First go back to the Li mansion and help you save your daughter." I said lightly, this kind of threaten to do something is actually not wrong, and he himself knows that it is a dead end, but still did it. All of this is out of his love for his daughter, because of love and made a mistake. There is always something worth forgiving. "Mage, we can't go back, Master Li. Master Li is a mage, his skills are heavenly, no one can do anything to him." The driver shivered and said, "What did you just call me? Mage? Well, let's go, back to the Li mansion." The driver hesitated slightly, bit his teeth and said, "Okay, mage, you're not like other mages, I'll listen to you. You've been in contact with a lot of mages? Well, it's those people before the Li mansion. I don't know why all of a sudden they're dead. Those people are brutal, they'll go on a killing spree if they don't get their way a little bit." The driver re-entered the car, closed the door, turned around and drove towards the Li mansion again, at a much faster speed than just now. "Oh, that's not much of a mage, you misunderstand." The car quickly returned to the outside of the Li mansion. I asked the driver to help me take out the bomb and hand it to me. The driver reminded me that this bomb would automatically explode after 2 hours of time. I said it was fine, and then took the bomb and tumbled into the Li mansion once again. The light in the study of Li Jing's house was on, and the girl's slurred cry for help came from inside, and I quietly walked to the door of the study, which was closed. "Hee, your father is going to die soon. You're a little girl who is also bullied outside. Follow me. As long as you're obedient, I'll make sure you're clothed and fed." Li Jing's voice came over, with a lightness in his tone. Oh, the girl's voice came out. It should be her mouth was gagged. This girl should be the daughter of the driver at the door. "Do you know how many women want to climb up my dress? Don't you know what's good for you?" After Li Jing finished speaking, I heard a slap and I violently kicked open the door to the study. Boom! The lock on the door of the study was scrapped with a loud bang. Zhao Renfan, why did you come back?" After Li Jing saw me who appeared in the doorway standing with his hands behind his back, his hideous face turned into fear, his body involuntarily shaking, I looked at the girl, 17 or 18 years old, still wearing a school uniform that had been torn beyond recognition, her face written with childishness and panic. I sneered and dropped the bomb I had hidden behind me on the floor, mouthing, "You're not smart enough to try to harm me." Seeing this bomb, the ferocious light in Li Jing's eyes flickered as he glanced viciously at the girl, grabbing a dagger in his hand and stabbing it towards the girl while saying, "Your father betrayed me, so you're going to die with me." Boom! Before the dagger touched the girl, Li Jing's hand was grabbed by Zhong Qiqi. Zhong Qiqi twisted it with force and a click was heard, the dagger fell to the ground, and in the next moment, Li Jing was thrown at my feet by Zhong Qiqi. I raised my foot and kicked Li Jing's chest without mercy, several ribs broke in response, and Li Jing's body slid out at speed, slamming heavily into the wall behind him, opening his mouth and spewing out a large mouthful of internal blood. "I originally wanted to let you go, but you asked for your own death, so it's not my fault," I said and walked to the girl, pulled off the cloth stuffed in her mouth, and untied the rope binding her body, and said with my mouth, "You don't need to be afraid, your father is waiting for you outside." The girl had been stunned silly by now, and just kept choking back sobs, nodding slightly, unable to even say a thank you. "Senior brother Zhao, spare my life, it's me who's an asshole, the heart of a villain is the heart of a gentleman." Li Jing struggled to get up, knelt on the ground and started kowtowing. He's mostly older than me, and he actually called me senior brother, it seems like he's really scared. "This matter, does it have anything to do with Zhuge Wu?" I asked coldly. Li Jing shook his head and said in a panic, "No. Yes, there is a connection, he is the one who instructed me to do this." First he said a no, then a yes, that's a no, and then he said a yes after that, just to try to tell me that he was also instructed to try to get me to spare his life. "So that's a no, how do you want to die?" I asked, opening my mouth. Li Jing hurriedly stood up and said with his mouth full, "Senior brother Zhao, I have money, I'll take it all to you, I'll give you all the wealth I've accumulated over the years, I just beg you to let me live, I'm willing to be senior brother Zhao's dog." As soon as Li Jing finished speaking, he had already taken out 3 cards and a dozen piles of cash from inside a safe, and said with his mouth, "This is my entire wealth, the password of the cards are all 8s, and inside the 3 cards, each of them has about $100 million, so I beg you to take a detour on my life." After Li Jing finished, I shook my head and said, "I won't give a second chance to someone who wants to kill me." As soon as the words fell, the forbidden spell was directly unleashed, and Li Jing suddenly bled from all 7 orifices as his entire body collapsed to the ground, and within 3 seconds, his body had already stiffened and passed. I raised my hand and grabbed out Li Jing's soul, split it with a sword, collected the cards and cash on the table, and left the study with the girl. Thank you to my friend, the rest of my life honors the heavens for his divine reward. Chapter 142 Sister Cat Stays Behind.
Li Jing to death did not think that I would kill him so simply. Perhaps he never understood that money for me, there is no temptation. The reason why I took the money, just do not want to waste social resources. Enough to have more than 300 million, this Li Jing was also rich enough. But he had been in this position for so long and was a xianxue. If he really let loose with his wealth, 300 million was really not much. After completely resolving the matter of Li Jing, I didn't climb over the wall again, but walked out from the gate and directly got into that driver's car. That driver was in tears after seeing his daughter. The father and daughter were originally supposed to be separated forever, but now they were able to be reunited and don't have to worry about being separated in the future. The driver's name is Su Hui, and the girl's name is Su Moli, a very good-looking girl who was still in her senior year of high school, and it's reasonable to say that someone like Li Jing shouldn't go to great lengths just because the girl is pretty. The father and daughter embraced each other and cried. I was a bit moved by what I saw, but I still had to interrupt them and say, Big brother Su Hui, let's send sister Moli home first, and that I still have to trouble you to give me a ride. Su back then started the car and gave me a burst of thanks. After dropping Su Moli off at home, Su Hui admonished her for a few moments before getting into the car again and heading north. Su Hui became much more relaxed this time, no longer the same difference as before. I used his cell phone to call the captain of Sadiq, told him that Li Jing is dead, all the people in Li's house were killed by Li Jing, and told him to close the case, and he asked me if it was okay to touch this case. I said yes, there is no one behind Li Jing. After hanging up the phone, Su Hui asked me if I was from the police. I said no, just stopping by to help. He said that I was young but so powerful, it must be some kind of hermit brought out of the disciples. I asked him if he had ever seen a very powerful master. He said that there was no one except Li Jing. Even if it was Li Jing, there was only violence in front of an ordinary person like him, and he had not seen any particularly incredible means of spells, but he believed that this world is not that simple. As we chatted, he said that I was so good, could I ask for a favor, and when I asked what it was, he said it was about Su Moli. After inquiring carefully I realized what was going on with Su Moli. She had been able to see some weird and strange things since she was a child and was often harassed by dirty things. He told several things. Simply put, Su Moli could see ghosts and could attract them. There are many possibilities to be able to see ghosts. Like me, the extreme fate was born with yin and yang eyes, but the extreme fate is rare, an era will not appear. The second one, poor chi, low eyesight, or a special fate may see ghosts, but Su Moli will not be a lifetime of very low chi, so this does not exist. But the one that could attract ghosts over without having an effect on one's body, thinking about it, there was only one possibility, and that was the purine fate. Purine lifestyle is rare, but not no, simply put, is the 8 purine, yerin month day yin time born. This yin time must be the beginning of the hour, such as 11 o'clock in the evening, after the birth of the person cries, will inhale yang chi to build their own yang life. The time is an hour. If this hour happens to be the sun of the hour, then the yang life will be transformed into a yin life, to become a pure yin lifestyle. A person with a pure silver destiny carries a magnetic field of her own that makes ghosts comfortable, so she attracts ghosts over to her, and when the ghosts pass, they stay quietly by her side and don't do anything, because ghosts can't be touched by a person with a purine destiny. Purine fate only exists in the femaline body. In fact, it is also a good seedling of metaphysics, which is also a very good natural talent, especially her virginine yuan, especially precious, and the taker of the cultivation can be a day by 1,000 miles, and it is no wonder that Li Jing will want to get Su Moli. But the metaphysical door is as deep as the sea, and there is no need for me to tell Su Hui about these things, and it is the best for me to be able to be a common man. The reason why Su Moli will be seen by Li Jing, but also because Su Hui is really no way out, looking for someone to help solve Su Moli exorcism of ghosts and evil by Li Jing. This kind of destiny there is no way to go to confirm the diagnosis, can only go to the general judgment, Li Jing. This kind of person's style of action is the kind of people would rather kill 1,000 people wrongly but also refuse to let go of a person. I drew a talisman in the car and gave it to Su Hui, instructing him to turn the talisman into talismanic water for Su Moli to drink when he returned. This talisman can completely seal her purine destiny, and as long as she doesn't open it on her own initiative, she won't be able to attract ghosts and attract souls in the future. The car sped for more than 8 hours, has long been away from Urumqi, came to the Altai mountain range around, Su back off the highway, the more you go more and more remote, and finally bumped nearly 3 hours of time, came to the foot of a mountain, where the road is no longer considered to be a road, and further cannot drive. Taking out a map, Subak told me where we were now, then pointed out where I was going, and asked if I wanted him to accompany me. I said no, that place is not for him to go. The car inside the more than 100,000 yuan of cash, I only took a few $1,000s, all the others left Su Hui, cash for me not much use, and also take up space. Su Hui brought me some dry food and watched me leave before turning around and heading back. I also quickly dug into the mountains. This place is still 100 kilometers away from the Xianxue Demon Ghost Cave. With my current strength and physical ability, if I go at full speed, it will only take more than 2 hours. But the mountain road is difficult to walk, so I guess it won't take 3 hours. I had wanted to call Zong Chichi out to run with me, so that I would have a conversation partner, but this is not a good place to be, and even though it's been deserted for a long time, that's just on the surface. After I determined the direction according to the map, I began to run at full speed. My physical quality is not bad, running for 3 hours does not exist. The problem of physical exhaustion, 100 kilometers seems to be very far, for me, although troublesome, but it is not impossible to do. Half an hour later, I have gone over 3 hills, there is no road on the mountain, the strenuous running makes my foot shoes completely scrapped, this shoe is not a good shoe, is my time in Changsha city stalls to buy, usually nothing, once this running, the quality of the shoes out of the problem. Mind thinking about quickly to the place, also did not bother to dwell too much, after taking off the shoes with 2 pieces of clothing wrapped around the footplate, just ready to continue walking, from behind came a naughty female voice, this Shin seems to need help well. I turned my head to look, it was an acquaintance, in fact, it could not be considered an acquaintance, because we just knew each other, we had not spoken to each other. This woman's name was Cat Ignore, a person from the Demon Slayers Union, the first place winner of the Shin Master Group in the last Shin Men fighting competition, and a self-cultivating Shin Master. We entered the Tibetan scripture pavilion together, but I am now in disguise, so she surely could not recognize me. I didn't expect that she had also come out of the hidden scripture pavilion and had already completed the Xuanzuan spiritual power transformation, becoming a veritable Xuanzuan powerhouse. The cat ignores the outstanding natural talent, his Xuanzuan strength is definitely not the general Xuanzuan strength, this is certain, if I fight with her, winning is definitely not possible, whether I can run away is a problem. I don't know much about the cat ignoring, I only know that she is a bold self-cultivating Shenshur, maybe because of her confidence, she didn't cover her face at all in the Shenshur fighting competition, and she didn't ask that old man from the law enforcement hall to help her disguise herself after she came out this time. Such a person is not someone I would like to come into contact with. I fixed my clothes to my feet with a few vines, jumped in place, and said with my mouth, thanks to senior sister's concern, the problem is solved. Cat Ignore asked with a grin, are you also going to the Shiener Demon Ghost Cave? I nodded and said, yeah, go check it out. You're only at the first level of Shien Master, don't you have a strong person from the division to accompany you? Cat Ignore asked suspiciously. I shook my head and said, I'm a self-cultivating arcane and don't have a branch, so I'll have to go over there alone. A self-cultivating Zuanist? Coincidentally, so am I. My name is Cat Ignore, come along? Cat Ignore seemed to be very enthusiastic. I waved my hand and said, thank you for your kind words, my strength is low, so I might not be able to keep up with your speed. The cat ignored a giggle and said with its mouth, whatever you want, but don't blame me for not reminding you, if there is no Xuanzuan level Xuanja leading you, you, a Xian master, can't enter the Xuanja Demon Ghost Cave. What? There's such a thing? I asked, a little speechless, but the cat ignored me, and instead directly crossed over, bringing up a gust of wind and rushing towards the front. Senior cat sister stay, I'm willing to go with you. I shouted, lifting my feet and chasing after her. The cat ignored it and laughed, saying mischievously, yeah, catch up with me and I'll take you in. Chapter 143, Forced into the Water. These words completely enraged me, as the former know. One of the Shinrin group, I still have confidence above martial arts, with her current speed, there should be no problem catching up with her. I accelerated my progress on my feet and kept sprinting, but that cat ignored me faster and faster, it was like she was deliberately tricking me. Running less than 10 minutes, the clothes wrapped around my feet fell off again, I cannot estimate so much, directly barefoot in the deep forest inside the wild running, struggling to catch up with the cat does not care. Another half an hour has passed, my feet are already drenched in blood, the road of the sharp stones and thorns cut my feet numerous cuts, drilling pain from the soles of the feet up, I cannot help but shiver, stopped in place. And the cat ignored this time has disappeared without a trace, and when she finally disappeared from my field of vision, I saw that she mounted a big white tiger, this big tiger, should be her guardian demonic beast. I'm a little speechless, there is a kind of anger in my heart that has been tricked, I don't know that the Shenshur Demon Ghost Cave actually still needs Shin Zun to lead the way to such a rule. The cat ignores the fact that it can't catch up with me and I also have no way to be in. It seems that you can only get there first and talk about it. Although there aren't many Shin Zun powerhouses, most of them are coming over, and by then, it shouldn't be too hard to find another person to take me in. If I really can't do it, I'll use the seal of the charm as a quid pro quo. I didn't feel it when I was running, but when I stopped I realized that the soles of my feet were completely unwatchable, and all sorts of pain came up, and it felt like my feet weren't even my own anymore. I looked around, there wasn't a single silhouette around me, walking behind a boulder, I sacrificed Zong Chi-Chi. As soon as Zong Chi-Chi came out, she saw my feet and said heartily, Master, why do you need to injure yourself? I spat out my tongue and mouthed, been tricked, help me heal. In fact, I don't need to say, Zong Chi-Chi directly lifted up my feet after saying the words, cold hands on the soles of my feet, a burst of cold and soothing feeling came, I can't help but comfortable the pain instantly disappeared, and replaced by a refreshing, comfortable, as if the skillful old Chinese medicine doctor was giving me a foot massage. Master, where are your shoes? Zong Chi-Chi asked as she used her Origin Chi to help heal my injuries. Broken shoes running away. I answered truthfully. Zong Chi-Chi said with some unhappiness, tell Chi-Chi when your shoes fall off, Chi-Chi will help you strengthen your footplate with Yin Chi, and you won't be hurt. The situation was urgent, didn't think about it, sorry. I whispered, like a child who had done something wrong.
Zhong Qiqi smiled wanly and said with some self-condemnation, Master, Qiqi isn't blaming you either. Why are you saying sorry? I'm the one who made your worry, so I admit my mistake, and since I admit my mistake, I should have an attitude of admitting it. I replied. But Qiqi is only your guardian soul, this is in ancient times, that is a slave-ah. Zhong Qiqi said. I waved my hand, no, we're friends, very good friends. Zhong Qiqi didn't say anything again, she just smiled sweetly and concentrated on healing my wounds, and used her originine chi to help me strengthen my footplate, and the wounds were all cleaned up and scabbed over without any pain. Taking advantage of this gap, I also ate some dry food and drank some water to replenish my strength. Alright, it's okay to run anyway now, but it can only last for one day. Oh. Zhong Qiqi stood up and helped me up as well. I stood up and bounced in place a few times without feeling anything, more comfortable than in my shoes. Thanks Qiqi. Be careful, master. Zhong Qiqi instructed me, knowing that I wouldn't let her stay outside. She took the initiative to get inside the ring. I took my backpack and rushed out towards the front again. This delay was half an hour. The cat ignored it and definitely couldn't catch up, but I still didn't slow down. If I went over there earlier, I could look for Zhao Xian earlier. The soles of my feet that had been strengthened by Zhong Qiqi didn't have any pain even when I stepped on top of the sharp stones, which allowed me to run faster. After running for almost half an hour, I stopped once again. It wasn't that I wanted to stop, but in front of me was a canyon, and inside the canyon, someone was fighting. There were several people fighting, to be exact. And one of the parties in the fight was actually the cat who told me to chase her, ignoring the fact that she seemed to have been ambushed. The other side is also all demon hunters. One of them I've seen before, a Xuanzuan powerhouse from the Flat Demon Division. I've seen it before during the Shenmen sect headquarters examination, but it wasn't the one who appeared in the Li Mansion, it was another one. In addition to this Shinzun powerhouse from the Flat Demon Division, there are two other Shinzun powerhouses and a Xianxue 5th layer. I don't recognize any of these three people, but they are on the side of the Flat Demon Division, so I don't know if they are people from the Flat Demon Division. The four people together surrounded the cat ignoring. Although the cat ignoring was strong, it was only Xuanzuan 1st layer's strength. One of these four people, the one from the Flat Demon Division, was at the 5th Xuanzuan layer, and the other two Xuanzuan powerhouses were one at the 3rd layer, and one at the 6th layer. The cat is ignoring the fact that at this point, she is falling behind, and her white tiger guardian demon beast is also surrounded by 4 giant wolves. This giant wolf looks familiar. When I first saw Yilinger, she also summoned a giant wolf. In comparison, Cat Ignore's guardian beast was a bit more raw than she was, and was able to face the siege of 4 giant wolves without losing the battle. What are you looking at? Get lost. That Xianxue was not close to being able to get his hands on anything, and when he saw that I was watching the show, he viciously said to me. I spread my hands and said, you guys are blocking the canyon, I can't get across. Take a detour, the Flat Demon Division is settling things. That Xian master said directly. As soon as I heard that this person was also from the Ping Demon branch, a killing opportunity appeared in my eyes. It was really a narrow road between enemies. The Ping Demon branch was ungrateful. I circled around Ping Chuan's life. Not only were they ungrateful, but they were also chasing after me, and they also messed with Jugawu, which made it completely intolerable for me. So what if we don't go around? I asked coldly. Detour or die? That Xianxue 5th level couldn't intervene in the fight against the cat ignoring it, and could only vent this suffocation on me, and as soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed his Shenmu sword and stabbed it directly towards me. The corner of my mouth lifted up a smile. You're the one who seeks death, so I'll be polite. The Shenmu sword was quickly drawn out by me, and I didn't even dodge his attack as I slashed up with it. This person relied on the fact that he was at the 5th Xianxue level and I was only a Xianxue 1st level, thinking that he had me beat, but in just one move, his Shenwood sword came out of his hand, and his entire person was kicked by me and flew several meters away, hitting the top of a boulder behind him and fainting to death. Hot chickens. I broke into a curse, venting my frustration with the Flat Demon Division. Shoo! A flying dagger suddenly flew past from not far away, directly stabbing into the heart of that Shen Master 5th level. I turned my head to look. This flying dagger was shot by Cat Ignore. She gave me a mischievous glance and mouthed, "Thanks a lot, senior brother." Then quickly exited the battle circle and landed beside me. I froze. I did not want to kill this person, but how can I not understand the meaning of the cat ignored in my heart? The cat ignored this is trying to pull me into the water. You mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. You should understand this. Cat Ignore replied quickly. She already had more than a dozen external wounds on her body, but her expression was still relaxed. This relaxation stemmed from her confidence in her own strength. I was mentally speechless for a while, because the angry eyes of the other 3 Xianzun powerhouses had already landed on me. I don't care what kind of backstage you have, killing someone from my Flat Demon Division, we will definitely break you into pieces. That Xianzun 6th level said angrily. Killed by you. I slung my Shenmu sword across my body in a fighting stance. Cat Ignore heatedly smiled and suddenly brought his lips to my ear, first gently blowing a breath, then said in a seductive voice, "Seeing your strike just now, if I'm not mistaken, your name is Zhao Si, the first place winner of the Shenrun group's fighting style. Let's settle the trouble first. I can only deal with one," I said lightly, and didn't bother with her too much. Cat Ignore suddenly kissed me on the cheek and mouthed, "Dealing with one is more than enough." Asterisk 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 asterisk, are you a demon chopper or a vixen? Bah! I cursed and rubbed the place she had kissed with force, my heart twisted as I carried my Shenmue sword and rushed towards the Shenzun third layer. Chapter 144, You'll be my brother. The cat ignored a laugh and said with his mouth, from now on, you're my brother. As soon as I made my move, Cat Ignore naturally wouldn't be idle. After I wrapped around the Shenzun third layer, she similarly blocked the other two Shenzun powerhouses. 3 Shenzun powerhouses couldn't even decapitate her, so now that there were only 2, it was naturally a lot easier for her. The first time I fought with a Schwanzuan powerhouse, I didn't hold back, the Schwanzuan third layer, although the lowest level, but the strength is no less than that Schwanzuan fifth layer. The reason why I am choosing him is also because I want to make the cat ignoring it a little easier. The Shenwood sword in the hands of the Shenzun powerhouse is already a second section Shenwood sword. The spiritual power is several times more powerful than a section Shenwood sword. However, the Shenwood sword is divided into grades. After a few violent slashes, the heaven grade Shenwood sword in my hands did not fall into the wind in the slightest, and judging from the power of the Shenwood sword in his hands, his Shenwood sword is only Shen grade at most. You've hidden your Shen master rank? And your Shenwood sword is earth rank? That Shenzun powerhouse was a large realm higher than me, yet he couldn't crush me in the slightest, which made him incomparably appalled. I hemmed and hawed and said, waste of words. In terms of martial arts alone, I don't have the strength to crush him. After all, it's one big realm higher than me, but to pester him, it's no problem at all. As long as I pester him, the cat ignores it and finishes off the other 2, then comes over to help me, and it's only a matter of time before he's killed. The hatred between me and the flat demon branch is already unresolvable. Now that I can take out 3 Shenzun powerhouses here, then the name of the flat demon branch as the number 1 ranked demon chopper will be taken away from it, and this kind of branch will be destroyed by other demon chopper branches as soon as it loses its power because the flat demon branch can achieve the number 1 position, and there are surely other branches that are hostile to it. Inside the not-so-large canyon, it was instantly filled with swords and sword shadows, beasts screaming and people roaring, and that Shenzun powerhouse became more and more serious, the attacks of his men becoming more and more severe. Under his attack, I was just barely able to block. After all, there was a big realm difference, and the other party was still a demon slayer, who already had an advantage in martial arts. If I'm already at the 5th Shen master level, no, even if I'm at the 3rd Shen master level, I wouldn't be so passive. The heaven grade Shenmue sword kept blocking, dozens of moves down, that Shenzun powerhouse's second stage Shenmue sword should break. He looked at me with incomparable horror, his mouth asked, the Shenmue sword in your hand is heaven grade? If his Shenmue sword wasn't a second stage, it would probably have broken a long time ago, and this sentence also attracted the attention of the other 3 people. Everyone knew very well what a heaven-grade Shenmue sword meant. Xuanyu sword in the Shenmen is very popular, can rely on will enter the Shen spiritual power into Shen human spiritual power to obtain. Shen wooden sword grade is determined by the speed of spiritual power conversion, and the speed of spiritual power conversion is determined by the natural talent. Can obtain the heavenly grade Shen wooden sword people, who all know that is supreme natural talent. 1 in 10,000, in the past 300 years, known to obtain the heavenly grade Shen wooden sword is only 2 people. The first one is the last Shen Mendor master. There is also the first was the previous Shen sect master, and the other was Luo Xin, the pavilion master of the scripture pavilion. Now that a heaven grade Shenmue sword has appeared in my hand once again, how could they not be shocked? Make sure to kill him. That Schwanzuan 6th layer dropped a sentence and fished out a flare from his body and threw it directly into the sky. The flare accelerated itself into the sky after being thrown up and then blossomed into a greenish-colored flat demon division's logo pattern, which slowly dispersed after a few seconds. And what I had in mind was the same as the Shenzun 6th level, that is, I must kill them to silence them. Brother, you're going to have to bring out all your tricks. Seeing that his opponent had given the signal, the cat ignored it and also came back to his senses, slashing his sword towards that Shenzun 6th layer. How could I not know the seriousness of the matter? Exposing the heaven-grade Shenmue sword was just as dangerous as exposing my extreme destiny. At this point, I couldn't care less. I lifted my hand and sacrificed Zong Chi. Good guy, ghost martial level guardianine spirit. Brother, you're awesome. Cat Ignore stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and his fighting spirit was even more explosive. Zong Chi was a ghost martial. Her combat power was not inferior to an ordinary Shenzun powerhouse in the slightest. With her help, in less than half a minute, that Shenzun third layer who had lost his Shenwood sword fell into a complete disadvantage. Even if he didn't have the chance to stave off, he could only run as hard as he could. Zong Chi and I don't cooperate much, but our vision can be shared, although it's not said to be seamless, but it's definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, and I know that the more we cooperate like this, we will become more and more in sync with each other, and our combat power will rise in a straight line. In less than 2 minutes, that Schwanzuan third layer was held back by Zong Chi and had my sword run through his heart. Chi, go help. I hurriedly said, raising my hand and drawing a soul-drawing hand charm on that Shenzun third layer's body, forcibly pulling his soul out from inside his body and cleaving it into nothingness with a sword. Then he flew towards the cat ignore side and joined the melee. With Zong Chi and I joining in, the other 2 Shenzun powerhouses were no match at all, and this time it was even faster. It was just less than a minute before the 2 of them fell completely into the wind.
Stop, kill us and you will no longer have a chance to live. Today's matter will end like this, we will no longer pursue the matter. That Xianzun sixth layer said as he backed away. His blocking was strained and he received 2 more swords as he spoke. Right, from now on, we don't interfere with each other, cats ignore each other, and we will no longer pursue the matter of you killing members of my flat demon division. The other Xianzun fifth layer also chimed in, although their mouths were saying words of peace, the movements in their hands did not have the slightest intention of seeking peace. The cat ignored the disdain and said, I'll be damned, the hell I'll believe you guys. I'm not a ghost, naturally I won't believe them. They sent out a distress flare. I believe it won't take 10 minutes for someone to come to support them. If there are 2 more Xuanzuan powerhouses, by then it's still whatever they say it is. And they already know about my heaven-grade Xianmu sword. They have to die no matter what. Cats ignore, let's see who decapitates first. I dropped a sentence and cooperated with Zong Qiqi to launch an even more severe attack against that Xianzun fifth layer, and those 2 Xianzun powerhouses kept begging for peace, and began to make a last-ditch resistance with neither of us hitting the ground running. Resistance is desperate. Unfortunately, in the case of strength difference, desperate resistance also seems so powerless. Almost at the same time, the cat ignores and I at the same time finished off the opponent. I drew out the soul of that Xuanzuan 5th level, and the cat ignores the cultivation of the demon decapitation method, and does not know how to make a person's spirit and soul destroyed. Brother, come and get rid of this one's soul as well. Cat ignore scavenged something on that Xianzun 6th layer's body before running over to help her white tiger guardian beast deal with those white wolf guardian beasts. I told Zong Qiqi to go over and help as well, then drew out and dispersed the souls of that Xianzun 6th level and the Xian master from before, and by this time, those 4 white wolf guardian demonic beasts had also turned into 4 demonic beast corpses, and dozens of scratches had been leveled on the cat ignore's white tiger guardian beast. Brother, come up, let's get out of here, we'll be dead if someone sees us. The cat ignored the words and jumped directly onto the white tiger. I put away Zong Qiqi and jumped up as well, saying with my mouth, don't recognize your brother indiscriminately, I don't have a sister like you, and you ing kissed me while you were at it. The cat ignored a laugh, his slender legs clamped on the tiger's back, and his mouth said, Great White, let's go. Hearing that she even spoke English, I was instantly sure that this cat ignore was a complete tease. Even if it was carrying 2 people, this white tiger's speed was truly amazing. It was close to catching up with the car, and in an instant it crossed the canyon. It didn't continue onward, but rushed into a mountain forest on the right side of the canyon, running for its life. Enough to run for almost half an hour. The white tiger stopped, seems to be a bit exhausted. The cat ignored and I jumped off the white tiger. The cat ignored and told the white tiger to go and find some food for himself first, and then said to me very seriously, don't worry, I won't say anything about you having a heavenly grade Xuanmu sword, but you have to promise me one thing. What is it? I asked with a frown. This cat ignore was strong. I was no match for him at this point. Cat ignore suddenly tilted his head and said condescendingly, you be my brother. What? I asked with a face full of surprise, originally thinking that cat ignore was going to make some kind of strange request, but I didn't expect her to just say something like this. Looking at the seriousness of her expression, I said somewhat breathlessly, haven't you called your brother brother many times? But you didn't call me sister. Cat ignore beamed. Chapter 145 Demon Realm Ming. Then you call it, I'll just not deny it. I said, once again breathlessly. No, you have to call me sister or it becomes wishful thinking on my part. Cat ignored said more seriously. The cat ignores the features are not exquisite, but there is a kind of soul-stirring demonic beauty, tall, at least 1.75 meters, because of years of travel in the mountains and rivers. The skin is a very healthy loose powder color, light brown wave-shaped long hair and waist, smooth, a cool dress, revealing long legs and small waist. The body is very well proportioned. This kind of body, if you go to modeling to mix, is certainly the top of the world's famous models. I looked at the way the cat ignored it. I don't know what benefit this kind of sister-brother name can bring to her. The first time I saw her defeat various Xianshi leaders above the ring in the Xian sect headquarters, I thought she was a very high and cold iceberg beauty. Until we entered the hidden scripture pavilion together, I still thought she was very high and cold, and we never spoke. But now it seems that not only is she not high and cold, but also an idea of a strange and weird person. How did you know I'm Zhou Si? I'm obviously disguised. I asked suspiciously as I changed the subject. Cat ignore heatedly smiled and said, I guessed see you out of the hand to know, such strength, in all likelihood is that the Xian Ren group's first right. Well, we seem to be further away from the Xianer demon ghost cave now. I said as I looked up at the sky. The cat ignored and didn't say anything, just looked at me playfully, and I winced a little at her look, having no idea what she meant. I avoided her aggressive eyes and said, alright, senior cat sister, let's continue our journey, don't look at me like that, I'm panicking. It's not sister cat, it's sister. Cat ignore said patiently. Okay, sister cat, let's go. I said helplessly, the cat ignoring people doesn't seem to be bad, and the strength is also not bad. I can't afford to lose a piece of meat by calling out sister. What's more, just now it looked like I had helped her, but in fact, it was also considered that she had helped me, because to me, the fewer strong people in the flat demon division, the better, and moreover, the matter of having a heaven-grade Xuanmu sword in my hand really couldn't be leaked out. Remove the word cat and call it sister. I gave her a blank look, sister, okay? Cat Ignore gave a happy laugh, as if my voice of sister could make her very comfortable. She whistled and the white tiger quickly ran over. Cat Ignore straddled the tiger's back, and said with her mouth, "Remember, from now on, all of you have to call me sister."
I likewise mounted the tiger's back and asked with my mouth full, "Can I know why?"
The cat ignored and did not reply, and with a clip of the tiger's back, the white tiger rushed out again. I was too lazy to dwell on so much. Just weakly said, "Sister, we're going in the wrong direction." "Oh, he. The cat ignored an awkward smile and made great white change directions, running in the direction of the Shenron Demon Ghost Cave. There were no more obstacles on the road, and after an hour or so, Big White carried us to a huge and lofty tortoise-back-shaped mountain range, and the cat ignored it by pointing to the large mountain in front of us and said, "This is the Xianshi Demon Ghost Cave."
"Where's the cave?" I asked suspiciously as I surveyed the large mountain. Cat Ignore said, "Inside the mountain." "How come you can't see a single person?" "Brother, this is not a normal entrance, of course you can't see anyone."
Cat Ignore said and jumped down from Great White, telling Great White to follow her, then walked towards the east, explaining as she walked, "The Shenji Demon Ghost Cave has 3 entrances, the Shenji entrance is in the east, the Demon Race entrance is in the west, and the Spirit Race entrance is in the south. No fighting of any kind is allowed inside, or else they will be directly killed. Also, we have to pay attention to the people in the Flat Demon Division, and try to don't reveal any cracks." 3 Xuanzuan powerhouses died at once. The Ping Demon Branch's Palm Department is probably going to have their lungs explode. I asked who would be killed. These 3 people are the 3 iron-faced judges who maintain the order of the Xianshi Demon Ghost Cave, impartial, no matter who, even if it is a strong person of the same level who wants to cause trouble inside, the 3 of them will join hands to kill them. According to Cat Ignore, these 3 guardians were incomparably strong, and with their joining forces, even an immortal Shen Lord level character might not be able to get away with it.
What is it that makes these 3 great men of different races willingly guard the Xianshi Demon Ghost Cave?
I asked with some doubt. By all rights, this kind of powerhouse should be in subtle cultivation. How could they be guarding such a kind of place? The cat ignored it and said, "I'm not sure about this, but all transactions inside the Shenron Demon Ghost Cave have to pay a certain handling fee and entrance fee to the 3 of them, so I think it might be because of that."
I shook my head and said, "It can't be?
With their strength, they shouldn't be able to look at this handling fee. Money may still be a bit useful for Zoonists, but it's not that tempting for the demon and spirit races, is it?
Who says a fee has to be money?"
Cat Ignore said with a cut.
"What was that? Also, what's going on in this Shenron Demon Ghost Cave? Why is everyone suddenly running here?"
I asked suspiciously. Cat Ignore said, "You'll know when you go in." Then I asked Cat Ignore about the hierarchical division of the demon race. She is a demon chopper, and naturally knows the hierarchical division of the demon race incredibly well. The cultivation realms of the demon race were likewise 6, from low to high remained the intentional demon, form demon, witch demon, unified demon, ancestral demon, and indestructible demon saint. The so-called intention demon is with human behavior consciousness of the demon, not far from the transformation. Form demon is already in the form of the demon, equivalent to the ghost soldiers and the Shen people and the Shen people, which demon equivalent to the Shen master and the ghost general, the unified demon equivalent to the Xuanzuan and the ghost marshal, the ancestor demon equivalent to the Shen ancestor and the ghost king, and the indestructible demon saint, the strength and
immortal Shen master and the immortal spirit is not the same as the same.
Zhao Xian should have already been an intentional demon when she was being chased by the people inside the village, and after sleeping inside the coffin with me for 6 years she transformed into a form demon. At that time her strength was only a form demon, a realm higher than those ghosts. Dealing with 2 or 3 can be, dealing with a dozen female ghosts at the same time, it was really too much of a challenge for her. As we talked and walked, we came to the east side of the big mountain, and at the side of a concave boulder, we really saw 3 Shen masters. These 3 Shen masters had raw faces, 1 Shen Zun 3rd layer, 1 Shen Zun 1st layer, and 1 Shen master 6th layer. The boulder looked flat and no entrance was found, but I knew in my heart that it had been hidden with a metaphysical formation, and in fact, there was a passageway right there. I opened my yin and yang eyes, and after fusing my resting eyes I could see a burst of formation fluctuations, which were similar to the air zigzagging that formed on a hot summer day due to the heat. The fact that there were only formation fluctuations and no entrance in sight indicated that this Shenmen formation was of a very high grade, much higher than the demonic barrier of the treehouse in Bayu's tree before. After one of those 3 Shen Zuns reported his name outside, the passageway opened up, and an invitation to come in came from inside, and these 3 people walked straight in towards the stone wall, and the fluctuation of the array pattern was even stronger, and the 3 people disappeared into the stone wall. This situation to see my heart secretly praise, if it is before, this kind of thing can only be seen inside the mythological drama. But now it is to see the real. Let's go, brother. Cat Ignore unapologetically took my hand and walked towards the concave stone wall as well. Xuanzone Cat Ignore knocks at the door with his younger brother and guardian demonic beast. Cat Ignore said loudly at that passageway. After waiting for not more than a few seconds, a voice once again came from inside. Guardian demonic beasts must be transformed before they can enter. The cat ignored the nod and said to Dabai, "Dabai transformed." The big white roar whimpered and stood up, the huge body slowly shrunk, and finally transformed into a humanoid-looking woman with a white dress and a very cute appearance, forming the most distinctive contrast with the image of the big white tiger just now. After the transformation of the face of the big white did not have any expression, if like a walking corpse, the eyes are yellow, pupils are relatively large, looks like with a very strange pupil. This pupil did not make her look ferocious, rigid, with a little bit of the unique charm of the demon race. Although this is only incarnation, but thinking that just now the cat and I ignored riding on such a seemingly so tender sister, I felt a pang of guilt in my heart, and with my mouth I asked, "Sister, this big white of yours was originally a female?" Or, Chapter 146, Openly Selling Geniuses. Female, yeah, what for? Cat Ignore asked suspiciously. I shook my head and said, "Nothing, let's go inside." The cat ignored it without much ado, and when he heard a voice from inside saying we could go in, he headed straight for the rock wall. Through the rock wall, feeling as if from the air into the water, in addition to some slight sense of suffocation, there is no discomfort, but feel a little comfortable. Through the rock wall, the sense of suffocation disappeared, appeared in front of the eyes as not too long passage. On the left side of the passage there was a table, and on the chair behind the table sat a Xian master Xianshur. After he saw us he said to us, "Xianshur, demon ghost caves rules should be understood, right?" "Understood," Cat Ignore replied. That Xianshur seems to be deliberately pretending, picking up and saying, "Understand that I also have to say it again, here is not allowed to buy and sell by force, not allowed to fight and fight, violators die, just these two, come over here and pay the entrance fee, one person 1 million RMB, the guardian demonic beasts also have to be paid." Asterisk 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 asterisk, the entrance fee is so expensive? I said somewhat speechlessly, this is simply a money grab. I now seem to somewhat understand why those 3 guardians are guarding this place. Cat Ignore turned his head to look at me and asked with his mouth, "You don't have no money with you, brother, do you? It should be possible to swipe a card, right?" I opened my mouth to ask, and then I felt particularly satisfied. If it is not possible to swipe the card, who the hell would carry $1 million in cash over? At the same time, I was glad that Li Jing had shaded me a bit before I left. I now had 3 cards on me, each with 100 million inside, and this huge wealth made me feel very confident in my heart. Who says I don't have any money with me? I'll pay for your entrance fees together. I took out a card and handed it to that Xian master, who indeed took out a card swipe machine and then scratched away my $3 million. It's not impressive that this swipe machine can pick up a signal in a place like this. After paying the entrance fee, a group of 3 people then walked into the passageway, and I asked with some confusion, "Where do you think the people of the demon and spirit races got the RMB? What they use isn't RMB, but a stone that contains the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. That thing is called a spirit stone and can be used for cultivation." Cat Ignore explained. "There are still such things?" I asked in surprise. The cat ignored it and said, "Yes, you're a ghost hunter, so you should know about the Infury bead, right? Aha. Extremely in corpse-raising places will condense in fiend beads, while places where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is particularly dense will see the appearance of spirit stones, which contain very pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and no matter whether it's the Xian clan, the demon clan, or the spirit clan, using spirit stones to aid in their cultivation is all excellent. By the way, the Jade platform for cultivation, and the Jade platform for spirit power transformation in the Xian sect's headquarters before, were powered by spirit stones." The cat ignored the explanation. I nodded my head. This great world really has nothing strange. No wonder the speed of cultivation on top of that Jade platform is so fast. I thought it was aided by the talismanic method. It seems that there is also a spiritual stone in this. Cat Ignore continued his introduction. Spirit stones of only as big as a quail egg. The market price in the Xianshur Demon and Ghost Cave is 1 million apiece. In fact, in the past, mundane money couldn't buy a spirit stone. However, now that we have entered the age of the end of Dharma, in order to make themselves more comfortable, the demon race and the spirit race have the idea of invading the mundane world. And in the mundane world, living in the mundane world, you need money. That's why, in the last couple of years, the spirit stones and the RMB have only been circulating with each other. It should be easy for the demon and spirit races to go to the earthly world and try to get money, right? It's not easy. They don't dare to show their ability to get money openly and honestly, and they also don't dare to seek people's money easily for fear of being punished by the wrath of the heavens and the Shinmen sex enforcers. But it's only temporary because since the death of the last Shinmen sex master, the demon race and the spirit race have become more and more arrogant now. And have you noticed that compared to the ancient times, the number of times the heavenly thunder appears is also becoming more and more frequent? Isn't it thundering because it's going to rain? Some of them are, while some of them are just thundering and not raining, and that's God collecting the demons and ghosts that are not justified by heaven. Cat Ignore said, "It's true that the wicked will be rewarded." I said somewhat thankfully. The cat ignored the smile. Expression suddenly became a bit gloomy. Said, "That cannot be collected so much. There are demons and ghosts including some metaphysical. They know more and more how to avoid the punishment of the heavenly way and go to satisfy their own selfish desires. Playing the rubbing, this kind of situation develops to the future. The human secular will be chaotic. Do you know why I am very gifted but I do not join any division?" I shook my head to indicate that I didn't know, and the cat ignored it inside, because I found out that almost all of the demon chopper divisions are in cahoots, doing whatever they can to satisfy their own selfish desires, even the uniformed laws division, which used to stand for justice. I didn't want to be assimilated, so I chose to become a self-cultivating zoonist. I nodded my head in agreement. In today's Shin sect, there aren't many Shin practitioners like Catignor who have this kind of notion, a notion that, to a large extent, agrees with me, which is probably why we don't dislike each other. As we chatted, we crossed the passageway and emerged into a large clearing of nearly 10 acres, which presented a sunken terrain, like a pot, though not at a great angle of inclination. In the middle of the open space, a stone platform of nearly 100 square meters was built. The stone platform was very high, nearly 4 meters. There were several stone doors on the side. The top was empty. There was nothing. Less than 10 meters to the north of the stone platform, there was a very wide stone ladder. The stone ladder had been extending for nearly 100 meters. At the end of the stone ladder, there were 3 stone doors. It should be the residence of those 3 major guardians. The stone platform is surrounded by a piece of flat land. Above the flat land there are dozens of stalls. The gap between the stalls is very large. These stalls are surrounded by people coming and going. The people who set up the stalls are the Xianshi. There are also the demon race and the spirit race people. Hundreds of people from various races are shopping for the stalls inside the flatland. The whole cave is illuminated by torches. Several hundred torches are distributed in various places of the cave, illuminating this place as if it were daytime. The various races here aside, the overall look of the place looks a bit like an open-air night market. I shook my head with some disappointment. I didn't expect this place to be such an environment. I quickly searched for Zhao Yixian's figure in the crowd at the first opportunity. Since Li Jing said that Zhuge Wu had come here, then Zhao Yixian should be here as well. Unfortunately, I stood still and looked for a long time, and didn't see Zhao Yixian nor Zhuge Wu, although many people were blocked by the stalls, but nearly 70% of the people's appearance I saw in my eyes. The cat ignored the spot where she stood. She didn't go down. Her expression became grave, her eyes searching down there as I did, seeming to be looking for someone as well. Brother. Catignor suddenly mumbled. I thought he was calling me. I turned my head to look at her in confusion, only to realize that she had a somewhat sad expression, with faint tears in her eyes, her hands clenched in hard fists, and she was staring down at one of the stalls below. I followed her gaze to the booth, and my heart tightened, and it became a little clear why Catignor insisted on having me as his brother. The stall owner of that stall was a member of the demon race, at the 6th level of the unified demon realm, with a strength equivalent to that of a top-level Xuanzuan, and his stall was very abrupt not in terms of location, but in terms of the goods that he was hawking at his stall. His goods have no other, all are Shen people. I roughly counted, there are 7, both male and female, lined up in a row, was hanging in the stall under a horizontal pillar. These Shen people look younger, male appearance handsome, female posture good. Shen people grade is also mixed. There are into the Shen of the early Shen people, there are Shen people or Shen masters. Each Shenren's body is hung with a piece of cardboard, on which is written their respective information. One of the Shenren 3rd layer male Shenren, and my current disguise looks somewhat similar to the cardboard hung on the chest above the cardboard reads, Cat does not smell, 19 years old, Shenren 6th layer, natural talent is good, the young essence is sufficiently pure, the child's body, the sale price, 99 spirit stones. 3rd shift, 2 more today, thanks to my friend 5 yuan RMB for the Heavenly Dao fragment reward. Chapter 147 Zhuge Wu sends auction. Catignor was shivering in place, his sexy chin twitching slightly, and I sighed and said soothingly, Sis, that Catignor is your real brother, right? Yes. The cat ignored the long drag on the word yes as she wiped a handful of eyes and mouthed, Brother, can you lend me some money? I don't have enough on me. Good. I simply and decisively took out a card and said with my mouth, There's 100 million in here, the password is all 8s, it can be exchanged for 100 spirit stones. Thanks, I'll pay you back as soon as I can. Catignor took my card with a trembling hand and walked on quickly. I quickly followed behind. My heart was also anxious, worrying whether Zhao Yixian would also be taken out and sold by Zhuge Wu. Although Zhao Yixian is just an ordinary snake demon, but she and I have been together for a long time. She has long been affected by my extreme mean physique. I didn't know it before, but I learned a lot about it inside the Shenmen sect's headquarters of the hidden scriptures. My virginity was given to Zhao Yixian. Zhao Yixian's natural talent will be given a very extreme purification, and because of this, her self-destructed inner Dan can still repair itself. In addition to this demon clan selling genin here, there were also genins selling demons and ghosts. The cat ignored the fact that it had already arrived in front of that demon clan stall, and said coldly with its mouth, I want this Shen clan, swipe the card. Oh, sorry, I only accept spirit stones here. The stall owner didn't look enthusiastic and just said indifferently. The cat ignored the motionless nod and turned toward the central stone platform. I followed behind the cat ignoring it, my eyes constantly searching, but in the end, I still didn't find Zhao Yixian and Zhuge Wu, and I didn't even see that old man from the Flat Demon Division or Wu Yuan Kuei from the Yen Fu Division. And the people who can be seen here have almost been searched by me. My savior White Feather has also come here, but I'm now disguised and didn't bother to greet her. At this time, she is clearly a unified demon powerhouse too. I was looking at it with my yin and yang eyes on, even if it was a disguise. With my natural yin and yang eyes plus resting eyes, I should be able to see something. Could it be that they didn't come here? My heart once again welled up a kind of loss. If they are not here, then I need to rush back to Changsha City as soon as possible, even if it is to tear down the hunting branch. I have to get Zhuge Wu back. If only I am alone. I dare not say such words. But now there is a cat ignored. She is also the top of the Xuanzuan powerhouse. Zhuge Wu may not be as much as she is stronger than her. Please ask her to help out. She should not refuse, even if she refuses. No, even if she refuses, without Zhuge Wu in the hunting division, I'm not afraid, that is. Following, the cat ignored left the stall and came to the back of that stone platform. There is a window here. This window is specially for exchanging spirit stones. Of course, you can also exchange spirit stones for RMB, because some stall owners don't want spirit stones, they just want RMB. The cat ignored the card inside the 100 million brush 100 spirit stone, and then took Atami said as interest. As the cat ignored said, this spirit stone is only the size of a quail's egg, the whole body milky white, hold in the hand. There is a kind of through the body Shuyan feeling, which contains, indeed, is pure heaven and earth aura. On top of each of these spirit stones, there was a rune pattern engraved, and the function of this rune pattern was supposed to be used to lock the aura from spilling out. I also took out a card and exchanged it for 100 spirit stones before loading it into my backpack. The cat ignored the heart anxious, just ready to go. I hurriedly pulled her. Mouth said, sister, you cannot go like this. I suspect that stall owner will change his mind.
Change your mind?
Cat ignore asked with some confusion, then his voice went cold and his mouth said, he dares.
You can't force a sale here.
I shook my head and mouthed, he didn't force it, but he could have chosen not to sell it to you.
Why don't you sell it to me?
The price of 99 spirit stones is already very high, no one will even buy it. I explained, to others, it's really high, but just now you acted too sad. It's easy for him to see that you're related to your brother, and judging by his attitude just now, it's very likely that he'll sit on the fence. The cat ignored it for a moment, obviously not thinking of this layer of meaning, and said with his mouth, yes, you're right, brother, so what now? I don't know anyone else here either. I thought for a moment and said, sister, trust my words, I'll go and find a person from the demon clan to help me go buy it. The stall owner will definitely not be suspicious. No, I don't believe in demons. Cat ignore said subconsciously. I know that Cat ignore, as a demon shopper, has almost zero trust in demons, but what she doesn't realize is that there are good people among the demons, just like there are hordes and hordes of bad people among the human Shinjin.
Sis, you don't believe me?
It's not that sis doesn't trust you. Once the 99 spirit stones are handed over to the demon, you won't even be able to cry if he wants to take them.
I'm a demon shopper. I know demons better than you.
Cat ignore said.
May.
I had just uttered one word when my face suddenly froze, because I saw through the exchange window a familiar figure walking past the room inside. Who else could that figure be if not Zhuge Wu? How could he be in there?
Brother, what's wrong with you?
Cat ignore asked with some confusion when he saw my face turning blue. I shook my head and said with my mouth, sis, trust me for once, I'll find a demon acquaintance to help buy your brother back. Think about it first. Since Zhuge Wu was in there, then Zhao Xian must be in there as well. After I finished I leaned over the window and asked, excuse me, just now I saw a Xian clan friend in the room inside. What are they here for? Only spirit stones and RMB are exchanged here. No inquiries are accepted.
The exchange clerk said carelessly.
I directly took out 3 spirit stones and said as if to curry favor, I also asked Xianyu to make it easier. The man's eyes were delighted when he saw the spirit stones, and looking around, he quickly grabbed 3 of them and threw them into his pocket, saying with his mouth, inside, it's all about sending things to auction.
A consignment auction? There's an auction here?
I asked, puzzled.
The man nodded and mouthed, of course, or else why do you think there are suddenly so many more people? Get out of the way, don't block others from exchanging. I silently nodded and left the window with an iron face. I don't know what Zhuge Wu is going to send the auction. If this sends Zhao Xian to the auction, then what?
Brother?
What's wrong with you?
Cat ignore asked. I shook my head and said, it's okay, sis, have you thought this through? Well, think it over, I trust you. Cat ignore said firmly, and placed the bag of spirit stones in my hand. I reached out and took it. This bag of spirit stones wasn't heavy, but it was worth $100 million. If they were all replaced with $100 bills, I don't think I could even carry it. Carrying the spirit stone, I quickly walked to Baiyu's side. Baiyu was browsing the stalls with great interest at this time. She didn't notice when I came to her side. I had originally planned to give the other 100 spirit stones to Baiyu as a reward, but now that I know that Zhuge Wu might want to auction off Zhao Xian, I had to leave myself some funds on my body in case of emergency, and then think of other ways to repay Baiyu when the time comes.
Hey! I smiled and said hello, and White Feather turned her head to look at me and asked suspiciously, and you are? I smiled and mouthed, remember that big wooden house in a big tree deep in the woods?
You're Zhao. White Feather thought for a while and suddenly said in surprise. I gave her a wink, signaling her not to tell. She quickly understood what I meant, and walked with me to a place where no one was around, then said, I went back to Changsha City behind me, but I didn't find you, and I looked into the things you told me to look into, but since you've come here, I think you should have already known about it as well. I nodded my head and said, I know. Thank you, Fairy White Feather. I want you to do me a favor and go purchase a Zooanist. That Zooanist is my friend who was captured by one of your demon clan.
Okay, where?
White Feather agreed straight away.
Thank you.
I reached out and handed the bag of spirit stones to White Feather. She took it and froze. She spat out her tongue and said mischievously, "Your friend is quite valuable."
Chapter 148, Good Intentions Do Bad Things. Told White Feather the specific stall. White Feather walked towards that stall, as expected. As soon as White Feather went over, that stall owner directly sold Cat Unwinking to White Feather, without the slightest concern that Cat Unwinking had already gone to redeem the spirit stone. In his opinion, he could sell to a person in the demon race. He definitely would not choose to sell Cat Unwinking to a demon shopper. Cat Ignore also talked to me. Luckily she was the one who went to buy it. That stall owner said that if that Xianshur who exchanged the spirit stones came back, he would double the price. He has a deep hatred for the demon chopper. Even if he can't sell it, he doesn't want to cheapen the demon chopper. The cat does not pay attention to also see the real. She saw in the distance after the White Feather to lead. The cat does not smell to my side, then heaved a sigh of relief. There are some complexity in the eyes. I smiled at her. Help, the cat does not smell already. Do not have much strength to the cat does not pay attention to the side of the cat does not pay attention to walk towards the cat does not pay attention to. White Feather also followed up. Mouth whispered that you have to prepare your heart. I saw that your wife was brought into the auction table below. I feel that your wife is going to be auctioned. Just based on your wife's appearance that is not much worse than mine, it can definitely be sold at a good price. Do you still have enough money on you to buy it? I nodded and said, I know, I'll figure it out. Bayu gave a and asked, then I'll leave first. I'm a member of the demon clan, and if those demon choppers see me I guess they'll look for trouble from you later. I waved my hand and said, no, if it won't cause you any trouble, I'd like to introduce you to a friend, a demon chopper. Maybe you guys can be friends. I want to introduce White Feather to Cat Ignore. Firstly, I want to change Cat Ignore's bad impression of the people in the demon clan, and I also feel that Cat Ignore needs to say thank you to White Feather. Secondly, the Cat Ignored is the best of the Xianshur, but also a person who knows how to repay. There is this layer of relationship. In the future we'll not meet in arms. It is not a bad thing for White Feather. Soon, the three of us walked over to Cat Unhealthy, and Cat Unhealthy walked over quickly, reached out and wrapped his arms around Cat Unhealthy, and said with a heartbroken mouth, brother, are you alright? Sis. I'm afraid. I'm sorry for making sis worry. The cat didn't smell vaguely, he was too weak. I watched the siblings reunite, and was also a little moved to turn my head to look at White Feather, while she was at this time staring angrily at the cat ignoring it, her fists clenched and crunching, and squeezing two words out from inside her teeth, it's you. Once I saw this situation, I thought to myself, oh no, I did a bad thing out of good intentions. No wonder when White Feather brought Cat Unheard to me just now, Cat Unheard's eyes would be so complicated. Fairy White Feather. What's going on here? I asked in a small voice. White Feather let out a cold laugh and said with his mouth, remember when I said that I would use the Fiend Pearl to save my sister? I nodded, Murphy. That's right, my sister was captured by her and another person in the first place, and that other person threatened me, asking me to take the Fiend Pearl in exchange, and that beast even defiled my sister. Bayu said word by word, his eyes filled with hatred. The cat ignored also said somewhat apologetically, I am sorry, at first I was also compelled by someone, I did not think that would be so heartless, this time I will go back, I will kill him to atone for the sins of your sister, just now, thank you. No need, that person has already been slaughtered by me, don't think that a thank you is the end of the matter, you can't make a move here, when you get out of here, the two of us will settle the score. White Feather glanced at me after saying that, turned around and left. My heart sank, some self-condemnation looking at the back of the White Feather left. She is my lifesaver, but I am now standing with her enemy. She also unknowingly helped her enemy. This kind of stifling, no one can stand it? Even if Cat Ignore explained that she was compelled, but one size did not fit all, and for whatever reason, Cat Ignore was an accomplice in the victimization of her sister. I scratched my head with some annoyance. The cat ignored it and said, brother, I'm sorry to put you in a difficult situation. What is your relationship with that demon race? She is my savior. I said truthfully, it's fine, there are misunderstandings that still need to be resolved, you take care of your brother first, I'll go to the auction table. You're going to send something for auction? Cat Ignore asked. I nodded my head and said, yes, sis, to tell you the truth, I'm here to find my wife, and as I saw just now, my wife is most likely being mailed and photographed, and I have to get enough capital to get my wife back. The cat ignored realizing that she shouldn't have borrowed money from me just now, but I didn't regret it, her situation was also urgent, and asking for money right back after lending it out. That kind of thing I couldn't do. Just talking, I saw Zhuge Wu. 3 people from the inside came out, and Zhao Xian but did not come out, as expected. This really put Zhao Xian here auction. I now hate to Zhuge Wu broken into pieces, but I know that I absolutely cannot do it. A hand would all finished, not to say that I cannot beat Zhuge Wu, even if you can, I have to hold back. It's fine, sis, I have a way. I smiled strongly and calmly. I turned around and walked to a stone door on the side of the auction table. The one who guarded the door was a spirit race Chinese, Ghost Marshal 2nd level. I said politely to him, hello senior brother, I've come to consign something for auction. 1st level of Xian Master? Do you have anything you can put up for auction? That spirit race asked contemptuously. I took out the piece of grade 5 ghost harnessing talisman and said with my mouth, is this enough to take out for auction? As soon as the level 5 ghost harnessing talisman was taken out,
That spirit race unconsciously trembled and subconsciously took 2 steps back and said, 5.
Grade 5 ghost harnessing talisman? I nodded and said, yes, may I? It's fine, it's fine. What you need to be reminded of is that everything sold at the auction table, our auctioneer has to take a 10% cut. You don't have a problem with that, do you?
Well, no comment. But I have a request I don't know if the auctioneer will grant.
What's the request? That would be to put my grade 5 ghost harnessing talisman in the front of the auction. You'll have to go in and ask the person in charge for that one, he said as he opened the stone door and the man stepped aside. I nodded, said thanks, and stepped inside. There were 3 rooms in here, one on the left and one on the right, and the door to the room directly across from the door was open, and an old man was sitting behind a table looking at me. I knew that Zhao Yixian was inside these 2 rooms, but I didn't dare to move, so I could only walk towards the old man. This old man was a human Xianxer, and he was also a Shen ancestor powerhouse, and if he wasn't wrong, he should be one of the 3 major guardians inside this Xianxer demon ghost cave, Shen ancestor powerhouse Lu Hushuan. Senior Zhao Si greets Senior Lu. As soon as I walked inside the room, I said respectfully. The old man nodded and said, well, I don't know what you're sending for auction. He didn't deny it, so he was Lu Hushuan correctly. I took out the level 5 ghost harnessing talisman and said, Elder, this is what I want to send for auction. Grade 5 ghost harnessing talisman?
A trace of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes, then he smiled and said, good thing, this thing is useful to me. I don't know if my little friend is willing to sell it, the price you open. I know that the 5th level ghost harnessing talisman is very precious, able to deal with the existence of the Ghost King, it is simply priceless, but I didn't think that this Shen ancestor powerhouse actually cared so much, but I can't give him this thing. It's fine for him to want it, but I must make sure that I can exchange it back to Zhao Yixian. Elder, truth be told, I came here with a purpose. I value a person named Zhuge Wu who sent a shot at one of the demon clan members here. She is my wife. If Elder can make sure that I get my wife back, I'm willing to give this level 5 ghost harnessing talisman to Elder. I said directly, this purpose will be exposed sooner or later, so I might as well come clean and say it. I can still exchange this Shen ancestor powerhouse's goodwill.
Lu Hushuan nodded, picked up a pamphlet and looked at it, and asked with some difficulty, you're talking about the snake demon Zhao Yixian who possesses the indestructible inner elixir? Exactly. I said excitedly. I couldn't imagine that my extreme physique would actually make Zhao Yixian's inner Dan turn into an indestructible inner Dan. Even though she had gotten my virgin body, the chances of turning her inner Dan into an indestructible inner Dan was only 1%, and it actually happened that 1% had occurred by such a coincidence. Lu Hushuan pondered for a while, nodded and said, yes, but you do not send this level 5 ghost harnessing talisman to auction. I have a card here, there are $2 billion inside the card, you can bid despite the bidding, if it is not enough I will make up for it, and then after it is accomplished, you can give me the level 5 ghost harnessing talisman on it. Many thanks to Elder Lu.
I bowed deeply and reached out to take the card. The stone in my heart finally fell, and for Lu Hushuan, the respect in my heart increased a few more points.
Lu Hushuan nodded and suddenly asked, by the way, when you came in just now, did you show this level 5 ghost harnessing talisman to that spirit race at the door?
There was. He asked me what I was going to send for a photo shoot, so I showed him.
I answered truthfully. Lu Hushuan's face sank, his eyes darted around, looking at my heart is very nervous. Things will not go wrong again, right?
5th shift, thanks to my brother DRZ for the 2 heavenly Dao fragments, and thanks to my old friend Cornel Fort WX09091753084843, don't lose your dignity for love. Yuhan for the God's Grimoire reward. I took yesterday's vacation, today's sales are dismal, thank you for your full support, good night.
Chapter 149, First Auction Item. This matter must not be known to him, do you understand?
Lu Hushuan said word for word. I froze, my head spun rapidly, and quickly figured out the reason. Lu Hushuan wants the 5th level ghost harnessing talisman. It must be used to deal with the spirit tribe people, because the ghost harnessing talisman has no effect on the demon tribe and the Xian people, and now he said that this matter can't be led to the door of the spirit tribe guards no. So Lu Hushuan wants to use the 5th level ghost harnessing talisman to do things. It must be related to the spirit tribe here. And the only person from the spirit race here who could compete with Lu Hushuan was the Ghost King powerhouse Cui Tianyin from the spirit race, who was also one of the 3 great guardians. It seems that the 3 guardians here are not as harmonious as rumored. After figuring this out, I nodded and said, Elder Lu, I understand. When I came in I said I had a condition. I'll take out the level 5 ghost harnessing talisman and show it to him again, and say that the condition is not negotiated, and that there will be no auction.
Well, then what? Lu Hushuan opened his mouth and asked, seemingly with the intention of testing me. I smiled and said, I wonder if that arcane master at the entrance is reliable? Well, dependable. Lu Hushuan nodded and said. I said with a then after I save my wife, I will leave through the passageway, and when the time comes, I will ask my friend to give this level 5 ghost harnessing talisman to that senior brother at the entrance of the passageway. Yes, you're smart. Go, your wife's auction is in the 3rd session. Lu Hushuan said and waved his hand, signaling me to leave. I let out another sigh of relief and walked out of the room. As I passed those 2 rooms I wanted to push off and talk to Zhao Yixian about the current situation, but I knew I couldn't break the rules,
Things were about to come to fruition and I didn't want any accidents. Opening the stone door, that spirit races asked with great concern, "How's it going? Have you negotiated a deal yet?" I took out that level 5 ghost harnessing talisman and shook my head. The person in charge inside said that they can't cut in line, and I'm not satisfied with the base price given. "How much of a reserve price are you going to set?" "I want to start the auction at 10,000 spirit stones," I said directly. That spirit clan laughed and said, 10,000 spirit stones, you're too outrageous." I purposely made a face and said, "I don't think so, since I can't shoot here, I'll just keep it for myself, it's not like I'm in a hurry to use the money." After I said that I walked away without revealing any cracks, and the spirit clan laughed contemptuously and paid no more attention to me. There is still an hour from the start of the auction. I first went to find the cat ignored. The cat ignored this trip is to find her brother. Now people have been found. I am ready to tell her to leave first, but the cat ignored said not to go, to wait for me to go together. She said that the auction of my wife's strength of a few people are not simple, for fear of any chaos, want to stay with me. I didn't refuse, and in fact couldn't. She recognized that she wanted to return the favor and wouldn't give me a chance to refuse. I extremely subtly handed the ghost harnessing talisman to Cat Ignore, and then told her to just sneak it to the arcane master at the entrance of the passageway when she left. At this time, the cat not winking ate the elixir given by the cat not ignoring and also recovered some. He thanked me a few times and continued to heal his wounds. I found White Feather again, and she talked a lot. Her attitude towards me became a little nonchalant. I said a lot of words of apology, but also relieved her a lot. And finally she told me that she and I are still friends, and the cat ignored the grudge, sooner or later to be resolved, and hope that I don't intervene. I understand White Feather's stubborn, but in my heart is thinking that we must dissolve the grudge between her and the cat ignored the grudges. They are all very good to me. They are both good friends to me, no matter what the cost, it's worth it. Juga Wu and the three of them were also strolling through the stalls in a group, and he shouldn't have known who I was yet, and never paid any attention to me, which worked in my favor. I didn't have the heart to visit the stalls. In my heart I only thought of seeing Zhao Xian quickly. There were many very good magic weapons sold in the stalls. There were even stalls specializing in selling talismans. I wasn't even interested in looking at them. Those Xianshur and demon ghosts that had been caught and openly sold were actually miserable. If I didn't have to focus my capital on rescuing Zhao Xian, I would have hated to buy all of them. I knew that one's ability was limited, and I didn't know if I had even enough money on me enough or not. A long hour passed in the torment, a thick sound of crashing bells remembered. All the people have surrounded towards the auction stone platform. Those stall owners also have put away the things. The so-called Shinji Demon Ghost Cave is in trouble, that is to say, this auction. Because there are a lot of very good things appeared inside the auction, so it attracted the majority of the three clans and the strength of the powerhouses have come over, and now surrounded in the auction stone platform around the people. Even if there are not 1,000, there are 800, and most of them are Xuanzuan, Ghost Martial, and Unified Demon powerhouses. The more people, the more unfavorable for me. But this is not something I can stop. The funds on my body converted down to only 1.2 billion, this is to give ordinary people, is simply an astronomical figure, but here, 1.2 billion is really not much. The good thing is that Lu Huashuan told me to just call the price, not enough to make up for him to me again. Everyone's attention was shifted to the auction stage. A graceful demon woman walked up to the auction stage. Her mouth said, "First of all, I welcome all the strong people in the three clans to my Shinji Demon Ghost Grotto. I'm the auctioneer in charge of the auction this time, Blue Phoenix. The auction is about to start. This time, we have received a lot of treasures that are of great value. I hope that all of you can come here on a good time and return satisfied." Return. Most people did not respond. At this time, even if this blue wind took off all the clothes on his body, no one would care. The purpose of everyone coming is those things that are taken out for auction. Blue Phoenix naturally knew what the crowd was thinking and said with a charming smile, "Without further ado, please present the first item for this auction." As soon as Blue Phoenix finished speaking and raised her hand, a Zooanist walked over with a long box and placed it on a table in front of Blue Phoenix. Blue Phoenix opened the long box and grabbed a white bone sword from inside. When I saw this white long sword, I first looked at Baiyu, because this white bone sword was precisely Baiyu's immortalized bone sword. Immortalized bone sword. It's actually the immortalized bone sword. There was a sigh of relief under the stage. The origin of the undying bone sword no one did not know. This thing was made from the bones of the entire body of the undying bone. And what is the undying bone? That is the top zombie, the king of zombies, and the immortal spirit, immortal demon saint. Immortal Shenshur is the same level of power. The immortalized bone sword can kill all zombies below the flying stiff in seconds, and if the user's Dao is a little higher, even if he encounters the immortalized bone, he can still fight with one of them. Moreover, this undying bone sword cuts iron like mud. Even if it is a Xianmu sword, if it is not at the heavenly grade, it is probably very difficult to fight against it. This is a divine weapon that everyone present needs. All of them are looking at the undying bone sword in the hands of Blue Phoenix with hot eyes. Of course, I have the heaven grade Xianmu sword. I don't have such a strong need for the undying bone sword. It's just that what I don't understand is why White Feather would take the undying bone sword out to be auctioned off. Before, she was hiding it inside her sleeves. Without taking it out, no one would find it at all. Could it be that she's short of money? Blue Phoenix smiled and said, "That's right, this is an untransformed bone sword. There is no need for me to say more about the value of the untransformed bone sword. Now the bidding begins. The reserve price is 5,000 spirit stones, each increase shall not be less than 100 spirit stones." Hearing this price, I sucked in a breath of cool air. 5,000 spirit stones, converted into yuan, that is 5 billion, and this is only the bottom price.
5,001. A Schwanzuan 6th level Schwanzuan directly started bidding. 5,003.
A ghost marshal immediately raised the price again.
Chapter 150, Spirit Race Fury in King.
After waiting quietly for a while, I realized that there are too many rich people here, and I don't know where these people get their spirit stones from. 1 million apiece of spirit stones are carried in thousands and thousands. I looked at White Feather. Her face didn't have the slightest fluctuation, and she didn't participate in the bidding. Everything was behaving normally. Just less than a minute's work, the price of the Undying Bone Sword has been raised to 6,700 spirit stones, and there are still people who are raising the price, only the voice of the price increase is not so much. It seems that the market demand for the Undying Bone Sword is still quite huge. One day I can take out an Undying Bone, and refine an Undying Bone Sword out of that a few lifetimes cannot be spent. In the end, the immortalized bone sword was auctioned off at a price of 8,800 spirit stones to a Shen ancestor powerhouse of the demon race. I didn't have much covetousness for the Undying Bone Sword. The only thought I had was that if I gave this bone sword to Zhao Yixin to use, it would inevitably be a great match. It's just that I don't have the ability to do so right now. Blue Phoenix said with a smiling face, "Congratulations to Senior Jin Sheng of the demon race for auctioning the Undying Bone Sword at a price of 8,800 spirit stones. Please ask Senior Jin Sheng to go to the auction room to make a transaction, and next, let's please put on the second auction item."
As soon as Lan Feng's words fell, another Zuanist walked up with a jade box.
As usual, Lan Feng opened the jade box and took out a black elixir and said, "This is a heavenly fate elixir. I believe everyone understands that it is effective for Shen masters below Shen ancestors, and it can increase their lifespan by 50 years. The Shen sect's Dan Din art has been lost, and the quantity of this high-level elixir is getting smaller and smaller. I believe that all of you Shen masters won't miss out on this kind of elixir. The base price of the heavenly fate pill is 500 spirit stones. Each increase in price shall not be less than 10 spirit stones." After the Blue Phoenix finished speaking, my body slightly shook. This elixir I also understand. Shenzu below Shenzu can increase life by 50 years, but Shenzu above Shenzu have no use. For ordinary people, without transforming the spiritual power is equally useless, and there is a problem. That is, once Shenzu powerhouse advanced to the Shenzu, then the effect of heavenly destiny elixir will be gone, because the Shenzu realm is a doorway to break through the lifespan of. As long as one reached the Shen ancestor realm, regardless of age, then they would be able to increase their lifespan by 100 years. And inside the original lifespan, if one could not advance to the Shen ancestor realm and ate the heavenly fate pill, their spiritual power would be greatly affected, and although they could live for an additional 50 years, they would never be able to advance to the Shen ancestor realm, and in the end, they would only be able to wait for death in the state of being about to die. Therefore, the price of the heavenly destiny pill was not expensive. As expected, there were very few people bidding for the heavenly life pill, and it was finally pocketed by a Shenzun at a price of 550 spirit stones. Most people wouldn't take so many spirit stones in exchange for a heavenly life pill. They would rather exchange their spirit stones or money for other cultivation resources to find a way to break through the realm. After the second auction item was finished, I started to get nervous because Lu Hushwan told me that Zhao Yixian's auction was the third one. I was shivering a little bit looking at the Blue Phoenix. Blue Phoenix congratulated the Chuanzuan. Wanran said with a smile, "The next to be auctioned, the third auction item is more special, is a demon woman, posture needless to say, is definitely a country of the city. Of course, the demon woman is as beautiful as heavenly fairies in the minority, but this fairy is not only the posture of the absolute best, but also has the indestructible inner Dan." As soon as the four words indestructible inner Dan were said, there was another uproar on stage, especially amongst the Zuanists and the spirit race who were the most exuberant, because everyone knew what the indestructible inner Dan meant. First of all, as far as Zhao Yixin herself was concerned, possessing the indestructible inner Dan was the equivalent of having a lifespan that would make her envied by practically everyone, although it wasn't infinite. But as long as she herself was willing to live, she could not die, and there would be an extreme purification of her natural talent, and the speed of her cultivation would be even greater by leaps and bounds. Secondly, the indestructible Dan Shi inside the indestructible inner Dan was transferable. If her virginity was captured, it could purify and improve the natural talent, and in the future, in the constant dual cultivation, the benefits would be even more. Only that this indestructible Dan Shi couldn't be absorbed by the people of the demon race, because the Dan Shi would be repulsive to each other, and it would be easy to make the demon lose its true heart, and transform the devil into the devil. With the demon. Once again, if the Undying Demon Pill was made into a medicine guide and refined into an Undying Pill, it would be the same thing that could renew one's life, except that the Shen Sect's Dan Ding technique had been lost, and there was no one who could refine such a pill. "May I ask Fairy Blue Phoenix if that fairy with the Undying Demon Pill is still a virgin?" a voice asked excitedly. I nervously looked at Blue Phoenix, hoping that she wouldn't distort the truth, and Blue Phoenix shook her head and said, "Unfortunately, this fairy's virginity is no longer present, so the reserve price for her auction is going to be slightly lower, starting at 500 spirit stones." I was instantly relieved when I heard this auction reserve price, and I also knew that if Zhao Xian was still a virgin, then the price would have at least doubled tenfold. No one knows how Zhao Xian's indestructible inner elixir came to be, because if it was obtained from the child body of an extreme body and thus the indestructible inner elixir, the probability of that can basically be ignored. Even if I bought Zhao Xian, no one will think that I am an extreme body. This is a very safe point for me. However, I also understand that Zhao Xian will have a lot of miscellaneous people looking for her in the future, if she doesn't change her face. Hearing Blue Phoenix say that Zhao Xian was no longer a virgin, most of the people on stage shook their heads, and those who didn't were the ones who couldn't afford it. Blue Phoenix still maintained her professional smile as she mouthed, "Next, we have the fairy who possesses the undying inner pill." I hurriedly turned my head to look, shivering with excitement. Zhao Xian had a white veil on her head, still wearing a tight blue dress, and walked up to the auction stage in a graceful manner, followed by a Xian man. Zhao Xian acted a bit stiffly, should be controlled by the Xian FA, although did not see her face, but just her perfect body. Let the original no one to raise the price situation directly broken. A face full of shady spirit raceman suddenly said, 550. After this man with a gloomy face shouted, there was no one to raise the price for the time being. Blue Phoenix smiled, reached out and uncovered Zhao Xian's veil, and as soon as I saw that face, I froze in my mind. It's not Zhao Xian? It really wasn't Zhao Xian, and there was no resemblance at all, although the appearance was as if he had changed, but this body was obviously exactly the same. Transfigured? I directly opened my yin and yang eyes, and on Zhao Xian's face, I could really see a faint layer of spiritual power fluctuation. It was indeed a disguise. There was nothing wrong with that. Seeing Zhao Xian's disguised face, the stage was once again in an uproar. Even many of the strongest members of the demon race followed suit, and Blue Phoenix explained, in order to ensure the safety of the fairy and that the winner of the bidding won't get into trouble, the fairy's face has been disguised by Xuanfa, but her actual appearance will only be even more beautiful than the disguise. 506. Hearing Blue Phoenix's words, another person began to raise the price. Blue Phoenix was canvassing. It was the auctioneer's duty to make the auction item sell for a better price. I didn't want her to continue to inflate Zhao Xian's value, and directly shouted, 800 spirit stones. 801. The man with a gloomy face said coldly, adding a sentence at the end, I, the spirit clan's fury in king. These words are a naked threat, although I don't know what the hell the faithful in king is, but just by the fact that he dared to make a threat in the Xianshi demon ghost cave, he is definitely not a simple person. As soon as this faithful in king's words left his mouth, everyone's gazes turned to him, and no one raised the price any further, as if they were all very afraid of him. The cat ignored came over, whispered to me, the spirit tribe's fury in king is a madman, cultivating extremely vicious in collection method, is now a ghost king, but also a murderous devil, no matter who offended him, that is the whole family dead. Actually said he is still a ghost marshal when the Ghost Hunter Alliance once united to discharge 6 Xuanzuan strong man to hunt him. Eventually these 6 Xuanzuan strong man are dead, and the branch was also disturbed. The 6 family members were even cut into pieces. The soul was also boiled into a chicken. In the end these 6 Xuanzuan powerhouses all died, and the branch where they were located was also disturbed. All the family members of those 6 Xuanzuan powerhouses were even sliced into pieces, and their souls were boiled down into oil lamps. No one knew what he looked like before because those who knew what he looked like had already been killed by him, and now that he has suddenly revealed his identity, it seems that he is determined to win against your wife. I nodded silently and said with a cold smile, I won't give up today even if the King of Heaven comes. Well, I'm with you. Cat Ignore said, since she stood over here, she had come specifically to support me. 900. I shouted at the auction table with gusto. This call for a price attracted everyone's attention. Many people secretly shook their heads, a Xianshi first layer, calling out to a crazy ghost king that everyone knew was simply not knowing how to die. The originally gloomy and incomparable face of the fateful In King became even more twisted as he walked in front of me, bringing up a gust of icy and bone-piercing in wind, and came up to my ear and said coldly, add one more time, and the consequences will be known to you. He then turned to the auction table and shouted, 901. 1000. I didn't pay the slightest attention to the Fury In King's threat. I didn't even look at him, and continued to call for the price. The Fury In King turned around to look at me incredulously. I sneered and continued to say loudly, I was threatened by the Xian'er demon ghost cave, shouldn't I have to step in and stop it? Chapter 151, The Taste of Blood. According to reason, the Xian'er demon ghost cave, especially the auction, is not allowed to have a threatening incident. But this is a place where the weak is strong. Most of the people with poor strength who are threatened won't say anything, and if they don't have the strength to fight it, they will shut up on their own and obey. And the Xian'er demon ghost cave won't pursue it that much. This seems to have become a rule, so even if someone threatens, the person being threatened will not say anything, because as soon as it is told, the Xian'er demon ghost cave will definitely make a move in order to save face, but this kind of move depends on the situation, and if the other party's strength is very poor, they will be directly put to death, so nobody dares to casually make a threat here as well. On the contrary, those who dared to threaten here were likewise those who did not fear the outbursts of the Shenron demon ghost cave. This fateful Yin King was like this, he was likewise a top ghost king powerhouse, and was notoriously cruel. No one dared to mess with him, and the fact that he was able to survive up to this point did not just rely on his strength and ruthlessness, he definitely had a brain as well. Therefore, I know very well that even if I report him, he will still be fine. The Shenshur Demon Ghost Cave will not go to battle with this Fury Yin King because of a little-known person like me, and even if Lu Hushwan has the intention, the other two may not be willing to come out, especially the spirit races Chui Tianin. Judging from the Fury Yin King's performance, maybe there is still a friendship between the two of them in it. Only no rules. Since I said it, I just want to discuss this king of baneful Yin, want to take away Zhao Xian. That is simply a fool's dream. This cultivates the Yin harvesting technique. Zhao Xian, if he really is taken away by him, what will be the end of that? Blue Phoenix stood on the auction stage and said with a laugh, Senior Fury Yin King, please respect my Shenshur Demon Ghost Cave. If we continue, I'm afraid that the three Guardian Lords won't be able to hang on to their faces. As soon as Blue Phoenix reminded me, the fiendish Yin King didn't make any more threats to me, he just snorted coldly and said, it's okay, I'll give face to the three Guardian Lords. Kid, that demon girl is yours first, grab it and use it a few more times. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I gave him a blank look and cursed again, asking with my mouth, anyone else raise the price? The scene was silent, no one came to touch this mold again. They knew that Zhao Xian was targeted by this Fiend Yin King. Even if they competed with me and got Zhao Xian, it would still be a waste of spirit stones. The Fiend Yin King would snatch Zhao Xian back, and they might even lose their lives. And the Netherworld King ignored my renewed insults, looking at me as if I were looking at a dead man. Congratulations to this friend for auctioning the fairy. Please go to the auction room to trade. Next we auction the fourth treasure. This treasure will definitely make everyone's eyes shine. Blue Phoenix continued to preside over the auction, while I didn't have the heart to listen anymore and walked directly towards the auction room. The cat ignored me at the back, seemingly wanting to tell everyone where she stood. I am also touched by the suffering, but I am equally clear that in front of the king of the Fury Yin, the cat ignores the same as not a rival. Walking to the entrance of the stone room, I said to Cat Ignore, sister, later on, you leave through the Shan's passageway, I'll leave through the spirit race's passageway, and after you leave, quickly get out of here, and go as far away as you can. The cat ignored shook his head and said, no, if there is a problem, one more person is better to take care of it, brother. If you were me, would you leave it this time? But that Yin Fiend King is too strong. There's no buts, you just got your wife back, and you're just going to let her get killed? The cat ignored the directness. I turned my head to look at the auction table, and there was a powerlessness in my heart, although I hadn't fought with this Yin Fiend King, but he was able to kill 6 Shin Zun powerhouses when he was in the Ghost Martial realm, so his strength is bound to be terrifying, not to mention that he has now advanced to Ghost King. This kind of strength, it's not something that we can stop at all. You gave me a level 5 ghost harnessing talisman, didn't you? Cat Ignore whispered. I shook my head and said with my mouth, the level 5 ghost harnessing talisman doesn't belong to me anymore, I have to hand it over to Elder Lu Hushwan. The cat ignored it and said, special circumstances, special treatment, if we keep the level 5 ghost harnessing talisman, we might still have a slight chance of winning. I froze and mouthed, tell me more, I'll go pick up my wife first. Walking into the auction room, I once again came to that room. This time there is not only Lu Hushwan in, there is also a Ghost King powerhouse and a Demon Clan member. If not wrong, this Ghost King powerhouse should be the other guardian of this Shenshur Demon Ghost Cave, Chui Tianin. After seeing me, the demonic Chinese laughed and said with his mouth, congratulations to my friend for the successful auction. May I ask if you're paying with coins or spirit stones? I took out the card Lu Hushwan had given me and mouthed, swipe it, please. The man nodded, took my card, swiped away 900 million, and then handed the card back to me, saying under his breath, we've already contacted the consignor to come over and lift the forbidden spell on that fairy, and after the spell is lifted, the transaction will be considered complete. I nodded my head and said, thanks a lot. Is there any protection service please? I was just threatened by the King of Fury Yin, and I'm sure I'll be seeking revenge from him when I go out. The demonic midget didn't answer me, but instead turned his head to look at Lu Hushwan and Chui Tianin. Lu Hushwan smiled and said, naturally, there is a protection service, otherwise who would dare to shoot treasures in here? As soon as they go out, they will be robbed. When I heard Lu Hushwan's words, my heart was happy, but before I had time to be happy, my face suddenly sank. It's just that none of our great 3 guardians are available right now, so we can only provide protection services for Xianzun powerhouses, escorting them to nearby towns at a cost of 100 spirit stones. Chui Tianin suddenly picked up the conversation and said, directly blocking Lu Hushwan's words. Lu Hushwan looked at Chui Tianin, who laughed and said, elder brother Lu, you should know that senior sister Jiayu would not agree to us getting involved in this matter. Besides, I have heard that this little friend has a grade 5 ghost harnessing talisman in his hand, and that's something that can deal with the Ghost King, so there's nothing to be afraid of, isn't there? The news did leak. The meaning of this Chui Tianin is very clear. He already knows that I have the 5th level of ghost control talisman. His implication is that this 5th level of ghost control talisman, you Lu Hushwan do not want to get. Lu Hushwan laughed, without the slightest fluctuation on his face, and said with his mouth, What elder brother Chui said is also true, this little friend, it's fine for you to use your level 5 ghost harnessing talisman to meet that Fury In King. I glanced at Lu Hushwan and also understood what he meant. He was telling me that I didn't need to give the grade 5 ghost harnessing talisman to the Xianshi at the door. The matter had already been revealed and he wouldn't ask for this grade 5 ghost harnessing talisman explicitly anymore. As he spoke, the stone door opened again, and the one who walked in was actually that old man from the demon leveling division. Zhuge Wu really lent his hand to put a forbidden spell on Zhao Yixin. No wonder Zhao Yixin would be as expressionless as a walking corpse. The old man was led into the room on the right to help Zhao Yixin get in touch with the forbidden spell, and I didn't talk to them anymore. Instead, I gave them a hug and turned towards that room. At this point in time, in my opinion, nothing else mattered anymore. What mattered was that 3 or 4 years had passed, and I would finally be able to see her again. I walked to the door of that room. That old man had already come out. He smiled at me and then left the auction room. I took a step inside and closed the door behind me. After seeing Zhao Yixin, my eyes instantly became moist. It was you who bought me. Zhao Yixin looked at me without any expression at all. I had changed my face. She didn't recognize me at all. Although she was confined by a forbidden spell, she still knew what had happened. I nodded silently, wiping a handful of those tears from my eyes that were blocking my vision. She smiled. Your smile was as beautiful as heaven. Then her expression became calmer as she mouthed, I'm sorry to break your bank and make your tears go to waste. I have long had my heart in the right place and will not reach out to a second person. As soon as Zhao Yixin finished speaking, she suddenly took out a dagger and quickly cut directly towards her white, slender neck. Yixin, don't. I fiercely took a step in front of her and grabbed her dagger with a raised hand. The cold and sharp dagger cut my palm and blood flowed down drop by drop. You. Zhao Yixin looked at me in surprise as I let go of the dagger and brought my still bleeding palm towards her lips, asking gently, do you remember the taste of my blood? When I was 12 years old, I was beaten all over my body by my grandfather because I saved Zhao Yixin. That night, Zhao Yixin licked all the wounds on my body to help me heal my wounds. She is a member of the demon race. She definitely won't forget what my blood tastes like. Chapter 152, Waiting for You Outside. Zhao Yixin looked at me blankly. Her clear eyes could not see a trace of impurities. She gently inhaled a breath, as if her small, powdered mouth was slightly trembling. Her fine, soft tongue slowly probed out and touched the wound in my palm that had been cut by the dagger. A drop of blood was rolled into her mouth, and in the next second, her eyes instantly filled with tears, and she hugged me fiercely, sobbing uncontrollably. Her embrace was strong, as if she wanted to rub herself into me. She didn't say a word. I knew she recognized me, the taste of my blood. She would always remember. I didn't need to get rid of the disguise. I didn't need to bring up what we used to be. Blood is thicker than water, and thicker than any strong persuasion. She was disguised, and I had a disguise. But there was nothing that could stand in the way of two hearts that had been together all along. I hugged her tightly. The tears could not stop flowing. Not unproductive. Tears do not mean cowardice. There are times when it can illustrate the purest things in the human heart. Neither of us spoke, and Zhao Yixin's embrace can always make my heart find the most secure harbor. This moment is the most precious. I think she is the same. Any you and me love words will destroy this beauty. Knock knock. We didn't let go of each other until there was a knock on the door outside. Someone was coming in to use the room. I smiled at Zhao Yixin and mouthed, Yixin, let's go home. Good. Go home. Zhao Yixin smiled wanly and took my hand towards the door. As soon as I opened the door, I knew that the brief moment of goodness was over, and that I was going to face a nasty battle next, and one that I had little chance of winning. Ha! Yixin, you're already at the unified demon realm? Walking out of the auction room, I realized that Zhao Yixin's realm was already the equivalent of a Xianzun powerhouse in the unified demon realm. The reason why I didn't realize it before was because she had a forbidden spell placed on her body. Her cultivation realm was hidden, and after the forbidden spell was lifted later on, I didn't have the time to observe her realm at all. Zhao Yixin nodded and said, yes, I never gave up cultivation all these years. The hunting branch didn't give me a hard time and gave me a special cultivation room. Zhuge Wu would be so kind? I asked suspiciously. Zhao Yixin's eyes rolled and her mouth said, he doesn't seem to be that bad, at least he didn't make things too difficult for me. He didn't give you a hard time? I asked with concern, seeing Zhao Yixin. The anger I felt towards Zhuge Wu and my heart dissipated for the most part. Before Zhao Yixin could reply, the deadly In King's deathly voice suddenly came over. In just 3 years' time, you've actually advanced to a unified demon, and you smile so charmingly that I can't even bear to give you a hard time. I turned my head toward the approaching Fury In King and said coldly, get lost. The Fury In King laughed evilly and looked at me playfully. I never count with the dead. How about it? Have you thought about how to escape? It's you again. The In spirit is still alive. Zhao Yixin turned her head to look at the Fury In King, and her hand holding me seemed to be shaking. Puzzled, I asked, Yixin, do you recognize this? Well, I met him once in Xiangsha City 3 years ago. It was on the way Zhuge Wu took me away from the Yu family. He wasn't a ghost king at that time. He was just a ghost marshal, and it was because he had his eye on me that Zhuge Wu took me away. Zhao Yixin explained.
My head exploded, not because of anything else, but I suddenly felt that I had misunderstood Zhuge. It turned out that this Fury King had long been eyeing Zhao Xian. Zhuge had taken Zhao Xian away because he wanted to keep her only. With Yuzhan's ability, it wasn't enough to block the Fury King of the Ghost Martial Realm. Ha ha ha, the Emperor's heaven is not responsible for the people who have a heart. In the end you were still found by me. You carry the extreme physique breath. That's exactly what I need. Tell me, from where does that extreme breath come from? The fateful King asked recklessly. Let's go, don't talk to. I smiled slightly and interrupted the Fury King, pulling Zhao Xian towards the exit. Zhao Xian is now in the unified demon realm, and although I have a lot of doubts in my heart, this is not the time to ask. On my side, I have Cat Ignore and her Dubai, Zhong Qiqi, and now there's another unified demon realms Zhao Xian. If I'm not wrong, Zhuge definitely won't stand by and do nothing, and we also have a level 5 ghost harnessing talisman. With this kind of strength, we do have the capital to compete with this king of the fiendish netherworld. When I passed the exchange window, I purposely stopped and exchanged 100 spirit stones again, and I still have 100 million RMB left on my body. These spirit stones, I originally wanted to give them to White Feather, but she just sold the undecaying bone sword, and was already rich, so I guess she can't look at this stuff of mine. And White Feather seems to have left the area. The auction was still going on, and this matter was being auctioned off again as a 4th level recluse talisman, and the price had already been raised to 500 spirit stones. There is still a great demand for talismans, it's just that the talisman path is difficult to learn and requires a lot of time and extreme talent. All along, I've been majoring in the talisman path, and right now I'm only able to draw a level 3 talisman. As for the recluse talisman, it's something you need to have reached level 4 in the talisman path in order to be able to draw it. This time I was able to save Zhao Xian back, all thanks to Lu Huxuan borrowed me 1 billion. This love can only wait to solve the immediate trouble and then return. My eyes glanced over the entire venue. I also did not see Zhuge. I do not know whether he left or went to other places, or waiting for us outside. I do not know why. After I heard that Zhuge took Zhao Xian away from the matter, I feel that Zhuge, this person is no longer annoying. At least he is to save Zhao Xian. In fact, what I want is very simple. I just want to live a peaceful life with Zhao Xian. Whoever blocks me, I kill. Whoever helps me, I am grateful. A group of 5 people walked towards the exit. The Infine King followed behind unhurriedly. In his opinion, we, a unified demon layer, a Shen Zun layer, a Shen master layer, a guardian demonic beast, and a Shen human who lost his fighting ability, are all ants that can be crushed with our hands. But there are many things he doesn't know, such as my strength is no less than a Xuanzuan, such as the cat ignoring the fact that it is a top-tier Xuanzuan, such as the fact that I also have a top-tier ghost martial realm guardianing soul sect Qi, and a heaven-tier Xuanmu sword. Even if it was Zhao Xian, her strength would definitely not be weak as she possessed the undying inner pill. Brother, your wife is truly a worldly beauty. You are truly blessed with a lot of lust. Cat Ignore said with some envy. As I walked, I said, sorry, I forgot to introduce you, Xian. This is our sister, Cat Ignore, a demon shopper. This is my sister's younger brother, Catwink, and this is my wife, Zhao Xian. Both sides had greeted each other and knew that the situation was more urgent now, and no one would feel safe being followed by something like that. Brother, I don't cultivate the talismanic path. You can take the talisman. Cat Ignore implicitly handed me the level 5 ghost harnessing talisman. Without moving, I took it and put it in my pocket, and walked up the steps to the passage with everyone else. Sis, if you're not defeated later, take your brother in Xian and leave first, I'll hold him off. I whispered. Cat Ignore smiled and said, your strength can't slow him down, it's better for me to do it. I'll have Big White take you guys away quickly. No one can walk away, your strength is too poor, I'll wait for you outside. The faithful King suddenly walked over quickly, dropping a sentence and walking directly inside the exit tunnel. I looked at the back of the Fury King and wondered a little why he was in such a hurry. The cat who hadn't said anything suddenly laughed and said, this person really doesn't have a brain. Brother Zhao, I think we can go out from the Spirit Clan exit in the west and run away, letting this person wait slowly over here. Yeah, I think it's okay. Cat Ignore said with a joyful smile as well. I shook my head and said, it's not that simple. On the surface, the King of Fury looks like a brainless person, but in reality, he has an extremely heavy heart. He must have his purpose for going out first, and we can't leave even if we go out through the other exits. What purpose? Cat Ignore asked suspiciously. I pondered a little and immediately said, no good, let's get out quickly. Chapter 153, Escaping from the Mountains. Husband, what's wrong? Zhao Xian asked suspiciously. I suspect Zhuge was outside, and the Fury King should have found out just now, so he's preparing to make a move on Zhuge first. I said directly, quickly walking towards the exit. Zhao Xian. Several people also quickly followed up. The reason why I said this is because Zhao Xian said that Zhuge brought Zhao Xian away when he was bumped into by this Fury King, then this Fury King must know Zhuge. And just now I didn't see Zhuge inside the Xianxia demon ghost cave at all. If I'm not wrong, Zhuge should have already gone out to ambush, wanting to assist us in taking out the Fury King. Just after walking to the entrance before going out, a silhouette rushed in. This person was actually Zhou Peng. Renfan, go, you can't go out from here. Zhou Peng said directly to me as soon as he came in. How did you know it was me? I asked suspiciously. Zhou Peng took out a card and said as he went to pay the entrance fee, elder brother told me, he stole the Fiend King and we left through the western exit. He shouldn't be a match for the Netherworld King, right? Let's go help. I said as I prepared to go out, and was yanked by Zhou Peng again. Elder brother has called for someone to patch up the formation outside. It can hold it off for a while, so you guys hurry up and go. Wouldn't it be better to kill him? A killing chance appeared in my eyes. With Zhuge Wu's help, this was the best time to finish off the Fury King. Zhou Peng shook his head and said, you can't kill it. The faithful King is not as simple as you think. He is a top ghost king. Moreover, he has helpers. You guys can only die if you go. Don't say so much. Hurry up and go. But, no more buts, go. Zhou Peng exerted his strength and tugged me to run inside the Shinji Demon Ghost Cave once again, saying as he ran, if we're any later, we'll be too late. I fixed myself in place and mouthed, Zhuge Wu. Zhou Peng said anxiously, don't worry, elder brother is a measured person, he still has a 5th grade recluse talisman, he can walk away, now we should leave earlier, the faster we leave, the safer elder brother will be. Listening to Zhou Peng said, I no longer hesitate, Zhuge Wu is really a measured person, he will not use his life as a bet, and Zhou Peng said he has a level 5 recluse I know very well, that can be directly recluse thousands of miles away from the super powerful talisman seals, this kind of recluse long ago no one can draw, not to mention the 5th. Even if it is the 4th level of the talisman masters, is basically extinct. I don't know Zhuge Wu where to come so many level 5 talisman seals, first a level 5 ghost control, and now a level 5 talisman. I don't know where Zhuge Wu got so many level 5 talisman seals, first a level 5 ghost control talisman, and now a level 5 recluse talisman. A group of people quickly ran from the east exit to the west exit, the distance between the exits is very long, but they are all straight line distance, to also very fast, less than 5 minutes. We left the Shin'er Demon Ghost Cave from the west exit, and continued to run towards the west. Big White turned into his beast form at the first opportunity, bringing along the relatively slow cat Unheard, and the group ran as fast as they could. Zhao Xian was originally a demon, her speed in the mountains was not slower than mine in the slightest. Zhou Peng's martial arts was equally strong and came from the Shaolin Temple, so he was no stranger to the mountain terrain, and the cat ignored it, not to mention that, as a demon chopper, her speed was only above mine. The setting sun spilled diagonally, coloring the earth a golden yellow, and 5 figures moved quickly through the mountains, looking so eager. I have been worried about Zhuge Wu's safety, but this time, I still choose to believe in Zhuge Wu, never worried about him like this. In fact, for this battle with the Fury King, I do not have the slightest grasp, but the arrow is on the string, have to fight only, a top ghost king powerhouse, the strength of the power to what point I only have a rough concept. In less than an hour or so, we had already run over 50 kilometers, over a dozen small hills in a row, and we're all a little breathless. Take a rest, after running so far, there's no danger for now. Zhou Peng gasped and said. I raised my hand and sacrificed Zhong Qiqi. Now our opponent is a ghost king. Zhong Qiqi's sense of ghost king is the most sensitive. As long as there is a ghost king appearing in a 10 kilometers radius, she will be able to sense it. A little rest for a few minutes, we continue to run forward. This kind of escape is very suffocating. At the same time I am also clear, if this Fury King is not resolved, sooner or later we'll return to Shangsha City to find our trouble. The day is still not peaceful, but now there is really no better way. Zhou Peng also said that the Fury King still has a helper, a ghost king to find a helper. Always will not be a ghost marshal. Night gradually fell, ran again 50 kilometers, this time has been in addition to the deep mountains, not far away has seen a village. Zhou Peng completely relieved and said, completely safe, I got the car over, we first take the car out of here. Walked to the foot of the mountain, really saw a business car, a group of people got into the car, flying towards the city of Urumqi lost. Zhou Peng said as he drove, once we get to the city, we'll be completely safe. Everyone nodded, they all knew why Zhou Peng said it was safe, because in the secular world, no matter whether it was a demon, a ghost, or a Xianxue, they didn't dare to openly show up to make a fight. It was against the heavenly Tao. If he angered the heavenly thunder would directly split his soul and spirit, no matter if you were a ghost king or an ancestral demon. Even if you were an immortal spirit and an indestructible demon saints, you would similarly go up in smoke. This was the rule of the heavenly Tao, and this was also the rule. Along the way I hugged Zhao Xian tightly, my heart was incomparably peaceful. I owed Zhuge Wu such a big favor, and I didn't know how to repay it. Renfan, senior brother said, you are all disguised, even if the king of Fataline goes to Xiangsha City, he won't be able to find you, and the scent on Sister Xian's body is all sealed. After you return to Xiangsha City, you can live the life of an ordinary person, as long as you don't look for trouble, things won't be able to find you. Zhou Peng's words interrupted my thoughts. I said with a provided Zhuge Wu is fine. If Zhuge Wu is not fine, I will still have to take revenge on him. Zhou Peng grinned and said, just don't worry, elder brother's good fortune is in his hands, he won't lie to me. Has he lied to you less? I spoke up. Zhou Peng froze, then said, that's kind, so don't bother about that. I hemmed again, even so, I'd see Zhuge Wu first, thinking I'd like to ask why he dug up my grandfather's remains. When senior brother returns, I will arrange for you to meet. Zhou Peng seemed to know what I was thinking.
6 hours later, the business car came to the airport in Urumqi. Zhou Peng took out more than 20 ID cards, and said with his mouth, each find one that looks similar to his own. We will first take a plane back to Xiangsha City. Where are you from, sis? I turned my head and ignored the cat. The cat ignored the smile and said, I'm from all over the world. I've come out all these years to look for my brother, and now that my brother has been found, I want to find a place to settle down, so if you don't mind, let's get together. It's not too much. How could it be too much? I smiled, and in my heart, I understood what cat ignore meant. She was afraid that we would have an accident, and wanted to stay with us for a while, protecting us in the process. Bought the nearest flight and began to wait for the plane to take off. Our line of people dressed up in a rather special way, and Zhao Xian and the cat ignored as well as the great white stunning appearance made a lot of people stop to watch, but fortunately did not cause any sensation. Right, Zhou Peng, how is Yu Mengxian doing? I suddenly opened my mouth and asked. Zhou Peng hemmed and hawed a bit, his dark face flushed with a burst of redness, and said with his mouth, Mengxian is quite good, and after a while, we're going to get married. Yeah? Really? That's great. Zhao Xian stood up with joy. Yeah, hey, Renfan, do you and Xian want to have a wedding with us? Zhou Peng said as he looked at the two of us. Zhao Xian blushed and turned her head to look at me, mouth tenderly said, we were already married a long time ago, right husband? Excuse me gentlemen, please come with us. A couple of police officers suddenly came over and said seriously to us. Chapter 154, Misunderstandings. It's uncomfortable to have your chat interrupted, but it was the police who interrupted us, and besides being helpless, there was a kind of doubt in your mind. What? Did a few of us commit a crime? Zhou Peng asked suspiciously. One of the policemen looked at Zhou Peng and said, you don't know in your heart if you've committed a crime or not? Do I need to ask you if I'm clear? Zhou Peng blankly glanced at the policeman, whose temper was not composed. The policeman took out a pair of handcuffs and walked towards Zhou Peng, saying with his mouth, stealing a car and still daring to come to the airport openly. I turned my head to look at Zhou Peng. This douchebag, this bastard, that business car is actually stolen? Zhou Peng lifted his hand and shook off the cop, saying with his mouth, put your mother's ass on the line. That car of mine is a used car that I paid for. Where's the receipt? Where's the license? Where's the invoice? Less sophistry here, the other car owner has already identified it. The policeman raised his hand and grabbed towards Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng raised his hand and pinched the policeman's wrist. The policeman wailed in pain and said, You dare to assault the police? The other policemen suddenly drew their guns and aimed them at Zhou Peng. I hurriedly told Zhou Peng to stop, then said to the police officer in charge, Comrade police officer, there should be some misunderstanding. Let's do this, our plane will check in half an hour. It's definitely too late to go to the police station. I don't know if you recognize the captain of the criminal investigation team, Sadiq. What? Are you familiar with our captain? It's not okay to be familiar. Your friend stole a car, this must be investigated clearly. The policeman said majestically. Zhou Peng said, I didn't steal the car at all. I really found someone to buy it. If that car was stolen, it must have been that kid who stole it and sold it to me. Tell you what, you call Sadiq first, I'll talk to him. My brother doesn't lie, someone else must have stolen the car and then sold it to my friend. I said peacefully. The cop swept us off our feet, considered, and mouthed, okay, wait. He took out his phone and dialed a number, and when the person answered he handed me the phone. Captain Sadiq, I'm Jose. I said directly. Brother Zhao Si? Long time no see, are you still in Urumqi? Well, getting ready to leave, something came up over here, so please take care of it for me. Okay, you give the phone back to him. Sadiq said crisply. Handing the phone to the policeman said a few words and then immediately told us that he was sorry and that it was a misunderstanding, and then he left with his men. Zhou Peng a look and then walked 2 steps slow. Old man, get dead you look. I looked at Zhou Peng speechless, said, you really did not steal the car? I really didn't. I found someone to buy it, but even if I stole it, it would be fine. After all, we're not ordinary people. Breathlessly, I said, you can't touch anything illegal or you'll be in trouble. Alright, got it. Zhou Peng said absent-mindedly. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the airplane smoothly arrived at the nearest airport to Xiangsha City, and because of the late hour, we didn't go directly to Yuzhan's house, but found a hotel to stay. I'm not prepared to live in Yuzhan's house again, since I have to settle here. I'm going to buy a villa in the city and settle down first. Zhou Peng lives in Yu's house, so he went back first by himself. After opening a room and settling down the cat-ignore siblings, I pulled Zhao Xian back to our room, and the moment I closed the door, I swallowed the elixir that removed the disguise spell, and Zhao Xian removed her disguise as well. I couldn't wait to pull Zhao Xian into my arms. Zhao Xian didn't hold back. Her cherry mouth took the initiative to come up and block my mouth. That night, the room was full of springtime, and passion ignited her in me, and filled the room. Early the next morning, the sunlight shot through the window. I lazily opened my eyes and saw Zhao Xian in my arms still snoring. Her long eyelashes were as still as the water, and her face was full of happiness. She was sleeping and smiling. I don't know how long it has been since I was able to see her after waking up. This time is the happiest, so happy that I don't even want to get up. I even feel that with this moment, the efforts of the previous few years are all worth it, and at the same time, I secretly vowed in my heart that I want to keep this happiness and guard this happiness. Husband. Half an hour later, Zhao Yixian's soft body slightly trembled as she opened her eyes and looked at me with a smile on her face. Her expression was so charming that I was mesmerized by it. Awake? Hungry? I said gently. Hungry. Want to eat Zhao Yixian? Zhao Yixian joked, as if being with me wasn't enough. I reached out and scraped her high and compact nose. Zhou Peng's voice came in from outside along with a knock on the door. Runfan, get up, Uncle Jin is waiting for you guys to go back for breakfast at home. I cursed Zhou Peng in my heart that this bastard came at a bad time, but I had to get up. I couldn't ask him to wait outside. Zhao Yixian also hemmed and hawed and said, let's get up. It's been a long time since I've been back to Yu's house. After getting dressed and opening the door and washing up, he called up the two siblings. Cat ignore. Any news from Zhuge Wu? I asked as I walked out of the elevator. Zhou Peng shook his head and said, not yet, don't worry, it should be back in the next 2 days. I nodded my head, and my group had just walked out of the hotel door when I saw a familiar figure standing in front of me, and this person was no one else but the one who had saved my life, White Feather. Cat ignore, you're quite fast. White Feather said indifferently as he looked at Cat ignore. Hee, you're not slow. Cat ignore said with a smile, knowing what White Feather was up to on this trip. Isn't it time to settle our scores? White Feather said lightly, turning his gaze to me. Ioho, Fairy White Feather, it's been a long time, I can't believe I can see you again. Did you know that I'm getting married, so you've come to congratulate me on purpose? If I'm not wrong, you definitely want to give me your undying bone sword as a congratulatory gift. This was the second time Zhou Peng had seen Baiyu, but he was a thick-skinned person who dared to say anything. I sighed and mouthed, White Feather Fairy. Don't you say anything first, we are friends, you should know my character. The cat ignores it, let's find a place to settle the grudge. White Feather said. Cat ignore sighed alone with him and said, fine, I should give you an explanation too. Runfan, what's going on here? Zhou Peng asked suspiciously. I thought about it and said, Fairy White Feather, how about this, I'll find a place for you two to settle your grudges. Could be. Where to? White Feather said. With us, that is, get the grudge settled early and we'll sit down for a nice dinner. I said with a smile. White Feather nodded slightly and said with his mouth, eating is exempted, if the cat ignores the skill, I won't be merciful to her. Yesterday I waited outside for so long, you guys actually changed the exit and left, are you afraid? You were waiting outside all yesterday? I asked hurriedly. White Feather nodded and said, yeah, I also saw that the person who abducted your wife was killed by that Furyin king, so now you can rest easy. What? Zhou Peng and I shouted at the same time, glancing at each other as I hurriedly asked, Fairy White Feather, are you telling the truth? Zhuge Wu was killed by the fateful Yin king? Zhuge Wu? I don't know what his name is, but anyway, he's the one who got your wife into the auction room, and I was in my avian form, watching from above the branch. White Feather said, also looking at me suspiciously, as if he didn't understand my nervousness. That's the end of today's update, good night all, see you tomorrow. Chapter 155. Fairy White Feather, rice can be eaten indiscriminately, words can't be spoken indiscriminately, don't think that just because you're pretty you can curse my senior brother to death. Zhou Peng's teeth chattered with excitement. For Zhuge Wu, he had always had a kindred spirit-like emotion in it, so to speak, in his heart. Zhuge Wu's death was more serious than his own hanging. White Feather looked at Zhou Peng and was just about to start cursing when I hurriedly asked, Fairy White Feather, did you see that the one who was taken out by the King of Furyin was a person in his 20s who looked young? Ha! That's not true. The ones who were taken out by the Furyin King were a middle-aged man and an old man, and the young one held out for a long time before he was finally seriously injured and saved by an old man. Are you saying that the person who put your wife up for auction there was the youngest one? White Feather asked. I breathed a sigh of relief, and Zhou Peng even sat down on the ground, completely relaxed. Yes. How come it sounds like you care about him so much that you don't even hate him for getting your wife to the auction? White Feather asked. Zhou Peng picked up the conversation and said, what senior brother knows that Renfan will definitely save Sister Xian, because he knows that the level 5 ghost harnessing talisman is in Renfan's possession. And Lu Hushwan of the Xianshur Demon Ghost Cave has a great need for that talisman, so he will definitely help Renfan. Then isn't your senior brother taking off his pants to fart and being redundant? Wouldn't it be better to just give Renfan's wife to him? Baiyu said breathlessly. Zhou Peng poo-pooed and said with his mouth, what do you little girl know? Senior brother said that he can't come into contact with Renfan. Why? I asked, looking at Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng shook his head and said, I don't know why, anyway, that's what senior brother said to me. Oh, would you believe me when I say that I will die if I don't make contact with Zhuge Wu? I asked seriously. Zhou Peng shook his head and said, I don't believe it. I said in a faint voice, so Zhuge Wu said that he can't contact me is a lie words. You're the one who lied about it. Senior brother said he wouldn't lie to me again. I nodded silently and said, yeah, I lied too. Zhou Peng froze, realized that there was something wrong with that, and was about to speak. I hurriedly changed the topic, and asked Baiyu, you said Zhuge Wu was saved by an old man? Does that old man know? Is it a Xianshur? The three people that Baiyu said, one is that old man from Ping Demon Division, one is Wu Yuan Kuei from Yen Fu Division. These two divisions both wanted to kill me but died in the hands of the Furyin King. In a sense, it was Zhuge Wu who killed these two people, and it is also considered to be an indirect way to help me solve the trouble.
While Zhuge Wu was seriously injured and saved by an old man, then this old man's strength must not be weak. Baiyu said, I can't tell if it's the Xian or spirit race, but it's definitely not the demon race. That old man is really powerful. It's not bad at all compared to the Fury Yin King. The Fury Yin King is a ghost king, and there is also a ghost king helper. But that ghost king helper was done away by the formation that you guys are talking about, Zhuge Wu. And when Zhuge Wu was about to be killed, that old man suddenly appeared, and not only rescued Zhuge Wu, but also beat that Fury Yin King to a serious injury. And also seriously injured that Fury Yin King. But he didn't go to kill the Fury Yin King, and I don't know what the reason was. He clearly could have just finished off the Fury Yin King. Zhou Peng, there are still such powerful characters in the hunting division? I turned my head and asked. Zhou Peng shook his head and said, there's an egg. The most powerful person in the hunting and killing division is senior brother. Phew, let's get in the car first. Let's talk while we walk. I took a long breath and pointed to the car sent by the Yu family. This old man is very mysterious. He can kill the king of the Fury Yin but did not, and saved Zhuge Wu, in the end. Whether it is a spirit tribe or a Xian person, even Baiyu cannot distinguish. This kind of old man is also too mysterious. On the car all the way to the Yu Fu traveling. In the car and from the mouth of the white feather to understand that Zhuge Wu was seriously injured, and that the king of the Fury Yin also suffered serious injuries. That kind of injuries, not a year and a half of the surely cannot be good. In other words, Zhuge Wu would definitely not be able to appear for a year and a half, and the Fury Yin King would not be able to come out to do evil again during this period of time. I originally thought that after returning to Xiangsha City, I would be able to solve all the mysteries about Zhuge Wu, but now Zhuge Wu has disappeared again, which had to make me fall into doubt again. That old man is so mysterious. In the end, where is he? The car has been to Yuzhen's home. I cannot understand, simply did not think again. For the time being, my enemies seem to be all hidden overnight, in addition to the Uniform Law Division, but the Uniform Law Division wants to find me so quickly is not so easy to find. That is to say, I want to live in peace, but also really have. But this kind of peaceful days, I do not know how long can last. Zhuge Wu one day does not come back, my heart will eventually have a hurdle, and owed Lu Huxuan's billion, I have to return him with interest. Yuzhen looked very enthusiastic. Yu Mengxian was even happier, and at this time she was already a Xianrun third layer. After seeing me she smiled sweetly at me, then pulled Zhaoyi Xian to talk non-stop. But White Feather was determined to settle the score with Cat Ignore, so all the warmth and pleasantries would have to take a back seat. Borrowed the underground garage of the Aftershock, White Feather wants to fight with the cat ignoring the law, and told everyone to wait outside. I was so persuasive that I went into the underground garage with them under the pretext of observing and learning. White Feather's character is very tenacious, determined things, no matter what variables will go to do. I also know that if the cat does not pay attention to fight with her, she will never give up. If the cat does not pay attention to win this battle, White Feather will not be entangled not to let go. If the cat does not pay attention to the skill is not as good as her, she may really kill the cat does not pay attention to her sister out of the anger. However, the strength of the cat ignores me clearly, should be in the White Feather above, when the first place in the Xianxia group is not vain. Although the strength of White Feather is also strong, and is also a unified demon powerhouse, but her immutable bone sword has already been auctioned off in the Xianxia demon ghost cave, it should not be able to kill the cat ignored. White Feather's attitude has always been cold. After I pulled the garage's roller shutter, White Feather made a direct move, and the cat ignored the fact that she didn't bring Big White in because she felt that it would be unfair to White Feather if she used the guardian demonic beasts again to fight in this kind of closed environment. The two people were fighting back and forth, but in my opinion, White Feather's strength was really inferior to Cat Ignore, and Cat Ignore didn't strike hard. Her strength was reserved, and she didn't take the initiative to strike except for staging and blocking. The more White Feather fights, the more her fire grows. I can see that the cat ignores it and does not do its best. White Feather can naturally feel it more intuitively, and this is not a good thing for her. But just when I thought that White Feather would be defeated by Cat Ignore right away, White Feather's short sword suddenly stabbed into Cat Ignore's abdomen, not because White Feather had planned this sword for a long time, but White Feather's sword, Cat Ignore didn't dodge. Why don't you duck? White Feather looked at the cat ignoring it suspiciously, his hand shaking a little as he gripped his sword. Cat Ignore smiled and said, the mistakes I made back then always need to be repaid. I understand that a woman's chastity is more important than her life. It was me who helped the enemy in the first place. If you're happy, I won't blame you if you kill me. White Feather froze, his hand leaving his short sword as he looked at her incredulously and asked, what do you really think? The cat ignored. The face became a little white, mouth said, I am also a woman, I naturally understand. I never believed in demons before. I think that it is synonymous with filth, brutality and heartlessness. Runfan said that there are good people in demons. I don't believe it, but you helped me to save my younger brother. In the past 2 days I also contacted with Yixian, and I found out that the demons aren't like what my master said. The sword, count it as I use it to atone for my sins. If you don't feel relieved, draw your sword and stab me in the heart. All along, White Feather has shown a very heavy killing heart towards Cat Ignore, but Cat Ignore is now at her mercy, but she can't get off the ground. The demon clan is equally uncommon to the demon chopper, but Cat Ignore's concepts can be reversed, and she, White Feather, also has a conscience. Sis, are you alright? I took 2 steps to Cat Boo inside, reached out and held her, and gave her several consecutive nods on her body, sealing a few acupoints to prevent further bleeding, then helped her sit on the ground, looked up at White Feather and said, "White Feather Fairy, people make mistakes, not to mention that my sister was unaware of it. If it was you who came across the demon beheading man, you'd definitely take action as well, and the thing's already happened. The culprit has also been killed by you. If you kill my sister again, Cat Boo will definitely not be satisfied, and will then look for you to take revenge. When will injustice end?" The cat ignored, coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, and said in his mouth, "I'm not pretending to be pitiful, moreover, I don't want to beg you to let me go, but I know that I'm wrong. There are bad people, and there are good demons. The people I've helped in the past may be 10 evils, and the demons I've killed in the past may have saved many people. Whether you kill me today or not, in the future, I won't be hell-bent on killing the demons when I see them again." White Feather was somewhat moved by what she heard, and she said with a calm expression, "I have long understood what you said, and because of that, I will not kill you, and this matter ends here." I was completely relieved to hear White Feather say that. It was probably the best solution. "Bear with me, there is demonic poison inside my sword. This is the antidote pill." Bayu once again held the hilt of his sword and took out an elixir and handed it to the cat, ignoring it. The cat, ignoring it, took it with a trembling hand and swallowed it without hesitation. Chapter 156: The Difficulty of Aftershocks. White Feather pulled out the short sword, and took the initiative to help the cat ignore the wound. This is full of relaxation, and said, "There is no more regret in the heart. I will tell my sister about this matter. Perhaps she is more happy after hearing it than killing you." I smiled and said, "It seems that your sister is also a lover of peace. Fairy White Feather, what's next?" Bayu's eyes rolled twice, and his mouth said, "I'm going back to the Bai family. There's a little situation in the Bai family, and this time I was forced to auction off the immortalized bone sword." As expected, I hurriedly took out the 200 spirit stones and said, "I still have some spirit stones here, I hope I can help." White Feather looked at the bag in my hand and mouthed, "No, I have enough. I'll see you sometime. If there is anything I need help with, please also be sure to tell me." White Feather don't want it, I can't force it on her. Dealing with a demon race like White Feather is straightforward. If she uses it, she definitely won't be polite with me. White Feather nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll leave first." White Feather said as he transformed into a bird and flew out of the underground garage vent. I looked at the cat, ignoring it, and asked her if she wanted to go to the hospital, and she said no, just rest for a few days. Pulling open the door of the garage, the people outside were still waiting anxiously, and Cat Unheard was the first to pick up Cat Ignored, asking with his mouth, "Sis, are you okay?" Cat Ignore smiled and shook her head. "It's fine." "Where's Fairy White Feather?" Zhao Xian asked suspiciously. When I said gone, Yuzhen's eyes widened and he said, "This garage only has this one exit. Where did she go?" "Flying away. What's so strange?" Zhou Peng picked up the conversation. "This." Yuzhen's face was full of surprise, but he didn't dwell on that much, and then said, "Go, go, 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 go." A meal to eat. Everyone is very happy. Yuzhen drink confused. Never seen him drink so much. Say because happy can also, but I can vaguely see out of his heart to hide things. This thing he does not say. I am embarrassed to open the mouth to ask. Can only wait for the meal dispersed after going to ask Zhou Peng alone. Zhou Peng sighed and said, "There is no big deal. Is a bit of a downturn in business. It is not the opening of the Marquis of Wutong time to come. Taiwan has been on the other side of the pressure on Uncle Jin, and I do not know how it is. The police seem to be staring at the Jin uncle recently. Uncle Li Tsong in a month ago, an inversion of a fight was arrested, and now has not yet been made out of it. Uncle Moyu is also in the police surveillance, and Chang recently had some things happen at home, but they are small things, you do not worry about it. There's also brother Chang who's had something happen to his family recently, but it's all minor, don't worry, it's manageable." Zhou Peng said that these people are all high-ranking people under Yuzhen. Mou is specialized in collecting intelligence, Li Tsong is a tomb raider, and Gu Chang is Yuzhen's personal bodyguard. No wonder these people did not come to dinner. "Where's Uncle Sun Qin?" I asked suspiciously. Zhou Peng said, "Uncle Sun Qin went to Taiwan, and 9 masters under the people meeting to discuss about the matter of the Marquis of Wutong. Go a few days, do not know when to come back. This Marquis of Wutong really ing thing more." I gave a hum and said with my mouth, "Uncle Jin should be hiding a lot of things in his heart, but he's royally drunk right now, so I won't bother him. You and I will go buy a villa. I want to settle down." "Egu, line you, now open your mouth to buy a villa, tycoon ah," Zhou Peng said jokingly. I gave him a blank look and said, "Aren't you also a tycoon? The entrance fee for going to the Xianji Demon Ghost Cave is $1 million, don't you just swipe it with your hand?" Zhou Peng said, "I really don't have much money, that before or fine Uncle Jin borrowed. To be honest, I don't know how to go to make money. After a few days in Xian got married, in the future I don't know what to take to support her." "You borrowed that X from Uncle Jin? Zhuge Wu didn't give you any money?" "Yeah, the hunting division doesn't have much money left. It's all been taken away by senior brother," Zhou Peng said. I so quietly didn't chat anymore. And Zhou Peng out of the room. Zhou Peng arranged for the driver to take us to see the house, originally intended to call Zhao Xian and the cat ignored them together, but Yu Mengxian said to buy a house is a man's thing, pick the expensive to buy on the line,
and hard to pull Zhao Xian chat. Zhao Xian did not say that he wanted to go, said that he wanted to accompany Meng Xian to chat, and to help take care of the cat ignored. So to buy a house of such a small thing, and in the end, only Zhou Pang and I went to the two people. The house was bought very smoothly. It is a villa with fine decoration, not far from the U house, only a few streets away, more than 400 square feet, 3 floors, with a garden and garage, and a private pool. The total price is almost $10 million. All aspects of the conditions are very good. The decoration does not need, only need to add some home appliances can be. This kind of thing I do not know very well. I commissioned a decoration company design. Decoration company's action is very fast, said that as long as 3 days can be moved in. Life is short, since we have to settle over here, we cannot lose Zhao Yishan, and I will not save if I have the conditions to live in a better place. After buying the house to go back is already evening. A group of women are still chattering and chatting, while the cat does not smell in the room to sleep. Yushin has also woken up, is drinking tea in the study. Seeing me come in, Yushin smiled and said, Renfan nah, come on, let's have a good chat. I smiled and sat down opposite Yushin, who poured me a cup of tea and said with his mouth, I'm happy to see your kid's body getting stronger and stronger. Thank you Uncle Jin, but I see that Uncle Jin has a worried brow. He should be harboring a lot of things in his heart, right? Ha? Is it that obvious? Yushin said helplessly. I nodded my head and said, Uncle Jin, we're all family members, so you can talk about any difficulties you have, and maybe I'll have a solution. Yushin froze, his mouth said, it seems that nothing can be hidden from you. Uncle Jin will not beat around the bush with you. Uncle Jin's side does have a bit of a situation, but it's not a big deal. It's just that the capital chain is broken. What's wrong with the funds? Uncle Jin, you don't have a lot of business in plain sight. You shouldn't need much capital to maintain it, right? I asked with some doubt. Yushin sighed, patted his head and said, you know, I'm the kind of person, or whitewashed black, the bright side of the industry, basically can't make ends meet, and the dark side of the deal, and can't see the light, so I've got $1 billion or so of liquidity in me, and I'm relying on that money to maintain those industries. But what? I looked at Yushin's embarrassed look and was puzzled. Yushin said, but my more than $1 billion, by my overnight gambling to lose all. And now there is no liquidity. Originally those doorways are not going to work. If I continue to go on like this, I can't hold out for a few months, will be bankrupt. What? I stood up and looked at Yushin incredulously. Uncle Jin, aren't you a non-gambler? How did you get into it? And you lost everything in one night? Yushin, although involved in the black, but has always been steady. His own casinos in Macau have investments. There are also many underground casinos in the country. He has a lot of nightclubs under his name or not formal. Drug business he used to do, but just the back of the risk is too big, did not touch. However, he himself never went gambling, nor did he get involved in drugs, and his private life was also very regular, which is known to everyone. But now he lost all his money overnight, and this kind of thing is really unbelievable to me. Yushin sighed and said, I am haunted. There is a person about me to go to Macau to play together. This person's head is very big, in Southeast Asia are famous, is a Chinese, he has more resources in his hands, and he does business with him, basically earn a pot full of money. I am not good to refuse. I was invited to go, because we still have a great deal of business to talk about, and I took with me my savings card. Who knows, to the other side I feel a little bad. The back followed him to the casino, confused to lose all the money. Uncle Jin, if you're there to talk business, why are you going to the casino? I asked suspiciously. Something's come up, and the evening update may be a little late. Chapter 157, if the heart is clear, all will be clear. Yushin shook his head and said with his mouth, no, my head is clear. Everyone knows that man is good at gambling. He has a rule. To do business with him, you have to gamble with him, win 1 out of 10, and the business is done. This rule is known to the people on the road. And a lot of people do it, and I didn't care about it. So none of the 10 bets were big? No, each of them was only $1 million in bets. The blame lies in the fact that I lost all 10 of them. You know my character. Where would I be willing to give up? At that time I didn't know what was going on. I just changed chips one after another, changed and lost and changed, and ultimately lost all of the money inside my account. The next day when I woke up, I realized that this was a trap. I must have been tricked by the previous kind of being forced to kill, but unfortunately, the money has all been exported. Yushin said with incomparable chagrin. I mentally shook my head. This is not being played. This is killing me. Uncle Jin, that casino, it should be that person's, right? Otherwise, since it's his rule to talk business, he wouldn't need to go to the casino, it would be fine at the hotel. Yushin said, yes, after I called MOU carefully investigated, that casino is indeed his, and MOU also because of the investigation of this matter was targeted by the police, and is now under 24-hour surveillance. Is it the local police? Well, but the above also sent people down. My relationship cannot be reached. Li Tsong's old brother was arrested. Sun Xin went to Taiwan, did not come back. Gu Cheng family also had an incident. This Martial Marquis tomb in 3 months will be opened. By then I simply have no capable of use in my hands. If the Martial Marquis tomb screwed up, will be completely offended by the 9 masters. Then in the future I Yushin also do not have to mix. Yushin frowned and said. I nodded silently and mouthed. That's probably what that guy was doing when he messed with you like that. Are you saying that person's purpose is also the Martial Marquis tomb? Yushin asked in surprise. How does that man compare to the 9th master? Of course it can't be compared to the 9th master. There are many experts like you around the ninth master. I thought for a while, my mouth said, the time matches, it's really possible, let's not talk about this, let's go to Macau. First get back the money that belongs to you. Take it back, how? Yujin asked doubtfully, then waved his hand and said, no, that person we can't afford to offend either, he has a large number of mercenaries in his hands, all of them are people who don't want to die, if we offend him, even staying in Shangsha City is not safe. Uncle Jin, if he wins back, he should have nothing to say, right? I said with a smile. Win back? That naturally there is no problem, but Runfan you don't want to think too simple, the water on the gambling table is very deep, do you know that night I blocked hundreds of hands? Damn a hand did not win, I suspect that casino has problems, maybe there are Xianmen people sitting in the town, specializing in screwing me. Yujin huffed and puffed. I nodded my head and said, well, how casinos make a profit, I know something about that, every casino has a doorway, as for people from the Xin sect to sit in on it, I don't think so, this kind of thing is out of the division, no Xin will guard a casino, it's against the way of heaven. Yujin pondered a little, and said with his mouth, okay, then shall I go with you? I said directly, I'm going to go, and only you, Uncle Jin, can make the bet, with me assisting from the sidelines, or else I'll be considered a master. Yujin nodded and said, good, when are we going to move? Let's go tomorrow, I'm just in time to take Yixian out for a spin as well. And bring Aizen, huh? In case you run into any danger. Don't worry Uncle Jin, Yixian's current strength is no worse than mine, and I don't feel at ease leaving Yixian at home, and she wouldn't want to be separated from me. Good, then who else to bring? Should we call Zhou Peng? No, he's getting married soon, give her a little more time to get along with sister Meng Xian, the family needs him too. And this douche acted impulsively, I'm afraid he'll help, it'll just be you, me, and Yixian, the three of us will go. I said and stood up. Yujin said thoughtfully, good, then it's decided, I'll go and arrange the trip, we'll leave tomorrow morning, how many chips should I bring? To be honest, I only have a few $100,000 of liquidity left, or Xian Meng Hotel's profit this month, I'm going to leave it to Xian for her wedding. Uncle Jin, you don't have to worry about the chips, I have them. I said and left Yujin's study, basically determining in my heart that this matter was most likely related to the Marquis of Wu's tomb, even if it wasn't, this matter had to be resolved first before I could do so. When I returned to my room, Zhao Yixian was already waiting for me as well, and when she saw me come in, she flung herself into my arms like a little bird and mouthed, husband, where's your spirit stone? I removed the bag and handed it to her and asked, what's wrong? She hemmed and hawed, pointed to the mattress and said, you lift it up first. I nodded and lifted the mattress. Zhao Yixian poured the spirit stone under the mattress, then placed it on top for a while, first in the shape of a bagua, then complicated the bagua, and placed several runic patterns in it, which made me clap my hands and say, cultivating in this bed can be twice as easy with half the effort. I looked at Zhao Yixian's adorable appearance and said with a hefty smile, you're obviously hinting at dual cultivation, when did you become so bad? Zhao Yixian froze and said with her mouth, husband stop, I read it in a Xian FA, this can make the aura more abundant, you run your Xian master's Xian sect technique on it, and it absorbs better too. Yeah? Then let's try. I smiled wickedly and put the mattress down, then picked her up across my arms and gently lowered her back onto the bed, my eyes looking at her with a mesmerized look as she blushed and avoided my gaze, whispering, I'm telling the truth. I didn't say you were wrong, it's better if we cultivate our bodies before we cultivate our bodies. Husband, you. What I said is true too. I said and laid back down as well, reaching down and pulling her into my arms. Zhao Yixian is indeed right, but in her understanding of the talisman method is not as deep as mine, this method is indeed very useful, only that this will cause the loss of aura. It is best to use a jade platform like the Xianmen headquarters, the jade platform can lock the aura, and even more so, it can purify the aura, the jade also nourishes the people, and it also has a great stabilizing effect on the practitioner's mind and spirit, only that there is no such condition right now, and the jade platform I have already called for help and going to look for it. It's a bit impractical to find a piece of jade that big, it's a no-go, it'll have to be customized. An hour later, Zhao Yixian was lying on the bed weakly, I carried her into the bathroom, after a bath, I began to draw talismans, drew 8 spirit-locking talismans used to seal the 8 directions of the 8 trigrams to prevent the loss of spiritual qi, and then drew 2 spirit-gathering talismans, one of which I handed over to Zhao Yixian, and the other I wore it on my own body, and my mouth said, it's better this way, let's start practicing. Zhao Yixian gave a hum and said with her mouth, good, husband, it's just that we're practicing together, won't this make a big commotion? Don't worry, the aura is locked, no one will notice. I said as I jumped onto the bed and sat cross-legged. Zhao Yixian walked behind me and sat back to back with me, also sitting cross-legged and starting to run the cultivation technique. According to common sense, the Xuanmen's cultivation techniques and the demon race's cultivation techniques are in conflict, but Zhao Yixian and I can circumvent this conflict, because I am an extreme mean destiny. Zhao Yixian took away my virgin body, she turned into an indestructible inner Dan, and I also have her original immortal qi in my body, both of them are cultivators. If the body passes, then the intention will be passed, the intention will be passed, then the heart will be passed, if the heart is passed, then the heart is passed, then the 100 passes, and not only does our co-cultivation not produce exclusion, it can promote each other. Instead, we can promote each other. Soon, Zhao Xian and I both entered the realm of oblivious cultivation. The runic patterns on the spirit stone slowly failed under the operation of the gongfu, turning into a stream of rich aura that passed through the mattress and surrounded us in the center. This pure heaven and earth aura was rolled up by the gongfu and seeped into our meridians, flowing inside the meridians and constantly hitting the various acupoints and dantian of the whole body. This feeling was comfortable, without a trace of burden, and with her back against Zhao Xian, she felt even more secure. The first time I practiced together, the effect was far beyond my imagination. I directly rushed from the Xianshi first layer to the Xianshi third layer, while Zhao Xian, even though she was still in the unified demon first layer and had no hierarchical breakthroughs, said that she could feel her cultivation level rising a lot. Since ancient times, cultivation has been a fine line, and we seem to be on a bit of a one-step journey to heaven right now, except that I'm well aware of the fact that since this is the first time, there will definitely not be such a perverted effect in the future. Husband, take a quick look. How many spirit stones did we use last night? Zhao Xian stabilized her mind a little and said as she lay on my back. She also knew that the spirit stones were worth a lot. Things are going much smoother than expected. There is no delay in updating, and I'm going to add another chapter tonight, but I guess it's going to be after 11 p.m. Thanks to Black Boss Yuzhen for his godly reward. Uncle Jin, you're broke, so you don't have to reward me. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Chapter 158, She's my wife. Good. I'm also concerned about this. 200 spirit stones were thrown in by Zhao Xian. Don't give me a whole lot of nothing in one night. If that's the case, then 200 million a night consumption. I can't afford it even if I'm smashing the pots and pans. Lifting the mattress, I looked at the spirit stones underneath and was relieved that most of them were still there. It wasn't as dramatic as I thought. How many were used? Let me count. Zhao Xian started counting, and before long, Zhao Xian spat out her tongue and said, there are still 180 left, which means that we used a total of 20 last night. I nodded, feeling a pang of flesh. $20 million. $20 million used up in one night. I heard a burst of speechless. Remember the hidden scripture cabinet inside the introduction about the spirit stone cultivation. The general people use the spirit stone to cultivate. A spirit stone can be used for a week. Even with the use of the spirit gathering array and the spirit gathering talisman to assist, it can be used for at least 3 days, and our two couples quite can. A night with other people's 2 months of the amount of time. But carefully think about it, I think it's very worth it, because the general Xianshi 1 layer of the Xian master to cultivate to the 3rd layer, without a 3 years and 5 years is simply impossible. What a great consumption. Zhao Xian spat out her tongue and said. I laughed and said, but we have more to gain, Xian, we are going to Macau today. Zhao Xian froze, then gave me a big hug. Okay, I'll go wherever you go. She did not ask what to do in Macau. I can see that she is very happy that I did not ask her to wait for me at home again. This kind of waiting, for her you say than anything else torment. After cleaning up a little, we both walked out of the room hand in hand. Yuzhen was already waiting downstairs in the living room, the others were not up yet, and I didn't bother them, leaving a message for the nanny to pass on to them, and then I was chauffeured to the airport. To Guangzhou when only 10 o'clock in the morning, and then took a car to Zhuhai Gongbei Port, time nearly 12 o'clock. Passage Yuzhen has long been done. The three did not have any stay, directly across the border to Macau. Not far from the gate were a hurried lunch, and then take the bus to the casino. Many people go to Macau will go to the casino, so the major casinos have free buses waiting at the gate, even if it is not to gamble in the free travel tourists, but also dilly-dallying past the car, directly into the center of it all. On the way, Yuzhen told me the man's Chinese name was Duan Shihong, that he had called in before he came, and that he was at the casino today. Macau is very small. The casino bus drove for less than half an hour and stopped at the casino's parking lot. Yuzhen walked in front and greeted the casino's waiter, who led us towards the casino lobby, walking almost 200 to 300 meters before arriving at the lobby. This casino was very large, with no less than 100 gambling tables inside the hall, and many various kinds of live machines and slot machines, and there were many people inside. A decoration in the middle of this casino was very scary, by dozens of big brightly shining knives surrounded by a few circles, which is a bit heavy with yin qi. According to Yuzhen, there are many suicides in this casino. Almost the entire casino in Macau have died. Some lost. All the gamblers desperate will not be able to think for a moment from the upstairs directly jump down, and this casino's suicide gamblers are the most, so the yin qi will be heavier, but ordinary people do not feel it. Gamblers are generally superstitious, so this casino made such a very heavy bogey to suppress. This thing does work. Not only did not let the casino's business fell, but also let the casino business more hot, day after day full. There is also a saying that many people know that casinos raise small ghosts, can control the casino, only profit will not lose, and this thing looks heavy killing, even the small ghosts will be afraid of. This thing is here. Many people believe that this casino is not a problem, at least cannot raise small ghosts. In fact, this is all some psychological comfort, to deceive those gamblers. If you really want to raise a small ghost, this thing will only play a supporting role, and I'm sure that this casino must have raised small ghosts too. Casino ghosts are generally eat big and put small, eat long and put short. Such ghosts are better to feed some. Specific operation is also easier, but this is the rules of the industry, and I have nothing to do. From a certain point of view, those who want to get something for nothing is against the way of heaven, and finally because of greed ended up with a loss of property that is deserved. The maitre d' led us through the lobby towards an elevator on the east side, which went straight up to the third floor, where all the VIP rooms were. Master Jin, Master Duan is waiting for you inside, please come inside. Coming outside a private room, the waiter said politely. Yujin nodded, reached out and pushed open the door of the private room. After seeing the scene inside, I was a little surprised. Where is this private room? Simply a luxury hall, a brilliant gambling table in the center, around the bar, sofa, wine cooler, TV, everything. Relatively speaking, that gambling table instead of not so attractive to the eye. Inside the room there were a dozen people, who were gathered around the gambling table to gamble heavily. Yujin pointed to the man with tea-colored glasses beside the beautiful lotter and said, that one is Duan Chihong. Everyone calls him Master Duan. I took a closer look at the man. He was in his 40s, eagle eyes, hawkish nose, thin lips, with a big back haircut and hairspray on his head, and he was sitting on a very exaggerated carved dragon chair, which looked like a dragon's chair, and because of the width of the chair, there was a scantily clad, sexy woman sitting on his left and right sides. Ren Fan, want to join? This is a top-tier betting game. The bet is $50 million to hit the bottom before you can get on the table. Yujin whispered. There were no spiritual power fluctuations on any of the people in here, and there were a few people sitting on the sofa who had a good level of martial arts, but they weren't Xianmen martial artists, but secular martial artists. Well, Uncle Jin, $50 million we have, be natural, as usual, that Duan Shihong saw you but didn't greet you, I said with a smile. Yujin sneered and said, this grandson knows that I have lost all my family money, how could he take the initiative to greet me, and his reputation is much louder than mine, taking the initiative to greet me is lowering his status, this grandson is waiting for us to greet him. As soon as Yujin finished his words, a waiter came over, carrying a plate with a variety of drinks on it, red wine, foreign wine, cocktails, and fruit juice. May I ask if the three of you are here to participate in the gambling game or to find Master Duan? The waiter asked with a lowered head, his tone full of respect. Yujin laughed, picked up a glass of foreign wine and said, I'm here to visit Master Duan and join the gambling game on the way. Yujin walked towards the gambling table after he finished speaking, and I also picked up 2 cups of juice, handing one to Zhao Xian before following Yujin over. Yo, isn't this the famous Master Jin from the mainland? He's here pretty fast, how's it going? Let's play a couple games first? Duan Shihong waited until we walked up to the gambling table before he stood up and said. As soon as Duan Shihong spoke, the latter stopped handing out cards, and all eyes looked towards us, and after most of them sized up Yujin, their gazes landed on Zhao Xian, who looked like a heavenly fairy, with crooked eyes, recklessly sizing up Zhao Xian. I frowned slightly and took out a mask for Zhao Xian to put on. These people were not good people, and I felt it would be an insult to Zhao Xian to let them see her face. Yujin smiled and said, that's natural, besides coming here to visit Master Duan, it's natural to play a couple of games as well. Duan Shihong's gaze similarly landed on Zhao Xian as he said indifferently, hee, this little brother of yours seems to be very petty, take off the mask, no one here dares to mess around. Yujin didn't say anything, and I said lightly, forget about taking off the mask, this is a casino, not a beauty pageant scene, don't you think so? You know this is a casino too? Then do you know who is in charge of this casino? Duan Shihong's tone chilled, he really didn't seem to have seen enough. I laughed and said, it's none of my business who's in charge of the casino, but she's my wife, and it's up to me whether or not she wears a muzzle. I said take it off. Duan Shihong removed his gaze from Zhao Xian and cast it towards the ceiling, and a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa drinking suddenly stood up, rushed to us in a few steps, and raised his hand towards the mask on Zhao Xian's face and grabbed it. My eyes a cold, aside, a kick in the chest of the fighter wanted to avoid, but the speed is completely unable to keep up, accompanied by the sound of cracked ribs, the body flew out backwards, heavily impacted on the back of a load-bearing column above the gold-plated copper skin concave down a large piece of the whole person smashed into the ground, faded straight to death. TSK, this decoration is really golden, substandard, seriously substandard. I retracted my right foot and said with a smile, plus more chapters, for the old iron 5 yuan RMB heavenly Dao fragments reward plus more. Today's update ends here, friends, good night. Chapter 159, $10 million a handful. In fact, it wasn't that the load-bearing column was unqualified, on the contrary, that load-bearing column was very qualified, it's just that the power of my kick was too violent, or else that well-strong fighter wouldn't have fainted to death directly. This kick stunned everyone at the scene. Those gamblers who couldn't see the doorway wondered how I could have the guts to dare to make a move inside Duan Shihong's venue, while those who could see the doorway looked at me with an unbelievable expression. These people are all secular martial artists, they can deal with ordinary people, but in front of me, they are still much worse. Don't live if you don't want to. Duan Shihong was the first to react as he said faintly, and the 7 or 8 thugs sitting on the couch stood up, each drawing a pistol from their waists and aiming it at the 3 of us. Run Fan, this. Although Yujin was not afraid, he did not know how to handle it. Uncle Jin, don't worry, they don't dare to make a move, this Duan Shihong isn't that stupid, there should be someone else behind him. I whispered. We can stand here, I still dare to direct hands, that is certainly something to rely on, can mix here, no one is simple, he has not seen me, naturally do not know my background. He Duan Shi-hong surely knows this truth, in the road to mix, as long as not get killed, hands only small things can be resolved, once the shooting to get killed, that is immortal. He Duan Shi-hong if even this point cannot think, then certainly not mix today this position.
Seeing that I didn't make another move, Duan Shi-hong sneered and said, do you know what will happen to you?
I sneered with some disappointment and said, so the famous Master Duan of Southeast Asia is nothing more than a bully, so unreasonable, I don't know how you got into this position today, if you dare to make a move on me today, I guarantee that you will regret it.
Duan Shi-hong frowned and said with his mouth, you injured my people in my territory, is this matter or am I being unreasonable?
He disrespected my wife, you should be glad that his hand didn't touch my wife, if it did, then he wouldn't be fainting right now.
I said lightly.
Good, very good, then let's be reasonable. Duan Shi-hong's eyes were incomparably cold as he turned his head to Yuzhin and said, Yuzhin, you're quite alright, actually daring to find someone to smash my venue. Yuzhin froze and turned his head to look at me, then said indifferently, your casino is open for business, do you want to turn away people? Or are you afraid that I'll make you lose and not be able to pay for it? Surnamed Duan, let me also remind you that this is a casino, not a kiln, so it's not too much to ask for my people to wear masks, right? Joke, who knows if there's a cheat inside her mask? Duan Shi-hong said with a straight face. Ha, all are mixed in this circle, mask cheating? Can you say exaggerated point, again, and you bet the person is me, even if there is a mask cheating, is not also should be brought in my face? Yuzhin at this time has no scruples, he is this point of temperament is very good, do not offend when you can and you can compromise, once completely offended, he does not care if you are Duan Shi-hong or the Nine Masters, or the King of the Heavens. Duan Shi-hong froze, he did not expect Yuzhin also dared to openly defy him, then he narrowed his eyes, his mouth said, open casino business, of course welcome to gamble, but I ugly words in front of me, if you lose, don't blame me for flipping out, say it, bet on what? Blackjack, baccarat, pai gow, or dice. To be fair, how about rock paper scissors? $10 million a hand. Yuzhin said with a hefty smile. Everyone present was stunned, this was a luxurious private room in a formal casino, playing rock paper scissors in here? Even with a hit man right behind them with a gun, some of the big shots who were betting heavily laughed out loud. Yuzhin said to play rock paper scissors, of course, I mean, no matter what the bet, there is a lot of water in it, and I really know nothing about I bet, and I have to spend time to figure out those rules, it is really troublesome.
You're not joking?
Duan Shi-hong was also confused by Yuzhin's sudden bet. Yuzhin smiled and said, there's no need to joke with you, last time I gambled here for hundreds of times, I didn't win even once, I got a fortune teller to look at it, my current year's flow of luck is definitely not a problem, all I think it should be a problem with the gambling method. Yuzhin did not say that there is a problem with the casino, after all, this is a big taboo, so many people here, he will not go to the initiative to embarrass Duan Shi-hong, and rock paper scissors, I have 10% certainty that Yuzhin has been winning. Hee, the tricks that children play, can't get on the stage, you'd better pick something with a technical bet.
Duan Shi-hong said. I laughed and answered, children play the fairest of tricks, could it be that Master Duan doesn't dare? Who says Master Duan doesn't dare? An extremely magnetic voice came from behind as a middle-aged man in a suit pushed the door and walked in slowly, saying as he walked, as long as it's a gambling game, when has Master Duan ever been afraid? I took a closer look at this person, actually as a Xianshi, and look at the spiritual power fluctuation on his body, it is already Xianshi's 6th layer, Xianshi usually do not resident in the casino, should be called over to help. Zhao Xian and I both had the habit of concealing our Xian's spiritual energy when we went out, and although he came in and looked at the three of us very carefully, he didn't find anything unusual about us, and that's exactly why he dared to agree to bet on rock paper scissors. And that Duan Shi-hong seemed relieved to see this person come in, and said with his mouth, yes, rock paper scissors, 10 million a hand. I smiled and said, this kind of original betting method is sure to be exciting, this kind of excitement, those customers inside the lobby downstairs shouldn't miss it, why don't we just go downstairs and bet in the lobby? Yeah, just go downstairs to the lobby, and by the way, it'll make news to the casino that $10 million a hand of rock paper scissors isn't being played by anyone at the moment. The man in the suit said in a faint voice. It was obvious that he was a ghost hunter, he was already a Xianshi, so his guardianing spirit should be at the level of a ghost general, and a ghost general would have no problem at all trying to sway a person out of rock paper scissors or cloth. Good. Duan Shi-hong turned his gaze to that beautiful lotus girl and said with his mouth, spread the news, then empty a gambling table out down there. That beautiful lotter answered and left. And those big hands also put away their guns, and almost everyone left this luxurious private room and walked towards the elevator. Soon, the casino sent out a broadcast, expounding the matter briefly, and a sigh of relief came from the entire casino hall when they heard rock paper scissors, and the entire casino hall boiled over after hearing 10 million a hand. Almost everyone stopped betting after the hand they were betting on, and the dealer didn't continue handing out cards, all looking at us as we walked out from inside the elevator.
Yujin believed in me, his face was full of confidence, and that Duan Shihong believed in the man in the suit even more, his self-confidence was even more explosive. A few people came to a cleared gambling table, and the surrounding area was instantly surrounded, even the police cordon was pulled up. Where are your chips?
Duan Shihong looked at Yujin and asked with a frown.
Change $50 million in chips. Yujin waved his hand, and a waiter turned his head and dug into the crowd to fetch the chips.
Duan Shihong looked at Yujin and said, $50 million? Don't you know that my rule is 10 games? The stakes aren't even enough for you to play?
Yujin froze and turned his head to look at me. I smiled and said, playing this with you, it doesn't really matter if you don't need to use chips and change them. It's just that room just now had a maximum betting requirement.
If you lose all of your $50 million and you haven't gotten to 10 hands yet, what should you say?
Duan Shihong looked at Yujin and asked. There's no more money, so bet on your life, as long as you dare. I, Yujin, will accompany you to the end. Yujin said in a domineering manner. Duan Shihong haha laughed, reached out and pointed to Zhao Xian. Interesting, I Duan Shihong out so many years, have never encountered you guys like this, but this is a formal casino, gambling on life is against the law, you have $50 million to lose less than 10, that woman will stay in the casino to work to pay off the debt.
Good ah.
Zhao Xian directly agreed, the voice through the mask, or as if the immortal voice, the casino hall suddenly quieted down, many people intoxicated, even behind Duan Shihong a few beaters, also froze. Duan Shihong is the eyes of the light, on Zhao Xian's interest in pulling more and more. But I'm afraid that you won't dare to play after blocking 10 hands, after all, this bet is not small.
Zhao Xian suddenly sneered.
Thank you Black Boss Aftershock for Law of Light reward.
Chapter 160, An Invisible Fight.
Zhao Xian's words were very level-headed, but Duan Shihong didn't care. In his opinion, with that man in the suit around, he was a sure winner. The little girl is sharp-tongued, I like it. In that case, let's start. Duan Shihong squared his shoulders, and the waiter brought over the chips, then used the card machine to swipe away $50 million from my card. The chips are blue squares, each chip has a denomination of 1 million, there are as many as 50. Once these chips are brought up, the crowd of onlookers once again let out a roar. Everyone knows that this is going to be a real game.
That's all boss you has is this $50 million in chips, right? The man in the suit suddenly asked.
Yujin nodded his head and said, this little brother of mine said that he would play as usual without chips and play as long as he wants.
Since that's the case, how about $50 million a hand? One hand to decide the winner, how about it?
The man in the suit said, his body slightly moved, the spiritual power fluctuation on his body rippled. I opened my yin-yang eyes without moving, and saw that the guardian spirit of the man in the suit was walking towards Yujin. The man in the suit looked at Yujin, not noticing my gaze move at all. Yujin looked at me and mouthed, yes, what if I win? If you win, you can continue playing until you decide whether you want to continue or stop after Duan wins a hand. Of course, you can decide not to play if you win.
The man in the suit replied. Yujin nodded his head and said, yes, $50 million a hand then, Master Duan, are you ready?
Interesting, rock paper scissors for $50 million a hand, it's getting more and more interesting. Duan Shihong said putting his right hand behind his back. Zhong Chi was directly sacrificed by me, and also quickly came behind Duan Shihong. As soon as Zhong Chi came out, she just glared at the guardian soul of the man in the suit, and the guardian soul of the man in the suit began to tremble. Noticing that the situation of his guardian soul was not right, the man in the suit also did not move and temporarily opened his eyes. This eye of his, which was open with the Shin Fa, was not a real yin-yang eye, it was not for a long time, but it was also able to see the existence of Zhong Chi. After seeing Zhong Chi, this man in a suit's face changed drastically, and he panicked and stopped. Wait, Master Duan. Duan Shihong froze and looked at the man in the suit with some doubt. The man in the suit hesitated slightly, walked over to Duan Shihong and stuffed something inside his pocket, which was supposed to be a talisman seal, and then whispered a few words in Duan Shihong's ear. Duan Shihong nodded silently after hearing this, and Zhong Chi sent the information back to my mind. Master, this person actually has a level 5 avoidance talisman, and he just said to this person that out of the cloth would be fine. I was shocked in my heart, a grade 5 avoidance talisman, that's something that can stop even a ghost king. What kind of background does this person have? He actually got a grade 5 avoidance talisman? In the age of the end of the law, talismans have long since fallen out of favor. General level 4 talismans are rare, and level 5 talismans are a rare sight. A Shen ancestor powerhouse like Lu Hashwan couldn't get enough of a level 5 ghost harnessing talisman. This guy was really rich.
Come on.
Yujin also put his hands behind his back, and he obviously sensed that things might change.
Wait a moment, Uncle Jin.
I had to stop Yujin, because with the level 5 avoidance talisman on Duan Shihong, Zhong Chi, a ghost marshal, didn't have any way to control Duan Shihong out of anything, and she couldn't suppress the guardian spirit of the man in the suit at this time either. I similarly put a level 3 avoidance talisman into Yujin's pocket, and said under my breath, they'll still call for a halt, so you'll come out with a stone, and before you paddle, ask Duan Shihong a question about whatever you want. Yujin nodded, and as expected, the man in the suit saw that his guardian spirit could not get close to Yujin anymore, and called for a stop, and then said a few words in Duan Shihong's ear, and Zong Chichi threaded back to me that the man told Duan Shihong to decide on his own what to come out of it, and that there was nothing he could do about it, and he had no choice but to listen to heaven's destiny. In this way, both sides do no favors or disadvantages.
Shall we begin?
The beautiful Lauder's face still wore a professional smile. Yujin and Duan Shihong both nodded, and the beautiful Lauder said, "Then I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and then call out, so both bosses get ready."
3, 2. Yujin suddenly spoke up and asked, "Master Duan, what are you having for dinner?" 1.
The beautiful Lauder had her own education and wouldn't stop because of this kind of questioning, and as soon as Yujin's question was finished, Duan Shihong struck out together with Yujin. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. Duan Shihong really did play scissors, while Yujin played rock. In fact, this is a mind game in the paddle. If people who do not know this mental game, in the immediate out of the fist was asked a question, more than 90% of the people will subconsciously out of a scissors. This thing very few people know.
Hee, thank you Master Duan for the $50 million, I'll just laugh it off.
Yujin laughed and reached out to get all of those chips in front of him, grabbing a piece and placing it in his hand and playing with it. This money seems to be very well earned. The surroundings were in an uproar. They didn't even think that Duan Shihong would lose. This was his casino after all. And with such a large amount of money, how could Duan Shihong let it go? Duan Shihong's face turned blue as he glanced at Yujin, who was springing to life, then turned his head to look at the man in the suit, who was also filled with bewilderment. But he didn't get discouraged and asked directly, "I wonder if boss you still wants to come for a second hand?" Right at this moment, Zong Chichi got my order and walked behind this man in suit. Since he took out a grade 5 ghost harnessing talisman, I don't believe he has a second one. As expected, Zong Chichi quickly got on top of the man in the suit and directly controlled his speech and behavior. Yujin turned his head to look at me. I nodded slightly, and Yujin said loudly, "Come on, it's still $50 million a game. But this chip is too troublesome, everyone help me remember. My current chip is $100 million. The surrounding onlookers nodded their heads, and at this moment, Zong Chi-Chi, who was possessed, controlled the suit and walked over to Duan Shihong's side, and whispered to Duan Shihong, "The talisman seal I gave you just now, throw it away, it's useless now." Duan Shihong froze, and then he took out the grade 5 avoidance talisman and directly threw it on the ground. The man in the suit used his foot to move the talisman seal to his own feet, and then kicked violently at my side. The level 5 avoidance talisman that was folded into a square crossed over the bottom of the table and came to rest at my feet. I stooped down to pick up this talisman seal and stuffed it inside my pocket, and was just about to talk to Yujin when Duan Shihong suddenly said, "Everyone back off, no talking aloud. Only Yujin and I can stay on top of this betting table." Good. The man in the suit dropped a word under Zong Chi-Chi's control and headed directly towards the crowd, picking up a chair and sitting down. I laughed and led Zhao Xian to similarly leave the gambling table, once again giving Zong Chi-Chi instructions. "Don't freeze, scream." Duan Shihong yelled at the beautiful Lauder, his hand once again placed behind him. I instructed Zong Chi-Chi to get the man knocked out, and then told Zong Chi-Chi to tell Yujin to keep putting out stones, and at that moment, the dealer had already finished calling 3, 2, 1, and this time, Yujin still put out a fist, but Duan Shihong put out a cloth, and Yujin lost. "Keep coming out of the stone." Zong Chi-Chi quickly came to Yujin's side, and after saying that, he quickly came to Duan Shihong's side and directly possessed Duan Shihong. "Don't stop, keep shouting until he loses everything." Duan Shihong, who was possessed by Zong Chi-Chi, said to the beautiful Lauder, who nodded and continued to shout 3, 2, 1, out. Duan Shihong put out the scissors, and Yujin put out the rock again. I laughed and shouted, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million. The people around me seemed to enjoy this kind of betting and also shouted 100 million 100 million 100 million with me. The beautiful dealer continued to shout, 3, 2, 1, out. Unsurprisingly, it's rock wins scissors for Aftershock again. $150 million. $150 million. I continued to shout, and the crowd around me once again followed suit, especially those gamblers who had lost money in this casino were even more excited, and in their opinion, the more the casino side lost, the better. 3, 2, 1, out. There was not the slightest fluctuation on the beautiful Lauder's face. 200 million, 200 million, 200 million. The surrounding onlookers no longer needed me to take the lead, and directly started shouting 200 million in unison. 250 million. 300 million. 350 million. Thanks to my brother Dr. Z for the 2 heavenly Dao fragments, there will be more tonight, and thanks to A. Shenshi, smiley face, for the God's Grimoire reward. Chapter 161, A Mysterious Voice. Those gamblers in the casino were getting more and more exuberant and their voices were getting louder and louder, and Duan Shihong was still continuously getting out the scissors. He was clear about what was happening at this time, but he couldn't control his words and actions, and he couldn't even make a sound. 1 billion, 1 billion, 1 billion. Yujin won Duan Shihong for the 19th time. At this time, his betting capital has already reached 1 billion, and this is only after a minute or so, and Duan Shihong and Zong Chi-Chi's control like a keep laughing, full of relaxed look. The beautiful dealer at this time has not dared to continue to call such a large amount of money bet. She does not know what is wrong with her boss today. To say that it is acting, that is definitely not like, but look at the boss's expression is so natural, and she is not sure if she wants to continue to call. What are you waiting for? Keep calling. Duan Shihong turned his head to look at the lotter, who panicked and agreed, calling 3, 2, 1 even more quickly. Another minute had passed. Yushin's betting capital had come to 2 billion. He had told me before that he had lost 1.8 billion that day and night, and now he had already recovered his capital, and there were 200 million more. The Dutchman really didn't dare to continue to call. I guess she also knew something about the Xianmen. If she continued to lose like this, no matter how much family money she had, she would soon lose it all. It wasn't $5,000, but $50 million. While I was hesitating to ask Zhong Qiqi to stop, a voice suddenly came down from upstairs, and that voice was very thick, almost enough. Little brother, let's be forgiving. I looked up to the second floor, but I didn't see anyone, but it was clear to me that this person must be a high-level person, much more powerful than the punk in his suit, because I just felt a burst of instinctive movement from Zhong Qiqi inside Duan Shihong's body when this person spoke, and his tone was polite and calm, not threatening me in the least. Good, then I'll sell you a face. I shouted at the second floor. The fact that he didn't take the initiative to stop it meant that he didn't mean to make an enemy out of me, and this tall man shouldn't be someone under Duan Shihong either, or at least more mysterious than Duan Shihong. Thanks a lot. The voice from upstairs came down again, still no one in sight. Calling back Zhong Qiqi, Duan Shihong regained control of his body. He trembled violently for a few moments. He turned his head to look at the man in suit who was still sleeping on top of the chair, staring at me incredulously. He didn't throw a fit. He didn't even dare to give me a fierce look. He should know the ability of that man in suit. With the invisible fight, he should be able to guess that I'm not a regular person. The man in the suit lost a mess. Where can he still not understand my strength? At this time he was very happy in his heart, happy that in the third floor of the luxury private room he did not call his men to shoot. Once the shooting, he himself will be dead. Old boss, still calling? That beautiful lotter seemed to have sensed Duan Shihong's abnormality as well, and asked weakly. Duan Shihong waved his hand and said, no more calls. He then sensed that something was wrong, and his eyes ignored Yushin and landed on me, his mouth asking, this little brother, still betting? I smiled and said, no more bets, let's stop here for now. Uncle Jin, what do you say? Yes, of course, Master Duan, are the chips ready to be exchanged? Yushin turned his head to look at Duan Shihong and said. Duan Shihong nodded. With such a large transfer of funds, the mainland will check. Put it this way, if you trust me, I'll help you deposit the money into a card and give you the card. What do you think? Yushin looked at me, and I nodded before he said, no need, just transfer it to my account, I have a way to deal with it. Yushin said as he took out a pen and paper and wrote an account number and handed it to Duan Shihong. Duan Shihong waved his hand at a hitman behind him and mouthed, go, and get this done. The fighter nodded and quickly left, and at this time, the radio once again sounded, this concludes this paddle bet, so continue and have fun, everyone. The surrounding onlookers dispersed and returned to their respective tables, and I even heard some of them say that it was just a hype, and that this hype was too obvious and full of holes. Regardless of what others think, it has nothing to do with me anyway, and I believe that this Duan Shihong will not make any small moves for the time being. Would the three of you like to sit upstairs again? Duan Shihong quickly organized his emotions and asked like it was nothing. I shook my head and said, there's no need to sit down, talk to that tall man upstairs for me, just say that it's better to settle an injustice than to tie it up. I've sold him face, I hope we won't cross paths again in the future, and also, about that tune, you'd better stay out of it. Duan Shihong froze, his face changed, then said, okay, I'll pass it on, later my subordinate will send over the transfer ticket, then I'll excuse myself. Do you want me to send a card to send you to the pass? Thanks a lot, we'll just go back on our own. I said indifferently, watching Duan Shihong walk towards the elevator and ordering my men to help the man in the suit, who was already passed out on the chair, up. It wasn't until the hitman brought the computer over and had Yushin confirm the amount of money transferred inside for us to see, and then after the transfer was successful, Yushin let out a complete sigh of relief, and he looked at me incredulously and said, that's done? I nodded and took Joe Eisen's hand and said, yes, it's done. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's simply exciting. I, Yushin, have been in the jungle for so many years, a punch of $50 million, it's estimated to be faster than the central bank's money printing machine. Yushin said excitedly. I understand his feelings and the joy of his lost and found, but I am also aware that if Duan Shihong is really as famous in the Southeast Asian region as Yushin said, he shouldn't be able to let it go. He is not without high people around him, at least that mysterious person I still have some scruples. Talking can make Zhong Qiqi's soul body affected, that is definitely a Shan ancestor level of strong. He has such a strong shelter, should not be afraid of me, just this matter is Duan Shihong is at fault first, and he also does not know my background. From the reaction of Duan Shihong when I mentioned the Marquis of Wu's tomb, they absolutely know the Marquis of Wu's tomb, and this pit aftershock, in all likelihood, it is also aimed at the Marquis of Wu's tomb. Since they know about the Marquis of Wu's tomb, they will never let it go, and there is no Xianshi who will give up the things inside the Marquis of Wu's tomb. Uncle Jin, I remember you telling me that Duan Shihong has a biological brother? Yes, but it died over a decade ago.
It's twins?
I'm not sure about that. His brother was rumored to have been blown up by the Burmese military, and later Duan Shihong formed his own mercenary army and killed all the men from the company that blew up his brother. I nodded silently, my heart already feel that this Duan Shihong should not be the real Duan Shihong. With my contact with him, although he is very cautious, and a lot of things are done in place, but with this kind of superficial caution, he absolutely cannot be mixed with the current position. To put it bluntly, I contacted this Duan Shihong. And the stupid pig, there is no difference between a bit of lords and lords of the hegemony or not.
Uncle Jin, let's go back to Xiangsha first,
I said while holding Zhao Xian towards the outside of the casino. A few gazes had been staring at us all the way to the bus, still being stared at. There were only 3 people on the bus besides the driver, and the bus hadn't been driving for long when I suddenly stood up and said, "Driver, stop the bus." The driver, wearing sunglasses, shook his head and said, "This is not a stop, you can't stop until the next one."
"What's wrong, Runfan?" Yuzhen asked suspiciously. I asked in a low voice, "Uncle Jin, how many people do you think are in that casino?" "Much. When you got on the bus just now, was it crowded?" "A lot too. But why were there so few people on this bus after we left?" "They're all going to the pass, it's a bus, not a private car," I said, suddenly remembering the time I was almost blown up by Li Jing in Xinjiang. I hurriedly sacrificed Zhong Qiqi and told her to go and thoroughly check for bombs. Yuzhen was stunned, and quickly figured out the reasoning behind it, and asked with a puzzled mouth, "Are you saying that something is going to happen to this car? It's about to get on the Disk Mountain Highway. If it's going to rush down from the mountain, it's no joke." "Master, there is no abnormality underneath the car, nor is there any abnormality in the visible parts of the car."
Zhong Qiqi's voice entered my mind.
"Third shift, and an extra one, at about 11 o'clock. Chapter 162, Thinking Too Much of Me. Go ahead and stop the car,"
I said softly, and Zhong Qiqi nodded and walked to the driver's seat, getting into the driver's side and pulling over to the side of the road.
"This car can hide bombs in too many places. If really blown up, then there is no place to say, even if there is no bomb. From that mountain road above the rush down, Zhao Xian and I will not be life-threatening, but the Yuzhen cannot be guaranteed. As long as the Yuzhen died, they can also achieve the purpose."
"Why did it stop?"
the other 3 tourists asked suspiciously as they stood up.
"The driver passed out. I'll call an ambulance, you guys find another car and go," I explained to the 3 people who almost got us killed. The 3 men oh so quietly got out of the car along with me as I pretended to make a phone call. Changing cabs, we continued on to the pass, this time smoothly and without any further problems. When I arrived in Guangzhou, it was already more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon, hoofed it to the airport, bought a flight at 8 o'clock, and it was already more than 11 o'clock in the evening when I returned to the Yu mansion.
As soon as we got home, I went into the den with Aftershock.
"Uncle Jin, before the Martial Marquis tomb opens, be careful yourself, I suspect that Duan Shihong wants to kill you." When I closed the door, I said with a heavy face.
Yuzhen froze and asked with his mouth full, "Is his purpose revenge, or is he going to compete with me for the development rights of the Marquis of Wu's tomb?"
"The latter,"
I mused. Yuzhen nodded silently and pondered a little before his eyes suddenly widened and he mouthed, "You mean that Master Duan is in contact with the 9 masters in Taiwan?"
I nodded and said, "Well, 8 or 9 times out of 10, maybe the Taiwanese side promised Duan Shihong that as long as you died, they could develop the Marquis of Wu's tomb in your place." Master Jiao could do such a thing? Yuzhen's face was cold, he was suffocating in his heart. For this Marquis of Wu tomb, his life was completely disrupted.
"Either you call Uncle Sun Shin and ask him what's going on now," I reminded.
Yuzhen nodded and fumbled for his cell phone, dialing the number as he said, "It stands to reason that Sun Shin should have returned as well."
The phone dialed and didn't get through. Yuzhen frowned and said under his breath, "Yesterday, he even passed the phone, but now he can't get through. Something won't happen to him, right? Is it off or unavailable? Shut down."
"Then wait, Uncle Sun Shin should be fine. This kind of thing the Ninth Master will not come openly. We go to Macau so much, things should be spread to the Ninth Master, who is more suitable, the Ninth Master himself to distinguish. I am now the only worry is that my guess don't be true."
"What guess?"
"It's that Duan Shihong we saw don't really be an imposter. If that's the case, then the real Duan Shihong would be even more terrifying than what you described."
"Is it very powerful?" Yuzhen asked suspiciously. "It should be a Xuanzu powerhouse. Xian ancestor powerhouses are powerful?"
I sighed and said, "I guess 5 of me put together wouldn't be a match for him." Yuzhen froze and thought for a moment and asked, "By the way Rinfan, how did you determine that Duan Shihong and Master 9 are connected?" I touched out the level 5 avoidance talisman and said, "This thing was passed on from where that man in the suit was. This kind of talisman seal has a very high level. Zhuge Wu also has 2 of them." I asked Zhou Peng about it. Zhou Peng said that level 5 talisman seals are rare in the mainland. After the civil war ended, the only senior of Shan sect who had a very high level of attainment of talisman followed Chang to Taiwan. The 2 talisman seals of Zhuge Wu were passed down from
Taiwan.
Passed down, and that man in the suit also has them in his hands. That's most likely one of Master 9's people.
Well, there are still a few months left. Let's wait slowly. The development of the Marquis of Wu's tomb must not be given away to others. I shook my head slightly and said, Uncle Jin, the tomb of the Marquis of Wu that they know is just a fake address. In fact, it's a hot potato, so don't bother. So I hand it over voluntarily? No, if we hand it over like this, the ninth master will definitely get suspicious. If he doesn't find the Marquis of Wu's tomb, he will suspect that we know the address of the real Marquis of Wu's tomb, and that will be counterproductive. It's better to wait for Uncle Sun Shin's news. But his phone doesn't work. If I'm not mistaken, he'd be on an airplane or he wouldn't be off. I said. And Yujin chat for almost half an hour. Yujin's cell phone rang. It is Sun Shin called. Sun Shin said that has been off the plane, is rushing home. I took the call and asked the Taiwan side of the situation. Sun Shin said that the situation is more complicated. Wait for him to come back to say. Taking advantage of this gap, I returned to my room. Zhao Xian was wearing a nightgown. Her hair was still wet, obviously not long after taking a shower, but she was already meditating and practicing on the bed. I looked at her and smiled. I didn't interrupt her. Instead, I offered Zhong Qiqi to stay by her side to protect her. Zhong Qiqi, by the way, she could also practice with the help of the spiritual qi from the sidelines. Took a shower, I changed into a nightgown, and once again returned to Yujin's study. At this time Sun Shin has returned. The room is much more lively. Zhou Peng is also inside the room. Mou came over. Even the detained lead song was released. Gu Chang also rushed over, saying that the family's affairs have been resolved. After saying hello one by one, I looked at Sun Shin with some confusion, wondering what was going on. Renfan, sit down first. Let's talk about the situation regarding the ninth master's side in Taiwan. Sun Shin said. I pulled a chair and sat down. Sun Shin looked at me and said directly, what happened to you guys in Macau during the day? Master Gio knows about it, and it's because of that Master Gio let me come back, and everyone else is free. I frowned. What do you mean? I'm a little lost. Sun Shin continued, it's like this, 9 months ago, Master Gio heard the news from somewhere that you were killed, but the body wasn't found. He waited until a few days ago. He felt that we definitely couldn't open the tomb of the Marquis of Wu without your help, so once again, he was ready to replace you. This matter had nothing to do with me in the first place, and this ninth master is so fickle? I asked suspiciously. Sun Shin shook his head and said, no, it's because Master Gio received reliable intelligence. The secret of the Martial Marquis tomb is not only known to these forces known to us, even the Shenmen sect headquarters, the Demon God Temple, and the Spirit race know about it. The Martial Marquis tomb contains the secret about immortality, so there are a lot of very diverse forces that will be competing for it, and he feels that we are no longer capable of developing the Martial Marquis tomb. What does this have to do with me coming back? There's nothing I can do with so many top forces fighting for it, and Master Nine is not looking down on me too much. I said breathlessly, and secretly worried in my heart. Sun Shin said, the ninth master said that if you were there, it would work, and I suspect that the ninth master might know. Know what? Yujin asked. Knowing that Renfan knows where the real Martial Marquis tomb is. Sun Shin said word for word. I was stunned in my heart and opened my mouth to ask, Uncle Sun Shin, you haven't talked to him about this, have you? Sun Shin shook her head. No, how could I possibly say that? I nodded, took out my cell phone and said, then it's just a guess. There's no basis for such a guess. I'll call Master Nine now and probe him. Renfan, I suggest you don't make this call. Sun Shin reached out and pressed my cell phone. For what? I asked suspiciously. The fourth shift, 4DR. Z's Majesty of the Heavenly Tao Fragment Reward plus more. Today's update is here, the Old Iron Good Night. Chapter 163, We Don't Seek Death. Sun Shin said, first, at this point, Master Gio should have already rested. Secondly, Master Gio acts rigorously, he won't let you probe anything, he's only guessing now. Once you say something about this aspect, he might be more sure of his guess, which would be more loss than gain. I shook my head and said, I have a feeling that Master Nine should be waiting for my call. And I'm not probing him to find out if he knows the address of the real Martial Marquis tomb. Then what are you going to explore? Yujin asked suspiciously. Uncle Sun Shin, this time when we went over to Taiwan for a meeting, was there a lot of discussion about the Martial Marquis tomb? I asked. Sun Shin nodded and said, yes, the reason why I said that the ninth master was only skeptical is because the discussion between the ninth master's side of the family and I was centered around the survey and prediction information of that location that you gave earlier, as well as many of some of the tomb organs that may have appeared during the Three Kingdoms period. I nodded my head and said, that's good, since all the uncles have returned, we'll hand over this hot potato voluntarily. Hand it over? Yujin was the first to pick up and continued, didn't you, Renfan, say that if you handed it over it would make the ninth master even more suspicious? Well, that's why we need to have just cause, a cause that wasn't there before, but is now, I said with a smile. Sun Shin was also puzzled and asked, how so? 1. Before Uncle Li Song and Uncle Mou were targeted, and Brother Chang was also sidetracked, this matter is not so much related to Duan Shihong, but rather Master Gio is the manipulator behind the scenes, and he has the intention of replacing them as well. Secondly, hollow out the forces around Master Jin, no matter what the purpose is, but we just have to bite the bullet and say that Duan Shihong is trying to kill Master Jin. Now that everyone is back safely, no matter how important the Marquis tomb is, it's not as important as a life, and since Duan Shihong has a lot of power, we can give up the Marquis tomb on the grounds of self-preservation. Thirdly, Taiwan said that the demon race and the spirit race as well as the Shen sect are all ready to intervene in the Martial Marquis tomb, which is completely beyond our capabilities. In short, in a word, we don't want to find death. I explained. The crowd nodded after hearing this, and Yujin said, this is indeed a valid reason, but there's no guarantee that the ninth master will agree. Sun Shin also picked up the conversation and said, yes, the ninth master values you, and when he says it can be done with you, he will definitely not agree. I laughed and said, the legs are on our own, promise or not we won't get involved, he can still tie us up? Moyu nodded and said, that's also true, the time for the Martial Marquee tomb to open is just one day, and if he misses that day, he won't be able to get what he wants again in his life, so he won't be able to bet all of his treasure on us. To be exact, the appearance of the tomb of the Marquis of Wu is only the total solar eclipse that less than half an hour. This half an hour if you do not enter the tomb of the Marquis of Wu, then you have to wait for the next total solar eclipse again. I turn on the outside voice, everyone do not speak. I said and opened the cell phone, directly entered the 9 Master's number. Master 9 had given me a golden business card before, which had long since disappeared, but his number was always in the back of my mind. The phone dialed and Master 9's voice came out, oh, Rinfan Na, your phone call can be really hard to wait for. And then a little later this old bones of mine will not be able to hold on. Ha? How did you know it was me, Master 9? This number is a new anonymous number, I said with a smile. There's basically no one who dares to call me at this hour, except you. Master 9 said while yawning, his tone somewhat flat. I hurriedly made amends and said, I'm sorry, Master 9, had I known that Master 9 was waiting for the kid should have called earlier. It's been a long time, how's your old body? Good, quite good. I know what you called because, you want to speak for Yujin. Give up the right to develop the Wuho tomb, right? The ninth master said carelessly, yawning. It seems that this old man is indeed sleepy. My face changed, and everyone present froze. This ninth master is really skillful, touching our minds to death. I quickly calmed down and mouthed, this time to Macau. Before I could finish my sentence, Master 9 interrupted me and said under his breath, this time when you went to Macau, you almost lost your lives, so you just made a unanimous decision to give up the right to develop the Wuho tomb? Yes. I didn't have any panic because of Master 9's full guess, and directly said, Master 9, I won't hide it from you, Duan Shihong is powerful, and there is a Shen ancestor powerhouse behind him, we can't afford to mess with it, and there's also the Martial Marquee tomb that is getting more and more involved, the Shen sect, the demon race, and the spirit race are all involved in it, and we can't even be considered as ants when comparing to these forces, and we're such little people that, even though we also want to get rich, but we value our lives even more. Ha ha ha. The ninth master suddenly laughed out loud after hearing this. His laughter was so refreshing that we were baffled to hear it. 9 masters of this laugh, a full laugh for more than 10 seconds, we a few face to face, completely confused with the meaning of the 9 masters. Ninth master said after laughing, Renfan Na, I also honestly told you it, before I did think that you have died, also know that the 3 clans are staring at the tomb of the Marquis of Wu, so I think Yujin cannot gnaw down this piece of bone, so I have a change of heart. Master 9, this is the 3rd time you've done this. My Uncle Jin, even if he's generous, he's always not without a little temper, don't you think? I said calmly. Master 9 said with a this time, it's true that I'm the one who's in the wrong, I have to apologize to Yujin. Yujin, I'm sorry. Yujin froze and was about to open his mouth when I hurriedly stopped him with a look and said with my mouth, I'll convey your apology to Uncle Jin, and I'll ask you to consider what I've said. Master 9 said directly, within 3 days, I'll ask someone to send Duan Shihong's head to the Yu family, you don't have to worry about Duan Shihong's side, as for the demon race, the spirit race and the Shen men sect's covetousness for the Martial Marquee tomb, I'll also think of a way to try to take care of it, even though I don't have full certainty, I can guarantee your safety, so think about it. I pondered a little and didn't go for a positive answer to Master 9's question, but asked directly, actually, I've always been quite puzzled why you, Master 9, said that as long as you have me, the matter of the Martial Marquee tomb will come to fruition, and since you're so divine, you should know that I'm only a Shin Master Shinsha right now, shouldn't you? Without even thinking about it, the 9th Master replied directly, if I say I'm a good judge of character, and you'll definitely be able to do it, will you believe me? Unbelievable. Oh, so do you believe me? In the past, when I saw you in the Mengshan Hotel, I believe, at that time you have already given the development rights of the Marquis of Wu's tomb to Uncle Jin. Behind the Yu family villa competition for the right to develop, I have doubts about you, and this time from Macau back, I already do not believe in it, not do not want to believe in it, but do not dare to believe in it. I said directly, this 9 masters speak really dripping, very difficult to deal with, if you have been coy, can only become more and more passive. Master 9 laughed again, his tone became much more spirited, you are still the first person who dares to be so outspoken after my debut, there are no absolutes in this world, there are variables in all things, and you will become so fickle when you stand in my shoes. I don't know what your position is, I only know that honesty is the root of a person, Master 9, you are someone I respect, the matter of the Marquis of Wu's tomb is too involved, we are afraid of death, if we don't touch the Marquis of Wu's tomb, our days can still be dashing, if we do touch it, even though it can increase a lot of wealth, we are not short of money right now. Uncle Jin has just told us about it, and after almost dying in Macau he also saw through it, more wealth is not as good as living a few more years. I said patiently.
Ninth Master's side suddenly no sound, after a full 10 seconds or so, said in a grim tone, then you tell Yuzhin to give up the martial marquis tomb, not to mention a few more years, a few more days of life is a luxury.
As soon as Master 9 finished this sentence, a busy tone came from his cell phone. He hung up. Threats. Naked threats. Chapter 164, Yourself. Snap. Yuzhin slapped on top of the table and said with his mouth, this is still coming on strong, such a naked threat, think I will be afraid? That's right, if you have the ability to send someone, I'll beat them back to their mother's womb for further studies in minutes. Zhou Peng also chimed in. Sun Qin did not say anything, his face is very ugly, Mou also sighed, his face is a little heavy, Yuzhin and Zhou Peng are actually angry to put a hard word, the power of the Ninth Master is clear to everyone, he wants to do away with Yuzhin, but can really do it. The Ninth Master said that within 3 days to send over the head of Duan Shihong, surely is not joking, Duan Shihong behind the Xuanzu Master backing, the Ninth Master said that there is no difficulty at all, and this point is enough to prove the energy of the Ninth Master. The scene fell silent, we all know that the Ninth Master will go back on his word on the tomb of the Marquis of Wu, but he will certainly not be ambiguous on top of this matter, he really may kill Yuzhin, and will not even let us go. What to do? The first to ask out was still Yuzhin, he sighed and said, I'm not afraid to die, I'm worried that Master 9 will lose his heart and get up to kill all of you, or else you can talk to Master 9, Yuzhin, am willing to disappear and tell him not to make things difficult for the others. Brother Zhen, let them come, I'm not afraid to die, killing one is enough, killing two is earned. Gu Chang said in a cold voice, as Yuzhin's bodyguard, his temper was no less than Zhou Peng's. I don't understand, the 9 masters that since it is so powerful, they go to open the tomb of the Marquis of Wu on the line, why do they have to involve us? Zhou Peng cursed. Mou let out a light laugh and said with his mouth, it's not involving us, it's involving Ren Fan. Yes, he suspected that Ren Fan might be hiding the address of the Marquis of Wu's tomb, so he wanted Ren Fan's help, and after Ren Fan rejected him when he was in the hotel before, he pulled on Jin because he knew that Ren Fan would definitely help Jin. Sun Qin said. I lowered my head and did not say anything, and in my heart, I also know that the 9 masters want me to join. There must be other purposes. A little thought for a while, I raised my head and dialed the 9 masters again, but the 9 masters have turned off the phone, this old man should be asleep. I shook my head helplessly and said, I'll give him a call tomorrow. What are you going to say? Sun Qin asked. I spread my hands helplessly and said, we'll talk about it tomorrow, I won't let him make a move on Uncle Jin anyway. Renfan, don't aggravate yourself, if he really wants to make a move, then come on. Yuzhin said as he stood up, his eyes filled with ferocity within. It's getting late, get some rest. I smiled and turned to walk out of the study. Back in the room, Zhaoixin was still practicing, even Zong Qiqi had entered a state of oblivious cultivation. I yawned, took off my shoes and climbed onto the bed gently, still startling Zhaoixin. Zhaoixin hemmed and hawed, called out husband, and instantly flung herself into my arms, the soft body emitting an enchanting aroma revitalized my spirit. I turned my head to Zong Qiqi and said, Qiqi, this. You evade for a while. Cut. Zong Qiqi naturally knew what was going on, she gave me a blank look and went inside the ring herself. Why do you want Qiqi to recuse herself? Zhaoixin said with big blinking eyes. Naturally, we have to perform the ritual of circumcision, how can we let Qiqi watch from the sidelines for such a thing? I said with a bad smile. Zhaoixin froze and hurriedly broke away, saying with her mouth, I'm just happy that you're back and that we can practice together. Why are you giving a hug and then getting up to mischief? It's better to double up first, then work together. Cultivate with spirit stone, completely replace sleep with cultivation, pure heaven and earth aura will purify and nourish every meridian in every cell of the body, although it is a state of meditation, but it will not be tired. After the circumference of the day runs normally, even if it enters the state of sleep, it is still possible to absorb the surrounding spiritual qi, and sleep and cultivate two things at the same time. Zong Qiqi can also rely on aura cultivation to raise her strength, but she can't cultivate with us, only next to us. I purposely opened a aura channel for her, and her cultivation speed isn't too slow. Early the next morning, we got out of bed, and the first thing we did was to check the consumption of spirit stones. This was the second time we had practiced together, and it had already turned into a normal consumption, except that it was a normal consumption for us, while it was still more horrifying for the others. 5 spirit stones were consumed in one night, one of which should have been consumed by Zong Qiqi, while the two of us, Zhaoixin and I, consumed a total of 4, and this kind of consumption was obviously huge. Thankfully the Xianshi rank had also risen. I could clearly sense that with another 10 days and half a month, I would be able to go further and come to the 4th Xianshi layer, and the girls had all improved nicely as well. But this kind of consumption is really a bit big, the remaining spirit stones can't be used for a few months. After using them up, I still have to go to the Xianshi Demon Ghost Cave to exchange them, and before that, I still need to get a large sum of money before I can do it, because I still owe Lu Hushwan 1 billion. If I really can't do it, I will only be able to give him that 5th grade ghost harnessing talisman. After breakfast, we once again gathered in Yuzhin's study. We did not say much. I directly took out the phone, and dialed the 9th master. Oh, thought it through? Master 9 opened his mouth and said. I let out a hum and said, Master 9's intention is to get me involved, right? Yes. Master 9 said unapologetically.
Alright, I promise you, Master Jin and the others won't have to get involved in this matter. I'll work with you directly when the time comes.
I opened my mouth and said. The ninth master laughed and said, wouldn't things have been solved if this had happened earlier? Renfan, you're a smart man, I knew you wouldn't let me down.
That's it then, there's still 3 months to go, and I don't want to be disturbed by anyone within those 3 months.
I said directly.
The ninth master smiled and said, yes, anyway, now the tomb of the Marquis of Wu is not something that can be touched by mere mortals. I will send someone to pick you up in advance. Of course, you can play disappear. As long as you disappear, I will not let any of the others go. His tone was conciliatory, but his tone was incredibly angry.
Well, goodbye Master 9, and have a long life, I said and hung up. Renfan, you just sold yourself out?
Zhou Peng was the first to say when he saw me gossip on the phone.
Yuzhen also picked up and said, Renfan, what kind of medicine are you selling in this gourd? For the current situation, this seems to be the safest way. Sun Qin said.
I smiled. Uncle Sun Qin is right. This is the purpose of the ninth master, and the ninth master is also right. The tomb of the Marquis of Wu is no longer for ordinary people to participate in. When the time comes to follow them, you guys sneak to the real address of the Marquis of Wu's tomb.
I'll go with you then,
Zhou Peng said. I shook my head. No, Wu Wu's tomb is not an ordinary tomb. You have to stay. When the time comes, Yi Xian, the cat ignores the siblings. I'll go with you guys. The certainty is even greater. We don't know anything about grave robbing. Uncle Li Tsong may have to trouble you. Li Tsong nodded and said, don't worry, I'll do my best.
Uncle Jin, we're moving into our own home tomorrow. Why move? I'm living here fine. Yuzhen asked.
I shook my head and said, it will always be inconvenient, and it's not good to keep interrupting. The ninth master guaranteed everyone's safety, so everyone will definitely be safe. In fact, there's one more thing I didn't say, and that's that those Shinmen people I offended may not be able to find them now, but sooner or later they'll find them, so don't get Yuzhen involved when the time comes.
Okay.
Young people need to have their own space. Uncle Jin supports it. Yuzhen didn't hold back either. He wouldn't try to dissuade me from all my decisions. With the assurance of the ninth master, the days are finally a little more peaceful. We smoothly moved to our own villa inside, in addition to Zhao Xian and I, and the cat ignored the siblings are also living with us. The villa inside a lot of rooms. There are 2 where I installed into a cultivation room. Customized 2 jade table also arrived. In addition to this, I also customized a mattress-sized jade board. Jade is not the kind of good jade, but so big, the value is also not expensive. During the day, when there was nothing to do, they would chat and exchange ideas on cultivation, or they would retreat for cultivation, and at night, when they were in bed with Zhao Yixin, they likewise did not forget to cultivate with each other. Under this excellent cultivation environment, in less than 8 days, my Xianshi rank came to the 4th Xianshi layer, which was faster than I thought, and Zhao Yixin also broke through the first layer of Unified Demon and came to the second layer of Unified Demon. This kind of speed, it was practically no different from riding a rocket, because the further back you go, the slower the speed of cultivation becomes. Cat Ignore and Cat Unheard were also practicing together, but they didn't have the same cultivation condition that Zhao Xian and I had, and their speed was much slower. The next day, Zhou Peng and Yu Mengxian visited. In fact, they would come to visit every day. Only today, they came with happy news, because tomorrow, they were going to prepare for the wedding. I was happy for them from the bottom of my heart, and at the same time, I turned my head to look at Zhao Yixin and said, Yixin, I remember someone said that they would marry me when I was 18, or else we'll do it together? Zhou Peng slapped the table and said, good go. You two now go to take a wedding photo to set up the venue with. Zhao Yixin didn't say anything, but from her expression, she was looking forward to our wedding, and this kind of anticipation is something that all loving women would have, even if Zhao Yixin is a demon, but her love, it's true love.
Chapter 165, There's Trouble in Town.
The preparations for the wedding had actually been ready for a long time, and with Zhao Yixin and I on board, only a few minor adjustments needed to be made. The scene is very lively, Yuzhen network is very wide, he married his daughter, to congratulate a lot of people naturally, although most of me do not know, after all, is the big day, always have to smile to welcome. In fact, originally I was planning to wait until after settling down in Zhao Yixin to travel around the world, but now the situation does not allow this 18-year-old appointment. How can we not fail each other? Zhao Yixin also need to have a wedding, so it is simply with Zhou Peng and they did it together. The wedding was held at Jumengshuan Shinming Hotel, which did not receive any guests on this day, and the guests who originally stayed at the hotel were all discouraged from doing so, and there was an endless stream of people from all over the world. Yuzhen brought me and Zhou Ping to welcome the guests in the hall. Yu Mengxian and Zhao Yixin were putting on makeup in the dressing room. Externally, I was Yuzhen's nephew, so no matter whether they were from the Triads or White, they all greeted me warmly, and they were even more enthusiastic about Zhou Ping, the son-in-law who might be the future successor. In front of Duan Qihong and the ninth master, maybe Yuzhen is nothing, but in Xiangsha City, Yuzhen is still a household name. Come a lot of people, but also very mixed. Black and white are all, just less than an hour time. Go up to the people without 1,000, there are also 800. Alright, the people are almost all here. You guys go get ready, the wedding will start in half an hour. Yuzhen said with a smiling face. He is still relatively satisfied with Zhou Peng, and me, he trusts even more. So today's Yuzhen is very happy, after knowing him for so long, it's the first time he's this happy. Oh, congratulations, congratulations, the road was jammed, we're late. We had just turned around when a familiar voice came from behind. Zhou Peng and I both physically shook at the same time and turned our heads to look over.
Tianzi, Yu Mengxian's master, the vice minister of the Unified Law Division.
In addition to Tianzi, he was followed by a clean-cut man. This man I have also seen. When in the dense forest melee, he pretended to be dead and escaped. This matter is still White Feather told me.
What the are you doing here? Zhou Peng asked with a frown. Tianzi laughed and said, how can I, as a master, be absent when my disciple gets married? Get lost, you are not welcome here.
Zhou Peng said directly. I waved my hand and said, brother, a visitor is a guest, and Tianzi is indeed Sister Mengshuan's master, you can't deny that.
Once Yuzhen heard that this person was Yu Mengshuan's master, he said smilingly, since it's Xuanxuan's master and an elder, is there any reason not to welcome him? Please, inside. Tianzi laughed, lifted his feet and walked towards the inside, stopping when he walked to my side, and said with his mouth, so you really didn't die, and the first of that Shin Rin group at the Shin Sect's headquarters, it should be you, right? It's me, the fortune teller said I'm blessed with a great life, so I'm still alive. I said with a smile. Ha! Tianzi laughed and led the clean-cut man towards the stairs. Zhou Peng poo-pooed and said with his mouth, how did this come? I spread my hands and said, I don't know, but it doesn't matter, he wouldn't dare mess around in a place like this. We don't need to be afraid even if it's messy, it's just a Shenzhen 5th level. Cat Ignore came to our side at an unknown time and said with a cold smile. It's not a good thing for a wedding to show up with a genin, and look, here we go again. I said, looking at the doorway, somewhat breathless. The people coming are likewise too, but I don't recognize them. Looking at the fluctuation of spiritual energy on their bodies, both of them are Xianzun powerhouses, one at the 3rd layer and one at the 4th layer. Someone from the Flat Demon Division. Cat Ignore whispered beside me. I nodded silently. If Tianzi's purpose for coming here wasn't clear, then the people from the Flat Demon Division coming over were definitely coming from a bad place. Oh, congratulations on the new marriage. A middle-aged man with a beard at the head said. Zhou Peng knew that I had a problem with the people from the Peaceful Demon Division and said directly, who are you two? Roadside beggars come to dilly-dally? We are all from the Shin sect, why do we need to speak so harshly? We are naturally here to congratulate Zhao Si, the genius of our Shin sect. Oh no, your real name is Zhao Runfan, right? The bearded man said as he looked at me indifferently. His expression didn't have the slightest meaning of congratulations. The visitor is a guest, this Shin friend. Where is your congratulatory gift? I asked with a calm face. A congratulatory gift? The bearded man froze. I nodded my head in feigned seriousness. You must bring a congratulatory gift to the secular wedding. What's the point of you coming empty-handed? Otherwise, your Shin Mu sword can be used as a congratulatory gift. The other Xuanzuan 3rd layer said, meaning you're not allowed to enter without a congratulatory gift? How come all the cats and dogs come to join in the fun? Are you very powerful in the demon leveling division? Zhou Peng said. He didn't care about all the etiquette. The bearded man glanced at Zhou Peng and said, if I remember correctly, you're the 3rd of that Shin Ring group, right? Seems like you're from the hunting and killing division? Yeah, it's exactly your grandpa me. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll call the police. Zhou Peng said and took out his cell phone. Those two people again froze, did not say anything, turned around and left. Although they are not afraid of the police, but afraid of trouble, the police do not care, do not know that they are Xuanzuan. As usual, they will arrest. They do not dare to resist in public. Once openly make a big deal, they are not good to end. Goons. I'll be damned, a good and happy day has been spoiled by these pussies. Zhou Peng cursed. Oh, it's not really stirring, the more stirring people are coming. I looked at the few people who had just gotten off the bus and said with a heavy face. Zhou Peng turned his head to look and mouthed, who the is this again? Duan Qihong. Yuzhen said. Uncle Zhen, this is the real Duan Qihong. I picked up the conversation and said, because I realized that this Duan Qihong had a very strong fluctuation of spiritual energy on his body, and was indeed a true Xian ancestor powerhouse. Yuzhen immediately understood, hurriedly greeted up, with a smile on his face, said, I do not know that gust of wind to the Duan master to scrape to come before also do not say hello, I can personally go to pick up your well. This one's not easy. Cat Ignore whispered. I nodded my head and said with a heavy face, well, a Xuanzu powerhouse. Shin ancestor is not as easy to deal with as Shinzun. If this Duan Qihong is also here to cause trouble, then it will really be a bit bad to end. Although he will not cause trouble at the wedding site, after the wedding is held, it is not possible to say, with such a person, I am afraid that I will not even be able to sleep peacefully. I said and touched the phone, ready to ask the 9th master in the end what is going on. Duan Qihong's head was not sent over, while Duan Qihong himself came over blatantly. He, little brother, you should remember me, right? Before the number was even dialed, Duan Qihong came to my side and greeted me with a smiling face. I put away the phone and said, remember, we had a few words, and Master Duan didn't come all the way to celebrate me. Thanks a lot. Duan Qihong laughed and said, there's no need to be so polite, I've prepared a big gift for you, but it hasn't arrived yet, so I'll give it to you at night. Okay, thank you Master Duan, inside please. I said with a hug.
Even if the heart is very upset, I can only hold back. At this time my heart is more in Zhou Peng the same, would like to curse. I think there is nothing more than in the wedding to see the enemy but also smile to welcome more suffocating. Just as he was thinking about it, another conspiratorial voice came from behind him. He, Zhao Si, the Yanfu division has come to congratulate you on your new marriage. The Yanfu division, like the Flat Demon division, is not here to congratulate me, and I didn't even bother to look back, I just yelled low. Get out! Thanks to my brother, His Majesty, Dr. Zip for another reward of Heavenly Dao Shards, and thanks to Greenstone Fine Rain for the reward of Heavenly Dao Shards. Today I'm very tired and want to go to bed early, so I won't add more shards. 2 shards of Heavenly Dao will add 2 more shifts, so 5 shifts will go up tomorrow. So good night, my friends.
Chapter 166, Joys and Difficulties.
Ha, what a temper, but forget it, let's go. Since the groomer doesn't welcome us, we'll go back to haunt the bridal chamber at night. That eerie voice said faintly. Another night to visit again, and Duan Shihong said the same thing. These are not allowed to see the light. Tonight's cave night. I am afraid that something big is going to happen. Cat Ignore walked over and whispered, brother, you're very bold, actually directly telling a Xian ancestor powerhouse to get lost.
What? That was a Xian ancestor just now? Zhou Peng asked suspiciously.
My heart is also very helpless. Yanfu branch actually have Xuanzu strong. I remember when that Wu Yuan Kuei is only a Xuanzu in 5th layer. At that time, I also suspect that he is the Yanfu branch of the palm of the ministry. Now it seems that it is not. Cat Ignore nodded and said, it should be a Xian ancestor powerhouse that has just been promoted not long ago, and their spiritual power has not yet fully stabilized. Renfan, you're awesome, a Xian master telling a Xian ancestor to roll, huh? Zhou Peng said with a smile. I spread my hands and said, it doesn't matter, I killed the Yanfu branch's Wu Badian at the Xian Men's Sex headquarters in the first place. It's the same whether you say roll or not, they won't let me off the hook just because I'm polite to them.
How did these come together? Or on our wedding day, such a coincidence? Zhou Peng asked breathlessly.
I shook my head and replied, it's not a coincidence, it should be discussed. Let's go, do what you need to do, don't let Yi Xian and Sister Meng Xian wait impatiently.
Runfan, wait, listening to those people just now, they are trying to make things happen at night, ah?
If it's a negotiation, then it will be hard to deal with. Should I transfer all the people from the hunting and killing branch over?
Zhou Peng said. Yo, you have that right now? I asked with a grin.
Zhou Peng proudly said, that's not true, I've been the vice palmistry since I came back from the Xian Men's sect headquarters. At first there were a lot of people who didn't obey, but all of them were beaten down by me at the back.
It's no use coming to someone who can be beaten down by you, so don't bother.
The hunting and killing division, at least there are still 2 Xian Zuns, and there are still about 10 Xian masters. Being knocked down by me, that's because I'm invincible in martial arts. In fact, if it's really a comprehensive fight, I won't necessarily be able to do more than those Xian Zuns.
Zhou Peng explained.
I still shook my head and said, that's all Zhuge Wu's family money, so we don't need to touch him. Now it's up to Master 9 to do it.
You think the 9th master will step in to help?
It should. First, he promised us safety.
And 2, he definitely doesn't want me to die.
I said, walking towards the 2nd floor, while I fished out my cell phone and dialed Master 9's number. A busy tone came from the phone, indicating that it couldn't be connected. I frowned, gathered my emotions, and walked into the bride's dressing room. Inside the makeup room, those makeup artists were busy. Zhao Yixian wore a blue wedding dress. Her perfect body was outlined by the curves of the wedding dress to give her an even more enviable curvature. She looked fresh and unparalleled. She didn't put on heavy bridal makeup like normal brides, because the makeup artist said that any makeup would cover up her stunning beauty. Her hair was coiled into her favorite fairy bun, which looked even more fairy charm. In contrast, Yu Mengxian to be slightly inferior, but also very beautiful, she would have been a big beauty. A clean white big tail wedding dress, face in the makeup artist's under the skillful hands, presents another kind of distinctive noble elegance, the same eye-catching. The Zhou Peng look at the saliva are flowing out.
It's beautiful,
Zhou Peng said as he wiped the corners of his mouth. Yeah, with your looks and qualities, to be able to marry Sister Meng Xian, that's definitely a stroke of luck. I said jokingly, but inside my eyes, I could only see Zhao Yixian. She was sitting very upright, seriously looking at herself inside the mirror, with hidden tears in her eyes. Choo-choo, I feel sorry for her. She had been waiting for this day for 6 years, and I understood how she felt because I had been waiting for this day for the same 6 years. You're the most beautiful bride in the world, don't cry like a little kitten. I walked up behind her and leaned in to whisper in her ear. Zhao Yixian broke into laughter and looked at me inside the mirror that was wearing formal clothes and said seriously, which is not as beautiful as you said, husband, you look handsome in this too.
MS.
Zhao, to be honest, as a makeup artist, I don't know how I should go about putting makeup on you. Your beauty is all natural, you don't need any makeup. The word most beautiful is not an overstatement. The makeup artist said with envy. Alas, in comparison, I, the bride, am afraid that I will have to be a chaperone.
Yu Mengxian pretended to be lost.
Zhou Peng hurriedly picked up and said, who said that? In my eyes, you are the most beautiful. Yu Mengxian smiled cheekily and continued, but I'm not lost, this kind of accompaniment, I'm very happy.
Mengxian, you're beautiful too, I mean it, Zhao Yixian said sincerely.
Yu Mengxian looked at herself inside the mirror and said proudly, it's really cheap for Zhou Peng. Sister Mengxian, your master has also come over, I suddenly said. Yu Mingxuan's body shook, her proud expression tightened up, and her brows frowned slightly. Why did he come over?
Of course I'm here to congratulate you. What, are you worried about him taking you back? I asked with a smile.
Yu Mingxian shook her head and looked at her watch and said with her mouth, Zhou Peng will protect me. It's just a bit of a spoiler, let's not talk about this, time is almost up, you guys go first. In the cheerful and melodious music, in the wedding officiant's enthusiastic congratulations, in the crowd's focused gaze, Zhou Peng and I walked up to the center stage, each walked through the scene after saying a paragraph. The officiant said to invite out the bride.
Under the spotlight, Zhao Yixian and Yu Mengxian held Yuzhen's right and left hands and slowly walked from the side room to the center stage. Seeing the two brides, there was a commotion inside the banquet hall. It was that they were so radiant that people couldn't help but want to cheer. Zhao Yixian and Yu Mengxian's faces were filled with happy joy, and Yuzhen was even happier, smiling from ear to ear. Zhao Yixian has no relatives elders, she only has me. When Yuzhen handed over the hands of the two brides to me and Zhou Peng the moment, both brides cried, the tears, is happy. I was also moved to see the tears of happiness. Perhaps only those who have experienced it will understand how sacred, precious, happy, and fulfilling that moment was. The wedding went well, and tying the knot in the presence and blessing of the congregation was all the more formal. Zhao Yixian is already without relatives. This form, even more indispensable, can make her forget that she is a demon. Like me, she is also a human being. What a human being has to go through, she will also go through. We are born equal. After the wedding was naturally a toast, Zhou Peng and I both drank a lot, but we both used our spiritual power to force the alcohol out of our bodies, because we all knew in our hearts that what greeted us after the wedding was not a wedding night, but a calculated fight. During the day, those people naturally won't make a move. This kind of thing will only wait until the night. The villa has a door and a window. It can block the burglars, but it can't block these Shen men. It's really ironic to say that I'm a Shen men, and the enemies who come to the door to seek revenge are not the demon race or the spirit race, but are also the Shen men. The wedding banquet dispersed. The staff has begun to pack up and clean up. The guests who came basically stayed in the Shen Meng Hotel, because Yuzhen said that the two pairs of couples to get married, to invite 2 times the wine. Yuzhen went to deal with some of the more important guests. Zhao Yixian and Yu Mengxian went to remove their makeup and change their clothes. I pulled Zhou Peng to an empty private room, and said with a somewhat heavy face, Master Nine's phone has not been able to get through, and none of Master Nine's people. What does that mean? Zhou Peng asked suspiciously. I'm married, there's no way the Ninth Master doesn't know about it. He's so powerful, he might even know that my enemies will come to seek revenge, but he's avoiding it. What does that mean? It means that Master Nine has abandoned you? Zhou Peng asked suspiciously. I sneered and said, it means that Master Nine did it on purpose. Deliberately not helping you? Zhou Peng asked. I don't know, I can't see through this Ninth Master's mind at all anymore. We can't put our hopes on the Ninth Master now. They'll make their move at night. We have to rely on ourselves for everything, I said with some heaviness. Zhou Peng nodded his head and cursed, him. A good wedding night has been spoiled. You don't know how long I've been waiting for this night. What's the time to be thinking about that? Zhou Peng stifled said, you do not know buddy heart bitter Shen although every day and I together, but she just do not let me touch, which like you. Alright, it's yours to run away. Let's analyze how to deal with these 4 sets of uninvited guests first. I directly interrupted Zhou Peng, the brainless pig. 167. Bus bombings. Aha. Zhou Peng started to become serious as well, but there was no follow-through. Don't you have any suggestions or ideas? This slammed me with this. What can I think? Zhou Peng froze and looked at me and said. I thought to myself, oh come on, this guy was enjoying his wedding just now and didn't even think about it. I sighed and said, there are 4 known groups of people right now, Tianzi from the Unified Law Division and that clean-cut man, a Shen Zun 5th layer and a Shen Shi 3rd layer, Duan Qihong, a Shen ancestor, and the 2 people he brought with him are ordinary secular martial artists. These 2 groups of people were the ones who entered the wedding banquet venue, and before the wedding banquet started, I told the waiter to tamper with the top of their cups, but they didn't use that cup. Zhou Peng seemed to have gotten into the mood as well, and said out of his mouth, well, there are 2 other groups of people who are 2 Shen Zuns from the Flat Demon Division, and a Shen ancestor from the Yen Fu Division along with a Shen Zun and a Shen Master. There are 3 people from the Yama Division coming? I asked suspiciously, as I didn't look back at them when they arrived. Zhou Peng nodded and said, it's tough, 2 Shen ancestors, 4 Shen Zuns, and 2 Shen Masters. Well, that's not really true. The Yanfu branch and the Ping Demon branch are definitely here to seek revenge and are connected to each other. The Unified Law branch won't necessarily be with them, but Duan Qihong's group, they're definitely not with them, and it's possible that they don't even know each other. I analyzed. Just because they aren't in a group doesn't mean they are genuinely here to congratulate us, it's just as much of a problem. The difference in our current strength is too great, even if they aren't together. As long as there is a Shen ancestor present, we will lose. Zhou Peng said. I shook my head and said, it's not like we have a chance if we go together. We're preparing for the worst now. Yen Fu, Unified Law, and Flat Demon colluded with 3 parties. There's 1 Shen ancestor, 4 Shen Zuns, and 2 Shen Masters. Leave the 2 Shen Masters to me, I'll make sure to beat them up. Zhou Peng picked up the conversation.
You're really something. I almost laughed at Zhou Peng's words. Otherwise I'd better call the hunting division. Don't, that's Zhuge Wu's home base, I'm not touching it. Within the 3 Xuanzens, Tianzi is the strongest. Tianzi can be handed over to Catignor to deal with. The remaining 3 Xuanzens have average fluctuations in spiritual energy. The 2 demon slayers coming from the flat demon division didn't have any guardian demon beasts with them. You deal with that bearded man, and hand the other 2 over to Yixian. Is Xian? She's so powerful? Zhou Peng asked suspiciously. I said with a it's almost okay, those 2 Xian masters aren't much of a threat to us. We can ask Cat Unheard and Sister Meng Xian to deal with them, or we can kill them instantly. Although Zhao Xian is only at the 2nd level of the unified demon, I know her strength, and she has no difficulty dealing with 2 very ordinary Xian Zuns, and one of them is also a ghost hunter, which is a bit better for her to deal with. So you're going to deal with that Xian ancestor from the Yanfu division? You're only at the 4th level of the Xian master's damnation. Zhou Peng said. I nodded, it shouldn't be a problem to stall for a while. No problem my ass, you fought with Xian ancestor powerhouses? Zhou Peng asked excitedly. I shook my head. You don't need to worry about this. Don't you remember that the level 5 ghost harnessing talisman is still on me? The Xuanzu of Yanfu division is a ghost hunter. My level 5 ghost harnessing talisman can restrain his guardianing spirit. When the time comes, I will stall that Xuanzu with Chi-Chi. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's just that you guys need to be quicker in your movements. I shouldn't be able to hold on for long. Then what if that Duan Qihong also came over at the same time? Zhou Peng asked. I sighed and looked up at the chandelier at the top of the box, and said with my mouth, he definitely can't come over at the same time. We have to let Uncle Jin stabilize him first, at least until we've solved the trouble. As long as the front is solved, it won't be too difficult for us to deal with Duan Qihong together in the back. Although Duan Qihong is also a Shen ancestor, he is very ordinary. The level of his cultivation technique is not considered high and the spiritual energy fluctuation on his body isn't too strong. Okay, what do I need to do? Go tell Master Jin not to drink too much, open a gambling game at night to stabilize Duan Qihong, and while it's still early, let's go back to my villa to discuss this together. Zhou Peng stood up and said, okay, I'll go then. Zhou Peng walked out of the private room. I once again dialed the phone number of the 9 masters, and still could not be connected. Put away the phone, I also walked out of the box. Just now all the analysis, in fact, has been the best plan we can do. Who knows whether those 3 divisions are still coming to other people, even if the flat demon division only came to 2 people, their guardian demonic beasts are not necessarily not brought, just did not bring to the hotel is also impossible to say. For people who come to seek revenge, I will not be soft, I want them to have no return, but at the same time, I am also afraid of accidents. In order to make sure that everything is safe, in the end, I went to Yushin, told him to call more people at night to wait with them, and rushed to my villa after receiving the information, and chose to report to the police if necessary. This is the next best thing. The number of people will always make the Shenjian scruples, and no Shenjian dare to kill in the secular city scourge of innocence. Perhaps the next second will be the heavenly thunder split into pieces, and after doing so will be, I likewise cannot kill them. Let the tiger return to the mountain, the aftermath of endless trouble. When I returned to the dressing room, Zhao Xian and Yumeng Xian had also both changed into their normal clothes. The wedding was very happy, but it was also very tiring. It was good that the 2 brides were both bottomless and didn't complain. Just as I stepped out of the doorway, Gu Chang came over, and said to me, Renfan, Jin asked you to go over there again. I looked at Gu Chang. I just went to Yushin a while ago, why am I being called over now? Everyone don't go home yet, wait for me to come back. I said to a group of people. Zhou Peng said he wanted to go with me, but I stopped him as well. Gu Chang kept bringing me to the door of a hotel room. Yushin walked out from inside the room, and after seeing me, he directly said, Renfan, Duan Qihong is gone. Gone? I looked inside, then asked, why is the luggage still there? Yushin shook his head and said, I don't know. I followed what you said and told him that there was a gambling game in the afternoon to invite him to play with us, and he agreed, but when I came over to invite him, he wasn't there. Didn't call? I can't get through to the old number, and I don't know his new one. As he was talking, Mou walked over and said under his breath, Brother Jin, the surveillance has been looked at, and Duan Qihong left with his 2 men 15 minutes ago. What does he mean by this? On the one hand, he promised me to participate in the bet, but on the other hand, he sneaked away. Yushin said to himself. I asked, did you leave in a hurry? Mou shook his head and mouthed, everything is normal, there's no rush. Uncle Jin, has Sister Meng Xian's master been checked? Mou picked up the conversation and said, checked. The banquet hadn't ended yet and the people had already left. I bowed my head. This Duan Qihong suddenly walked away without even taking his luggage. He might have known our purpose. He might even show up with Yen Fu and the people from the Flat Demon branch. If they show up together, then we don't have a single chance of winning. After a little bit of consideration, I said to Yujin, Uncle Jin, still according to the original plan, find as many people as possible to move around in the neighborhood at night. As soon as an uncontrollable situation arises, I'll give you the information, and you'll have all the people rush in. Good, then take care of yourselves. Yujin said. I nodded. The only card we had now was that it was downtown. Downtown would scare them, and I was glad I bought the house downtown. If it was in the suburbs where there were fewer people, they wouldn't have had a care in the world. Back to the lobby, our group of several people took the car back to the villa inside. Me, Zhao Xian, Zhou Peng, Yumeng Xian, the cat ignores and the cat does not smell. There is also an expressionless big white. Our side can be used by just a few people. I told everyone what happened, including the worst intentions and the details of the fight when the time comes. Everything is based on life preservation. I will decide whether to call for backup based on the actual situation. I can take them out as much as possible, such as if I can't, I can only retreat to the second best, and indulge the tiger to return to the mountain. We were all discussing this when the doorbell was suddenly rung, and I signaled for us to stop discussing it and opened the door. Outside the door stood more than a dozen loaded police. Leading the team is that Changsha City Criminal Investigation Brigade Captain Lu Guoqiang. Lu Guoqiang I have dealt with, very righteous, cynical, but counting, there have been more than 3 years have not seen. In addition to Lu Guoqiang, there were 2 other people standing on his left and right. One was the female police officer, Lin, and the other was dressed in civilian clothes and was unrecognizable.
Oh, Officer Lu, long time no see. My mind wondered why the police suddenly came here.
Lu Guoqiang's face was calm, suddenly took out an arrest warrant and said, Zhao Lianfan, you are suspected of a bus bombing case in Macau that killed 4 people. This is the Interpol from Macau. We are now going to arrest you. Please cooperate.
What? I blushed. Second shift. Chapter 168 Detention without evidence. Did you go to Macau 9 days ago?
Yes. Then there's no need for sophistry. We have enough reason to suspect you're involved in the bus bombing. Officer Lau, take him away. That plainclothes Macau police officer said directly. This sudden situation left me a bit at a loss for words. As Lu Guoqiang raised his hand, 2 criminal police officers rushed up and reached out to grab my hands.
Asterisk. What are you doing? Seeing me being arrested, Zhou Peng rushed up with an arrow step and was ready to strike. Zhou Peng. I hurriedly stopped Zhou Peng, and said with my mouth, don't make a move with the police, tell Uncle Jin to call all the people to the house at night, and don't make a move yet, wait for me to come out. Still want to come out?
Oh. That Macau police officer sneered.
Go!
The 2 cops quickly handcuffed me and shoved from behind.
Ren Fan.
Zhou Peng called again. I smiled and said, it's fine, don't worry about me, keep yourself safe. Soon, I was taken to the police car, and the people responsible for detaining me, sitting on my left and right sides, were Lu Guoqiang and the criminal police officer from Macau.
Officer Lau, what's going on? What bus bombing? I asked, opening my mouth.
Lu Guoqiang was about to open his mouth. That Macau police officer said directly, 9 days ago, you and the man called Yuzhen left from the casino, got on a bus. There were 3 other people on the bus besides the driver. You 2 got off halfway and switched cars, and then the bus behind you exploded, and no one on the bus survived.
The back of that bus exploded?
I was shocked in my heart. This thing I really remember. At first it was me who told Zhong Chi to make that driver faint. At that time I suspected that Duan Hong wanted to kill me. There were indeed 3 other passengers on the bus. I also told them that the driver fainted, and told them to change the bus, but I remember that even after we left, those 3 people hadn't gotten a taxi yet. Don't pretend to be confused here. Your drop off in the middle of the journey to change to a cab. The destination is still to the border crossing. That bus is also going to the border crossing. Why did you change buses?
Macau police asked.
I turned my head to glance at him and replied, the driver fainted halfway, so if we don't change cars are we going to wait there for him to wake up?
On the basis of this speculation you guys are here to arrest me?
Oh, we're not sure if the driver fainted or not, but we accessed the surveillance video along the road. The driver parked the car on the side of the road. The 5 of you got out of the car, the 2 of you took a cab and left, and not long after you left, the other 3 got into the car again, and the car exploded when it drove onto the Panhandle Road. Don't you think it's very fishy?
Macau police asked. Where's the evidence? Arresting people on the basis of such speculation? I asked coldly.
We did a technical identification of the exploding vehicle. The bomb was planted right under the seat where you and Yuzhen were sitting, and we got the maintenance records and trips of the casino bus. That bus was out for the first time that day, and there was a special person who checked the whole bus before leaving, and there was no abnormality whatsoever.
So this is evidence?
It's all just speculation. What if I said we were uncomfortable halfway through the ride and wanted to switch cabs?
I asked rhetorically.
The Macau police officer froze and continued, you don't have to be sophomoric. The bomb that blew up the vehicle was placed inside a black backpack, and someone from the casino testified that you were carrying that black bag in your hand when you left.
You believe what the casino people say? That's a false accusation, I said nonchalantly. More than one person has said that there are a lot of people who have seen you carrying bags. The casino is full of surveillance cameras. Did you see me carrying a black bag inside the surveillance? I asked suspiciously, because I'm pretty sure I definitely wasn't carrying any bag at the time.
The Macau police smiled and said, I didn't see the surveillance, and I didn't need to see it. The casino surveillance system was paralyzed those days, and with more than a certain number of witnesses, we can arrest you.
Alright, officer who, ask anything back at the station, there's no one here to give you a statement either.
Lu Guoqiang opened his mouth and said, he also seemed to be very upset with this police officer from Macau. Officer who nodded and said, well, we won't let go of any criminal who dares to create a terrorist incident in Macau. Thanks for your cooperation this time. We've booked a flight for the evening, and after we've done the filing in your bureau, I'm going to bring them back to Macau for investigation.
Officer Lu, Uncle Jin was arrested too? I asked suspiciously.
Lu Guoqiang looked at me, nodded and said, well, he was arrested before you. This is a major terrorist attack case. It has alarmed Interpol. They suspect you are members of some international terrorist organization. In these types of cases, there is usually no need for direct evidence. As long as there is a good reason to suspect something, then you can arrest someone. I screamed in my mind that it was bad. If Yujin was also arrested, then who was going to find many people to go to the villa? Just as I was thinking, my cell phone rang, my hands were handcuffed behind my back, and I said with my mouth, Officer Lu, maybe it's an important call, help me get the phone, I'm not comfortable. From the moment of your arrest, you can't have contact with anyone except your lawyer, the Macau police said in a cold voice.
I'll do it myself then. I let out a light laugh, and with a push of my hands, the connecting chain in the middle of the handcuffs was directly broken by me, and very calmly took out my cell phone.
Lu Guoqiang and the Macau cop were shocked, and the Macau cop reacted by reaching out and grabbing at my cell phone. I backhanded him and pinched the numb point on his elbow, then pressed the answer button. The call was from Zhou Pang.
What's wrong?
Renfan, Uncle Jin has also been captured. There is no way to contact him. Zhou Pang's voice came. I hurriedly said, I know, you tell Brother Chang and Uncle Sen Chin to make the arrangements.
Cell phone down.
Officer Hu snapped, his left hand pulling out a gun from his waist and pointing it directly at me. I let go of his elbow and grabbed his gun violently, twisting it so hard the barrel twisted out of shape. Lu Guoqiang had been watching, and although he was surprised, he didn't stop it, while that officer whose face had turned to shock when he saw his gun being bent by me. I casually threw his gun in the car, and said coldly with my mouth, I don't care what kind of terrorist incident, before dark, I want to see direct evidence. If not, I'm sorry, where you come from get back to where you came from. I don't have the time to play with you. I'm here now to cooperate with Inspector Lu to handle the case, not to admit that the thing is done by me. If you move your hand again, I'll destroy more than be this broken gun of yours.
Officer Lau, you still think he's not a terrorist?
That Macau police officer's eyes appeared to look at me in awe, and suddenly pointed the finger at Lu Guoqiang.
Lu Guoqiang laughed and said, because he ruined your robbery is a terrorist? The original terrorists are so powerful. What kind of attitude is that? Are all your public security officers in the mainland like this?
Officer Hu said in a cold voice. Lu Guoqiang still looked like a hangdog and said, our mainland public security will not arrest people for no reason, and even more so, we will not make random accusations without evidence. I am here to support your work, not to cooperate with you to convict people indiscriminately. I don't know how your arrest warrant was approved, but from the loophole-riddled questioning you just did, I don't think that the bombing really was done by Zhao Lianfan and Yuzhen. Okay, good, I'll call your supervisor. Officer Hu said threateningly.
Oh, Officer Lu suddenly said. Fang Lin, who was driving, suddenly snorted. What did you say?
Officer Hu's face reddened with anger when he heard this.
Officer Lu said, I said you. I'll make you pay for what you said.
Officer Hu said.
Officer Lu laughed and said, what did I just say? Zhao Lianfan, did you hear me? Hear me, this surname who scolded you, this is an insult to police officers. I am willing to come out to testify against him. I said directly.
Officer Lu nodded and said, surname Hu, don't stare at the car recorder. My car recorder is broken just like the surveillance in the Macau casino.
Chapter 169, The Ninth Master's Purpose.
Soon, the car drove to the police station. Before getting off the car, Officer Lu said to me, Zhao Lianfan, you don't have to be under too much pressure. There's something fishy about this matter. I will investigate this matter clearly within the terms of reference. Like you said, this is my jurisdiction. There's no direct evidence. I can stop them from taking you to Macau within 3 days. And I also have the right to not let them interrogate you. However, I won't be able to do anything when the Interpol documents come down in 3 days.
Thanks a lot, Officer Lau. Go and do a provisional detention first. I've seen your strength, but don't try to escape or you'll become guilty even if you're not guilty, Officer Lu said.
I nodded my head, and was clear about the meaning of this, and that officer who didn't seem to be so angry anymore, and didn't insist on taking me away right away, but just said, I've already applied for cross-border arrest papers from Interpol, and they'll be coming down very soon, and when we get to Macau, I'll see how you can still weasel out of it.
What? Do you Macau police still like to bend over backwards?
Officer Lau said with a smile, turning around and walking into the criminal investigation building. I was escorted into a closed holding room by 2 police officers, and my cell phone was taken away. Yuzhen was already inside at this time, and when he saw that I had been arrested and brought in, he hurriedly stood up, and said with his mouth full, Renfan, what in the world is going on here? I said, Duan Qihong is up to no good.
Duan Qihong? Why is he doing this? Yuzhen asked suspiciously.
I shook my head and said, I'm not sure, this matter is too fishy. 9 days ago, if the Macau police wanted to arrest someone, they would have come long ago, and today Duan Qihong came over, and the police from Macau came together, and it seems that their purpose is to arrest us.
This is a tiger transfer? Yuzhen asked in surprise. It shouldn't be counted as transferring a tiger away from the mountain. Duan Qihong's target is you and I.
This Macau police officer, most likely Duan Qihong's man, he's not interested in the others. He probably wants to bring us back to Macau through this way.
What about Xian and the others? I hadn't gotten anyone to go near your villa when I was arrested. What about at night?
It's fine, I told Zhou Peng to find Uncle Sun Xin and Brother Chang, they'll take care of it.
I said.
Yuzhen sighed, Duan Shihong really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, even the Macau police and Interpol have connections. Oh, that surname too, whether it is a real police or not is still a matter of opinion, now it is to find a way to get out.
But we can't do anything now, Yuzhen said helplessly. You guys really can't do anything.
A voice came in through the door, and immediately afterward, we saw Duan Shihong strut in.
Duan Shihong? What do you mean?
Yuzhen asked coldly. Duan Shihong pulled a chair and sat down and said, Zhao Lianfan, you're in danger right now. There are many people who want to kill you, you're only safest if you stay here. I know in my heart where it's safe, I don't need you to arrange it.
I said lightly.
Master Gio and I said that we have to ensure your safety, so I came here. I've checked out the people who want to deal with you, more than just the ones you know, even if I get directly involved, I can't make sure you're safe.
Duan Shihong said. Master Nine asked you to come? I asked suspiciously, my heart had a new concept of the Ninth Master's power. What kind of person is Duan Shihong?
A Xian ancestor powerhouse, actually willingly came to be a bodyguard for the Ninth Master.
Duan Shihong nodded and said, yes, it was Master Nine who called me. You got me here, so who's going to keep my family safe? I asked in a cold voice.
Duan Shihong said, the order given by the Ninth Master is only to ensure your safety, I don't care about other people, don't worry, the eyes that were watching you were done by me. They don't know that you were brought back to the police station by the police, so during this period of time, you can stay in the police station, wait until the Marquis of Wutum is opened, then go out again.
I need to talk to Master Nine on the phone.
Duan Shihong didn't refuse, and directly took out his phone and dialed the number, handing it to me.
Master Nine, are you killing the chicken to get the eggs?
I asked in a cold voice as soon as the phone was connected. Master Nine's bright voice came through, you're a chicken I can't afford to kill. You cannot afford to kill, I can do it for you. To tell you the truth, I live not for myself, just for the people I care about. If something happens to them, even if you are a tiger, I spelled out this little life will also want to glean you a tiger's whiskers. I said play after hanging up the phone directly, this time there is no need to talk to the Nine Masters, what else? If Duan Shihong wasn't here afterward, I had a way to get out, but if Duan Shihong kept looking at me, there was no way for me to walk away, and it might be fine tonight, but with so many people, it was impossible to stay in our house every day. The phone just hung up shortly after, the Ninth Master called again, I handed the phone to Duan Shihong, and said with my mouth, you tell the Ninth Master that they are safe, and I will cooperate, and if something happens to them, I will die with you. Duan Shihong smiled meaningfully and picked up the phone to listen, then after a few ums, he put down the phone and said with his mouth full, Master Nine has said that he will help you get rid of those troubles, but he needs you to give your sincerity.
What sincerity? Regarding the address of the Marquis of Wu's tomb, you should have another answer in your heart, right?
Duan Shihong said word for word. I shook my head without hesitation and said, the address of the Marquis of Wu's tomb, I've already told Master Nine without reservation. Master Nine said that you are also one of your values, if you agree, they will survive, if you don't agree, then Master Nine has no choice, after all, to deal with 3 Xian sect branches, Master Nine is not easy to solve.
Duan Shihong said.
Master Nine is joking, if you follow me there, I promise to make sure they have no return, nothing is not easy.
I said lightly. In that case, then Shihong, you and Runfan will go there.
Master Nine's voice suddenly came out from inside the phone, this section of Shihong actually did not hang up the phone, Master Nine had been listening to our conversation. I cannot help but pinch a sweat for myself, could just answer decisively, if there is a hint of hesitation, will certainly reveal, I guess the Nine Masters director of this play, also want to unlock the doubts in his heart, but this exchange, it seems to be that I won, the Nine Masters so readily agreed to, is bound to no longer suspect.
Okay Master Nine. Duan Shihong promised before hanging up the phone.
You guys wait, I'll go and communicate with the police for immediate release, I'll go all out, but whether or not you can handle it in the end depends on your strength. Duan Shihong said as he turned around and walked out. It didn't take long for Officer Liu to walk in, cursing in his mouth, these make fun of us, and now they say that they got the casino as surveillance, and you really didn't take that black bag on the car. I smiled helplessly, not knowing what to say at all, but for me this matter turned out to be a good thing instead, firstly, eliminating Master Nine's concerns. Secondly, with an extra Xian ancestor level helper like Duan Shihong, it would be far too easy to take out those 3 divisions. The 4th shift, for the Greenstone Fine Rain of the Heavenly Dao Fragment support plus more, there is another shift, the time will be very late, friends can stay until tomorrow to read.
Chapter 170, Going Out to Meet a Guest. To this police station, come fast, go fast, took the cell phone, out of the police station, the first time I gave Zhao Xian called, told everyone not to worry, I will soon be back, at the same time and she said sorry, this wedding, not perfect. Zhao Xian says it's okay, she's happy.
I smiled, hung up happily, and got into the car that Duan Shihong drove over. Duan Shihong's driver started the car, and only then did Duan Shihong say, "I'll say my ugly words up front. I actually don't think that you guys have a very strong fighting force, and I also don't know where your confidence comes from. According to my investigation, those 3 branches of Shen Men sect combined totaled 1 Shen ancestor, 5 Shen Zuns, and 4 Shen masters. Among the 5 Zuenzans, 3 of them are demon choppers, and the guardian demonic beasts are all at the level of unified demon. All of them have been brought here. Xuanzuan is a ghost hunter, and the guardian Yin soul is a ghost king level guardian Yin soul. All I can do is to help you guys hold back that Xuanzuan, and the rest of them you guys can deal with on your own. And I'm going to get a lot of pressure once you guys aren't defeated. I will be able to do nothing but to take you, Zhao Ringfan, with me, and as for the rest of the people, I couldn't care less. If everyone else is dead, you can only take my corpse if you want to." I opened my mouth and said, in fact, I understood in my heart that the 9th master had definitely planted Shen masters in Xiangsha City. At least the previous demon beheader Sei Yubing and Xia Lao were definitely in Xiangsha City. I said this, but I just wanted to be a little more secure. After all, the enemy now had another Shen Zun and 2 Shen masters, and the guardian demon beasts were all there as well. Duan Shihong said, "You don't have to threaten me. If you push Master Jiu to the brink, with his means, controlling your district to Xianshi 4th layer for a period of time with a puppet technique is still doable." I stopped talking. What he said was true, except that puppetry also had risks, and Master 9 didn't want to take that risk. "I'll put you guys in the neighborhood later. They've probably planted new eyes outside. I'll keep a close eye on your villa tonight, and after they go in, I'll go in as well," Duan Shihong said slowly. "Aha," I responded. Duan Shihong put us down at an intersection. Yushin said that the home is very close, and it is okay to walk back. I said that it is better to call the driver to come over to pick up, so it is more secure, and it is hard to guarantee that those 3 divisions will have other eyes. Yushin asked me what he could do, to get a team of people armed with guns to ambush at home. I said no, this is too much movement. He would like to participate, or I refused. This is simply not an ordinary person can intervene. After returning home, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and I once again told everyone about the situation, and compared to before, everyone's hearts were even more secure, because they really didn't have much confidence in me to hold off that Shen ancestor powerhouse. Discussed a little countermeasures. The sky has slowly darkened, ate dinner together, and then returned to their respective rooms. Today toss today, we all need to rest. There will be a big battle in the evening, in order to wait for the grasp of a lot more. If the 3 divisions want to come to the door, they will definitely go after 12 o'clock, because at that time, there will be fewer people on the street, and I also deliberately greeted Yushin, and first found people to move around, and after 12 o'clock, they will hide around and stand by. As a precaution, I sacrificed Zong Qiqi and told her to watch at the gate and contact us anytime there's any movement. As soon as I went into the room, I handed Zhao Yishan that level 5 Yin avoidance talisman, and said with my mouth, "Yishan, take this, level 5 Yin avoidance talisman, those Shen Zun's guardian Yin spirits won't be able to get close to you. Husband, it's better for you to carry it, I'm fine with it." Zhao Yishan pushed the talisman back. "Listen, you holding it is equivalent to me holding it. Don't see that I'm not as high as you in the realm now, but I'm better at protecting myself than you are, and since your opponent is a ghost hunter, you'll be much more comfortable with the Yin avoidance talisman on your person." Good. Zhao Yishan didn't refuse anymore and put the Yin avoidance talisman into her pocket. Now there are still 5 or 6 small hours of time to rest. These 5 or 6 hours, let Zhou Peng happy to the extreme. What is the reason we all know? Not long ago, heard a burst of intense movement, to the death of Zhou Peng, and Yumeng Xuan's room is next door to Zhao Yishan and me. This villa sound insulation is good, but Zhou Peng, this suffocated more than 20 years of bachelor made out of the movement is indeed a little big. Zhao Yishan and I had originally planned to continue cultivating together, but after hearing Zhou Peng and Yumeng Xian's movements, our gazes met, and our 2 bodies instantly entangled together, turning the same cultivation into dual cultivation. 12 o'clock at midnight, the time we agreed upon, all of us walked out of the room together and went to the villa's hall. Zong Qiqi was still dutifully watching the situation outside the door without any abnormalities. The abnormal ones were Yumeng Xian and Zhou Peng, both of whom were walking a bit abnormally. Yumeng Xian red face, seems to be a little ashamed to see people. Zhou Peng is a look of indifference. This good's face skin is notoriously thick. "Oh, why does it feel like you guys are enjoying the last of your lives a little too desperately?" I joked. Yumeng Xuan's face turned even redder, and her mouth said, "It's not all because of this asshole Zhou Peng. I couldn't resist at all." Zhou Peng lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong, and I laughed and said, "Come on, adjust it quickly." Zhao Yishan looked at the two with a smile on her face, and Catignor suddenly interjected, "I don't know what's so great about the male-female bit." He, that's because you don't know. When you get married in the future, you'll understand and even fall in love." Zhou Peng shamelessly said, once again looked at Yumeng Xian, as if it was not enough. Yumeng Xian hurriedly took 2 steps back and whispered, "Get out of here." "Alright, stop it, it's almost time to greet the guests." I stood up and directly opened my yin and yang eyes, at the same time switching Zong Qiqi's perspective inside my mind. The courtyard of the villa was quiet, there was no movement. Zong Qiqi slowly walked out of the gate and came to the middle of the courtyard of the villa. As soon as she came to the middle of the courtyard, Zong Qiqi floated into the air. Because of the suddenness of the incident, the villa hadn't had time to install surveillance inside, so there was no way to cover everything, and floating into the air allowed for the greatest observation perspective. Zhong Chi rose less than 5 meters, the environment in front of the villa was clear to me, there were already very few people around here, sparsely few people, and the person we were waiting for hadn't appeared yet. Not yet, I said with my eyes closed, and as soon as I finished speaking, I saw several dark shadows behind the fence suddenly tumble in. My eyebrows tightened and I hurriedly said, "Here it comes." The crowd stood up. Perhaps it was because I had opened my yin and yang eyes far, I suddenly had a very strong sense of crisis, instantly cut off the perspective sharing with Zhong Chi. A hand decision quickly slapped on top of the ring, forcibly pulling Zhong Chi back. At the moment Zhong Chi disappeared, a Shenmue sword passed through the place where she originally stood. Although Zhong Chi withdrew quickly, she was still injured by the spiritual power of that Shenmue sword, and when she offered it out again, her soul body had become a little bit frail. An expert, an absolute expert, I broke out in a cold sweat. That Shenmue sword had reached the point where it could be controlled with spiritual power. Zhong Chi is already a ghost martial powerhouse. If I hadn't forcefully pulled her back with the Fa Sutra, then she wouldn't have even had a chance to avoid it, and if she had been penetrated by this Shenmue sword, Zhong Chi would have been directly disembodied. I hadn't fought with a Shen ancestor powerhouse before, and I had no concept of the strength of a Shen ancestor powerhouse, but now, it seems that this kind of strength has far exceeded my prediction. "Are you alright, husband?" Zhao Yixian asked worriedly when she saw that my face looked a bit ugly. I shook my head and said, "It's okay, let's go out and meet our guests."
Chapter 171, A Rare Balance.
As Duan Shihong had said, there was 1 Shen ancestor, 5 Shen Zuns, and 3 Shen masters among the visitors. Previously, Duan Shihong said that there were 4 Shen masters, but he had solved one of them. The Shenmue sword that injured Zhong Chi just now, at this moment, it was suspended in a position less than 20 centimeters above the head of that Yanfu division Shen ancestor. The spiritual power of a Shen ancestor powerhouse was really strong. They could even directly use their spiritual power to imperialize the sword to attack. Of the remaining 5 Zuanzans, 1 was Tianzi, another was a ghost hunter from the Yanfu division, and the other 3 were demon slayers from the flat demon division, leaving 4 Zuanzans that were too lazy to distinguish. Sure enough, these 3 divisions came together. It seems that they did make an appointment in advance, but I heard that the Unified Law Division also has a Shen ancestor powerhouse, and it's an existence not inferior to Lu Hushuan.
"Oh, we don't seem to need to say anything,"
I said with a straight face.
That Shen ancestor old man snorted coldly and said, "If you don't say anything, I have something to ask. Where is Zhuge Wu? Tell him to roll out." I froze and asked with some confusion, "What? Are you guys here to find Zhuge Wu?" "Humph, this despicable villain cheated away my Yanfu division's vice president Wu Yuan Kuei, and even made him cannon fodder to be killed by the Furying King. Shouldn't he come out and give a statement?" The Shen ancestor old man said in an indifferent tone. The bearded man from the Flat Demon Division also took a step forward and stood out, mouthing, "There is also my vice-palm of the Flat Demon Division." "So, you guys came here today, mainly to find Zhuge Wu?" I asked indifferently.
"I'll also look for Zhuge Wu and kill you and Yu Mengxian, the traitorous disciple, on the way."
Tianzi also took a step forward. I nodded and looked at the bearded guy from the Flat Demon Division and said, "What about you? Going to kill me in the process as well?" "Ha, what happened at Shenmen HQ can be rumored in our branch. Zhuge Wu has to die, and you likewise have to die as well," the bearded man said in an open and loud voice. I finally looked at that Yanfu Division's Xuanzu and asked, "What about you, Senior Xuanzu?" The reason why one by one to ask, that is I am waiting for Duan Shihong. If he does not come, we certainly cannot fight, even do not have to do it. As for being Duan Shihong pigeonholed, this thing is impossible. If this time he dared to pigeonhole, then the 9 masters will definitely not let him go. "You'd better tell us where Zhuge Wu is, kill you?" "Oh, you're not qualified enough for me to do it," that Xian ancestor old man said contemptuously. "I wonder if I have the qualifications." Duan Shihong's voice came from the doorway, and as soon as the door opened, he saw Duan Shihong standing in the doorway with a relaxed look on his face. That Xian ancestor old man frowned as his mouth asked, "It's you? He, Han Tian, long time no see," Duan Shihong said indifferently. The two of them know each other. There is nothing strange about this. Now the Shen sect, Shen ancestor level experts are already considered the top experts, the Phoenix Hairs, all in the Shen sect to mix. There are so many Shen ancestors that come and go. There is no one who will not recognize. "Do it." I didn't even want to give them a chance to communicate. I drew out my Shenmue sword and directly lunged towards Tianzi. The others had long been ready. As I struck, everyone moved almost at the same time. Big White even roared, transformed into a beast form and violently lunged towards a demon chopper. Roar roar roar. The 3 guardian demonic beasts on the opposite side also transformed into beast forms at the same time. Clear white wolves. Perhaps white wolves are the easiest to be tamed by the demon slayers, except for the Cadignor's guardian demonic beast, which is a white tiger. The other demon slayers' guardian demonic beasts that I've seen are basically all wolves. The scene was immediately in chaos, and that Shen ancestor old man didn't have the heart to chat, as the Shenmue sword suspended above his head flew directly towards me. "Hypocrite, saying that I'm not qualified enough and sneaking up on me.
I fiercely took 2 steps back and raised my hand to slash my Shenmue sword towards the flying Shenmue sword. Before my Shenmue sword could touch that old man's Shenmue sword, ding! The other Shenmue sword flew over, and the 2 spiritually controlled Shenmue swords instantly flew out in 2 different directions. I had just fixed my stance when Tianzi's sword had already slashed down towards me. I dodged and slammed my fist towards Tianzi. Tianzi didn't dodge at all. It was already too late to retract his sword, and he blasted out with the same punch. Click. Several sounds of dislocated finger joints came, and Tianzi and I each took several steps back. I shrugged it off, sneered, and charged again with my sword. Tianzi's strength. It's a bit more powerful than I predicted. If I'm still at the 2nd level of Xianshi, even if I have the Shenwood sword, I probably don't have the means to fight against it, but I'm now at the 4th level of Xianshi. I've improved my strength a lot, and my spiritual energy is also more thick, and under the back and forth, I actually fought to a draw. None of us stayed back, because this wasn't a one-man fight. Whoever could take care of the other guy as quickly as possible could go and help their side. And one person winning wasn't a win, and in the end it was going to be about which side could have the last laugh. Han Tian knew that his opponent was Duan Qihong, and was already entangled. Naturally there was no way to lend a helping hand to the others. His fight with Duan Qihong had risen to another level. The 2 guardianing spirits were fighting each other, and the 2 were also fighting, while above their heads, there were also 2 Xuanmu swords constantly slashing together. The melee was quickly divided into several parts. The guardianing souls were all forced to the western corner of the villa's courtyard, fighting in a chaotic manner, while the guardian demonic beasts were all concentrated in the eastern corner, equally chaotic. Guardian demonic beasts' killing was more brutal and direct. The way they attacked was sharp claws and teeth, similar to the situation in the canyon before. It was still a tiger fighting 3 wolves, and it was a good fight, only that the strength of these 3 wolf demonic guardian demonic beasts wasn't something that could be compared to the previous 3 guardian demonic beasts, and very soon, Great White fell into the wind. I had been paying attention to Zhao Xian's movements. Zhao Xian was dealing with 2 Shenzuns at the moment, both of them were ghost hunters, but Zhao Xian had a level 5 avoidance talisman on her. The guardianing spirits of these 2 ghost hunters couldn't get close to Zhao Xian at all, and they could only turn to besiege Zhong Qi. In terms of martial arts, this was the shortcoming of ghost hunters, so even though Zhao Xian was surrounded by 2 Shenzuns, her flexible body was able to cope with it. The only shortcoming was that Zhao Xian lacked a decent weapon. If she could have an undying bone sword, then these 2 Shenzuns would probably be chopped up by her very quickly. In his heart, he secretly swore that he would help Zhao Xian get a weapon worthy of her. Zhao Xian was a demon. She couldn't use the Shenmue sword, she could only use the bone sword. The best choice was naturally the immortalized bone sword, but that immortalized bone sword was really something that could be encountered but not sought. According to the original plan, Zhou Peng's opponent was that bearded man. The bearded man was likewise a demon chopper. Now the situation had changed. Instead of dealing with Shen masters, he took out a Shen master before pouncing on those guardian demonic beasts to help Big White to deal with those 3 wolf demon guardians. The bearded man was wrapped up by the cat ignoring. He is the boss of the people who came to the flat demon branch, Xuanzuan 5-layer strength. The cat ignoring at this time is still Xuanzuan 1 layer. The level above the difference is very far, and the strength of the bearded man is not ordinary Xuanzuan strength. Martial arts attainments are even more profound. Originally thought that the cat ignored there is the fastest breakthrough, but now the situation is somewhat undesirable. The cat ignored is just barely wrapped around the bearded man. It wasn't because the cat ignored his average strength, but this bearded man was also a top Shenzun powerhouse. Inside the small courtyard of the villa that wasn't very big, there was only a burst of fighting and tussling sounds. No one spoke. With this rare balance of strength, anyone wanted to be the first to break through. My heart is also very anxious, so Dragon is not away, and from me and Tianzi so long to see the fight. Tianzi than before in the dense forest time to be a lot stronger. His strength seems to be tailor-made for me. No matter how I attack, he can dissolve, and his attack no matter how tricky, the same can't hurt me. The strength of the balance of even if it's a couple of hours of fighting, if no one intervenes. If no one intervenes, we will still not be able to distinguish between victory and defeat. 10 minutes had passed, the fight was still in full swing. People were already starting to get hurt, but no one was killed, and no one held an overwhelming advantage. This balance made everyone's people more and more anxious. Zhou Peng, are you a waste? A few heads so on are not fixed. I cursed and raised my hand to block a chop from Tianzi. With a click, Tianzi's Xianmu's sword actually broke at this moment. Tianzi looked at the broken sword in his hand and asked in surprise, "You're a heaven-grade Xianmu sword? You old, I'll see how you can still fight." The corner of my mouth reveals a smile. The Xianmu sword is broken. The combat power will naturally be greatly reduced. Asterisk 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 asterisk, I'm only at the 2nd level of the Xianshi for S sake, and these 3 heads are all already 5th or 6th rank unified demons. Zhou Peng shouted out loud in displeasure. At this time his body has been scratched out a dozen scratches, his clothes have turned into rags, his body is dripping with blood. Chapter 172 Crisis finally resolved. 5 or 6 orders of unified demon strength. It is no wonder that Great White is so difficult to deal with. Although Great White is a tiger demon, but it is only the 2nd order of unified demon strength. Guardian demonic beasts and demons share the same rank. but their strength is not above a level. Demonic beasts can take human form after being domesticated, but at the same time, they also lack the original spiritual intelligence, and without cultivation techniques, the guardian demonic beasts are a bit lower than the strength of demons. However, Zhou Peng was only at the second level of Xianshi. Not letting those three guardian demonic beasts find a breakthrough was already remarkable. Losing the Xianmu sword, Tianzi gradually fell into the wind. Soon, I took the initiative. Tianzi constantly dodged and retreated. I had a killing heart. As long as there was a breakthrough on my side, our side would win. Tianzi retreated as he fought, and without realizing it, he had already arrived under the fence, and he suddenly leapt out, stepping on my Xianmu sword. This surprised me, although unexpected, but also reasonable. Between them is just an agreement. Non-relatives will never tie their lives together. If it is me, I will also choose to save the little life. I didn't go after him. Tianzi ran away so we could end the fight faster, and Zhao Xian was already gradually losing ground. She had no weapons and was already experiencing a period of weakness as she fought with her bare hands against two Xianzun powerhouses with Xianmu swords. Those two Xianzuns were bent on quickly resolving Zhao Xian, which gave me the opportunity to sneak attack. They actually hadn't realized it when I touched their side. Of course, Zhao Xian had long sensed my arrival, and she was also deliberately attracting them to switch directions. Poof! A Xuanzuan from the Yanfu division was stabbed through the heart by my sword, his raised hand still grasping the Xuanmu sword that was ready to slash down towards Zhao Xian. I let out a cold laugh and quickly drew my Xianmu sword and slashed at his neck. The Xianmu sword looked wooden, but it was incomparably sharp, and the sword slashed across his neck, bringing up a human head in spurts of blood like a column. The heaven-level Xianmu sword has an advantage in killing people. The high-level spirit power contained in it will strangle the enemy's soul when it decapitates them. Of course, this is only relative to ordinary opponents. If it's a Xian ancestor powerhouse, the level of my spirit power won't be enough to do this. After I killed one, the other one reacted, and when he saw his companion being killed, he subconsciously wanted to attack me, but instead of proceeding with his movements, he cautiously stared at me, his Xianmu sword across his chest, and stepped back step by step. Yi Xian, leave it to me, you go help your sister. Try not to leave anyone alive if you can kill. I said and directly rushed over. This person doesn't have the strength of Tianzi. In my hands just lasted less than 3 minutes. He was chopped up by me on the spot. He is a person from Yanfu division. Even a word to beg for forgiveness is not there. After resolving the two Xuanzans, the situation became clearer. Zhao Xian and Cat Ignore teamed up to deal with the bearded man, who instantly collapsed and could only move and dodge, leaving no room for maneuvering at all. I quickly ran to Zhou Peng's side, blocked a guardian wolf demon, together with Zhou Peng and Big White, easily killed 3 guardian demon beasts. At the same time, that bearded man already wanted to run, and even began to beg for forgiveness. But no one will listen. Since we came, don't leave. This is what we have to do. If the people who came to kill us want to leave, then in the future I don't know how many more people will come. This time, the killing of the it is equivalent to killing a chicken to make an example of a monkey, and it is also a way to establish authority and show my attitude. As the bearded man was killed, the other 3 Xianshi instantly just went to resistance, all killed, even the guardianine souls, all were dispersed. Of those who had come, other than Tianzi who had escaped first, only Han Tian, that Xian ancestor powerhouse from Yanfu division, was left. His strength should be a little bit weaker than Duan Shihong, but Duan Shihong didn't seem to have the intention of killing him, but maybe the difference wasn't that big, and wanting to kill him wasn't such a simple thing. Seeing that almost all the people on his side were killed, and he was deadlocked by Duan Shihong, his mind was getting more and more chaotic, and the fight also began to be chaotic. He originally did not have the advantage, and now even more so, he did not have the heart to fight. Withdrew more than 10 meters, no longer entangled with Duan Shihong. As long as the cat ignored or Zhao Xian and I randomly on one, he will definitely lose. Duan Shihong, you've never cared about the Xian sect's internal affairs. Why are you helping him today? Han Tian asked in a cold voice as he didn't continue to fight or flee. After he finished his words, the guardianine spirit also returned to his side, and even the Xianmu sword that was in the air flew back to his hand. Duan Shihong really didn't seem to want to kill this Han Tian. He just replied lightly, Zhao Lianfan is the person that the ninth master wants to protect. I'm just following orders. Han Tian, for the sake of previous friendship, I won't kill you. You Yanfu division better stay honest and don't come back to Zhao Lianfan's trouble. Who is Master 9? Can you actually be made to follow orders? Han Tian asked in surprise. Duan Shihong spread his hands and said with his mouth, you don't need to know this, you just need to know that the ninth master is not something you Yanfu division can mess with. The green mountains will not change, the green water will flow forever, we'll meet again. Han Tian didn't seem to want to say much, and with a long leap, he flew out of the fence and disappeared. Actually, it's possible to kill him, I said as I walked over to Duan Shihong. Duan Shihong shook his head and said, if he wants to run, we can't kill him, but your strength has surprised me. Apart from those 2 Xian masters whose fighting strength is average, the remaining 4, they are all top experts in the same realm. If they can stay alive, their future will definitely be unlimited. The 2 Xian masters that Duan Shihong was talking about naturally referred to Cat Bu Wan and Yu Meng Xian. I smiled and said, well, thank you for this time, thank Master 9 for me, I'll cooperate with him.
Well, I'm leaving, they won't be coming back in a short period of time, so feel free to prepare for opening the martial marquee tomb. Duan Shihong said with a wave of his hand. That ghost king-level guardianing spirit of his disappeared beside him. He slowly walked towards the gate. After taking 2 steps, his figure stopped again, and he said with his mouth, Zhao Lianfan, let's call this a big wedding gift from me to you. Thanks, I said with a hug. It was only after Duan Shihong left that I called Yujin and asked him to arrange for someone to get rid of the body. Back to the villa, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This robbery has passed, although there is a little flaw, but it does not have too much impact on us. Yanfu Division ran Han Tian, Unified Law Division ran Tianzi, everyone else is dead. Ping Demon Division once again died 3 Xuanzuan, basically it has been abolished. Unified Law Division is still in the period of recovery, although there is a Xuanzuan powerhouse, but this time he did not come, and surely will not come to look for trouble with us right away. As for the Yanfu Division, they will first investigate Master 9's identity. I don't know the identity of the 9th Master, I only know that his power is very scary, but I believe that Duan Shihong said that the 9th Master is definitely the Yanfu branch can't afford to mess with. So after this battle, we can finally live in peace for a while and quietly wait for the opening of the Marquis of Wu's tomb. All of them had some minor injuries on their bodies, and after treating them slightly, they began to rest individually. This battle also made one thing clear to everyone at the same time, that is, in order to be undisturbed, we must cultivate hard. Our current strength is simply not qualified to live in peace. If several of us were Xian ancestor powerhouses, no one would dare to come to the door to talk nonsense for half a second. So for the next period of time, practicing hard is what we have to do, and I, too, want to use these 3 months to go on a frantic retreat. If I can transform my Xian master spiritual power into Xian Zun spiritual power before the opening of the martial marquee tomb, then in the future, even if I run into Xian ancestor powerhouses, I'll still be able to have a fight on my hands. The 9th Master is protecting me now, that's because I'm still of use to him, and once the matter of the martial marquee tomb is over, everything will have to depend on myself. Chapter 173, Returning to the Bible Pavilion. 3 months' time to go from the 4th level of Xian Master to the 1st level of Xian Zun is indeed an impossible task for an ordinary person, but I have the Cultivation Jade platform. Even though it's a pirated version, it still serves a purpose, and I can cultivate with Jiaoxin, and coupled with my supreme natural talent and spirit stone cultivation, it's not impossible to do it. Not to mention the fact that I am now on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level of the Xian Master. I still have 3 months to use at the Xian Sect headquarters, and practicing in the Xian Sect headquarters Sutra Pavilion can be very fast. I don't intend to use these 3 months directly, but I am going to cultivate at home for half a month now, and then go to the Shinmen headquarters. Zhaoixin is a demon, she can't go to the Shinmen headquarters without Zhaoixin. Even if I cultivate at the Shinmen headquarters, the speed won't be any faster than if I were with Zhaoixin. However, if I bring my own spirit stone, with the genuine cultivation jade table in the Shinmen headquarters, my cultivation speed can be a little faster. But now the problem is that there are not enough spirit stones, there are still more than 180 left. And now I'm not the only one who cultivates, there is also Zhao Xianzong Qi Qi, Zhou Pang, and Yu Meng Xian, the cat ignores and the cat doesn't smell, and even their respective guardianing souls and guardian demonic beasts, cultivation will all need to use the spirit stones. This 180 or so spirit stones, it is estimated that it can only be used for a month or more for a few days. The channel of obtaining the spirit stone, I now only know from the Xianshur Demon Ghost Cave to exchange, and I now have more than 200 million left in my hand, originally only a few tens of millions, but the back of the casino to Macau in addition to the Yuzhin's money to win back, but also won an additional 200 million, this 200 million, Yuzhin gave me. Originally he would like to give me more, but only by me to refuse. That night, Zhou Peng still is expected to Yu Mengxian toss tonight. Early the next morning, I put the spirit stone is not enough this matter and everyone said, finally decided that I will stay at home for another half a month, and then go to the Xian sect headquarters of the Tibetan scripture pavilion cultivation. The cat ignored the money with the money to follow me to set off. She went to the Xianshur demon and ghost grotto to exchange for the spirit stone, and then come back to everyone, to continue to cultivate. I must go to the Xian sect's headquarters, because only there can I transform my spiritual energy, and I'm also going to learn something about the Xian sect's formations, which will most likely be useful when opening the martial marquee tomb. Staying at home for half a month, it's just that I want to spend more time with Zhaoixin. It's fine to say that I'm coveting her tenderness, it's a husband and wife in the first place, there's nothing to be ashamed of, it's just that I'm clear that I've got something much more important to do, whether it's for my own sake or for Zhaoixin's sake, I can't stop moving forward. Half a month's time passed very quickly, my Xianshur rank got a breakthrough, just came to the 5th layer of Xianshur, this half a month every day and Zhaoixin stayed together, that feeling is very happy and satisfied. When I left, although I didn't want to leave, but I also know what I'm going to do. On that day, Cat Ignore brought Big White and I to leave the villa together. We didn't ask anyone to send us off. Cat Ignore was just going to exchange spirit stones and would be back soon, and I wouldn't be long. After advancing to the Xianzun realm, I would rush back. The house is safe, I am not worried, although Duan Shihong has gone back to Taiwan, but the promise of the 9th master remains. All the way is very smooth. After the plane arrived in Urumqi, I directly take a taxi to the airport that can lead to the headquarters of the Shinmen. The cat ignored the same with the big white hit a car to the Shinmen Demon Ghost Grottos. I only stayed in 10 million. The other more than 200 million are handed over to the cat ignored to exchange for the Spirit Stone, the pro-separation of the time. I handed over to the cat ignored the 5th level of the ghost amulet, asked her to transfer to the Luhushwan, who lent me $1 billion. I now have no money to return to him. Thinking about it or decided to give him this 1/5 level of ghost control talisman, told her to give it to him. He borrowed me $1 billion. I now have no money to pay him back. Think about it, or decided to give him this 5th grade ghost charm. For him, it's also something he wants more than anything else. He's done me a favor, and this kind of debt of gratitude always needs to be repaid. It was smooth sailing to the airport and a helicopter ride to the Genkai headquarters, and coincidentally, this time the pilot of the plane was the same one who had helped me get off the trail earlier. Long time no see, old man, I said with a smile. The driver froze, he was not recognizing me after removing my disguise. I reminded, I have to thank you for giving me the chance to jump out of an airplane in the first place, or I'd probably be dead by now. He thought about it for a moment and said with a laugh, it's nothing, so you were in disguise then, huh? I nodded and said, yes. How long has it been, and why are we going to headquarters again? The driver asked suspiciously. I didn't tell him that I was going to go in advance to Shinzun because it was a bit too intimidating, and going to advance to Shinzun after advancing to Shin Master not too long ago would make this driver think of me as a monster. With people chatting along the way, time passed quickly, and I learned a lot about the Shinmen HQ from this pilot, who picked up another person and left the Shinmen HQ after walking off the plane. The heaven and earth aura of the Shinmen headquarters was much more abundant than all the places, even if there were no spirit stones around. One could still feel the aura here. There were two reasons for this situation. The first one was because of the geographic location, and the second one was that the Shinmen headquarters had a gigantic Shinmen formation for spirit gathering. This formation could draw the heaven and earth aura of 1,000 miles in a circumference to all gather here. A disciple from the headquarters came over and asked me if I was here to participate in the advancement test. I said no, then took out a token and said, I'm going to the hidden scripture pavilion to cultivate. That disciple checked the token, then brought me outside the scripture pavilion and knocked on the courtyard door of the pavilion. The one who opened the door was still the same Lu Bo, who smiled after seeing me and then let me in. I had some doubts in my heart. Lu Bo didn't check my token before he directly brought me into the hidden scripture cabinet. He shouldn't have recognized me because I was disguised at that time and the current me didn't have a disguise. I'm too lazy to go deeper into these things. This is after all the Shinmen headquarters. There won't be anyone who dares to go to the hidden scripture pavilion without permission to seek death. Opening the door to the hidden scripture pavilion, Lu Bo still smiled at me, and when I walked in, he closed the door from the outside. Compared to last time, this time, the Tibetan scripture pavilion was much colder. There was no one except me, but I knew that Luo Xin, the pavilion's owner, lived on the 3rd floor. I came here to cultivate, so naturally I wouldn't bother her, but instead walked straight into one of the cultivation rooms. I only have 20 spirit stones with me. I've studied the cultivation jade table in the Shin Sect's headquarters before. The runes on it are profound and mysterious, and it helps a lot in cultivation. It's just that the spirit stones inside are relatively small, usually only one. I stuffed all of those 20 or so spirit stones inside the transformation slot of the jade platform, and was just about to start practicing when I saw Luo Xian's figure appear outside the cultivation room. Luo Xian was still in her original outfit, breathtakingly beautiful, only now her face was going to have a trace of sickly white. Late Senior Zhao Runfan has met Senior Luo Xian. I hurriedly jumped down from the jade platform, and was puzzled in my heart. This Luo Xian almost doesn't go out. How did she appear here now? Luo Xian's expression was a bit icy as she silently nodded her head twice before asking, your cultivation speed is really fast, even faster than me back then. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't modified your technique, you're still practicing the Zhuge clan's secret technique? I nodded my head and said truthfully, yes Senior. Senior feels that this set of Shin Sect technique is the most suitable for Senior. Luo Xian laughed and said, you know that this technique is crippled, right? I nodded and looked at her quizzically, wondering what she meant. You follow me to my room, I have something to ask you. Luo Xian said and turned towards the stairs. I respectfully followed behind without saying anything. I don't know what this Luo Xian means. There is no one else here. Something can be asked directly. Why do you have to go to her room? Chapter 174, Luo Xian's past. Apprehensively followed Luo Xian up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor I have never come up, in my heart. This hidden scripture pavilion owner has always been very mysterious. Incidentally, her residence must also be very mysterious. This kind of mystery is about to be unveiled, so that I have some uneasiness in my heart. In the past, Luo Xinming said that she would not hesitate to kill anyone who dared to disturb her on the 3rd floor, and that time the 3rd floor was a forbidden place for everyone. Luo Xian walked to the 3rd floor corridor, then opened one of the doors, and as soon as the door was opened, a fresh fragrance hit her nose. I took a somewhat intoxicating drag and looked around the somewhat ridiculously large room. The room was at least 200 square feet. The arrangement was very special. The superior construction technology made this 200 square feet room without a single load-bearing pillar.
In the middle of the room was a very eye-catching big bed, ancient color. The top of the bed was hanging a light blue almost transparent bed curtain. It looked elegant and noble. The surrounding furniture was also all solid wood furniture with some strange shapes, all ancient style furniture. There was even a huge bathtub. Luo Xan slowly walked towards her dresser and said as she walked, "Find a place to sit." I looked around the room and there was only one chair, a chair that she was obviously going to sit in because she had already walked past it, and apart from that chair I would either have to sit on the bed or have to sit on the floor. Senior is not tired. If Senior has something to ask, Senior will definitely know everything, I said respectfully. Well, you should have read the complete upper part of Zhuge's secret technique and know that the middle part of Zhuge's secret technique is with me, right? Later in life, I know. You should be wanting to cross over into the Xianzun realm this time. The Xianzun realm's cultivation technique requires the middle of the Zhuge clan's secret method in order to continue cultivating. You should know that as well. Later in life, I know. Okay, if I don't lend you the center, will you modify the feats? Not later in life. Why? Because the martial marquee tomb contains the complete Zhuge clan's secret method. I said directly. Now that the matter of the martial marquee tomb had been revealed, all three clans knew about it, and as the head of the Shin Mensec's headquarters scripture collection pavilion, there was no reason for Luo Xian not to know about it. Luo Xian froze and said with a laugh, "So you're sure you can get it?" "There is no certainty, but Senior will do his best. I know about you, Senior. If Senior can obtain the complete Zhuge clan secret method, he will share the lower part with Senior." I truthfully stated my thoughts. Luo Xian was hesitant to cross over into the immortal Shen Lord realm because of the crippled technique. If she could obtain the complete technique, she could definitely become a top expert in the immortal Shen Lord realm. She wasn't a bad person, and if she really did become one, this would definitely be a good thing for the entire Shen sect. Luo Xian smiled and said, "Do you know that the Zhuge clan secret method in my hand is the original?" I was shocked in my heart and asked with some doubt, "Senior Luo Xian, do you mean that the middle part inside the Zhuge secret method inside the martial marquee tomb is a copy? Who told you that there's a center inside the martial marquee tomb?" Luo Xian asked suspiciously. Could it be that there isn't? Hearing Luo Xian's words, it was as if I was splashed with cold water. If that was the case, even if I obtained the Zhuge clan's secret method inside the martial marquee tomb, it would be equally crippled because the center was in Luo Xian's hands, which meant that I would have to beg Luo Xian if I wanted to perfect this technique. Luo Xian nodded and said, "Indeed there isn't. Not only is there no central part, there isn't even an upper part, but you've already seen the upper part. The central part is here with me, and you said just now that you can share it with me if you get the lower part, and I won't let you suffer, and the central part will be shared with you as well." "Thank you, Senior Luo Xian. When my junior gets the lower part, I will definitely come to Senior at the first opportunity," I said hurriedly. Luo Xian nodded and said, "The Zhuge clan's secret method is very important to the Xian sect. Do you know how the last Xian sect master was feathered?" I shook my head. Xian Men sect master, that kind of superpower. I am not qualified to talk about it now, and I don't dare to talk about it. The previous Shen Lord was the same as the two of us, both practicing the techniques within the Zhuge clan's secret technique. He was of the extreme fate and possessed supreme talent, and stepped into the Xian ancestor realm even faster than I. He and I both knew very well that the lower portion of the Zhuge clan's secret technique was crippled, and it could not be found, so he began to try and deduce the lower portion of the technique on his own after stepping into the Xian ancestor. "Deducing the lower part of the Gongfu?" I asked in surprise. This kind of top metaphysical Gongfu was not a question. If you don't have the strength to transcend the realm, there's no way to deduce it at all. Luo Xian hummed and continued with some admiration. "He truly has unparalleled talent. It took him 3 years to finally deduce the lower technique according to his own ideas. He was very happy at the time and told me that we could cross over into the immortal Shen Lord realm. I was also very happy because the reason why Zhuge clan's secret technique is not touched by anyone is because no matter how powerful this technique is, it will only end up stop at Xian ancestor." I wanted to ask Luo Xian what her relationship with Lord Xin was, but it seemed a bit inappropriate to ask that at this time. Zhuge's secret method is profound, although he was very confident in the lower part he deduced. But this kind of thing is not at all a theory that can avoid all risks. It needs to be tested in practice. At that time, I was also already at the 6th level of the Xian ancestor, and since I had to test it, I said that I would be willing to try it out, but he didn't give me a chance, but instead, he tried it out on his own, and crossed over into the realm of the immortal Shen Lords, and it was also exactly because he crossed into the realm of the immortal Shen Lord, that's why he became the Shen sect master, and at that time, he was not even 30 years old. Luo Xian spoke with great emotion, seeming to have a heavy affection for the Shen Lord. I listened silently, listening attentively, not saying a word. A competent listener needs to let the other person finish the story even if there are doubts in their mind when listening to someone else tell a story. Luo Xian continued, "After he crossed over into the immortal Shen Lord realm, he didn't let me cross over into the realm as well, because he said that the Gongfu he deduced could maintain the immortal Shen Lord's spiritual power from dissipating and retreating, but it's not yet known if it's really perfect, so if he can cross over into the 2nd level of the immortal Shen Lord, then that would prove that there's no flaws in the Gongfu, and it's only at that time that he felt comfortable in handing over the lower portion of the Gongfu that he had deduced handed over to me. Therefore, he cultivated desperately, and 3 years later, when he was about to break through to the second layer, he suddenly plummeted into the cultivation room. Hearing that twist ending at the back, I was a bit speechless, although I guessed the result, but after hearing Luo Xin speak it out herself, it was still hard to accept. Such an amazing genius, a genius who was able to deduce feats, ended up dying on top of the feats that he had deduced. How sad is that? Luo Xin sighed and said, his death made me understand a lot. Juga secret method is the top Shin sect technique. The talent is not up to the standard of the people simply learn to master its essence. These hundreds of years, there are a lot of geniuses have great interest in Juga secret method. I also once revealed Juga was the secret method to a few of the top geniuses, but to the back of the line. Those geniuses had to be like him same way to deduce the subsequent techniques, and the end result was the same. So I put away the central part because I felt that this Juga secret method was medicine as well as poison, and that it specialized in poisoning Xian sect geniuses. In a way, the current Xian sect's decline has something to do with the Juga clan's secret method as well. Luo Xian said a few hundred years. It seems that she is also a few hundred years of old demon. A top Shen ancestor powerhouse living for a few hundred years is not rare. What is rare is that her appearance and body and all aspects of her features, she still looks like a wonderful young girl. I've told you all these things, now I'm asking you, do you still want the center? Luo Xian asked directly. Think. I answered directly. Martial Marquis Tomb, all three clans have their eyes on it. With your current strength, the probability of getting the lower part is basically zero. You're still at a low Shin rank now. With your natural talent, even if you modify the Shin Sexgong method, it won't take long. Once you cross over to Shin Zun, then. Luo Xian said, the meaning of this is obvious. It's trying to persuade me to change my gongfu. I firmly interrupted Luo Xian, Senior, my mind is made up. Chapter 175, Berserk Spiritual Energy. Luo Xian looked at me with a puzzled face and didn't say anything, looking so uncomfortable that I almost thought she was angry because I interrupted her. After being watched by her for a full 10 seconds or so, and seeming to be a bit mesmerized, I asked a bit unnaturally, Elder? What's wrong with you? Luo Xian seemed to be really mesmerized. My cry caused her body to tremble slightly, and her mouth said, nope. Nothing. From your body, I see the shadow of someone. I was shocked in my heart. I felt that the person she was talking about should be the master of the Shin sect, and when she said that she saw a person's shadow, it couldn't be that she had found out that I was also an extreme fate, could it? If that was the case, then it would be a bit troublesome. Senior, if there is nothing else, Senior will go down first. I said calmly. Lorax nodded and looked at me again and said, can you take your clothes off? Undress? Lorax nodded and said, well, strip. Senior redeem, forgive me. I hurriedly refused her. In my heart I was wondering what this Luo Xian's intentions were. Was it to live here to save wanting a man? That's absolutely impossible. Then there is only one reason, that is, she wants to see something on me. No matter what her purpose is, this kind of thing I naturally won't do, not to mention that men and women don't kiss. Even if there is no such layer of meaning, I won't take off my clothes, because on my body, there is still really a rather strange birthmark. That birthmark has been there since birth. The location is still relatively private, on the buttocks. This place, except Zhao Xian, no one can look at it. Alright, the opening of the Martial Marquis tomb still has more than 2 months to go. I can't leave the scripture pavilion. If you advance to Shin Zun before that time, come to me. I'll give you half of the central part of the area, which is able to allow you to cultivate up to the 6th level of Shin Zun, and the rest of the half of the area, you'll need to take the lower part of the Zhuge clan's secret method and come over to me, in order for me to be able to hand it over to you. Luo Xian said. I nodded and after giving a respectful salute, I prepared Luo Xian's room. Wait. Luo Xian suddenly opened her mouth to call out to me, taking out a cowhide scroll and said, this is the spiritual power transformation heart technique in the middle of the Zhuge clan's secret technique. Transformation mind technique? Isn't it available on the spiritual power transformation table? I asked suspiciously. Luo Xian shook her head and said, that spiritual power transformation mind technique is universal. You are practicing the Zhuge clan's secret technique. If you use the universal spiritual power transformation mind technique, even though you can also complete the spiritual power transformation, it will have a relatively large impact on your cultivation in the future. Thank you, Elder. I took Luo Xian's cowhide scroll. Luo Xian smiled and said, this is also inside the middle of the Zhuge clan's secret method, and sooner or later, it's going to be given to you. Returning to the cultivation room on the first floor, I threw away all the distractions, and directly began closed-door cultivation with a single-minded focus. Time was running out, and I didn't want to delay even for a moment. In just less than 3 days, I, who was only one opportunity away from a breakthrough, had my Xianshi rank come to the 5th Xianshi layer. A month later, the cultivation diaphragm at the 5th level of the Xianshi was reopened to the 6th level of the Xianshi, and by this time, all of the spirit stones I had brought with me had been used up. Thousands of calculations, did not think that the spirit stone will not be enough. I only had to call Lu Bo, because this inside the cultivation of the jade platform spirit stone used up after the use of Lu Bo can be called to replenish, but each time to replenish only one, a spirit stone for others, may be able to, but for me is far from being enough. Zhuge's secret method of the absorption of aura is too horrific. A spirit stone, it is not enough for me to use a day. Lu Bo was mute but could understand me. He was ready to leave after replenishing one spirit stone. I politely told him about the matter of one spirit stone not being enough. He smiled, pointed to the other cultivation rooms and told me in writing that according to the regulations, each cultivation table in each cultivation room could only be replenished with one spirit stone. I naturally know what Lu Bo means. He pointed to the other cultivation rooms, is to tell me that there is a loophole in this rule. That is, you can use all the spirit stones in the other cultivation rooms together, and then call in to replenish them when they run out. Anyway, there is no one now. Following this method, another month passed. My Xianshi 6th level cultivation was thoroughly stabilized, and my spiritual energy could almost be transformed into Xianzun spiritual energy, and at this time, there were still 20 or so days before the day when the martial marquee tomb would be opened. I didn't delay, and went straight to the Xian Master Examination Tower. Examination Tower. This side of the people are quite a lot. Many Xian people will come here to advance. I signed up, directly into the examination room on the 4th floor of the examination tower, transformed the spiritual energy twice. For the examination tower I have been familiar with the road. First, there was the transformation of spiritual energy, and then the fighting test. Jumping onto the spiritual power transformation platform, I sat on top of that yin and yang 8 trigrams. I didn't use the transformation mind method on this transformation platform. Instead, I used the mind method Luo Xan gave me, and this one really suited me a bit more. Just less than half a day's work, 81 weeks of running finished. This time I was equally desperate to transform. A spiritual power transformation, almost lost half of my life. Xianzun's spiritual energy is more than several times stronger than that of a Xian master, and I vaguely feel that the spiritual energy after transforming with this heart method is very active. This active spiritual energy constantly impacts the meridians, and it seems that I need to go and deliberately control it in order to calm down this active spiritual energy. I kept running the Zhuge clan's secret cultivation technique. That cultivation technique was still that of the Xian master realm. It simply couldn't suppress the raging Xianzun spirit power in my body. Not only did it not have any relief, but it became more and more raging. It was very hard for me, as if my body was being inflated and was about to burst. The meridians of my body began to swell, and one spiritual energy after another seemed to want to rush out of the meridians and return to nature. This feeling made me unusually cranky. I knew that I needed to go do something and had to do something. If I kept going on like this, my whole body's meridians wouldn't be able to withstand it, and I would even be spiritually attacked and go off the deep end. Raising his hand, he sacrificed Zong Qiqi, whose face changed drastically after seeing my appearance, and his mouth said, "Master, what's going on?" "I don't know, Qiqi, see if you can help me share some of the Xianjin spirit power," I said while holding back the huge impact. Zong Qiqi reached out and touched the top of my head, and I vigorously drew my spiritual energy towards my heavenly aura. Just less than 3 seconds, Zong Qiqi cried out, her entire soul body bounced out and hit the wall heavily. Her face turned pale as she said, "Master, this spirit power is too overbearing, Qiqi can't withstand it." I rolled on the jade platform in pain. An uncontrollable violent factor rushed straight into my mind. This violent factor slowly eroded my sanity. I only wanted to kill at this moment. It seemed that killing could only give me fulfillment, just like a drug addict craving for drugs. "Qiqi, get into the ring," I said in a low voice. This might be a precursor to going off the deep end. Only when one goes off the deep end will they take pleasure in killing for fun and enjoy it. Zong Qiqi hesitated slightly and violently rushed into my ring. I stood up violently and roared. All the clothes on my body were torn into rags by the violent spiritual power. Even the shoes on my feet were not spared. Pa! I violently grabbed out the heavenly grade Xuanmu sword, jumped off the spiritual power transformation platform, and kicked open the middle partition iron door with a single kick, the violent factor seemingly wanting to take full control of my body and turn it into a killing machine. Behind the partition were 3 appraisal exotics, a unified demon, a ghost martial, and a purple stiff. Chapter 176, A Blessing, Not a Curse. The charms on the 3 foreign objects were all uncovered by me, and in the next second, all 3 of them lunged towards me. I roared again, with what seemed like an inexhaustible amount of strength in my body, and one that I didn't think I would be able to handle if I didn't burn it off. The heaven-grade Xianmu sword was whirring as I danced. The simultaneous attacks of the 3 foreign objects made me become incredibly excited. My eyes filled with blood and turned blood red, my mouth was wide open, and hiss after hiss came out from the inside of my throat, sounding like an out-of-control wild beast. The 3 examined exotics did not last 3 minutes in front of me before they perished. The purple stiff was sliced into countless pieces by me, the ghost martial was dispersed by me, and the unified demon, likewise, was turned into minced meat. After killing these 3, my mood improved slightly, and the raging spiritual energy in my body no longer pummeled my meridians and eroded my consciousness as recklessly. Could it really be that this is a spiritual power that needs to be killed to be stabilized? If that's the case, then I really need to reacquaint myself with the Zhuge clan's secret technique. Such a technique is not an orthodox Shenmen technique, but an evil technique. Nope. My body suddenly shook, and after I calmed down, I realized that the raging spiritual energy was being absorbed by the heaven-grade Xianmu sword, and my eyes instantly lit up as I understood the reasoning behind it. After the spiritual power transformation, the Shenmue sword is also going to turn into a 2-section Shenmue sword, and sacrificing the Shenmue sword into a 2-section Shenmue sword requires my Shinzun spiritual power to be injected into it, and this portion of the spiritual power transformation stage can't be transferred directly to the Shenmue sword. It can only be used through the sword wielder's body as a staging point. Generally speaking, ordinary Shenmue swords don't require much transforming spirit power, while the heaven-grade Shenmue sword in my hand requires a lot of transforming spirit power, and with my current meridian strength, it would be really difficult to withstand it. The Shenmue sword is a weapon that carries a murderous aura from the moment it was forged, thus the spiritual energy it requires is also furious with a murderous aura, and I will naturally become violent when I am affected by this spiritual energy. Thinking about all this, I jumped onto the transformation platform once again and began to sacrifice the heaven-grade Shenmue sword, forcibly separating those uneasy spiritual forces in my body, and through the acupoints in my palms, I slowly injected those spiritual forces belonging to the Shenmue sword into the Shenmue sword. Another half a day passed, and the Shenmue sword suddenly let out a sword roar, clear and loud, while the slit on the sword body marking the stage had an additional slit. A solid second stage heaven-grade Shenmue sword was officially born. Hearing that sword sound, I subconsciously turned my thoughts, and the Shenmue sword that was grasped in my hand suddenly moved, as if it had a spiritual nature. My heart was happy. I crossed the sword and placed it in front of my chest. My mind moved, and then slowly loosened my hand. What made me ecstatic was that this heavenly grade Shenmue sword actually hovered in the air and didn't fall down. According to reason, only the spiritual power of a Shin ancestor can control a sword, but now I can actually barely control the Shenmue sword with only the spiritual power of a Shinzun. How unbelievable is this? In fact, if you think about it carefully, there is a reason. The heaven-grade Shenmue sword was originally unusual, and the spiritual power inside it had once invaded my consciousness and created a communion with my consciousness, a communion that created a bridge of communication between the spirituality of the heaven-grade Shenmue sword and me, thus giving me a kind of conscious control. Zong Qiqi was once again sacrificed by me. As soon as she came out, she quickly took a few steps back and said with her mouth, "Master, the Xuanmu sword in your hand is too strong in spirit. Qiqi can't get close to it, hee. Why aren't you wearing any clothes, master?" It was then that I remembered that my shirt and pants had just been torn apart by that furious spiritual energy, and I hurriedly grabbed a few pieces of rags to block the critical spots, sat my butt down on the jade platform, and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I forgot." Zong Qiqi blushed and said with her mouth, "It's fine, master, don't need to apologize." I smiled and said, "Now that I used Shinzun's spiritual power to sacrifice to you once, can I make you break through the ghost martial level directly and become a ghost king?" Zong Qiqi pondered a little and said, "It's reasonably impossible, but it's possible to give it a try. There have been many miracles that have happened to the master." I nodded and began to sacrifice Zong Qiqi. Another half a day, Zong Qiqi adapted to my Shinzun spiritual power, and its strength sword, from the 2nd level of ghost martial directly rushed to the 6th level of ghost martial, but unfortunately, did not have the effect I was expecting to appear. And with this result, Zong Qiqi was already quite satisfied. She almost jumped up in excitement. This kind of great progress due to her master's advancement was her favorite. After Zong Qiqi has been sacrificed by my Shinzun aura, and the Shenmue sword will naturally not continue to repel each other. After familiarizing myself with the control of the Shenmue sword a little bit more, I then stood up and said with my mouth, "Qiqi, go inside the ring. I'm going out." "Good, I'm just in time to stabilize my cultivation realm," Zong Qiqi said as her face reddened again, as the cloth covering the key area fell to the ground when I stood up. "Wipe." I awkwardly picked up the piece of cloth. Luckily Zong Qiqi had already entered the ring. My heart was very satisfied. Not only had I now become a true Shinzun powerhouse, but I had also learned how to control a sword, although it was only at a beginner's level, but when used well, it was also a killer weapon. I am very grateful to Luo Xian in my heart. If she did not give me the Zhuge clan's secret method of transforming the heart, I will never have this kind of strength now. This strength cannot be comparable to Shinzu powerhouses, but will not be powerless. As for the Shinzun, I don't think there is a single person in the entire Shinmen sect who is capable of doing this. I don't think there is any ordinary Xuanzuan in the whole Shinmen can hold on to 10 moves in my hands. Of course, like the cat ignores the kind of top Xuanzuan except, but I'm sure the cat ignores although it can hold on for a while, but it's definitely not my opponent. This is a confidence that affirms my own strength, a confidence that stems from my deep understanding of Zhuge's secret method. I used those strips of cloth that were torn apart by the spiritual power and tied them together to make a sexy little skirt. It wasn't particularly embarrassing. Passing through the tunnel, I once again came to the law enforcement room of the assessment tower. The easygoing old man from before was still seated behind the table. His face was once again slightly shocked when he saw me, and then he said with a smile, "You kid really didn't let me down. Not only did you not let me down, but also gave me a big surprise. Latecomer pays his respects to senior, and this is thanks to senior's cultivation," I said as I clasped my fists and bowed. The old man laughed and said with his mouth full, "Do you still need to disguise yourself this time? 2. Trouble senior." I hurriedly said, "Not easy to tolerate is not good for me, while easy to tolerate is absolutely no bad for me." The old man nodded, and there was even a hint of awe hidden inside his kind gaze, which made me look a bit puzzled. After disguising myself, I thanked the old man once again and changed into a set of clothes in the stone room next door before walking out of the assessment tower. As soon as I walked out of the assessment tower, I ran into the disciple who received me before, and after he saw me, he inquired if my name was Jiaoxi, and I said yes. That disciple let out a sigh of relief after hearing me say yes, and said apologetically with his mouth full, "You are a self-cultivating Zooanist. I forgot to remind you that you need to sacrifice the Xuanmu sword immediately after your spiritual energy is transformed into Xuanzuan spiritual energy. I'm sorry, this matter is my fault. If Senior wants to go to the law enforcement hall to file a complaint, I'm willing to be punished." I was a bit speechless in my heart, so it was this disciple's mistake. This kind of mistake almost didn't let me die from an inch break in my meridians, but now there were no serious consequences. Instead, it also allowed the aura in my Xianmu sword to invade my consciousness, letting me master how to imperialize the sword, which was not only not wrong, but a good thing for me. It's fine, I won't complain, I just need to be more serious about my work in the future. I got away with it. Other self-cultivating Zooanists could really get into trouble if they don't have someone to guide them. Alright, what Senior said is right, disciple, keep that in mind. That disciple was completely relieved to hear me say that there would be no complaints. I didn't delay any longer, but quickly made my way to the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. Luo Xian had said that when I advanced to Xianzun, I was to go to her once, and she gave me the part of the technique that I was able to cultivate up to the 6th level of Xianzun. This time, Lubo seemed to be waiting for me, and when he saw me go over, he immediately welcomed me in, and pointed to the stairs, meaning that Luo Xian was waiting for me. I quickly walked to the 3rd floor and raised my hand to knock on the door of Luo Xian's room. "Come in, my door is unlocked." Luo Xian's extremely nice voice came out. As soon as I pushed open the door, I was surprised to find Luo Xian bathing. She was sitting inside that bathtub, only her head and neck exposed, with petals of various colors floating horizontally. "I'm sorry, senpai." I hurriedly backed out and closed the door behind me. Chapter 177, Unreasonable Demands. "No need, come in." Luo Xian leaned against the edge of the tub, her eyes closed, seemingly enjoying herself. I hesitated a little, but walked in and closed the door. "Hee, you are really good, a bit faster than the time I expected, and the Xianzun spirit power on you is thick and full, placed among all the Xianzuns in the Xin sect. It is also a leader." Luo Xian still closed her eyes, her face because of the mist condensed out of the heat. Let Luo Xian's originally stunning face has a layer of hazy beauty. Even if I have a wife like Zhao Yixian, looking at it is still a bit heartwarming. This heartwarming is not emotional, but sensory. "Senior is too kind," I said with a smile, waiting for her to give me that part of the technique. There was something wrong with the atmosphere here, and if I stayed here for too long, I was afraid that something would happen. The corner of Luo Xian's mouth curved, and suddenly I heard a water wave flick, and a Xianmu sword suddenly and violently flew towards me from the table next to the bed. I was in a state of shock. This Luo Xian wants to kill me? With a thought, the Xianmu sword that was carried behind my back also suddenly flew up, directly slashing towards Luo Xian's Xianmu sword. At the same time, my entire body took 2 steps back, directly blocked by the door behind me. Ding sound, the 2 Xuanmu swords split together, and my Xuanmu sword was directly bounced away. Luo Xian's Xuanmu sword still stabbed straight towards me, my ankle fierce force, body side, Luo Xian's Xuanmu sword directly nailed into the door. Clang, the Xianmu sword in the nail entry gate was still shaking its hilt, and in the next second, the Xianmu sword suddenly pulled itself out, spun around in the air, and once again flew towards me. I kept backing up, my mind controlling my Xianmu sword to fly back into my hand and fiercely blocked it forward. Another ding sound, Luo Xian's Xianmu sword split on my Xianmu sword. The huge impact shocked my palms numb, the whole body was washed away, impartial, just fell in Luo Xian's huge bathtub inside. Clatter, there was a splash, and the side of the tub was a mess of water and petals. Luo Xian still closed her eyes, and at this time my position, less than 20 centimeters away from her, and my body, but also has touched Luo Xian's body. That kind of softness makes my body hit a jolt. Thankfully, Luo Xian's Xianmu sword had returned to the table, and I hurriedly stepped back towards the back, and with a bang, my back hit the other side of a bathtub. I took a big breath and swept my hand over my face, wiping away the splashes and those petals that blocked my view. It smelled good, and I don't know what kind of petals these were, but they smelled good and refreshing. Luo Xian's face remained expressionless, even the large bit of water droplets and petals didn't get on her face. I began to feel fear for this woman in my heart. I fell inside her bathtub. It can be said that it was completely under her control, but her people didn't move, even her eyes didn't open. Step by step, the design was spot on. The angle at which the Xianmu sword flew out made me have to back up, and after her Xianmu sword struck my Xianmu sword, I had to turn around and dodge it, and then another move, accurately brought me inside her bathtub. I didn't have the ability to put up any resistance, and I couldn't control the direction and speed of even the backward flight out. To be able to kill me is not considered a skill, and to be able to do all this, the strength is already not something I can peek at. If she wants to kill me, she doesn't even have to move. It's simpler than crushing an ant. Xian Ancestor Powerhouse, I'm not unseen. Even that Han Tian and Duan Shihong from some time ago, here in Luo Xian, basically also unresisting existence, the same as Xian Ancestor Powerhouse, their strength. The difference is more than a little bit and a half point. Senpai.
I took a big breath and looked at Luo Xin who remained silent.
Luo Xin still had her eyes closed as she said with her mouth full, I remember that when he had just advanced to Xianzun, he was also able to control the sword. Wow. Speechless in my mind, I stood up, bringing with me the sound of clattering water.
Sit down, Luo Xin said in a cold voice.
I looked at her and helplessly sat down again. My body is far away from this woman as possible. This woman is a bit temperamental. If she kills me on the pretext of me defiling her body, then I will die too wrongly.
Now that you're all wet, can you take off your clothes?
Luo Xin opened her eyes and stared at me, her expression still cold. I shook my head decisively and said, I'm sorry, senior, if you want to kill or die, do as you please. This request, Zhao Renfan, can't do it.
Aren't you afraid that I will really kill you?
As soon as Luo Xin finished speaking, the Shenmue sword flew above my head once again as if it were a ghost, its body emitting a faint sword chirping sound, seemingly ready to pierce my heart at any time. If senior wants to see it, you can, just kill me. My expression also became calm. There are some bottom lines that can't be breached. Shoo! Luo Xion's Shenmue sword suddenly flew towards me. My expression didn't change in any way, and I didn't intend to resist, because in front of this kind of strength, any resistance would be futile. If Luo Xian really wanted to kill me, she would have done it long ago. There was no need to use this way. As for her wanting to look at my body, that would be unless she killed me. I knew what she was looking for, I even knew what she wanted to know, but I couldn't accept it in this way. The Shenmue sword stopped only less than a centimeter away from my brow, and I didn't even blink my eyes, just looked coldly at Luo Xian. Luo Xian suddenly smiled evilly and raised her hand, the Shenmue sword once again landing on top of the table.
Are you an extreme in fate? Luo Xian suddenly asked.
I replied, yes. Luo Xian's face changed as she said with her mouth, indeed, no wonder she was able to control a sword at the Xianzun realm, and her spiritual energy is still so thick.
Is the extreme in life pattern able to imperialize swords at the Xianzun realm?
I hurriedly asked, if that's the case, then I still need to be careful in the future. It's better not to expose such things as imperial swords. Once exposed, others will know that I'm an extreme in life pattern. Luo Xian closed her eyes again, shook her head and said, not really, there are also some Shen sect geniuses who don't go to sacrifice the Shenmue sword immediately after the transformation of their spiritual power, so that they will let their consciousness get involved in the spiritual power of the Shenmue sword, and they can also use the sword to control the sword. It's just that I can sense that your sword control spiritual power is too flexible. This kind of flexibility, it's not something that someone who has just learned to control the sword can do. You did it, so I guess you are an extreme in fate. So, the others could have guessed, I said with a sigh. Luo Xian said, don't worry, I guessed it because I've been in contact with him a lot. Other people can't guess this layer of meaning even if their strength is the same as mine. Thank you senior for clearing up the confusion, and thank you senior for being merciful. I said, my heart really sweating over what just happened.
Luo Xian said indifferently, you should be thankful for your persistence and your honesty. Go away, I'll give you all of the Zhuge clan's secret method central, it's on the desk. You did the right thing, you should keep the secret that you're an extreme in fate so that the chances of surviving will be greater. Thank you senior. I hurriedly stood up and slowly climbed out of the tub, the aroma inside the tub still lingering. Until I took away the middle of Zhuge's secret method, Luo Xian didn't say another word. Returning to the first floor of the scripture pavilion, I didn't rush out, but instead took a tome on Shenmen formations and started memorizing it. That's right, memorization. There wasn't enough time for me to learn it, so I had to keep it in my head and then learn it slowly when I got out. 3 days later, the contents inside that Shenmen formation were memorized inside my mind. This kind of bulk memorization is my strong point, but it also takes time, and while I was memorizing, Zhong Qiqi had been cultivating on top of the cultivation platform, and her progress was not bad. Noting down the things about formations, I left the hidden scriptures. I still had about 20 days to come in, a time that could still be saved up. After making my notes, I left the Shinmen headquarters, and there were only 10 days before the time when the Martial Marquis tomb would be opened. Chapter 178, Missing Siblings. The helicopter once again sent me to Urumqi, this time no one to follow. I do not have to hide. Urumqi, I cannot wait to call home. The phone is Zhao Xian answer. Hear Zhao Xian's voice. I breathed a sigh of relief. She told me that she is okay, everyone is okay, no one came to the home to make a mess, just the cat ignored the reason I do not know, has not been back. Never went back? I asked suspiciously. Zhao Xian nodded her head and said, yes, the ninth master sent someone to protect us, and we can't go out to look for her. I don't know what her situation is now, but Cat Buwen went to Xinjiang a month ago, and there's been no news, and the phone can't be reached, so we're all very worried. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get a good look at you. Zhao Xian said euphemistically, in fact, should be 9 masters know that I disappeared, so send people to watch. Once I did not go back in the specified time, then Zhao Xian and Zhou Peng they will have to suffer. This is not protection, but house arrest. Xian, give the phone to the 9th master's people. I asked, opening my mouth. Husband wait. Zhao Xian said and I heard footsteps. Not a moment later, Xia Lao's voice came from the other side of the phone. Oh, little brother, I don't know if you still remember the old man Elder Xia, hello, long time no see.
I said with a smile. I'm quite familiar with Elder Xia, he's quite nice, he looks very kind. His granddaughter Xia Yubing is also a Xian, a demon shopper. Elder Xia should be a Xin as well, but when I contacted him, my resting eyes hadn't been opened yet, and I couldn't see the fluctuation of his spiritual energy at all, so I don't know what realm he's in. However, if he was able to come and spy on Zhao Xian and the others, his strength shouldn't be bad. If he was just an ordinary Xin Zun, he wouldn't be a match for Zhao Xian at all, not to mention that there was also a Zhou Peng at home. Hee, it's been a long time. There are only more than 10 days before the opening of the Martial Marquis tomb. Master Jiu told me to come and meet you first. I didn't expect you to go to the Xian sect's headquarters. Xia Lao said. I smiled. Yes, Elder Xia, please tell Master Nine to rest assured that I'll be there in time, and that I can't go back for a bit right now, so we'll see you in a few days. Okay, just don't delay Master Nine's business. Old man Xia still said with a smile. I'll take care of the safety of my family. I'll take care of Elder Xia. No harm, no foul, wait for your return. Elder Xia said. Hang up Xia Lao's phone. I did not go to the airport again, but took a car to the city. The cat does not pay attention to go to the Xianshi demon ghost cave of the exchange of spirit stones. 2 months did not go back. It should be delayed by something, and the cat does not smell also came over. The same no news. This matter is a little strange. No matter what, they have to go to the Xianshi demon ghost cave to take a look before saying. If the Xianshi demon ghost cave can't find them, this matter can only be put on hold for a period of time. They have to go to solve the matter of the Martial Marquis tomb first. I took a taxi directly to the door of Su's home. Su Hui was the driver that Li Jing had arranged for me before, taking me to the outskirts of the Xianshi demon ghost cave mountain range. He had a daughter named Su Moli, who was a purine destiny and attracted ghosts. At that time, Li Jing was the one who captured Su Moli to threaten Su Hui, and that time he almost didn't get blown up. He knows the way, come to him for a favor he shouldn't refuse. Su Hui's home is an old residential building. I've been here before. The residential building only has 4 floors and it's single family. He lives on the 3rd floor. When I walked up to their door, there was still a bit of incense, and there were also some charms on the door, which had been put on not too long ago. I frowned. The last time I parted with Su Hui I gave him a talisman. That talisman was able to suppress the purine destiny in Su Moli's body, so it was reasonable to say that it wouldn't be inviting ghosts anymore. But why is there still a talisman on this door? I knocked on the door. There was no response from inside. Su Hui was a driver. It's possible that he went out to pull a job, but Su Moli should be at home, even though Su Moli is still in school. But it's the weekend. She should be at home. I knocked several more times, and just as I was about to leave, footsteps suddenly came from inside, and I was delighted that there seemed to be someone at home. The one who opened the door was not Su Hui nor Su Moli, but a fat man who was completely unknown. This man still had tattoos on his arms, was full of horizontal meat, and wore a thick coat, frowned at me and asked, "Who are you?"
May I ask if this isn't Su going home?
I asked suspiciously, and then realized that this fatty actually had a vague aura fluctuation on his body, and this force fluctuation should still only be a beginner Zuanist who has entered Shen, and his aura has not even been transformed. No, off. The fat guy gave me a blank look, turned around, and the door flung open. Snap! I reached out and blocked the door from being closed, and pushed straight through the door, which still had the charm on it, so it should still be Su's home. The fat man saw that I didn't leave and came in, raised his hand and slapped towards me, saying, "You're ing looking for death." I swept my foot casually, and the big fat man of more than 200 pounds flew directly backwards, collapsing a wooden closet behind me and trapping his entire body inside it. You, what the hell are you? Fatty poked out a head. That kick of mine just now carried spiritual power. His meridians were in a temporary state of solidification at this time, and he simply didn't have the ability to continue resisting. "Where's Subak?" I asked coldly. You're a genin too? Which branch? Fatty asked in surprise. I looked inside the house. The photo of Su Hui and Su Moli was still there. In the corner of the west wall, there was also a shrine with tribute incense and dried up tribute fruits. There was a black and white photo of a woman. This person should be Su Moli's mother. I reached out and grabbed a fruit knife on the dining table and casually threw it out, the fruit to graze the fat man's neck, and nailed it to the wooden board of the closet. The fat man's neck was cut open with a not too big and not too small wound. Blood seeped out. Not fatal, but definitely not good.
Say another word of nonsense, I guarantee you won't live to see the next second.
I said coldly, and I probably had a judgment in my heart that this fat man was definitely not a good person.
Fatty covered his neck with his hand and mouthed, Su Hui. Su Hui is dead. You killed it? I asked lightly.
No. I didn't kill them, it was the Shadow Moon branch.
A native branch in Xinjiang?
Yes, I'm not from the Shadow Moon branch. Fatty hurriedly said, brushing himself off from this matter with a single sentence.
You, a person who hasn't even transformed his spiritual energy, certainly aren't the very member of the branch. You appeared here. You must have just come out of the incubation nest and performed your first mission, right?
Answer me a few questions and you can leave. Fail to answer or snub me, death. I said directly. Fatty's face changed and he subconsciously shrunk his neck, and I didn't care that much about him. I directly asked, where is Su Moli? Captured by the Shadow Moon branch, just 2 months ago.
What is your mission here? I continued to ask. My mission is to investigate here and see if there are any other relatives of the Su family who are Purine natives, and if so, arrest them and take them to the soul burning division. Hearing this fat man's reply, I basically understood what was going on. This fat man was someone from the Burning Soul division, and Su Moli was captured by someone from the Shadow Moon division. The reason she was captured was because of her Purine destiny. I don't know how her destiny was exposed. This kind of destiny is incomparable to my extreme destiny, but it's just as dangerous. Where is the exact address of the Shadow Moon branch? Fatty's face changed when he heard this question. Senior, I don't know where the exact address of the Shadow Moon branch is. A few months ago, there was still a Masterly who was active in the city, but then Masterly was killed and no one came out of the Shadow Moon branch. The Masterly he was talking about would be the same Li Jing that I killed. I frowned slightly. And you couldn't find anyone from the Shadow Moon branch? Can't find. Shadow Moon branch people and recently crazy crackdown on other branches of the people, the strength of a little less other branches of the people as long as the entry of the new frontier, either captured or killed, even the demon beheading people will not spare. A month ago, there is a demon beheading people called the Cat Does Not Smell, just passing through here, as the same was captured up. Fatty replied as such. My mind was moved. Cat Unwanted was actually taken away by people from the Shadow Moon branch, so was Cat Unwanted's disappearance also related to the Shadow Moon branch? According to you, then how come you're okay? And no one has come looking for me? I asked directly. Senior, I haven't even transformed my spiritual energy, it's useless to arrest me, that's why the branch sent me here. As for why Senior hasn't been targeted, maybe Senior just arrived in Xinjiang not long ago? Fatty replied. I nodded my head and probably understood what I was supposed to do. I looked at Fatty and asked, killed anyone yet? Fatty shook his head and said, no, just killed a few at the hatching nest in the Burning Soul division. I said as I walked over to him, raised my hand and nodded a few times on his body, and said with my mouth, let's go, just to remind you, you have my forbidden spell in your body, and once you kill innocent people indiscriminately, your meridians will be broken and you will die. Fatty regained his freedom at the same time and hurriedly climbed out from inside the closet, saying with his mouth, many thanks to Senior for sparing his life. Fatty did not dare to stay for a moment, quickly walked towards the outside, only he just walked out of the door, his body once again flew backward, once again fell into the closet inside, opened his mouth and sprayed out a large mouth of blood, fainted. A bald man with a medium build and a shady face appeared at the door. He swept a glance at me and mouthed, "This Shin friend, there's no need to bother you with searching for our branch, I can personally take you there." Chapter 179, The First Great Evil Technique. He came really fast. I laughed and said, my Shinran level had been hidden, he simply couldn't see clearly that I was already a Shinzun, while he, himself, was still just a Shinshur second layer. In his opinion, I was probably just a Shinran. Oh, you're quite calm, come with me. The bald man didn't make a move. I nodded and asked directly, I heard that a month ago, you guys captured a demon chopper called Cat Unheard? You can't even protect yourself, you still have the leisure to care about others. The bald man laughed, turned around and headed downstairs. I followed, not daring to resist as far as he was concerned, and naturally I wouldn't do anything myself, because I needed him to take me to that Shadow Moon branch of whatever. Honestly, follow me, don't think about running away, I can guarantee that I'll have you killed the next second you do. Down the stairs to the street outside, the bald guy came up to me and said. I nodded, pretending to be under control, and dutifully followed him to a car. You're kind of cooperative, you didn't make things difficult for me, don't worry, I'll put you as far back as possible so that you can live for a while longer. That bald guy seemed to be in a good mood and took the initiative to chat with me. I smiled and asked, this Xianyu, what do you mean by that? Do you know why our Shadow Moon branch is frantically arresting low-level Xinjin who come to Xinjiang? Bald asked. I don't know, I just came to Xinjiang. I replied. The bald head said, because we found a woman with a purine destiny, the palmistry valued her so much that they decided to cultivate her. And what does that have to do with arresting us? Hey, have you ever heard of the spirit-sucking technique? The bald head said proudly. I was shocked in my heart, I really know about the spirit-sucking dharma. The first time I was in the hidden scripture cabinet, I purposely looked up some evil laws within the Shinmen, and this spirit-sucking dharma is the #1 evil law in the history of the Shinmen. I remember watching a martial arts TV series when I was a kid. In it, there was a guy who had practiced the star-sucking technique, which could suck away other people's internal energy, and it was horrible for thieves. And this spirit-sucking technique was simply a jungle terror. Not only could it suck away the Zuanist's spiritual energy, but it was also able to turn other people's spiritual energy into its own spiritual energy. As we all know, everyone's spiritual energy is not the same, it's like bone marrow pairing. If the spiritual energy attributes are not the same, it is absolutely not possible to coexist in a Tao body, or else it will produce a very serious rejection, and die in a violent body. So although it is the #1 evil law, but the average person really dare not cultivate, and can practice the spirit-sucking great law only 2 kinds of people, to be exact, 2 kinds of destiny. One is a pure yang destiny, and one is a pure yin destiny. The purine fate can transform all spiritual energy into purine attribute spiritual energy through the purine chi in the body, and although the spiritual energy will be reduced by half,
the remaining spiritual energy will be absorbed by one's own Tao body and transformed into one's own use. Suemoli is the purine fate. It is just right to cultivate the spirit-sucking great law. Even the spirit-sucking great law is a long time ago a purine fate of the devil woman herself created the technique. Just this technique has long been lost 500 years ago. I did not expect that now it is back in the Shinmen. Thinking this in my mind, I didn't show it. These things are really unknown to the general public. I shook my head. I don't know. The bald guy said, it's fine, it doesn't matter if you don't know. In any case, it's fine if you know that you're bound to die, but I'll let you live for a while longer, and I can even plead for you, so that you'll just lose your spiritual power without killing you. Losing spiritual power means becoming an ordinary person. I didn't speak again, and I was disappointed with Sumoli in my heart, because the cultivation of this kind of evil law needs to be voluntary, and no one can force it, even if it is a more profound puppet art. There is no way to subjectively control Sumoli to cultivate this kind of evil law. The Shadow Moon branch killed Su Hui, and she was actually able to feel at ease practicing evil techniques in the Shadow Moon branch, which is unfilial. If I was still only at the Shin Master level, how she, Sumoli, did it would have nothing to do with me, but now that I'm already a Shin Zun, and the Cat Buwen is still in the Shadow Moon branch, and Su Hui was also killed by the Shadow Moon branch, no matter what, I have to make a trip. The bald man's car drove just over an hour to the outskirts of the countryside on the outskirts of an abandoned factory, and the bald man's car became slower and slower, seemingly with the intention of stopping. Is the Shadow Moon branch here? I asked in a faint voice. The bald man said casually, yes. Let's go then. I said directly. The bald guy froze as he looked at me quizzically. Why are you so calm? It's as good as it gets. I said as I reached down and pulled the car door open. Wait, if you can give me all your belongings, I can guarantee you won't die. The bald man suddenly called out. I'm poor and have nothing. I said getting right out of the car. That bald head's purpose may be this. After I said this, he never gave me a good face again. His mouth said viciously, if it's not because there is a mission limited from above, I would have gotten you killed by now, a Shin man in the district. Seeing the old man actually did not call out as senior, I laughed and didn't say anything. Hurry up and get your ass in there. The bald man reached out and pushed me, and I walked in towards the ruined factory. This abandoned factory should be a chemical factory. Even if it has been abandoned for a long time, you can still smell the residual odor of some chemicals. This kind of factory is usually abandoned after very few people will come, and this location is very remote. Choosing this place to be a branch of the den is indeed very suitable. The bald guy kept bringing me inside the biggest workshop of that factory, which was still empty, but there was a small, shabby room next to it, and some test tubes and potion bags inside the room showed that this room should have been a laboratory before. There was a hole inside the floor of the lab, a hole that was not wide enough for just one person to fit through. Go down, the bald man said coldly. I did not hesitate to jump, unusually cooperative. Once I jumped, I opened the yin and yang eyes at the same time, fused with the resting eyes of the yin and yang eyes can see that there is a very strong fluctuation of spells in this. This kind of fluctuation is not caused by the fight, but someone is practicing spells, or spell sacrifices. Below the opening was a tunnel, which was dimly lit and smelled of all sorts of things, the pungent odor of potions, the putrid stench of corpses, the musty smell of rotting furniture, and even the strong smell of blood mixed in. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. The bald man said and kicked me again. I stumbled and fell to the ground, and in the process placed my Shenmue sword behind a rock. The reason why I want to put the Shenmue sword outside, one is because I see that this tunnel is not long, only less than 10 meters. The Shenmue sword is placed here, it will not be out of my control, and if I go in and get my back blocked, the Shenmue sword can sneak up on me. Anyway, aside from my heaven-grade Genmu sword, I also have another very ordinary Genmu sword in my hand. Waste. Hurry up. The bald guy kicked up again, and I sneered and stood up with a flick of the wrist, then headed inside. The bald guy froze, obviously puzzled as to how I was able to dodge his kick, but he didn't think much of it and followed me in. Soon, after passing through the tunnel, what appeared in front of them was an artificially carved-out stone chamber, which was hundreds of square meters in size. In the middle of the stone room, there is a very large altar with green stone high, probably about 1 meter. Above the altar there is a chair made of human bones. Above the chair sits a long-haired man with a fierce face, Xuanzu in 6th layer cultivation, very strong. In front of him, there is a white jade made of futon above. A woman is meditating and running, and this woman is Sumoli. Let me be surprised that at this time, Sumoli is already at the 5th Shinzun layer. Around the altar, there were a dozen or so women dressed in dark blue Taoist nuns' uniforms sitting around the altar. These women, basically all of them were at the Shin Master realm. There were also 2 Shinzuns, one at the 3rd level and one at the 1st level. To the left and right of the stone room and the wall inside, dozens of coffins were erected against each other, some with people inside, some with no one inside, and in the northwest corner of the stone room, a dozen or so white bones had been piled up. My eyes swept the vertical coffins, and soon, I found Katbuwen inside one of them. At this time, he was already as thin as white bones, without a trace of blood on his face, as if he was going to be sucked dry. Palmistry, I caught another one. The bald head bowed and clasped his fist at the long-haired man, saying with great respect, "Well, you know what to do." The man swept me off my feet and said lightly, The bald man nodded and said to me, "Get your ass inside one of the coffins and stand there."
Chapter 180, A Dog Bites Lu Dongbin.
The surroundings were quiet, and this low growl from the bald man seemed a bit harsh.
I silently shook my head. It seems that I was still a bit too cautious and overestimated the strength of this Shadow Moon branch, that long-haired man. Although he was very strong, even much stronger than Catignor, he was only a Shinzun. The rest of them, basically, could be ignored. Sumoli was able to advance to the 5th level of Shinzun in such a short period of time. This is something I never expected. This way of hers to draw on other people's spiritual energy to advance. She doesn't even need to go to the Shin sect headquarters spiritual energy transformation table for spiritual energy transformation. All she needs to do is to draw on the spiritual energy of Shinzun powerhouses. Daff? The bald man raised his hand and grabbed towards the back of my neck. I turned violently, reached out and squeezed the bald man's wrist, and kicked the bald man in the chest. Clack clack clack, the sound of a few cracking ribs was evident, breaking the silence in the place. I casually threw my bald head on the ground, clapped my hands and said, "Spirit sucking technique, the first evil technique of the Shinmen sect. I've really grown to know it today." Who are you? The long-haired man still had little expression, no surprise or anger.
Jose. I directly said my name, a name that the long-haired man didn't necessarily know, but Sumoli must have known. As expected, Sumoli froze for a moment after hearing my name, and there was a complicated meaning in his eyes, but it immediately disappeared and became as flat as water.
Oh, it's that first-place winner of the Shin human group of the last Shin sect fighting competition?
The long-haired man asked suspiciously, then laughed and said, "Emoli, the spiritual energy of someone with this kind of talent, if you can suck it over, it will help your cultivation greatly." Sumoli smiled, nodded, and said, "Speaking of which, I still know this Jiaoxi, my Purine destiny, was sealed up by drinking his talismanic water. If I'm not wrong, he should have been a Xianxue at that time." Sumoli is actually still just a high school student. When I first met her, it was inside Li Jing's study. At that time she was pure, childish, with naivety and purity in her eyes, whereas now Sumoli only has desire in her eyes, that kind of desire for the strength of a Xianxue.
Hehe, it's only been a year since the last Shin sect fighting competition. You can go from Shin Ren to Shin Master in just 1 year. You're also considered a top genius. It's just that what I don't understand is why you dared to come to my Shadow Moon branch to spread your wildness. Could it be that you think you're the best in the world? The long-haired man said in a faint voice. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to make a move. He also had his cautions. "Sumoli, where's your father?" I didn't bother with the long-haired man and stared at Sumoli, who already looked completely like a different person, and asked. Sumoli snorted coldly, and said with his mouth, "Jiaoxi, don't pretend to be sympathetic here. There is nothing wrong with you saving me, but why didn't you tell me about my special destiny? Instead, you even used a talisman to seal my Purine body? You mean I shouldn't help you seal it?" I asked, frowning. "Hehe, you sealed my Purine body because you want me to be an ordinary person. You're afraid, right? You're afraid that I'll surpass you. In the end, you're just selfish and don't want me to cultivate," Sumoli said coldly. Listening to this theory of Sumoli, I was surprisingly somewhat speechless. There are always a lot of people in the world squeeze their heads to enter a higher level of life. Although the Shin people are different from ordinary people, there are a lot of ordinary people do not have the ability. This ability can satisfy people's desires, so that people get a lot of fulfillment, but at the same time, the Shin people's living environment is also very worrisome. The mortality rate and the risk factor has increased a lot. Now the Shin people are in internal trouble and external trouble. The internal strife is constantly outside the demonic ghosts for the scourge of the survival space is really very small. Nowadays, there are internal and external problems, internal strife, and the scourge of demons and ghosts outside. What? Feeling weak? Sumoli pressed on step by step. I laughed and said, "With your destiny, once you are known, you will absolutely die. Do you think what Li Jing values is your beauty?" Sumoli froze, his mouth said, "Li Jing was equally capable of leading me to the door. You killed him only for your own hatred. Are you trying to save me? Do you know it in your heart?" Looking at Sumoli, who had completely lost her analyzing ability, and sensing that her outlook on life had been completely twisted, I sneered and pointed at those white bones in the northwest corner, and said with my mouth, "You killed so many innocent people for the sake of your own cultivation. Do you think it's okay?" Sumoli laughed and said with his mouth, "The Shin sect is supposed to kill each other. Without strength, there is no qualification to live. Aren't you coming from the same place? Do you dare to say that when you came out from inside the incubation nest, you didn't step on other people's corpses to come up? Unbelievable." I shook my head and didn't want to argue any further. "Hehe, Jiaoxi, we are all half a catty. You don't need to pretend to be kind with me here. Do you know how much I admired you after you saved me back then? I even dreamed of saying a word to you, while you didn't even look at me squarely. Later on, it was Shadowlaw who told me how much potential I had. He looked up to me and genuinely wanted to cultivate me. In just a short period of time, my Shenshur realm had already shaken off a dozen of streets from you. It was only at this time that I realized that the person I've always worshipped was a villain. You sealed my Purine physique because you were afraid that I'd surpass you in the future. I'll be damned. Hypocrite." The more Sumoli spoke, the more angry he became. The expression on his face became somewhat hideous. "Oh, this Shadowlaw you speak of, who killed your father, you didn't know?" I asked lightly. Su Moli didn't even think about it and said directly, so what? As long as I'm good, my father is willing to die for me. By the way, your information is inaccurate. I killed my father with my own hands, and I even refined him into my guardianine spirit. After Su Moli finished speaking and raised her hand, Su Hui's soul body really appeared by her side, and it was already a ghost martial level guardianine soul. Ugh, you're completely hopeless. I sighed, and in my heart, I felt bad for Su Hui's death. Take care of yourself first, Shelon, I want him dead. Su Moli said as he turned to look at the long-haired man. He. Okay Amoli, don't forget that you said that when you reach the 6th Xianzun layer, you'll hand over your virginity to me. The long-haired man said as he stood up and swept a contemptuous glance at me. Su Moli nodded and looked at me. Xiaoxi, I heard that you have high natural talent, but I will make you understand that in the face of absolute strength, even if you were the number one of the Shinring group in the first place, you still have no qualifications to live. I secretly sighed in my heart. I don't know whether to say Su Moli is simple or stupid. The surname Xie cultivated her with all his heart in order to get her Xuanzuan 6th level virginity, thus allowing himself to smoothly cross into the Xuanzu realm. Su Moli, who has lost her virginity, will live worse than a dog by the time she gets there, and will only be turned into a forbidden domain with the purpose of cultivation. But I don't bother to explain these truths to her, she doesn't know the heights of heaven, so I'll let her know. I laughed and said nonchalantly, then I'll let you know just how much of a piece of trash this Xielang you claim to have nurtured you with all your heart is. You seek death. The long-haired man said in a furious body, leapt and came in front of me, the Shenmue sword in his hand slashed towards me at an extremely fast speed. I drew off the ordinary Shenmue sword, dodged, and chopped towards the long-haired man's abdomen with a sword. The long-haired man obviously didn't expect me to be so fast either. He dodged to avoid it and said with a cold snort, there's a couple of tricks, but you'll have to die all the same. Just after the words were said, he leaped up again, this time at a much faster speed, grasping the hilt of the Shenmue sword with both hands, and slashing down directly towards my head from directly in front of me. Looking at that stance, it seemed as if he wanted to slice me into two halves. I suddenly dodged, the long-haired man's sword slashed through the air. The next moment, he saw a Shenmue sword suddenly fly over from behind me. He didn't have time to dodge, the Shenmue sword directly pierced through his heart, penetrated his body, spun in the air, and then flew back into my hands. Jen. Xian Ancestor Powerhouse. The long-haired man's face was incomparably surprised, his eyes wider than copper bells, and these words emerged from his mouth as he spurted out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, dying of gas. Chapter 181 Dramatic Changes in the Demon Ghost Cave. As the long-haired man fell to the ground, the inside of the stone room was once again quiet, especially Su Moli. At this moment, she looked at me as if she was looking at a monster. She had heard her Shelong say that I was a Xian Ancestor Powerhouse, and this kind of strength that was able to kill her Shelong in a second. Naturally, she didn't have any room for resistance. The remaining dozen or so women from the Shadow Moon branch were also all white. None of them dared to make a move. Facing a Xian Ancestor Powerhouse, they knew that they were no different from a mole cricket. I'm not a Xian Ancestor, I'm just a Xianzun, and it's still a layer, but it doesn't matter, I can Imperial Sword, and in their opinion, it's absolutely impossible for someone who isn't a Xian Ancestor Powerhouse to be able to Imperial Sword. Su Moli, do you still think I would be afraid of you surpassing me now? I asked in a faint voice. Su Moli's eyes through a kind of despair, staring at me in a daze, did not say anything. She is not expected. She sucked dozens of Xian spiritual energy, which there are Xianzun strong, but in front of me, is still a let me slaughter the existence of. Although Su Moli was already at the 5th level of Xianzun, even though he was practicing the first evil method of the Xian sect, but the time was too short, those spiritual forces that had been transformed and absorbed had not been well precipitated, and the strength of the meridians and the connection between the acupoints had not been strengthened, and if she could slow down the speed by 10 times, and slowly go about opening up the conditions of her own hardware, then her strength would be even stronger than that long-haired man. Slowing down 10 times, it is only about a year's time, a year or so can become a top Xianzun powerhouse. This is also enough to show the power of the spirit-absorbing great law, just that the long-haired man's heart is not in the right place, constantly letting her advancement, and will not let her strength exceed her own. This kind of plucking out of the seedlings to grow the cumulative Xianzun grade, as if the flowers in the greenhouse cannot withstand the wind and the rain. Kill or die as you wish, anyway, this life of mine was saved by you, now consider it returned to you. Su Moli said and turned his head to look at Su Hui's soul. 2 lines of tears flowed out of the corner of his eyes. When I looked at Su Hui's soul body, I suddenly remembered my grandfather. When Su Hui risked his own life to save Su Moli and drove a car with a bomb in it to take me away, it was the same kind of kinship as when my grandfather gave up his life to save me, and this kind of kinship, which transcends life and death, always makes me gloomy. For the sake of your father, I won't kill you, I hope you behave yourself. I didn't look at Su Moli anymore, but walked to the front of a coffin. The cat inside the coffin was already delirious at this time. I carried the cat to Su Moli's side and said with my mouth, "This is my friend." "Good, I will help him to undo the forbidden spell. I will let go of all the others. Thank you for not killing. I understand what you mean. In the future, I will not use the spirit-absorbing great technique to cultivate and brutalize innocent people again." Su Moli said with a calm face. The tears on his face were still flowing. He seemed to be truly repentant.
I said calmly, if Shin Men is really like what you said, without strength there is no qualification to live, I will kill all of you. It's just that there are millions of paths to become stronger. I know very well that relying on killing to become stronger will only end up putting myself in a situation of no return. Whether your Purine destiny is a blessing or a curse, you should have a concept in your heart now. The Xielong in your mouth is cultivating you or using you. You should have a number in your own heart. I'm naturally clear about it, and I won't let him have his way. My fate, I'm in charge. Su Moli said as he undid the forbidden spell on the Cat Bu One. Cat Bu One regained his consciousness, and after seeing me he shouted out excitedly to Brother Zhao. I laughed and asked him if he had found his sister, and the cat didn't sniff and shook his head. As soon as I came to Xinjiang, I was arrested. Brother Zhao, what's your sister's name? When did she come over? Su Moli asked. Called Cat Ignore, came over a little over 2 months ago. Oh, Cat Ignore I know, very strong. At the time Siapamistry even personally went to capture it. After a big battle, Cat Ignore left gracefully. Siapamistry was almost killed by Cat Ignore, and relied on her 4th level recluse talisman to run away. Su Moli said as he walked over to the corpse of the surname Xie and removed a scented pouch from his waist. I breathed a sigh of relief. I was afraid that the cat ignored it was also captured. The inside of the coffin was not seen. If it had been turned into white bones, it would be an irreversible situation. Brother Zhao, this level 4 transported talisman is a good thing. It should be beneficial for you to keep it on you. Su Moli said and handed me the scented pouch. I did not politely took over. Surname Xie as I killed. His things I take away is also natural. The other things I did not move, left Su Moli them. The 4th level recluse for me is really useful. Before in the Shinshur Demon Ghost Cave, the auction appeared in a 4th level recluse. That recluse should be this surname Xie's by. At that time I did not pay attention to it. I hope you can do what you said you would do. And all of you Shin friends in the Shadow Moon branch, I hope you'll do the same for good. I said as I picked up Cat Unheard and put him on my back, ready to leave. Su Moli suddenly stood up and said, Brother Zhao, please also take over the Shadow Moon branch. If Brother Zhao just leaves, all the sisters of the Shadow Moon branch will be scattered. The others also clasped their fists and said, please ask Senior to take over the Shadow Moon branch. As long as we all dive into our cultivation and don't lose our hearts, the Shadow Moon division won't fall apart. I shook my head and walked towards the outside without looking back. Took the cat does not smell left the Shadow Moon branch of this nest. I drove away that bald car. First in the cat does not smell sent to the airport. Told him to go back to Xiangsha City first, waiting at home. I went to the Xianji Demon Ghost Cave to look for the cat does not pay attention to. The cat does not smell at first said to go with me, was refused by me. The cat does not care so long did not come back, must have run into something very tricky, with her strength cannot handle. The cat does not smell to go there will not have any effect, not to mention that he is now very weak, need to be quiet down to recuperate, is not suitable for long distance trekking. Sui died. No one can take me to the outer mountain range of the Xianshur Demon Ghost Cave. I tried to remember the map I had seen before, and then tried to drive the car there. This route I did not deliberately memorize in the first place, although there were some detours, but still in the darkness of the mountain range to the outer edge of the mountain range. I parked the car on the side of the road. The next one could only be done on foot. The sky was already dark. I sacrificed Zone Chichi, vision sharing, and continued to run quickly towards the front. To the latter half of the night, is really some deprivation. From the Xianshur Demon Ghost Cave, there are still more than 20 kilometers away. I had to stop to rest for a while. The past few days have not rested, also did not go to cultivate, and then the good body also some cannot carry. I don't have the habit of practicing in the wild, mainly because the fluctuation of spiritual energy and aura caused by my practice is very large and much more intense than that of an ordinary Shin. This is not a good thing for me. This place is already approaching the Shin Demon Ghost Cave, and I don't want to attract others' attention. Finding a cave that wasn't too deep or too shallow, I slept with my clothes on, a sleep that lasted until dawn. After resting, I ate a little bit of food and my stamina was fully restored. Going into the Xianshur Demon Ghost Cave in this state was going to be much more favorable for me. Just walked to a few kilometers, I saw a bloodied Shenjin quickly ran from the direction of the Shenjin Demon Ghost Cave. A closer look, I realized that person I actually know is the Shenjin Demon Ghost Cave Shenjin entrance of the Shenjin, specifically responsible for the collection of the entrance fee. He is a person from the Xianshur Demon Ghost Cave. This is near the Xianshur Demon Ghost Cave. The Xianshur Demon Ghost Cave is the public area of the 3 clans. There are 3 guardians sitting in the town. It has never been the safest place. How did this person turn out to be like this? Could it be that there is some kind of change in the Demon Ghost Cave? Regardless of whether or not this matter was connected to the cat ignoring thing, I couldn't turn a blind eye to it. I quickly ran to his side and asked with my mouth, "This Xianyu, what's wrong with you?" That Xian master froze after seeing me, then asked suspiciously, "Are you going to the Xian master Demon Ghost Cave?" I nodded my head and he hurriedly said, "Run, the Shenji Demon Ghost Cave has undergone a huge change. The demon race and the spirit race have teamed up to break the rules, and the Shenji Demon Ghost Cave, now, has become a burial ground for Shenji." What? I was shocked and hurriedly asked, "What about Senior Lu Huashuan?" Master has gathered all the Shen men together and fought hard. A few of my brothers and sisters desperately tried to send me out, I need to bring this news to Shinmen headquarters so that Shinmen headquarters can take precautionary measures in advance. Master said that the demon race and the spirit race have completely flipped out, and are preparing to gradually eat away at all the forces of Shinmen. How could this be? I was shocked in my heart. Originally the situation between the three clans was one of saber rattling. Even the last public area was devoid of Zoonists. That was enough to show that the demon clan and the spirit clan were ready to join forces to destroy the Shin sect. This is something that will happen sooner or later, only I didn't expect it to come so fast. The Shin friend, you shouldn't go to the Shin Master Demon Ghost Cave. Going there would be a death sentence. Why don't we do it this way? You help me bring this news to the Shin sect's headquarters. I'll kill my way back, and die with my master and the others. That Shin master said and prepared to turn around and go back. I hurriedly stopped him and mouthed, you go and report, I'll go to the Shinji Demon Ghost Cave to take a look. But I see that you're just a Shin man. The Shin master said worriedly. I've hidden my Shin clan rank, so go ahead. The people chasing you are already here, I'll hold them off. I said as I took 2 steps to his back, looking coldly at a unified demon and a ghost marshal who were chasing after him. Chapter 182 Shinmen Formation Blocking. The unified demon and ghost marshal, both of which had Shin Zun level strength, chased after a Shin who only had Shin master strength and sent out 2 such strong men. It seemed that the demon and spirit races simply didn't want this news to reach the Shin sect headquarters. Shin Yu, are you okay? That Shin master similarly saw the 2 people chasing him and asked with some worry. Don't worry, there's no problem blocking them. By the way, do you know a demon chopper called Cat Ignore? I said and directly drew my heaven grade Shin Mu sword. Seeing the 2 openings on top of my heaven-level Xuanmu sword, that Shin master breathed a sigh of relief and said, Shin Yu is actually a Xuanzuan powerhouse. The cat ignores me, I know. It is a top Xuanzuan powerhouse. More than 2 months ago came to the Xuanja Demon Ghost Grottos. At that time the Demon Clan and the Spirit Clan had already colluded in the dark. All the Xuanja who went out from the Xuanja Demon Ghost Grottos would be intercepted by the 2 clans, the master discovered. This matter, so the other Shinshur who entered the Shinshur Demon Ghost Cave with normal excuses all stayed inside, the cat ignored also inside, but I did not expect, last night the Demon and Spirit 2 clans suddenly launched a siege on the Shinshur. Now the Shinshur Demon Ghost Cave has already messed up, most of the Shinshur were decapitated, the master and those Shinshur are still struggling to resist. As we spoke, the 2 pursuers came to us. Well, I know, go and report it. I said as I held my sword across and blocked the front of those 2 pursuers. Oh, still want to leave? Dream on? That unified demon said disdainfully when he heard my words, while that ghost marshal even flew up, wanting to cross over us and block the Shinshur's path of retreat. I violently raised my hand. Zong Chi appeared above my head. The ghost marshal who tried to cross over was suddenly blocked. The sudden sneak attack directly blasted his soul body over 10 meters away. Although Zong Chi is a guardianine spirit, she is a guardianine spirit that voluntarily turned into a guardianine spirit, and has long since derived her own spiritual intelligence. With the environment she has been cultivating in and her natural talent during her lifetime, her strength is not inferior to the spirit race of the same realm, not to mention, this time, I've advanced to Shin Zun, and she is already a ghost marshal of the 6th level at the pinnacle of the ghost marshal's 6th level, and that ghost marshal, naturally, won't be a match for her. An expert who has hidden his cultivation. After that unified demon saw Zong Chi, these words came out of his mouth, and after that Shinshur saw Zong Chi, he knew that I would have no problem blocking these 2, and pulled his legs up and ran towards the front. Chi, leave no one alive. I dropped a sentence and rushed towards that unified demon with my sword. Zong Chi even didn't stop for half a second and directly rushed towards that spirit race ghost marshal. Just after exchanging a few moves, that unified demon already had no intention to fight, no matter it was speed, strength or spiritual power. He and I were not in the same class. Speaking of which, since I entered the Shinmen sect, I haven't really fought with any of the demon race. I am not a demon beheader, so I usually seldom come into contact with it, and this time, it was my first battle against the demon race. This battle, on the other hand, was easy. That unified demon had the intention of retreating and suddenly transformed into an eagle, fluttering his wings and preparing to leave. Just then, my Shen Mu sword shot out and stabbed into his body from top to bottom, pinning him to the ground. Shen Ancestor Ghost Hunter. That spirit race who was still circling around with Zong Chi was shocked in his heart after seeing this, and he also panicked and prepared to leave, as the Shen Mu sword once again took off, and likewise flew towards that spirit race ghost marshal at an extremely fast speed. The spirit race scrambled to dodge, but his retreat was blocked by Zong Chi. He screamed miserably and was unwillingly pierced by the heaven-grade Shen Mu sword, and his soul immediately flew away. Master, what happened? After easily decapitating these 2, Zong Chi flew back to my side and asked. Something happened in the Shen Demon Ghost Cave. Chi, you go inside the ring first. I said as I raised my hand to pick up the Shen Mu sword that had already flown back. Zong Chi nodded, then disappeared in place. I didn't rush to the Shinji Demon Ghost Cave. Instead, I was running towards the right at a rapid pace. After running for nearly 10 kilometers, I came to the outside of a cave and drilled in without hesitation. After such a thing happened in the Xianshi Demon Ghost Cave, I definitely can't do well by going in rashly. I am now relying on my Shinzun realm to be invincible. Once I bump into a ghost king or an ancestral demon, then I am definitely going to be at a disadvantage. The reason why I ran into the cave is because I was ready to release the sealed demonic energy in my body. This demonic energy is the origin demonic energy that Zhao Xian left in my body. Before I didn't have the strength. In order not to be accidentally killed by the demon chopper, I could only ask someone to help me to seal it in, and now that I have to blend in, this demonic energy is lined up to be of use. Demonic chi is the unique scent of the demon race. The demonic spiritual power formed by mixing the demonic chi and the spiritual power is the unique characteristic of the demon race, and is the only way to identify the demon race, just like the yin chi of the spiritual race. With my current strength, I can completely unseal this demonic aura and temporarily integrate it into my spiritual energy, simulating the demonic spiritual energy unique to the demon race, and looking no different from a demon race. Although it takes a long time to simulate breath, sharpening the knife is a step that is absolutely necessary. 3 hours later, I stood up. The demonic chi that had been released had been completely mixed into my spiritual energy, and at this time, I didn't need to hide my Xianshi rank any longer. In the eyes of others, I was now a demon clan of the unified demon realm. Walking out of the cave, after confirming the scent on my body again and again, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I am now in a state of disguise. The 3 people who saw my appearance, one of them was a member of the Shin sect and had already run away, and the other 2 had already died. It should be safe for me to go over to the Shinji Demon Ghost Cave with the identity of a demon race. Half an hour later, I came to the outside of the Genin Demon Ghost Cave. This surrounding has really happened many times of fighting. The scratches and bloodstains left on the trees and stones can prove it, while around every now and then you can see a Genin's corpse, which has dried up. The whole body is as white as paper, and the body is either bitten to death wounds, or no wounds at all. The ones that were bitten to death were moved by demons. No wounds, that's what the spirits did. I clenched my fist tightly. There are a lot of Zuanists who come here. Most of them are here to trade. If the 2 clans suddenly flipped out, the Shin sect's power would be directly consumed by a lot of them. A spotted leopard suddenly roared and landed beside me, instantly transforming into a humanoid form, also a unified demon. He smiled at me and said, "My friend, are you also here to assist in the siege of those damn Zuanists?" I nodded without moving and said, "Yes, for the demon race to rise." For the sake of the rise of the demon race, I have long looked at those demon slayers with displeasure. The decision made by the demon god palace this time makes my blood boil. I can't wait to taste the flavor of the blood of a large number of Zuanites. It is said that hundreds of Zuanites have been trapped in here. Let's go in. The leopard demon said as he waved his fist and ran towards the entrance of the passageway. I hurriedly followed in. This decision was actually made by the Demon God Palace. The Demon God Palace is the headquarters of the demon race, and the Shenmen sect's headquarters is the same peak of existence. The Demon God Palace made this kind of decision. That means that the demon race has already openly wanted to exterminate the Shenmen sect. Now the Shenji Demon Ghost Cave, go in is already free, no longer need to pay 1,000,000 RMB or a spirit stone, as long as it is a demon race or spirit race and the people can casually enter and exit. Through the passage, I came to the Shenjin Demon Ghost Cave. At this time the Shenjin Demon Ghost Cave no longer has the harmony of the past. The air is filled with a thick smell of blood and solemn killing, at least hundreds of corpses lying on the ground. These corpses, half of them are Xuanjians, and the other half is the demon race. As for the spirit race, they will be dissipated in the air after death, and won't leave any traces. There were nearly 1,000 demon and spirit races inside, all surrounding the entrance of Lu Hushuan's residence. Lu Hushuan's residence, above the Demon Ghost Cave, the end of a stone staircase that was 20 meters wide, and on top of this stone staircase, it was full of people from the demon race, and even in the air, there were some spirit race people floating around. On the platform in front of Lu Hushuan's entrance, Lu Hushuan stood on it with a cold face, grasping a handful of token flags in his hand. No, to be exact, they were array flags. These array flags, the constituent elements of Xuanmen's formations. Lu Hushuan was disheveled, his body still carried multiple light injuries, and there was a lot of blood on his face. Behind him, there stood a dozen Xuanzuan powerhouses, and Catignor was among them. Only Catignor seemed to have suffered a very serious injury at this time, and the Xuanzuan spiritual energy that surrounded his body was a little bit weak, and the wounds on his body were a lot more than that of Lu Hushuan. In front of these dozen Shinzun powerhouses, stood their respective guardian demonic beasts and guardianine souls. Big White had already transformed into a beast form and stood in front of the cat ignoring it, but the injuries were just as serious. The white fur was covered in blood, it looked miserable. The demon race and spirit race, instead of rushing in, there were constantly people attacking the air outside the platform. I opened my yin and yang eyes without moving, and actually saw unusually strong fluctuations in spiritual energy. Xianmen formation. At the same time these 4 words popped up in my mind. Lu Hushuan once again detached a formation flag and nailed it to the air, and the flag disappeared in an instant as if it could become invisible. In the past, I was interested in Xianmen formations, and this time when I went to transform Xuanzuan's spiritual power, I purposely read the introduction about Xianmen formations, and I was almost certain that this kind of formation that was able to block the attacks of so many people was at least a 5th level protective formation, and to be able to set up a 5th level protective formation, This Lu Huxuan was bound to be a formation master with extremely high attainments in formations.
Lu Huxuan, I wonder how much longer you can hold out.
Cui Tianyin of the spirit race, one of the 3 guardians of the Xianshi demon ghost cave, said indifferently.
Lu Huxuan's face remained flat, his mouth said, how long to hold on is my business, so I don't bother you. You spirit race and demon race reneged on their promise and did such a bad deed. I, Lu Huxuan, was blind in the beginning and listened to your bull asterisk. Cui Tianyin laughed and said, you're the one who betrayed your trust. When the level 5 ghost harnessing talisman appeared, you were prepared to get it privately and use it against me, weren't you? Chapter 183 Xian Masters have nothing to fear. If you want to commit a crime, there is no excuse. That 5th grade ghost harnessing talisman, what does it have to do with you? You're just looking for a random excuse to make a move on me. You Cui Tianyin also think too highly of yourself. To deal with you, do I need to use a level 5 ghost harnessing talisman? Lu Huxuan's tone was full of confidence, but the reality was helpless. The situation of the Xianshi now was almost desperate. Even if the Xian sect headquarters got the news, it was too late to come over for support, not to mention that the Xian sect headquarters couldn't organize an effective rescue in their current situation. Poof! Lu Huxuan's Xuanmu sword suddenly shot out, picking up the head of a unified demon and flying back to Lu Huxuan's head once again. Speed up the attack. Break this guard formation. An incomparably enchanting-looking woman said angrily. This woman was likewise a Xian ancestor powerhouse. No need to think, it must be the demon clan's guardian in the Xian demon ghost cave, Jiao Yu. Jiao Yu's body is extremely slender, especially that water snake waist, unbearable surplus of a grip, exaggerated Danfeng eyes as if the snake demon inside Huluwa, demonic, taking people's hearts and souls. I followed that leopard demon and squeezed up. At this time I wanted to sneak attack Cui Tianyin, only now I can't do that. This is not the time to sneak attack. I can't get close to him. Even if I succeeded in my sneak attack, I can't. This strong man. If I just let him get injured, it won't help the situation in the slightest. Instead, it will also expose me. I can only wait until the guard formation is broken. I borrowed the identity of the demon race, and took the opportunity to sneak attack Jiao Yu. As long as I took down Jiao Yu, and let Lu Huxuan deal with Cui Tianyin, this is the best strategy, because the 5th level ghost harnessing talisman I have given to the cat ignoring should have already given it to Lu Huxuan. Boom boom boom, the guard formation was constantly being bombarded. The sound became more and more intensive. Those demons and spirit races were like they didn't want to lose their lives, constantly impacting the guard formation. The dozen or so Zuenzans and Lu Huxuan inside the guard formation constantly counterattacked, relying on the guard formation. They were constantly being decimated by the demons and spirit races. Only this kind of decimation was like yak drinking water for the massive number of the demons and spirit races. For the huge number of demons and spirits, it's like a yak drinking water. It can't change the situation. While the array flags in Lu Huxuan's hands were getting fewer and fewer, there were more and more spirit race and demon race people outside who kept coming. Fellow Xian friends, it's my Lu Huxuan's incompetence that has dragged everyone down. The protective array is about to fail. The demon spirit 2 clans are wolfish and want to completely overthrow the Xian sect. Today, although we are bound to die, we can't be captured with folded hands. If we can kill one, it's one, and try to eradicate as many foreigners as possible, and contribute more to the Xian sect. Xian people have nothing to fear, and we can't let these foreigners look down on us. Lu Huxuan threw out the last formation flag in his hand, raised his hand and grabbed the Xian Mu sword suspended above his head. The Xian is fearless. The dozen or so Zuenzans, including Cat Ignore, were all filled with solemnity as they droned in unison. Perhaps it was only when it came to this time that everyone's loyalty to the Xian sect would be perfectly manifested. Ka, a sound of a guard formation cracking rang out. Everyone from the demon and spirit races were overjoyed, because the guard formation had already cracked and would soon be blasted through. As long as the guard formation was blasted through, all of the Xian practitioners inside would have to die. Boom! In just less than 3 minutes of effort, a rumble rang out of thin air and the protective formation collapsed. Kill! The first thing that was heard was Lu Huxuan's angry yet domineering voice. He took the lead and directly took 2 steps, and under the flying dance of the Xuanmu sword, several ghost marshals were cleaved into nothingness by him. Senior Sister Jiao Yu, this guy has a grade 5 ghost harnessing talisman in his hand, help me out. Cui Tianyin said as he fished out a pure black sword and charged directly towards Lu Huxuan. Kill! The demon race and the spirit race roared loudly at the same time. Their voices were so loud that they instantly flooded the platform in front of Lu Huxuan's residence. A dozen or so human Shenrun embraced into a group. Blocking them were their respective guardianine souls and guardian demon beasts. Facing the onslaught of several hundred foreigners, the result was something no one could change. All those dozen or so Shenrun had to do was to try to change the process as much as they could. In the last night, there must have been a big battle in the Xianji demon ghost cave, because listening to that leopard demon, there were more than 100 Xianji surrounded here, and now only a dozen or so were left, and these dozen or so were undoubtedly all top Xianji. They hugged into a ball, shoulder to shoulder in a circle around the city. Surprisingly, they exploded with amazing fighting strength. The people from the 2 clans who surrounded them inside were constantly being cut down, while none of them fell. The guardianine spirits were basically all dispersed, and the guardian demonic beasts were also torn into pieces. Even the Great White was not spared.
Big White's sacrifice seemed to have completely enraged Catignor. She fought more and more bravely, although she was already covered in blood at this time, her fighting strength was still explosive. Ordinary demon race and spirit race, basically all were instantly killed by her, and because of this, she was targeted by more experts, and the situation was precarious. Lu Hushwan's situation was even more difficult at this time. He had to face Jiayu and Cui Tianyin, two strong people who were equal to him in strength. His strength was really strong, his attacks were especially fierce. It was a kind of fighting method that did not want to die. He was the example of all the Xuanja practitioners here, and his aura did not lose to any of them, even if it was Cui Tianyin and Jiayu. They all could only avoid their sharp edges, circling around with them, and they didn't dare to fight with him head-on. The two of them each had their own thoughts. No one wanted to lose their lives inside this battle. After all, they were not of the same clan. Even if they were injured, they were depleting the strength of their own side, because they were both clear that if the Shenmen sect was really exterminated, there would be a battle between the demon race and the spirit race. In a world, there could only be one dominator. In the past, it was the Shenmen sect that dominated the world, and now that the end of the Dharma era, the Shenmen sect was on the decline, and they both wanted to be the new dominators. Because of this kind of heart, the alliance of the two races, which could have quickly exterminated all the Zuanists here, had a big disconnect in their cooperation. I didn't move and picked up a bone sword from the ground. The people of the demon clan use bone swords, just like the Xuanji Xuanmu sword. I can't hold a Xuanmu sword in my hand since I'm disguised as one of the demon clan. I didn't pay too much attention to the side of the cat ignoring, my whole attention all fell on the three guardians' big battle. Don't look at here, so many people in the melee, the real dominant, or those three guardian. If Lu Hushwan can kill Cui Tianyin and Jiayu, then the other people still have a sliver of a chance of survival. If Lu Hushwan lost, even if the other demon race and the spirit race are all killed by Shenshur, the cat ignoring them is still the way to die. No one else was involved in the exchange between the three guardians, as it was difficult to get involved. Lu Hushwan's Guardianine spirit was at the Ghost King level, but his Guardianine spirit was not even in the same level of strength in front of Cui Tianyin, who was also a Ghost King, and it wasn't even that much stronger than Zong Qiqi, so Lu Hushwan's main target of attack was Cui Tianyin, while his Guardianine spirit, he chose to pester Jiayu. And Jiayu also seems to have other plans. She dealt with Lu Hushwan's Guardianine spirit easily, but she didn't use her full strength. Always when Cui Tianyin was about to hold on to the Lord, she stepped in and blocked Lu Hushwan, and when Cui Tianyin slowed down, she fought with Lu Hushwan's Guardianine spirit to one place. Comparatively speaking, she was the most relaxed. I circled around without anyone paying attention to me. There were too many people surrounding the cat ignoring them. I couldn't squeeze in at all. Just as Jiayu once again shook off Lu Hushwan's Guardianine soul and prepared to go to help Cui Tianyin, I lifted my hand and offered Zong Qiqi up, cooperating with Lu Hushwan's Guardianine soul, while simultaneously making a sneak attack on Jiayu. The sudden sneak attack caused Jiayu to give up her plan to go and help Cui Tianyin. She quickly swept a glance at everyone, having no idea whose Guardianine spirit at the peak of the 6th level of the Ghost Marshal that suddenly appeared belonged to. Zong Qiqi was my Guardianine spirit, but since it was voluntary and possessed its own spiritual intelligence, there was no direct spiritual connection between me and her. Moreover, after I sacrificed Zong Qiqi, I turned around without paying any more attention to them, and instead made a gesture to rush towards those Zuanists, and in my haste, Jiayu did not notice my abnormality. Naturally, Jiayu wouldn't be afraid of Zong Qiqi and Lu Yishen's Guardianine souls joining forces. It was just that in that case, she would no longer be able to strike out frequently to help Cui Tianyin, which caused Lu Yishen's pressure to be greatly reduced. It wasn't because Jiayu's strength was balanced with the two Guardianine souls, but because with the addition of a Guardianine soul that was so strong, if Jiayu was still able to cope with the situation, it would be revealing, and Cui Tianyin would surely know that Jiayu was purposely utilizing Lu Hushwan to consume him. Lu Hushwan was so shrewd that after Zong Qiqi joined the fray, he directly pulled out that grade 5 ghost harnessing talisman and launched a more violent attack on Cui Tianyin, his Xuanmu sword constantly emitting buzzing sword sounds, sealing off Cui Tianyin's path to fly upwards. Cui Tianyin also fought more and more bravely. He knew that Jiayu would not go back to help him in a short period of time. The yin qi that surrounded him almost turned into a substance. One by one, the wall of defensive qi composed of yin qi became more and more solid. Master, we've come to help you. A voice came over, and two Ghost Marshal 6th level spirit races suddenly flew over from behind Lu Hushwan, and two yin qi attacks that had turned into substance shot towards Lu Hushwan. These two sneak attackers is definitely the top Ghost Marshal, and this time Cui Tianyin is even more spiritual shock. The large black cloak suddenly all unfolded, inside the shooting out dozens of black chains, all toward Lu Hushwan wrapped the past. Lu Hushwan's face changed. Even if the sneak attacker behind him didn't speak, he could still feel it, but he was now surrounded by enemies on his back. Cui Tianyin's move was his strongest attacking move. Lu Hushwan could block it, but he definitely didn't have any energy to deal with the two sneak attacks behind him. My heart is also anxious. Once Lu Hushwan was killed, then all the people have to die. Not only the cat ignored them, even I will certainly be found out, even if it is not so. Not to mention that Lu Hushwan has a favor for me. I cannot possibly see him killed. I didn't hesitate any longer, and with a swoosh sound, the Shenmu sword flew out from my backpack, chasing after the two Ghost Marshals who wanted to sneak up on Lu Yishen, with a speed that was incredibly fast. Lu Huxuan made the right choice at this time, which was to block Cui Tiannin's attack. As for the sneak attack behind him, it could injure him, but it definitely wouldn't take his life. Put. The Shenmue sword under the control of my intention made a sneak attack and directly cut off the heads of those two ghost marshals who wanted to sneak attack Lu Yishan, and those two sneak attacks stopped at a place less than 10 centimeters from Lu Yishan's back.
There are actually Xian ancestor powerhouses here?
Cui Tiannin was violently startled, and even his attack stalled a little. He stopped. Lu Huxuan and I will not stagnate. Two Xuanmu swords one after the other towards him to fly stabbing past, and Lu Huxuan himself, but also pinched up the 5th level of Ghost Control Talisman, quickly rushed towards Cui Tiannin.
Chapter 184, A Dead End Becomes a Living Way.
Cui Tiannin can no longer think too much, offered those black chains into 2 sets, respectively, towards me and Lu Huxuan's Xuanmu sword rolled, and he himself, also constantly retreat, want to avoid Lu Huxuan's 5th level ghost charm.
It's you!
Jiaoyu, who had long since begun to suspect, finally discovered me through the fluctuations in spiritual energy exposed by my control of the Shenmue sword, and with a cold snort, she shrugged off Zhong Qiqi and Lu Yishan's guardianing spirits and rushed directly towards me. The attack of a Shen ancestor powerhouse, I didn't have the confidence to follow it. Thankfully, Lu Huxuan didn't let me down. With the assistance of my Shenmue sword in that second of stagnation from Cui Tiannin, he smoothly slapped the level 5 ghost harnessing talisman on Cui Tiannin's body, and the next second, his Shenmue sword directly penetrated Cui Tiannin's soul body. And right at this moment, Jiaoyu, who was holding an undifferentiated bone sword, swept over with a powerful might as he shot his horse to kill. I violently took a few steps back, and the Shenmue sword quickly flew back, stabbing directly towards Jiaoyu's back. Jiaoyu's reaction was extremely quick, and her speed was even quicker as she violently turned around and slashed my Shenmue sword with a single strike, while kicking me in the chest at the same time. Ka 3 ribs directly broke apart, and I opened my mouth and sprayed out a blood arrow as my entire body flew backwards. Jiaoyu snorted coldly, lifted her foot and chased towards me, so fast that even Zhong Qiqi couldn't catch up. In just a split second, Jiaoyu once again came to me, and this time, I hadn't even landed on the ground yet.
Die for this ancestor!
Jiaoyu shouted, and the uncorrupted bone sword slashed down directly towards my brow. My heart sank. There was no way for me to dodge. I knew that the reason why Jiaoyu was in a hurry to try to kill me was because of the demonic spirit power around me. Everyone could tell that I was a demon race. If she didn't make any moves, those spirit races would surely fall over each other. They had agreed to deal with the Zuonists together, and a district demon race actually helped the Shin Sex Guardian take out their boss, so how could they continue to cooperate with the demon race? Ding! When Jiaoyu's undying bone sword was only less than 10 centimeters away from me, Lu Huxuan's Xuanmu sword suddenly appeared in front of my eyes, blocking Jiaoyu's sure shot, and it was only then that my entire body began to fall to the ground. Boom! My entire body hit the ground hard. Zhong Qiqi's voice entered my mind and quickly flew towards me. Master, are you alright? I swallowed a mouthful of internal blood and hurriedly told her with my mind, I'm fine, don't come over, I'll be exposed. In front of this kind of top Shen ancestor, I am truly unbeatable. Zhong Qiqi stopped in place and said anxiously, it's not that you're weak, it's that she's too strong. Master, don't say anything first, Qiqi is going to help you heal. No, don't heal, get in the ring. Why? Go in first, it's too late to explain. Lu Huxuan blocked Jiaoyu, and his guardianing soul came at the same time. One person and one soul instantly suppressed Jiaoyu. This all happened so fast that many of the demon race and spirit race didn't react, and the moment Cui Tiannin was taken out, all of the spirit race froze. They hadn't thought that their boss, who was invincible in their hearts, would actually be taken out, and the person who assisted in the sneak attack was actually a demon race. Even though Jiaoyu made a decisive move to kill me and almost succeeded, most of the spirit race didn't see that scene, and didn't even see me controlling the Shenmue sword. Brothers of the spirit race, the demon race went back on their word. Elder Cui was killed. A ghost marshal shouted out. All the spirit race instantly became chaotic. Not only the spirit race, even the demon race's people stopped their attacks and looked towards Jiaoyu with a puzzled face. Also at the same time, they were on guard against those spirit race in the surroundings. Of course, there were a few people who knew what was going on, and one of the demon race shouted, friends of the spirit race, don't misunderstand. That person is not one of my demon race. He uses a Shenwood sword, and he can defend the sword. He must be one of the Shen sect. This shout made both sides even more puzzled, and Lu Huxuan even intensified his attack on Jiaoyu. Jiaoyu was having trouble coping with Lu Huxuan at this time, and didn't have a chance to explain, and she herself also knew clearly that this explanation was powerless, because the demon race's shouting appeared to be explaining for the demon race, but in reality, it was very hard to convince people, and it would even make people even more skeptical. Why? First of all, the demonic spirit power around me is very obvious, and it's a unified demon. This is obvious to everyone. Secondly, that person said that I can defend the sword. The general public definitely don't believe it. Inside everyone's concept, a human Shencher who can defend the sword is definitely a Shenzu powerhouse. If I'm a Shenzu powerhouse, where would I be injured so easily? Moreover, before this matter was noticed by everyone, I let Zhong Qiqi enter inside the ring. Zhong Qiqi, if everyone saw it, then they would definitely know that I am a ghost hunter. Don't you think it's hard to be convinced by the blind words you made up? A spirit race with a gloomy face said in a cold voice. That demon clan also seemed to have realized that there was a big theoretical loophole in what he said, and hurriedly explained again, just now, I also sought his guardian spirit. Senior brother, I've already accomplished my mission, why do you still want to put me to death? I'm willing to die for the demon clan, and I can also not want any honor, but I'm not willing to be misunderstood by my clan members that I'm in Xian after I'm dying. I also have family, how do you ask them to face so clan members in the future? I pretended to be in pain as I said, and after I finished speaking, a mouthful of internal blood spurted out. As soon as I said this, the spirit race was even more stirred up. Some of the spirit race that didn't know what was going on had already begun to fall back on me. Not many of the spirit race saw me strike, most of them only saw the flying swords. They weren't stronger than me, they simply couldn't detect my presence directly through the fluctuation of spiritual energy like Jiao Yu did. In the opinion of most people, Jiao Yu's sudden strike against me was completely using me to take the blame. Of course, in addition to Cui Tianin, the spirit clan also had his two ghost marshals who were going to sneak up on Lu Huxuan knew that it was me, only that they had now turned into nothingness. You shameless Zionist, I'll tear you apart. Seeing that he had helped, that unified demon gritted his teeth and charged directly towards me, and halfway there, he transformed into a huge grey wolf. I was anxious in my heart, I didn't know whether to make a move or not. If I didn't make a move, then I could only sit and wait for death. If I did make a move, then it was very likely that my Xianxue identity would be exposed. Roar! Just in the nick of time, a spotted leopard suddenly rushed out from the side, directly crashing into the big grey wolf. The big grey wolf was directly sent flying by this sudden collision, and after he stabilized himself, he once again transformed into his human form, staring blankly at the spotted leopard. The blossomed leopard had also taken human form, and it was the same leopard demon I had encountered at the entrance earlier. What do you mean? The wolf demon asked coldly. The panther demon let out a ba and said, I'm going to you, this friend came in with me, Ing said he's a Xianxue? Are you going to accuse me of being a Xianxue at the back? I looked at the leopard demon suspiciously, and in my heart I let out a big sigh of relief, not realizing that a random chance encounter had actually received unexpected results. Right at this moment, Lu Huxuan, who had gained the upper hand, suddenly said, Jiao Yu, Cui Tianin is already dead, our purpose has been achieved, there's no need to be so full of drama, right? Lu Huxuan this sentence, as if a thunderbolt out of thin air, woke up all the spirits. All these spirits are angry. I turned my head to look at Lu Huxuan. At this time, he has the advantage, his expression has become very relaxed, it looks like it is really like acting. It is said that Shen masters are good at attacking the heart. It seems that you, Lu Huxuan, are also a two-faced villain. Jiao Yu's face was still calm, but the demonic spirit power emanating from her body could completely reveal her violent anger. To say that in a single fight, no matter whether it was Cui Tianin or Jiao Yu, no one was able to win against Lu Huxuan, and this was also the reason why the demon race and the spirit race had always been foolish, but delayed in their actions. Haha, how can we join forces to exterminate the spirit race without attacking from the heart? Senior sister Jiao Yu, it's time for you to order the extermination of the spirit race. Lu Huxuan wasn't afraid to make a big deal out of it and incited the fire once again. The spirit race completely blew up, and the group was so agitated that a small portion of them began to turn against each other, directly attacking the demon race around them. Because the vast majority of the spirit race at the scene had already believed that Cui Tianin's death was related to the demon race, they knew that they had been fooled, so how could they continue to be in the same boat as the demon race? This makes me feel very happy in my heart. This game of chess is very wonderful. Jiao Yixian left the origin demonic chi in my body played a huge role. Without this, everything is impossible to establish. Of course, my late caution and luck and Lu Huxuan's strength is also a big deciding factor, coupled with the fact that the demon race and the spirit race were not completely concentric in the first place. It was because of these various factors that the dead situation where the entire Xianxue army would have been wiped out was hardened and saved by me in an unbelievable form. And it was only now that I understood the words that Jiao Yixian had said at the beginning. There is no absolute desperation in this world, only desperate people. When the spirit race turned against the water, the pressure on the Zionists was suddenly a lot less. Although there were only 7 or 8 Zionists left at this time, the vast majority of the demon race was in a state of confusion, coupled with the fact that the spirit race had some radicals who made a move on the demon race, and the demon race all started to counterattack as well. A single stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, and even those who hadn't been attacked directly joined in. The ranks of those who had besieged the spirit race, as it seemed to them that the spirit race was now a much greater, the threat to them was much greater than that of the Xian clan. This situation greatly reduced the pressure on the cat ignoring them, because the demon clan and the spirit clan had already stood in a group, and because of the leopard demon, there was no demon clan to come back to trouble me. Not only that, there were also a few demon clan who were just as hot-blooded as the leopard demon who defended me, and they were all very straight, in their opinion. I had made contributions to the demon clan, and they felt that I was a hero, and heroes, they should die on the battlefield and not be killed after making merit. In fact, no matter whether it was the demon race, the spirit race or the Xian sect, there were such people with the right values. The battle between the races was a racial righteousness, and in everyone's heart, there was a righteousness they wanted to uphold. Because of this, some of the spirit race that wanted to finish me off to avenge Cui Tianyin were not able to succeed either.
Chapter 185, My name is Zhao Lianfan. Compared to the situation of the Demon and Spirit 2 races alliance to deal with the Xin'er, the current seemed to be more than a few times more chaotic. The number of Spirit race and the Demon race is equal. The strength is also close to the nearly 1,000 people without any rules and regulations of the melee. In the Xin'er Demon and Ghost Grotto inside the Fierce staged, there are constantly the Demon race and the Spirit race warriors lost their lives. The entire Xin'er Demon and Ghost Grotto has completely turned into a hell on earth. The spirit race has lost its backbone, there is no one to command it, it has gone completely out of control. The Jiaoyu of the demon race is deadlocked by Lu Hushuan, there is no chance to give orders. In fact, the demon race is also in a state of chaos right now, and the opponent they most urgently need to solve right now is not the Xianshi, but the spirit race. The 7 Zuanzans including the cat ignoring were very smart. They didn't take the initiative to participate in the battle, they also maintained a defensive posture and moved to a corner. Although they were only 7 people, but they were able to hold out until now, their strength was at the top of the list. Whoever came to look for them was cut down without any mercy. At the back, no matter whether it was the demon race or the spirit race, there was no longer anyone who went to look for their trouble. I sat on the ground to heal my wounds, there is no danger, and Lu Hushuan's complexion is getting calmer and calmer. He is not in a hurry to defeat Jiaoyu. In his heart, he is equally clear, as long as he suppresses Jiaoyu, and things go on in this direction, the demon race and the spirit race will surely lose both of them. Not to say that the human race will be able to sit back and take out everyone at that time. At least those Xianshi who are still alive, the chances of surviving are a lot higher. The gruesome killing lasted for half an hour, the smell of blood was everywhere inside the Xianji demon ghost cave, even the air was dyed red by the blood mist, and the battle came to an end. In the fight between the demon race and the spirit race, in the end, it was the demon race that was victorious, because when the fight came to the back, many of the spirit races had also calmed down. The fact that there was no one to command didn't mean that those spirits didn't have a brain. It could be seen from the big picture that even if they eventually defeated the demon race, there were still 2 Xuanzu powerhouses and a few top Zuanzans of great strength that had to be confronted, and, no matter how it was fought, in the end, they would only be dead. The demon clan could win precisely because of the retreat of these calmer spirit race, but thankfully, at this time, there were only a few dozen unified demon powerhouses left among the demon clan. And by this time, I had recovered a lot from my injuries, the broken ribs had not recovered, but they didn't affect me very much anymore. Lu Hushuan knew that it was time to close the net, he didn't circle around with Jiaoyu anymore, and the attacks under his hand suddenly became much more severe. Go help Senior Jiaoyu. Seeing the situation, the leopard demon roared and rushed towards Lu Hushuan. The remaining demons were equally clear that once Jiaoyu was defeated, Lu Hushuan would kill them as if they were chickens. If there were still people from the demon race who thought that Jiaoyu was acting with Lu Hushuan, no one would think so now. Which one is acting for so long? Which one is acting to death? The moment the leopard demon and a few other unified demons rushed over, Jiaoyu was kicked in the chest by Lu Hushuan, and the Shenmu sword shot over sharply from another tricky angle, directly taking away Jiaoyu's left arm. Jiaoyu stabilized her stance, put away her bone sword, grabbed a broken arm on the ground, and said loudly out of her mouth, "All demon clans, withdraw from the Xian'er demon ghost cave." All of the demon clans froze and transformed into beast forms, running wildly towards the cave entrance. Jiaoyu's choice was very knowing, right now they theoretically still have an advantage, but she has been seriously injured. If they continue to fight like this, the demon race will definitely be wiped out. If they leave at this time, the Xin can't stop them at all. Friend, let's go. The leopard demon quickly came to my side and reached out, ready to help me. I laughed, shook my head and said, "I'm sorry brother, I have to be honest with you, I'm not a demon race, but a Xin clan member, thank you for your help." What? The leopard demon froze, he regretted it at this moment, he was very straightforward, but in front of racial righteousness, he knew how much trouble he had incurred for the demon race. Just go, if the demon race wants to ostracize you, you can find me and I'll keep you safe. I said sincerely, sealing Zhao Yixian's origin demon Qi once again, and the spiritual energy around me instantly transformed into Xian's spiritual energy. Ah, screw you shameless Zuanist, tricking old me. The leopard demon roared in anger and raised his hand towards my head. Pa! Zong Qiqi was sacrificed by me in a very timely manner, and reached out to block the leopard demon's hand, and I hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, brother leopard, you should go now." In fact, I hadn't meant to trick him, and I hadn't said a word when he was protecting me, but I had to keep quiet, and I couldn't confess to him at that point. Humph, don't let me see you in the future. The leopard demon knew that there was no hope of killing me, and with a loud roar he transformed into a spotted leopard and rushed into the exit like a bolt of lightning, and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. The scene immediately calmed down, and the remaining 7 Xianshi also breathed a sigh of relief and sat paralyzed on the ground. Zong Qiqi was the first to help me heal my wounds, and Lu Hushuan didn't bother to chase after me anymore, but instead, he flew to my side. Little brother is brave and resourceful, and has successfully resolved this crisis. Lu, thank you for everyone. Lu Hushuan said, and suddenly froze. I knew in my heart that he had seen that I was disguised and had recognized me. I clasped my fists and said, "Elder Lu, this is all what the younger generation should do. Ha, the blessing of Shinmen, the blessing of Shinmen. Ah, your injury, it doesn't matter, right? Lu Hushwan squatted down and asked with concern. Late generation is fine, there are some things that I still ask Senior Lu. I also whispered. Lu Hushwan smiled and said, don't worry, there's no problem. If I don't remember wrongly, the cat ignore should be your friend, right? Yes, she's my sister, that's why I came here. I didn't expect to run into something like this. I answered truthfully. Lu Hushwan naturally understood the things I said, and the meaning of his words didn't reveal half of the things about me. First of all, I disguise things, he does not look carefully do not know, but now certainly already know. But this is not the main, sooner or later I have to show my true face, I can royal sword thing, this kind of thing is too appalling, no one in the Shinshur knows, Lu Hushwan is very clear, but he did not say it, just said a Shinshur's blessing, perhaps in his heart, already have to protect my heart. Cat Ignore and the other 6 top Zuenzans also helped each other over. Cat Ignore knew that I had changed my face once again, but she knew Zong Chi Chi, only she knew that I must have had a purpose for changing my face, and she didn't come to recognize each other the first time. Lu Hushwan laughed and said, since the cat ignores are your sister, then there is nothing to hide, don't worry, the other 6 Zuenzans are my personal disciples, I guarantee with my own personality that they are absolutely trustworthy, come on, little brother, introduce yourself with everyone. I looked at Lu Hushwan, since he has said so, then it is absolutely trustworthy. I originally thought that these Shen men are from all directions, I did not expect that they are all Lu Hushwan's personal disciples. Lu Hushwan's person I absolutely trust, if I had known that, I wouldn't have hidden it. I stood up and mouthed, greetings, senior brothers and sisters, my name is Zhao Runfan, nice to meet you all. Seeing that I had revealed my identity, the cat ignored it and finally breathed a sigh of relief, coming to my side and saying, brother, why did you come over? I smiled and said, your family was worried when you didn't come home for so long, so I came over to look for you. The cat ignored a heavy breath and mouthed, luckily you're okay. Once the cat ignored the words, her eyes rolled white and the whole person fainted, her injuries were very serious, and she persisted until now solely because of the belief in her heart, once she relaxed, she would faint uncontrollably. I hurriedly reached out to catch cat ignore, and after making sure she wasn't in any kind of life-threatening danger, I slung her on my back. Lu Hushwan said, we have to hurry and get out of here, I'm afraid something will change after a long time. The crowd nodded, 3 people entered Lu Hushwan's residence, the other 3 headed towards the auction room underneath that auction table, and in less than 3 minutes, everyone gathered at the exit. Rinfan, which branch are you in now? As he walked out of the Shin or Demon Ghost Cave, Lu Hushwan opened his mouth and asked. I shook my head and said, Elder, I don't have a branch, I'm a self-cultivating Zooanist, and if I were to say that I have one, I came out of the hatching nest of the hunting branch. Ha, let's get out of here first, everyone is in a bad state right now, we'll have a detailed chat later when we're safe and talk about the matter about the Marquis of Wu's tomb. Lu Hushwan seemed happy to know that I'm a self-cultivating Xianshur. I nodded and spared Lu Hushwan a glance. A group of people quickly left the Shin or Demon Ghost Cave, this time the crisis was resolved, although the sacrifice of many Shin'er, the other 2 clans also suffered heavy losses, but this result, for all of us, is acceptable, not to mention the preservation of life. But also got the Shin or Demon Ghost Cave all the remaining resources, the Spirit Stone is filled with 2 big bags, a rough estimate. This inside the Spirit Stone does not have 1,000,000, at least there are also the Spirit Stones. In here don't have 1,000,000, at least there are also 7 or 800,000. Master, where are we going now? A thick-browed Shin Zun 6th layer asked, he was the most injured, he even had difficulty walking and was being supported, perhaps he was so concerned about where to go for fear of becoming a burden to the team. Lu Hushwan said, find a place to hide first, now we can't rule out the spirit race and demon race organizing a more powerful counterattack, don't look at the spirit race and demon race temporarily falling out, but sooner or later they will come back to their senses. These 2 races have been suppressed by Shen men for thousands of years, the agreement reached with great difficulty has not been broken so easily, neither of you are in a very good situation right now, let's not show our faces first, I know a place, let's go there first, Renfan, come with us, your sister's situation is not very good either. Chapter 186, Lu Hushwan Fishing. I nodded and said, listen to Elder. The group kept walking for more than 10 kilometers, and came to a seemingly ordinary boulder in front of us. Lu Hushwan grabbed a handful of formation flags from inside his backpack, played a few hand decisions on top of one of the flags, and then casually sprinkled his hand, and the flag was nailed to the grass where we had walked. Miraculous things happened, we just walked through the grass, stepped on the bend of those small grass once again into the original appearance, a little footprints of the traces are not left, and that array flag, also invisible disappearance. Lu Hushwan took out another formation flag and threw it directly towards the boulder. Something even more magical happened, the originally bland and uninteresting boulder suddenly appeared with a somewhat illusory-looking stone hole, and in just a few breaths of time, the hole was completely revealed. Elder Lu's formation attainments are truly profound, I said from the bottom of my heart. Lu Hushwan smiled, there was originally a stone cave here, it's just that I used to seal in with a barrier method, if you want to learn Shinmen formation, I can teach you. Thank you, Elder. Speaking, we walked into the cave together, the cave is quite spacious inside, not very deep. Lu Hushwan went in and then dropped a formation flag, the original dim cave, suddenly became bright.
The light source that brightened the cave was some burning resin. Everyone has to find a place to sit down. I also put the cat ignored down. Her physical quality is very good. The injuries are also some traumatic injuries, fainted because of physical exhaustion, but there is no big problem. Lu Huashuan took out a bottle of pills and told one of the Xuanzuan powerhouses to hand them out, then said to me, Renfan, go, accompany me to go fishing.
Fishing? I asked, a little puzzled.
Lu Huashuan nodded and said, well, there is a waterhole not far away. When I'm not doing anything, I like to go there to fish. The fish there are fat. Let's go get some fish and come back to eat. But lately, it's been a long time since I've been there due to a lot of things. Good. I agreed cheerfully. He had talked to me about talking about the Martial Marquis tomb, so naturally I wouldn't refuse. Lu Huashuan laughed, picked up a fishing rod from beside the rock wall, and just walked out. I followed, and in looking back, the stone was still plain stone, and the cave, long gone.
In his heart, he secretly praised Lu Huashuan's awesome attainments and formations and followed him out.
Stepping into the setting sun and stepping into our own long shadows, we made our way towards the east side of the cave, and after walking less than 100 meters, we did see a pool of water. The water inside this water pool is very clear, the water surface is very calm, without the slightest ripple, the surrounding environment is very good, green mountains, green water, the grass grows and flies, even if it is about to be dark, it is still the appearance of a paradise. Elder Lu, nice place. I praised with a smile. Lu Huashuan held the fishing rod in his hand and directly threw out the hook, and on top of his hook, there was no bait. Sit down, don't call me Senior Lu in the future, if you don't mind, call me Big Brother Lu, I'm much older than you, the Xian sect's senior and junior designation is based on the Xianshi rank. I understand your natural talent, and you work hard enough in the latter day, one day your Xianshi rank is higher than mine, I'll have to change my mind and call you Senior. Lu Huashuan said. I froze, smiled and said, Brother Lu is flattering, I still don't know if I have a chance to step into the Xian ancestor realm. Lu Huashuan said, excessive modesty is pride, Renfan, I appreciate you, in all seriousness, are you an extreme fate? I was shocked in my heart, without the slightest fluctuation on my face, I directly said, yes, Brother Lu has good eyesight. Ha, sure enough I guessed right, but the fact that you can answer so directly is something I didn't expect. Aren't you afraid that I will be unfavorable to you when I find out? Lu Huashuan looked at the calm water and said with a smile. Brother Lu said that he appreciates me, I also trust Brother Lu, in other people, I am afraid, in Brother Lu, I am not afraid, at first, if it is not you lending me $1 billion, there is no way for me to successfully save my wife, this kind of favor, the same as recreation, I won't hide anything from Brother Lu. I also stared at the water, Lu Huashuan's fishing, not only there is no bait, even the buoy is not. Lu Huashuan put away his smile and said with his mouth, I've been waiting for you. Brother Lu is waiting for me? Well, to be exact, I've been waiting for an extreme fate to appear. So I've come to the Xianer Demon Ghost Cave. I'm a bit confused as to why Brother Lu guessed that I'm an extreme fate? Because of your heaven-grade Xianmu sword, don't be nervous, heaven-grade Xianmu sword is very difficult to identify. The reason why I recognize it is because I used to be the tower master of the Xian sect HQ's assessment tower. I am very familiar with Xianmu swords. Lu Huashuan said directly. I nodded, relieved in my heart. What Brother Lu means is that my heavenly grade Xuanmu sword has exposed my extreme destiny? Although the heaven-grade Xianwood sword is rare, it's not out of print. But a Xian who can command a sword at the Xian Zun realm, 80% of them are extreme destiny. Lu Huashuan replied. I nodded silently, and Lu Huashuan continued, you cultivate the Zhuge clan's secret technique, so you're able to control a sword, right? Yes. Well, then you should know about the tomb of the Marquis of Wu. Lu Huashuan then cut to the chase. I nodded and said, I know, I've already cracked the riddle of the Marquis of Wu's tomb, and since the opening of the Marquis of Wu's tomb is just around the corner, I'm going to go and perfect the Zhuge's secret method. Well, I'll help you. Lu Huashuan said 4 words indifferently, and with a flick of his wrist, a fish was flung up by him, landing accurately in a puddle next to him. Good. Lu Huashuan threw down the hook again and pointed to the fish swimming in that puddle and said, what is this? Fish. I replied. Where are the fish? Puddles. Lu Huashuan nodded silently and said, the puddle was originally dead. Because of the fish, there was life, and this life changed the entire magnetic field of the puddle. The fish was swimming at the same time, drove the flow of water. This is a puddle of dead water, now it has become living water. It is not that the water has changed, but the fish has affected it. I didn't say anything, thinking hard about what Lu Huashuan meant by that. Lu Huashuan continued, whether the water is dead or alive does not depend on itself. If this fish never comes in, then this puddle of water will always be stagnant. The tomb of the Marquis of Wu has existed for so many years, yet it has never been opened. Why do you think that is? When Lu Huashuan said this, I instantly understood and said with my mouth, because there is one less fish. Well, actually that poetry riddle isn't difficult. Both the master of the collection at the Xianmen sect's headquarters and I know it. What's difficult is the absence of this fish. Where is this fish? Although I already roughly understood what Lu Huashuan meant, I still wanted to confirm it. The pavilion master is the spouse of the previous doormaster, since she also knows about it, and the previous doormaster is also an extreme destiny. it means that he has gone inside the martial marquee tomb. I even suspected that the middle part of that Juga's secret method was taken out from the inside of the martial marquee tomb by the previous doormaster, and as for why the upper part wasn't taken out, it could be that something unexpected had happened. Lu Hushwan said indifferently, "This fish is by my side." I smiled and said, "For this fish of extreme destiny to come to this Yangtian puddle, someone else needs to send it in before it can come. That's why I said I'll help you." Lu Hushwan flicked his wrist again, and another fish was pulled up by him, landing in this puddle with the same accuracy. Lu Hushwan said cryptically, "But I also understand his meaning." I said Yangtian depression. He did not refute. "Then it means that my guess is right. Fix the ground south of the water." This water refers to the Yangtian depression, the ancient three kingdoms of the depression that can cantonment of 100,000 troops. I am very happy in my heart, happy that Lu Hushwan said to help me. With Lu Hushwan in, my grasp to be greater. At the same time I also understand why the 9 masters must want me to participate in the excavation of the tomb of the Marquis of Wu. Most likely he also knows that the opening of the tomb of the Marquis of Wu, the need for my presence. "Brother Lu, do you know the 9 masters in Taiwan?" I opened my mouth and asked. Lu Hushwan nodded and said, "I know, Master 9 is also a top Xian ancestor powerhouse who went out from the Xian sect headquarters. His strength is not below me, he majors in the Rune Dao. His rune attainments are not below my array attainments. He should be interested in the martial marquee tomb as well." I nodded and said, "Yes, and I'm at his mercy right now." Lu Hushwan frowned and mouthed, "What's going on?" I calmly told all the things, this time, directly to the darkness of the sky. During this time, Lu Hushwan has not said anything, just quietly listening. After listening to me, he heavily sighed and said, "If that's the case, then things are rather tricky. The 9th master is a very dangerous person, temperamental and changeable. On the other hand, his natural talent is extremely high, and is not subject to constraints. I haven't seen him in decades. I even have reason to suspect that he has stepped into the immortal Xian Lord realm." Immortal Xian Lord. I muttered, "If that's really the case, then it's very troublesome." "You have and don't need to worry too much. I'm just guessing. If Master 9 really crosses into the immortal Xian Lord realm, it would be a good thing for us instead." Lu Hushwan said. "What makes you say that, Brother Lu?" I asked suspiciously. Chapter 187, Family Grounded. Lu Hushwan continued, "You should know that the demon race and the spirit race are also eyeing the martial marquee tomb, right?" Yeah. "And do you have any idea what they were going for? Didn't you want to rob the inside of the Marquis of Wu's tomb?" I asked suspiciously. Lu Hushwan shook his head and said, "No, they are there to stop others from opening the martial marquee tomb. To be exact, they are stopping Zuanists from opening the martial marquee tomb and obtaining the things inside. Even though Master Jiu has already broken away from the Xian sect, he is still a Zuanist, and if they are going to fight against the demon race and spirit race, the stronger he is, the better." Brother Lu, how many people know about the matter that only the extreme fate can make the tomb of the Marquis of Wu visible? I asked this question that I was most concerned about. Lu Hushwan said, "There are only 3 people who know. The first one is the sect master, the second one is the Luo Xian pavilion master, and the third one is me. The sect master has already feathered his feathers, and the only ones who know this secret in this world are the Luo Xian pavilion master and me." I nodded and continued, "Then how many people know the real address of the Wuo tomb?" Again, only me and pavilion master Luo Xian know, because sect master took us to the martial marquee tomb, and also got the middle of the Zhuge clan's secret method from inside, and, of course, you know about it as well. Lu Hushwan said directly. I was shocked. It seems that my guess is correct. Zhuge's secret method of the middle is really the Xuanman's master from the Marquis of Wu inside the tomb out. No wonder at first Luo Xian so sure to tell me that there is no middle inside the Marquis of Wu tomb. It turns out that they are from the inside out, just they have been in the Marquis of Wu tomb this thing, but did not talk to me about it. In that case it's better, it's just that Master 9 wants me to assist him in the development of the martial marquee tomb so badly. Does he know something as well? Lu Hushwan shook his head and said, "He absolutely does not know. He wants you to participate in the development of the Marquis of Wu's tomb. Should be aware that you are practicing Zhuge's secret method, possible for the Marquis of Wu's tomb to open help. The Marquis of Wu's tomb is Zhuge Kongming's tomb. Zhuge's secret method is also left behind by the cultivation of the method of Zhuge Kongming. Zhuge's secret method circulated in the world is incomparably crippled, generally can only cultivate to Xian people will lose the follow-up technique, no longer allowed to survive, so there is already no Xian people will cultivate this, and you actually cultivated to Xian master, and now also advanced to Xian Zun, the 9th master will be more concerned about you. Then will he know about me being in extreme fate? No, if he knew, you wouldn't be here right now. The extreme life pattern is even harder to recognize than the heavenly grade Xian Mu sword. With your current strength, as long as you consciously hide it, even if the other party is an immortal Xian lord, he won't be able to discover it. Lu Hushwan explained. I nodded, relieved that the 9th master shouldn't have known that I was in extreme destiny. By the way, Brother Lu, do you have any news about that Fury King? Lu Hushwan shook his head and said, "It seems like the Fury King was seriously injured by an old man, that's all I know." Does Brother Lu know the identity of that old man? I'm not sure, but the person who can seriously injure the Fury King, I'm afraid that his strength is not below me. I've been thinking about it and I don't know who it is. Hopefully this person is not an enemy.
Lu Huishuan said and once again pulled up a fish, grabbed it in his hand and said with his mouth, "Let's go back and eat roasted fish." I fished out the other 2 fish from inside the puddle, one in each hand, and followed Lu Huishuan towards the cave. On the way back, Lu Huishuan told me that he would go directly to the vicinity of Yangtianhua and wait for me on the day that the marquee tomb opens, and that I would need to figure out a way to get out on my own by then, and that no matter what, I would have to come to Yangtianhua during the time of the total solar eclipse and enter the marquee tomb. After returning to the cave, only to find that those who had all been seriously injured have gotten much better, Lu Huishuan's elixir is indeed miraculous. Even the unconscious cat ignored, at this time, also sat up, leaning against a stone, a face of heart. "Sis, are you thinking about Great White?" I asked, opening my mouth. Cat Ignore nodded and said sadly, "Yes, Great White has followed me since I was 15 years old. I tamed her step by step, from a tiger cub to finally being able to take human form. She saved me many times, but I couldn't keep her." I also fell silent. This kind of feeling I know very well. The significance of Dubai relative to her is equivalent to Zhong Chi for me. If one day Zhong Chi is broken up, I definitely don't feel good in my heart either. It's just that at this time, I don't know how to go about comforting her. "Sis, I understand how you feel, but what's done is done. There's no turning back. Dubai has always protected you. She wants you to be safe, so don't let her down. Protect yourself," I said comfortingly. The cat ignored me and left 2 lines of hot tears in her eyes as she mouthed, "I know sis, I just miss her so much." "Well, I miss her too," I said, opening my arms, and Cat Ignore finally couldn't hold on and hugged me, letting out a sob. No matter how strong people are, there is the softest place in their hearts. This soft place once touched, they need a dependence. The cat ignores the high heart, and usually an iceberg beauty image, but people always have a vulnerable time, not to mention that she is still a girl. When I was vulnerable, I would also lean on Zhao Yixian's shoulder and let out a cry, wanting to find a dependence, wanting to have a support. Early the next morning, almost everyone's injuries were healed. Such was the power of the Xianmen pills. This night, and the other people have also had contact. These people are Lu Huishuan's personal disciples, their character is trustworthy, and from following Lu Huishuan, stayed inside the Shenjin Demon Ghost Cave, not much contact with the outside. The loyalty to Lu Huishuan is extremely high. Don't look at this place, there are only 6 people. The strength of these 6 people are in Cat ignoring the strength of the same level. The 6 people join hands, the terror won't be lost to a common Xian ancestor. Of course, Cat Ignore is only at the 2nd Xianzun layer. When she is also at the 5th or 6th Xianzun layer, these people will not be able to catch up with her. Lu Huishuan said they still need to stay here for a period of time, but the cat and I ignored but had to go back to Xiangsha City. The opening of the Marquis of Wu's tomb is imminent. I went back one day later. The heart of the 9 masters will have one more mustache. He lost my trail, but I'm sure that he is also afraid of me to look around for helpers, so one day earlier back, to him, but also a lot of peace of mind. Before leaving, Lu Huishuan divided to me 10,000 spirit stones, enough to fill a backpack, more cannot take, and also too conspicuous. Without Great White, the cat ignores always feel that something is missing. There are times when walking, will blow the whistle that summons Great White, or shouts Great White. This state will last for a period of time. All I can do is to constantly accompany her to talk, and said to go to accompany her to retame a guardian demonic beast. She shook her head and rejected me, saying with her mouth, "Taming a demonic beast isn't simple, and with Great White still in my heart, I don't have the heart to get any other guardian demonic beasts." I nodded and said, "In that case, let's race to see who runs out first." Cat Ignore smiled and said, "Yeah." The race made the cat ignore the big white thing for a while. She used to be fast, much faster than me. But now, the speed was already below me. This situation inspired her even more. Before long, we ran out of the deep mountains, back to the place where I parked my car in the first place. The car was still there and undamaged, and we made it to Urumqi without a hitch. As soon as I arrived at the place where there was a signal, I called home and told them that I was coming back today, and I went to the Xuanji Demon Ghost Cave after I saved Cat unheard. But halfway there I heard that the Xuanji Demon Ghost Cave had undergone a drastic change, and that the Demon Clan and the Spirit Clan were besieging the Human Clan, and I didn't go over there, so I didn't find Cat unheard either. On the way I kept talking to Cat Ignore, trying to find ways to make her laugh. She was strong and knew what I was trying to do, and soon buried her feelings for Dubai. I parked my car in the parking lot of the airport, and to be on the safe side, I didn't go back with Cat Ignore, who got a room in the hotel at the airport, and I told her to stay for a few days before going back. While I went back to the airport, removed my disguise, and caught a flight back. The Xianshi Demon Ghost Cave happened such a big thing, the 9th Master must have channels to be able to inquire about the news inside. If I go back with the cat ignoring it, the 9th Master will guess that the one who helped the Xianshi repel the demon spirit 2 clans is me, then my strength will be exposed likewise. Not only that, even Lu Huishuan might be exposed as well. When I returned to Xiangsha City, it was already in the afternoon. This time it was Zhou Peng who personally drove to pick me up. On the way, his expression was not good. I joked and asked him what was wrong. Was it Jumengshuan's wife who was in charge of her husband? He shook his head and said, "No, the opening of the Marquis of Wu's tomb is imminent. Your house is being watched, and the Yu family is being watched as well. Even the hunting and killing divisions people have not continued to keep in touch with me. The senior brother also hasn't had any news. I'm annoyed in my heart." I nodded and said, "All your worries will end when the Martial Marquis tomb opens, so there's no need to think too much right now." Zhou Peng said, "Oh, how can you think too much?
The ninth master has now grounded his family, and if I hadn't come out to pick you up, I wouldn't have been able to get out just the same. I frowned and asked, grounded? Zhou Peng said, yeah, not just your house, even my father-in-law's family is grounded. Bodyguards, servants, drivers, they can't go out if they're fine. How can this ninth master be like this? Brightly and openly grounding you guys? My eyes went cold. It seemed that Zhao Yixin was also a master of reporting good news. She didn't want me to worry at all. Chapter 188 Angrily Killing the Taiwanese. Zhou Peng said, is not bright. They did not explicitly say, a while ago the family of a servant and the driver went out to buy food. That servant is that cooking is very good. That Aunt Zhang, to the time has not yet returned, until the evening. Back to the two corpses, with their corpses back to a Shenshi, a Shinzun, are 9 masters of the people. After that, these 2 people lived in the Yu family, saying that they are the people of the 9 masters, telling everyone that it is not safe outside, and that many people are staring at us, and telling us not to go out, and these say good things. In fact, Aunt Zhang and the driver are the 2 killers, and they are warning us that whoever wants to leave the gate by half a step is dead, and my father-in-law and I are both very angry, and I have questioned them, and they have not denied it, and have directly admitted it, and warned us that no one can leave half a step before the opening of the Marquis of Wu's tomb. If not for my father-in-law's concern that they are the people of the 9th master stopping me, I would have killed those 2 bastards. 9 masters, this is too deceptive. I clenched my fists tightly and made a few clicking sounds. Zhou Peng nodded and said, yes, it's just to keep you on a leash, alas. In fact, I know very well that you're under quite a bit of pressure, and if the Wuo tomb goes well, Lao Zi will never want to get involved in this kind of again. It's so annoying. I nodded and said, don't go home yet, go to the Yu mansion first. What's the point of going to the Yu mansion? Zhou Peng asked suspiciously. Uncle Jin's people died, so of course I need to ask for an explanation, and by doing this, Master 9 is making me feel panicked, and at the same time, he wants to know my attitude. I replied. Zhou Peng asked suspiciously, since that's the case, what are you still going to ask for? To kill those 2, of course. This I do not understand. The 9th master let you panic is not his purpose? You killed those 2 1T anger the 9 masters? Zhou Peng looked at me and asked suspiciously. I pointed ahead and said, drive well and watch the road. Zhou Peng hummed, and only then did I continue. Master 9 understands my character, and he himself is suspicious by nature, so if I'm still indifferent after something like this happens, then he'll be even more suspicious. But in any case, those are Xianzun powerhouses and Xian masters. If you just take them out like that, the 9th master will also be blamed, right? I shook my head and said, no, the 9th master knows my character, yet he still sends these 2 people to do such a thing. Those 2 people have long been discarded pawns. Their role in the eyes of the 9th master is just a pawn used to figure out my mind. Don't you see that Xuanzuan is not much inside Xian's sect, but in the eyes of the 9th master, but it's just like that. Taking a step back, even if the 9th master wants to blame, these 2 people I still have to kill. It's fine to cooperate, but you can't bully people. So that's how it is. Do you want to kill off your family's old man Xia and that Xia Yubing as well? Zhou Peng said with a hefty smile and joke. His face was finally no longer that heavy. In fact, he had long wanted to kill those 2 people from the Yu family. You took them out too, so wait for the 9 to you up. I gave him a blank look and said somewhat breathlessly. Zhou Peng laughed and started sniping. After I finish them off, I'll go and master 9 to death, and the world will be at peace. As we chatted, the car stopped in front of Yuzhin's villa, Zhou Peng and I got out of the car at the same time, and after greeting the bodyguard at the door, we walked into the hall. Yuzhin and Sun Qin were eating, and there were 2 people they didn't recognize at the table, like Zhou Peng said, a Shenzun and a Xian master, both of whom looked like thieves. That Xuanzuan sat on the main seat where Yuzhin usually sits, and not only that, these 2 servants stood beside them, specializing in pouring drinks for them. Yuzhin, several people's faces are not good. There is no atmosphere of eating, as if they are being forced to accompany the leader. Gu Chang's face, there is also a clearly visible slap mark. Yoho, Renfan is back. Why did you come to my place? Yuzhin's face turned from anger to joy after seeing me and stood up. I smiled and said, yes Uncle Jin, I'm back. Is this the Zhao Lianfan that the 9th master holds in high regard? How come it's a brat? That Xian Zun drank a glass of wine, wiped his mouth, and yelled at the servant behind him, are you blind? Pour the wine. Sister Sue, you go down first, let me serve this grandpa. With a calm face, I walked over to that servant's side and reached out to receive the bottle of Maotai wine. Sister Sue nodded her head and walked towards the kitchen, and that Xian Zun said, count on you to know what's good for you, Zhao Lianfan. Don't you think that just because you have a few smarts, you dare to disobey the 9th master? The 9th master has sent us here to tell you that even if you're a dragon, you'll have to dish it out in front of the 9th master. I grabbed the bottle in my hand and looked at him suspiciously. You're drunk, aren't you? That was said by Master 9. That's right, it's what Master 9 said. That Xuanzuan slapped the top of the table as he finished speaking, and said with his mouth, quickly pour wine for me. Pop. I grabbed that Maotai bottle and directly slapped on his head. This guy's head is hard enough. Maotai bottle is broken. He actually did not even shed a drop of blood. This sudden one moment confused everyone. That Xian Zun forgot to get angry for a moment and just looked at me with a puzzled face. You seek death. Dare to make a move against my master. That Xian master fiercely stood up and slammed his fist towards me. I smacked him with a backhanded slap, and before his fist could touch me, he was knocked to the ground by this slap, and the huge inertia caused him to roll several times on the ground, directly fainting. You! That Schwanzuan stood up violently, and just as he uttered a single word, I reached out and cupped his neck, directly lifting him up.
Did you two kill Auntie Jean, the maid, and Tiger, the driver?
I asked coldly. Although that Schwanzuan was controlled by me, he still said viciously, that's right, two mundane people, I'll kill them, I don't believe you dare to touch me, I'm the ninth master's. Ka! I didn't wait for him to finish, a force in my hand broke that Schwanzuan's neck, casually threw that Schwanzuan on the ground, then drew out the Schwanmu sword and flung it. The Schwanmu sword accurately stabbed into his heart. My mouth said fatally, do the mundane people deserve to die? That Schwanzuan didn't expect me to actually dare to kill him. He didn't even fight back. He looked down at the Schwanmu sword that had already stabbed into his heart. His eyes rolled white and he died. Of course, even if he fought back, he couldn't change anything. It was just a dying struggle, and he, who had always been full of confidence, finally died on his own ego. Did you slaughter this thing as well? Zhou Peng pointed at the Xianshi and asked. I nodded. Zhou Peng didn't hesitate to draw his Xianwood sword and killed that Xianshi as well. Runfan, what are you? Yuzhen obviously didn't understand what I meant either, and said with some worry, he must have thought I was going to completely fall out with the ninth master. I smiled and said, it's okay, Uncle Jin, if Master 9 calls you, just tell him I did it. Yuzhen nodded and asked Gu Chang to call 2 people to dispose of the bodies first, then said, Renfan, what exactly is your strength now? These 2 people aren't simple, and they were killed by you so easily? I don't know how to describe it, Uncle Jin, I have to go home, Yi Xian is still waiting for me at home. I'll come back to you later. I opened my mouth. Why don't you stay and eat before you leave? I'll send someone to fetch Yi Xian and Xian. Yuzhen said. I waved my hand and said, no, you guys eat first, I'll come back later. Alright, Zhou Peng you send Runfan back. Yuzhen said. When I returned home, the family also happened to be preparing for dinner, but knowing that I was coming back, everyone was waiting for me. There were 5 people in the family, Zhao Yixian, Yumeng Xian, Cat Buwen, Xia Lao, and Xie Yubing. Seeing Zhou Peng and I come in, Zhao Yixian was the first to welcome us, mouthing, it's later than expected. Oh. I smiled, reached out and hugged her, set my bag down and mouthed, took care of something, sorry to keep you all waiting. Cat Buwen looked much better, but he was still in a sickly state. His face was ugly and his mouth asked, Brother Zhao, did you really not find your sister? I shook my head and said, no, the Shenjin Demon Ghost Cave is very chaotic right now, and the corpses of Shenjin are everywhere outside, so I can't even get in. After I finished speaking, I said to Elder Xia, it's been a long time, how is your health? Elder Xia smiled and said, good, quite good, Renfan Na, I and Young Ice live in your mansion, it is also helpless, please do not take offense. Xia Yubing picked up the conversation and said, where does he see strange? Look at a large table of dishes, most of them are made by my own hands. I nodded my head and said, then it's hard for Miss Xia, it's out of place to say that I'm surprised. Xia Lao and Miss Xia are here to protect my family as well, and they also help to cook. Unlike those 2 thieving guys in Yu's house who kill Yu's house in the name of protecting Yu's family, they are simply deserving of death. What? Who in my family was killed? Yu Mengxian was violently startled and asked loudly. It seemed that she didn't know about this matter yet. Zhou Peng explained, Xian, it's Auntie Zhang and Tiger, they were killed when they went out to buy vegetables, those 2 even brought their bodies home. Father-in-law told me not to tell you first. Auntie Zhang and Tiger. What gives those 2 the right to kill them? What did they do wrong? Yu Mengxian roared loudly, her eyes staring at Elder Xia with indignation. Elder Xia was a bit embarrassed by Yu Mengxian's stare. He accompanied with a smile and said, I'm not sure about this, how could those 2 guys do something like that? Runfan you are right, simply damned. I hummed and said calmly, yes, so I killed both of those guys. Chapter 189, The Ninth Master's True Face. What? You killed them? Elder Xia's face changed. I smiled and said, didn't Elder Xia also say they deserve to die? If they deserve to die, why keep them? Elder Xia said somewhat breathlessly, saying that, but they are after all Master 9's people. Renfan, if you do that, aren't you afraid that Master 9 will get angry? I don't feel that the Ninth Master's people are superior. If you kill someone, you have to pay for your life. This is my Zhao Lianfan's attitude. If the Ninth Master's side wants to blame, I'll bear the blame. I think we and the Ninth Master are a cooperative relationship, not a mercenary relationship. Even if it's a mercenary relationship, they don't have the right to kill people. If a person honors me 1 foot, I honor the person 1 foot, and vice versa. I said lightly. Xia Lao froze and looked at me. The eyes were not as they were in the beginning, but with a different kind of suspicion. Hee, let's eat, kill it, just kill it. 2 unfavorable drunkards are just that. I will help you put in a good word in front of the Ninth Master. Elder Xia said as he stood up and walked towards the dining table. The topic before the meal was destined to be a somewhat dull meal, and I didn't care about that. After finishing the meal, I said to Old Man Xia, since I've returned, my family doesn't need Old Man Xia and Miss Xia to take the trouble to protect them. It would be too much of a bother to both of you. Xia Lao said with a smiling face, I was also about to say goodbye to you. After 10 days, someone will come to pick you up, and as soon as we go to Hanzhong City in Shaanxi Province, we will prepare for the opening of the Marquis of Wu's tomb. I nodded and said, okay, I'll be waiting at home.
Then we'll leave first. Elder Xia said as he stood up and left with Xia Yubing. I also stood up and started to clear the table. Zhao Yixin came over and snatched the bowl out of my hand and said, "Husband, I'll do it, you've just come back, go rest." I hemmed and hawed and said, "We'll clean up together so it's quick and then we'll go rest together." Zhao Yixin blushed. Yumeng Xian walked over and gave me a blank look and said, "That's for us to hear, right? Zhou Peng, come over and help me clean up, so the two of you just hurry and go rest." I laughed and said, "It's still Sister Mengxian who understands me, since these two youngsters are so gracious, let's go up and rest first." Shameless. Zhou Peng cursed in a low voice and extremely reluctantly began to clean up the dining table, while Zhao Yixin and I, with our bags in hand, returned to our bedroom. Placing the backpack on the table, I hemmed and hawed and said, "Yixin, look what's inside." Zhao Yixin opened her backpack in confusion and saw the bag full of spirit stones and said in surprise, "So many spirit stones? Where did you get them from?" "Naturally, I got it from the Xianshi demon ghost cave." I hemmed and hawed, and reached out to hug Zhao Yixin's soft body, smelling the faint fragrance emanating from Zhao Yixin's body. I closed my eyes with incomparable enjoyment, and muttered, "It's good to be home, it's good to have you." Zhao Yixin frowned, then looked at me seriously and said, "Sister Cat is fine, right?" I smiled and nodded, "Well, it's okay, I saved them, but I can't let Xiao Lao and the others know." "That's great, I knew you wouldn't let everyone down." Zhao Yixin also hugged me tightly and let out a long sigh of relief. After a long time, I let go of her, and said with my mouth, "Feel free to use the spirit stones now, I'm going to take a bath first, and then we." He. Zhao Yixin's small face reddened again and her mouth whispered, "But it's still noon." What happened at noon? There's no one else. It was night, and the night was enchanting. Double cultivation after the same cultivation, so that my Xuanzuan layer of cultivation is more solid, behind Zhao Yixin's body is thin, but I feel like leaning on a big mountain, exceptionally solid. Zhou Peng knocked on the door outside, saying that it is time to come out to eat dinner. If it is usual, Zhou Peng naturally will not come to bother us. This time, it is me who deliberately reminded me of this, because after dinner, I still have to go to look for Yuzhen to make a trip. After getting dressed, Zhao Yixin and I came downstairs to the living room. The meal was made by Yumeng Xian. This girl doesn't know what's wrong with her. She is obsessed with cooking, although the flavor isn't good, but she is happy about it. Some time ago, the spirit stones ran out. Without the aid of the spirit stones, the speed of cultivation is like a tortoise crawling, so the two of them, her and Zhao Yixin, took over the kitchen. When eating dinner, I told everyone about the news that the cat ignored to come back in a few days, and explained to the cat ignored that I had to hide it from Xiao Lao. The cat ignored to hear this news, then completely relieved. People become much more energetic. After dinner, I came to the Yu Mansion alone. Sun Xin, Mou, Li Song, and Gu Chang, all four of them were also staying at the Yu Mansion recently, and were waiting for me to come over. Gu Chang brought me into Yuzhen's study. Everyone was looking at me. Now the Marquis of Wu's tomb has become beyond their ability to intervene, even though each of them is a figure that reigns in Xiangsha City, but in front of the Xian and Demon Spirit two clans, they are still really nothing. Still about the matter of the Martial Marquis tomb, now we can't get involved. For the matter of the Martial Marquis tomb, the only value of our existence is to be the bargaining chip for the ninth master to blackmail Renfan. Renfan, I'm sorry, a few of us old guys are dragging you down. Yuzhen said first. I shook my head and said, Uncle Jin, don't say that. Without you there would be no Zhao Renfan for me. Even if there were no you guys, there are many ways for the nine masters to control me. Let's discuss the aftermath of the Martial Marquis tomb. Yuzhen nodded and said, with my understanding of Master Jiao, if the matter of the Marquis of Wu's tomb goes as he wishes, he will definitely not let us go either, and if it doesn't go as he wishes, then all of us are even more dead. Mou picked up the conversation and said, yes, this kind of thing is very common. Recently I've also been collecting information about the ninth master. This person is temperamental and never knows what he's going to do next. The Martial Marquis tomb is something he has devoted his entire life to wanting to get, and if he really hasn't been able to get what he wants, I don't know what kind of things he's going to do. I nodded. I have long heard Lu Hushuan said that the ninth master is extremely dangerous, and now Mou once again said, I have to face this matter again. I and the ninth master just met once. That time the feeling is very good. If he is really acting, then it means that this person's city is extremely deep. Sun Xin said, I have more contact with Master Jiao, and I also agree with everyone's viewpoints. In order to be on the safe side, I suggest that on the day of the opening of the Martial Marquis tomb, we go and hide for a period of time, and only in this way can we let Renfan have no worries. Well, Zhuge's secret method, Renfan must obtain it, and only then will our safety be guaranteed in the future. Yuzhen said. I looked at everyone and said with some heaviness, with Master Jiao's ability, no matter where he hides, he will be found. If I can, I'll try to do as Master Jiao wishes. What I want is just the Zhuge's secret technique. I can give him all the other things and I only need to reproduce one copy of the Zhuge's secret technique. Yuzhen shook his head and said, it won't work. We've discussed this issue before and came to a simple conclusion. Based on our analysis of Master Jiao's character, regardless of whether or not the Marquis of Wu's tomb is open, Master Jiao won't keep you. Why? I asked, frowning. Mou explained, because you're growing too fast. Although we're not from the Xin sect, but it's only been 2 or 3 years, you're able to kill the strongest person that the ninth master sent over in seconds. With this kind of speed of growth, the ninth master won't take the risk of leaving you behind, even if you've reverted to him. He's doing something so desperate?
Mou mumbled, his mouth said, yes, because he is originally a suspicious person. Even if you sincerely return to him, he won't completely trust you. He will always feel that when you grow up you will threaten him, so he will definitely kill you, and after he kills you, he will cut off the roots and the roots of the roots, and kill us who have a relationship with you, all of us.
Uncle Mou, how come the intelligence now is so different from before? I asked with some confusion.
Mou sighed and said, because in these 2 months, I used all the resources of my connections and finally investigated a lot about the history of the Ninth Master's fortune.
What hair history?
Mou said, 9 masters from the headquarters of the Shinmen is a number of Shinmen masters. He left the headquarters of the Shinmen because of the violation of the rules of the door, was kicked out of the back, followed the national army to Taiwan. After arriving in Taiwan, he broke away from the military, the independent mountain, began to look for the trouble of those gangsters. Almost overnight, was his eyes on the power of all the forces. He was flattened, the 9 masters, the power of the rapid rise, less than just half a year. The name of the 9th master has been famous at home and abroad. Behind him, he did legitimate business, smooth whitewash. Externally, he is a very successful businessman. Those who were targeted by him, no matter if they were his opponents or partners that he felt would be a threat in the future, all of them were driven to extinction by him. Even if it was a small baby that was just born, he would not let go of it. The 9th master at that time was a god of killing. Many of the triads would tremble when they heard his name, and there was no one who dared to even discuss him. And the history of his fortune has become a minefield that nobody dares to bring up. And now several decades have passed, there are very few people who know about these things.
However, there is no impermeable wall in the world.
It took me a lot of effort to investigate these things. Yushin continued, yes, this is Master Zhou's nature, so we concluded that regardless of whether the Martial Marquis tomb succeeds or fails, Master Zhou will not let you go, and likewise will not let any of us go. My face became heavier and I said with my mouth, do you uncles already have a way to deal with this? Sun Xin said, yes, there's no place to hide in the country. We're going to escape to a foreign country to hide for a while. We can't help you. At least we won't cause you any trouble. If you think it's okay, we'll start arranging it right here.
That's fine. Just how can I make sure you guys are safe? I asked worriedly.
Yushin said, you don't have to worry about that. I know of a place that is absolutely safe. Even the 9th master can't find it.
Chapter 190, him first. Okay, Uncle Jin, have you already determined which people are going abroad?
Me, Sun Xin, Li Song, Mou, Gu Chang. For the time being, it's just the 5 of us. I'll demobilize all the others. Xin Shen and Zhou Peng, I haven't consulted them yet. In fact, my idea is to take all of Xin Shen and Zhou Peng as well as Yi Xian, so that you don't have to worry about anything.
Yushin said.
I thought about it and shook my head. With Yi Xian's character, she won't go. Zhou Peng and sister Meng Xin can go together. The 2 of them are Xin practitioners and can protect you abroad. Yushin sighed and said, I'm worried that the 2 of them won't leave. I'll go back and talk to them, and by the way, there's the cat that doesn't smell, and I'll trouble you to take it with you.
Yes, Yushin agreed.
I thought for a moment and continued, I'm worried that the 9th master has placed a forbidden spell inside your body, and if that's the case, no matter what country you're hiding in, you'll be found by him. I mused. Sun Xin picked up the conversation and said, Renfan, if a forbidden spell has been placed in our bodies, there is no way for you to discover it? I nodded and said, as long as Master 9 isn't an immortal Shen Lord, I can sense it, but even if I find it, there's no way for me to get rid of those forbidden spells. Let's do it this way, I'll check for everyone first, and if there are no forbidden spells, then we'll all carry out the program you just mentioned.
Good.
I'll go first. Yushin was the first to say. I stood up, picked up the pen and paper on the main table, and wrote down the pure heart divine mantra, walked over to Yushin, and told Yushin to relax his mind and silently recite the meditation divine mantra, and then told the others to never disturb me before I put my palm on top of Yushin's heavenly aura. A spiritual energy slowly overflowed from the palm of his hand, penetrating through Yushin's scalp tissue and entering Yushin's heavenly spiritual vein, and the spiritual energy began to slowly spread throughout Yushin's entire body in the meridians. If Yushin had a forbidden spell on him, my spiritual energy would definitely be rejected as it flowed through his meridians. This is the method to find the forbidden spell. Of course, this method is based on the premise that the person who placed the forbidden spell is still only at the Shen ancestor realm. If the person who placed the forbidden spell has already crossed into the immortal Shen Lord realm, then I won't be able to find it. Moreover, this method was only effective for ordinary people, and was ineffective for Zhuanists, because Zhuanists had spiritual energy in their bodies, and when 2 different attributes of aura entered the same meridian at the same time, if the other party was not a pure yin or yang destiny, there would be a drastic rejection. I wasn't worried about an immortal Shen Lord placing a forbidden spell on the bodies of ordinary people like them. Such a thing would be as absurd as an adult trying to stalk a kindergartner for months just to get a glass marble. After 10 minutes had passed, my spiritual energy went through all the meridians on Yushin's body. This kind of inspection was extremely milliseconds divine. After checking Yushin, I was already sweating profusely, my face was pale, even my breathing had become incredibly rapid. This was not a simple control of the spiritual energy, and one had to be extremely careful, and once there were any mishaps, Yushin's meridians would have been ruptured. The meridians were ruptured by my spiritual power, then my spiritual power would be uncontrollably wreaked havoc in the aftershock body power. The aftershock is just an ordinary body, dead.
Alright, Uncle Jin.
I withdrew all my spiritual energy and checked myself again that there was no spiritual energy left, before removing my hand from Yujin's heavenly aura.
When Yujin saw my appearance, his mouth said, Renfan, how are you? Is everything alright? I propped up my chair and made it down, waving my hand with effort and said, I'm fine, Uncle Jin, there's no forbidden spell in your body. Check how you consumed so much. Yujin looked at me with some heartache.
I forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with my mouth full, it's a bit big, let me rest for a while, then I'll check for the others. By the way, Uncle Jin, when do you guys plan to leave? Yujin said, the day before the opening of the Martial Marquis tomb. I thought about it and shook my head. Leaving early will arouse the suspicion of the ninth master. Let's leave on the day the Martial Marquis tomb opens. If I'm safe, I'll contact you guys at that time. This time the demon race and spirit race of the Martial Marquis tomb will be involved as well, in case it triggers a big war. It's not impossible that the ninth master will be taken out.
Okay, listen to you. Uncle MOU, have you found out how many other people are monitoring the Yu family's moves right now? I turned my head to look at MOU. Mayu said, the one who found out, there is only one.
Well, when the time comes, I'll arrange for someone to get rid of whoever is watching you. I said as I stood up and continued to help them check for forbidden spells. After checking Sun Qin, there was still no problem, while my exertion reached a limit. I'm afraid I can't do it today, I'll come back in a few days. I waved my hand and said, this is the first time I've done this kind of thing. Although I knew it was very consuming, I didn't expect it to be this difficult. Okay, there's still time, no need to rush. Yujin helped me to sit in the chair.
Sun Qin picked up and said, then we've made up our minds, I'll go and make arrangements for July 22nd.
Yujin said, well, keep it a secret.
Don't worry brother Jin, I'm good at this kind of thing.
Sun Qin said confidently. After resting a little bit in the Yu mansion and discussing the details, in the end, Yujin left me an address and a phone number, and I tore the note after memorizing it in my head. The place Yujin chose was a remote town in the U.S. I instructed them not to come into contact with strangers and things of unknown origins during this time, and then I left the Yu mansion. On the way back, I made a call to the landline of the hotel where the cat ignored, telling her to stay for a few more days, wait until July 21st and then come back to Xiangsha City, to help the 9 masters to stay in Xiangsha City stocking all settled. I know that the 9th master will definitely leave people to stare with aftershock, but it will definitely not be the top strong, because the matter of the Martial Marquis tomb is much more urgent, and the cat ignoring it can definitely solve all of them. I returned home and started practicing to recover. With Jiao Xian and so many spirit stones, it only took one night for me to fully recover. For the next 9 days, except for going to Yujin's house twice, I was practically housebound, and I checked everyone else's bodies, and there were no forbidden spells. Zhou Peng and Yu Mengxian was also persuaded by me to follow Yujin a few people to go to the United States. I also asked Zhao Yixian's intention. She smiled and shook her head and refused me. She told me that she has a very low regard for life and death. From the time she was awakened by me with the Yin bead, she felt that every day with me is earned. For her, there is nothing more precious than to be able to live and die together. I didn't try to convince her. Having her by my side would be a good thing for me, and I really didn't want to be separated from her again. Even if it was the end of the world, I would be content with Zhao Yixian by my side. And it would be good for Yujin and the others to make their escape if I brought Zhao Yixian there with me, and I knew that their focus was on Zhao Yixian. On the 10th day, that is, at noon on July 20th, there are still 2 days before the opening of the Martial Marquis tomb. Master Zhou's people paid a visit to the door. The people who came were still Old Man Xia and Xia Yubing, and there were also 2 other people. These 2 people are top Xuanzuan powerhouses. One of them I recognize. It is that middle-aged man who was left at the side of Master Zhou when I met him for the first time, and it seems that his name is Zhao Shuzha. When he heard that I was going to bring Zhao Yixian with me, Elder Xie also breathed a sigh of relief. This was exactly what they had hoped for. After simply packing up, Zhao Yixian and I left the villa and got into the car that Elder Xie had arranged, heading towards the airport. The things at home have been arranged, Yujin and their departure. There will not be any problems. Now all we have to do is to wait for the opening of the Marquis of Wu's tomb 2 days later. In a high-end hotel in Hanzhong City, Zhao Yixian and I were led into a large luxury suite by Xia Lao. After going in, I saw the 9 masters sitting on top of the sofa and sipping tea. This is the second time to see the 9 masters. The first time I opened the yin and yang eyes, to check the cultivation of the 9 masters. After reading it I breathed a sigh of relief. The 9th master did not advance to the immortal Shen Lord, and Lu Hushuan is the same as a top Shen ancestor powerhouse, but looking at the fluctuation of spiritual energy around him, his strength is not in the least bit less than that of Lu Hushuan, and even if it is Lu Oxin, it is estimated to be no stronger than him.
Renfan, long time no see.
Seeing me come in, Master Zhou stood up and said, his gaze landing on Zhao Yixian, not bad, in such a short period of time. Miss Zhao is already a unified demon powerhouse.
Master 9 is flattered. Zhao Yixian said indifferently, long time no see, Master 9.
I greeted back. Even though I knew what Master 9 was like, I couldn't show too much rudeness now. Master 9 smiled, took a document from the coffee table and said, the total solar eclipse on July 22nd, the time is about 10:30, the whole process of total solar eclipse is only 5 minutes, according to our speculation, the moment the total solar eclipse disappears, the tomb of the Marquis of Wu will also disappear with it, so we enter the tomb of the Marquis of Wu in only 5 minutes. I reached out and took the document and looked at it. The data recorded in the information on there was very accurate. At the latitude and longitude of Tingjun Mountain, the time of the total solar eclipse was 10:30-40 minutes, the maximum eclipse was 1:024, the duration of the total solar eclipse was 324 seconds, and the sun's altitude at the horizon was 55 degrees. I jotted down the data, and after the meal, I put down the paper and asked, Master 9, the people of the demon race and the spirit race, they should know about this data as well, right? The ninth master said, they're here to stop it, so it's a good thing to deal with. Master 9 has a way to cope? I asked suspiciously. Master 9 waved his hand and said, don't worry about that, I have my own arrangements. I nodded my head, not knowing where the ninth master got his backing. The demon race and the spirit race joining forces, that's no joke. If the ninth master doesn't say, I naturally can't ask, and the ninth master is not a simple person, I simply don't want to talk to him more. Master 9, so what do I need to do? I asked. Master 9 smiled and said, we don't need to do anything today, tomorrow night we'll go to our destination and him first. Asterisk 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 who wave? I asked suspiciously. Master 9 laughed and said, of course it's those things of the demon race and spirit race that don't know how to die. Chapter 191. The night before the opening. I let out an "oh." I didn't realize that this ninth master was so simple and rough. Renfan, your concealment technique is very good. Your current Xian practitioner rank is more than Xian master, right? Master 9 asked with a smile. I nodded and said, Xian Zun layer. Ha, no wonder you were able to kill the Xian Zun under me. I remember the first time I saw you, you were still only an entry Xian. It seems like it's only been 3 years now. Master 9 said. I nodded, it was all true, I had no way to hide it, I had to admit it. The ninth master didn't seem too surprised and said to me, well, it's very strong, you guys go ahead and rest, we'll leave together tomorrow afternoon. Alright, farewell Master 9. I said as I led Zhao Yixian out of Master 9's suite and into a suite next door, a room that Master 9 had opened just for me. Husband. Zhao Yixian was just about to speak. Shoo. I hurriedly stopped her and gave her a wink. I knew what she was going to say, it's just that this room, there must be something wrong with it, no matter what, we can't talk about it here, the only way to not reveal anything is to do nothing. Zhao Yixian naturally understood what I meant, she spread her hands and mouthed, I'm so tired, I'll take a bath and sleep for a while first. Good. I agreed, not even looking to check the inside of the room for cameras or bugs or anything like that. The way things were now, I could only respond to the situation as it was. The ninth master really didn't bother me again, until noon on the 21st, just after lunch, Xia Yubing knocked on the door of the room and said he was ready to go. Slightly packed up things, I took Zhao Yixian left the room, got into a commercial car, together with the same, there is another commercial car, the car drove out of the city, toward the direction of Dingjun Mountain, they took the route as a remote trail, the road is very difficult to go, to Dingjun Mountain around the time, it is already more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 2 commercial vehicles, up to 14 people, remove me and Zhao Yixian, the 9 masters side only 12 people, and so on all the people get off the car, my heart even more puzzled, these 12 people inside, only 6 Xianzhong, in addition to the 9 masters, other than the other 5 are only Xianzhong realm, Xianzhong powerhouse 1 did not see, when the Xianzhong powerhouse to Wanqihong, I likewise did not see. Just this many people, yet Master 9 said he would first the spirit and demon races in a wave. The mountain is very quiet, we came to the fake location that I previously revealed to the 9 masters, that is, 12 miles west of Dingjun Mountain, this place happens to be the source of a mountain range. The 9 masters should have long been looking for someone to survey, looking at the topography of this place, I breathed a sigh of relief, not to mention, in geomancy, this place is surrounded by mountains and water, hiding the wind and gathering gas, the tiger and the dragon, it really is a feng shui treasure land. Bowen's pre-mortem poem inside the clues deliberately led here, it is estimated that it is also intentional, no wonder the 9 masters surveyed for so long, actually did not suspect that the tomb of the Marquis of Wu was not in this place is the entire Hanzhong city of the source of the dragon vein is located, if you are really proficient in the geomancy of the word, absolutely can be seen, the hands of the 9 masters of the odd man out more than one, absolutely can be seen. The terrain of this place, I have understood it before, Mo especially gave me a copy of the information about this place, he once even tried to ask someone to get a secret passage here, but unfortunately after knowing this address, the 9th master sent someone to keep an eye on this area. Here there is a not too big and not too small reservoir, because it is the origin of the dragon vein, so not far away from the mountain is also called the dragon's head, and this reservoir is just to form a green dragon pointing water situation, according to the straight line distance to measure, 12 miles away from Dingjun Mountain's place, just this reservoir. If I'm not wrong, the Martial Marquis tomb is inside this reservoir. I've already set up the surrounding area. Tonight, the scouts of the demon race and the spirit race may come over one after another, so let's take out some of them first. Master 9 pointed at the reservoir and said.
Master 9, you haven't considered who leaked this place? I asked looking at my mouth. Master 9 froze and said with a laugh, Renfan, let's be honest, this place was leaked to the spirit race and demon race by myself. Why? I asked, surprised. Master 9 said with deep meaning, in a way, the spirit race and the demon race are enemies, and they are also considered my allies. This place Shenmen HQ is also on the radar, and I'm not really sure how to deal with those old guys if they all come, so all I can do is to stir up as much as possible the situation here. I nodded silently, and in my heart, I was even more afraid of this ninth master. He really did whatever he could for the martial marquis tomb, and he didn't hesitate to provoke the three clans to mix up the war. There are only 10 hours left. Let's go to the camp first. Master 9 raised his hand to look at his watch and walked towards the hills behind him. I have been holding Zhao Xian's hand, followed by the 9 masters, walked less than 1,000 meters in the mountains. There really is a camp. This camp inside there are dozens of people, set up a dozen big tents, and here people are all military dress, even the tents are military tents, do not know, also thought that there is a country's army in here special training. And in fact, most of these people were Zuanists, and there were different levels of Zuanist ranks, with most of them being Zuanzans, a few Xian masters, and one Xuanzu powerhouse. I have not seen this Xian ancestor powerhouse, but the strength is just average, and Duan Shihong is on the same level. It can only be considered as an ordinary Xian ancestor. This kind of Xian ancestor, I have the power to fight. Renfan, take Miss Xiao to rest, and take advantage of those crucial 5 minutes tomorrow. Master 9 said as he pointed to a tent. I nodded and couldn't help but ask, Master 9, you know the way to open the martial marquis tomb? The 9th master smiled and said, don't worry, I have my own way. When the time comes, you just listen to me. Okay, it's still early, the scenery here is nice. I'll take Xian around and familiarize myself with the surrounding geography. I didn't ask much, even if I did, this old fox wouldn't necessarily say anything. Master 9 said, yes, but don't leave this mountain. Out of this mountain, safety is not guaranteed. Okay. Instead of going into the campground, I pulled Zhao Xian and continued toward the mountains. Walking out several hundred meters, Zhao Xian spoke up, husband, why didn't they send anyone to follow us? Unless a Xian ancestor powerhouse is following us, we can all find out, so they won't do that, not to mention that it's this time of the year, there's no need for me to play tricks. I said while pulling her to sit down on a rock, reached out and wrapped my arms around her, whispering in her ear, Xian, before the opening of the martial marquis tomb, once the melee starts, look for a chance to escape, go to the Yangtian puddle I told you about before, Brother Lu and the rest of them will meet you there, with your current strength, as long as it's not Xian ancestor powerhouses that are going to stop you, you'll definitely be able to run away. What about you? Zhao Xian looked up at me seriously. I hemmed and hawed and said, I have a grade 4 recluse talisman, which I got from saving the cat that doesn't smell, and when the time comes, I'll recluse directly to Yangtianhua and meet up with you. Husband, you're just sure that the 3 clans melee will happen at the time of the total solar eclipse? Well, absolutely. If you're the one who came to stop it, you definitely won't come early. Once you lose, the purpose of stopping it won't be achieved. The only way to take advantage of the opportunity to make trouble is to take advantage of the opening of the martial marquis tomb is to make it real. And with the total solar eclipse, when the sun is blocked out, the spirit race and demon race's strength can be strengthened. I replied. Zhao Xian nodded, pointed to the reservoir at the bottom of the hill, leaned her head on my shoulder and said, the landscape is so beautiful. I kissed her gently on the forehead and mouthed, the mountains are beautiful and the beauty is even better. Husband, being with me every day, will you get tired of looking at me? Zhao Xian asked worriedly like a little woman. I looked at her seriously and said, would you get tired of looking at me? No, every day you're different. And I won't, because I only have you in my eyes. I looked up at the sky, already colored a pale gold by the setting sun, after I said that, and mentally mulled over all the possibilities of what would happen next. When it was about to get dark, Zhao Xian and I returned to the campsite, and Xia Yubing also happened to return with a few people, and those people were Xian Zun powerhouses whose Xian level was 1 level higher than Xia Yubing's, and they were escorting a few demons. Seeing one of them, I frowned and asked with my mouth, Xia, what is this? Xia Yubing smiled and said, a few demon scouts threw themselves into the net, and now they are caught just in time to be sent to the 9th master for interrogation. Can I go? I opened my mouth to ask, because among these few demons, one of them I recognized was the leopard demon that had supported me inside the Shinshur demon ghost cave in the first place. Coming to be a scout at a time like this was obviously a desire to make up for the demon clan's mistakes, and no one would take the initiative to take on a job like this where 9 times out of 10, one would be captured. You can just go to the main tent, Master 9 had wanted to find you together as well. Xia Yubing said. I turned my head to Zhao Xian and said, Xian, go back inside the tent and rest until I return. Zhao Xian nodded and obediently walked into the tent belonging to us. I glanced at that leopard demon. I am now removing the disguise. He naturally does not recognize. He helped me. Now is the time for me to return the favor. This kind of captured scout is not a messenger. The dead are captured and will be released back. The scout, since he has been captured, it is a dead end. The main tent was relatively large, like a yurt, and the 9th master and a few strong men under his command were deliberating, and the arrangement inside was somewhat like an ancient marching army's center tent. Master 9, your estimation was correct.
In the east, 3 demon scouts were indeed captured. Xia Yubing clasped his fists and said. The ninth master nodded, swept a glance at those 3 people, then his eyes fell on me, smilingly said, Renfan is also here just right, come on, quickly sit down, let us see if we can see together whether we can know some of the movements of the demon race from the mouths of these few heads. Chapter 192, Taking Risks to Save the Leopard Demon. You are the ING one. A hot-tempered demon clan member cursed loudly, fearless despite being tied up by the demon binding rope. Master 9 smiled, the Shenmu sword of the Shen ancestor sitting beside him suddenly flew out, extremely accurate and fast, cutting off the legs of that demon clan. The demon clan screamed, then fell to the ground. He was bound by the demon binding rope. Wanting to transform into a beast form was not possible. Asterisk is what it is, and cultivating even longer is what it is. That Shen ancestor snorted coldly and said indifferently. The leopard demon and the other demon race stood up violently, both staring at that Shen ancestor angrily. Most of the demon races were blunt and impulsive. This had to do with their upbringing and cultivation environment. Before they had cultivated into demons, their lives were very homogeneous and there wasn't any guile, so after they had cultivated into their human form, most of the demon races were still one-dimensional. What? Not convinced? That Shen ancestor glanced at the other 2 demon clans and said disdainfully. The ninth master still had a smile on his face as he mouthed. You do realize that the demon clan sending you as scouts is equivalent to abandoning you, right? Less ing stirring up trouble here. I'm not afraid of you. The demon race member who had his legs cut off gritted his teeth. Poof. The Xuanmu sword stabbed directly into his heart, then flew back to that Shen ancestor, who reached out to take the Xuanmu sword, took out a cloth to wipe off the blood on it, and said with his mouth, so many words. Seeing that their companions were killed, that leopard demon and the other demon race instead chilled their expressions, and the leopard demon directly said, kill or die as you please, it's a dream to want to get any news from me. The ninth master laughed, stood up, smiling towards the leopard demon. My heart also followed the tension. If he suddenly struck at the leopard demon, I really do not have any way, and with his character, do anything possible. Now there are 2 other demons. He wants to ask questions, one is enough. I hurriedly stood up and said, Master 9. Master 9 stopped and looked at me suspiciously and asked, what's wrong, Renfan? I'm keeping this leopard demon to be useful. If Master 9 wants to kill it, he might as well give it to me. I said indifferently. What do you want with the demon race? Master 9 asked with a frown. I smiled and said, my wife is also a demon race. She was once injured to her inner Dan, and she needs matching demon roots to aid in her healing. The demon spiritual energy around this leopard demon seems to be somewhat similar to my wife's, so maybe the demon roots won't reject it. Master Jiao smiled and said, Miss Jiao is a snake demon, this is a leopard demon. The chances of the demon roots matching are very low. I shook my head and said, I also know that the chances are low, but I still want to try. I hope that Master 9 will fulfill me. Good, I'll give it to you. After Master 9 finished speaking, he said to the leopard demon, you count yourself lucky. The leopard demon grunted and looked at me viciously again. I stood up and walked over to him with an expressionless face, and slammed my fist on top of his solar plexus. The leopard demon's eyes rolled white and he fainted. Oh, in such a hurry? Master 9 said with a smile. I spread my hands and said, I just don't like the look in his eyes, so go on, Master 9. The ninth master turned his head to look at the only remaining demon clan. This demon clan has the lowest level of cultivation. It is only a witch demon. The ninth master didn't even bother to ask him, and slapped the demon clan ceiling with a slap. That demon race's body trembled and his expression turned into a demented look as he suddenly knelt down in front of Master 9, tilting his head back to look at Master 9, his eyes empty, like a domesticated guardian demon beast. Say, how many people have come from the demon race? When are they going to make their move? Also, are the spirit race and the demon race officially joining forces? The ninth master stood in front of that demon race with his hands behind his back, like a towering monarch. The sorcerer demon said in a delirious voice, the demon race has come with a total of 3 ancestral demon seniors, one of which is from the demon god palace, and the remaining 7 are all top-tier unified demons, preparing to strike at the time of the total solar eclipse. The spirit race and the demon race are officially joining forces. Name the 3 ancestral demons. Master 9 continued to ask. Back to Master, the 3 ancestral demons are, Gong Mubai, the young master of the demon god palace, Jiaoyu, the guardian of the demon ghost cave of the former Zuanist, and by Xan of the demon clans by family. Well, are you aware of the power of the spirit race? The sorcerer demon answered truthfully, of the powerful people from the spirit race, I've only seen the fateful Yin King, and I'm not sure about the others. Hee, the Fury Yin King has also come to join in the fun, very good. Master 9 said to himself, once again slapping down, that which demon scout was directly slapped to death where he was. When I heard the name of the Yin Fiend King, my heart was also stirred. Wasn't this guy seriously injured by that mysterious old man? How did he come out so quickly? Now that he's out, doesn't that mean Zhuge Wu should be coming out soon as well? Ninth Master sat back to his original position, mouth said, demon race this time is more active, actually sent 3 ancestor demon, this is not a good person to deal with, the spirit race is also surely more than just the Fury Yin King a ghost king, with our current strength, the frontal confrontation is a bit of a struggle, young ice. Xiao outside has the Shinmen headquarters of the news? Xie Yubing shook her head and said, Grandpa hasn't returned yet, but he should be back soon. Master Nine nodded and said, Renfan, I'll confide in you, there aren't many strong people coming from my side, there are only 3 Xian ancestor powerhouses, the 2 you're seeing right now, and Duan Shihong, who's presiding over an ambush outside. I smiled and said, does Master Nine believe what this witch demon says so much? Master Nine froze and looked at me suspiciously and said, I was searching the gods just now, it's impossible for him to lie to me. I laughed and said, there's no way he could have lied to you, but this interrogation is still pointless. Why? Master Nine asked. Because since the demon clan sent them to spy, they have already prepared for them to be captured, so these 3 people do not know the true power of the demon clan. If they live and can bring the news back, it is naturally the best. If they can't go back, they won't leak the secrets of the demon clan side. I said directly. The 9th master froze, and suddenly laughed out loud and said, it's really smart, but this information is not true, but it has some reference value. Do you think he said too much, or too little? I shook my head and said, I wouldn't dare to speculate on this, Master Zhou's knowledge of the demon race is definitely much more than mine. Master Nine pointed at the leopard demon and said, otherwise, I'll take back this demon first, and I'll ask him about his intelligence, so maybe I can get a more accurate reference? I directly spread my hand and said, 9 masters want, I naturally will not rely on not give, besides this was originally the 9 masters of the people captured over, there is nothing to do, I will go back first. I finished walking toward the tent outside. I understand the 9th master, if I want to protect the leopard demon again, he will be suspicious, this time let him suspicious, not only cannot save the leopard demon, but also will let the 9th master to me to regenerate the stigma. As I walked away, I was drumming in my heart, if Master Zhou really wanted the leopard demon back, then there wasn't anything I could do about it, but I still felt that Master Zhou shouldn't have done that, because he didn't have to upset me for an insignificant demon race right now. Oh, Runfan, wait, are you saying in your heart that I'm being petty? As expected, Master Nine still called out to me. I stood still and looked back at him, saying with some displeasure, not really, it's mainly because it's so hard to find a demon race that is similar to my wife's demonic spirit power, and if I don't go and try it out, it's a bit of a shame to give it up like that. It is said that you, Zhao Renfan, love your wife, it's really not bad, knowing that the chances are almost equal to nothing, you are still willing to try, you take this demon clan with you, but you have to be more careful, don't untie the demon binding rope on him. Master Nine said. I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart and said with my mouth, thank you, Master Nine, if he is still conscious when I draw out his demonic roots, I'll send him over here again. No need, just take care of it yourself. Master Nine said as he waved his hand. I walked over to the leopard demon and reached down to fight him off on my back, then walked out of the tent and inside our own tent. Husband, why did you bring back a friend of my demon race? Zhao Yixian asked with some confusion when she saw me carrying the leopard demon back. I put the leopard demon down and fiercely clicked a few acupoints on his body. The leopard demon then moved his eyelids. I whispered, I know this leopard demon, he saved me in the past, bringing him back is considered to be repaying the favor. Chapter 193, Everything is Cause and Effect. Who the are you? The leopard demon said with a low growl as soon as he opened his eyes. I stared at him and whispered under my breath, brother, you'd better be quiet, this is a camp of Zoonists. I said and sacrificed Zhong Chi-Chi, telling her to go stand guard outside the tent and notify me if anyone approaches. As soon as the leopard demon saw Zhong Chi-Chi, his face changed and he gritted his teeth. So it's you, shameless Zoonist. Husband, what exactly is going on? Zhao Yixian asked with some confusion when she saw that the person who came back as soon as I did opened his mouth to scold me instead. It could be seen that she was a bit angry, but she was generous and wouldn't be rude because I said that this leopard demon had saved me. Before I could say anything, the leopard demon seemed to have discovered Zhao Yixian's identity as a demon, then looked at me suspiciously and said out of the corner of his mouth, I see, no wonder you can mimic the aura of a demon's demonic spirit power, so you're my demon son-in-law from my demon clan. I laughed and did not refute. He was not the only one who said that I was the demon son-in-law of the demon race, when White Feather also said this to me. For this identity, I have never been averse to it, even if everyone in the Shinmen or even the entire human race felt that the demon race was inferior, I would not deny this identity. Yes, brother, I had to do that when the situation was unique. You are a man of nature. What would you have done in your place? I said directly. The leopard demon froze, and after a moment of contemplation, said, you really don't have a choice, I can understand that, but I'm ashamed of you for this behavior. Well, I'm sorry and thank you for understanding. My name is Zhao Lianfan and this is my wife, Zhao Yixian. I said as I untied the demon binding rope that was tied around him. When the leopard demon saw that I had untied his demon binding rope, his anger gradually disappeared, and he looked at me and asked, my name is Leopard in the Clouds, you didn't capture me in order to restore your wife's inner elixir? I looked at the somewhat one-dimensional Yin Zhengbao and said somewhat breathlessly, Master Geo won't let you go without an excuse, and you can't leave for the time being, or Master Geo won't let me go if he finds out. Where is that witch demon brother? Panther in the Clouds asked. I sighed and said, I can't help it if I'm killed by the 9. Yun Zhengbao fell silent again. His reflex arc was relatively long. It was hard to turn a corner in his thinking, and only after a minute or so did he say, "Thank you, Zhao Lianfan, count me as Yun Zhengbao owing you a life. Brother Leopard, without your rescue in the beginning, I guess I would have died. The grace of saving my life is greater than heaven. Everything is karma." I said. "You didn't have a choice in the beginning, but now you have a choice, and what with the risk you took to save me, the favor is different. If I can leave successfully, I will be rewarded later." Yun Zhengbao began to be more serious. A sensible person can never speak clearly about something with a person who recognizes death. I can only digress and say, tonight, Brother Leopard will stay inside the tent. Tomorrow morning there will be a melee of the three clans. When that time comes you will take advantage of the chaos to escape, and my wife will go with me, so that you can all be together, and have a look out for each other. Well, I've also figured out that the Demon Clan didn't intend to let me live when they wanted me to be a scout, and it seems that I've really been abandoned by the Demon Clan. The Leopard in the Cloud said with some loss. I smiled. This kind of thing is normal. In front of racial honor and interests, personal life and death are the first to be ignored. The demon races like this, the Shen sect and the spirit race are all the same. Under this kind of chaotic world, if we want to survive, we still have to discard some things, such as prejudice against other races. Well, I see, Zhao Lianfan, you've changed my impression of Zuanists, so there are good people among Zuanists. Yun Zhengbao said in a straightforward manner. I hummed and reached out and put my arm around Zhao Yishan and said, that's my whole world and a demon. Yun Zhengbao was sprinkled with dog food. He looked at Zhao Yishan, and then at me, with more than a hint of excitement and fervor on his face, and in the world of his subjective consciousness, it seemed that a new door had opened. A night without words, no one came to disturb us, but inside the camp was not calm for a night. There was always the sound of fighting coming over. That night I did not sleep and did not cultivate, because there was a leopard in the clouds. It would be more or less a little bit restrained. Yun Zhengbao also felt quite embarrassed, but he couldn't do anything about it. Early the next morning, the movement of the camp got bigger and bigger. Zhong Qiqi also came back inside the tent and told me that someone had come over. I picked up the demon binding rope and said, Brother Leopard, I still need to tie you up for a bit. When the time comes to find the opportunity, Yi Xian will help you to untie it, then you guys will quickly get out of here. Be careful when you are leaving. When someone stops you guys don't want to get involved in a fight. The leopard in the clouds nodded and said, okay, don't worry, I will protect Fairy Zhao. When the time comes, I will transform into my beast form and take you away. Yun Zhengbao is a leopard demon. Leopard demon is known for its speed. If it really wants to escape ironically, there are really not many people can catch up. With Yun Zhengbao's words, I am even more assured. After tying up Yun Zhengbao himself made an appearance of already being exhausted, and not long after, Xia Yobing's voice came over. Zhao Lianfan, Master Jiao is calling you to come over. I responded and drilled out, looking at Xia Yubing who was carrying breakfast in her hand. It seemed that Master Nine had no intention of letting me take Zhao Yishan there. I reached for my breakfast and handed it to Zhao Yishan and said, thanks a lot, Miss Xia, let's go. It's finally time to play your role. For your performance, I've been looking forward to it. I hope you won't let me down yo. Xia Yubing smiled up and said, her eyes completed a crescent moon, very playful. I spread my hands and said, honestly, I don't even know what I need to do until now. Master Nine never told me. Xia Yubing laughed and said, this is also for insurance purposes. You should just listen to Master Jiao when the time comes. What insider knowledge does Ms. Xia have? Is there any interest in revealing it? I asked as I walked towards the big tent. Xia Yubing spat out her tongue and said, I don't know any insider information. I can only remind you that sometimes, don't be smart. I stopped and turned my head to look at Xia Yubing, who also stared at me suspiciously, and after several seconds of staring at each other, she then said, you've won, hurry up and go, Master Nine is still waiting for you. I shifted my gaze and didn't find anything in the middle of Xia Yubing's eyes, while Xia Yubing said, your eyes are different from before, they are very deep. There is a kind of charming wisdom in them. I should have known that I would have fought for more in the first place. I smiled politely. I knew what she meant by fighting for it. Back then, in order to try to bring me to the side of the ninth master, she said that she would marry me so that I could go to Taiwan with her to develop. At that time, I was still just a Shenron realm Shenron, and I was good at controlling it at that time. But now, I was no longer the same person I was back then. Walking to the outside of the tent, I looked at the time. It was only more than 7 in the morning. Lifting the tent curtain, I saw more than a dozen people sitting inside the tent. Taking a closer look at these people, I sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Among these more than a dozen people, there were 5 Shen ancestor powerhouses, and the rest of the Shen Zuns were supposed to be the disciples that those Shen ancestor powerhouses valued the most. Among the 3 new Shen ancestor powerhouses, there is one I still recognize, and that's the old man inside the Shen sect's headquarters assessment tower. Seeing this stance, I cupped my fists the first time I went in and said, Senior Zhao Runfan has met all the seniors. Runfan, come, let me introduce you. Master Jiao first stood up and pointed at the old man. You should recognize this one, the current master of the Shen sect headquarters assessment tower, Shen Yuzi, Shen ancestor 6th layer. Senior Jin, long time no see. I clasped my fists and said respectfully,
Jin Yuzi laughed and said cheerfully, Rin Fan, this time Lao Jiao invited me to join in the joint fight against the Demon Spirit 2 clans. I never thought that we would have the opportunity to fight side by side.
I smiled and nodded. In my heart, I understand very well that the ninth master is using Jin Yuzi as a gun, but Jin Yuzi's heart should also be clear. The ninth master usually does not interfere in the dispute between the three clans, and this time, for the Martial Marquis Tomb is willing to come back and join hands with Xian sect, so naturally, they won't let go of this opportunity.
Master 9 saw us finish chatting, and then introduced, this is the head of the Unified Law Division, Suzy. Latecomer pays his respects to Elder Su.
I said as I clasped my fists, and I probably guessed the identity of this person one way or the other, because behind him, stood an old acquaintance, Tianzi.
Tianzi is the deputy palmistry of the Unified Law Division, so this Suzy must be the palmistry of the Unified Law Division.
Well, you don't have to have any pressure. When the enemy is at hand, our personal grudges are put aside first. Hustling the outside world must first secure the inside. This truth I understand.
Suzy said indifferently. Thank you, senpai.
This is the head of the law enforcement hall of the Xian sect headquarters. Hanyu, you may have heard of it but not seen it. Xian ancestor 5th layer. Master 9 said with a smile.
Latecomer pays his respects to Senior Hanyu.
I said respectfully. Hanyu had a serious face. The law enforcement hall is equivalent to the judicial organs in the secular world. As the hall master of the law enforcement hall, Hanyu had a kind of pure natural justice, and this kind of justice was completely put on his face. He was very serious and did not smile meticulously. With a wave of his hand he said indifferently, there is no need to be courteous.
Master 9 smiled and said, Senior brothers, this is Zhao Renfan, the Xian sect genius who helped unlock Bo Wen's poem before his death.
I wouldn't dare, the latecomer is showing off. Master 9, time is running out. I hurriedly digressed. The ninth master nodded, and with a wave of his hand, two men carried a shelf over, on top of which was a map which covered that reservoir and the surrounding distance of 10 kilometers. Senior brothers, let me roughly talk about my suggestion. If you think there is anything wrong, please correct me. This is the topographical map of this area. When the moon begins to block the sun and the sunlight slowly disappears, the entrance to the Marquis of Wu's tomb will slowly appear. The exact location is right here.
Master Jiao said and pointed to the west side of the reservoir.
I looked at Master Jiao's expression, unbelievably serious. If I didn't know the real address of the Martial Marquis tomb, I would definitely believe that what he said was true.
Chapter 194, Harmony of Looks but Separation of Gods. Everyone was also listening attentively. Master 9 continued, so, when the time comes, the demon and spirit race will inevitably gather to this location. The east side of this location is water. There are currently no powerful water demons or water ghosts appearing, so the east side doesn't need too much defense force, just a few guardianing spirits to defend it, and the west side is the mountain we are now on, which has already been turned into their no-go zone, so it doesn't really need to be worried. What we need to focus on defending are the north and south. If nothing goes wrong, the demon race will attack from the north and the spirit race will attack from the south. Master 9 paused at this point and swept his gaze over the crowd, as if asking for everyone's opinion. Hanyu still had a cold face as he mouthed, the demon race has come with all those old friends? Hanyu was a demon shopper, and he was still concerned about the demon race. According to the preliminary findings, the three known ancestral demons of the demon race are, Gong Mubai, the young palace master of the demon god palace, Jiaoyu, the guardian of the demon ghost cave of the former Xianshi, and by Xan of the demon races by clan. Master 9 replied. Hanyu nodded and didn't say anything else, and Suzy picked up the conversation and said, what about the spirit race? How many Ghost King powerhouses have come? There are three known, the Vicious Fury Yin King, and the second hall master of the Underworld Hall, the Soul Detainer King, and the other whose identity is unknown. But it is a definite fact that the spirit race has at least 3 Ghost King powerhouses. There will only be more and not less, and the total number of foreigners in the unified demon and ghost martial realms will not be less than 50. Master 9 continued to reply. Jin Yuzi stroked his beard and said with his mouth full, that means there are at least 6 ancestral demons and ghost kings that we have to face. Ninth Master nodded and said, yes, these people are some old friends. I can't say I know the roots, but I do understand some of them. If it's just for defense, the 5 of us combined shouldn't be too much of a problem. And when the time comes to let Renfan go into the tomb of the Marquis of Wu, and take out the treasures, we'll try to do it on the condition of maximizing the interests of the entire Xianmen sect to be evenly distributed. My heart to the Nine Masters' statement scoffed, he can have such a good heart on the hell. In fact, not only me, other people likewise did not pick up the allocation of this topic. We estimate that all know the Nine Masters' virtues, the allocation of the Martial Marquis tomb inside the things like this. No one will be set up in advance what the treaty, when the time is definitely the 8 immortals across the sea to show their skills. Who's capable of big, who will take, did not get, there, is no any good to say. Well, Renfan, then I'll trouble you when the time comes, you only have 5 minutes. Remember to make sure to come out inside the allotted time. Jin Yuzi said. I nodded subconsciously and asked suspiciously, am I the only one going in? Jin Yuzi looked at Master 9 and said, that's natural, a few of us old guys are having a bit of trouble dealing with the second clan, we can't split up any more people to go in with you, this matter is related to the Xian sect's development, you must be cautious. Old 9 you say right?
Jin Yuzi said it very skillfully, leaving the ninth master outside with a single sentence. Master 9 gave an awkward smile and chimed in, yes, Renfan, you can use the crippled Juga clan's secret method to cultivate to the Shinzun realm, and it would be more than appropriate for you to enter the martial marquee tomb. The things inside are all extremely important, and just about any one of them involves a lot of people's lives, so you must handle them with care. I naturally understood what Master 9 said. He was threatening me, and when he said the lives involved, he was naturally talking about Yujin and Zhao Xian who were beside me. I said with a calm face, I know that, Master 9. Master 9 nodded and continued, my suggestion is to divide all the Shin men into two parts according to their advantages. All the ghost hunters will block the attack of the spirit race in the south, and the demon choppers will block the attack of the demon race in the back. No matter what, we have to hold on to this period of time of the total solar eclipse, and wait until Renfan comes out, and then if we have the advantage, we will go along with the trend to exterminate them, and if we can't, let's assemble one place, open the gap in the spirit race, and break out towards the south. After pondering a little, everyone nodded. This arrangement was indeed the most appropriate. It was just that the pressure on the demon slayers would be slightly higher. Because of these 6 Shin ancestor powerhouses, only the law enforcement hall's hall master, Hanyu, and that Shin ancestor level 2 brought by the 9 masters was a demon slayers, while the demon race had 3 known ancestral demon powerhouses. It's just that old brother Hanyu will be under more pressure. Jin Yuzi spoke. Master 9 nodded his head and said, yes, the distribution of Shinzu powerhouses can be a bit more flexible. If the spirit race only has 3 Ghost King powerhouses, I will go over to help fight against the demon race when the time comes, and if I can't spare the time, then I will send more Shinzuns. Before the ninth master finished speaking, Hanyu interrupted him with a wave of his hand, no need, as long as this follower of yours can block Gong Mu Bai, Jiaoyu, and Bai Xin of the Bai family, I'll deal with them. A powerful confidence permeated Hanyu's words, and Jin Yuzi said, older brother Hanyu, Jiaoyu is already at the 6th level of ancestral demon, and Bai Xin is also an ancestral demon at the 5th level, so I'm afraid it's going to be a bit difficult for you to resist alone. Hanyu said, I know, but it shouldn't be a problem if it's just stalling. Good, then it is decided. Hanyu seen your brother's strength everyone trust. The ninth master said directly, on the surface, this is to believe in Hanyu. In fact, he can't wait for Hanyu to take on the want you the bigger the better. After a simple arrangement, Master Zhou took out a few talismans and said, all of you know that I major in talismanic path. I have a few level 4 recluse talismans here to give to all of you. This time the information is not very accurate. All of you are the main force in the Shin men indispensable in the unlikely event of an upset. You can stimulate the recluse talisman, first save a life before. Stay in the Green Mountain is not worried about not burning firewood, just the material for the 4th level recluse talisman is very hard to come by, and I only have so much of it, I can't let everyone have it. I looked at Master 9, taking out so many level 4 recluse talismans at once, he really is bloodthirsty enough. Hanyu waved his hand and said with righteousness, in that case, there is no need. If you are really undefeated, you have to fight to the death. If you run away by yourself and leave some of your juniors to suffer here, then there is no need for Shin sect to exist. Ninth master again embarrassed smile, his good intentions were criticized with justice. He face cannot hang, then turned his head to look at me and said, Hanyu elder brother lesson is, but Renfan you have to take, in case we are not defeated, the whole army is destroyed, you take the things of the tomb of the Marquis of Wu to hide away, your natural talent everyone knows, no matter what, but also want to leave you this kindling. I didn't want to take it and mouthed, I'm with everyone. I don't take it, not because I really want to die, but because I don't trust the ninth master, the talisman he gave me, who knows whether it will be tampered with or not. What if a forbidden spell has been placed in it? My mind, it seems, was read by Jin Yuzi, who smiled and stood up, took the other talisman seal from Master Jiu, put it in his hand and looked at it, and said with his mouth, Renfan, Lao Jiu is right, just in case, the talisman is better for you to take. Jin Yuzi handed it to me, then he must have checked that there was no forbidden spell. The reason why he didn't take the one that Master Jiu originally wanted to give to me might also be because he was afraid that there was some forbidden spell inside. I turned out the talisman and said, okay, thanks to Master 9 for the talisman, I hope this kind of eventuality doesn't come up. The ninth master smiled and said, in that case, let's have something to eat and get ready to go. Come on people, bring up the breakfast. Renfan, sit over there. I shook my head and said, I won't eat breakfast, I already ate when I came here just now. I'll go back to get ready and familiarize myself with how to inspire this talismanic seal in the meantime. The ninth master's eyes flickered with suspicion, and then he said with a smiling face, that's fine, then I'll send someone to call you later, but I have to remind you, don't really inspire the talisman seal, these talisman seals are all disposable consumables. I know, seniors, late generation will take my leave first. I clasped my fists at the crowd and walked out of the tent. I won't stay for dinner. If it's possible for the charm to be tampered with by the 9 masters, then it's even easier for the meal to be tampered with. What I ate inside the hunting branch before had forbidden incantations added to it, so my whereabouts will be grasped even after I come out of the hatching nest. And with Master 9's level of talismanic magic, mixing some tracking talismanic ashes in it was like playing. Although I knew he didn't have to commit this, I still didn't want to take any chances. Walking out of the tent, Xia Yubing followed me in, and she opened her mouth to ask, you clearly didn't eat anything just now, why did you lie? Not in the mood to eat. I said as I quickly walked towards the tent. Since it was possible for Master Jiu to put a forbidden spell inside my food, it was possible for him to put a forbidden spell inside Zhao Xian's food as well.
You don't trust Master 9, do you? Xia Yubing chased after him.
Instead of answering her, I asked, where did Duan Shihong go?
I don't know.
Xia Yubing replied. Then why are you following me?
Right-oh, what am I following you for?
Xia Yubing said to herself, stopping in her tracks. I quickly walked inside the tent and saw that Zhao Xian was holding a bun in her hand and feeding it to the tied-up clouded leopard, and the food on the dinner plate was no longer there.
Seeing that I looked a bit smart, Zhao Xian asked suspiciously, husband, what's wrong?
I pointed to the plate of breakfast and said, Xian, have you eaten? Zhao Xian shook her head and said, my brother said he was very hungry, and I happened not to be hungry, so I gave him all of it.
Brother? I asked, a little confused.
Yes, brother-in-law. I grew up without a father and mother. My sister is very good at taking care of people, so I'll recognize my sister. Brother-in-law, you don't have a problem with it.
Yun Zhengbo swallowed the bun in his mouth and said.
I said somewhat breathlessly, brother leopard, you should be older than Xian, right? So what? I have been practicing in the deep mountains for hundreds of years. I have never had too much contact with other people. I am older, but I have no brain. Yun Zhengbo said seriously, as if having no brain was a proud capital for him.
Put.
Zhao Xian covered her mouth with a laugh and said with her mouth, don't say you're brainless in the future, it's not a good thing to say. I rubbed my forehead and said, forget it, brother is brother, it's just that if you eat this food, you might be found by the 9th master.
Chapter 195, the demon race arrives first. What? Are you saying there's something wrong with this food?
The leopard in the clouds asked in surprise.
I nodded and said, and just a guess. How despicable, but I don't feel anything different.
The leopard in the clouds said. I sighed and said, Master 9's talismans are so profound that it would be strange if you could feel them.
So what now?
Yun Zhengba asked.
I thought about it, took out the recluse charm that Master Jiu gave me and said, this recluse charm you keep, a meal of food can be put under the forbidden spell, it is estimated that it will not last a day, and so on. After the melee started, you first and Xian left here, after escaping 10 kilometers, you go in another direction, if Master Jiu catches up with you, you use the recluse charm to escape. Good. Yun Zhengba decisively took the talisman.
Husband, it seems like it's about to start, you must be careful, Zhao Xian said as she grabbed my hand. Well, don't worry about it, just make sure you're able to get away, I'll find a way to walk away, I said as I started to pack my things. To be honest, I'm actually quite nervous in my heart, although the current situation is such that the 9th master no longer has the means to fully care for me, but now that Jinyu Zi and the others are involved, things have become even more complicated. The 9th master once said that the demon race and the spirit race were, in a sense, counted as his allies, and if he suddenly turned against him, then the two big brothers of Shenmen Sect HQ and Suzy of the Unified Laws Division would be in trouble. The 9th master is focused on the martial marquis tomb, if at all, he will not care about the death of Shenmen. At that time, once I vanish, the 9th master will surely know that he has been fooled, and at that time, when he takes his own people away, then Jinyu Zi and the others will have to face the encirclement of the demon race and spirit race on their own. Nope. My heart shook violently. The 9th master once even said that this news as he notified the spirit and demon race, but now on the surface, he is cooperating with the Shenmen. If you can cooperate, the 9th master simply does not need to risk to notify the spirit and demon race. He did this, the purpose is to pitch in Yuzi and Hanyude, followed by the opportunity to weaken the Xuanmen's headquarters' strength. Listening to Lu Hushuan, he was driven away by the Shenmen Sect's headquarters in the first place. Could it be that he still holds a grudge now? This was definitely a conspiracy by the 9th master against the Shenmen. Thinking about this, I began to worry. I wanted to tell Jinyu Zi and the others what the 9 masters were up to, but there was no chance to do so now. After waiting quietly for nearly an hour or so, Xia Yubing once again came to call me, saying that it was time to leave, and Zhao Xian and I walked out together, and even the panther in the clouds was brought out with me.
This demon race is still alive? Xia Yubing asked suspiciously.
I nodded and said, well, demon root matching. It's not something you can do all at once, so I kept it. Wow, let's go then, Master 9 and the others have already left.
Already departed?
I frowned. This 9th master, he really didn't give me a chance to reach Jinyu Zi and the others. Yes, the people from the demon and spirit races are already coming over soon, so Master 9 and the others have grabbed back to take up space first, so let's hurry over as well.
Xia Yubing said.
Go. All the way down the mountain, to the designated location, the west side of the reservoir, there is a green meadow. At this time there are already 50 to 60 people, all of them are Shenmen people. The demon race and the spirit race I have not seen for the time being. Other than those few Shen masters, the others were all Shenzun powerhouses, and those ordinary people were also absent. With this situation, it was estimated that half of the powerhouses in the Shen sect had already come over.
Runfan, this demon root still remains? How about it, does the demon root match?
Just as he walked over, Master 9 asked with a smile. I laughed and handed the demon binding rope that was helping the panther in the cloud to Zhao Xian and said, well, it matches, but there's no time to extract his demon roots, let's take care of the martial marquis tomb first.
Good. The ninth master didn't suspect anything, and said, unusually perversely, congratulations. I smiled and led Zhao Yixin as she prepared to walk over to Jin Yuzi's side, and Master Zhou did follow. Oh, Renfan, this is your wife? Sure looks like a heavenly fairy. Jin Yuzi said kindly. Yes, Senior Jin, this is my wife, Zhao Yixin, and this is the Xian sect headquarters examination tower master, Senior Jin Yuzi. Xian greets Senior Jin. Zhao Yixin owed a slight bow. Fairy, there is no need to be polite, this is a matter in my Xian sect, and I even dragged you into it, sorry. Senior Jin is polite, the Xian sect's matters are my husband's matters, and my husband's matters are also my matters. Zhao Yixin said in a warm voice. Jin Yuzi smiled brightly again, what a person who knows what's right. Being knowledgeable is not something you can say with your mouth. If you really take on the demon race, will you do it? Han Yu walked over with an icy expression on his face. This person never seemed to be able to smile, even that one sentence also with a stern face, as if the whole world owed him money. But I know he means no harm, it's just his nature. Xian, this is the head of the law enforcement hall of the Xian sect headquarters, Senior Han Yu. I introduced with a smile. Zhao Yixin owed her body again and said with an unassuming mouth, Junior has met Senior Han Yu, my husband's enemy is my enemy. Heh, you're quite the talker. Han Yu said as he walked towards the north, ready to gather all the demon slayers. Zhao Yixian's words were indeed very well spoken, not answering Han Yu's question head-on, but clearly stating her position. Renfan, come, you stand in this position, I have already found the top geomancer to confirm, this place is here good feng shui treasure, Zhuge Kongming's tomb, is bound to be here, at that time, no matter what happens, you go in first, and must come out within 5 minutes. 9 masters worried that I and Jin Yuzi too much talk, said directly. I nodded my head, making a show of it, I deliberately said, Master 9 has to command the ghost hunters, so I won't trouble you, Elder Jin, during the time I'm going in, would it be alright if my wife follows you around? Naturally, I can see that fairy's strength is also considered a top-notch unified demon, it's fine to follow me. Jin Yuzi directly agreed. I looked at Master 9, whose face didn't change in any way, and said with his mouth, well, you'll be a lot more at ease with Elder Brother Jin looking after you. Coming. Suzy, who hadn't said anything, suddenly said. I turned my head to look, and as expected, a group of demon tribes rushed over from the north, tigers, lions, brown bears, wolves, snakes, and leopards. The ones running on the ground, the ones crawling, and the ones flying in the sky are all there. It looks unusually spectacular, their speed is fast, raising a burst of dust, and rushing over aggressively. Came to the periphery of the grass, they stopped, have transformed into human form. The leading one looks like a creamy little boy, only 17 or 18 years old, looks very demonic, the kind of demonic that does not distinguish between men and women. Cultivation is also a bit scary. Ancestral demon 4th layer cultivation, this person, should be the demon god palace's young palace master Gong Mubai. To his left, there stood an acquaintance, this person was one of the guardians of the Xianshi demon ghost cave back then, Zhao Yu. There is also a blonde-hair white-faced middle-aged man, I see him come when he is a rock flying in the sky. It is said that the demon tried to come to the people in a white family is called White Xan, White Feather is also the white family. I do not know that this White Xan is in the white family and the White Feather is not the same family, but I did not see the White Feather to come over. In addition to these 3 ancestral demon powerhouses, there is another ancestral demon layer. This ancestral demon was a fox before it transformed, and after it transformed, it was also female. It seems that the information gathered by Master 9 was really inaccurate, and the demon race side has this ancestral demon that they didn't inquire about. Zhao Yu, long time no see. Han Yu said indifferently. Zhao Yu looked at Han Yu, the corners of her eyes jumped a few times, and her mouth said, how come I don't see Lu Hushuan, this despicable villain? Zhao Yu, it's fine if you don't say it. The demon race and the spirit race have betrayed their trust and joined forces to besiege the Zuanists. The whereabouts of senior brother Lu is unknown, yet you are standing here properly. Today this account, I'm going to settle it with you. Han Yu finished speaking and directly drew out his Xianwood sword. The guardian demonic beast standing beside him suddenly let out a roar and instantly transformed into a black bear. The moment he got down, the ground seemed to tremble for a moment, it was very majestic. Han Yu was also a hot-tempered master, the kind that would strike at the drop of a hat. With Han Yu's movements, those 20 or so demon beheaders guardian demonic beasts behind him roared and transformed into beast forms, except for that Xian ancestor powerhouse on the 9th master's side whose guardian demonic beast was a lion. The other Xian Zun's guardian demonic beasts were clear white wolves, which were neatly organized and looked even more visually appealing. Today our demon race and spirit race are going to renegade and besiege your Xian sect again, shouldn't you be angry and vomit blood? The demonic-looking creamy little student said, her voice shrill and unpleasant to listen to. Han Yu turned his head to look at him and said with his mouth, Gong Mubai, I didn't slaughter you 80 years ago when my hands were soft, so you can scream in front of me even now? Gong Mubai laughed and said, the battle between you and my uncle back then, Han Yu did not seem to have the upper hand. What qualifications do you have to kill me? Then today you'll see if I'm qualified. Han Yu said. Although Han Yu said so, but he did not take the initiative to do it, this time both sides will not do it. The demon race arrived first,
the hands of sure to lose, and of Hanyu although grumpy, but also know that it is not the time to do it. You have to leave the strongest fighting force in the time of the total eclipse of the sun.
Mouthy man, you Hanyu can fight again, I'll see how many you can handle, eh? How come there's a demon race in there?
Gong Mubai said as his gaze fell on Zhao Xian. When I saw Gong Mubai's gaze, my eyes turned cold, a killing chance arose, and I subconsciously blocked in front of Zhao Xian. Ah, so beautiful, I'll take it. Gong Mubai laughed out loud, reaching out to wipe the spilled saliva from the corner of his mouth, which was unusually disgusting. Zhao Yu's gaze also looked over, and after seeing me, her eyes were similarly filled with a murderous aura. Griffin, it's you.
Chapter 196, showing the Imperial Sword in public.
Zhao Yu naturally knew me, before in the Xianshi Demon Ghost Cave. If it wasn't for me stirring up trouble, she wouldn't have been cut off an arm by Lu Huxuan, and ended up escaping with serious injuries.
I let out a cold laugh and said, Zhao Yu, by the way, have you connected your arm yet? Don't fight and drop it again.
You! Zhao Yu's face was red with anger.
Ha ha ha.
Many Xuanzans let out a loud laugh, an ancestral demon powerhouse of the demon race being taunted by a Xuanzuan layer. This kind of thing is something they all wanted to do, but they didn't have the courage to do it, and I did it.
Where is Lu Huxuan?
Zhao Yu asked through gritted teeth.
Idiot, don't say I don't know, even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you
I said lightly, speaking out about this matter might expose the matter of me saving Lu Huxuan from the Xianshi Demon Ghost Cave to the Ninth Master, but it's already at this point. Even if the Ninth Master knows about it, it's too late for him to make any other arrangements, so I'm not worried about it anymore.
Lu Huxuan didn't appear, and that Duan Qihong likewise didn't appear. Fine, I'll see if you say it or not later.
Zhao Yu calmed down and looked at me with a face full of anger.
Gong Mubai turned his head to look at Zhao Yu and said, Auntie Zhao, whatever you do with that kid is fine, that snake demon behind him, I'm going to use to expand my harem. I gave a cut and said, young palace master, right? By the looks of you, you shouldn't be a demon, right? He's a demon, and a bear demon at that.
The always unsmiling law enforcement hall master Han Yu suddenly responded.
Senior Han Yu, this sissy looks like a human demon to me. I mocked again.
I taunted, not really wanting to show off my tongue, nor was it as simple as wanting to piss them off. I was trying to speed up the fight. There is absolutely no martial marquee tune here. I have to make the fight happen before the total solar eclipse. In this way, the Ninth Master's side will at least have something to worry about. If the total solar eclipse appears but the martial marquee tune doesn't, then what the Ninth Master can do is anyone's guess. And if the fight starts earlier, Zhao Xian will have the time to take advantage of the chaos and walk away. Now that this young palace master has set his eyes on Zhao Xian, then Zhao Xian will definitely be taken care of in a focused manner, which is something I didn't expect. No matter what, I can help cover it up if I fight earlier. A burst of laughter once again erupted from the Xuanist camp. Perhaps this Gong Xiaobai didn't know what a human demon was, but when he heard the jeers of the crowd of Xuanists, his face turned bad and he grabbed a bone sword and was ready to make a move. That Shen ancestor layer fox demon reached out to stop him, and said with his mouth, young palace master, stay calm and wait for the spirit race to come over. Why are those losers so slow? Are they all sunburned? Gong Mubai's white face was red with anger. Hee, young palace master, I'm sorry, who told you demon race to be fast? Another familiar voice floated over. The one who spoke was the king of Fury Een. I turned my head to look to the south. Another 30 to 40 people from the spirit race moved over quickly. These people all had if anything a black aura lingering around their bodies. From afar I could feel a gust of gloomy winds, and the temperature seemed to have lowered by several degrees. Master Nine's intelligence on the spirit race was fairly accurate. There were only 3 ghost kings, the rest were ghost marshals. The faithful Een king stood in the very center, his face full of shadowy aura making people feel shivering just by looking at him. Ha, not too late, since we're here, let's do it. Finish them off early. My bone sword hasn't drank human blood for a long time. Gong Mubai completely changed his face and even stuck out his tongue to lick his bone sword. The faithful Een king smiled wryly, looked up at the sun, and mouthed, don't be in a hurry, young palace master, there's still time. Faithful Een king once the words finished, his eyes fell on Jinyu, seemingly smiling said, hey, a good big battle, even the Shinmen assessment tower of the Tower Master are personally over. I have long heard that Jinyu cultivation is heavenly, but you've been hiding in the headquarters of the Shinmen do not dare to come out, and have not been able to find the opportunity. Today you can finally and you one against the other. Jinyu stroked his beard and said in a faint voice, forget about you, call the soul detainer king beside you to join you. It's been more than 100 years since I've fought, it's about time to move my muscles. Hee, what a big mouth, an old bone should be well hidden, why come out to die? A long-haired man at the 5th level of Ghost King standing beside the faithful Een king said. Jinyu didn't seem to care about dealing with the taunts, and said with a laugh, when I was able to kill your brother, the Soul Hooker King, I can likewise break you up today. Well, let's see if you kill me or if I avenge my brother. It's you trash. Before the soul-detaining king finished his words, the faithful Een king suddenly said in a cold voice, the black aura that surrounded his body became even more dense, and his black cloak was windless, as if he had seen his father's murderer. That's right, the Demon King saw me as well. The Demon King failed to bid against me for Zhao Xian inside the Xianshur Demon Ghost Cave in the first place, and swore to kill me outside, but unfortunately, he was pestered by Zhuge Wu, and in the end, he was even rescued by a mysterious old man, and he himself was severely injured, and all of this was because of me. I was delighted in my heart and said with a laugh, King of Furying, you piece of trash, your injuries haven't even healed yet and you're out looking for death again? With just this one sentence, the King of Furying seemed to have lost his mind. His large cloak was whistled by the black air around him, his eyes were filled with murderous aura, and the several ghost marshals standing behind him couldn't help but take a few steps backward. Seeing this scenario, there was no one inside the Xuanzuan camp who was laughing anymore. Because the Fiercine King's ferocious reputation was out there was not a single Xuanzuan who didn't know about it, and they were all looking at me with very complicated eyes. They might not be able to figure it out. I'm just a Xuanzuan first level. One moment I cut off the arm of the top-level ancestral demon Jiaoyu, and the next moment I was seriously injuring the top-level Ghost King, the Fierce-Ine King. This kind of thing sounded like a pie in the sky. Hee Renfan na, you really know how to cause trouble. The people who want to kill you are more powerful than one another. Master 9 came over and said with a narrow-eyed smile. I laughed to myself and said, maybe it's because I come with my own hate-pulling genuflecting technique. In fact, the matter of injuring them has nothing to do with me at all. Master 9 nodded and suddenly asked, it is rumored that Master Lu was rescued by a mysterious person. Now it seems that the person who rescued Master Lu is you, right? Yes. I graciously admitted, then immediately said, Senior Lu was also seriously injured at that time, and left with a group of disciples behind him.
Do you know where he went? Master 9 asked, frowning.
I shook my head and said, this is still really unclear. Maybe it went back to Shinmen headquarters to recuperate. I know there are a lot of loopholes in this statement, but I can't care about that now. I will soon fall out with Master 9, and what I have to do now is to provoke a fight between the three clans as soon as possible, at least before the total solar eclipse, so that Master 9 will be on the side of Shin sect. Master 9 nodded and sighed. If Master Lu was there, things would have to be much better.
I didn't pay any more attention to Master 9, but said to the King of Fury, what? All thunder and no rain? Or did you run out to act like a pussy before your injuries were healed? The face of the faithful King is even more unsightly. He probably hates to suck my blood dry at this moment. He wants to make a move, but unfortunately, he was stopped by that soul detainer king beside him. No matter if it's the spirit race or the demon race, there will always be a sensible person who exists. If they don't take the initiative, it's only natural that the Xian side won't make the first move, which makes me a bit anxious in my heart. I said directly to Master 9, Master 9, you still have a backhand, don't you? Master 9 looked at me suspiciously and asked, no more, all of them are here. It shouldn't be, right? As far as I know, there's also a Shan ancestor powerhouse, Duan Shihong, and the personal bodyguard named Zhao Shuja who was by your side earlier is also missing. I said directly. The ninth master asked suspiciously, what do you mean by that? It doesn't mean anything, I just think that if Master 9 still has a backhand, then we can take the initiative to attack now. I said as I directly drew out my Xian Mu sword. What? Are you crazy? The ninth master's face, which had been calm, became a bit ugly. I turned my head to look at the demon god Palace's young palace master, and then looked at the Furying King and said, Master 9, I have no choice, the demon race's people have their eyes on my wife, and if we wait for another half an hour, when the total solar eclipse comes, no matter whether it's the spirit race or the demon race, the fighting strength will be increased, and if I go back in the Marquis of Wu's tomb, my wife's safety is even more unprotected. Doing it now will be to our advantage. Renfan, is this your suggestion? Zhen Yuzi opened her mouth and asked. I nodded and said, I wonder what the seniors mean. I suggest that the sooner we start the war, the better. Suzy mused, according to our previous program, it is the most conservative, and less. I agree with Renfan's suggestion, having Renfan on board will indeed be helpful in turning the tide of battle. Jin Yuzi directly interrupted Su Tianzi. Han Yu chimed in, I agree. Senior brother Jin, senior brother Han, why are you guys so sure? Su Xiui asked suspiciously. Because of this. I raised a hand and the Shin Mu sword flew directly above my head, spinning at high speed with an amazing aura. Su Huiyanzi's eyes lit up as she stared at me incredulously, you're also a Xuanzu powerhouse?